Chapter 1. A Narrow Escape. Arrival in the beast realm parting on campus is always steeped in poetic sentiment for Liu Qingxuan. This farewell unfolded atop an unremarkable hill. As she and her friends arrived, the setting sun had already begun to paint the sky, its crimson hue reminiscent of the fiery clouds described in literature, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Yet heavy with the melancholy of separation, the gravity on everyone's faces mirrored the weight of their diverging paths, as if life itself had cursed them to wander alone thus. The beauty of a harmonious reunion became all the more precious. Xiao Lu, remember to come back and visit after graduation, the dorm leader gently remarked. Of course. The maple leaves here are breathtaking. If the noble Huafei were here, the summer flowers would surely pale in comparison. Besides, you three live locally, so I won't even need a hotel. How convenient. At this, laughter erupted among them, Liu Qingxuan's playful spirit alleviating the somber atmosphere. The sun blazed ever redder, the warmth reaching its zenith. As they prepared to descend the mountain, the surroundings had grown quiet. The trees were cloaked in shadows, and the sounds of nature echoed above and below as latecomers enjoyed the company of singing birds. Upon returning to the dormitory and freshening up, Liu Qingxuan's phone buzzed with a message. Her thesis had received high praise, bringing her a delightful surprise. Her advisor had recommended her for a commendable job, one that aligned perfectly with her field of study and was situated in a prime location. Sisters, I have wonderful news. What good news? Did you finally win the lottery after all your relentless ticket buying? Definitely not that. Are you planning to stay here? Neither of those. My thesis has landed me a job, and the location is fantastic for commuting, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement towards the end. The enthusiasm was infectious. When do you start working? At the end of next month. That gives me time to travel. I've heard about a newly developed island, and I intend to explore it. Who knows what inspiration I might find? Yes, exactly. You truly need a break rate. It'll capture the scenery for you all, and if it's splendid, we can plan a group trip in the future. Indeed, we look forward to that day. Amidst their laughter, they concluded their final night of university life. The island lay in a secluded area, rarely visited by the younger crowd known to the older generation as Lake Heart Island. It featured a narrow stone staircase winding through vibrant flora. Ascending, one would find a quaint pavilion. Though small, it possessed its own charm, with columns crafted from rosewood and a gracefully upturned roof. Reflected in the lake, the pavilion, especially under the moonlight, evoked the joy of a poetic spirit standing on the stone steps. The layered scenery made her feel like a classic landscape painter. Captivated by this beauty, Liu Qingxuan began to revel in her surroundings, losing track of time as dusk approached. The moon and sun shared the sky, and as she settled onto a boat, she drifted upon the water. With the sun sinking beyond the hills and the moon ascending, she felt as if she had stepped into a poem by Bai Juyi. The moon lights up the heart of the waves, a single pearl. The breathtaking beauty of the scenery undoubtedly captivates the heart, yet can we truly disregard the lurking perils? Indeed, fully developed attractions are devoid of hidden risks, and the island at the heart of the lake is precisely one of them. Here, the trees abound, and ants scurry to and fro, forming neat black lines. Upon closer inspection, one might observe some ants carrying crumbs upon their backs. However, as dusk begins to envelop the world in shadows, Liu Qingxuan is unable to witness these details. When the silent confessions of danger are dismissed, the abyss begins to greet you. Liu Qingxuan hears a few muffled sounds, fluctuating in proximity. A distinct thud catches her attention, the sound of a massive stone crashing down. It resembles a switch, and soon a cacophony ensues. In her panic, she is besieged by the briny scent of seawater. The surging ocean has come to this place. She watches as the colossal waves rise like a sentient being, crashing towards her, transforming this picturesque locale into ruins. And what of her? She immerses herself in the essence of the sea, experiencing everything it offers. Her feet are grazed by schools of fish, while the soft seaweed caresses her skin. Her body registers the temperature and salinity of the water, while her fair arms are marked by several shallow cuts, real, yet tinged with the bitter sting of salt. Despite the pain, her arms instinctively reach out, as if to be seen by someone. Finally, her inky hair spreads in the water, as if imbued with its own vitality. It seems she has slipped into a dream, a realm awash in pristine white light. As the brightness fades, she gradually opens her eyes. Before her lies a carpet of lush green grass. The environment appears quite pleasant. The air is refreshingly pure, mingled with the fragrance of blooming flora, devoid of any synthetic harshness. Then Liu Qingxuan pauses, pondering, what am I doing? Why am I critiquing the environment? Shouldn't I be terrified? Am I truly this naive? This is an entirely new setting. Well, Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. After a moment of reflection, her gaze wanders towards the grass, and to her relief, she discovers her bag remains intact. Reaching for her bag on the grass, she is fortunate that it has not been swept away by the flood, and its contents are pristine. This carries a certain significance. Though she finds it perplexing, ultimately attributing it to divine protection, she reassures herself that it is fate. However, after a day of exploration, her stomach begins to grumble. Fortunately, her bag contains some snacks to stave off her hunger, and as she indulges in the sweet, creamy flavors, her tension and unease begin to dissipate. While she eats, she notices a small child with wide, round eyes watching her intently. The little boy, bare-chested and likely a local resident, gazes longingly at the snacks in her hand, perhaps hoping for a taste. She considers trading a few packets of snacks for some useful information. With a wave, she beckons the child over, saying, "Come here, little one. You must be hungry too, let's share a meal." The child, upon hearing her speak, did not approach directly, but continued to observe her and the snacks she held with his round, glistening eyes. Liu Qingxuan, unfazed, maintained a warm smile, gesturing invitingly while shaking the snacks in her hand, saying, "Come on, there's nothing to be shy about." Noticing the apron adorning the child, she speculated that it must be made from the fur of some animal. Yet curiously, she could not identify which creature it belonged to. Given her expertise in the field, she pondered that perhaps this unexpected encounter might yield insights into the origins of such exquisite pelts, potentially sparking a new fashion trend. As she mused, the child approached, babbling in a language that was unintelligible to her. Strangely, she found herself understanding him. While this was not inherently alarming, it did evoke a sense of disquiet when considering the peculiarity of waking in an unfamiliar place, hearing words she had never known yet. Grasping their meaning, the child inquired about the nature of the item, how to consume it, its name, why he could not open it, and what it was wrapped in. Liu Qingxuan explained, "This is called a plastic bag, and it is not for eating. Inside are some cream-filled biscuits." She then tore open the packaging and handed it to the child, who devoured it eagerly. However, she noticed something peculiar. The child's bottom was moving slightly. "Little one, is something under you? Why does it keep shaking?" The child stared wide-eyed, clearly perplexed. Fortunately, the leather skirt was not very long, and soon, a tail emerged, wagging behind him. A tail. "You actually have a tail. Are you a mutant or a creature of folklore?" The child, not comprehending Liu Qingxuan's words, quietly took a few steps back, clutching the snacks. Perhaps her eager demeanor had startled him. Observing his reaction, Liu Qingxuan feigned surprise, and thus, the two stood by the riverbank, exchanging bewildered glances. Ultimately, Liu Qingxuan, exhibiting a more rational disposition, gently patted the child and reassured him, "It's all right if you wish to eat it. Keep it, I will not take it back." She then inquired, "Do you know where this place is? And why do you have a tail?" The child listened attentively, suddenly posed with a question, and gazed blankly at the striking female before him. Why did she, this enchanting figure, not know where they were? Her attire was dazzling, prompting him to recall a certain fable, yet the outcome of that fable, whether ominous or fortuitous, remained a mystery to the entire continent. Recognizing her anticipation for an answer, the child shared all he knew, and upon hearing his account, Liu Qingxuan felt a complex swirl of emotions. She then asked, "Do you know if there's anywhere that offers lodging?" The child nodded, indicating that she could stay in his tribe's home. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, generously provided the child with several more packages of snacks. The child, exuberant, hopped along beside Liu Qingxuan as they made their way to the tribe. Along the journey, Liu Qingxuan observed the child's frail physique, the contours of his bones starkly visible, and she mused that this tribe might be relatively impoverished and backward now. Far from home, discovering a place to reside was already a stroke of great fortune, leaving no room for her to be finicky. Surely, this was no longer her own time and space. Nevertheless, she resolved to make the best of her circumstances and contemplated ways to improve this place. After walking for nearly an hour, the child led her to the tribe. Upon arrival, Liu Qingxuan did not head directly to the child's home, but instead visited the shrine of the tribe. The elder priest, appearing quite aged, bore the weight of his years not with the tranquility typical of old age, but rather with a furrowed brow, reflecting deep concern. Logically, one would expect such a high-ranking elder to enjoy a peaceful twilight, yet a glance around his dwelling revealed a scarcity of provisions. Clad in a simple, coarsely woven robe and wearing a tattered animal hide cap, he bore the marks of hardship upon entering. The elder kindly inquired about her arduous journey. He then proceeded to share prophecies with Liu Qingxuan, which included insights even the child was unaware of. After listening attentively, Liu Qingxuan solemnly assured the elder that he need not worry, for she understood what needed to be done. While her arrival heralded uncertainty, she was committed to bringing a benevolent heart. Of course, she recognized she was no savior as a foreigner. She would inevitably depart from this place nonetheless. She resolved to make a concerted effort to enhance the environment, ensuring that the elderly had support and the young received education. At that moment, her aspirations began to take root. Chapter 2. The discovery of beasts. Liu Qingxuan returned to the child's dwelling, only to find that he was without parents. In another room lay a young man with a broken leg, his condition appearing dire, his face pale, yet his physique muscular. What calamity had befallen him? Natural disaster or human misfortune? The child then informed her that this was the Star and Moon tribe, where despite their relentless toil, they could not withstand the trials of nature or man. The folklore spoke of a darkness that would inevitably engulf the continent. When disaster struck, Liu Qingxuan inquired whether the young man's brother had received any medical attention. The child replied that the priest had already prayed to the deities, and whether the young man would recover depended solely on divine protection. Liu Qingxuan could not help but reflect on the Middle Ages, where at least bloodletting offered some remedy. Here, however, due to limited resources, even medical knowledge was woefully scant. They should not have to endure such suffering. Yet their struggle for mere survival left little room for investigation into these matters. Even if they were to discover solutions, one could hardly expect them to survive starvation. In the meantime, ultimately, the conditions necessary for their development were severely lacking. Liu Qingxuan assured the child that she would assist in treating him. She examined the wound, which was evidently caused by a blunt object, and determined that as long as she could prevent inflammation and infection in the leg, and with the application of anti-inflammatory medicine, he should be able to retain his limb. The individual, upon hearing the term infection, appeared conspicuously perplexed. He struggled to comprehend its significance. Consequently, he flashed a smile at Liu Qingxuan and inquired, "Could you kindly elucidate the meaning of infection? If my leg remains uninfected, can I continue to hunt to sustain my brother and protect my tribe?" Liu Qingxuan, responding gently, said, "In theory, that is indeed possible. Yet it remains contingent upon the specifics of your injury. I have not conducted a thorough examination, and thus I hesitate to draw any definitive conclusions." Upon hearing this, the man smiled calmly and encouraged her to do her utmost without any emotional burden. He then introduced himself as Bai Yu. Liu Qingxuan observed the two individuals in the room, her fondness for them blossoming rapidly despite their adversities. They had not succumbed to despair or self-pity. If she were to find herself in this place, perhaps with a purpose, she would willingly embrace the responsibility that came with it. She then turned to the young boy and asked him to take her on a tour of the tribe the following day, for she believed that the prophecies were rather one-dimensional. A visit to the tribe might provide a more nuanced and tangible understanding. The boy readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. On next morning, as dawn broke, the sun appeared resplendent in an untainted environment. She walked amidst this grandeur, inhaling the crisp air, feeling the refreshing morning breeze, and treading upon fertile soil. No artificially constructed pathways were visible. Everything exuded an essence of primitivism. Perhaps this was the spirit of vitality, possessing nothing, yet daring to forge ahead. Amongst the land roamed various beastmen. The majority appeared gaunt and emaciated, while a few robust individuals rushed by, as if racing against time. In this moment, time felt fleeting, yet in contrast to the night, morning seemed abundant in time. Despite this, they remained hurried. Occasionally, upon passing the entrances of earthen dwellings, she spotted several small tigers, some white, some yellow, innocently adorable and round from being well fed. It was evident that those untouched by hardship were blissfully carefree. The scenery here was largely similar, however. The vastness and sparse population made the dwellings appear exaggeratedly grand. A glimpse of a part sufficed to grasp the whole, and soon she returned home, intending to finish her breakfast before devising a plan. Upon arriving home, the sun hung high in the sky, and the meal could only be described as a combination of breakfast and lunch. The young boy served the food, which was exceedingly rudimentary meat roasted over an open flame, with fur still intact, accompanied by some entrails, bloodied and grotesque. The child devoured it with gusto, urging Liu Qingxuan to eat quickly, yet she found it difficult to swallow and inquired, "Do you consume this?" The lack of preparation and absence of seasoning astounded her. The child, wide-eyed with curiosity, asked, "What is seasoning?" This rendered Liu Qingxuan momentarily speechless. It was evident that this place was in dire need of salvation, its primitive state fostering a simplicity that was both endearing and troubling. Nonetheless, they still harbored hope, rising with the sun, awaiting guidance, and longing for a life filled with happiness. He reflected on the sense of duty he had previously held in disdain, although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Witnessing such dire circumstances made him realize the profound significance of this sense of responsibility. Gently stroking the child's head, he declared, "I shall ensure you all live well, Starting with the essentials, when the child inquired about the meaning of a good life, he pondered a standard answer, oscillating between the wisdom of ancient sages and the realities of modern existence. Ultimately, his thoughts were a chaotic jumble, and he settled on a simple phrase: the elderly shall be cared for, and the young shall be nurtured. The child, unaware of the profound implications of this statement, nodded in naive understanding and promised to assist. However, he merely replied, "Hurry and eat, lest it grow cold and we waste this food." The meal was difficult to swallow despite the quality of the ingredients. The primitive method of preparation rendered it sorrowful. Embarrassed to ask the child for fruit, he instead mentioned that he would check on his brother. The child informed him that he should first ask if his brother was willing, for he understood that treatment could be a painful ordeal. "He is your elder brother and must surely be willing," the child reasoned, for there is no brother who would not wish to protect his younger sibling and their home. He casually approached Bayu's bedside and inquired about the incident involving the blunt weapon injury. Bayu elaborated on the circumstances surrounding his wounding. Yet his expression was one of deep resentment. It was as if he yearned to declare that had his own tribe possessed such weapons, they would not have suffered such grave losses. Alas, he found himself powerless, forced to witness the valiant warriors of his tribe fall victim to these blunt instruments. According to Bayu's account, Liu Qingxuan expressed a keen interest in this blunt weapon and asked him what precisely these instruments looked like. Bayu meticulously recalled the rope fashioned from various tree branches and vines, intertwined and bound to polished animal bones, secured to sturdy branches. Liu Qingxuan, momentarily disenchanted, pondered the rudimentary nature of this weapon, yet acknowledged that it was a product of human ingenuity, possessing its own utilitarian value. A peculiar thought flickered through her mind. If she were to transport these artifacts to the modern era, they would undoubtedly be worth a fortune, liberating her from the need to draft design sketches for the rest of her life. Yet, this remained a mere fantasy, as she presumed she would be unable to fulfill her mission and would thus remain indefinitely stranded in this primitive world. Liu Qingxuan began to assess Bayu's wounds, relieved that the blunt object had not been excessively sharp, sparing him from deeper lacerations. While such injuries could be managed with ease in contemporary society, they warranted caution in this primitive context. The absence of disinfectants like alcohol left her, a modern individual, feeling quite at a loss. After much deliberation, she instructed her brother to fetch some river water and heat it. Once the water was sufficiently warm, they used it to cleanse his wounds in a rudimentary attempt at disinfection. "Fortunately, you are quite lucky," Liu Qingxuan remarked to Bayu. "The environment here remains untainted. Otherwise, not even the esteemed Hua Tuo could remedy the situation." The child, intrigued by the term pollution, was met with Liu Qingxuan's explanation that it was an adult matter, leaving him pouting and declaring he would no longer play with her. After performing a basic treatment on his wounds, she contemplated applying medicine but found herself without any bandages. Consequently, she resorted to mashing the medicine into a paste to apply directly to the wounds. Thankfully, they had discovered a bowl, a familiar object amidst the unfamiliarity. Thus, they set out to gather medicinal herbs. Although Liu Qingxuan was a design student with no formal knowledge of herbal medicine, she relied on her experience from purchasing over-the-counter remedies and enjoying floral teas to guide her exploration. Fortunately, the sun shone brightly here, and the air was crisp, making it easy to locate what they needed. She successfully gathered some mint, hautuinia, and several other blood-activating herbs, all of commendable quality. She initially intended to dig up some ginseng, but lacking experience in the endeavor, she refrained from disturbing the ginseng. Returning to the small stone cottage with the herbs, she crushed the cleansing and disinfecting herbs in a bowl with her hands, staining them with a vibrant green juice. In a moment of mischief, Liu Qingxuan playfully smeared the green liquid on Bayu's face. While the red liquid, when applied to the face, is said to invigorate one's blood and appears quite charming, the green substance gave him an odd appearance, reminiscent of a mysterious ritual about to take place. It was evident that Bayu's wounds had begun to emit a putrid odor. Liu Qingxuan carefully applied mint paste to his injuries, creating a blend of mint and decay that bore a resemblance to the scent of offerings burned during a priestess's ritual. The mint aroma prevailed, tempering the offensive odor, rendering the sensory impact less overwhelming. Liu Qingxuan suddenly commanded him to open his mouth, and Bayu obediently complied, his eyes filled with concern yet reflecting a desire for swift recovery, much like the current unpleasant scent. Liu Qingxuan then hastily stuffed softened tanchi and other herbs into his mouth. Realizing the peculiar taste of the concoction, Bayu intended to swallow it whole. But Liu Qingxuan abruptly shouted, "Do not swallow. You must chew it thoroughly." This left him with a grave expression, threatening to expel the mixture. Liu Qingxuan quickly squeezed his mouth shut, insisting that this was necessary for his wounds to regain vitality. Unable to spit it out, he had no choice but to swallow. Subsequently, he took a gulp of hot water, fortuitously scalding his mouth as the water was still quite hot. Truly, it was a stroke of misfortune for the white tiger beastman. This was the finest gift Liu Qingxuan received on her second day in the beast realm. Liu Qingxuan's hearty laughter attracted the attention of children outside the door, who rushed in to see the girl laughing heartily and her brother gasping with his mouth agape, leaving them utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why their usually serious brother wore a flushed face and an open mouth. Upon seeing Baiyun arrive, Baiyun quickly urged him to go play outside. Baiyun, observing his brother's condition, insisted on staying to look after him. Liu Qingxuan, noticing the two brothers staring at each other in silence, kindly encouraged Baiyun to play, reassuring him that she would take care of Baiyun, thus preserving a semblance of dignity for his elder brother. Did she merely wish to assist Baiyun? No, she was keen to discover whether Baiyun had many friends, as she had stumbled upon a fascinating phenomenon, the sugar beet. Chapter 3, The White Tiger Riding Experience Card. Grateful for her childhood experiences of running about, Liu Qingxuan recalled that there was a sugar factory near her home, granting her a rudimentary understanding of sugar production. Although the method was rather industrial, she had already conceived a vision of sugar making in her mind. The primary ingredients for sugar production are sugar beets and sugarcane. However, the climate here did not resemble a tropical one. Based on her studies, this area appeared to belong to a warm temperate or temperate zone. Sugar beets do indeed thrive in temperate regions. Before long, she observed Baiyun playing with other children, who not only sported tiger tails, but also had rabbit ears and goat horns, among other peculiar features. Could tigers and rabbits truly be companions? What a wondrous little tribe this was. She gazed at the little creatures with an overwhelming sense of maternal affection and inquired of Baiyun whether she could join in their play. Baiyun, seeking permission from her friends, received their unanimous consent. Accompanied by Liu Qingxuan, a female who stood 50 centimeters taller than them, they ventured into the woods to climb trees and gather fruits. Coincidentally, she was also on a quest for beets, and their tree-climbing expedition would provide an opportunity to search for them nearby. Moreover, these young companions could assist her in transporting the finds, a stroke of cleverness on her part. Upon arriving at the forest, the children each selected a tree and commenced their ascent. The rules were simple. The one who climbed highest would be deemed the most formidable among them. In the realm of climbing, the little monkey held a distinct advantage, while the kitten's claws were undeniably strong. A spirited competition ensued between the monkey and the kitten, with Baiyun relegated to observing from the base of the tree. Midway through the excitement, she noticed Liu Qingxuan excavating something on the other side, toiling away as if she had unearthed a treasure. After a while, Liu Qingxuan discovered a number of beets. Though she lacked a knife, she adeptly extracted some crimson juice with her hands, confirming their identity beyond doubt. She then called for Baiyun, requesting her to summon the friends to assist. Eager to lend a hand, the children enthusiastically helped dig out the beets, after which Liu Qingxuan led them to the riverbank to wash them. There was no choice. The mud was abundant and would surely soil their garments. Even in the pursuit of saving the animal world, cleanliness must be preserved. Once the beets were cleaned, they were set aside, and Liu Qingxuan, along with the children, began to revel in joyous play, even challenging the kitten to a tree-climbing contest herself. Meanwhile, Baiyue, nursing a leg injury, remained indoors, contemplating the nature of weaponry. What could possibly render the bones of animals sharp? As he fiddled with the skeletal remains, a thought struck him. Being taller, he held the bones in such a way that they slipped from his grasp and clattered to the uneven floor, leaving a gash in the surface. The edges appeared somewhat sharp, leading him to ponder if these rugged fragments had been honed by something. Determined not to let this lead slip away, Baiyue began to explore further. Observing the uneven stone floor, he felt that something was amiss. If the bones possessed a few dents and hollows, it would significantly impact their usability. Indeed, these imperfections could hinder the knife's penetration. What, then, was to be done? The existing clues could not simply be abandoned. Baiyue remained lost in contemplation, while Liu Qingxuan was approaching the small cottage. Upon her arrival at the stone abode, she beheld Baiyue crouched on the ground, her fingers tracing the contours of beast bones and the rough earth beneath her. Coupled with the verdant foliage frozen upon her visage, the scene exuded an eerie quality. Curiosity piqued, Liu Qingxuan glanced at the bones, which were riddled with numerous pockmarks. It became evident to her that Baiyue was engaged in a profound intellectual struggle, suggesting she was confronted with considerable challenges. Feeling a sense of obligation to assist, she hurried over and addressed Baiyue. "Are you attempting to emulate the weaponry of the neighboring tribe?" "Fear not, for I shall guide you. Although we cannot yet extract iron or similar materials, sharpening a blade is entirely feasible. What you require is a whetstone. Do not fret, there should be a whetstone nearby. Tomorrow, I will accompany you in search of one. Upon hearing this, Bai was filled with excitement. Let us go find it at once. For I truly yearn to craft a respectable hunting knife. However, it is misleading to call it merely a hunting bone. It should be referred to as a blade. A keen-edged knife. Moreover, as the evening has fallen, distinguishing the stones becomes a formidable challenge. Even if we were to venture out now, the likelihood of discovering a quality whetstone is slim. Allow me to impart a valuable lesson. Patience yields precision. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Therefore, rest peacefully this night, rejuvenate your spirit, and tomorrow, I shall accompany you on this quest. Bai reluctantly acquiesced, and at that moment, he noticed the beat resting beside him. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this you have brought back? I have never seen anything like it." Liu Qingxuan covered her mouth and laughed. "This is called a beet. If prepared properly, it can yield sugar, which means we need not fear the winter anymore. Moreover, while hunting, it is essential to replenish our sugar reserves, even if we cannot extract glucose. The ordinary sugars it provides will suffice." Upon hearing that it would be advantageous for hunting, Bai became exceedingly intrigued. He excitedly inquired, "Shall we also need to produce sugar tomorrow?" Liu Qingxuan gently patted his head and replied, "There is no need to rush. This will likely take some time. The next step involves shredding the sugar beet, and for that, a knife will be required." Upon hearing that the knife was of such paramount importance, Bai vowed to assist without hesitation, for a warrior of the tribe could never stand idly by while their kin suffered from hunger and despair. Liu Qingxuan regarded the orc before her, his eyes shimmering with a fervent passion for life, never failing to embrace each day and striving to aid those around him. In a fleeting moment, she perceived him as remarkably imposing. Perhaps it was the contrast to the deceitful modern world that stirred her heart. Like the lyrics of a song, a million possibilities unfolded in an instant. Yet, there remained the matter of her mission, an enigma dictated by fate. Tonight, she anticipated a restful slumber, but alas, she had forgotten to prepare straw for her bed. How could one rest upon such a hard stone slab? Despair filled her mind. Why had she neglected to gather straw? Oh, how foolish she felt, preoccupied with harvesting beets. Could this be deemed an injury in her quest to save the beastly world? After all, her joints were already bruised and sore. She had expected a tranquil night's sleep, but it eluded her. As Liu Qingxuan wallowed in her own melancholy, Bai approached, inquiring why she had yet to retire. Noting the melancholy etched upon her face, Liu Qingxuan lamented as she rubbed her head, expressing discomfort with the hardness of the stone bed. Bai replied, "That can be easily remedied. I have some animal hides. You may use them as padding." Liu Qingxuan shot him an incredulous glance, questioning why he had not mentioned this sooner. Bai frowned. "I thought you were accustomed to sleeping here, and when I saw your complexion, I assumed you were homesick. I didn't realize it was merely discomfort from the stone bed. In this place, everyone slept on stone beds, save for the young cubs, who were given soft mats to shield them from the chill. Are you implying that I resemble a cub?" Liu Qingxuan retorted. Bai touched his nose. "I wouldn't say that. While I find you quite endearing, you are certainly not akin to a cub. I shall fetch the hides for you. Would you like assistance in arranging them? If you are inclined to help, then please do so. I shall fetch some water." She replied. Liu Qingxuan hurried to the nearby bowl and took a sip, relieved to find the water untainted. Otherwise, she would have had to gather stones and sand to filter it. What a relief! After quenching her thirst, Bai had laid out the animal hides. Tonight would be her first night of peaceful slumber, and she intended to indulge in a much-needed rest to replenish her energy. She slept so soundly that even the crowing of the rooster went unnoticed, as the sounds of orcs moving about began to fill the air. Bai was already prepared for the day, a piece of jerky and a small bamboo tube hanging from his person. Liu Qingxuan, intrigued, asked him why he had prepared the bamboo tube. Bai inquired, "Don't you think you would want water for a long journey?" Liu Qingxuan shyly smiled, "I apologize, but we typically use cups for water. In ancient times, we utilized gourds. If we come across any, we should gather some to use as water bottles." Bai's eyes brightened at her words. "Very well, clever female, I am at your service." Liu Qingxuan teased, "Stick with me, little brother, and there will always be a sweet reward for you." She mused that his tone was reminiscent of the cunning leopard from Journey to the West. Regardless, let us first seek the sharpening stone. The pristine landscape is exceedingly picturesque, adorned with vibrant blossoms and lush willows, accompanied by the melodious songs of orioles and swallows. Squirrels frolic and leap among the branches, while birds chase and play in joyous abandon. The scene is undeniably harmonious. The sharpening stone, however, stubbornly takes root on a rugged cliff. The cliff is not particularly high, easily discernible at a glance, yet curiously, the abundance of stones defies description. Only Liu Qingxuan herself can discern their nature, but alas, she does not possess the skill of rock climbing. Baiyu observed her halt in her tracks and inquired about her predicament. She replied that she found it inconvenient to climb. Baiyu reassured her that it was a trivial matter and, while Liu Qingxuan was momentarily distracted, transformed into a magnificent white tiger. Liu Qingxuan gazed at the regal creature before her, feeling an exhilarating rush. The splendid sheen of its fur captivated her, and she remarked, "My young fellow, you are remarkably sleek. Do you often indulge in fur care?" Baiyu responded, "Do not touch it just yet, quickly mount upon my back, and I shall carry you to the summit. Let us hasten to find the stones." Despite the fearsome wound marring the tiger's right leg, it did not impede its graceful form. In no time, the tiger ascended to the peak and turned to her, urging her to search. Liu Qingxuan marveled at the talking white tiger, contemplating how valuable such a creature would be in the modern world. Perhaps she could become a billionaire. The mere thought filled her with joy. She chided herself for even entertaining the notion of trafficking animals. After all, she was wholly reliant on Baiyu's family for sustenance in this beastly realm. She needed to remain composed and focus on finding the stones. At the cliff's edge, Liu Qingxuan busied herself with tapping and feeling around. Before long, she discovered a suitable whetstone and joyfully called out to Baiyu, exclaiming that she had found it. Baiyu praised her swift success, declaring her a clever and beautiful female. Liu Qingxuan, unabashedly confident, proclaimed herself a paragon of both beauty and intelligence, asserting that she was far cleverer than Baiyu, all the while playfully tugging at the tiger's ear, which had become quite flopped. Baiyu urged her to ascend quickly, promising to carry her down. Thus, she mounted Baiyu's back once more, clutching a whetstone in her hands. In a moment of reverie, she fancied herself a celestial being. She mused that while deities typically rode majestic white tigers, she too was astride a magnificent creature. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that celestial beings often wielded lotuses or dust brushes, whereas she held merely a whetstone. How absurd it seemed. Nevertheless, as the Buddha proclaimed, "A day filled with joy is a day well spent." Liu Qingxuan caressed the soft fur of the white tiger and said, "Let us hasten our return. Make good use of this stone to craft some fine weapons. Maintain your dignity and refrain from hunting immediately after honing your weapons. Remember to slice the ingredients finely for me. Otherwise, this whetstone shall be beyond your reach." Baiyu earnestly assured that he would never behave in such a manner. Liu Qingxuan gently stroked his head and praised him, saying, "What a good little cat." Liu Qingxuan had a profound affection for felines and canines alike. Observing the tiger's endearing demeanor, she was instantly charmed, leaning in to give a tender kiss on its pink nose, exclaiming, "What a splendid son you are." Chapter 4. Introspection. The white tiger shook his head, asserting, "You are not my mother." Yet, he found himself at a loss for further words. Momentarily unable to discern what role Liu Qingxuan played in his life. It was indeed a day fraught with frustration for the white tiger. Observing his silence and the furrowed brow etched across his face, Liu Qingxuan remarked, "Does the little white tiger also experience troubles?" "No, I cannot believe it." Meanwhile, Baiyu, engaged in conversation with Liu Qingxuan, had already leaped to the bottom of the cliff. Liu Qingxuan rose to her feet and addressed Baiyu. "Your brother has transformed into a little white tiger, the particularly adorable kind." Baiyu nodded and said, "Indeed. But the cubs are rather small and do not appear very robust. If you prefer, you might like a fully grown and sturdy white tiger like myself." Liu Qing, however, believed that animals, especially the young ones, were far more adorable. "Let us hurry back. I can hardly await the moment to see my little Baiyun," she exclaimed. Baiyu shot a glare at Liu Qing and suddenly inquired, "Since when has Baiyun become your son? He can only be your brother." "Your brother?" Liu Qing returned his glare and remarked that he lacked a sense of humor. Baiyu then asked, "What does humor mean?" Liu Qing, stroking the tiger's head, replied, "Humor is akin to oil lettuce." Baiyu shook his head and suggested, "Since the weather is quite pleasant, let me take you for a stroll by the seaside. We might also catch some fresh food." Liu Qing nodded in agreement, thinking it a perfect opportunity for Baiyun to grow stronger. "I can't wait to see the little tiger eat fish. Will he be able to crunch through the fish bones?" She pondered aloud, her words somewhat perplexing to Baiyu, who merely shook his head and began their walk toward the shore. As they descended from the cliff, Baiyu maintained his tiger form, much to Liu Qing's delight as she adored the furry creature, which was a rare treat for those who cherished small animals. While reclining on the tiger's back, she suddenly remembered that she needed some quicklime, primarily composed of calcium oxide. Although quicklime requires the calcination of natural rocks containing carbon dioxide at high temperatures, it was said that shells could also suffice, and surely there would be shells by the sea. Upon their arrival at the beach, the ocean stretched out before them, an endless expanse of azure. Liu Qing gazed at the sea, feeling that her mission was as boundless as the water itself. The distinction lay in her insignificance before the vast ocean, while she regarded her mission with equal importance. Had she not ventured to the island in the lake, she would likely be preparing for work at home now. The gentle sea breeze caressed her long hair. And on the shore, the white tiger dragged its catch back to the land, appearing noticeably thinner and drenched. Upon noticing Liu Qing's gaze, the tiger lifted its head proudly. Nothing was more delightful than the attention of one's beloved, to the point where it forgot to shake off the seawater. After gathering enough shells, Liu Qing used her clothing as a pouch for them and asked Baiyu to take her back for a meal. Upon returning to the tribe, everyone was curious, observing Baiyu with the peculiar items he had collected, inundating him with questions. Excitedly, Baiyu informed them that their tribe would soon possess more advanced weaponry. The news invigorated the crowd, who clamored for it, but Baiyu urged them to be patient until they could see the finished products. However, the simple-hearted beastmen surrounded them, eager for explanations, leaving Baiyu and Liu Qing momentarily ensnared by their enthusiasm. Liu Qing playfully tugged at the tiger's whiskers and said, "Let us hurry. If we delay, we won't be able to work properly in the dark." Baiyu shook his head and assured Liu Qing, "I will go to work right away. Do not be upset. Of course, I will return to prepare a meal for you first." Liu Qing replied, "You need not be so cautious around me. I am not angry. Please, hurry. I wish to provide you with a better life in gratitude for your kindness." Baiyu gently nudged Liu Qingxuan's hand with the head of the tiger and addressed the villagers, stating that the hour was late, and if they tarried any longer, the encroaching darkness would impede his work. The sun had already begun its descent, and with no candles to illuminate their surroundings, they were left with but a flickering bonfire that radiated warmth. However, the other areas remained shrouded in darkness. Thus, they gathered around the fire, whereby you produced a whetstone and commenced the meticulous task of sharpening a bone. After a prolonged effort, he successfully honed it to a razor-sharp curve. Satisfied with his creation, he executed a swift incision on the captured prey, the wound appearing significantly deeper than those inflicted by the bone knives of neighboring tribes. Observing this outcome, Baiyu exhaled in relief, even though Liu Qingxuan regarded the tool as rather primitive. He then retrieved a long object that appeared to be crafted from stone. Aligning it with the base of the bone knife, he began to strike it, and before long, a hole was formed in the blade. Baiyu used a vine to connect the bone knife to a branch. As Liu Qingxuan gazed upon this spear, an unexpected thought crossed her mind, reminiscent of the Macedonian phalanx. Perhaps, one day, they would possess such spears and could even form a Macedonian formation to confront their foes. The notion of a band of primitive individuals, trained and united in a phalanx to fend off adversaries, struck her as quite amusing. Regardless, with this knife in hand, their hunting endeavors were bound to become significantly more fruitful. Yet, she decided to set aside such thoughts for the moment. It was time to freshen up. She needed to summon Baiyu to fetch some water for warming, as she had no desire to wash her face with cold water, which was detrimental to her skin. In this beastly realm, there were no suitable skincare products, and she had to diligently protect her delicate visage to ensure each day was pleasant. Consequently, Liu Qingxuan urgently called for Baiyu to fetch water, exclaiming that she was filthy after a day of running about. Although Liu Qingxuan was in a flurry of activity, in Baiyu's eyes, she was the epitome of an adorable feline. He could not fathom how this lively individual, bouncing about, could consider herself cute when she was clearly a strikingly handsome tiger. Baiyu was fetching water while Liu Qingxuan tended to the firewood in the hearth at home. Liu Qingxuan remarked that such a warm environment allowed for a restful night's sleep. Baiyu believed that basking in the fire could enhance one's physical well-being. Liu Qingxuan found it difficult to ponder this notion. Perhaps it was due to the frequent injuries sustained during hunting, leaving the body cold, and that warming by the fire could expedite blood circulation, hastening the healing of wounds. The primitive methods of healing, so vague and enigmatic, were indeed peculiar. Soon, Liu Qingxuan completed her ablutions, and Baiyu merely wiped herself down with the remaining water. The two then retreated to their respective beds, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. Liu Qingxuan experienced a multitude of dreams that night, some pleasant and others disquieting. At times, she dreamt of being hailed by the crowd, while at others, she found herself tethered to a pyre. What was real and what was illusion? Dreams merely reflected the subconscious and could signify little. This provoked a sense of alertness and contemplation within her about her next course of action. Indeed, even in her dreams, she pondered her next steps. Perhaps her arrival was inherently absurd. Liu Qingxuan dismissed these thoughts with a sense of optimism, reassuring herself that if she accomplished these tasks well, she might become a deity herself. After all, humanity has a penchant for deification, elevating those who surpass the ordinary to divine status. With a gaze full of confusion, her attention was drawn solely to the flickering flames of the bonfire in the center of the room, crackling softly. She grasped the essence of Baiju's words. Sometimes silence speaks louder than sound. In that moment, she yearned for conversation. Any conversation would suffice. She observed Baiyu and Baiyu nestled together on one bed, while she occupied Baiyun's. A desire stirred within her to awaken Baiyu and inquire why she had returned to this place. Why had everyone accepted her presence so readily? Was there not a hint of curiosity about her arrival in this realm? Did they trust her implicitly to bring them light? Yet, what if the opposite were true? And she inadvertently ushered in calamity? With a light chuckle, she remarked that they were merely a group of superstitious primitives. Yet, these primitives had provided her with a refuge, sparing her from a life of wandering. In a world so savage, to roam aimlessly would swiftly lead to demise. Many experiences were beyond her imagination and sight. He then ran his hand through his hair, as if to express a sentiment, before collapsing onto his bed. She whispered her hopes for sweet dreams that night. Despite having traversed a realm of fantastical dreams, she still cherished the dawn. The morning breeze caressed her awake, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. On this new morning, Liu Qingxuan fashioned her animal skin bedspread into a simple long strip, which allowed her to secure her skirt, as it hindered her from slicing beets. Liu Qingxuan had a sense that today's beet cutting would go exceptionally well, especially with Baiyu by her side. As Baiyu awoke, his eyes still heavy with sleep, he noticed Liu Qingxuan over there, tearing at the animal skin bedspread. He assumed that this little ancestor was throwing another tantrum. So he hurried over to inquire if there was something amiss in their hospitality. Even if there was, he implored her to inform him swiftly. For he did not wish for Liu Qingxuan to seek refuge in someone else's home. Thus, he hesitantly approached her, saying, "If you dislike this animal skin and wish to vent your frustration by destroying it, then by all means, do so. It matters not. However, could you please refrain from sleeping in someone else's bed?" Liu Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. She first responded, somewhat bewildered, "I am not throwing a tantrum." She then clarified that she was merely pulling at the material to secure her skirt. Upon uttering the word skirt, a realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Was this adorable creature expressing affection for her? The thought made her blush even more. But she wondered if inquiring about it might come across as a touch narcissistic. She fell silent, and Baiyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and shifted the topic. He asked if they could showcase the advanced weapons to the villagers today, nervously adding that he hoped Liu Qingxuan would accompany him, as he did not wish to take sole credit for this achievement. Upon hearing his words, Liu Qingxuan became even more convinced that this little white tiger harbored feelings for her. Being a modest young lady, she shyly suggested that they should bring Baiyu along as well. Chapter 5. The Tiger Playing with Beet Juice. Thus, Liu Qingxuan and Baiyu made their way to the clearing in the village where the bonfire gathering was to take place. Baiyu held the advanced weapon, which the villagers had already seen as they walked through the village. Following Baiyu's lead, they all arrived there together. With palpable excitement, Baiyu addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "This is the weapon we have created, and the credit for its existence largely goes to Liu Qingxuan." The villagers were filled with exhilaration. Their enthusiasm seemed directed solely at the weapon itself, rather than who had crafted it. As long as the weapon could serve their needs, the identity of its creator was of little consequence. Baiyu remarked, "Since everyone is so intrigued by the bone knife, I happen to have brought a piece of meat acquired from a hunt. I shall now demonstrate just how remarkably sharp this blade is." With a gentle stroke toward the piece of prey, what Baiyu perceived as a light cut was, in truth, executed with considerable force. The meat fell away effortlessly, revealing an exquisitely smooth cut. The beast folk erupted in joy, their exuberance palpable as they danced and inquired of Baiyu whether this weapon had been officially named a knife. "Then let it be called a knife," they chanted in unison, their voices ringing out. Liu Qingxuan, curious, questioned Baiyu, "Why do they only chant the word knife, instead of celebrating you or even my name?" She continued, "This is not to imply that I seek recognition for our contributions. I merely feel that this creation is a product of our joint efforts, and it deserves acknowledgement, even if fleeting. Surely, they could at least call out our names a little, right? I too yearn for a sense of ceremony." Baiyu, gently taking her hand, replied, "Do not be upset. This is simply how they are. Their joy in what we have created signifies its importance. It is unnecessary to dwell on such matters. If you wish for your name to be shouted, I will gladly chant it 1,000 times." At that moment, Liu Qingxuan felt a stirring in her heart. Goodness, how skillful he is. Has this white tiger perhaps mastered the art of modern flirtation? She mused. Playfully, she grasped Bayu's fingers and said, "Well, if possible, transform back into a white tiger when you return, so I can indulge in petting you like a cat." Bayu thought to himself, is it truly that simple? In truth, he still underestimated the formidable nature of women. Bayu nodded enthusiastically and began to share the wondrous applications of this newfound skill with her friends. Some individuals eagerly inquired how to craft their own knives. Bayu explained that she possessed a whetstone, along with a sharp, elongated bone, a sturdy stick, and some tree bark or vines. A villager then remarked that the latter items were easily obtainable, but questioned the whereabouts of a whetstone. Bayu assured them that she had one available for communal use. The villagers responded positively without hesitation or reluctance. Liu Qingxuan observed this candid and passionate group of villagers with great satisfaction, appreciating their straightforwardness. They expressed their desires openly, devoid of any artifice. She relished this atmosphere. Standing among them, she declared that if anyone wished for a whetstone, she would gladly accompany them on a future quest to find quality stones, ensuring that everyone would possess their own. The crowd erupted in excitement at the prospect of whetstones, prompting Liu Qingxuan to shake her head in mild exasperation. Noticing that time was drawing near, Liu Qingxuan patted Bayu on the shoulder and said, "It's time to head home. The beets await their slicing." "Surely, you wouldn't want me to shoulder the entire task alone, would you?" Suddenly, Bayu thought to tease Liu Qingxuan. Turning with a grin, he replied, "But what about Bayun? You could ask him for assistance. I'm certain he'd be eager to help." Liu Qingxuan, amused by his cheerful demeanor, pinched his cheek and retorted, "What are you saying? How could I impose on a child? Now come along and help me slice those beets." Bayu nodded and said, I understand. I shall depart immediately." Only then was Liu Qingxuan satisfied and remarked, "Before you slice the beets into thin strips, you must first transform into a white tiger so that I may touch you." Bayu inquired, "Cannot I touch you after the beets are cut?" Liu Qingxuan replied joyfully, "The beets are all filled with crimson juice, unless you wish to become a red tiger." She added, "I do not mind a red tiger. It would undoubtedly possess a unique charm. So it is settled. Wait for me to finish cutting the beets before I touch you." Bayu observed the woman ahead of her and was suddenly struck by the arduousness of life, despite the difficulties that life presented. A certain white tiger steadfastly followed a rather whimsical girl. Upon reaching the small stone cottage, Liu Qingxuan instructed Bayu to retrieve a basket of beets, casually remarking on the splendid weather. As Bayu gazed at the girl's rosy cheeks turned towards the sun, she too felt that the day was indeed delightful. Liu Qingxuan, observing the sun and Bayu holding the basket of beets beneath its rays, called out, Bayu, I shall fetch a bowl. Prepare your bone knife. It shall prove immensely useful today." Bayu nodded, indicating her understanding of the task of shredding the beets. Essentially, after Bayu had finished slicing the beets, Liu Qingxuan would meticulously gather the shreds with chopsticks, her hands remaining immaculate, while Bayu's hands were stained with ample beet juice. Bayu, intrigued, turned to Liu Qingxuan and said, "Didn't you mention using the beet juice on your hands to stroke my head? Look at your hands. They are so pristine, devoid of any beet juice." Liu Qingxuan, with a natural inclination, extended her fingers towards Bayu's hand and playfully remarked, "Now there is." Both their cheeks flushed. Liu Qingxuan's hand tinged with a rosy hue. Observing the heap of beets nearly ready to be sliced, she urged Bayu to transform into a tiger, playfully chanting about petting cats. Bayu, unable to resist her enthusiasm, contemplated interjecting about the unfinished beets, but, captivated by the exuberance of the spirited girl, decided to relent. Without waiting for Liu Qingxuan to respond, he morphed into a majestic white tiger. The two front paws of the white tiger were stained crimson with beet juice. Liu Qingxuan observed Bayu's transformation into a tiger and exclaimed, "Look at the big kitty, with its red pawed feet." Liu Qingxuan gazed at the astonished Bayu, and before she could react, smeared the red juice from her hand onto the tiger's forehead, declaring, "Today, the master beautician, Miss Qingxuan, shall adorn you with a floral makeup design, ensuring you resemble the most beautiful young Guifei." Bayu yawned, indicating her indifference, allowing herself to be adorned at will. Liu Qingxuan, while playing, remarked, "How can the lovely Yang Yuan be without eyebrows? Come now, let Master Qingxuan paint your brows, and you shall be the most beautiful white tiger in the entire tribe." After enough playful antics, she beheld a white tiger with painted brows, red lips, and a floral adornment on its forehead. As for the character Wang atop the tiger's head, alas, under the master's divine touch, it had transformed into the character for Jade. Liu Qingxuan giggled. Indeed, you are Yang Yuhuan. Just look, her name includes Jade, and you wear jade upon your head. Perhaps, Baiyu, you should change your name to Baiyu Huan? Baiyu remained oblivious to his current appearance, and had he been aware, he would likely have felt a surge of anger. However, this was merely the fanciful imagination of Liu Qingxuan. In truth, Baiyu was content as long as she was enjoying herself, as long as no significant chaos ensued. He could overlook the artwork she had created upon his visage, for her delight brought him joy as well. What a splendidly beautiful mutual affection between a cat and its companion. Had Liu Qingxuan known Baiyu's true sentiments, she might have questioned the majesty befitting the king of beasts. After all, as a tiger, how could he resemble a mere kitten? As Liu Qingxuan finished her playtime, Baiyu returned, bursting with excitement upon hearing that his brother had crafted a formidable weapon named the sword, clamoring for his brother to fashion one for him. Just as he was about to step into their home, he beheld a peculiar-looking tiger that bore a striking resemblance to his brother. Curiosity piqued, he approached, playfully tugging at the tiger's whiskers. Before he could even touch the tiger, Baiyu let out a roar. Recognizing the voice as his brother's, Baiyu erupted into laughter, which ultimately transformed him into a small white tiger. Liu Qingxuan, observing the adorable sight of the little white tiger rolling about, couldn't resist picking him up, showering him with affectionate strokes. Now, with her brother sporting red brows and lips, and her little brother adorned with a mane of red hair, the two brothers exchanged a resigned glance, thinking to themselves that as long as she was happy, that was what mattered. Later, the two had no choice but to wash away the beet juice by the river under the cover of night, for such an embarrassing incident must remain concealed. They were, after all, proud little tigers. After their bath, the two tigers lay there, utterly exhausted from the day's escapades. Yet Liu Qingxuan, gazing at the freshly washed, fluffy tigers, found her fingers itching to play with their fur. With a sigh, the tiger rolled over, exposing its belly, where the fur was longer, revealing a cute pink belly beneath. Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, "Is life not simply enchanting? A magical tiger to start our adventure. Friends, come and join us." As Liu Qingxuan prepared the sliced beets to drain, Baiyu quietly observed, as if everything she did was inherently right. She fixed her gaze upon Baiyu, asserting that these beet strips should be placed to extract their juices. Once the liquid was obtained, it would be heated, marking the next step in their plan. The sooner they completed it, the sooner they could savor the sweetness of their candy. Baiyu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is sugar? Are we going to great lengths to produce sugar?" Liu Qingxuan, with a smile as warm as a tiger's embrace, replied, "Sugar is sweet and delightful, a touch of which can render anything delectable. It is akin to your cotton candy. Eventually, we shall create candies by combining fruits and sugar into round confections, allowing Baiyun to savor them with her friends. Moreover, when you are exhausted from hunting, a piece of candy can replenish your energy, proving beneficial for you all." Realizing it was late, Liu Qingxuan decided to retire for the night to avoid dark circles beneath her eyes from staying up too late. She mused that continued sleeplessness would only lead to rough skin, thus insisting on undisturbed slumber. Chapter 6. The Birth of Sugar. Two adorable white tigers lounged on the bed, gazing at one another while observing a woman soundly asleep nearby. This woman was quite audacious. In modern times, who could rest easy with two white tigers watching? Clearly, she was unperturbed. That night, Baiyun awoke in a daze, parched and intending to quench her thirst. However, in the darkness, coupled with the distant glow of the campfire, she mistakenly wandered to a bowl of beet juice, sipping eagerly. The more she drank, the more delightful it tasted, leading her to consume copiously, convinced she was in a dream filled with delicious wonders. After finishing, she returned to her stone bed, blissfully unaware that she had drunk the sweet beet exudate, embodying the charm of an innocent little tiger. All three individuals experienced pleasant dreams that night, rising early to greet the dawn. Liu Qingxuan, brimming with excitement and sporting a messy hairdo, hurried to inspect her beet exudate. Although the yield was modest, it was sufficient for her needs. Unbeknownst to her, a portion had been consumed by a thirsty little tiger. She discarded her shells into the campfire, knowing they would require several days to produce quicklime, which would guide her next steps. After tossing in the shells, she remembered to fetch her towel for washing her face by the stream. As she went to retrieve it, she suddenly noticed Baiyun's mouth stained a vivid red, with beet juice clinging to her whiskers. It became clear that the yield was not inadequate. Rather, It had been stealthily consumed by a little tiger, a rather careless child indeed. Fortunately, it was only beet juice. Had it been any other chemical substance, the child could have been poisoned. However, the little tiger was undeniably endearing, and Liu Qingxuan could not harbor any anger towards it. With a smile, she watched the little tiger, while Baiyu, sensing her presence, widened his eyes in caution. Noticing Liu Qingxuan's demeanor relaxing, she observed Baiyu still blissfully asleep. Prompting a playful impulse, she scooped up the little tiger, affectionately ruffling his fur, patting him, pinching him playfully, and planting a kiss on his cheek. After the kiss, Baiyu let out a fierce roar, and Liu Qingxuan, bewildered by his fierce expression, remarked, "Why are you angry after I kissed your brother?" Baiyu immediately lowered her head, emitting a soft, pitiful whimper. The white cloud was roused by the resonant roar of the tiger, slowly opening its eyes in a daze. Liu Qingxuan, playfully stroking its whiskers, chuckled and remarked that some little tigers, feeling parched at night, had quenched their thirst with beet juice. Surely, the dream it had last night must have been delightful. The white cloud smacked its lips, still savoring a hint of sweetness. Suddenly, it began to nuzzle Liu Qingxuan with its head, yearning for just a bit more. Liu Qingxuan replied, "You little rascal have had quite enough. The remainder is meant for crystallization, and soon you shall indulge in even more delectable fruit candies." Upon hearing this, the little white tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, and it ceased its insistence for beet juice. Liu Qingxuan cradled the white cloud comfortably, and it nestled into her embrace, finding a cozy angle. Observing the peacefully sleeping white cloud, Liu Qingxuan turned to Baiyu and inquired, "Were you as adorable as Baiyu when you were young?" Baiyu observed her brother sleeping in the embrace of the woman, his belly exposed, and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Unable to endure the sight any longer, she addressed her, "What are you imagining? I could never be like that. Ever since my childhood, I have been formidable. The children from the surrounding tribes could never best me." Liu Qingxuan glanced at him, likely believing it to be true, given his robust physique. It would indeed be challenging for others to defeat him. It appeared that this beastly world was in dire need of advanced innovations. The mere invention of a simple spear could send them retreating in disarray. It became evident to Liu Qingxuan that she had a role to play in their salvation. As she pondered this, a sense of a creator's mindset enveloped her. Perhaps she was destined to be a deity in this realm. The recent experiences she had undergone loomed in her mind, as if the inhabitants of this world were meant to look up to her for guidance. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. After all, her species was identical to theirs, and in terms of physical prowess, she was vastly inferior. How could she harbor such a mindset? Perhaps it was imperative for her to provide them with essential education. At that moment, she recognized that useful knowledge had yet to be compiled, recorded, or passed down. Were it not for this lack of transmission, their circumstances would not be as they were. She felt a compelling urge to assist in the preservation of knowledge, believing that happiness could blossom for future generations. Why then? Should she adopt the airs of a creator or a savior? In truth, they were all equals. Then, Liu Qingxuan expressed her hunger, requesting Baiyu to prepare something delicious, specifically craving sour fruit soup. Baiyu replied, suggesting that Liu Qingxuan ask Baiyu to make it. Liu Qingxuan, glancing at the hefty Baiyu in her hands, inquired, "Do you believe he can manage it? Do you think what he makes will be consumable? Can you trust it to taste good?" Thus, the responsibility of ensuring they were not left starving fell squarely upon the shoulders of the heroic Baiyu. Furthermore, she reminded Baiyu to check on the shell being fired while preparing breakfast, advising that if it was ready, he should take it out. If not, it could remain to be fired a while longer. Baiyu, upon hearing this, ceased her banter and began cooking for the two lively characters. The wild fruit soup, infused with raspberries and various plants, was delightfully tangy and sweet, whetting the appetite. Baiyu reported to Liu Qingxuan that the lime was ready, but questioned how to transform quicklime into slaked lime. Liu Qingxuan explained that it merely required a reaction with water. This would yield lime milk, which, when combined with the exudate from the previous night, could be heated and mixed with the lime milk, along with some green leaves. Baiyu found this concept to be exceedingly profound and was impressed by Liu Qingxuan's extensive knowledge. Liu Qingxuan then asked if Baiyu could remember all these steps. Baiyu assured her that he could likely recall the procedure clearly. Content with his response, Liu Qingxuan mentioned her desire to get some fresh air and instructed him to awaken the sleeping Baiyu by noon, lest he sleep too long and be restless at night. Liu Qingxuan had recently heard of a grass market nearby where various goods were traded. She yearned to explore the extent of development in this realm, for remaining stagnant was hardly conducive to her spirit. It was essential to seek out novel experiences. After meandering through the lively marketplace, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a diverse array of goods, albeit primarily rudimentary handmade items. Some were raw materials available for trade. The nature of certain items was such that they could serve as sustenance, sparking her curiosity about their utility. In this extraordinary beastly world, where the imagination is stretched to its limits, the allure of beauty is a universal trait, and here it flourishes as well. The floral crowns available were particularly appealing in terms of value. They were exquisitely woven and remarkably affordable. A simple vine could be exchanged for a basic floral crown, or one could barter using their own catch or pelts for multiple crowns. Liu Qingxuan had brought along a small amount of currency, and while this place did not adhere to a fixed monetary system, bartering was commonplace. Thus, she decided to trade the basket of raspberries gathered by Baiyu as her currency. Any remaining could be savored later. She acquired a lovely floral crown. But her purchase did not end there. The stallholder, a skilled rabbit beastman, had intricate vine patterns crafted for attaching to leather skirts. Imagining the splendid appearance of Baiyu in his tiger form, adorned with a vine tied in a bow around his neck, she eagerly exchanged some of her raspberries for these two items. However, she found herself at a loss regarding what to bring back for Baiyu, who had consumed an excessive amount of her sweet beet juice the previous day, leaving her with little in the way of entertaining offerings. As she continued to browse, she was astonished to discover a vendor selling salt. She contemplated purchasing some to use in her cooking, even though the crystalline substance appeared rather impure. Nevertheless, this unexpected find delighted her. Approaching the stall, she attempted to negotiate, offering her raspberries in exchange for a small bag of salt, only to be met with a dismissive glance from the proprietor, leaving her momentarily flustered. Was her raspberries deemed worthless? Back home, a box of raspberries could easily procure several bags of salt. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. The price of salt in this beastly world far exceeded that of raspberries. Akin to the value of pepper in medieval times, comparable to gold. How could she have been so naive? Using salt for cooking was tantamount to preparing a meal with gold. Who would dare consume such a dish? Quietly retreating, she contemplated her next move. Although the marketplace boasted a variety of goods, the availability of food appeared scarce. Earlier, she had seen a child cradling what seemed to be eggs, perhaps chicken eggs, with a tiny hole punctured in the shell, sipping from it with apparent delight. She had yet to witness an adult beastman indulging in such a manner. What a remarkable world this was. Resigned to her circumstances, she decided to consume her remaining raspberries. Inspired by the children's enjoyment, she successfully traded 10 raspberries for 2 eggs. The prices here are quite comparable to those of the modern era, although this place operates on a barter system. On his way back, he ambled along, snacking on the diminishing raspberries from his basket. By the time he finished, he had reached the entrance of the tribe. Upon arriving, he observed a variety of young orcs frolicking in the open space. Among them was Baiyu. She mused that these children seemed to be enjoying a carefree life, free from the burdens of school, spending their days in play. Yet, this notion reflected her limited perspective. The children were actually gathering together to hone their hunting skills. She quietly watched as they alternated between their animal forms and human shapes, engaged in their playful antics. Baiyu occasionally lunged at the tail of a bird-like orc, while a serpent orc transformed into a snake, coiling around her leg and gradually winding its way up her body. However, none of them were using lethal force. They were merely practicing their respective talents, striving to thrive a little longer in this beastly world. As Baiyu finished her playful escapades with her companions, Liu Qingxuan called out to her, inviting her to return home, where she had brought some food. Baiyu had already spotted the eggs in Liu Qingxuan's basket and gleefully took one out. Transforming her left hand into a tiger's claw, she gently tapped the egg, creating a small crack, and began savoring its contents, her face lighting up with delight. Liu Qingxuan inquired if she particularly enjoyed drinking eggs. Baiyu nodded, saying, "Indeed. It is quite delicious, though rather rare. Such items are seldom found in the market." Liu Qingxuan remarked, "Given your words, I must consider myself fortunate." Baiyu affirmed, "Yes. You are a fortunate female who brings happiness to us all." "Very well, little orc, how did your training go today? Will your brother assess your progress?" Baiyu nodded, stating, "Of course, my brother will evaluate my training. If my performance is lacking, and he decides to be harsh, I could be in peril. Thus, I must survive under his scrutiny." Liu Qingxuan asked, "Are you all so strict? I have observed that your brother does not treat you harshly. Why would he suddenly be severe during assessments?" Baiyu cast a surprised glance at her, explaining that this was the norm in their world, and her brother was relatively lenient compared to others. Some families, burdened with numerous children, often resorted to severe measures to alleviate their responsibilities. Liu Qingxuan found this notion quite alarming, retracting her earlier admiration for their carefree lives. During their conversation, Baiyun finished drinking the egg. Liu Qingxuan produced another egg, asking if she desired more. Baiyun shook her head, inquiring if her sister could keep this one for her. Liu Qingxuan agreed, stating it was originally meant for her. Upon returning home, Baiyun had already completed the tasks Liu Qingxuan had assigned. He awaited her instructions for the next steps. He observed as she discreetly dipped her finger into the contents, noting the sweetness. Liu Qingxuan, glancing at the early sun, advised, for the next step, we should mix quicklime with water and bring it to a boil to extract the clear liquid. You all go fetch some water. After hearing this, Baiyun obediently accompanied his brother to the riverbank to fetch water. Liu Qingxuan gazed at the bowl, quietly washing it. When it comes to rural life, Liu Qingxuan is quite experienced. Previously, in search of inspiration, she had stayed with a farming family, witnessing the various ways of life. She took some fire from the bonfire, added small twigs, followed by larger branches, and then used a fan made from a large leaf to stoke the flames. As the fire blazed, she awaited Baiyu's return with the water to heat the concoction for the clear liquid. Fortunately, Baiyun was swift, making this step remarkably smooth. The resulting clear liquid was placed in a clean bowl, and after boiling it to thicken, the three sat by the bonfire and engaged in conversation. Naturally, the cooling process for crystallization required ample time. During this interval, they chatted extensively, predominantly sharing their hopes for the future. Time drifted by, and as night fell, the starry sky unveiled itself, a tapestry of shimmering stars. Liu Qingxuan, holding a vine, began to weave a delicate net. In the ambience of the night, everything appeared as shadows cast by the fire, softly illuminating the surroundings as the net neared completion. Amidst this atmosphere, Baiyun was the most exuberant, repeatedly rushing to check whether the clear liquid had crystallized. The sounds of little tiger paws scampering were abundant. Shortly after the net was finished, he shouted, "Sister, brother, come quickly, there is candy." Liu Qingxuan called to Baiyun, and they hurried over to find that, indeed, crystallization had occurred. Baiyun recalled that at this moment, they needed to pour the crystallized sugar liquid onto a sieve, and he instinctively assumed the role of a human separation machine. Thus, the sugar was born in this primal world, its emergence filled with serendipity yet overflowing with delightful emotions. Chapter 7. A stroll through the grass market following the sugar's creation. Baiyun was notably the most excited, incessantly asking Liu Qingxuan when they could taste the fruit candies. Liu Qingxuan reassured him not to rush, suggesting they venture into the forest to see if there were any fruits they liked to pick. Once gathered, they could extract the juice to create the fruit candy. As Baiyun dashed outside, Liu Qingxuan reminded him to invite his friends along, assuring him that she could make flavors that everyone would enjoy. Baiyun's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Sister, you're the best." Watching his distant figure fade away, Liu Qingxuan felt a sense of relief. In truth, the syrup without added fruit juice was quite delightful as well. However, children often prefer a variety of flavors, and there was nothing wrong with preparing more to please them, especially when they were such adorable little tigers and other creatures. Baiyun watched as Baiyun dashed away, helplessly turning to Liu Qingxuan and remarking, "This child has become increasingly unruly due to your indulgence. She doesn't even know to bid us farewell when she leaves." Observing Baiyun pouting, Liu Qingxuan was reminded of the Kalay duck, both possessing a coat of white feathers. With a delicate touch, she smeared a bit of white sugar on her fingertip and coaxed it into the duck's beak, swiftly applying the sugary substance to its lips, giving them a glistening appearance akin to the sweet nectar of the modern world. She covered her mouth, urging Baiyun to savor the moment, to which Baiyun responded that it was indeed very sweet. Liu Qingxuan echoed her sentiment, declaring it to be as delightful as white cotton candy. Thus, the two spent a tender afternoon together, lost in their affections. As evening approached, Baiyun returned, bringing with her an abundance of wild fruits. She had even sampled some raspberries along the way and stumbled upon the long-lost blueberries of the modern era. Gently stroking Baiyun's head, she advised, "It would be splendid to consume more blueberries. They are excellent for your eyesight and will enable you to see farther." Yet, she pondered, what good is distant vision? One must teach a child to look beyond the immediate. Well, patience is key. The time spent here is bound to be longer than anticipated. After listening, Baiyun excitedly told Liu Qingxuan that he wanted to learn how to make candy, including fruit candy, and that he would share his creations with his older siblings. He also inquired if he could gift the fruit candies to his friends. Liu Qingxuan informed him that the intention behind encouraging him to pick more fruit was indeed to share it with the little ones. However, as night had fallen, it was not convenient at the moment, so Baiyun suggested that she teach him how to make it the following day. That evening, she decided to reward them with a delightful fruit salad. Although they had never encountered such a dish before, the two little tigers expressed immense anticipation. While there was no fresh milk available, they had sweet, natural honey on hand. Thus, they mixed some honey into the syrup, and surprisingly, the flavor turned out to be quite delightful. Coupled with the freshness of the fruits, this fruit salad was deemed a success. Particularly, Baiyun, being young, indulged in it with little decorum, ultimately resembling a small white tiger. As he munched away, he transformed into a little creature with a red head and white body, prompting Liu Qingxuan to laugh heartily, exclaiming to Baiwei that she would have to wash her little brother again. She remarked that it seemed as though Baiwei spent her days either hunting or cleaning up after her brother, in a fit of playful annoyance. The disgruntled tiger pushed Baiyun's head into the water, causing him to sputter and sneeze repeatedly. Once he cleaned himself up, he shook his head vigorously to rid it of water droplets. However, his small head atop his fluffy body created a rather comical and incongruous sight. Baiwei, with a mischievous glint in her eye, seized him before his fur could dry and took him home. Liu Qingxuan, upon seeing Baiyun in such a state, laughed until she could hardly stand. He resembled a rather plump ragdoll cat, with a tiny head and a large body filled with dreams of snacks. It was of no concern. After all, they were both felines, and some resemblance was to be expected. Thus, amidst laughter and the soft glow of the moonlight, they all nestled into bed, drifting off to sleep. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, Liu Qingxuan had been in this place for nearly 2 months. Reflecting on her life during this period, a smile blossomed on her lips. Although the quality of life had indeed been less than ideal, she felt a long-lost warmth of human connection here. The sunlight of the month was particularly splendid. Baiwei informed her in the morning that after returning from a hunt, she would take her to explore the market in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to them, Baiyun overheard and insisted on joining. But Baiwei's plans for a cozy time together could not be disrupted by a small cub. Consequently, Baiyun, feeling thwarted, angrily declared he would consume all the candy at home, refusing to share with his older brother. He even called out to his sister, insisting she should not let their brother act so brazenly. Understanding Baiyu's intentions, Liu Qingxuan playfully pinched Baiyun's nose and remarked that the candy was originally meant for him, and it wouldn't matter if he ate it all, as she could always make more. Observing the affectionate dynamic between Liu Qingxuan and Baiyun, Baiwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy and retorted, asking who, in fact, was Liu Qingxuan's true boyfriend. Indeed, the time spent with Liu Qingxuan has sufficiently acquainted Baiyu with a plethora of contemporary vocabulary. As Baiyu and Liu Qingxuan journeyed towards Chaoshi, a sudden light rain began to fall. Baiyu scratched her head and said, "I apologize. I had no inkling that it would rain today. I assumed the weather would remain splendid." Liu Qingxuan waved her hand dismissively and replied, "No worries. The rain is beneficial for the plants and conducive to crop growth. Besides, I am not so delicate. I rather enjoy this gentle rain. Do you not feel the air is refreshingly crisp after a rainfall? And the earth beneath your feet is delightfully soft?" Baiyu smiled, content as long as Liu Qingxuan remained cheerful. During their journey, Baiyu expressed concern about Liu Qingxuan getting wet, shielding her with her hands. Occasionally, in a playful mood, she would pat Liu Qingxuan's head, remarking, "No wonder you enjoy petting Baiyun's head. Yours is quite pleasant to touch as well. It's no surprise you claim to be addicted to petting cats." Liu Qingxuan replied, "Indeed, this is what I call being addicted to petting humans. Is my head so delightful to touch? If it becomes oily, you may have to enjoy breakfast alone. Neither Baiyun nor I will entertain you." Baiyu, with a hint of resignation, responded, "Baiyun is my younger brother." Liu Qingxuan retorted playfully, "Baiyun now only recognizes me as his sister. Do not challenge my authority." Observing the playful antics of her companion, Baiyu suddenly transformed into a white tiger, hoisting Liu Qingxuan onto her back and hastily making their way to Chaoshi, exclaiming, "I am left with no choice but to treat you to something delightful. I hope you will overlook my transgressions, my dear girlfriend." In a short while, they arrived at Chaoshi. Despite the rain, the market was bustling with activity. Numerous vendors were selling rain gear. Umbrellas crafted from woven willow branches were available, small and round without any curvature, topped with a simple stick. Upon seeing these, Baiyu purchased one. Liu Qingxuan commented wryly, "I suspect these umbrellas are designed for sun protection rather than rain. Given the pliability of the willow, It is unrealistic to expect such an umbrella to cover one completely from the rain. Liu Qingxuan insisted that Baiyu hold the umbrella. Baiyu replied, if we were to share it, we would only manage to cover our heads. Liu Qingxuan stubbornly countered, covering our heads is sufficient, as long as our heads remain dry. We shall not fall ill. Thus, the two of them, closely huddled under a single umbrella, embarked on their adventure in the market. Upon spotting her favorite raspberries, Liu Qingxuan eagerly dragged Baiyu over, purchasing a generous basket of the fruit. Baiyu watched intently as Liu Qingxuan relished the raspberries. Liu Qingxuan playfully offered a raspberry to Baiyu, asking with a smile, is it delicious? If so, shall Baiyu and I pick a basket for you? Baiyu enthusiastically replied, yes, it's delicious. Just let Baiyu pick them himself. While exploring the market, they did not forget about Baiyu, intentionally stopping at a stall to purchase some eggs for him. This time, Liu Qingxuan bought a total of 20 eggs, cheerfully declaring that she would prepare a steamed egg dish for them. Upon witnessing Liu Qingxuan's eagerness to concoct a new delicacy, Baiyu could hardly contain her excitement. Liu Qingxuan mentioned that since they were all felines, she would certainly incorporate some minced meat into the dish. Baiyu, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired whether sugar should be added. Liu Qingxuan replied, that can be optional. It's not like we are making tofu pudding. Upon hearing the mention of tofu pudding, Baiyu curiously asked if it was a new type of food. Liu Qingxuan confirmed it was, but she could not prepare it just yet, as they needed proper utensils. She promised that once they had them, she would create both sweet and savory versions for their choosing. Nevertheless, their ultimate destination remained the salt vendor. Upon arriving, they found the vendor's stall eerily deserted, almost as if it were a ghost town. Yet, paradoxically, his earnings were not the lowest among the market. For the exorbitant price of salt had elevated it to a commodity deemed medicinal, leaving very few capable of affording it. A wild boar could merely be exchanged for a fist-sized block of salt. Having previously learned of the preciousness of salt in this beastly realm, Liu Qingxuan resolved to produce it herself. To achieve this, she needed to comprehend the current state of salt and how pure it could be refined. Thus, she persuaded Baiyu to accompany her to purchase salt. Instead of trading their catch, the duo opted to offer a valuable fox pelt. Baiyu lamented, this pelt is splendid. It could be fashioned into a magnificent coat. However, Liu Qingxuan disregarded such frivolities, fixated solely on the production of salt. Arriving at the vendor's stall, Liu Qingxuan boldly presented the fox pelt and inquired how much salt it could procure. The vendor, an obvious connoisseur, examined the pelt under the light, noting that despite the dreary weather, it had remained relatively dry and retained a lovely sheen. Given the lack of business that day, he generously proposed, would 2 blocks of salt suffice? Surprised that it exceeded her expectations, Liu Qingxuan joyfully replied, that is more than enough. This is precisely what we need. The vendor then took a woven basket and carefully placed 2 blocks of salt inside. As Liu Qingxuan and Baiyu prepared to leave, the vendor kindly advised, be cautious. This salt dissolves easily in water. Keep it away from damp places to avoid losing it unnecessarily. His thoughtful warning warmed their hearts. Chapter 8. The mischievous little tiger. The journey back was marked by a contemplative silence. Each immersed in their thoughts, Liu Qingxuan pondering the salt blocks, and Baiyu reflecting on ways to enhance their hunting efficiency. As the sun began to set, they returned to the entrance of the Xingyue tribe. There, Baiyu had been waiting patiently in front of the small stone house, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Upon seeing that Liu Qingxuan and Baiyu had procured 20 eggs, his eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately seized one of the eggs and began to eat, asking if he could share one with a little companion. Liu Qingxuan kindly bestowed upon him an egg, and thus Baiyu, filled with exuberance, hurriedly made his way to a humble abode. This dwelling was exceedingly cramped, constructed entirely of straw, offering no semblance of shelter. When the wind blew, the dry and brittle grass would inevitably take flight, rendering it a leaky and drafty little shack. Baiyu, being a polite child, still knocked gently on the door of the tiny grass hut. Before long, a frail child appeared at the threshold, his hunched form accentuating the dejection in his demeanor. With his disheveled hair hanging limply, exuding a profound lack of vitality. Most distressingly, his ribs were starkly visible. Had Liu Qingxuan been present, she would undoubtedly have felt a surge of compassion and taken him into her home. With great care, Baiyu extended the egg into the child's hands, speaking softly, here. Make sure to eat it quickly. Perhaps after consuming this, you will grow stronger than I am. Little Gu, once you regain your health, we shall all accompany you to the forest to gather fruits. You cannot imagine the vibrant array of colors in the forest. While some fruits may be unpalatable, Others are simply delightful. The boy, known as Little Goo, merely nodded silently, clutching the egg as he retreated into his home, radiating an aura of profound solitude. Now, he was left entirely alone, and one could only ponder the hardships he must endure to survive. Baiyun watched as the child walked inside, his heart heavy with sorrow. He understood that the little one was reluctant to accept their assistance, yet the frail figure of the child spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. Should they cease their support, the child would undoubtedly not survive the year. The survival rate within the tribe was already dismally low. And even with the desire to rescue this unfortunate child, there seemed to be no viable means to do so. Each household had no surplus grain to spare. Moreover, it was evident that the little one possessed a profound sense of pride, preferring to forage for grass rather than endure the humiliation of relying on the charity of others for survival. The tail of the white clouds behind flicked back and forth incessantly, and before long, they arrived home. Baiyun glanced at the tail of the little creature and discerned that it was troubled. Observing the direction from which it returned, she surmised it had visited the little wolf's abode. Baiyun was aware of the little wolf's parents. They had met a cruel fate during a hunting expedition, brutally dismembered by the nearby Yongzhou tribe as a sacrificial offering to the beast god, in hopes of favorable weather. Since that tragic event, the little wolf had been consumed by resentment, displaying unmatched ferocity and diligence in all its training. Yet, lamentably, the lack of sufficient food sources had left it emaciated, a mere shadow among the small creatures. Observing the plump and robust white cloud while reflecting on the frail little wolf stirred a sense of unease within Baiyun. Meanwhile, inside the house, Liu Qingxuan remained oblivious to the emotional turmoil of the two brothers, cheerfully preparing steamed eggs, an endeavor that required little skill. Due to the limitations of her tools, Liu Qingxuan proceeded with caution, pouring some eggs into a stone bowl and diligently stirring with a twig until the egg whites and yolks were thoroughly combined. After adding a splash of water, she placed the mixture in a pot to steam. Before long, a large bowl of fragrant steamed eggs was ready. The two of them, having grown ravenously hungry, eyed the dish with an intensity akin to that of two prowling tigers. Despite being scrutinized by these fierce creatures, Liu Qingxuan remained unperturbed as she carefully retrieved the eggs and set them on the table to cool. The white cloud was unable to contain its excitement, transforming into a little tiger, poised to pounce forward as if no one could dare to compete with it. Recalling the unfortunate incident of the last fruit salad, one couldn't help but feel sympathy for Baiyun, who would have to wash her younger brother once more. This time, Liu Qingxuan divided the egg into 3 portions, keeping her share to stew in the pot. With the separated egg in hand, she waved to the white cloud, which immediately scampered over. Liu Qingxuan, wielding a spoon, began to feed the little tiger, who squatted on the ground, its front paws placed delicately before it, mouth agape in eager anticipation of its beloved sister's offerings. With each bite Liu Qingxuan provided, the tiger's mouth would widen in delight. Occasionally, Liu Qingxuan would indulge in playful antics, as the white cloud opened its mouth wide. She would swiftly use the spoon to flick upwards, prompting the little tiger to leap and, with a resounding ow, seize the spoon. The spoon, succumbing to the tiger's formidable bite, was snapped in two, rendering the morsel of egg entirely unfit for consumption, much to Baiyun's dismay as it was reluctantly expelled. Baiyun found herself speechless upon witnessing this scene, reluctant to acknowledge that this little tiger was indeed her younger brother. Rolling her eyes at Baiyun, she remarked, "Could you possibly refrain from being so impatient every mealtime? Our family already enjoys a decent fare. Why do you act as if you were a starving ghost returned to life? You might not be a little white tiger. Perhaps you are more akin to a plump little white pig." In the presence of her formidable elder brother, Baiyun had, through her own intuition, mastered the art of the green tea demeanor. With her round, glimmering tiger eyes, she gazed at Liu Qingxuan, flopping onto her legs to reveal her soft, pudgy belly, placing her paws beside her eyes and emitting a series of plaintive sounds. Clearly captivated by the feline charm, Liu Qingxuan responded affectionately, "It's all right. I shall feed you once more." Baiyun quietly observed Liu Qingxuan as she indulged her younger brother, watching as his belly grew round and full. With a disdainful remark, she thought to herself how devoid of masculinity this little rascal was, bringing shame to the male gender. The white cloud, indifferent to the world around it, hastened away to frolic in the yard upon savoring its beloved steamed egg. Liu Qingxuan, serving herself a portion of the delicacy, began to indulge in it. Baiyun remarked, "No need to mind the white cloud. If it gets dirty, it knows how to wash itself without assistance." Liu Qingxuan merely responded, "This is quite enjoyable too. Just look at how adorable the white cloud is. So soft and fluffy." Bai Yu contemplated that the next time she indulged in steamed eggs, she would transform into a tiger for Liu Qingxuan to feed her. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming comfort of the moment, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud, leaving Liu Qingxuan utterly bewildered. With a mixture of caution and nonchalance, Liu Qingxuan replied, "Just how large a spoon would that require?" "The handle of the spoon must be as thick as a club, I dare say. I feel as though you could easily bite through that club without much effort." The little tiger is adorably charming, while the adult tiger is rather fearsome. Bai Yu feigned anguish as she closed her eyes, for the first time harboring murderous thoughts towards her younger brother. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yun, who was resented by his elder brother, was currently frolicking in the yard, chasing after pink butterflies. After finishing her meal, Bai Yu, with her bowl in hand, prepared to wash it by the riverside. As she observed the pristine white face of Bai Yun in the courtyard, she felt a surge of irritation. Without waiting for Bai Yun to notice her, she suddenly extended her paw, causing Bai Yun to tumble to the ground, landing face first in the dirt, her visage now smeared with grime. Witnessing Bai Yun in such a state brought a sense of delight to Bai Yu. Adopting an air of elder brotherly authority, she handed Bai Yun 3 bowls, stating, "Originally, I was to wash these myself, but now that your face is dirty, I am certain your sister would disapprove of a little dirty tiger. When you wash your face, do take the opportunity to clean these bowls as well." Faced with the imposing presence of her older brother, Bai Yun could only acquiesce, nodding her head in submission. Transforming into a small boy, she scampered off to the riverbank with the 3 bowls. As she cleaned, remnants of steamed egg floated on the surface, attracting various fish eager to feast. Bai Yun mused, "Sister's eggs are evidently a delicacy even for fish. How remarkable." She reflected on her brother's prowess in choosing a partner as capable as Liu Qingxuan, vowing to seek a similarly impressive female in the future, an aspiration she felt compelled to emulate. Meanwhile, upon Bai Yun's return home, Liu Qingxuan and Bai Yu settled down together to embark on their own research. Liu Qingxuan scrutinized the salt block in her hand, noting its lack of transparency and the presence of impurities. This was not due to the proprietor's negligence in providing her with inferior quality, but rather a reflection of their current salt purification techniques. The pressing question of how to refine it further loomed large in her mind, demanding contemplation. Bai Yu gazed at the bone knife in his hand. Although it had significantly enhanced his hunting efficiency, his counterpart possessed a similar weapon, rendering their armaments evenly matched. The question lingered: how could they collaborate to elevate their tribe's productivity? The two sat for an hour or two, yet no solutions emerged. Eventually, Liu Qingxuan, exasperated, laid her head on the table and, with her hands tangled in her hair, exclaimed, "We must think of something. What will we do if we can't? Are we to endure a life devoid of flavor? I cannot bear such a dismal existence. It is truly wretched." Observing her distress, Bai Yu assumed her frustration stemmed solely from the blandness of their meals. He replied quietly, "If you truly crave flavor, I shall hunt more frequently to procure salt for you. There is no need to be so despondent, little Qingxuan." Liu Qingxuan shook her head, clarifying, "It is not merely a matter of taste. Salt is essential for replenishing energy. A deficiency can lead to dire consequences. Insufficient salt intake can result in inadequate sodium levels, causing loss of appetite, nausea, vomiting, headaches, and in severe cases, muscle weakness and convulsions. If, while hunting, you were to suffer from muscle weakness or convulsions due to lack of salt, you would find yourselves in a perilously dangerous situation. Not to mention, the challenges of coordinating effectively to achieve greater benefits would become insurmountable." Bai Yu, in her naivety, nodded and inquired, "Is it true that the more salt we consume, the better it is? If we eat a considerable amount of salt, will we become immensely strong?" Liu Qingxuan shook her head and replied, "Excessive salt intake can lead to hyperthyroidism, commonly known as goiter, and it is a chronic ailment that is exceedingly difficult to treat." Bai Yu listened with great astonishment. The affliction known as the big neck disease was virtually unheard of in the animal realm due to a lack of salt. However, as one of the candidates for the next clan leader, Bai Yu inquired with genuine concern whether Liu Qingxuan possessed any remedy for this ailment. Liu Qingxuan replied, "There is a possibility, yet I am unaware of the specifics. Moreover, while I can produce pure salt and streamline the process, it will take considerable time before it becomes accessible to everyone." Chapter 9. Discovering the method of salt production. Observing Liu Qingxuan, who was deeply engrossed in contemplating the solution to this problem, Bai Yu felt a twinge of sympathy as he noticed her anxious demeanor, her hands tugging at her hair in frustration. Yet, he acknowledged his own limited knowledge on the subject, which only served to heighten his worries. On a breezy, sunlit afternoon, Bai decided to venture outside with a water pouch in hand. Liu Qingxuan remained seated at the table, preoccupied with thoughts of how to produce salt. Though she was not entirely at a loss, with vague ideas forming in her mind, she was uncertain about where to begin. As Bai prepared to leave, Liu Qingxuan, thinking he was off to hunt again, half-heartedly asked, "Didn't you just go hunting this morning? Why are you heading out again in the afternoon? Has something happened in the clan?" Bai turned to Liu Qingxuan and remarked, "Seeing you so distressed over this matter, unable to find a clue, I thought it might be worthwhile to ask the salt vendor how they produce salt." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan burst into laughter and replied, "That would be of little use. Such information is a closely guarded secret. Do you truly believe a business secret would be shared with an outsider like you? You are not even related to them." Bai quietly remarked, "In that case, I shall spend these days hunting diligently, exchanging my catches for methods of salt production." Liu Qingxuan arched her brows, forming a shape reminiscent of the character, and tenderly replied to Bai, "No matter how many game you procure, they will not offer you what you seek. This is their means of survival." After hearing this, Bai felt immensely disheartened. Yet she mustered her spirits to comfort Qingxuan, saying, "It's all right. If he finds the prey insufficient these days, I can hunt. I can deliver game to his home every day." Seeing the atmosphere grow so heavy, Liu Qingxuan stood up and gently patted Bai's head, saying, "Let me have the prey. There isn't enough at home, and you still give it to others. This is something I could easily come up with. I'm not anxious. Why are you the one getting worked up? Have you figured out how to enhance your efficiency during the hunt?" Bai remarked that when we embark on a hunt, it typically involves a considerable assembly of over 10 or 20 individuals, rendering it quite a formidable endeavor that necessitates equitable distribution of responsibilities among all participants. However, is there truly a flawless method to achieve this? Furthermore, each hunting expedition requires us to circumvent a lake, which is a significant drain on our time. Some arrive early while others are late, making cooperation rather challenging. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan burst into laughter and exclaimed that she would certainly endeavor to construct a vehicle that would enable everyone to reach the hunting site simultaneously. As for the novel terminology that Liu Qingxuan employed, Bai was not taken aback. She understood that it pertained to future plans and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon realizing that the idea of exchanging salt recipes with the boss was unfeasible, Bai set down her water pouch. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Liu Qingxuan as she observed Bai's action, and she inquired, "Bai, did you just mention that the hunting location necessitates circumventing a lake?" Bai nodded and informed Liu Qingxuan that they needed to circumvent a sizable lake. Liu Qingxuan then inquired of Bai, given the presence of the lake and its proximity to their hunting grounds, why they still required water bags on each occasion. Bai shook her head and remarked, "The water of this lake is undrinkable. It is exceedingly salty. It was akin to a pillow delivered for one's slumber." Liu Qingxuan, filled with exuberance, joyfully embraced Bai and exclaimed, "Now I understand the first step I need to take." In a moment of unrestrained delight, Liu Qingxuan suddenly lifted Bai's chin and bestowed upon her a sweet kiss. Bai blinked in surprise at Liu Qingxuan's affectionate gesture, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if she might transform into a white tiger and dash away in a frenzy. Bai, filled with joy yet somewhat hesitant, inquired, "When shall we visit that lake?" Liu Qingxuan, unable to contain her excitement, replied immediately, "Right now. Quickly grab your water. Let us venture forth and feel the breeze. There is no need for further preparations. Hurry, I long to ride the magnificent white tiger." With that, the two set off, Liu Qingxuan astride the formidable white tiger, her mind wholly focused on the exhilarating experience rather than on any trivialities. They swiftly arrived at the lake, its azure waters glistening invitingly. Turning to Bai, Liu Qingxuan remarked, "One should know how to produce salt from water. If one desires a substantial quantity, seawater is an excellent choice. However, I am aware that the methods for obtaining sea salt and lake salt are fundamentally similar." Dipping her fingers into the lake, she stirred the water, observing the droplets clinging to her skin before bringing them to her lips to savor the salty essence. Indeed, the lake water appeared suitable for salt production. Yet, driven by a fear that this might all be a dream, Liu Qingxuan urged Bai to imitate her and taste the lake water. Bai obliged, lowering her head to drink deeply, only to be met with a mouthful of briny liquid that prompted a fit of coughing. Observing her friend's reaction, Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly calling her foolish. Just a gentle sip would suffice. Was it necessary to gulp down so much? Bai retorted, "You are the foolish one. How can you doubt the authenticity of something so tangible? Engaging in such childish antics, if that isn't folly, what is? According to your perspective, This could be deemed a sign of incomplete intellectual development. Upon hearing Bayu's words, Liu Qingxuan could only respond, "Ah, how insightful. You've absorbed the essence of it all. Since you have learned so much, why not address me as your teacher?" Bayu shook her head and addressed Liu Qingxuan, inquiring whether she would choose to accompany her divine tiger back home now that it had extended an invitation. Thus, the pair, one human and one tiger, returned to their abode. And in light of their profound joy, the scenery along their journey transformed into a charming spectacle. Were they to exist in the modern era, they would undoubtedly dazzle onlookers as a couple destined for misfortune. Surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters, with birds pairing in perfect harmony, they epitomized the beauty of the moment. However, their exuberance rendered them oblivious to the peculiar rustling emanating from the nearby grass. The underbrush stirred with soft sounds, which Liu Qingxuan mistakenly attributed to an ordinary kitten burying its waist. She then remarked to Bayu, "These little cats are quite clever, aren't they?" Is Bayu the same? In that instant, Bayu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she confess to Liu Qingxuan that she had been the one helping Bayun bury his litter? It was yet another day filled with sibling rivalry. Moreover, upon reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, she pondered why she, not being a cat, should engage in such feline tasks. Resolutely, she asserted their tiger lineage, stating, "We are tigers, not cats." Unfazed, Liu Qingxuan countered, "We are all members of the feline family. We are all cats. If I were to stroke your head, you would emit a purring sound. How could you not be a cat? True, they may be little kittens, while you are a big cat, yet I wonder who has devoured the most fish at home while still denying your feline nature." Humph. Upon hearing this, Bayu's ears drooped, and she muttered, "I am not a cat, not at all. If anyone is a cat, it would be Bayu. I am certainly not a cat." Observing Bayu's habitual tendency to drag Bayun into her remarks, Liu Qingxuan wore an expression of knowing, but choosing not to reveal her insight. After returning home, Liu Qingxuan looked at the yard's ground, which remained quite ample, and cheerfully remarked to Bayu, "Today, you may not be a tiger or a cat, but rather a cow. Bayu, do you truly believe that I am Sun Wukong, capable of 72 transformations?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "How is that possible? Our Bayu is a divine tiger, capable of transforming into anything. She can gather the stars and seize the moon, clearly akin to Sun Wukong." Bayu shouted to the heavens in despair, questioning her own blindness for having chosen such a woman, filled with boundless whimsical ideas each day. Yet, she willingly chose to accompany her in madness and revelry. With half-closed tiger eyes, Bayu, appearing somewhat disheveled, inquired, "Now, tell me, what wish do you have for your little Bainyo?" Liu Qingxuan, caressing the tiger's head, replied, "Please ask my great Bainyo to create a small pond for me. I need to store this lake's water. A shallow pond will suffice." Upon hearing this, Bayu nodded in agreement and proceeded to excavate a shallow pond. Additionally, he meticulously laid down stone slabs over the surface, reasoning that to store water, it must not seep into the ground. With these slabs in place, such seepage would be prevented. Liu Qingxuan observed Bayu's increasingly diligent efforts and could not help but feel immense satisfaction with this pragmatic individual. She gently patted Bayu's shoulder and expressed her unwavering confidence in him, stating, "I wholeheartedly believe in you. You have indeed surpassed your teacher, and I am immensely proud." Bayu gazed at the arrogant figure before her, reminiscent of an ancient scholar, and, with a respectful gesture, proclaimed herself a humble disciple, unworthy of presumptuous words. Observing the increasingly modern Bayun, Liu Qingxuan contemplated the prospect of bringing this tiger back to the contemporary world, believing that it would undoubtedly relish the taste of white chocolate. Upon returning home, Bayun beheld the intimate scene between her brother and sister-in-law. Instantly reminded of the poignant lyrics once sung by Liu Qingxuan, "I ought to be beneath the vehicle, not here." Do not inquire about the small tiger and its myriad experiences. The answer lies in the languor that follows being well fed. Liu Qingxuan, cradling Bayu, nestled her head in Bayu's embrace and remarked, "This pond, we refer to it as a salt field. It serves to store lake water, as we need to channel brine into the salt field. The pond is named accordingly." Subsequently, she recalled the necessity of strong sunlight to facilitate evaporation, transforming it into brine. Then, she began to impart her knowledge of chemistry, whispering to Bayu, "Do you know what evaporation is?" Bayu shook her head and replied, "I do not." Liu Qingxuan responded, "I suspected you might not know. Evaporation is a tranquil vaporization phenomenon occurring at the surface of a liquid at any temperature, during which the temperature of the liquid decreases." Bayu remarked, "The decrease in liquid temperature sounds truly fascinating. If you have the opportunity, Please share more about chemistry with me, as I find such topics immensely captivating. They are indeed the epitome of imaginative exploration. Liu Qingxuan replied. Evaporation and boiling are both phenomena of vaporization, representing two distinct forms of this process. Boiling, as you are aware, occurs when water is heated and begins to emit a bubbling sound. I recall that boiling typically occurs at around 100 degrees Celsius, though this can vary depending on the altitude, as not all boiling occurs precisely at that temperature. Moreover, the greater the evaporation of the saline solution, the better. In our courtyard, where sunlight is abundant, the temperature is undoubtedly at its peak, and the humidity is relatively low, providing an expansive area with considerable wind speed. The evaporation rate here is certainly significant, which leads me to believe that we can achieve success in our initial attempt without the need for repeated trial and error. Chapter 10. Culinary Prodigy. Yu observed that although the pool before her was quite shallow, it had been meticulously expanded under her care. To fill this expansive pool, it was imperative to enlist the assistance of several individuals to transport water. However, this task of hauling water was undeniably labor-intensive, necessitating a considerable number of people. It was evident that today, she needed to seek help to expedite the process. Otherwise, it would take her an inordinate number of days to accomplish it alone, rendering the efficiency alarmingly low. Resolute in her decision, Yu set her plan into motion. Frequently, she had led groups in hunting expeditions, and due to her exceptional hunting skills, she had garnered considerable respect among her peers. Thus, when she approached them with her request, everyone readily agreed. Consequently, Yu, accompanied by a throng of enthusiastic individuals, made their way to the edge of the water pool. Before the lake lay the forest where Yun and her companions often frolicked. At that moment, Yun was engaged in playful antics with her friends, playing hide-and-seek. Observing her brother leading a group towards the Grand Lake, she felt an immense sense of pride, perceiving him as a figure of authority, akin to a conqueror. Excitedly, she turned to her companion, proclaiming that she too would one day possess such prowess as her brother. Her friend, filled with admiration, nodded in agreement, exclaiming that Yun's brother was indeed formidable, and that her own brother was impressive as well. They both expressed their confidence that with so many people rallying together for the hunt, they were certain to procure a delectable bounty, particularly the coveted meat of elephants. Upon hearing the mention of elephant meat, Yun could not help but salivate profusely, for it was a delicacy he had seldom tasted throughout his life. The mere thought of his brother embarking on a quest for such a feast filled him with immense joy, prompting him to leap and frolic during their game of hide-and-seek. In his exuberance, he forgot to conceal his presence within the jungle, making it all too easy for another companion to find him. Such was the innocence of childhood. Meanwhile, the two children overlooked the fact that Bai Wei was carrying a bucket. Upon reaching the Grand Lake, the group inquired of Bai Wei how the brine could be transformed into salt blocks. Bai Wei, uncertain himself, replied that it required a series of evaporation processes. He then began to explain evaporation and the associated chemical reactions to his friends, who listened with wide-eyed astonishment, ultimately left with only one lingering question: is that really true? Yu remarked that she was uncertain, and Qingxuan had only contemplated the current steps. They could only wait to see what the salt water would look like once it had dried, and then make a decision. Presently, they needed to transport the water back, which might require several trips. The group would not linger. Each person filled a large basin with water and set off toward Yu's home. After 2 round trips, everyone was somewhat exhausted. Upon learning in the morning that Yu and her companions were assisting her in transporting water, Liu Qingxuan ventured alone to the market to purchase numerous eggs, along with several large bowls, considering that she still had some fish caught by Yun at home. She intended to prepare a sumptuous meal to reward Yu's companions. Liu Qingxuan planned to attempt a simple thick omelet, and since she had bought many eggs, she did not hesitate to crack 10 of them for the dish. Lacking milk, she decided to substitute it with goat's milk, unsure if it would carry that distinct, gamey flavor. If so, she would simply add more seasoning. Familiar with the process, she whisked the mixture thoroughly. Here, oil was not extracted, but there was a fruit known as the muqin fruit, whose juice was remarkably similar to oil. However, the residents found the fruit too rich and were unwilling to consume it in abundance, though the oil pressed from it held a hint of fruity aroma, not inferior to the current clear oil. In the pot, Liu Qingxuan first brushed the fruit juice across the bottom, then poured in the egg mixture, rolled it up, brushed with oil, and repeated the process. She recalled that the cooked omelet's underside also required oil. Observing the nearly completed omelet, Liu Qingxuan thought to herself that she was indeed a culinary prodigy. She lifted the omelet to let the excess egg flow off, using a twig to open the puff sections and release the air. However, lacking a proper molding tool. She could only use 2 small spatulas to shape it into a rectangular form before beginning to cut it into pieces, gazing at the golden brown surface of the thick omelet. She was pleasantly surprised that the goat's milk did not impart a strong gamey flavor. Trying a piece from the right side, she found it surprisingly delightful and pleasantly soft. Given the scarcity of salt, and the fact that the 2 blocks of salt she possessed could not be used as seasoning, Liu Qingxuan decided to experiment further. She added only a bit of sugar to the thick omelet, recognizing that while they transported water, they would need to replenish their energy with some sweetness. Thus, she prepared 3 or 4 more portions of the thick omelet. After adding some firewood to the bellows, she replaced the flat stone pot with a larger stone vessel, which was quite heavy and required all her strength to lift. Liu Qingxuan added a bit of spring water and placed the fish caught by Baiyun into the pot. The fish was remarkably fresh. Leaping in the pot as Liu Qingxuan added some wood fruit without any prior preparation. She simply placed the lid on and entrusted the cooking to time. The fish here was entirely natural, and even with the addition of water, it was evident that the flavor would be delightful. After simmering for approximately 20 minutes, Liu Qingxuan lifted the lid, which had become exceedingly hot, burning her fingers slightly. However, this did not dampen her spirits, as she had managed to create a delicious dish in this beastly realm. After cooling her fingers in cold water, she used a piece of animal hide to uncover the pot. A wave of fragrant fish aroma enveloped her, and the broth began to take on a milky hue. If only some scallions could be added for color, this dish would surely be visually appealing, having simmered 7 or 8 fish. The soup was brimming with flavor, capturing the essence of the fish beautifully. Yet, to Liu Qingxuan, it still lacked a certain richness. Thus, she took some fruit and crafted a seasoning combining raspberry juice, honey, and sugar, resulting in a sauce that was both tart and sweet, perfect for pairing with rice. Gazing at the large bowl of sauce before her, Liu Qingxuan sighed silently, wondering when she would be able to savor something savory. After completing her meal, she took a brief respite, and soon Baiyu arrived with companions. As they stepped through the door, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Baiyu took a moment to savor the delightful scent wafting through the air, utterly captivated. The other residents were equally enchanted, inhaling the fragrant air and clamoring for news of any delectable dishes. They urged Baiyu to hurry and start the meal. Baiyu played coy, stating that the meal depended entirely on Miss Liu's mood. Liu Qingxuan playfully retorted, "Isn't it the delicacies provided by the esteemed Baiyu? How could I dare to say otherwise? I can only prepare the meal and await your arrival, so do hurry. By the time Baiyun returns, you shall surely cater to the children." Upon hearing this, the others advised Liu Qingxuan to save some for the children. With kindness, she assured them she would. But for Baiyu, that remained uncertain, cautioning them to be wary of Baiyu's appetite, as he was quite adept at securing food. Liu Qingxuan called for Baiyu to join her in the kitchen, bringing out the pot while stating that she had merely prepared an appetizer, which surely would not suffice for their appetites. After finishing these, they could roast meat at their leisure. Baiyu abandoned the use of chopsticks and, using her hands, reached directly for the fish's belly, which she favored for its minimal bones. She hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth and began to savor it meticulously. The fish was remarkably fresh, devoid of any unpleasant fishy taste, and the scales had been properly handled, ensuring that no scales marred her enjoyment. After finishing, Baiyu swiftly seized another fish and placed it into her bowl, beginning to eat leisurely, with 7 or 8 fish already boiled. Her pilfering left the remaining ones as targets for the others. Unbothered by how others scrambled for the fish, Baiyu focused on her meal, repeatedly expressing her desire to make it often in the future. For Baiyu, a single fish was certainly insufficient, yet feeling indebted to those who had assisted him, he restrained himself and delicately picked up a thick omelet, savoring it slowly. While soft, it was not to his particular liking, being more suited for children. Observing Liu Qingxuan happily enjoying her omelet, Baiyu mused about her childishness. Noticing Baiyu's gaze, Liu Qingxuan playfully urged her, "Hurry up and eat. Are you coveting the omelet in my bowl? You can take some, you know." Baiyu nodded, suggesting Liu Qingxuan save some for Baiyun, as they would likely treat the omelet merely as a snack. As the large pot of fish neared emptiness, the omelet had scarcely been touched. Liu Qingxuan cheerfully remarked, "Why are you all just eating the fish? Why not try the soup? The flavor is quite good. You can enjoy it while grilling the meat. There should be enough for 20 of you, though whether there will be more or less is uncertain." When the others began grilling meat, Baiyun returned home, the enticing aromas leading him to surmise that Liu Qingxuan had prepared something delicious. Seeing Baiyun waiting expectantly for her to serve him, and glancing at the large empty bowl on the table, Liu Qingxuan smiled mischievously and said, Go check what's left in the stone pot. Eat whatever you find. The white cloud lay upon the stone pot, only to find it devoid of all but the lingering aroma of its once delectable contents. A testament to the exquisite nature of the dish that had graced it. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the cloud began to weep profusely, its corners drooping as it cried out, naughty sister, and naughty brother are bullying the little tiger. I am so pitiable. Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, Oh, I am not wicked at all. Are they not still grilling meat? They have only just begun. They are waiting for you. Come, join them for the barbecue. And do not forget the thick omelette as well. Upon hearing the mention of barbecued meat, Baiyun mistakenly assumed that her brother had returned with elephant meat and inquired, Brother, did you say this is roasted elephant meat? Baigu replied, What nonsense about roasted elephant meat? We merely want to fetch water. Which I've years witnessed as hunting an elephant. Children should not indulge in such fanciful imaginings all day. Will you partake in the barbecued meat and the thick omelet? If you choose not to, I shall ask your sister to take you to enjoy some fish. As the white clouds gazed at the grilled meat with a lamenting expression, they uttered, I shall eat. Liu Qingxuan brought over the meal she had reserved for Baiyun, saying, It seems this fish soup is mine alone, and this fluffy omelet is quite delightful to enjoy by myself. Observing the meal Liu Qingxuan had presented, Baiyun's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Good sister. So you were saving this for me? She then turned with a fierce glare towards her brother, declaring, You allow her to bully me like this? Go eat your grilled meat. I will have my children's meal. Sister truly loves me. Chapter 11. A sense of urgency while the group indulged in their grilled meat. Oblivious to Baiyun's persistent antics, time merrily slipped away. The endeavor to dry up this pool of lake water was not a fleeting task. Furthermore, relying solely on nature's evaporation would prolong the process. However, in the beast realm, everything unfolded at a leisurely pace. Consequently, no one felt rushed, and they patiently awaited the transformation into brine. During this period, certain tasks needed to be accomplished, presenting Liu Qingxuan with a splendid opportunity to familiarize herself with the beast realm. In the Xingyue tribe, carnivorous creatures were abundant. Yet there existed a fair number of herbivores as well. They derived their nourishment from plants, for consuming meat for an extended duration was not particularly beneficial for them. Moreover, hunting posed significant dangers. Thus, they opted for a vegetarian diet when possible. Additionally, there were omnivorous beings, though the local omnivores rarely consumed meat. They also engaged in cultivating grains, but due to outdated techniques, the yields were not impressive. Although the per acre output was low, the vastness of the beast realm, sparsely populated, made the fields of their sown crops appear boundless. She couldn't help but recall a line of poetry, the feet steam with the heat of the soil, the back scorched by the blaze of the sun, though here, there were no impoverished women cradling children by their side. During this time, the beast folk began harvesting wheat. The sun shone abundantly, and a gentle breeze swept through the wheat fields, causing the stalks to rustle and infusing the air with a hint of wheat fragrance. If one were to harvest in the afternoon, not only would the heat be oppressive, but the glare would also be blinding. What puzzled Liu Qingxuan was the absence of scarecrows. Did the birds here not feast upon the wheat? Or were they simply unaware of the utility of scarecrows to ward off these wheat-eating birds? Soon enough, Liu Qingxuan would no longer harbor such questions. Here, rice was not milled. Standing before the wheat, she observed some individuals nearby gathering wood to construct a small pavilion. Meanwhile, several female beast folk stood under the shade of trees, beginning to weave intricate nets, which were impressively large and seamless. The edges of the net were left with 2 straps, and as the male beast folk arranged 4 wooden posts in a square formation, they would take the woven net from the hands of the females and drape it over the structure, securing the corners, thus creating a simple shelter. Liu Qingxuan, sheltered by the tree's shade, watched as Baiyun and Baiyue pulled at the wheat with their hands. It dawned on her that it was time to craft them a sickle, facilitating a quicker harvest rather than having them laboriously pluck the wheat by hand. Yet, in this place devoid of iron, how could one fashion a sickle? Baiyue possessed an innate strength, swiftly uprooting the wheat, and before long, had cleared an entire plot of land. Meanwhile, Baiyun appeared to be merely assisting, as she carried the harvested wheat to a vacant area whenever Baiyue amassed a sufficient pile. Upon observing Baiyun returning to the empty space with an armful of wheat, Liu Qingxuan waved her hand and instructed, Go and see which household has some pork ribs. Bring me a piece. Baiyun, with a hint of embarrassment, swayed her tail and said, she might need to wait a moment. It may take until he has harvested all the wheat from this field before he can assist her. Otherwise, my brother will accuse him of idleness. And it is quite exhausting for him to pull up the wheat alone, let alone carry it back, which makes the task even more burdensome. Liu Qingxuan gazed at the child before her, whose skin had darkened from days of toil under the sun, with even a patch of sunburn peeling on her small cheek. She gently took the handkerchief in her hand and wiped Bai Yun's face, saying, "It's all right. You go ahead now. I will help your brother with the wheat, shall I?" Bai Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding and said, "When you go help your brother gather the wheat, do not linger in the fields like I did. Wait until it is piled high, then you may simply take it away. Just wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, Bai Yun did not dare to waste a moment, swiftly transforming into a small white tiger, and went door to door to request pig ribs. Before long, Bai Yun returned with a rib clutched in its mouth, its ears flapping like those of an airplane. Liu Qingxuan observed Bai Yun with the bone and felt a twinge of curiosity. Why was there so much meat still attached to this rib? Watching Bai Yun in this state, Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, didn't he think I was hungry? Resigned, Liu Qingxuan took Bai Yun's bone knife and meticulously trimmed the meat into 2 portions, calling for Bai Wei to share a little feast with the 2 tigers. Bai Wei, holding her share of the treat, did not eat immediately. Instead, she gently placed her hand on Liu Qingxuan's forehead, concerned that he might suffer heat stroke from the sun. With the curved rib in hand, Liu Qingxuan mused that although its arc was not as pronounced as that of a sickle, it would likely prove more effective than using their hands. He then began to sharpen the knife diligently with a whetstone. Bai Wei worked efficiently, and by the time she finished, dusk had fallen, the sun having set. And Liu Qingxuan's knife was nearly ready. Upon returning home and having enjoyed a meal, Liu Qingxuan presented the sharpened rib to Bai Wei, saying, "This will enhance your efficiency. To give it a try tomorrow." Indeed, with this rib, their productivity saw a significant increase, prompting the beastly folk to eagerly imitate their methods. Thus, the Xingyue tribe harvested their crops much more swiftly, finishing a full 5 to 6 days ahead of schedule. During this time, a rather amusing incident occurred. Due to daily diligent work, little Bai Yun was rewarded with 2 eggs each day. However, Liu Qingxuan noticed that the child only consumed 1 egg, while the other remained mysteriously missing. Following the trail, he discovered that Bai Yun had given the 2nd egg to a little wolf named Xiaogu. Seeing the emaciated state of the wolf, Liu Qingxuan said nothing, while Bai Yun, oblivious to having been tracked down, fancied himself a master of concealment. Bai Yun was astonished to discover that the 2 eggs he received as a reward each day had transformed into 3. As the wheat harvest was nearing its conclusion, Bai Yun was preparing to venture out to deliver the eggs when Liu Qingxuan called out to him. With a piece of animal hide wrapped around a rib knife, Liu Qingxuan presented it to Bai Yun, declaring it a gift. Bai Yun found it peculiar that her brother had possessed 2 sickles for quite some time. Could these 2 tools indeed reap a greater harvest of wheat? Liu Qingxuan suggested gifting them to the little child with ears that couldn't quite stand upright. Next time, you need not be clandestine when delivering eggs to him. Bai Yun exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister, how could you possibly know all this?" Liu Qingxuan replied with confidence, "Nothing can remain concealed from me." Unperturbed by Bai Yun's surprise, Liu Qingxuan resolved to head towards the pool to ascertain whether the lake water had transformed into brine. Gazing upon the brine, Liu Qingxuan recognized that it was time for her to proceed with the next step. Recently, the scythe Liu Qingxuan crafted had sparked a flicker of inspiration in Bai Yu. Each of them wielded a bone dagger, which, although possessing a high rate of inflicting injury, proved challenging for delivering a fatal blow. However, the scythe in hand was markedly different. Once it severed the arteries in the neck, there would be no hope for recovery. Bai Yu vaguely discerned the appropriate positioning of these individuals. Perhaps she should place those skilled with bone knives at the forefront, followed by those wielding sickles in the middle for harvesting, thus harnessing the strengths of both types of blades. A wave of joy surged within her, as the simple act of gathering wheat unexpectedly resolved her dilemma. It was akin to the saying by Qingxuan, "A glimmer of hope emerges amidst the darkness," though she herself was uncertain of its true meaning. Nevertheless, Bai Yu felt a lack of confidence in her idea, as no one had previously ventured down this path. The 2 individuals, having made breakthroughs in their contemplations, found their spirits elevated in recent days. It was as if prosperity inevitably leads to declines, with unseen forces lurking in the shadows, ready to catch one off guard. Upon Bai Yu's return, Liu Qingxuan hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Once this brine crystallizes, we shall obtain coarse salt." Hearing the term coarse salt, Bai Yu initially assumed it was inedible and curiously inquired about the distinction between it and the 2 salt blocks in Liu Qingxuan's possession. Leaning closer, Liu Qingxuan whispered into Bai Yu's ear, "There is no difference. The 2 blocks I hold are indeed coarse salt." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu realized that they possessed a veritable treasure trove of salt. My goodness, this was indeed exhilarating. Bai Yu then turned to Liu Qingxuan with a grave expression and insisted, this matter must remain confidential. If it were to come to light, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Observing Bai Yu's solemn demeanor, Liu Qingxuan leaned in closer, urging him to lower his head and whisper, I have a way to transform this salt into finer grains. Bai Yu whispered softly into Liu Qingxuan's ear, is it not more precious than coarse salt? Liu Qingxuan replied discreetly, indeed, its effects are superior, and it possesses a more delightful flavor. The two engaged in this hushed exchange while Bai Yun and Xiao Gu amusedly sketched sides nearby. Liu Qingxuan voiced her lingering curiosity to Bai Yu, questioning why Bai Yun consistently sought to aid that young wolf. Upon mentioning this, Bai Yu's eyes dimmed slightly as he reminisced about his youth. He recalled that the young wolf's father was an exceptionally brave hunter, someone he admired greatly. However, the cunning leader of the neighboring Yongzhou tribe, likened to a venomous serpent, had treacherously ambushed his father. In a humiliating display, he was bound and decapitated, offered as a sacrifice to the gods. Liu Qingxuan then inquired about the young wolf's mother. Bai Yu replied, they shared a deep bond. Upon learning of her husband's tragic fate, she soon succumbed to her grief, leaving behind the mere 3-year-old cub. Liu Qingxuan's heart ached for the young wolf, and she expressed her fear to Bai Yu. We must safeguard the matter of the salt, should the neighboring tribe discover it. The consequences would be dire. Observing her trepidation, Bai Yu embraced her tightly, vowing to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. In response, Liu Qingxuan chuckled. I have witnessed others swear they could not fulfill their promises. How could you invoke such a dire fate? Do you intend to use your head as proof of your vow? Please, do not say such things, it only frightens me more. Are you merely indifferent to Bai Yun's playful antics, thus sending this little tiger my way for a quick solution? You cannot simply disregard him. Speaking of which, you two have been harvesting wheat lately, and your faces are quite a sight. Bai Yun's visage is marred with patches of sunburn as he runs about. And you laugh, yet your face is hardly any better. Your forehead is sunburned and peeling. I must tend to you both. Chapter 12. The Serpentine Beast's Ascendancy. In the evening, when Bai Yun returned home, Liu Qingxuan observed the sunburned patches on his face and contemplated taking him to see the tribe's healer. Just as she was about to scoop him up, Bai Yu interjected. While this may seem severe in your eyes, it is quite commonplace for us. Liu Qingxuan exclaimed in surprise, what shall we do? This child cannot endure these skin afflictions indefinitely. The exposed areas are red and inflamed. What do you suggest? Bai Yu responded with a nonchalant demeanor. We shall simply wait for it to heal naturally. Why fret over trivialities? He then turned to Liu Qingxuan, asking, but what of your face? Have you suffered any sunburns? Or perhaps cuts from the wheat? I can take you to see the healer. Liu Qingxuan felt that Bai Yu was overreacting, as she had merely stood in the shade of the field, watching them harvest the wheat. How could she possibly have gotten sunburned or injured? Did they truly plan to neglect their appearances? The night truly appeared terrifying, reminiscent of a horde of zombies unleashed. Observing that neither of the two was attentive to their own expressions, Liu Qingxuan let out a resigned sigh, withdrew honey and eggs, and turned toward the kitchen. Her demeanor somewhat irate, and without uttering a single word. After meticulously combining the egg whites and honey in the appropriate proportions, she began to whisk the mixture. Once it reached a satisfactory consistency, she placed the bowl on the table and summoned the two little tigers to sit in line for their facial masks. The first to be subjected to this was Bai Yu. After washing her hands with clean water, Liu Qingxuan poured the egg mixture onto her palms, applied it, and instructed Bai Yu to sit still, commanding her to keep her face elevated. Bai Yu obediently followed suit, but before he could react, Liu Qingxuan smeared the egg mixture onto his face. The viscous substance was quite unsettling for Bai Yu, who was experiencing a facial mask for the first time. It inevitably reminded him of the unfortunate occasion when Liu Qingxuan had forcefully administered medicine to him. That experience had been truly excruciating and utterly lamentable. Bai Yu, with the egg mixture smeared across her face, compassionately said to Liu Qingxuan, if you apply this egg on our faces, what will you do if you find yourself lacking? Let us not waste. She then added, if you wish to indulge in play, I shall purchase more eggs next time, and you may enjoy them as you please. Liu Qingxuan reflected for a moment, realizing that in this beastly realm, eggs were rather precious. It was quite generous of Bai Yu to allow herself to be adorned in such a manner, considering how frugal this little tigress typically was. Bai Yu gazed at the egg wash adorning her brother's face, and burst into a hearty laugh, her small canines gleaming with mirth. She declared her intent to share the amusing incident with her friends. In response, Bai promptly lifted Bai Yun, threatening to administer a playful spanking, exclaiming, "Why are you so unafraid of your brother now, daring to engage in banter?" Just as Bai prepared to deliver the playful reprimand, an orc with bear-like ears exuberantly entered, clutching a piece of pork rib. Upon stepping through the doorway, he was instantly enveloped by a delightful aroma, exclaiming, "Are you all indulging in honey today? Oh, and there's a whiff of egg as well. Would you mind if I sampled a bite?" However, upon entering, he froze in place, staring at the once revered Bai, whose visage was smeared with a yellow substance emitting a sweet fragrance of eggs and honey. The orc then glanced at the bowl containing the egg wash and remarked, "So, this is what you enjoy drinking, rather than transforming it into a dish." Both the informed and the oblivious stood in stunned silence. The orc quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Ah, I've never tried this before. Let me have a taste." Before Bai could respond, the orc dipped his claw into the egg wash and was instantly enraptured, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delightful. I must adopt this method at home. Your family certainly knows how to savor food. Bai, your partner is truly ingenious to conceive of this." Bai turned her head awkwardly and exclaimed, "Ah, yes, indeed. It's about being clever." Bai, being lifted in the air by Bai, huffed in annoyance, "Put me down. Someone's coming, and I still wish to maintain some dignity." Upon hearing Bai call, the orc glanced at him and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. We all go through this phase, enjoying playful antics with young orcs. Don't you wish to be a little bird for a while longer? You still let your brother lift you up to experience the sensation of flying, right? I can tell you something even more entertaining. Have your brother toss you into the air and catch you. You can soar high." Liu Qingxuan genuinely wanted to respond. "Is it possible that your brother is actually planning to give you a beating?" After the bear orc finished interacting with them, he added, "I see that Bai really enjoys eating pork ribs, so I brought him some to nourish his body. Wild boars are easy to catch, so please accept it." After saying this, the bear orc extended a paw and took another scoop of egg mixture to eat. Once the bear orc departed, Bai was finally set down. With sparkling eyes, he looked at his sister and asked, "Can he eat this bowl instead of smearing it all over his face?" Liu Qingxuan smiled lightly at Bai and replied, "Of course. Just ask your brother if he agrees." Bai gazed at her brother, whose cat-like eyes were wide and fierce. Instantly, Bai transformed into a small tiger, her fur bristling and her body arching in readiness. Bai retorted with irony, "I have already applied it. Do you dare to refrain? Do you believe that transforming into a tiger will grant you escape? Do not harbor such delusions. I shall personally administer it to you." Subsequently, Bai's tiger tail struck the ground forcefully twice, producing a series of crackling sounds. Bai could certainly be described as somewhat aggressive. Instead of pouring the egg mixture into his hands, he directly emptied a bowl of it onto Bai Yun's face. The viscous liquid trickled down Bai Yun's visage and slipped into his mouth. He smacked his lips, finding it unexpectedly sweet. Seizing the moment while his siblings were distracted, he discreetly scraped the egg mixture off his face with his fingers, surprisingly finding the experience rather enjoyable. In no time, his face was devoid of any egg residue. When his siblings turned to look at him, his face was pristine, devoid of any trace of the egg. His brother immediately realized he was raising a pig rather than a tiger. With a heavy fist, he struck Bai Yun's head, sending the egg mixture splattering back onto his face. By this time, Bai had already cleansed himself of the egg mixture, his skin appearing notably more radiant. He issued a stern warning to Bai Yun. Should he dare to consume any more egg mixture, he would forfeit his meals for the following day. As Bai helplessly applied her facial mask, Liu Qingxuan laughed so heartily that she could hardly straighten her back. While Bai playfully tussled with Bai and Liu Qingxuan, an unexpected visitor crept into their yard, unnoticed by anyone. The snake merely concealed itself within the grass. Having caught a glimpse of a pool of coarse salt, but choosing not to take any, it lingered for a moment before slithering away. Liu Qingxuan and the others remained completely oblivious to the fact that the pool of salt had long been coveted. How fortunate it would have been if they could have recalled that the salt was the object of desire. This uninvited guest possessed remarkable stealth, yet alas. The serpent inherently bore a scent reminiscent of fish. When Bai awoke in the morning and beheld the flowers and plants before her, the odor struck her as peculiar. Where could this fishy smell be coming from? She had planted various herbs to repel snakes and insects in the vicinity. Could it be that some ordinary serpent had intruded? This thought ignited a sense of caution within Bai, prompting her to warn Bai Yun and Liu Qingxuan to avoid venturing into the thicket. The white cloud waved its tiny paw, proclaiming its prowess in capturing a 3-meter-long python. Upon hearing this boastful claim, Liu Qingxuan felt that the white cloud was exaggerating. To her surprise, Bai gently stroked the white cloud's head and remarked, "That is quite impressive for one of your age." With Bai validating the white cloud's statement, Liu Qingxuan suddenly pondered whether the little tiger she had held in her arms was, in fact, a formidable creature. This little beast was not significantly larger than a ragdoll cat, unlike the tigers in Liu Qingxuan's world, which grew substantially by the age of 1. The white cloud was only slightly larger than an adult ragdoll cat, adorably cuddly with a charming head. While Bai informed the family, the serpent beast had already relayed the news to its leader. This leader was a gigantic black snake named Ling Jue. Ling Jue sat regally, his eyes perpetually half-closed. Rarely did he utter a word. At times, he simply sat in tranquil silence, his well-defined musculature and elongated form resembling that of a deity surveying the world. Upon receiving the serpent beast's report, his half-closed eyes opened slightly, revealing dark pupils that sparkled with a menacing glint. He spoke, "Since what you say is so intriguing, to keep a keen eye out for us, it would be a service to our tribe." Hearing his leader entrust such a significant task to him, the serpent beast excitedly knelt and vowed to fulfill it. Ling Jue, having lazily closed his eyes again in a feigned state of slumber, suddenly seemed to recall something important and instructed, "Be sure to keep an eye on that woman named Liu Qingxuan. Off you go." Though Ling Jue appeared indifferent to this matter, such an assumption would be gravely mistaken. His lack of ostentation belied the depth of his cunning. Much like Liu Qingxuan, he held a block of salt procured from a merchant. This woman had already come to his attention. He had heard of her when they crafted bone knives. Was she truly as intelligent as rumored? It seemed the prophecy was not entirely baseless. However, to take it at face value would be the height of folly. Regardless of whether she hailed from another world or was of the beast realm, he needed her to serve him. Otherwise, she might as well seek an audience with the beast god. As the serpent beast meticulously contemplated the next steps, Liu Qingxuan too was thoughtfully devising her plans. Fortunately, many matters did not require haste. One must proceed with caution, for impatience was a grave error. Observing that Bai and the white cloud had nearly finished their task, Liu Qingxuan proposed the idea of grinding wheat. As she spoke of this endeavor, Bai initially did not grasp its significance. Upon realizing that the ground grains would yield a firmer and stickier rice, they concluded that preparing such wheat for the elder beastmen would indeed be a commendable act. Many elderly beastmen favored wheat, though some had met their demise due to chaff getting lodged in their throats. Yet, the question remained, how to grind the wheat. Chapter 13. The grinding of rice and wheat for Liu Qingxuan. The task of grinding rice and wheat was undeniably tedious. The quantity of wheat to be ground was minuscule, akin to the preparation of medicinal herbs. Yet, while the pestle for the latter was fashioned from wood, the tool for grinding wheat was a stone pestle, rendering this laborious endeavor seemingly unrelated to Liu Qingxuan herself. Liu Qingxuan meticulously elucidated to Bai, grinding rice entails placing grains into a stone mortar, where they are pounded with a pestle to remove their husks or to crush them. The result of this process is rice bran, while the remaining grains are what we consume as our meal. The implements for grinding rice resemble those used in the preparation of herbs. Consisting of a pestle and a container, one simply pounds the grains to detach the rice bran. Upon hearing this, Bai realized that there were indeed readily available tools at home, and she decided to attempt it herself to ascertain the feasibility of this method. Liu Qingxuan advised Bai to refrain from rushing and to wait until after their meal to commence the rice pounding, as it was undoubtedly a labor-intensive task. Upon hearing this, Bai recognized it as a task requiring considerable strength and resolved to demonstrate to her elder siblings just how formidable she had become. Liu Qingxuan, with a serious demeanor, addressed Bai, "This hardly qualifies as a craft. The process is not particularly complex. You may give it a try." Bai then retrieved a large stone pestle from her home, which, in Liu Qingxuan's estimation, would require the combined efforts of 3 or 4 individuals to lift. Liu Qingxuan directly instructed Bai, "All you need to do is pound it down, lift it up, and pound it down again." This mechanical repetition is what constitutes the act of grinding rice. Bai and Bai, preoccupied with the task of pounding rice, consumed their meal with remarkable haste today. In no time at all, they hurriedly finished the fish soup that lay before them. Above the mortar, a sturdy pestle fashioned from a large tree trunk was set in place, its head equipped with iron teeth at the end of the pestle. As Bai commenced the task of pounding rice, he indeed felt the considerable weight of the task. If he were to engage in this monotonous mechanical motion continuously, he believed he would soon succumb to fatigue. Bai was not one to merely repeat mechanical actions. Instead, he began to ponder while at work. He affixed a stone to the pestle to increase the force of his efforts, employing clever techniques. Thus, the act of pounding rice became less strenuous for them. By the time Baiyun and Baiyu completed their task, both of the white tigers were drenched in sweat. Liu Qingxuan, observing the two small tigers diligently pounding rice, began to hum a lively rice-pounding song to cheer them on, the melody vibrant and strong. In rhythm with the tune, they pounded the rice in unison. Once the rice was prepared, Liu Qingxuan gazed at the pristine grains with delight. She cheerfully informed Baiyu and Baiyun that they could enjoy glutinous rice cakes that evening, using their old friend, the wood apple, along with sweet sugar. Tonight, they would caramelize the sugar in a pot until it turned golden, creating a delicious treat. She mused about the process of making brown sugar and envisioned the delightful caramel rice cakes. When evening arrived and the caramel rice cakes emerged from the pot, Baiyun and Baiyu savored them with immense joy, relishing the sticky and chewy texture of the rice balls, free from the worry of husks getting lodged in their throats. The syrup clung to their tiger whiskers. The following day, after breakfast, Baiyu and Baiyun, clutching the rice-pounding tools, made their way to the bustling square where everyone gathered, eager to showcase the art of rice pounding. In the beastly realm, this physical labor was not deemed excessively arduous. Witnessing the husks being removed to reveal the soft, glutinous rice brought great joy to all. Naturally, many young beastmen found the rice-pounding tools amusing, and they took turns trying them out, delighting in the freshly pounded rice. They even skipped the cooking, opting instead to chew on the raw grains, which proved to be even more enjoyable than the steamed versions with husks. As they observed the merriment of the crowd engaged in rice pounding, Baiyun began to sing the rice-pounding song that Liu Qingxuan had performed the day before. Pounding rice at the mortar, my heart feels blue. I blame my parents and everyone too. They arranged my marriage. Oh, what a plight. How can I manage a household right? Pounding rice at the mortar. My eyes are red. I blame my parents and the matchmaker instead. They arranged my marriage. Oh, what a plight. How can I navigate life as demands right? Pounding rice at the mortar, it strains my back. My husband hears and rushes back. No black chicken to fill my belly's need. No wooden board to ease my back's pleat. Pounding rice at the mortar, it hurts my feet. My husband hears and hurries with his beat. No black chicken to fill my belly's need. No wooden board to ease my foot's pleat. The little animals found Baiyun's song most entertaining, and they eagerly requested lessons. Baiyun sang the verses over and over, and his friends joyfully followed suit. After several renditions, everyone became familiar with the melody. This song not only gained popularity among children but also enchanted adults. What Liu Qingxuan did not realize was that by the time the rice harvesting season arrived the following year, this tune had remarkably transformed into an anthem uniquely associated with that season. Baiyu seized the opportunity to amass considerable wealth, collaborating with her kin to sell the freshly milled rice at the grass market. Within a mere 2 days, they returned with a bounty of goods, including essential supplies, delightful snacks, and an assortment of dried fruits. Naturally, many of the beast folk expressed keen interest in their rice milling technique, seeking Baiyu's guidance. They graciously obliged, offering a brief explanation of the method. Some beast folk returned home to attempt the process, only to discover discrepancies in the tools compared to Baiyu's description. They promptly returned to the market to convey this information. Upon learning of the situation, Baiyu dispatched several companions back to the tribe to produce additional tools. Thus, they not only sold the milled rice, but also began marketing the rice milling tools. In no time, the Xingyue tribe flourished considerably, and numerous smaller clans, grateful for the affordable milling tools, praised Baiyu and her companions for their benevolence. The rice milling tools created quite a stir, garnering favor among the smaller tribes. Though for the larger clans, they merely served as an enhancement. Lingzhu, upon acquiring the rice milling tools, expressed great curiosity and decided to try them out personally. Delighted to see the rice was indeed well milled. With raised brows, he summoned the individuals monitoring Liu Qingxuan and her family, indicating a desire to invite Liu Qingxuan to their tribe at an opportune moment, believing such a talent should shine within his own clan. Unbeknownst to Liu Qingxuan, she had caught the attention of the neighboring tribe's leader. While she joyfully inquired with Baiyu about her autumn attire, she exclaimed, "Baiyu and Baiyun's fur is so glossy and sleek. They look absolutely beautiful. I want that too." She insisted that when Baiyu went hunting, she should capture only the prettiest animals, ensuring their pelts remained intact. Baiyu cheerfully agreed, stating that girls ought to adorn themselves beautifully. Baiyun appeared to have recently excelled in hunting pythons, possibly due to her familiarity with the task. She playfully told her sister that she would catch a python for her, skin it, and present her with a python hide, inquiring about her preferred color for the serpent. Liu Qingxuan retorted, "You want me to wear a python skin? I could twist myself into one while walking. How terrifying. Do you wish for me to leap through a laser rain?" After her banter with Bai Hu, Liu Qingxuan began contemplating the next steps in salt production. To enhance the quality of the salt, impurities must be eliminated. While some impurities are easily removed, she recalled that harmful ions, such as sulfate and magnesium ions, remained. How should she eliminate these? Ultimately, sedimentation and filtration would be unavoidable. Sitting by the pool, basking in sunlight, she observed how the rays danced upon the crystalline salt. And she pondered how her thoughts might shimmer like those salt blocks. Ah, what a predicament for one who studies the arts. It seems the art student has transformed into an agricultural scientist. She couldn't help but express this with a hint of humor. After deep contemplation, Liu Qingxuan decided to add a small amount of fresh water to the coarse salt she had prepared, creating a saturated saline solution to undergo sedimentation and filtration. As for the subsequent steps, she resolved to take them one at a time, as this practical work posed some challenges for her. Curse be it. Why was there a sugar factory next to her home instead of a salt factory? If her family owned a salt factory, she wouldn't be pulling her hair out over this. Though she hadn't lost many strands, it was undeniable that she had the least hair in the household. Watching Bai Yun and Bai Yu's glossy fur, Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but drool with envy, thinking of having Bai Hu's stew for dinner. Alone with the salt block in hand, Liu Qingxuan was well aware of the method of controlling variables. She couldn't simply add fresh water to the entire pool of coarse salt to make a saturated saline solution. If she failed, she would have to redo the first step. With a knife, she pried off a few chunks of salt and placed them into the large water tank at home, then dramatically collapsed onto her bed, feeling utterly exhausted and distressed. It wasn't for lack of effort. It was simply too painful. When Bai Yun and Bai Yu returned home, eager for dinner, they found no signs of a meal on the table. Bai Yu dutifully took it upon herself to cook for the two family members. After preparing the meal, feeling somewhat parched, she went to the water tank for a drink. Liu Qingxuan remained in deep slumber and did not inform her about the salt in the water. Upon tasting the water, Bai Yu noticed an unusual flavor and initially thought Bai Yun had been playing with salt in the tank. After Bai Yun clarified the situation, Bai Yu realized this was part of Liu Qingxuan's next endeavor. After sincerely apologizing to Bai Yun, she began dinner with her brother. Bai Yun, gazing at the pool of salt water, fell into contemplation, wondering if she would need to wash her face with the saline solution that evening. Forget it. I have often gone to the riverbank at night to wash my face, so I shall do so again. Tomorrow, I will take my savings to the market and purchase a jar to honor my elder siblings. Bai Yu observed Bai Yun hastily scampering to the riverbank to wash up and drink after finishing his meal, finding the child's behavior somewhat foolish. The yard at home sloped upwards, and just a few steps away was a spring. Had he thrown too many things and forgotten about it? Chapter 14. Congratulations on capturing Liu Qingxuan. This year's rice harvesting event had yielded substantial profits, resulting in a remarkable increase in the average income of the beast folk. Their excitement stemmed not from an abundance of food or a higher stock of furs at home, but from a palpable reduction in the threat of death. As autumn approached, a heavy rainy season was anticipated. During such seasons, it was common for orc fatalities to occur among various tribes, to varying extents. Even the mightiest of clans could not escape this horrifying reality. The dread of the rainy season lay in its ability to submerge areas, revealing hidden reefs and other dangers beneath the water. Strange aquatic creatures lurked, posing risks of severe injury or even death. Simultaneously, the drop in temperature and the damp chill claimed the lives of numerous female orcs, marking one of the most significant threats to their survival. In a world where females were already scarce compared to males, countless families were shattered during this time. The extreme cold further exacerbated the plight of young and elder orcs alike, as this chill was not akin to the dry cold of winter, which could be endured in sheltered places. The cold of the rainy season penetrated to the very marrow, rendering it a more fearsome presence than the harshness of winter. Before the onset of the rainy season, orcs typically engaged in rituals to appease their beast gods, held in the more populated areas of their tribes. Liu Qingxuan. For the first time, since the shift in weather, even she, not particularly attuned to such changes, could distinctly feel the impending dread of the rainy season. The foreboding knock of the rainy season was indeed terrifying. Liu Qingxuan noted that Bai Yu's frequency of hunting had evidently increased compared to summer. Meanwhile, Bai Yun had become less inclined to frolic with his peers, instead focusing diligently on foraging for food alongside friends in the forest. Their home storeroom was now filled to the brim with prey and furs. Yet, for Bai Yu, this was evidently insufficient. With a child and a female to care for, he felt perpetually unprepared, advising Bai Yun to gather more herbs from the vicinity rather than fruits. The herbs in this world were limited, primarily consisting of those that warded off the cold. Curious about Bai Yu's insistence on herbal gathering, Liu Qingxuan inquired, "Given your severe leg injury previously, why did you not use herbs for healing?" Bai Yu replied earnestly, "These herbs are primarily meant for females, most serving to repel the cold, with few remedies available for males." Liu Qingxuan was taken aback, astonished at the perceived lack of value placed on males. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, she became contemplative and pressed further, "Are there many varieties of cold-repelling herbs available here?" He shook his head, stating, "The primary herb for warding off the cold is ginger. When a female falls ill, she is given ginger tea and her body is anointed with ginger juice. If one cannot endure, it signifies the will of the beast god." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Liu Qingxuan immediately understood why the mortality rate in this beastly realm was so alarmingly high. Surviving to such an age was truly no small feat. Liu Qingxuan then advised Bai Yun, saying, "Be sure to gather ample amounts of anti-inflammatory herbs. I've heard that there are hidden reefs in the river. Should one collide with them, these herbs may alleviate the inflammation. Otherwise, an infection would only hasten one's demise." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun, along with her companions, gathered some medicinal herbs and returned home as dusk fell. Bai Yun carried a large basket filled predominantly with ginger. The evening was serene, yet tonight promised to be distinctly extraordinary, as a ritual was set to unfold within the tribe. Liu Qingxuan recalled that humanity's most primitive beliefs hinged on two pillars, the worship of nature and the veneration of ancestors. Here, it was evidently the former, as they revered the beast deities of the natural world, praying for their blessings and protection from calamities. Liu Qingxuan felt a surge of joy upon learning of the ritual, believing it akin to a temple fair, filled with opportunities for merriment. However, when she voiced this thought, Bai Yu solemnly cautioned her that such a ceremony was far from a frivolous affair. Disrespecting the beast deities could invoke severe repercussions, and he wished for their divine protection over Liu Qingxuan. Liu Qingxuan retorted that the notion of deities was merely an illusion. She argued that unwavering faith in divine beings would only stagnate progress in their world, leaving their lives in perpetual hardship. Had Liu Qingxuan possessed a touch more maturity, she might have recognized that those enduring such harsh conditions often cling to beliefs for solace. Without faith, the psyche is bound to shatter, becoming merely a question of time. As they made their way to the tribal ritual, Bai Yun shared another observation with Liu Qingxuan. Bai Yu walked ahead, shouldering various ritualistic items, while Bai Yun and Liu Qingxuan trailed behind. Bai Yun quietly remarked that in the neighboring Yongzhou tribe, the rituals lasted an entire day, unlike the Xingyue tribe, where they were confined to the night. Liu Qingxuan, unperturbed, replied that it was simply a matter of differing durations, one being long and the other short, and questioned what was so remarkable about that. Bai Yun shook her head and remarked, "The rituals of the Eternal Day tribe are exceedingly gruesome. During daylight, the chieftain personally recites the enigmatic incantations. In the evening, he takes center stage as the principal officiant, offering sacrifices that consist of captives taken from rival tribes. Once the chieftain has recited the sacrificial text, the onlookers dig an immense pit. Within this hollowed space, they place the offerings intended for the deities. Subsequently, they sever the heads of the captives, allowing blood to spatter upon these offerings before burying them. The severed heads are then submerged in a cauldron to be boiled, while the bodies are consumed." After Bai Yun finished speaking, a chill ran down her spine, and Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing her words, felt an overwhelming sense of bloodshed and horror. Liu Qingxuan inquired, "Surely, they seek more than just protection from disaster and blessings, do they not?" Bai Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister, how did you know?" "I've heard from my companions that the clan leader is exceedingly ambitious, which is why he seeks to please the beast god." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan understood the gravity of the situation. She resolved to keep her distance from that tribe, for if she were captured, there would be no chance of escape. As they spoke, they arrived at the square they frequently visited. There, the elderly priest had removed his tattered hat and donned a resplendent crown adorned with vibrant feathers. The familiar beastmen began to sing songs of blessing. Though the melody was perhaps not harmonious, it resonated with an ancient, primal beauty. The offerings were placed upon a table and, after the songs concluded, the beastmen carried the tributes toward the river, where they were cast into the water, drifting away with the current. The beastmen knelt by the riverbank, bowing in reverence, praying for favorable weather in the coming year. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the serpent beast fixated its gaze on Liu Qingxuan, already plotting her abduction. Liu Qingxuan and her companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The serpent beast grumbled to itself, lamenting its absence from the tribe's rituals this year and hoping that the beast god would not be displeased. It vowed to offer lavish tributes once its task was complete and then began to drift away, no longer monitoring Liu Qingxuan's vicinity. Upon returning home, everyone felt ravenously hungry. Liu Qingxuan prepared a simple meal, and they began to eat with the eggs at hand. Soon after, they each succumbed to slumber. That night, Liu Qingxuan dreamed once more, recalling an encounter with the beast god. The dream was surreal. At one moment, she was immersed in the waters upon her arrival in the beast realm, and in another, she beheld the beast god standing atop a tree, gazing down upon the crowd. Liu Qingxuan found herself drawn toward the treetop, with everyone looking up at her. She wished to descend, only to discover her legs were bound, as if she had taken root in the very tree. This dream did not rouse her. Within it, she felt as though she had become that tree. She was no longer herself, and every inch of her branches and leaves seemed to embody her thoughts, flourishing as abundantly as her worries. She envisioned the beast god standing quietly in the river, watching her silently. She yearned to open her mouth and call out, remembering that the beast god had said something to her in the dream. It seems that I have responded, yet ultimately, I remain unaware of what I have uttered. And the beastly drama of the world swiftly turns its back. When Liu Qingxuan awoke, she felt a heaviness in her heart, but she could not recall the dream, as if caught in a bizarre cycle. Rising early on this day, Liu Qingxuan resolved to gather some useful items before the onset of the rainy season, such as ropes. The path to the grass market was one she had traversed numerous times, and without calling upon by you, she ventured alone, with a basket in hand. She ambled through the mountains. During the minor rainy season, the air was saturated with moisture, causing the flora to flourish splendidly. However, some light-loving plants appeared rather sickly, and in the distance, she spotted vibrant morning glories. Though she found their name appealing, she could not shake the feeling of melancholy they evoked. After purchasing the rope at the grass market, she refrained from acquiring anything else and began her return, as there were still matters at home that required her attention, and appropriate arrangements needed to be made for the tribe. While contemplating how to unblock the waterways and manage the flooding, she suddenly heard rustling in the grass, the sound of an animal trampling through. Having seen a fair number of creatures in her months in this beastly realm, Liu Qingxuan had grown somewhat familiar with their habits, surmising that it was a snake. She feigned ignorance and continued onward, recalling that a small tribe lay ahead where she could seek refuge. The serpent, moving in tandem with Liu Qingxuan, was well aware of her intentions and the presence of the small tribe. As Liu Qingxuan walked, the snake beast seized the opportunity, abruptly knocking the basket from her hands. Ignoring the fallen basket, Liu Qingxuan bolted forward. The snake beast, measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, was far swifter in the grass than Liu Qingxuan could run. Just as she neared the small tribe, the serpent lunged forward, entangling her feet with its tail. Liu Qingxuan fell, and before she could react, the serpent transformed into a beast man, swiftly rendering her unconscious and transporting her to the Eternal Day tribe. Chapter 15. Illness. As Liu Qingxuan succumbed to unconsciousness, the serpent began leading her towards the tribe. During their journey, rain began to fall from the horizon. Though not particularly heavy, it bore a biting chill. The serpent folk relished such weather, finding nothing amiss. Moreover, as they thrived in water, the heavy rains posed little threat to them. The serpent, however, did not consider the terror the downpour represented for Liu Qingxuan. It merely quickened its pace amidst the rain, while she, in a dazed state, occasionally murmured her discomfort from the cold, which went unnoticed by the serpent. To the creature, a woman capable of producing such an abundance of goods was nothing short of a monstrous being endowed with extraordinary abilities. How could someone so formidable fear the rain? Clearly, she could not. Soon after, the serpent arrived at the Eternal Day tribe. At the entrance of the tribe, the orcs were already in the midst of their preparations. Following Ling Jue's instructions, they began transporting provisions to the high ground. The Yongzhou tribe predominantly consisted of serpent orcs, but there were also numerous other clans represented. Meanwhile, Ling Jue remained ensconced in his tranquil chamber. Some working orcs at the entrance noticed a serpent orc cradling an unconscious female and mistakenly assumed that the serpent orc had found a beloved mate. They approached to engage in conversation, boasting of their status as the chieftain's most trusted subordinate, assuring that the forthcoming wedding would be splendid. However, the serpent orc coldly brushed them off, offering no words and swiftly gliding into the chieftain's quiet room, acutely aware that the woman he bore was growing warmer in his embrace. Upon entering the chamber, he gently placed Liu Qingxuan on the ground and began to relay commands. Ling Jue, upon seeing Liu Qingxuan, was overwhelmed with joy, only to be taken aback by her astonishing beauty. In the dim light, her long lashes glistened with tears, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. In comparison to the females of the beast realm, she was a paragon of grace and charm. Ling Jue felt an immediate connection, sensing that she would be an ideal match for the position of chieftainess. It should be noted that Ling Jue did not experience love at first sight. Rather, he sought a partner of equal stature, and Liu Qingxuan was the perfect candidate. With an apparent benevolence, he gestured for the serpent orc to place Liu Qingxuan upon his small resting couch, and the serpent orc complied before withdrawing. Ling Jue approached the couch, eager to examine this legendary female from another world. What made her so formidable that the Xingyue tribe had amassed such provisions before the torrential rains? As he drew nearer and touched Liu Qingxuan's skin, he realized her temperature was abnormally high. She was clearly feverish. Her clothing was drenched, having been caught in the rain. Rainfall, in the beast realm, was a dire calamity for females. It was far from the gentle and warm showers of the present world. Even the heaviest downpour would not easily induce illness. In contrast, the rain of the beast realm bore a curse, chilling and damp, penetrating to the very marrow. Observing Liu Qingxuan's feverish state, Ling Jue found himself at a loss. His tribe, known for its martial prowess, had never deemed healing necessary, believing that life and death were fated. Recalling that ginger could serve as a remedy, he felt exasperated. Resolving to secure a healer in the future, he proceeded to the storeroom to select ginger, only to be dismayed to find scant supplies, merely half a basket. To his shock, this meager supply was all that the tribe's females consumed. With approximately 30 females in total, this half basket would scarcely suffice to treat even one. Without further deliberation, he took the basket and returned to his resting couch. At that time, Liu Qingxuan had already become so cold that her limbs were convulsing and her complexion had turned pale. Ling Jue hurriedly summoned the orcs from his tribe to start a fire, placing a large chunk of fresh ginger into a pot, continuously boiling it to prepare ginger water, which he eagerly intended to offer to Liu Qingxuan. However, the freshly made concoction was exceedingly hot, which posed no problem for a male. But for a delicate female like Liu Qingxuan, it was quite another matter. The unconscious Liu Qingxuan was jolted awake by the scalding liquid, and thanks to this, she managed to regain a semblance of consciousness. Upon realizing this, Ling Jue could only request his clan members to cool the ginger juice before it could be safely administered to Liu Qingxuan. During this time, Ling Jue attentively draped some animal skins over Liu Qingxuan, though it seemed to have little effect, as she remained in a stupor. After consuming the broth, Liu Qingxuan's body temperature improved slightly, yet her limbs remained extremely cold, her fingers even turning a shade of purple. In desperation, he called upon some fur-clad orcs to warm her hands and feet. Thus, a hurried day passed, and Liu Qingxuan still had not regained consciousness, though she was aware of her thirst and the cold. Observing that a whole day had passed without her recovery, Ling Jue felt a pang of anxiety. Should she succumb to illness, his plans would inevitably be postponed, and it was evident that approximately 13 pieces of ginger from the basket had already been consumed. Due to the extensive use of ginger, discontent began to brew within the tribe. The Eternal Day tribe consisted of over 600 orcs, with females constituting 30% of the population. Females were undeniably precious in the orc world, and Ling Jue had clearly disregarded the lives of over 30 orcs in his attempts to save Liu Qingxuan. Upon realizing this, he could only curse under his breath at such foolishness. How could these 30 females possibly compare to his grand ambitions? Although Liu Qingxuan belonged to the Xingyue tribe, he was confident that with the promise of benefits, she would surely submit. In that case, his aspirations would soar to great heights, and the number of females would only increase. He could not fathom why his tribesmen were so dim-witted. With a wave of his hand, Ling Jue ordered more ginger to be added to the water, creating a more potent broth. He then used a bone knife to slice the ginger into thin strips, persistently feeding them to Liu Qingxuan in hopes that the pungent aroma would rouse her consciousness. Subsequently, he had the female orcs use the ginger water to wash her body. Liu Qingxuan found the taste of ginger utterly repulsive. The overwhelming flavor left her head spinning. Upon awakening, she was startled to discover her mouth stuffed with ginger strips, a taste that nearly made her retch. However, after expelling the strips, she realized she could not vomit anything substantial, only some water. The female orcs tending to Liu Qingxuan, seeing her gagging, feared for her life and hurriedly reported the matter to the chieftain. Upon hearing this, Ling Jue was taken aback and rushed over, only to find Liu Qingxuan indeed collapsing weakly onto the couch. Upon encountering Ling Jue, Liu Qingxuan initially mistook him for the steward of the place. Without waiting for him to say anything, she began to complain incessantly, much like Lin Ju, who had requested some food while grumbling about having ginger strips stuffed into her mouth, feeling akin to a zombie. She also questioned the necessity of being wrapped in so many animal skins, as if they were intent on suffocating her. Observing that Liu Qingxuan still had the energy to complain, Ling Jue was reassured that the situation was not as perilous as the female had indicated. He relaxed and summoned the orcs to prepare some ginger rice porridge. Upon seeing it, Liu Qingxuan felt an urge to smash the bowl. The dish, made with ground white rice, should not have been called ginger porridge. It was more akin to ginger rice, as it contained scant rice and was predominantly filled with ginger strips. Confounded, Liu Qingxuan inquired of Ling Jue whether this was a custom of their tribe. She was also perplexed, unsure whether the tribe had rescued her from unconsciousness or if she had been abducted to this place. She truly did not know. Ling Jue, noticing that Liu Qingxuan was reluctant to eat, took the bowl from her hands without a second thought and began to spoon the ginger porridge into her mouth. Just as she was about to ask a question, her mouth was filled with the porridge, and she lamented internally that this was a case of poetic justice. Had she known better, she would not have forcefully administered medicine to Baiyu. Contemplating this, she felt particularly distressed, realizing she was unaware of her current predicament. Given her state of unconsciousness, it was likely that Baiyu was frantically searching for her. Tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably, and she broke into sobs. Ling Jue, confused by her sudden tears, assumed she truly despised the food and hurriedly reassured her. If you do not wish to eat, you need not. We can find something else. If you continue to cry, you may fall ill again, and I do not have an abundance of ginger to remedy that. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan demanded to know where exactly she was. Was I abducted by you, or were you the ones who saved me? Ling Jue laughed at this, asserting, we certainly rescued you. How could we possibly intend to harm you? This is the Eternal Day tribe, and I am its leader, Ling Jue. Liu Qingxuan grew anxious upon hearing the name of the tribe, recalling Bai Yun's words that most inhabitants were serpent beast men, and the one who had kidnapped her was indeed a serpent beast. It seemed incomprehensible to her that, while many serpents resided in the Eternal Day tribe, they had rescued her from the very clutches of one. Ling Jue chuckled, explaining that the kidnapper was one of his subordinates, and he could not bear to see her wasted in the Star Moon tribe. Come and shine in my tribe. I can grant you the position of the chief's wife if you desire. Liu Qingxuan was nearly infuriated to the point of laughter, retorting with indignation, release me at once. Otherwise, when Baiyu arrives, I will have him deal with you. You seem utterly oblivious to the absurdity of your thoughts. Why should I come to your tribe? Why should I assist you? Did you ever consider my consent when you abducted me? Seeing that Liu Qingxuan was unyielding, Ling Jue, angered yet amused, replied, since you disdain courtesy, you shall bear the consequences of your choice. Chapter 16. Confrontation. In recent days, an overwhelming series of events had transpired, leaving Liu Qingxuan feeling utterly bewildered and mentally fatigued. Compounded by her lingering physical ailments, she succumbed to drowsiness after hearing Ling Jue's harsh words, her demeanor reflecting a profound indifference. The previous day, after Liu Qingxuan ventured to the grass market, Baiyu grew increasingly anxious as she failed to return and rain began to fall. A foreboding sense gripped Baiyu's heart, and as the rain began to patter softly, she instinctively surmised that something was amiss. At that moment, Baiyu was also preoccupied with organizing the tribe's defenses against the rainy season, addressing the fortification of certain shelters, overseeing the transport of provisions, and contemplating the relocation of the vulnerable members of the tribe, along with the necessary assurances for their journey. As her anxiety mounted, she ultimately succumbed to unease, hastily delegating these matters to her companions before hastening towards the grass market. Along the way, she stumbled upon the basket Liu Qingxuan had been carrying. Inside, she noticed several ropes, leading her to believe that Liu Qingxuan intended to use them for reinforcement. However, the basket lay overturned, unattended, suggesting that the vicinity was unusually deserted. The realization dawned upon her that Liu Qingxuan had been abducted. Observing the nearby patch of grass, she noted that the rain had not been particularly heavy, yet remnants of a violent incident lingered. The earth bore the marks of serpentine trails, and without further contemplation, Baiyu deduced the involvement of the Yongzhou tribe. Baiyu was filled with anxiety. Yet the ingrained habits of a longtime leader allowed him to maintain a semblance of calm. Given the current monsoon season, it was not appropriate to divulge this matter to the clan. Furthermore, should the news reach them, it would incite unnecessary commotion. The clan was already exhibiting signs of impoverishment and weakness, and it would be unwise to squander resources and manpower on this issue. Moreover, any premature alarm could lead to disastrous consequences. He resolved to prioritize the affairs of the clan, clearly assessing the urgency of tasks at hand. Baiyu then proceeded to the tribe, hurriedly briefing the priest and his companions before leading Baiyun to the home of the tribe's veterinarian. This veterinarian, a white crane named Hisha, was taken aback when Baiyu hastily recounted the situation and inquired about the remedies typically used for treating females. Upon hearing the gravity of the matter, Hisha was astonished and exclaimed, "Why did you not inform everyone of such an important issue? Many hands make light work." Baiyu shook his head, responding, "This is a matter of great significance. Even with manpower and resources, success is not guaranteed, especially when facing such a perilous tribe. I must entrust Baiyun to your care, indicating that I have pressing matters to attend to with his sister, and he will reside here for a time. Let us conceal this as long as possible. Do not allow this child to wander. Although he appears charming and endearing, his nature is rather reckless, and he does not heed advice. If deception is feasible, let us employ it. If not, we shall keep him confined at home." When Baiyu finally departed, she remarked to Hisha, "The storage facility at home has been relocated to the mountain. Should you require anything, feel free to retrieve it directly." Furthermore, she mentioned that Baiyun intended to take eggs to feed the little wolf, and she allowed that to happen as well. Upon seeing her brother leave her at the doctor's residence, Baiyun expressed her discontent, lamenting that her brother and sister did not include her in their activities. However, observing the grave expression on her brother's face, she understood that her presence might hinder the proceedings. Thus, she refrained from further complaints and merely cautioned her brother and sister to exercise caution. After Baiyu heard this, he merely instructed him to remain at the veterinarian's home, refraining from wandering about, and to keep a vigilant eye on the salt blocks stored in the warehouse. Once Baiyu had attended to this matter, he pried open the entire stock of salt belonging to Liu Qingxuan and transported it to the designated storage location, setting it aside with care. Among this, he allocated a substantial basket of salt blocks to the priest, urging him to confer with the elderly chieftain on their usage, while withholding the remainder that Liu Qingxuan still required for experimentation. Within the entire tribe, only the priest, the veterinarian, and the chieftain were aware of Liu Qingxuan's disappearance. Once Baiyu had organized these affairs, he hurriedly made his way to the Yangzhou tribe. By the time he arrived, it was already the evening of the second day since Liu Qingxuan had gone missing. Ling Jue had anticipated that Baiyu would deduce Liu Qingxuan's abduction by him and had already implemented certain countermeasures. He had believed that his plans were foolproof, capable of detaining Baiyu outside, but he had not foreseen the significant enhancement in this white tiger's strength. Observing the disarray among his subordinates, who had been thrown into chaos by Baiyu's incursion, Ling Jue couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. He stepped out from the quiet chamber with a steady gait, showing no signs of panic, and upon seeing the commotion, simply remarked, "It seems their poor disposition today, due to the rainy season, has afforded you an opportunity. What brings you to my tribe?" Baiyu spoke with a serious tone. "You know why I have come. Be wise and release the person. It is for everyone's benefit. Otherwise, these individuals will share your fate." Ling Ju, seemingly oblivious to Baiyu's words, chuckled softly, "It appears that your leg has healed quite well, allowing you to be so nimble. Do you still recall the discomfort of being pierced to the bone by my blade?" Baiyu discerned that Ling Jue was deliberately provoking her. Unperturbed, she replied, "At that time, I lacked the skill. However, the comfort should rightfully belong to you now. I perceive that the prowess of your subordinates as the clan leader is rather unimpressive. If you continue to feign ignorance, I shall have no choice but to force my way through." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue felt a surge of anger. How had this place come to be perceived by her as one that could be entered and exited at will? He shouted at Baiyu, "This is not a place for you to act recklessly. It seems you wish to test your limits." Baiyu spoke cheerfully. "Do I really need to engage with someone like you, who lacks strength and resorts only to underhanded tactics? Indeed, I would humbly concede defeat. I, Baiyu, take pride in my integrity and disdain to engage in petty squabbles with someone of your ilk." Baiyu felt a growing sense of panic within. If she were to engage in combat at that moment, neither party would emerge unscathed. However, with Ling Jue injured, this was his territory, and there were others who would handle the situation, posing no real danger. On the other hand, If she were to sustain serious injuries, although not fatal, it would complicate her efforts to rescue Qingxian. Bai Yu had already formulated a strategy in her mind and was unwilling to engage in a skirmish with Ling Juyi. Ling Juyi, too, had no intention of fighting Bai Yu. Liu Qingxuan was well acquainted with Bai Yu's techniques, and should she be injured, Liu Qingxuan would immediately deduce the assailant's identity. This would only further complicate their efforts to persuade Liu Qingxuan to align with the Eternal Day tribe. Given that both parties were disinclined to fight, their confrontation was reduced to mere verbal sparring. Recognizing each other's intentions, a conflict was simply not in the cards. Ling Juyi, adopting an amiable demeanor befitting a gracious host, urged Bai Yu to return. Bai Yu feigned ignorance, remarking, "I have heard that the scenery here is quite splendid. Why not stay a while to observe? I could return and share tales with the children of my tribe, enriching their understanding of your kind." Ling Juyi immediately shifted to a posture of refined courtesy, responding, "Since you possess such refined interests, we have prepared a guest room for you." He then instructed his subordinates to escort Bai Yu to a comfortable abode, ensuring she was well attended to. That night, Liu Qingxuan awoke, feeling parched and feverish. This recurring ailment seemed beyond the remedy of ginger. She sensed that if she did not recuperate properly, her life hung in the balance. Yet, her throat was so dry and hoarse that she could barely utter a word, acutely aware of the severe inflammation of her tonsils, which might have become infected. The written language of the beast realm was primarily reserved for rituals and was ill-suited for daily communication. She pondered how to convey her needs. As Ling Juyi approached the quiet chamber, he found Liu Qingxuan collapsed upon the couch, her eyes wide and bloodshot, appearing exceedingly parched. Observing her condition, he recognized that Liu Qingxuan was in dire straits that night. Nevertheless, apart from ginger, he had no other means of treatment, and he was determined not to leave empty-handed. Leaning closer to Liu Qingxuan, he said, "I fear you may not survive the night. Why not do a good deed for the sake of all beast folk and divulge to me the method of salt production? You may not be aware, but the merchant selling salt is, in fact, a sorcerer, which is why no one has been able to obtain the recipe from him all these years. He has monopolized the salt trade, and perhaps your current illness stems from a curse placed upon you by this sorcerer." Knowing that you have discovered the means to produce salt, Liu Qingxuan, incensed by his outrageous claims, felt a surge of anger, but regrettably, her hoarse throat rendered her voiceless. Otherwise, she would have unleashed a torrent of reproach upon him. Mistaking her furious gaze for contemplation, Ling Juyi continued to speak. Thus, he began to weave his deceitful tales to entice Liu Qingxuan, recounting how his tribe suffered from a severe salt deficiency, and how each year countless lives were lost due to this lack. He portrayed his tribe as a formidable one, yet incapable of gathering even 2 pieces of salt. Upon hearing his words, Liu Qingxuan could only cough out a resolute no. As Ling Ju observed her unwavering determination, he felt a surge of desperation. Was it truly impossible for him to obtain the salt formula? He pondered that surely there must be a way. It could not be solely her creation. After all, one could not carry an entire pond of water alone, particularly that of such magnetic nature. But you must have witnessed every step of her salt-making process. If he could acquire that knowledge, he could replicate it. Even if some attempts failed, he could gradually experiment. However, as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze towards Liu Qingxuan grew increasingly malevolent. Ling Ju, now somewhat deranged, felt the scales of a serpent, dark and green, emerging upon his cheeks. With a feigned compassion, he addressed Liu Qingxuan. "Seeing your imminent demise, I shall play the benevolent one and find you a fine grave. I shall kindly inform you that if you wish to see your beloved once more, you must exchange the salt-making method for it." Chapter 17. Achieving the objective. Upon hearing his words, Liu Qingxuan mistakenly believed that Ling Ju implied she could return home if she surrendered the salt formula. She inquired earnestly whether her compliance would indeed lead to her release. Ling Ju erupted into laughter, declaring, "How clever do you think you are? It turns out you are merely average. Why would I relinquish such a valuable bargaining chip? You are unaware. But your cherished Bai Yu has been captured and brought to my tribe." His words struck Liu Qingxuan like a jolt, and she cried out in outrage. "How dare you capture him? Was it akin to ambushing me? You are truly despicable. If that is the case, what is there left to discuss? I am on the brink of death, and if I perish, you shall gain nothing." Ling Ju gazed at her, noting how her recent fever had rendered her pallid, a sickly hue creeping across her face. Affecting a semblance of kindness, he said, "Do not fret. You are nearing death, but you have another day or 2. Here is what I propose. I will give you 3 time units to ponder whether you truly wish to see your beloved." Weakened by illness, Liu Qingxuan's complexion remained grim. Faced with such a pivotal choice, she steeled herself to contemplate the implications of Ling Ju's words. They bore deeper meanings if she refused to comply. There were myriad ways he could torment Baiyu. Yet, what would be the consequences of teaching him the salt-making method? Liu Qingxuan could not fathom that he aimed to conquer the entire beast realm, oblivious to the fact that the more of this substance existed, the less valuable it would become. Once he amassed a certain quantity, the worth of what he could exchange would undoubtedly diminish. He desires to walk the righteous path, and he is the architect of his own fate. Should he choose to tread upon a treacherous and corrupt road, would he not be endangering the realm of beasts? Ling Jue remained steadfastly beside Liu Qingxuan, observing her dazed expression. He understood that this time, he had finally swayed her. This woman was undeniably infatuated with that man to an extraordinary degree. Amused by this thought, Ling Jue quietly chuckled. There were many who surpassed Baiyu, and he himself was significantly more accomplished. Why then did Liu Qingxuan disregard his olive branch? After contemplating for about half an hour, Liu Qingxuan hoarsely requested water and medicine from Ling Jue. Recognizing the promise of negotiation, he personally prepared the water and fed it to her. After quenching her thirst and taking a moment to recover, she spoke softly. She was willing to disclose the method of salt production, but first, he must explain why he sought to produce salt and ensure Baiyu's safety. Upon hearing that Liu Qingxuan intended to share her knowledge, Ling Jue's demeanor transformed. Becoming as warm as the spring breeze, he adopted his most amiable attitude and engaged in conversation with her. However, Liu Qingxuan found herself momentarily unaccustomed to his manner of speaking. Ling Jue clarified that his previous assertions were not entirely fabricated. A portion of them stemmed from genuine intent. Although his tribe possessed stored salt, it was insufficient to meet the demands of 600 individuals. Furthermore, he had attempted salt production in the past, only to produce inferior quality salt. Eventually, a merchant took notice of his efforts and cursed those in his tribe who participated in salt making, leading to dire consequences. Some lost their lives, while others sustained grave injuries. He could not gamble with the lives of his kin. Liu Qingxuan, hearing this, responded with a remark that seemed both complimentary and sardonic. You truly are a commendable chieftain. Ling Jue chose to feign ignorance of her underlying tone and replied, My desire to produce salt is not solely for the benefit of the tribe. Do you not find this realm of beasts excessively chaotic? I aspire to unify this world and establish a realm governed by order. Liu Qingxuan remarked, Your idea is indeed intriguing. A unified world could be established. But are you certain you would be a benevolent ruler rather than a tyrant? Ling Jue did not grasp the distinction between a benevolent and a tyrannical ruler, yet he inferred from Liu Qingxuan's tone that one was favorable and the other unfavorable. He asserted his willingness to embody the former, assuring her that despite his notorious brutality, his capability in governance was widely acknowledged. Liu Qingxuan was well aware of Ling Jue's adeptness in leadership, yet his tarnished first impression left her reticent, merely responding with a huff and silence. Noticing the disquieting expression on Liu Qingxuan's face, Ling Jue promptly added, I possess half a basket of ginger, of which you have consumed a portion. I shall offer you the remainder, hoping it aids you in enduring this trial. Initially, I intended to reserve the other half for the remaining females in the tribe. But evidently, you hold greater significance than those 30. Liu Qingxuan, taken aback by his words, found herself speechless, exclaiming, You trivialize the lives of 30 individuals for a method of salt production? Ling Jue chuckled softly in response, saying, If you are truly compassionate, then refrain from using these lives for your recovery. But is that even possible? You too possess your own selfish motives. Do not elevate yourself to such lofty heights. I extend to you a measure of respect, yet do not overstep the boundaries I have set. Liu Qingxuan, undeterred by Ling Jue's remarks, stated that since you have chosen this course of action, it would be as if I were being overly cautious if I refrained from utilizing those resources. It was seemingly a simple phrase, yet it ignited a profound vitality within Liu Qingxuan. Ling Jue prepared ginger, boiling it to create a potent ginger tea. Liu Qingxuan drank a substantial bowl without a hint of complaint, and upon finishing, she enveloped herself in a thick hide, informing Ling Jue of her intention to rest and sweat for a while. She requested that he come to find her once she awoke. Observing her willingness to cooperate and her will to survive, Ling Jue complied with Liu Qingxuan's wishes, departing with a careful reminder for her to recuperate well. Liu Qingxuan did not respond. She merely nestled deeper into the warm embrace of the hide, which provided exceptional warmth. Baiyu resided in a house meticulously arranged by Ling Jue. After surveying the surroundings, he discerned that the abode was exceedingly safe and immaculate. After a moment of contemplation, He ventured to seek out Ling Jue to gather information. Upon arriving at the tranquil room where Ling Jue was situated, he found him softly snoring in his designated spot. Bai Yu felt a profound admiration for Ling Jue, yet in light of the current circumstances, that admiration had undoubtedly waned. Ling Jue, ever alert, noticed Bai Yu's presence and could not help but jest. "What brings you here? I thought you might be wandering around the entire tribe, hoping to catch a glimpse of your beloved." "Huh, little tiger." Bai Yu fixed a cold gaze upon Ling Jue and remarked, "If it were so easy to uncover the truth through mere rummaging, there would be no need for me to waste my breath here. I demand to know her current condition. I have observed that your storeroom lacks any ginger. In such a vast tribe as yours, even a modest supply of ginger should not be absent. Now, speak, what has become of her?" Ling Jue replied, "How astute you are to deduce this from such a trivial detail. If the next chieftain is not to be you, then the existence of the Xingyue tribe would indeed be called into question. You must understand, I require a formidable adversary should my opponent be too feeble. It would impede our tribe's progress. Wouldn't you agree, little tiger?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yu let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "You possess an extraordinary level of confidence. Are you not afraid that the Star and Moon tribe might engulf you?" Ling Jue interjected, "Do not be hasty. My forthcoming words have yet to be uttered. When Liu Qingxuan was engaged in salt production, you were present. Surely, you recall the procedure. The population of 400 beasts within the Star and Moon tribe pales in comparison to that of the Eternal Day tribe. If you are willing, this position of chieftain could be yours." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu burst into laughter and remarked, "Do you think I would covet this position? If you can so easily bestow it upon me, then taking it back would be equally effortless. When I am no longer of use to you, or when someone else desires this position, your abandonment of me would be swift. Do you not believe it?" Ling Jue, upon hearing Bai Yu articulate such thoughts, was greatly pleased and responded, "It seems you are indeed a clever individual. To speak candidly, Liu Qingxuan is indeed within our tribe. However, I cannot disclose her exact whereabouts. I can only reveal that she is gravely ill, on the brink of death." Bai Yu suddenly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Have you consumed all the ginger so swiftly? Can you not spare a portion for me?" Ling Jue felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. She had already offered all the ginger from the tribe to her. Yet here she was, misunderstood and portrayed as a fool. With a temperament that was not easily ruffled, Ling Jue coldly retorted, "You can venture into our warehouse to inspect the supplies. Why not listen to the grievances being voiced? They are clearly lamenting that I have given all the ginger to Liu Qingxuan without considering the survival of the females in the tribe. Did you not hear that? And yet, you have the audacity to come and question me." After hearing this, Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "At least you are somewhat perceptive. If anything were to happen to her, I would not hesitate to dismantle your tribe." Upon hearing Bai Yu's bold declaration once more, Ling Jue burst into laughter, glancing at her youthful countenance. "If you truly intend to dismantle the Eternal Day tribe, you might find yourself meeting your demise as well. As for me, I could graciously collect the remains of you too. Perhaps, if my mood permits, I might even inter you together. Of course, you are aware of our tribe's traditions. Your heads would likely be offered to the beast god. Therefore, consider whether you wish to articulate your next steps. Additionally, to assuage your concerns, I can inform you that while she is indeed gravely ill, she still possesses some will to survive. She recently consumed ginger tea and is now resting, claiming that it would induce sweating, although I remain uncertain of the significance of that. Bai Yu had heard countless threats. Yet for the sake of Liu Qingxuan's safety, he found himself with no alternative. He cautiously remarked to Ling Jue, "If you guarantee your safety, I shall divulge this step to you, but I implore you, do not wield this knowledge for nefarious purposes." When Bai Yu uttered this statement, she suddenly recalled that Liu Qingxuan had once told her that excessive salt consumption could lead to hyperthyroidism. This piece of information had become Bai Yu's secret weapon. Upon hearing this, Ling Ke, filled with joy, exclaimed, "You should share it now." Bai Yu stated, "To ensure Liu Qingxuan's safety, I shall disclose the steps gradually rather than revealing all at once. For now, your task is simply to dig a pit and fill it with water from the Blue Lake. Once the sun dries it, that will suffice." Chapter 18. The tragic crane. Ling Jue was acutely aware of Bai Yu's intentions, yet given that both parties had consented, he too could employ subtle strategies to expedite the process of extracting the necessary methods. Upon hearing Bai Yu articulate this step, Ling Jue hastily noted it down and, disregarding Bai Yu's further remarks, exited without delay. Upon learning of the initial step, Ling Jue observed the current season. The early rains of spring had arrived, indicating that he would need to wait several months before he could act on this first step. If that were the case, It would mean that the second step would also be postponed for months. Should Liu Qingxuan recover during that time, all plans would be subject to change. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire the method of salt production swiftly. Ling Jue had long since formulated his next course of action. He was merely awaiting Liu Qingxuan's awakening, for passively waiting was not in his nature. With a calm demeanor, Ling Jue summoned his most trusted confidants and meticulously explained the situation. They readily accepted their mission, assuring him that no disturbances would arise within the tribe. After a brief discussion with his confidants, he calculated that Liu Qingxuan would soon awaken and proceeded towards her resting place. The torrential rains of the beast world never ceased, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind, casting a somber atmosphere over the surroundings. The forest was densely cloaked in lush greenery, with their tribe having carved out a section amidst the trees. The rain-soaked earth was exceedingly soft. Ling Jue was not entirely human. He bore a serpent's body with a human head, and his black serpentine tail swiftly glided through the mud, stirring up clouds of dirt, resembling a soiled piece of black iron. As anticipated, upon reaching Liu Qingxuan's resting place, he found her still enveloped in slumber. Lacking the patience to wait, he gently roused her to discuss certain matters. With utmost sincerity, he assured Liu Qingxuan of his commitment to safeguarding Baiyu. If they wished to reside in the Eternal Day tribe, he could even offer Baiyu the position of vice chieftain. His tone was exceedingly tactful and courteous. Awakened from her sleep, Liu Qingxuan was initially in a foul mood. Yet upon hearing his promise to protect Baiyu, she patiently allowed him to finish. However, when she heard the mention of the vice chieftain position, she bluntly remarked, "What if I desire that position?" Ling Jue's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered an extraordinary revelation. His face taut with disbelief, he exclaimed, "You? What are you thinking? Which beastman in the tribe do you believe you could surpass? If you fail to gain their respect, I cannot ensure your safety. And leading the tribe requires more than mere intelligence. A lack of martial prowess is equally unacceptable." Upon hearing Ling Jue's words, Liu Qingxuan found them rather amusing. Following his lead, she began to act petulantly, declaring her determination to take on the role. "Moreover, I shall soon provide you with the method. Can this not secure me the position of deputy clan leader?" Ling Jue, however, placed greater value on the salt-making technique. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "That is not out of the question, but you must accomplish certain tasks to earn their respect. I must say, your talent for throwing tantrums is quite impressive." Observing Liu Qingxuan's playful demeanor, Ling Jue found her somewhat endearing. She appeared so vivid and spirited in her lively state. Liu Qingxuan was well aware that Ling Jue had previously attempted to make salt, and innocently inquired, "At what stage did you reach?" Upon hearing her question, Ling Jue felt a surge of delight, realizing he could effortlessly extract the next steps from her without fabricating a tale. He immediately adopted the persona of a dramatic actor and began to perform for Liu Qingxuan. With a sigh, he shifted his gaze and feigned a pitiful expression, saying, "Initially, I took the water from the lake and let it dry in the sun, yielding some results. However, those results were ineffective, both salty and bitter. Just as I was about to proceed to the next step, that vile merchant placed a curse upon me. As the leader of my clan, I wished to take his life, but alas, my people still require his spell to be broken, so I had to let it go. Alas, how can I wager the lives of my kin?" Thus, Ling Jue spun his tale. Liu Qingxuan, furrowing her brow, responded, "Your first step was commendable. But the second indeed requires settling and dilution. Simply add more water, and once it has settled, you can retrieve it." Ling Jue was overjoyed at the prospect of success. "Can it truly be done?" he asked. Liu Qingxuan replied, "There is no harm in trying. But do note that the sunlight during the small rainy season may not be particularly strong, and rain could come at any moment. You might have to wait several months to implement this. However, I must warn you, if you intend to use this for any nefarious purposes, the heavens shall not permit it. You ought to understand the nature of my words, given my position." Ling Jue, fully aware of this, feigned a spark of inspiration, saying, "Then my beast people can live in peace and security for the years to come, and I need not spare that merchant." Liu Qingxuan, intrigued, questioned, "I do not find that merchant to be as terrible as you describe. He even cautioned us against dissolving the salt blocks. How has he become such a villain in your narrative?" Upon hearing the phrase 10 evils that cannot be forgiven, Ling Ju remarked on its striking cleverness. Liu Qingxuan, noticing that Ling Ju had no intention of elaborating further, decided to let the matter rest and instructed him to return home. For a fleeting moment, Ling Ju felt as though she were the mistress of this place, though in truth, he was the lord of the tribe. That night, all three of them enjoyed a restful slumber. In stark contrast, Within the Star Moon tribe, the evening proved to be a harrowing ordeal for the veterinarian Hija, casting a shadow over his life. Hija had never fathomed that a child's fierce desire to win could be so overwhelming, so exasperating. The root of the turmoil lay in the absence of Bai Yun's siblings, who had not returned. Bai Yun believed they were having far too much fun without him, and that they must think he was languishing in the tribe. Thus, he clung to Hija throughout the day, insisting on engaging in various activities for the sake of amusement. Hija felt a profound sadness. Was this not the rainy season? Why had the trepidation of the rainy season turned into such a peculiar form of enjoyment? Bai Yun did not utter any nonsense about fishing by the river, for he understood the lurking dangers of the riverbank during the rainy season. Clearly, neither of them was equipped to handle it fully. Yet, Bai Yun insisted that he should take him into the jungle to climb trees. Tigers, by nature, are not adept climbers. However, Bai Yun believed himself to be quite skilled at it. Hija, as a celestial crane, excelled in flight, rendering climbing unnecessary. Nonetheless, Bai Yun insisted he had never seen a celestial crane climb a tree and demanded a demonstration, thus placing an undue burden on the gentle physician. With no other choice, Hija transformed back into a celestial crane and embarked on his inaugural tree-climbing adventure. With elongated legs and wings that resembled branches lying still upon the tree, he found himself immobilized. Bai Yun, using his claws to ascend, looked down at the celestial crane struggling to keep pace and burst into boisterous laughter. His raucous mirth echoed through the forest. The essence of his taunts revolved around the idea that a mere cub could outclimb him, suggesting that Hija ought to practice more, for climbing was indeed a vital survival skill. In his heart, he just silently expressed his gratitude, while the echoes of Bai Yun's encouragement to hurry up and climb lingered in his ears. Hija was tormented as he witnessed this audacious little white tiger frolicking atop the tree, his dissatisfaction growing with each passing moment. How could he resemble his siblings so little? Was he perhaps a foundling? Consuming so much yet still complaining about Hija's efforts in caring for him, what manner of child was this? A mischievous one, indeed. Hija pondered how his siblings had managed to raise such a creature, instilling the values of respecting elders and cherishing the young. Although he was not particularly old himself, with several females showing interest in him, he had never encountered a child with such unruliness. As the white clouds lingered, thoughts of the night brought a sense of relief. When evening arrived, the white cloud insisted on washing its paws. Unable to endure this insistence, Hija allowed it to wash, cautioning it not to wander too far. The orc's dwelling was naturally situated by the mountains and rivers, yet the white cloud, like a child, was drawn to the riverbank. As if the perils of daylight vanished with the night. In the darkness, the river became the white cloud's domain, its haven of joy. When the white cloud tarried longer than expected, Hija feared for the child's safety by the riverbank and hastened to the scene. To his horror, he discovered a large pool of blood and entrails. The night was shrouded in darkness, and even the celestial crane's keen eyesight could only discern a vague shadow from a considerable distance. The crane, disregarding all else, rushed to the riverbank, where it beheld a crimson tiger's head. Beneath it, a tail writhed, adorned with scales. Upon closer inspection, Hija realized that the white cloud had not only washed its paws but had also indulged in a meal. Observing the peculiar fish bitten by the white cloud, Hija surmised it to be a monstrous creature washed up from the river during the rainy season. He promptly lifted the white cloud and began to pat its belly, urging it to regurgitate, exclaiming, "Do you not comprehend what you consume? What if it were poisonous? What would become of you?" To his astonishment, the white cloud retaliated, stating, "You dare strike me? Indeed, without siblings, I am but a little tiger unloved. I shall depart and reside with the little wolf. There is no love left for me. Just wait." The fish had initially promised to leave its tail for Hija, but now, with the tail gone, there was nothing left for him. What kind of being are you, playing with grass and hunting not, yet denying others the fruits of their labor? Hija felt a profound despair at these words. Are cubs this troublesome nowadays? Bai Yun, please return and rescue your companion. He prayed for the beast god's intervention, fearing one of them would inevitably succumb to madness. In the end, the white cloud presented the tail of its catch to Hija, urging him to eat it quickly before it spoiled. The tail of the strange fish still seemed to writhe, plunging Hija into contemplation. Ultimately, a voice echoed from within Hija's abode. Why on earth did you bring this back? Dispose of it at once. It is terrifying. Chapter 19. A reunion time passed languidly over the course of 5 or 6 days, and Liu Qingxuan, having just recovered from a severe illness, was finally able to rise from his bed. However, he had missed the opportunity to hear the prelude to the great rainy season, leaving him utterly bewildered as the storm approached. The rain poured down like a deluge from the heavens, unceasing and relentless, unlike ordinary water, which eventually runs dry. This rain seemed inexhaustible, perhaps the tears of a celestial maiden yearning for the mortal realm, he mused. As the rain fell steadily, Liu Qingxuan took refuge beneath the eaves, where droplets splashed upon his face, resembling tears rolling down his fair cheeks, creating an air of poignant melancholy. Liu Qingxuan and Chun Ren currently find themselves in a state of melancholy, though it has not yet reached the point of tears. It seems as though this drizzling season is conspiring to evoke her sorrow. Having spent a week in this place without any news of Baiyu, and with Ling Jue mentioning his capture by the Eternal Day tribe, venturing outside this shelter has become an arduous task. How is she to locate Baiyu? The absence of a suitable opportunity only amplifies Liu Qingxuan's anxiety. Gazing through the curtain of rain, she cannot help but reminisce about her homeland, where rain is a rarity. Yet during spring and autumn, it brings a gentle mist and dew-laden air. In contrast, this place feels utterly fierce, as if absolute power is non-existent and only death awaits. Liu Qingxuan is engulfed in confusion, pondering why she has been thrust into this world. The enviable strength others possess eludes her grasp. She does not consider herself particularly formidable. Will the remnants of her existence truly become a beacon for future generations? As these thoughts swirl in her mind, she suddenly yearns for someone to listen to the whispers of her heart. If only Baiyu could hear her, she would find solace. But what of Ling Jue? Liu Qingxuan is aware that he would understand her, yet his words would hardly be comforting. What could he possibly say? Perhaps he would speak of the relentless rain? Rather than dwelling on the future, it would be wiser to focus on the present and engage in tangible actions to establish an orderly world. As this thought crosses her mind, she envisions Ling Jue's face, one that truly embodies noble lineage. In her modern life, she had once been praised for her grace and elegance, but here, she feels weak and powerless. Just days ago, Ling Jue had remarked that she was merely daydreaming. As the rain intensifies, encroaching upon the land and threatening to seep into her dwelling, Liu Qingxuan suddenly realizes the severity of the downpour. A fleeting thought crosses her mind, and her pupils widen. This is unmistakably a precursor to a flood. Since her entrapment in this beastly world, she has developed an innate fear of floods. In a moment of madness, she wonders if this catastrophe might serve as a means to return her home. But if she were to return, what of Baiyu and Baiyun? At this moment, she recognizes that her thoughts remain fixated on those two individuals rather than the entirety of this world. Revealing a certain selfishness, compassion, she reminds herself. Without further deliberation, she steps into the rain, which has now reached her calves. In the distance, Ling Jue rushes towards her, intent on leading her to safety. Without waiting for his gaze, he spots Liu Qingxuan standing amidst the rain, startling him. He bellows, questioning her motives. Why? After just recovering from a serious illness, would she choose to act in such a manner? Does she wish to succumb to despair? Such cowardice will not yield greatness. Have I wasted my ginger on you for naught, and there is no more to procure? Return. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing Ling Jue's words, remained silent. Lowering her head to glance at him, her eyes seemed to inquire, why do you scold me? Ling Jue was evidently not a man of tender sentiments. Observing Liu Qingxuan's pitiable demeanor, he merely hoisted her onto his shoulder, intent on transporting her to a prearranged refuge. As she was carried, Liu Qingxuan inquired, are you not afraid that by bearing me in this manner, exposed to the rain, I might succumb to fever? Ling Jue replied, not at all. The rain will not be heavy as we traverse through the woods. Moreover, I intended to fetch some animal skins from the shelter to wrap you. But do refrain from calling out, lest you inhale too much cold air and harm your lungs. Listening to Ling Jue's words once more, Liu Qingxuan simply asked, are you not leaving? Will you remain to guard the tribe? He responded, of course, as the leader of my clan, it is my duty to stay. I will remain at the center of the tribe. Besides, I am a serpent beast. I cannot drown in water. Serpent beasts thrive in cool, damp environments. And such heavy rain is of little concern to me. Liu Qingxuan asked, is this how you are every year? Ling Jue affirmed, naturally. It is my responsibility that cannot be shirked. As their revered leader, I am obligated to protect these people, ensuring they can live and thrive here. Liu Qingxuan then praised him. You are quite the admirable figure. But what about you? I will take you to a safe place where you shall meet him. Let us not linger on this. The rain is intensifying. I may withstand it, but you may not. Upon reaching a secure location, Liu Qingxuan realized the rain was indeed terrifying, leaving her no time to search for Baiyu, and she was thoroughly frightened. Initially, she had not perceived her dwelling as particularly remarkable. It was only in witnessing this disaster that she recognized the true nature of her home. The refuge Ling Jue had designated was elevated, ensuring that even the mightiest flood could not claim lives. Liu Qingxuan recalled that in ancient times, there were artists who depicted disasters for the emperor to understand the plight of the people, prompting aid and relief. She had seen such artworks, which primarily illustrated human figures rather than the disastrous environment. Each figure, bizarre in form, invariably conveyed the essence of suffering. The scene before her resembled apocalyptic devastation. Far beyond mere suffering could encapsulate. The remaining beast folk, unable to evacuate from the low-lying areas, found themselves caught in the flood waters. Overwhelming terror revealed their beastly traits. They desperately clutched at anything to stabilize themselves, yet their hands grasped not the tails of others, but rather fragments of broken branches. Even the sturdiest trees would splinter under such ferocious force, yet upon realizing what they held, they could not let go. The rain fell swiftly, each drop resonating. And amidst this, Liu Qingxuan heard the beast folke's prayers. Surely, this year's sacrifices had been insufficient. The beast god was demanding offerings. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan turned, her eyes blazing with anger, and questioned, "In such dire straits, have you not considered going down to rescue them?" The onlookers merely chuckled. "And in what manner do you speak such words? As we descend, we too shall become part of the sacrificial offering. Look at the people behind you. Though there are many below, can their numbers ever surpass ours here?" Liu Qingxuan understood this was human nature, in the face of life and death. She foolishly attempted to contend with it. A tear gently rolled down her cheek, serving as her farewell to them. Upon seeing Liu Qingxuan in tears, Ling Jue, having grasped the harshness of their predicament, slowly approached her. With tenderness, he inquired, "What troubles you? Has someone caused you distress?" Liu Qingxuan, blinking through her tears, replied, "Look, there are still a few children down there. I wish to save them, but no one is willing to help me. I implore you, please save them." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue truly rushed down to rescue them. The Eternal Day tribe resided upon high ground, yet some orcs preferred to dwell in the plains below. Among those who could not evacuate, there were indeed a few children. Their inability to escape this calamity was, in part, a consequence of their own choices. Thus, Ling Jue need not take the risk to save them. Ling Jue plunged into the water, transforming into a serpentine form. Like a majestic dragon, he burst forth from the surface, his mouth clasping two children. Following the current, he swam towards his tribe, delivering the children into Liu Qingxuan's hands before returning to the heart of the tribe to stand guard. It was only then that Liu Qingxuan, cradling the child, remembered to seek Baiyu. Beneath a towering tree, she spotted Baiyu sitting there, seemingly oblivious to the sounds surrounding him, as if they did not reach his ears. Liu Qingxuan dashed into Baiyu's embrace, exclaiming, "Baiyu, I've come to find you. Did Ling Jue speak to you?" Baiyu momentarily believed she was imagining things. Her eyes wide as saucers, fixed upon Liu Qingxuan. With a sudden outburst, tears streamed down her cheeks as she exclaimed, "Where on earth have you been confined these past few days? I searched even their warehouses, yet I could not find you. Are you all right? Have they mistreated you?" Liu Qingxuan gazed at Baiyu and replied, "I am well. But how is it that you were captured and brought here? Have you sustained any injuries?" Baiyu, perplexed by Liu Qingxuan's words, inquired, "What do you mean by being captured here? I have come to seek you out. It is merely that my abilities are on par with that of the clan leader, making it inconvenient for me to take action. Moreover, it appears that he has brought you here solely to obtain the salt-making formula. I am aware of his remarkable talents, yet he possesses a certain treachery. He would not misuse such a recipe, which is why I have given him a few details." Liu Qingxuan, astonished, replied, "He claimed that you were brought here against your will, and if you do not provide him with the formula, he intends to take action against you." Upon hearing this, Baiyu recognized that such coercion and inducement were indeed characteristic of his working style. Now that the formula had been provided, it was reasonable to assume that having obtained the steps from both of us, there were unlikely to be any major issues. Liu Qingxuan felt a sense of reassurance at his words. He was indeed a commendable clan leader, however, despite his impressive talents and grand vision, the true nature of his order remained uncertain. If he continued to uphold the principle of venerating the strong while oppressing the weak, the situation would hardly improve from its current state. Baiyu, upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, gently patted her head and said, "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. If you desire a new world, I shall create one for you. But for the moment, allow me to hold you close. These past few days have truly terrified me. Every time I close my eyes, my mind is filled with images of you being captured and mistreated." Alas, Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing Baiyu's sentiments, caressed his head in return and replied, "I share your fears, I am deeply concerned for both you and Baiyun. Is Baiyun safe? Baiyu overheard Liu Qingxuan inquiring about Baiyun and thought, "This young man owes me, yet he dares to compete for affection." With a smirk, he remarked, "That lad seems to be faring quite well. He's been entrusted to someone else's care." He then playfully revealed his round ears and added, "If you fancy little kittens, I have some here too. Do take a closer look at me. I am the finest little kitten." Liu Qingxuan nestled into her lover's embrace, allowing herself to be held tenderly. Chapter 20. The enduring brilliance of humanity. As she felt the warmth of her beloved, Liu Qingxuan's nerves began to ease considerably. She quietly closed her eyes in Baiyu's arms and, in a playful tone, expressed her desire to take a brief nap. Baiyu tenderly embraced Liu Qingxuan, gently patting her back as she reassured, "Rest well. I shall protect you with utmost care, ensuring you do not feel the chill." With that, Baiyu's hand transformed into a plush tiger paw, and Liu Qingxuan nestled her delicate form within the soft, furry warmth of the paw. Finding profound comfort as she drifted into a serene dream, Baiyu gazed upon the serene visage of her beloved, yet she found herself ensnared in contemplation rather than rest. It was evident that Ling Ju had deceived her and exploited Qingxuan's kindness. Though she understood that his actions were driven by a desire to acquire the method of salt production for the betterment of the beast realm, the means he employed were profoundly distasteful. He treated her as a mere pawn, and this matter would not simply fade into obscurity. As Baiyu pondered the aftermath of these events, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. It was the two children whom Ling Ju had recently rescued. One of the children, upon regaining consciousness and realizing he was on the riverbank, let out a sigh of relief. However, when he turned to his companion beside him, he was struck by the grim reality that his friend could not be roused. Initially, he attributed this to an excess of water inhaled. But as he observed the pallor on his companion's face, a sinking feeling enveloped him. It seemed he understood, albeit with a flicker of hope, that the child might not survive. The innocence of youth compelled him to call out for help, driven by a lingering kindness within him, despite the dire circumstances. As for why their parents were not summoned, the children were acutely aware that their parents had perished in the flood. They recognized that their survival was solely due to the chief's intervention, yet they understood that the chief would not concern himself with their plight afterward. They could only rely on their own resilience. The child's cries reached Baiyu's ears, and though he initially wished to remain uninvolved, a conflict brewed within him. Despite feeling sympathy, these were children from an opposing faction. Should he succeed in rescuing them, would they not one day repay his kindness with malice? Such thoughts planted seeds of discord within his own tribe. In this brutal realm, absolute benevolence was a rarity. To extend a hand today might very well lead to the downfall of his own clan tomorrow. This notion contributed to the high mortality rate among the beast folk. The child, witnessing the silence that followed his desperate calls, felt despair wash over him. His hair, drenched from the river, clung to his face, rendering him akin to a mournful specter. Clad in a scanty hide skirt that clung tightly to his frame, he appeared all the more pitiable and helpless. Baiyu, inexplicably drawn to the child, observed the little one who seemed to be of an age akin to that of Baiyun. A twinge of compassion stirred within her. She noted the indifference of the people in her tribe, who were solely preoccupied with their own livelihoods and the meticulous accounting of their provisions. In her heart, Baiyu pondered whether this child truly belonged to their tribe, yet the fact that the child had not been banished suggested otherwise. Alas, what a tragic fate! Baiyu, with an air of serendipity, inquired, "Child, from whence do you hail? Were you fortuitously rescued?" The child appeared momentarily bewildered by Baiyu's queries, hesitating to respond to any one of them. After a stammer, the child revealed that their parents resided in the plains of the tribe, and their family did not engage in hunting, but rather cultivated grains. They had delayed their migration to tend to the millet, and now, their parents remained amidst the floodwaters, perhaps already claimed by the deluge. Upon hearing this, Baiyu inquired, "And what of the child beside you? What is your relationship with him?" The child replied, "He is my playmate, and we share similar fates. Big brother, please save him. Nothing has struck him. You can see for yourself that he is not bleeding. Perhaps he merely inhaled too much water and is struggling to breathe. Please, I implore you to save him. I can come to your home and assist you with your chores. I beg you, save him. Once he awakens, he too can help you." As the child spoke, his voice grew increasingly shrill. Baiyu furrowed her brow and said, "Lower your voice. Do not disturb the one in my arms who is resting." Misinterpreting Baiyu's demeanor as indifference, the child moved to sit beside his friend, silently shedding tears. Baiyu observed the child weeping alone and felt a profound pity. Despite being the same age as Baiyun, the child was ensnared in such a lamentable predicament. The thought of Baiyun's dear friend, Xiaolang, crossed her mind. And with compassion, she beckoned, "Come here, child." Upon the child's approach, Bai spoke gently. "Do you see that bundle beside me? The one wrapped in bear skin? Please take some provisions from it. A little nourishment will replenish your strength and warm your body." She paused, reflecting on the child's friend. "As for your companion, while he appears to bear no visible injuries, the absence of external wounds does not preclude the possibility of internal harm. I shall do my utmost. Please bring your friend closer, as I instructed." The child informed her that his friend had choked on too much water. Position him in a head-down prone position to facilitate drainage. Quickly clear his mouth of any foul water and debris. We must prevent any contaminants from entering, for illness could complicate his recovery. Following Baiu's guidance, the child worked fervently to save his companion. Baiu observed the boy as friend, noting the pallor of his lips. Once the child had cleared the water from his friend's mouth, Baiu noticed a slight rise in the boy's chest, affirming her belief that he was merely suffering from drowning. After expelling the water from his companion's body, the child gasped for breath. Baiu urged him to eat something to regain his strength, yet the child insisted he would not eat until his friend awakened. Witnessing the glimmer of hope in the child, Baiu was determined not to allow him to succumb so easily. With patience, she instructed, "Use your right hand to pat your friend's back briskly. This will help clear his airways. If the water doesn't claim him, he may inadvertently suffocate himself." Demonstrating the technique, she tenderly patted the back of her beloved, showcasing her gentle approach. The child began to mimic Baiu's actions on his friend's back. After a while, the companion's eyes fluttered open, albeit with a hint of confusion, as he murmured, "Why can't I see my mother and father?" The child, who had been so composed while administering aid, suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. They were taken by the great flood. The revelation struck the child with disbelief, as he grappled with the notion that his friend might be deceiving him. Yet, the tears streaming down his companion's face revealed the heartbreaking truth. Their parents had indeed been consumed by the floodwaters. Baiu observed two children weeping beside her, uncertain of how to respond. Her own mischievous child, Baiyun, was never one to shed tears. With a sigh, she pondered the well-being of Baiyun during these recent days. Meanwhile, in the Xingyue tribe, Baiyun sneezed unexpectedly, bewildered by the occurrence. It caught the attention of Hijia, who, mistaking the young one for having caught a cold in the rainy season, maliciously remarked, "I told you to behave. Now you've caught a cold without even having ginger to drink. You are not a delicate creature needing everyone's affection. Tough it out." Upon hearing these comments, Baiyun huffed and retorted, "Is the beast that cannot hunt envious of me? Is the creature that cannot climb trees jealous of my abilities? The appearance of the white clouds is exceedingly vexatious." Had Baiyu been present, she would undoubtedly approach with heartfelt affection, a kind of care that even Liu Qingxuan could not impede. Meanwhile, he merely turned around to fetch some ginger, setting about to prepare ginger water for him to drink. Baiyu gazed at the two weeping children before her, feeling utterly helpless. Deep within, she harbored a genuine fear of disturbing Qingxuan's slumber. Thus, she beckoned the children closer and gently said, "You and your companion have not eaten. Surely you must be hungry. Why don't you take some food to share with him? Please, move a little further away to eat." I find the sight of children eating quite daunting. Would that be all right? The children, perplexed by her words, wondered if there truly existed someone who feared the sight of children eating. However, upon hearing the prospect of food, both eagerly took some and settled down to munch at a distance. Before long, Liu Qingxuan awakened, her gaze falling upon the familiar face of her beloved, which instantly brought her a sense of comfort. Nestling into Baiyu's embrace, she murmured softly, "Shall we return to the Xingyue tribe? I do not wish to linger here any longer." Baiyu, with remarkable composure, remarked, "It is of no concern. They merely seek our formula. Now that they have achieved their objective, they shall not pose any threat to us. Moreover, the rains preceding the rainy season have been particularly torrential and unpredictable. To venture out with you in such conditions could lead to your falling ill, and that would be quite troublesome." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could only respond with a reluctant, "Very well." In the following days, Liu Qingxuan remained in the designated refuge, where Baiyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to her care. The shelter was rather rudimentary, and the child they had rescued had since been inseparable from Baiyu and Liu Qingxuan. They had tacitly accepted the presence of the two children and contemplated, should the children be willing, taking them to the Xingyue tribe to be raised by the orcs who had lost their own offspring. Once the rain had begun to stabilize, Ling Jue made an appearance at the refuge. Liu Qingxuan was slightly taken aback by his arrival. He appeared utterly fatigued. Ling Jue, who typically had a habit of squinting slightly to create an impression of being half awake, now seemed as though his eyelids were burdened by 1,000 pounds. Standing there on the brink of slumber. Yet, Liu Qingxuan observed the individuals surrounding Ling Jue, who appeared oblivious to his exhaustion, reporting various matters and awaiting the chief's response. Ling Jue listened to their accounts, responding at a leisurely pace, but it was evident that he was profoundly weary. With faint traces of red veins visible in his eyes during the rare moments he opened them wider, considering the care Ling Jue had shown her during her illness. Liu Qingxuan could not bring herself to be unkind and instructed the two children to fetch him a chair. Ling Jue promptly sat down, his once straight posture now slightly hunched. In this state, he presented an image of such softness and lack of rigidity, as if he were a marionette whose strings had been severed. Liu Qingxuan turned to Bai Yu and remarked, in his current condition, he resembles a soft-bodied creature. Bai Yu, upon hearing this, cast a glance and remarked, the term soft-bodied creature is aptly applied. Ling Jue possesses the ability to adapt and endure, indeed embodying softness. Chapter 21. The mountain pass. After Ling Jue had adeptly managed the myriad affairs of the tribe, he settled upon a stone bench and began to rest with his eyes closed. Unperturbed by the gazes of those around him, he sat in tranquil stillness, as if engaged in profound meditation. His composure was remarkable. He maintained this posture without movement, resembling a statue of divinity. Only the two of them were aware that he was, in truth, so fatigued that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. After a brief interlude, he appeared to be roused from some reverie, slowly opening his eyes. He glanced towards Liu Qingxuan and, with a voice that was somewhat muted yet tinged with a hint of nasal tone, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your bench." Liu Qingxuan, observing his relaxed and weary demeanor, waved her hand and replied, "You're welcome." At that moment, Ling Jue felt a sudden prick of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He parted his lips as if to articulate something, yet the words remained unspoken. Indeed, Ling Jue, long positioned in a place of power and regarded by many as an extraordinary figure, had never considered whether he too might feel weariness. They revered him as a divine entity, yet he too experienced fatigue, and he doubted that others could overlook his exhaustion. If Liu Qingxuan were to grasp his sentiments, she might well exclaim that his fortitude had faltered. Ling Jue stifled a soft yawn, preparing to survey the refuge before returning to the center of the tribe to maintain his watch. Liu Qingxuan, observing the unfocused gaze of Ling Jue, silently felt a pang of compassion for him. Bai Yu gazed at Ling Jue and felt a quiet admiration within. To have achieved such a level of organization in managing the tribe was no small feat yet. Bai Yu did not harbor envy. The weight of responsibility rested solely on her shoulders, a testament to Ling Jue's somewhat lackluster judgment in selecting capable individuals. However, Bai Yu would refrain from voicing such thoughts to Ling Jue, for he might perceive it as a provocation, given his pride. Furthermore, should Ling Jue take her words to heart, it would merely serve to bolster his tribe with formidable adversaries, an unnecessary complication. As the evening drew near, the group prepared for dinner. Yet, the meager offerings on the table were hardly appetizing. Liu Qingxuan looked at the bland evening meal and remarked to Bai Yu, "If only we had some jam." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu genuinely considered venturing into the forest to gather raspberries. Liu Qingxuan, startled by Bai Yu's intention, exclaimed, "What are you thinking? It's dark, and we are in the midst of the rainy season. Are you intent on injuring yourself? Come back. Don't you have any provisions? Let us mix what you have and eat that instead." Bai Yu then retrieved some fruits from her bag, which were somewhat wilted but thankfully free of pests. Liu Qingxuan, not overly concerned with their condition, began to prepare them. The flavor of the fruits was exceedingly mild, lacking in moisture, yet the two of them found joy in their shared meal. Liu Qingxuan understood that Bai Yu had brought the fruits specifically for her, saving them for her enjoyment without tasting any herself. Reflecting on the bland, porridge-like rations she had previously consumed during their time in the refuge, she lamented, "If only I had made salt sooner, we could have cured some meat." As they enjoyed their meal, the rain intensified unexpectedly. Yet, the diners remained oblivious, assuming it was merely the unstable weather characteristic of the season. Suddenly, a torrential downpour engulfed the entire tribe. The deluge surged into their settlement, the water rising perilously and quickly spreading to the heart of the community. Panic ensued among those in the shelter. Their chieftain remained inside, and many orcs had begun to kneel in prayer to their deity, beseeching for the chieftain's safe return. Liu Qingxuan could surmise their words without hearing them, likely imploring their divine protector for the chieftain's safety. In a moment of sardonic reflection, she noted that, at least in this moment, there was a semblance of humanity among them, albeit a misguided reverence for strength. However, a deep-seated anxiety gripped Liu Qingxuan. Ling Jui was an adept swimmer. His robust physique a testament to his strength, yet the forest harbored unpredictable creatures. Should he falter against them, the situation would become dire. And Bai Yu lacked the means to assist him. Ultimately, Liu Qingxuan found herself teetering on the scales of reason, hoping fervently that Ling Jui would survive. The darkness enveloped the sky, heralding the onset of the storm. The heavens and the cold rain intertwined, a perfect prelude to calamity. Moreover, the branches of the trees appeared to writhe ominously, as if applauding the tempest to come, while the usual chorus of birds fell silent. The refuge chosen by Ling Jui proved fortuitous, as a small spring lay ahead, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The spring flows into a river, yet it is merely a minor tributary, incapable of yielding significant water volume. Nevertheless, this modest spring suffices for the needs of the beast folk during this period, a testament to their resourcefulness. The rain continues to pour, and numerous logs are swept to a small hillside, their powerful impact causing them to rub and collide against the slope. This location is seldom visited, thus, no one could possibly be aware of the destruction occurring at this hillside. With a loud crash, a large gash has formed in the left wall of the hillside, and the accumulation of logs only increases. This undeniably facilitates the impact of the logs against the hillside. The opening widens, and the force of the collision intensifies. It can no longer be described as a mere hillside, but has transformed into a flood outlet. Ling Jui, standing at the center, perceives that the direction of the water flow has altered from what it once was, and a sense of foreboding fills him. He transforms into a serpent and swims towards the stream. Upon arrival, he is astounded to find the small opening has grown tremendously, and the flood surges aggressively upwards, heading directly towards the spring. Observing the relentless rain, he realizes that most of his beast folk are sheltering in a refuge. Should the spring collapse, the reverse flow of water would undoubtedly claim the lives of his kin. What then can be done? At present, there is no safe haven in sight. Must he and his people face their demise amidst this flood? The more he contemplates, the more alarmed he becomes, prompting him to swim back to the refuge. He seeks out Liu Qingxuan, hoping she might possess a solution, for her expertise in such matters is well known. In a state of panic, he hastens towards her, while Liu Qingxuan, hearing the sound of the spring, feels a sense of unease as it differs from the norm. Initially, she chuckles at her own caution, recalling an adage about once being bitten by a snake and fearing the rope of a well for 10 years. However, as the sound grows louder, she realizes the situation is dire. Liu Qingxuan urgently informs Bai Yu of the situation, who, upon hearing, acknowledges the gravity of the matter. Reflecting on Ling Jui's choice of this location, though nestled by mountains and water, she realizes that if the spring bursts, this area could transform into a natural basin. With a composed demeanor, she states that if the water rushes in, they would be directly drowned. Fortunately, during her recent visits, she has familiarized herself with several areas. And thankfully, Ling Jui has chosen a sturdy location that is unlikely to be washed away in the immediate future. We must lead the beast folk to higher ground, at least above the spring, she asserts. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan responds anxiously, "Are you foolish? These people will not heed our words. They will only accuse us of wishing for their demise." Bai Yu was resolute. No, Ling Jui must have discovered the issues with this place beforehand. He will ascend shortly on his own. We merely need to clarify the location to him so he can lead the others up. After that, we will proceed to alter the waterway, and essentially, all will be well. Before Bai Yu could finish her sentence, Ling Jui emerged from the water, seeking out Liu Qingxuan. At that moment, he appeared particularly disheveled, his expression filled with dread as he implored Liu Qingxuan to devise a solution, for the small hillside had been washed away. The influx of water threatened to claim everyone's lives. I have surveyed the surrounding area, and this location is the only one sturdy enough. We have no idea where to seek refuge. Bai Yu calmly addressed Ling Jui, stating, "First, we must lure them upward, and then I shall join you in diverting the waterway. As you are aware, there are no viable places nearby that could serve as a refuge. With impending inundation, our only recourse is to attempt to redirect the river. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Ling Jui lowered his head in silence, conceding, "It seems we have no other option." He then raised his gaze, earnestly telling Bai Yu, "I hope we can set aside personal grievances to save my people. Once our mission is accomplished, I will no longer besiege the Xingyue tribe. I assure you, I will keep my word." After listening, Bai Yu waved his hand and remarked, "At this juncture, discussing the principles of gentlemen is futile. It is all fate. Who among us is not nurtured by their parents? If one can save, then let them save. Time is of the essence. You should hasten to lead your beast folk upwards. Without uttering another word, Ling Ju organized the orcs to swarm upwards. During the ascent, many orcs panicked and faltered in their steps. Observing this, Ling Ju said nothing but transformed into a colossal serpent, carrying the frail and ailing orcs as he climbed higher. As they ascended, the space to stand became increasingly constricted, and by the time they reached the summit, everyone was packed tightly together. Ling Ju calmly instructed his subordinates, "Ensure the orcs are well managed, awaiting my command, and act wisely in times of crisis." He hastily descended the mountain to meet Baiyu, who had already transformed into a tiger-like orc. Liu Qingxuan, seated upon him, urged, "Quickly take me to the collapsed hillside to assess the situation." Upon their hurried arrival, they discovered numerous scratches on the stone walls of the hillside. Liu Qingxuan shook her head at the sight and said, "It is no longer feasible to block this place. It is far too vast. By the time we finish, they will have perished. We must move ahead." As they proceeded, they were accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds, deafening to the ears. The water surged like a galloping steed, revealing enormous logs drifting atop the river's surface. Upon closer inspection, the soil clinging to the tree roots had been entirely washed away. The water, having carried off too much earth, appeared excessively murky, resembling a dying elder desperately yearning to seize life. The trio trudged through the torrential rain, facing great difficulty. Upon reaching an especially hard section, Baiyu realized that blocking the hillside would significantly slow the water's flow. However, despite its small size, sealing it would not be an easy task. Just as Liu Qingxuan was troubled by this predicament, Ling Ju turned to her and suggested, "Could we use these dead branches and broken wood to seal it?" Baiyu pondered for a moment before replying, "It is certainly not out of the question. However, this driftwood does not possess the same cohesive qualities as soil. Have you truly made up your mind?" Chapter 22. The dispute. Ling Ju declared with unwavering conviction, "I have made up my mind." The wind tousled his hair, and the interplay between his flowing locks and the steadfastness in his gaze rendered him all the more captivating. Liu Qingxuan found herself bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two. If they had already resolved to utilize the driftwood, why did their expressions convey such an extraordinary intensity? Upon hearing the answer, Baiyu swiftly accompanied Liu Qingxuan to the nearby mountains in search of suitable timber. As the driftwood in the river was insufficient to fill this small gap, they needed to ensure an ample supply of wood for their task. For the first time, Liu Qingxuan realized the remarkable prowess of Baiyu. She observed as Baiyu gently tapped the tree with her tiger tail, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Baiyu continued to swing her tail, bringing down several trees in succession. After striking approximately 10 trees, she finally came to a halt. Baiyu subsequently transformed into a humanoid form, dragging the trees as he made his way towards the hillside. Fortunately, this area was a forest, and the distance was relatively short. Within a brief span of time, Baiyu managed to transport a dozen trees to the mountain's edge. Ling Jue also gathered a considerable amount of driftwood from the water. Upon witnessing the driftwood being removed from the river, Liu Qingxuan was overcome with a profound sense of dread. The previously pristine tree roots, washed clean by the water, now seemed unremarkable. Liu Qingxuan observed the driftwood bearing numerous bite marks, the handiwork of the monstrous creatures lurking in the lake. She could distinctly identify the sharp impressions on the logs, revealing that these monsters possessed razor-sharp teeth. It was easy to imagine the implications. Liu Qingxuan glanced at Ling Jue, noting the small bite marks on his serpentine body, glistening with droplets of blood. Ling Jue, seemingly unfazed, turned to Baiyu and said, "Shall we begin the process of filling? The trees you brought should suffice, don't you think?" Baiyu nodded and said, "Indeed, that will suffice. Please select the trees first, and then transform into your serpentine form to lay them one by one at the foot of the hill. It is imperative to arrange them layer by layer. But the sizes of these trees vary, so it may take some time to choose appropriately. It is a laborious task, and as you are aware, these creatures wreak havoc in the water, and I am unable to assist you." Ling Ju rubbed his head and replied, "I have never seen you so verbose. Could you not be as silent as you were when hunting?" Baiyu, having spoken, refrained from engaging in further conflict with Ling Ju, and instead commenced by hurling a sizable piece of timber into the water, addressing Ling Ju with the directive, "Choose a suitable spot and begin the filling process." Ling Ju, embracing the enormous log, plunged to the depths of the water. There, he discovered a flat expanse and positioned the timber accordingly. Fortunately, Ling Ju's serpentine form was quite elongated. He used his tail to secure the log while extending his head above water, beckoning Baiyu to toss several more pieces. After Baiyu complied with 1 or 2 additional logs, Ling Ju responded, "Throw 2 or 3 more." Liu Qingxuan, gazing at the speaking serpent's head. Unwittingly fancied she was witnessing a true dragon, momentarily lost in reverie. Observing from the shore, she estimated that approximately 3 logs would suffice to fill the gap. Yet beneath the surface, it appeared 6 or 7 were necessary. As Ling Ju pressed the buoyant wood down, he initiated a new phase of the filling process. Once the bottom layer was adequately laid, Ling Ju no longer needed to anchor it with his tail, for the logs interlocked, preventing them from surfacing. Bai Yu turned her head and asked, "Is your tail all right?" Ling Ju, sweating profusely and enduring pain, replied, "I'm fine." Although the pressure of the water increased the further down they went, he, as the leader of his clan, was not as feeble as he had imagined. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Ling Ju promptly supplied timber. As he cast the wood aside, the rain intensified, and occasionally, driftwood would float past. Bai Yu would descend to retrieve it, their division of labor proving to be remarkably harmonious. Liu Qingxuan sheltered in a small opening, waiting for them. Soon, they successfully blocked the mountain pass. With a triumphant expression, Liu Qingxuan declared, "This way, the spring won't collapse, and we shall be spared from flooding. However, I wonder how long this timber will hold, perhaps a few days at best?" As this thought crossed their minds, the trio's expressions darkened. Liu Qingxuan continued, "When that serpent beast abducted me, I came across a small village. I suspect there might be some emergency supplies there. Although the place isn't entirely secure, it could serve as a temporary refuge. In any case, we should relocate to a safer area and later find a suitable place to move our people." The 2 men concurred, recognizing the wisdom in her words. The mountain pass could collapse at any moment, certainly not lasting more than a few days. Thus, they agreed to Liu Qingxuan's plan and set forth to migrate their clan toward the village. The trio hastened to the refuge, during which Liu Qingxuan observed the relentless downpour. Chilling to the bone. Upon their arrival, she noted that many were already frostbitten, their faces flushed. Some ailing female beastmen huddled in their partner's embrace, trembling violently. The cold-stricken female beastmen cast fiery glares at Liu Qingxuan, and one of them charged forward, intent on attacking her. With vehement words, the beastwoman accused, "It's all your fault. You fell ill and demanded we use our entire clan's ginger. Do you know how precious that is? You bewitched the chieftain. Look at the years when you were absent. The refuge was always safe during the rainy season. Now that you're here, it's become perilous." The beast woman then shouted to the crowd, "This woman has brought calamity upon us. Look at what she has done to our tribe. You will face the wrath of the beast god. You are a despised existence. Your head should be offered as a sacrifice to the beast god. Perhaps then the rain will cease." Liu Qingxuan was momentarily stunned by the beast woman's harsh words. A wave of unjust grievance washed over her. Here she was, safeguarding their lives alongside her companions, yet she was accused of being a scourge. Had she truly done anything wrong? She had not demanded all the ginger for herself. So why must she endure such baseless misfortune? Ling Ju, witnessing this scene, cast a sharp glance at the beast woman. With a frigid demeanor, he declared, "You dare challenge the authority of the chieftain? I possess the right to demand your sacrifice to the beast god. If you wish to offer a sacrifice, then perhaps you should do it yourself. It was my command to provide her with the ginger. Do you dare question me? Your actions here sow discord, a crime that cannot be forgiven." The female orc was sent sprawling by a sweeping tail of the serpent, and had it not been for her companion's timely support, she would have surely plummeted into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she remained in a frenzied state, exclaiming, "Liu Qingxuan deserves to die. Is there any reason for the curse to continue existing in this world?" Liu Qingxuan, observing the obstinate female orc, felt an overwhelming weariness wash over her. Leaning against Bai Yu's embrace, she inquired softly why Bai Yu remained silent. Bai Yu caressed Liu Qingxuan's face and said, "This is a matter concerning our clan. Attacking her will yield no beneficial outcome. It will only exacerbate the situation. Acting in a fit of rage today will merely invite more dire consequences. I am contemplating taking you away from here." After delivering this tender remark to Liu Qingxuan, Bai Yu aimed a punch directly at Ling Jue's face. This act was a blatant provocation against the dignity of the Eternal Day tribe. Striking the chieftain in front of all the beastmen served as a formidable intimidation. Ling Jue silently endured the blow, remaining steadfastly silent. Observing Ling Jue's demeanor, Bai Yu coldly declared, "Should you utter another vile word, I shall sever your ears and offer them as a sacrifice to your beast god. We shall see whose prowess prevails, yours or mine." With that, he transformed into a tiger, retrieving a beast skin skirt from his satchel to adorn Liu Qingxuan, and swiftly departed. Liu Qingxuan, watching Bai Yu's boldness, gently patted the tiger's head and asked, "Are we truly going to disregard them?" Bai tilted his head and replied, "Why should we concern ourselves with them? Do you see any reason to engage? I previously thought the journey might be perilous, but now I believe we need not endure any more of their nonsense." Bai, having finished speaking, flicked her tail and dashed towards the tribe. After walking for approximately 2 to 3 hours, she reached her destination. Despite the steady rain that had been falling for the past few days, Bai chose not to take Liu Qingxuan home immediately. Instead, she brought her to Hejia's residence first. Observing the guest Bai had returned with, Hejia spoke with remarkable speed. Bai and Hejia hurried to prepare some ginger soup. Liu Qingxuan gazed around the unfamiliar room and soon noticed several baskets filled with various herbs. She approached the kitchen and inquired if she could examine the contents of the baskets. Hejia replied, "Feel free, but do be gentle and avoid causing any damage." As Liu Qingxuan began to sift through the herbs, she was taken aback to discover medicinal ingredients such as tianqi, known for its blood-nourishing properties, along with goji berries. She hurriedly brought these 2 herbs to Bai, asking, "Why aren't you utilizing these herbs?" Bai, glancing at the herbs in her hands, remarked, "I am unsure." Hejia occasionally gathers a random assortment of herbs without applying them. He merely studies their properties. Liu Qingxuan retorted, "So they sit here as mere decorations? What a waste." She then insisted that he incorporate these herbs into the soup, suggesting they make a larger batch so that all 4 of them could partake. She also inquired about Bai, expressing her surprise at his absence. Hejia explained, "The child is currently asleep. He stayed up too late playing last night." Liu Qingxuan thought to herself how carefree the little rascal seemed, oblivious to her predicament despite having been captured for so long. Sensing her concern, Hejia reassured her. "He is unaware of your capture. Only I, Bai, and the clan leader are privy to this matter." Hearing this, Liu Qingxuan felt somewhat relieved, though her worries for the child lingered. Without hesitation, Liu Qingxuan dashed to Bai's room to check on him. There he was, his cherubic face rosy and deeply immersed in slumber, seemingly unaffected by the torrential rains outside. Observing Bai's chubby visage, she felt an irresistible urge to caress his soft cheeks. Bai, noticing that her lover had not returned for an extended period, initially speculated that a disagreement had arisen between her and Hejia. Promptly, she rushed to inquire with Hejia about what might have transpired. Hejia reassured her, stating that nothing significant had occurred and that she had gone to see Bai. Upon entering the room, Bai beheld Liu Qingxuan, who wore a love-struck expression as she gazed at Bai, murmuring repeatedly how adorable she was, her eyes fixed intently upon Bai. Bai gazed at Liu Qingxuan, pouting as she inquired, "He hardly resembles a little tiger now. What is it that captivates you so?" Liu Qingxuan waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Isn't it simply delightful that he is so resilient? I'm just teasing you. You appear to be as inscrutable as a sealed gourd, which is rather dull." Bai embraced Liu Qingxuan and said, "I am not bored. You may play however you wish, even braiding my hair is acceptable." Chapter 23, Memories of the Past. As the evening deepened, Bai decided not to return home, opting instead to spend the night at Hejia's residence, where he was warmly welcomed as a guest. While Liu Qingxuan and Bai succumbed to slumber, Bai and Hejia remained awake. Noticing Bai sitting alone on a stone bench, Hejia joined her and initiated a conversation. Casually toying with his fingers, Hejia inquired regarding the chief election within the tribe. "Have you made up your mind whether to participate or not? You are aware that should you choose to run, the chances of your success are significantly high. Are you truly unable to overcome the mental hurdle that stands in your way?" Bai gazed at Hejia with her clear, cat-like eyes and inquired, "What do you think? Such obstacles cannot simply be overcome with a single step." Hejia, recalling the matter, felt a quiet sorrow within. With a sigh, he replied, "However, you must understand that in terms of capability, you are undoubtedly the foremost in this tribe. I have reservations about entrusting the leadership to anyone else." Bai gazed at Hejia and slowly articulated, "In truth, there are still individuals within the tribe who are quite capable. For instance, you, Hejia. I believe you're exceptionally suited for this role. Although your skills in hunting may be somewhat lacking, the chieftain does not need to hunt frequently." Hejia humbly replied, "I merely wish to quietly dedicate myself to the study of medicinal herbs and assist my friends, without any grand ambitions. My hope for you to become the chieftain stems from a personal interest. I truly believe your leadership would be immensely beneficial for the Xingyue tribe. One must not forget that the neighboring Yongzhou tribe is ever watchful." Bai spoke in a low voice. "I am well aware that the Yongzhou tribe was originally a modest community. Under Ling Ju's leadership for over a decade, it has evolved into an exceptionally distinguished tribe. Your concern that our tribe as chieftain may not measure up and thus face downfall is understandable, is it not? He acknowledged this sentiment, but, both logically and emotionally, hoped that you could transcend that hurdle. Trust me, Bayun would wish for you to overcome this obstacle as well, despite appearing carefree. That child is acutely aware of everything. Bayu gazed into Yiche's light-colored eyes, filled with remorse, and said, I know all too well. Yet this hurdle cannot simply be leaped over. I understand Bayun's anxiety for himself, yet I find myself at a loss for solutions. Alas, as Qingxuan suggested, I shall confront difficulties with slumber. I shall retire now. Please refrain from disclosing this to Qingxuan. Yiche watched him approach the bed and tuck himself in. He remained seated on the stone bench, the moonlight casting a chill in the air. A tear glistened in his eye as he mourned for his dear friend, worried for his tribe, and felt sorrow for their shared past. Yet, he found himself powerless to alleviate Bayu's evasion. Yiche recalled that fateful morning from years past, when Bayun had just been born. Bayu had excitedly dashed to the platform for the grand selection of the chieftain, a day when his father was to be chosen. Had Bayu's father not fallen victim to treachery, he would have undoubtedly assumed the role of chieftain today. Tragically, the perpetrator who conspired against him also met a grim fate, resulting in a mutual destruction that claimed both their lives. Otherwise, the current chieftain would not have been appointed. Upon learning of the situation, Bayu's mother, overwhelmed with despair, wept inconsolably as she clutched Bayun, contemplating a tragic fate. Bayu, in a desperate attempt, clung to them, pleading fervently. Yet, their mother, driven to the brink of madness, sought to offer a sacrifice to the beast god in hopes of reclaiming her lost love. Bayu, in a heart-wrenching plea, insisted that the beast god was but a figment of imagination, only to be met with a stinging slap across the face. Bayu could momentarily hinder the situation, but not indefinitely. Soon after, her mother, with a sudden clarity, implored Bayu not to vie for the position of clan leader, deeming it a mere hollow title. She insisted that Bayu swear an oath for their mutual safety. Bayu remained silent for an extended period, unable to articulate her response. However, upon returning home from a hunting expedition, she discovered that her mother had already succumbed to death, leaving behind only the wailing Bayun. Fortunately, the current clan leader was benevolent and often extended assistance to the two children living alone. It was a blessing that Bayu had already acquired the skills to hunt independently. Otherwise, one can only imagine the dire circumstances they would have faced. As Ija pondered this, he couldn't help but sigh, muttering to himself that he ought not to concern himself with such matters. Alas, he thought, if only. The following day, Liu Qingxuan awoke to find the sun shining brightly. She had anticipated rain, but to her surprise, it was a splendid day. Although the sky was laden with clouds, the sun pierced through, casting a few rays of light that illuminated the surroundings with an extraordinary brilliance. In high spirits, Liu Qingxuan called for Bayun, who was still comfortably ensconced in bed, deep in slumber. Liu Qingxuan found herself perplexed by Bayun's seemingly endless capacity for sleep. Reflecting on her own little cat's daily routine, which involved napping for over 10 hours, she mused that perhaps Bayun was not merely a small tiger after all. Bayun stirred from her slumber, roused by the gentle call of her beloved sister. With a sudden movement, she threw herself into her sister's embrace, nestling against her and murmuring, I truly am not dreaming, are I? Sister has returned. Liu Qingxuan, supporting Bayun's petite frame, replied, Indeed, sister has come back. Have you been obedient and listened to Haja these past few days? Bayun nuzzled against Liu Qingxuan's neck and exclaimed, Bayun is the most well-behaved little tiger. He loves Bayun dearly and often plays with him. Bayun even taught him how to climb trees. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan burst into laughter and remarked, Bayun is truly impressive. He is quite the splendid little teacher. Bayun smiled shyly, a flush of crimson adorning her delicate visage, while her petite feet fidgeted as if playfully dancing upon the clouds. She then leaned in quietly towards Liu Qingxuan's ear and inquired, Sister, how were you abducted to the Eternal Day tribe? Startled by the revelation, Liu Qingxuan paused momentarily before responding, You are already aware. It seems nothing escapes your keen little eyes. I was caught off guard and taken by surprise. The white cloud patted its chest and said, As long as nothing is amiss, that tribe's chieftain must be particularly wicked, right? They believe that the white cloud is merely a child and wish to keep secrets from me. But I am quite astute. Otherwise, I would not have so obediently stayed for so many days. Once the rainy season concludes, I shall hunt numerous pythons and hone my exceptional skills in snake fighting. The next time they attempt to abduct my sister, I will shatter their snake heads. Liu Qingxuan, observing the innocent and Na'vi white cloud uttering such brutal words, found the contrast so amusing that she nearly dropped the white cloud. Bayu, having gone to bed rather late the previous night, arose later than usual and happened to witness Bai Yun leaning in closely to Liu Qingxuan. From Bai Yu's vantage point, it appeared as though Bai Yun was attempting to kiss his own wife, with a roll of her eyes. Bai Yu thought to herself that her brother was once again encroaching on her territory. However, she decided to let it pass. After all, he was her younger brother. And as long as he refrained from causing any significant trouble in the past few days, she would refrain from reprimanding him. Upon seeing her brother emerge, Bai Yun swiftly slipped down from Liu Qingxuan and rushed towards her brother, extending her arms in a plea for him to embrace her. He lifted her into his arms, and Bai Yun, with an innocent curiosity, began to pinch his face while exclaiming, "Why are you unscathed? I thought you would engage in a brawl. And I was eager to witness the extent of your injuries." Bai Yu felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. Her younger brother was truly worthless. With a teasing tone, Bai Yu remarked, "According to your reasoning, I should return without a complete set. I am well aware that Ling Jue from the neighboring Eternal Day tribe has a penchant for devouring children. I dare say you would suffice for his hearty meal. What do you think of me sending you there?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yun couldn't help but shiver slightly and remarked, "Fooling a child, he wouldn't dare to consume me. How foolish of you. Do you really think I would fall for such a trick? It seems you have excelled in your heroic endeavor to rescue the damsel." Liu Qingxuan smiled at Bai Yun and replied, "Not quite. This time, it is the beauty who saves the hero." Bai Yu interjected, "What a classic statement. Sister Qingxuan, you truly are remarkable this time." Hiju observed the cheerful camaraderie among the three and suddenly felt akin to a solitary dog. No, he corrected himself. He was a noble white crane, not a mere mutt. Clearing his throat, Hiju coughed lightly, reminding himself that there was still one more person present, and decided to temper his demeanor. Bai Yun rested upon her elder brother, revealing one eye as she mischievously smiled and said, "No, no, no. There is no need to hold back. In your presence, I need not restrain myself. Brother Huzha is my most cherished sibling." Bai Yu playfully tapped Bai Yun's backside, teasing, "You're still lying on your brother, spouting such whimsical words. Let your brother Hija hold you." Bai Yun promptly lifted her head to gaze at Bai Yu, proclaiming, "You are my most beloved brother." Seeing the interaction between the siblings, Liu Qingxuan exchanged a knowing smile with Hija. After sharing a laugh, Hija remarked, "How sweet. I shall prepare breakfast and not intrude upon your cherished moments together." Meanwhile, in the neighboring Yongzhou tribe, the sudden appearance of sunlight led them to believe that the rainy season would conclude prematurely or that the rainfall would diminish. When the chieftain suggested they migrate, they boldly asserted that the weather was now clear and anticipated no further heavy rains, deeming migration unnecessary. Moreover, the terrain here was remarkably sturdy. "Didn't you previously seal off an entrance, chieftain? There shouldn't be any significant issues." For the sake of caution, Ling Jue disagreed with their sentiments and calmly asserted, "Migration is still necessary." However, many of the female beast men countered, arguing that should they encounter cold without ginger during the journey, they would face dire consequences. They insisted they could not acquiesce to such recklessness, asserting that even the chieftain should not act so autocratically. As dissent among the female beast men swayed a considerable number of male beast men, Ling Jue found that only a third of the tribe agreed to migrate. Infuriated, yet with no alternative, he decided to lead those willing to depart first. Migration is a laborious endeavor, and after escorting those who agreed to leave in the morning, Ling Jue returned that same night. The fog was exceptionally thick, and as he prepared himself for the evening, he opted not to head to the tribe center, but instead to the shelter. At the shelter, he encountered the two children he had previously rescued. To his surprise, the child approached him without fear, offering some of their rations. Ling Jue silently expressed gratitude as he began to eat, though the meager portion was but a drop in the ocean for him. After finishing, Ling Jue solemnly called the two children before him, saying, "If you're not afraid tonight, make your way to where you need to go. The fog is quite dense." Chapter 24, Reunion and Safety. The beast folk stood at a high vantage point, the fog thickening to the point where they could scarcely see those who were a short distance away. Ling Jue did not press the matter. He understood that forceful insistence was not the optimal approach to governing the tribe. After observing for a time, he descended to a small mountain pass. He noted that some of the driftwood had become somewhat eroded, confirming Liu Qingxuan's assertion that it would not last many days. Ling Jue sat quietly on the shore, observing the surroundings. Occasionally, he spotted creatures resembling crocodiles that lunged at the carefully arranged timber, but he merely swept them aside with his serpentine tail, paying little mind to them as their appearances were infrequent. With his eyes closed, he awaited the latter part of the night. When he began to sense a chill in the air, rain began to fall, unlike the customary showers of the rainy season. Tonight's rain was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, intermittently striking the vast forest. The curtain of rain began to sway in the air, forming puddles in the depressions that reflected the cold moonlight, subtly hinting at a lurking danger. Ling Jue pondered the orcs in the refuge and glanced at his own situation. He was unable to extricate himself. If those individuals were wise, they would recognize the urgency to relocate immediately, but in the stillness of the night, would they take heed? Observing the relentless flow of water eroding the laid timber, Ling Jue made a difficult decision. He would ascend the mountain and rouse his kin. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered the orcs sprawled in disarray, with the young orcs curled up in the embrace of the females, and not a single male orc willing to stand guard. Ling Jue sighed inwardly at the sight, patting the nearest orc to awaken them. The orc, bleary-eyed upon realizing the clan leader's presence, hurriedly rushed over, incessantly calling for the others to rise, exclaiming, "Wake up! Wake up! The clan leader has arrived. No more sleeping. Hey, you over there, the one sleeping like a log. Get up quickly. The clan leader has important matters to discuss." Many orcs, upon being roused, appeared dazed, with some of the female orcs grumbling that the clan leader was neglecting serious affairs by waking them up, while their partners gently reassured them that the clan leader must have significant news to announce. Ling Jue, observing the discontented female orcs, felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could silence a few as a warning to the rest. With a tense demeanor, he addressed them. "As you can see, it has begun to rain, and the fog is quite dense. I anticipate that this rain will be heavy. I can no longer lead you in migration. Should the hillside be breached, the water will flood in immediately, and I must guard the pass. You are well aware of that location. Gather your belongings and move to safety without delay. I cannot hold out much longer. If by dawn you have not evacuated this place, I fear the worst awaits you." Initially, the orcs were skeptical of Ling Jue's words, with some female orcs suggesting that the clan leader was bewitched by Liu Qingxuan, intending to trap them all. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Ling Jue directly struck the female orc, declaring, "Today, you shall serve as an example." With a swift motion, he extended his hand towards the neck of the female beastman, gently grasping it, and it was evident that her head bent downward almost immediately. The once eloquent female beastman could now utter no sound. Her partner, witnessing the collapse of his beloved, stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "Is it truly necessary for the chieftain to act in this manner? Are you still our leader?" Unfazed, Ling Jue addressed the others. "Are you not leaving yet? If you remain, this shall be your fate, or perhaps an even grimmer one. You may find yourselves devoured by the grotesque fish lurking in the river, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. The beast god does not accept those who are bereft of their entirety." After uttering these words, Ling Jue strode towards the small mountain pass without a backward glance. Upon reaching the pass, he noticed that the damage to the timber had increased, and to his dismay, there were bite marks present as well. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to guard this spot. As the beastmen prepared to depart, the rain had begun to blur the scenery, while Ling Jue was already immersed in the water, safeguarding the timber. The wood could scarcely withstand such tremendous force, had it not been for Ling Jue's initial efforts to protect them. The timber would have been shattered into disarray. Ling Jue himself was not in a much better state, as monstrous creatures relentlessly assaulted him, and some of the larger fish collided with him. His body was adorned with numerous bite marks, bruises of varying shades of blue and purple that appeared quite terrifying. Ling Jue found himself at a loss, unsure of the circumstances, and could only continue to defend this position. Should he falter, he would surely meet his demise within the bellies of these fish. Suddenly, he recalled the remedy he had deceitfully acquired from Liu Qingxuan and Bai Yu, pondering whether he would ever have the opportunity to attempt concocting it. As this thought crossed his mind, a single tear slipped down his cheek. He too feared death and lamented the unfulfilled aspirations that lingered within him. He was not the beast god and could not satisfy everyone. He reflected on his years as chieftain, feeling no guilt towards the tribe, even as he bore the weight of various malevolent accusations for its expansion. Ling Jue was well aware of this, yet hearing such words from the very people he had protected moved him to tears. Even a strong individual like him could not suppress his emotions. As tears blurred his vision, he continued to defend the timber. His tail lashed out towards the distance, flinging several monsters away, only for them to return and attempt to attack him. As the number of creatures swelled, Ling Jue found himself increasingly fatigued. The sky was on the verge of brightening, and he felt the golden haze of hunger clouding his vision. He realized he could not hold out much longer and yearned for assistance, yet his trusted subordinates were not particularly capable and merely followed his commands, rendering the hope of their arrival a mere fantasy. It was clearly impossible, but Yu had also departed, leaving him truly alone. The monsters seemed to possess a sense of awareness, recognizing Ling Jue's dazed expression. Suddenly, one of them charged towards his chest with great urgency. Caught off guard, Ling Jue was thrown off balance by the forceful impact. Subsequently, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, and Ling Jue, appearing utterly devoid of strength, collapsed upon the floating wood, his eyes slowly closing as his body sank into the water, leaving only an arm desperately clutching the driftwood. The two children, witnessing Ling Jue's dire state, were deeply troubled. After he had urged them to leave, they felt uneasy about his well-being and made their way back to him. Upon reaching the mountainside, they were astonished to find Ling Jue unconscious on the wood. The sight of their once formidable leader now revealing such vulnerability struck them with awe. Akin to a divine statue on the verge of shattering. Concerned for his safety, the children dared not allow him to remain submerged. They exerted all their might to pull him up, their small hands gripping his arms and straining to lift him, yet their diminutive size rendered them powerless. Left with no other recourse, they resolved to awaken their leader. Thus, they began to gnaw at his arm, leaving several noticeable bite marks that drew blood. But Ling Jue remained unresponsive. One child remarked, "Surely the leader cannot be dead. We still wish to repay his kindness." The other child insisted, "No, he is strong. He cannot possibly die." Suddenly, they felt a slight movement in the arm they were grasping, prompting one child to exclaim, "It worked." They resumed their frantic biting. At long last, as Ling Jue's head broke the surface, bloodied and gasping, the children gazed at him, their hearts racing with fear as they stammered. "We only did this because you weren't waking up. Please, don't harm us." Ling Jue, observing the two children and his own bloodied hands, sighed in resignation and reassured them. "Do not fear. I am aware of your intentions. I would never harm you. Had I wished to do so, I would not have saved you." His chin trembled slightly as he gravely inquired, "Have they all relocated?" Hearing Ling Jue's hoarse voice, the children felt an overwhelming sense of sacred duty and nodded. Responding in their tender voices, they have all moved away. "Do you wish to remain here, leader?" Ling Jue shook his head. "No, if they have departed. Then I shall not linger any longer." With great effort, he stood, wobbling precariously as if he had lost his balance. Turning to the children, he said, "I may need your assistance to steady me." After the children helped Ling Jue to his safe location, he found himself reflecting deeply. Had it not been for these two children rousing him with their bites, he might have become a feast for monsters. He realized that he had once looked down upon the weak, believing strength could shield him from fear. This was a resounding wake-up call. He had saved the children. And in turn, they had saved him, teaching him the value of respecting all beings. Suddenly, Ling Jue addressed the children, "Your parents likely perished in that flood. You have no home, do you? If you are willing, I shall adopt you both. Do you accept?" The two children gazed at Ling Jue with astonishment, as if he were uttering a fantastical tale. One of the spirited little ones tugged at his companion and declared, "Of course we would." Ling Jue then inquired, "And what are your names?" The clever child replied, "I am called Tuan Yuan," while the other chimed in, "I am Ping'an." Upon hearing these names, Ling Jue recognized them as common among young beast men, signifying their parents' hopes for them, peace and reunion. He extended his arms, embracing the two children, softly murmuring the words Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, and proclaimed, "From now on, you may call me Father Xiong. I shall ensure your upbringing is filled with joy." Chapter 25. A harmonious gathering. Tuan Yuan and Ping'an, looking shyly at Ling Jue, called out "Father" in unison. Ling Jue paused momentarily, then gently responded, "Let it be so," and enveloped the two children in his warm embrace. With a tinge of guilt, he added, "During this rainy season, I may not be able to remain by your side. Once the rain cease, I promise to care for you well. For now, you must stay in the shelter for a while. Provisions will be sent to you by my subordinates, all right?" Both Tuan Yuan and Ping'an nodded, clutching Ling Jue's hands, expressing their hope that their father would return safely, so the three of them could play with Sister Qingxuan together. Ling Jue affectionately patted the two children and reassured them, "That will surely happen. But before that, take good care of yourselves. Now, be good and avoid any dangerous places." With that, he waved goodbye to the children and set off alone to guard the perimeter of the shelter. Though they had relocated to this new site, and while the tribe possessed important resources, Ling Jue believed that the lives of his beast men were of paramount importance. Liu Qingxuan and Baiyu returned to their dwelling, where Baiyun excitedly flitted about. Liu Qingxuan surveyed their abode. Despite the rainy season, the elevated terrain spared them the need to seek refuge elsewhere. Heju's home was slightly above theirs, and while their house was somewhat damp, it remained habitable. With a light heart, Liu Qingxuan spoke to Baiyu. I heard you have stocked up on quite a few treasures in your family's warehouse. Coincidentally, I also found numerous valuable items in Hejia's warehouse. Rest assured, I did not take his belongings without due cause. Baiyu remarked, it matters not, even if you were to take it without hesitation. He would not utter a word of complaint. Rest assured, I shall return it in due course. Should any trouble arise in my absence, you may seek him out. He is my closest confidant. Liu Qingxuan nodded in acknowledgement. I am well aware of that. He is deeply engrossed in the study of herbal medicine, and his home is replete with numerous herbs. I have shared with him all the effects that I know. Then, I noticed some lemons. Though it seems you do not refer to them as lemons here. I requested Hejia to procure 6 or 7 of them. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you all. Baiyun's gaze was fixed on Liu Qingxuan, who cradled the fragrant yellow fruit in her hands. Baiwei, holding a fish, remarked, is it the sight of the fish that inspires your culinary ideas? She added, a fish soup can be quite delightful. Perhaps you should take a break today. Liu Qingxuan replied, no need for that. We still have sugar, right? With sugar and lemon, along with just a hint of chili, we might create something truly delicious. Baiyun and Baiwei gazed disapprovingly at the vibrant red object nestled in the corner. Baiyun hurriedly approached her sister, clinging to her leg, and exclaimed, we cannot eat that. It is exceedingly spicy and will burn our mouths. She even gestured to her own lips in emphasis. Liu Qingxuan affectionately ruffled Baiyu's little tuft of hair, assuring her, in due time, you shall discover how delectable it truly is. Hejia, being an attentive individual, had meticulously cleaned the lemons he provided, sparing them from any further effort. Liu Qingxuan beckoned Baiwei to come over and assist in peeling the lemons. Baiwei swiftly removed the thick skins from the 6 or 7 lemons, commenting to Liu Qingxuan, these lemons are rather troublesome. The peels are excessively thick. Holding the final lemon, Liu Qingxuan skillfully sliced it into delicate, thin rounds with a bone knife. As Baiyun inhaled the fragrant aroma of the lemon, she was initially tempted by the thought of its delightful taste. However, the realization that it had been procured from the hands of a physician caused her to hesitate. Observing her brother's eager desire to indulge, Baiyu discreetly broke off a piece of the lemon slice and urged him to savor it, whispering, enjoy it quietly. Do not let your sister discover our little secret. Baiyun gazed with sparkling eyes at the delicate, gossamer lemon slice she held in her hands, turning to her brother and exclaiming, brother, you are so kind. May I have a taste? If it is delightful, I promise I shall not compete with you for it. Baiyu gently caressed Baiyun's soft, tender little face and said, it is worth all the affection I bestow upon you. Now, eat up, and once you have finished, do let your brother know how delightful it was. Baiyun swiftly popped a slice of lemon into her mouth, only to suddenly spit it out with a series of poo-poo sounds. Her petite face scrunched up in distaste as she turned to her brother and exclaimed, this fruit is utterly unpalatable. It is so sour. Brother, oh dear, my teeth ache. Baiyu gazed at Baiyun in such a manner and gently cradled him in her arms, soothingly saying, perhaps it requires a touch of water. Or the scent is still quite strong since it was freshly picked and has yet to dissipate. Baiyun whispered nervously into her brother's ear. Does Sister Qingxuan believe the yellow fruit is ripe? I don't think it is. Liu Qingxuan, holding a handful of chili peppers, stood quietly at the door and softly replied to Baiyun, dear Baiyun, I heard every word you said. This is indeed ripe. Sister, today we shall prepare a Thai-style sweet and sour sauce. Baiyun and Baiyu expressed a respectful distance from this matter, with Baiyu even contemplating that if it proved too difficult to consume, she would still make an effort to partake. Liu Qingxuan addressed Baiyu, urging her not to linger idly and to hasten in squeezing the lemon juice, while Baiyun attempted to approach to assist. However, Liu Qingxuan barred him, stating that a child lacking strength need not trouble himself with the task of squeezing lemons. Instead, he should focus on supervising his elder brother diligently. Baiyu remarked, it's fine, let him come over. His strength is not to be underestimated. Liu Qingxuan suddenly recalled the sturdy child who had single-handedly brought a python to its knees. After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, then let Baiyun join us as well. Soon, the two of them managed to extract a generous bowl of lemon juice. Liu Qingxuan placed the freshly cut lemon slices into the juice, exclaiming, now it looks so much more appealing. I'm truly remarkable. Following this, they proceeded to mash the ingredients into a paste. Such a task did not require Liu Qingxuan's direct involvement, for the formidable Baiyu was present, allowing her to effortlessly achieve her desired outcome. The aroma of the sauce wafted through the air, fragrant yet delicate enough not to overshadow the freshness of the seafood, providing a delightful contrast. Liu Qingxuan was captivated by the vibrant red hue, which whetted her appetite, and she anticipated a delightful taste. Taking on the role of a hands-off manager, she instructed Bai Yu to steam the freshly caught fish. Fortunately, Bai Yu was quite adept in the kitchen. The meal he prepared was crafted from the very ingredients Liu Qingxuan had worked on, and steaming those fish was a trivial task for him. You might wonder what Bai Yun was doing nearby. He was likely standing by with utensils, dutifully supervising his brother, proving himself to be a competent little overseer. Bai Yu simply scraped off the fish scales and washed the fish before placing it directly into the steamer. Naturally, he did not forget to add a few slices of ginger, which would help eliminate the fishy odor. Once the fish was steamed to perfection, a delicate aroma of river delicacies wafted through the air, and Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. He cradled the bowl of fish and approached the table. Awaiting the arrival of the two others, Liu Qingxuan glanced at the fish and remarked, "Nice." Curious, Bai Yu inquired about the meaning of nice. Liu Qingxuan explained that it is a term of affirmation, signifying something is excellent. Looking at Liu Qingxuan, Bai Yu suddenly echoed, "Nice." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, "You are nice too." Bai Yun chimed in from the side, "Bai Yun is nice as well." Laughter erupted among them. Liu Qingxuan then described how to enjoy the sauce. Distributing 3 small dishes to each person, she ladled 3 spoonfuls from the large bowl into the small plates and proceeded to select the tender fish flesh from the belly of the fish. Gently brushing the meat in the sauce, she brought it to her lips. With a single bite, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Nice." Bai Yun and Bai Yu, upon witnessing Liu Qingxuan's demeanor, experienced a subtle shift in their perception of the sauce, albeit a modest one, as they hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Bai Yu, displaying a bolder spirit, boldly dipped her chopsticks into the sauce and delicately sampled it. Although her expression remained impassive, her hands began to hasten as she reached for a second piece of fish. After savoring the dish, she turned to Liu Qingxuan and remarked, "It's delightfully tangy and sweet. Quite appetizing. Thank you, my dear girlfriend." Just as Bai Yun was about to take a bite, Liu Qingxuan, with a mysterious smile, interjected, "Not so fast. Bai Yun is still a child. Consuming such a pungent flavor in excess would not be good for him." She then squeezed a hint of raspberry juice into Bai Yun's small dish of sauce and encouraged, "Go ahead, this will make your bowl a touch sweeter." Bai Yun swiftly picked up a generous piece of fish and dipped it into the sauce. Instantly her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious. Sister, you are so clever." Bai Yu gently patted Bai Yun's head and replied, "If you enjoy it, then do indulge a little more." The white cloud nodded and remarked, "If we eat like this, we will not finish. May I take some for the little wolf? He rarely comes out and must be feeling quite stifled at home." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, I will accompany you, and we can bring him some eggs and raspberries." This delightful lunch unfolded in an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. The flavors were indeed robust, lingering in the air even after they finished, leaving a delectable scent of spicy sauce. Liu Qingxuan, patting her satisfied belly, turned to Bai Yu and said, "It would be even better with fish sauce. But I am content as it is." Once Bai Yun had packed the items for the little wolf, the 3 of them made their way to his home. Upon their arrival, they discovered that his dwelling was a naturally formed cave. The entrance, not quite a door, was merely a makeshift barrier woven from dried straw, likely intended to block the wind. Bai Yun politely called out to the little wolf at the entrance. Before long, Liu Qingxuan spotted a frail child emerging, sporting wolf ears atop his head. He appeared somewhat withdrawn upon seeing the 2 companions behind Bai Yun. Liu Qingxuan's heart ached at the sight of the little wolf, prompting her to rush over and explain that she had come to bring him something, knowing he was a dear friend of Bai Yun. Bai Yun stepped forward, nodding. "This is the sister I mentioned. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" The little wolf, experiencing close proximity to a female for the first time, blushed deeply and stammered, "Hello, beautiful sister." Liu Qingxuan chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke the little wolf's ears, saying, "Hello, adorable little wolf." Bai Yu presented the items she was carrying to Xiaolang, saying, "Give it a try. This is the sauce made by your sister. It is best enjoyed with fish while it's still hot. Otherwise, it will lose its delightful flavor." Xiaolang shyly accepted the basket, murmuring a soft, "Thank you, brother." Bai Yun then took Xiaolang by the hand and led her into the cave, exclaiming, "Xiaolang, let me teach you how to enjoy this. It is absolutely fragrant. And I added plenty of sweet raspberry juice." Xiaolang gazed at Bai Yun, a bashful smile gracing her face as she replied, "All right, thank you, Bai Yun." Chapter 26. The gold nugget time passed leisurely as they spent many days at home. One day, the sky cleared completely, revealing a vibrant rainbow. Bai Yun excitedly pointed it out, saying, "Sister, the rainy season has passed. The rainbow signifies the conclusion." Liu Qingxuan turned to see a magnificent arc spanning the refreshing sky, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet intertwined. Suddenly, she recalled a line of poetry. A long bridge lies across the waves. But what clouds can compare to a dragon? Liu Qingxuan admired the rainbow, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It is truly beautiful, resplendent, and colorful." The white clouds rushed over and embraced Liu Qingxuan, exclaiming, "The rainy season has come to an end. Sister, could you perhaps enlighten us on how to refine the art of salt making?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "Of course, that is not an issue at all. If you wish to commence today, then let us begin." She then called out Baiyu, who was inside the house enjoying her breakfast, with her mouth still full. Baiyu hurriedly said, wait a moment. Let me finish eating first. Do not listen to that rascal Baiyun." Baiyun observed the tone of her brother's words, which seemed to harbor a hint of anger. Instantly, she clung to her sister's leg, turning her face towards her with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Sister, there's no need to rush. Let the glutton finish eating first." Liu Qingxuan playfully pinched Baiyun's cherubic face and remarked, "You little rascal, you are becoming increasingly clever. You dare to tease your brother. Nevertheless, I support you." Liu Qingxuan then lifted the child who had been nestled on her lap into her arms and inquired, "Baiyun, would you like to know how to make salt even finer?" Baiyun nodded earnestly, exclaiming, "Of course I want to know." Her sister reassured her that Baiyun would undoubtedly excel beyond her brother. As Baiyun nodded, her cherubic cheeks, adorably plump with baby fat, became even more endearing. Liu Qingxuan playfully pinched Baiyun's soft cheeks, prompting her to bury her head into Liu Qingxuan's neck, saying, "Don't pinch too hard, or my face will turn red." Liu Qingxuan patted Baiyun's bottom and teased, "You little rascal, I understand." She then inquired, "Now, my diligent student Baiyun, could you enlighten me on the types of impurities present in seawater?" Baiyun tilted her head and inquired, "What exactly are impurities? Are they harmful substances?" After speaking, she shyly smiled. Liu Qingxuan chuckled softly and replied, "Baiyun, you are truly astute. Indeed, they are detrimental elements, specifically the sulfate ions and magnesium ions. We merely need to eliminate these ions." Baiyun Tian innocently inquired, "Then why have I not observed them? Are they perhaps minuscule, even smaller than ants?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "Indeed, they are smaller than ants. To them, ants must seem like giants. They are invisible ions, only discernible through a microscope. Alas, the beast realm has yet to possess such an instrument." Liu Qingxuan, recalling a humorous anecdote about Leeuwenhoek, shared it with Baiyun, who laughed so heartily that she could hardly stand upright. Baiyun expressed her intention to boast about this anecdote to her friends, showcasing her extensive knowledge. Observing Baiyun's rather arrogant demeanor, Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "If you become too ostentatious and end up getting a beating, don't come crying to your brother." Baiyun, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "How could I ever cry like a baby in front of my brother?" "Sister, please tell me quickly. How can we eliminate those harmful ions?" Liu Qingxuan replied that we merely need to add a small amount of fresh water to the salt we prepared earlier, allowing it to create a saturated saline solution for precipitation and filtration. Indeed, it is true that the presence of a person often precedes their voice. Baiyu embraced Baiyun, remarking, "This little chubby one has been eating more and more lately. It is fortunate that Qingxuan has such a good temperament and is willing to hold him." Liu Qingxuan raised her eyebrows and said, "Baiyun is so adorable. If he were to transform into a little tiger, perhaps he would be a bit lighter. However, it seems this child has not been turning into a little tiger much lately. Alas, it has been a long time since I felt his soft fur. I wonder if Baiyun's fur is still as warm as it used to be." Baiyun reminisced about the times when her older siblings would tease her. Each night, she would rush to the riverbank to wash her fur, filled with trepidation as she lamented, "My fur is not soft at all. My brother's fur is so soft, so beautiful, and so sleek." Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyun's antics and praising her brother, laughed heartily and declared, "All right, since Baiyu has emerged, let us begin to rid ourselves of the undesirable." Baiyu wasted no time and proceeded to the riverbank to collect some fresh water, which she then combined with the coarse salt to create a saturated brine solution. Before long, they had completed the processes of sedimentation and filtration. Once again, they relied on their old companion, wood ash, having reserved a substantial amount from their previous sugar-making endeavor. Baiyun added a generous quantity of wood ash to the purified liquid and awaited the sedimentation. By tonight, they had successfully produced brine devoid of calcium ions, sulfate ions, and magnesium ions. Liu Qingxuan gazed with satisfaction at the brine and remarked to Baiyu, All we need to do now is to allow it to undergo solar crystallization. It will undoubtedly surpass the quality of the salt blocks we previously utilized. Baiyun nodded heavily and remarked, these salt blocks appear to be far more lustrous than before, resembling the stones found within caves. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan was suddenly struck by a flurry of symbols in her mind, akin to the glittering icons that often manifest in Mr. Crab's eyes. With a quick intake of breath, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, is that truly the case? Please, take me there at once. It must be a collection of exquisite stones. In her imagination, she envisioned herself enveloped in a pile of gemstones. A delightful yet torturous thought indeed. Baiyun gazed at Liu Qingxuan, suspecting that she harbored some dubious intentions. However, he was evidently mistaken. With a playful swipe, Baiyun gently touched Liu Qingxuan's face and admonished, do not entertain such foolish thoughts. These stones are inedible, despite their resemblance to sugar cubes. Liu Qingxuan, her mind swirling with a cacophony of crows, retorted loudly, are you foolish? I am not so dim-witted as to consider consuming those. Do you not realize? These gems are exceedingly valuable. If we were to discover a gold mine, we would become the wealthiest individuals in the entire beast realm. Baiyun inquired with curiosity. What wondrous thing is a gold mine? Can it ensure that we are neither cold nor hungry? Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, was struck by a profound realization. This is indeed a generational gap. With a serious expression, she replied, how could that be? A gold mine is an exquisite treasure, resplendent in its golden hue, impervious to change, and exceedingly valuable. Do you understand that it is worth 400 yuan per gram? Just imagine the fortune if it were an entire gold mine. Baiyun, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, I was under the impression it was something extraordinary. I believe we might have it at home. Baiyun, could you please search for it and see if you can locate it? Upon receiving the command, Baiyun promptly began rummaging through the house. Eventually, beneath their bed, Baiyun discovered a considerable amount of golden lumps. Liu Qingxuan, upon seeing the shimmering gold bars in Baiyun's hands, was instantly captivated by the prospect of wealth. Baiyun, my dear, she exclaimed, I never imagined you to be so affluent, a true mogul. Surely, I've treated you well, haven't I? Quickly, hand it over to your sister. All of it. I shall buy you some sweets. Baiyun handed the gold ingot to Liu Qingxuan and remarked, we no longer find joy in this. It is far too delicate. A mere gentle bump leaves marks upon it. We possess an abundance of items you desire, and we shall gladly offer them to you. Liu Qingxuan, taken aback, realized that the two were hidden magnates, and she had underestimated them. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Such wealth seemed of little consequence in this beastly realm. Their lack of regard was, in fact, understandable. Yet, her affection for the gold ingot remained steadfast. Liu Qingxuan declared earnestly, you are squandering this treasure. This gold ingot is a vital medium of exchange. Countless pirates have lost their precious lives in pursuit of gold coins, and you dare to place it beneath your bed. Baiyun gazed at her beloved, who was enamored with the gold nugget, and remarked, if you cherish it so much, we can embark on an adventure tomorrow to seek out some exquisite stones to accompany the gold in your hand. However, I wonder how you intend to utilize these treasures. Liu Qingxuan then tossed her hair with a flourish and replied, their potential is immense. I shall melt them down to forge a splendid set of golden adornments. I desire the grandeur of a magnificent golden tooth, a splendid chain, and even a suit of golden armor. I aspire to embody the nobility of the empresses from the Qing dynasty. Baiyun listened to his partner's uninhibited speech. Soon after, he heard another exclamation, we can mint some gold coins for trade. You have no idea of the value of currency. It is indeed formidable. How many people toil tirelessly for mere pieces of paper, while we possess pure gold? For several days, Liu Qingxuan basked in joy. They had collected quite a number of stones. Liu Qingxuan held a hefty piece of turquoise in her hands, its weight bringing her immense delight. She urged Baiyun to lower his head, and he complied. Liu Qingxuan playfully placed the stone atop Baiyun's head and laughed heartily, saying, look, you're wearing a green hat now. It turned out that the stone Liu Qingxuan held resembled a hat in shape. Baiyun removed the stone from atop her head and remarked, it is not yet cold enough to require a hat, and how can this stone serve as one? Please stop playing around. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Do we really need to carry this stone as well? Liu Qingxuan replied earnestly, of course we must take it. This is turquoise, do you understand? Turquoise is far more precious than the stalactite we found a few days ago. If we can discover more stones, we could create art. Indeed, we could gather some stones to paint with, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed with enthusiasm, sharing with Baiyun a vision of depicting them on the stone walls of their home. It is a pity we lack paper, but rest assured, I am determined to craft paper and ensure the legacy of our civilization endures. Bai observed Liu Qingxuan's excited demeanor and immediately realized that his beloved must have come up with yet another idea. With a hint of shyness, Bai replied, "Then you must portray me in a more handsome light." Liu Qingxuan playfully patted his chest and remarked, "My husband is so handsome, no matter how I depict him. He could never appear unattractive." Bai smirked mischievously, suggesting, "Why don't we make Bai Yun's drawing a bit quirky? It will surely infuriate that little child." Bai Yun could never have anticipated that her brother had already betrayed them. Bai Yu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Doesn't he enjoy transforming into a tiger one moment and back into a human the next? Let us draw his tiger ears and tail. I guarantee that this little rascal will be infuriated upon seeing it." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, that would be splendid. I can hardly wait to witness Bai Yun morph into a little tiger and attempt to bite you." Chapter 27. Aloe Vera. After the light rainy season concluded, Ling Jue found the perfect opportunity to experiment with salt-making techniques. He also welcomed Tuan Yuan Ping'an into his abode. As a serpent beast man, Ling Jue preferred cool and damp environments, making his home less suitable for young children. Considering that both children were quite young and belonged to the herbivorous beastman category, he decided to construct an additional room outside his house. He instructed his subordinates to set up a few stoves to provide warmth for the children. Upon arriving at their new residence, the two children were overjoyed to see the bedrooms prepared for them. Even Tuan Yuan, who usually appeared more mature, displayed a significant amount of excitement. They had not anticipated Ling Jue's attentiveness, and Ping'an, in particular, grasped Ling Jue's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, father." Seeing Ping'an and Tuan Yuan's adorable reactions, Ling Jue couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that all his recent considerations were indeed worthwhile. He then gathered some dry firewood and ignited a fire for them, saying, "You can roast some warmth occasionally. It will keep you from feeling cold. Your belongings will arrive soon, and I have some animal skins here that I can use to make you warm clothing. Children ought to be snug and cozy." The two children realized that Ling Jue genuinely cared for them, and each planted a kiss on his hand. Ling Jue then lifted both children, one in each arm, and said, "Gently now, kiss father's face." The children obliged, planting a kiss on his cheeks. Ling Jue joyfully wagged his tail in delight. Ling Jue did not exert excessive effort on the salt-making process. However, the winter sun was not very strong, necessitating a longer evaporation time. Fortunately, he was quite satisfied with the final product. He had no intention of hoarding the salt for himself. Instead, he distributed the salt blocks according to the number of members in each beastman family. The recipients were overwhelmed with joy, praising their leader's wisdom with endless flattery, as if they could never tire of such praise. The herbivorous beastmen, holding the salt blocks, were moved to tears. For them, weakness had always been a source of shame, and they had never encountered such a substantial quantity of salt in their lives. They eagerly proclaimed their intention to cultivate crops in the coming spring to repay their leader's generosity. Meanwhile, the carnivorous beastmen were equally delighted by the sudden abundance of salt, feeling fortunate to belong to such a powerful tribe. Alas, they had long forgotten what their tribe had been like over a decade ago. Observing the distributed salt blocks and the absence of any dissent within the tribe, Ling Jue sighed and reflected, such is the nature of humanity. Tuan Yuan and Ping'an gazed at Ling Jue and inquired, "They are all expressing their gratitude towards you. Do you not feel happy?" Ling Jue, reluctant to voice such sorrowful sentiments in front of the children, simply replied that he was content. However, he understood that being a clan leader entailed numerous considerations. It required more than mere strength to fulfill such a role. You are still young and need not concern yourselves with these matters. You may live freely like Bai Yun from the Bai Yu family, indulging in whatever pursuits you desire. In due time, life will not be as carefree as it is now. Tuan Yuan and Ping'an, upon hearing Ling Juyi's heartfelt words, could not help but feel a deep sense of pity for him. The two children whispered to one another, convinced that their father must have endured much to become the person he was today. Ping'an resolved to ensure that their father experienced joy. In recent days, Liu Qingxuan accompanied Bai Yu on various excursions, ostensibly to explore the mountains and rivers, though in truth, they were in search of gold and gemstones. Among her many discoveries, the sight of the abundant aloe vera brought her the greatest delight. Liu Qingxuan, captivated by the lush growth of aloe vera, discarded the crystal she had been holding and immersed herself in the sea of aloe. Had it not been for the thorns surrounding the plants, she would have rolled joyfully among them. Upon witnessing Liu Qingxuan's entrance into the aloe vera thicket, Bai Yu felt an immediate sense of dread. He was well aware of the nature of this plant. Its texture was sticky and unpalatable. Surely, she did not intend to use it for soup, did she? Bai Yu recalled instances of elderly orcs, desperate for sustenance, scavenging for such unappetizing fare, and a wave of fear washed over him. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan, brimming with excitement, paid little mind to Bai Yu's trepidation. His thoughts began to wander, even contemplating that if she desired to consume something, she might as well start with him to acclimate. Without further deliberation, his body acted independently of his mind, uprooting the aloe vera and hastily shoving it into his mouth. Bai Yu was consumed with an overwhelming sense of frustration as she chewed on the aloe vera, finding it utterly distasteful and slimy. She couldn't fathom why anyone would have such an affinity for it. Was it merely its vibrant green appearance that appealed to her? As she gazed at the aloe vera in her hand, she thought it looked far from appetizing, especially in comparison to the delightful taste of raspberries. Liu Qingxuan turned her head and was taken aback to see Bai Yu gnawing on a handful of aloe vera. "So, you enjoy eating aloe vera?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I've never seen a tiger indulge in aloe vera before. Once I grind these stones into pigment, I must capture this moment in a drawing." With a playful glint in her eyes, Liu Qingxuan added, Yeah, could you possibly transform into a tiger while eating aloe vera? That might be a bit more entertaining, haha. Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan remark that aloe vera is solely about consumption, Bai Yu could not help but feel a sense of relief, as her conjecture had indeed been correct. Observing Liu Qingxuan's evident fondness for aloe vera, she transformed into a ravenous white tiger, unhesitatingly indulging in the succulent plant. Liu Qingxuan, amused by Bai Yu's antics, watched intently as she devoured an entire handful of aloe vera. In the midst of her observation, Liu Qingxuan inquired, "Does Bai Yu also share a great fondness for aloe vera? Is there a custom here involving the consumption of aloe vera? Perhaps for the sake of protection or other such purposes?" Bai Yu spoke with human words, saying, "Do you not enjoy consuming this? Just now, you seemed unable to move after seeing these aloe veras. Furthermore, we do not rely on aloe for shelter." Liu Qingxuan, filled with astonishment, inquired, "I do not favor eating aloe. We have never consumed it. We use it for facial applications. Which girl does not cherish beauty? This is a beauty product." Bai Yu was instantly petrified upon hearing her words. "For applying on the face? I thought you enjoyed eating it, which is why I endeavored to acclimate to this flavor. So, did I just consume it in vain?" Liu Qingxuan, taken aback by Bai Yu's statement, found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a response. The eloquent speaker was rendered speechless. Finally, she uttered softly, "How about I prepare something delicious for you as compensation tonight? Otherwise, I won't bother you with the aloe vera mask this evening." Upon hearing his wife express such profound distress, Bai Yu, with a furrowed brow and downcast eyes, reassured her, saying, "It's nothing. If you wish to play, feel free to apply it to my face. It won't harm me. If you tire of cooking today, I shall take over the task. I am not concerned about this. After all, it is edible, and I have consumed it before." Liu Qingxuan, taken aback, inquired, "You have eaten aloe vera? When did you start?" Bai Yu casually replied, "A long time ago, when Bai Yun was just a year or two old. I fed him a bit, but he seemed rather picky and promptly spit it out." Noticing Bai Yu's increasing despondency, Liu Qingxuan sensed an underlying sentiment and gently approached her boyfriend, saying, "Let us not dwell on this matter. Come, let us return home. I shall pick a bit of aloe, and we can make fish head soup for dinner. Given your current state, I'll spare you the spicy fish head dish so as not to overwhelm you." After dinner, Liu Qingxuan began crafting her skincare product in a clean bowl of water. She carefully peeled the green skin of the aloe vera. Lacking gloves, she washed her hands in the river before diligently mashing the aloe in a stone bowl until it turned into a smooth paste. Then, she added a splash of pristine spring water and proceeded to apply the mixture to her face. The amount she prepared was just sufficient for 3 applications. Once she had finished her own treatment, she sat in a chair and, in a serious tone reminiscent of an elder, addressed Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, in this beastly world, we lack even basic skincare products. With daily exposure to the elements, it is all too easy to develop blemishes and darken. Tell me, if I were to become less attractive, would you still love me as you do now?" I fear the answer would be no. Bai Yu listened to Liu Qingxuan's muttering from the other side, surprised to find herself caught in the crossfire. She solemnly sat beside Liu Qingxuan and declared that her affection would not wane due to superficial concerns about appearance. Love transcends mere physicality. It is not that Bai Yu sees Liu Qingxuan as a paragon of beauty, but rather that Liu Qingxuan's allure is indeed among the most remarkable in the entire beast realm. Otherwise, why would so many beastmen gather at the square each time she announced matters, with a substantial portion drawn solely by Liu Qingxuan's captivating charm? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Liu Qingxuan felt a wave of comfort wash over her and replied, "Ah, I know you're flattering me, and I appreciate it. I only hope that if your heart were to stray, you would let me know." For some inexplicable reason, a note of melancholy suddenly crept into Liu Qingxuan's tone. Baiyu sensed a hint of melancholy in the atmosphere, and he dared not neglect his little ancestor. Thus, he made a decision that contradicted his noble lineage. Transforming into a tiger and scampering over to Liu Qingxuan, playfully seeking affection and even exposing his belly while letting out soft whimpers in a plea for a gentle touch. Observing her beloved in such a state, Liu Qingxuan felt a flicker of amusement amidst her earlier sorrow, despite her steadfast belief that a daughter should seldom shed tears. As she stroked Baiyu's soft fur, she remarked casually that her words were merely offhand, urging him not to take them to heart. "Hurry and revert to your human form," she said with a teasing tone. "I am about to give you a beauty treatment. If it weren't for your considerable strength, I would even suggest you give me a facial massage, but I fear that one squeeze from you might shatter my bones." Baiyu quietly responded to Liu Qingxuan's comment. "It is not that brutal. Do you perhaps harbor some misconceptions about me?" Obediently, Baiyu transformed into a human canvas for her playful ministrations. Liu Qingxuan, observing him, smeared a dollop of aloe vera beneath his nose, teasingly remarking, "Darling, with that appearance, it seems as though you have a runny nose. You could indulge in that little bit right there." Baiyu shot her a playful glance and replied, "Stop teasing me, sweetheart." Liu Qingxuan conceded, "All right. I won't be silly anymore. I will apply it properly." After Liu Qingxuan diligently finished applying the aloe vera, the pair waited for over 10 minutes before Baiyu led Liu Qingxuan to the mountain spring to wash it off. Upon seeing the glistening spring, Liu Qingxuan felt a surge of reluctance to be there at night, fearing she might inadvertently tumble in. Baiyu always had to physically guide her, yet today, an unforeseen incident occurred, and she accidentally rolled into the water. Fortunately, it was not a grave matter, merely a slight mishap. Chapter 28. The life of the disdained ginger soup. The incident unfolded as Liu Qingxuan intended to cleanse her face of the sticky residue when a sudden voice exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Startled by this voice, Liu Qingxuan was momentarily frightened. Forgive her. She was an avid horror film enthusiast and imagined that this place might harbor some unspeakable secrets. Frightening tales flashed through her mind, causing her to lose her footing and slip. Luckily, it was not a significant issue, just her clothes getting wet. Liu Qingxuan was unfamiliar with Heisha's voice, while Baiyu had not anticipated that Liu Qingxuan would conjure such thoughts. At that moment, Baiyu was engaged in greeting Heisha. When Baiyu regained his senses, he discovered his girlfriend had already plunged into the pool, which startled him greatly. Although the rainy season had concluded, the chill in the air was no trifling matter. He hurriedly pulled Liu Qingxuan out, cradling her without even pausing to converse with Heisha, rushing back instead. While holding her, he anxiously wiped her face to dry and inquired, "Did you hurt yourself? Are you cold? Are you cold?" He was utterly flustered. Liu Qingxuan found his anxious demeanor quite amusing and replied, "I'm not cold. But why do you think I would fall into the puddle and get hurt? That spring isn't deep, you know. Do you think so little of my abilities?" After Baiyu returned home with Liu Qingxuan in his arms, he hurriedly prepared some ginger for his girlfriend and instructed Liu Qingxuan to change into clean clothes. Baiyu's series of actions stirred the only child in the household. Baiyun, still groggy and rubbing her eyes, made her way to the kitchen, intending to inquire about what could possibly have prompted her elder brother to be in such a frantic rush. Baiyu, without much thought, turned around to speak to Baiyun, unexpectedly startling her. The white cloud gazed at the face of the white moon and inquired, "Brother, what has happened to your face? Is it damaged? Why does it appear so uneven? There seems to be something dripping down. Have you gotten something on your face? It looks quite frightening and, frankly, rather repulsive." Baiyu suddenly recalled that the aloe vera on his face had yet to be washed off. He waved a paw, cleansing his visage of the aloe, and remarked, "This is aloe vera used for facial application. You were merely asleep, and neither your sister nor I wish to disturb your slumber. Just now, while washing her face, your sister accidentally brushed against the spring. I prepared some ginger soup for her to ward off the chill. It is nothing serious. You may return to your rest." Upon hearing this, Baiyu nodded in agreement, intending to visit her sister. As she approached Liu Qingxuan's sleeping quarters, she discovered her sister had already changed her attire, obediently seated on the bed, awaiting her boyfriend to prepare ginger tea for her. Noticing Baiyun's entrance, Liu Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As Baiyun observed that her elder sister was well, she informed Liu Qingxuan of her intention to retire for the night, reminding her to keep warm. However, at that moment, Liu Qingxuan called Baiyun to wait. Baiyun, assuming her sister felt cold and desired to cuddle the little tiger for warmth, transformed into the little tiger and climbed onto Liu Qingxuan's bed, appearing obedient and ready for affection. To Baiyun's surprise, Liu Qingxuan stated, "There is no need to transform into a little tiger. Stay here with me for a while." Before long, Baiwei arrived, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed ginger water. After placing the stone bowl down, Liu Qingxuan eagerly urged Baiwei to retire for the night. Baiwei, still concerned, replied, "Your health is paramount. Staying up a little later is of no consequence." Realizing this tactic was ineffective, Liu Qingxuan quickly remarked, "If you leave your face smeared with that for too long, it will damage your skin, and I prefer handsome young men." This successfully coaxed Baiwei away. As Baiyun observed her brother's departure, she presumed that her involvement was no longer necessary and resolved to return to her slumber. It was at this moment that Baiyun discerned the malevolence inherent in the hearts of adults. Liu Qingxuan cheerfully called out to Baiyun, saying, "A child must be quite cold at this late hour. Come, have some ginger soup from your sister." Yet, not only did Liu Qingxuan herself detest ginger soup, but Baiyun and Baiwei were equally averse to it. Realizing Liu Qingxuan's intentions, Baiyun, in a sudden moment of cleverness, declared, "I must go play with aloe vera." "I cannot drink this right now." Liu Qingxuan, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Your brother has already consumed all the aloe vera. There is none left. Come, drink up." Had Baiyun been acquainted with fairy tales, she would have recognized the presence of a creature known as a witch within that realm. Liu Qingxuan's demeanor was reminiscent of such a witch. Holding out a dark concoction in her hand, she offered it to Baiyun. After enduring the humiliation of drinking it, Baiyun observed Liu Qingxuan nodding in satisfaction, admonishing her, "You mustn't tell your brother. If you do, you shall never partake in my cooking again." Truly, she was adept at leveraging the fears of children to threaten them. Baiyun, bearing the weight of her humiliation, nodded in agreement, vowing that in the future, should she find herself unable to sleep, she would never again seek her sister's company. As Baiyun caressed her swollen belly, the drowsiness fled her, leaving her to toss and turn in bed, unable to find rest. After Baiyun returned from washing his face, he found his girlfriend in a drowsy state and Baiyun tossing restlessly on the bed. With impatience, Baiyun gave Baiyun a gentle pat on her backside, urging her to sleep soundly and refrain from fidgeting. Baiyun felt a pang of distress but remained silent. However, Baiyun's restlessness proved too much to bear, prompting Baiyun to consider reprimanding her. Unexpectedly, Baiyun let out a burp, having overeaten, and an aroma of ginger wafted through the air. Baiyun immediately deduced the cause, observing his somewhat embarrassed younger brother. He chose to hold back his laughter and went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of ginger soup. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Baiyun shook her awake, sternly insisting that she must drink the ginger soup, fully aware of her deceit in persuading Baiyun to consume it. In the adjacent room, Baiyun, feeling awkward, occupied herself with her toes, bemused as to what allure they possessed, merely some pink flesh, after all. Liu Qingxuan defensively retorted, claiming that she had finished the ginger soup herself. Deeply saddened, Baiyun felt betrayed, lamenting the folly of trusting this little rascal. Baiyun discerned his girlfriend's thoughts and remarked, "It's not as he said. Have you forgotten? This child usually consumes a considerable amount at meals. You offered him a bowl of ginger soup, and he belched, the scent unmistakably infused with ginger." It was immediately apparent. Liu Qingxuan, feeling despondent, took the ginger soup from her boyfriend's hand and began to sip it, her mind echoing an ancient adage, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. She realized that she had miscalculated in this instance. As Baiyun observed his girlfriend finishing the ginger soup, he contemplated finally retreating into slumber. However, his girlfriend, in an unexpected display of mischief, began to voice her whims. Her words emerged with an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a long-dormant spirit awakening, as she fervently called out, "Baiyun, come here quickly." Baiyun assumed that this little darling had yet another request. To his surprise, Liu Qingxuan suddenly struck his chest with her palm, gripping his furs fiercely, and declared with a fierce intensity, "If you do not drink a bowl of ginseng soup in my presence today, I shall." Baiyun arched her left eyebrow and remarked, "Is that so? Do you intend to strike me, or do you have some novel ideas in mind?" Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyun's shameless demeanor, felt a surge of indignation, realizing that she could no longer intimidate this person as she once did. Once obedient, Baiyun now appeared utterly defiant. Indeed, love had faded. Liu Qingxuan, with unwavering determination, declared, "If you continue in this manner, I shall withhold your meals. You will find yourself without a girlfriend." while Ling Jue has even expressed a desire for me to assume the role of clan leader's wife. In the distance, Ling Jue sneezed. Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, Bai Yu felt a twinge of jealousy in her heart, yet stubbornly retorted, "Then go ahead. See whether you prefer my adorable self or his more rugged charm. I am far more handsome." However, she quickly softened her tone, adding, "All right, I'll drink. Just let me have a girlfriend. Without her, I would wither away. Would you truly want to witness the demise of such a charming little creature?" Liu Qingxuan, observing her boyfriend's playful antics, suddenly declared with a hint of pride, "I want you to drink in front of me. And I shall make you use a bowl larger than the one I drink from." Bai Yu, feeling a sense of helplessness, complied with the command of this little sovereign of his household and fetched a large bowl of ginseng soup from the kitchen. In the presence of his girlfriend, he downed the contents in one go. Although the bowl was substantial, Bai Yu managed to consume several mouthfuls without a flicker of emotion or a racing heartbeat, leaving Liu Qingxian with the impression that he could easily continue for a few more sips. Once Bai Yu finished, Liu Qingxian, satisfied, remarked, "Now that's more like it. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with a delightful meal." Bai Yu gazed at the satisfied expression of her little darling and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Now you can finally sleep soundly, can't you?" Liu Qingxian, delighted by Bai Yu's indulgence, replied with a beaming smile, "I can sleep now. But I must admit I am a tad excited, thanks to my boyfriend." Bai Yu inquired with keen interest, "What of your boyfriend?" "He has been made to consume copious amounts of ginger tea, Bai Yu, and the taste still lingers in his mouth?" Liu Qingxian abruptly rose from her bed, sitting upright as she gently clasped her boyfriend's hand, expressing, "It is because my boyfriend loves me dearly. I cherish him immensely and wish to gaze upon him forever. Though alas, it is now time for slumber." Bai Yu was taken aback by Liu Qingxuan's straightforwardness, feeling as though two tiny tigers were dancing fervently in her heart. Clearing her throat, she feigned maturity and replied, "What is there to see? If you wish to see, I can show you plenty tomorrow." Liu Qingxuan, observing the boy's flushed face, gazed at Bai Yu's translucent cat-like eyes with keen interest and asked, "Why not indulge in it now?" After a moment's thought, she added, "Never mind, it's almost bedtime. Come closer, I have something to tell you." Bai Yu leaned in close to Liu Qingxian and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, lightly kissed her boyfriend's lips, saying, "Let's continue tomorrow. We shall indulge ourselves to our heart's content." Of course, there was also the adorable, kitten-like Bai Yu. Bai Yu, with a touch of playful arrogance, remarked, "My girlfriend is truly exceptional. I can never get enough of her. Tomorrow, I must indulge in her presence to the fullest." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan chuckled softly, collapsing onto the bed as she quipped, "In the face of significant matters, one must embrace a deep slumber. I shall drift off now." Meanwhile, the unfortunate single soul, Hixia, stood perplexed at the threshold of his room, pondering the peculiar dynamics between the two. Had their faces succumbed to some affliction? What was amiss? Why had Liu Qingxuan suddenly decided to swim in the spring? Hixia, utterly bewildered, suddenly considered the alarming possibility that they might be gravely ill, contemplating a tragic pact. His unwitting interruption had thwarted their plans. Yet, he quickly dismissed this grim notion, recalling Bai Yu's normal greeting earlier. Thus, that night became an unsolved enigma for Hixia, leaving him to wonder what his friend and his girlfriend were truly up to late in the evening. Chapter 29, The Hue of Blue as Winter Approached. With sunlight growing scarce, Liu Qingxuan contemplated the urgency of preparing her paints. Although she had never crafted them herself, her studies in design had familiarized her with the history of such processes. She felt confident that creating the pigments would not pose a significant challenge, especially with the support of her talented companion, Bai Yu. Early in the morning, Bai Yu was roused from his slumber by the clamor created by Liu Qingxuan. It was not that Liu Qingxuan intended to teach him. Rather, he observed his girlfriend fervently striking a substantial stone, presumably in pursuit of numerous fragments of malachite. Bai Yun rushed out in haste, exclaiming, "Elder brother and sister, there has been an earthquake." Bai Yu gazed at the two enormous heads before him, momentarily at a loss for words. He contemplated urging his girlfriend to halt, yet simultaneously wished to summon Bai Yun back. Bai Yu rubbed her forehead, feeling as though she had summoned two little ancestors for herself, her mood remarkably delightful. Early in the morning, each of them busied themselves with their respective tasks. Liu Qingxian, engrossed in her endeavor, devoted herself to smashing stones, a task that should have been assigned to Bai Yu. Yet, on a whim, Liu Qingxian decided to embody a diligent little bee, intent on crafting her own pigments and illustrating them, hoping to inspire admiration from herself. Thus, An awkward scene unfolded as the three of them immersed themselves in their activities. Bai Yu ventured into the storeroom alone, selecting some meat with the intention of preparing a meat porridge. With a sense of resignation, she took the finest cuts of meat and diced them into small pieces before placing them in the pot to simmer. After all, in a meat porridge, the meat should prevail. If placed in modern times, it is likely that the masses would eagerly indulge in it. Bai Yu's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Before long, the fragrant meat porridge was ready. In this beastly world, vegetables were scarce, and as carnivorous beings, Bai Yu and her companions did not have a penchant for consuming much plant matter, Liu Qingxuan included. Consequently, their vegetable stock was minimal, comprising merely a few fruits. Bai Yu brought forth some fruit resembling apples, washed them, and arranged them on the table. In this beastly realm, these fruits were known as green lizard fruits. However, Liu Qingxuan insisted on calling them apples due to their resemblance to green apples. She even audaciously proclaimed, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away." Bai Yu was previously unaware of the phrase "an apple a day keeps the doctor away." Liu Qingxuan found herself at a loss on how to elucidate this to Bai Yu, so she instead mentioned the notion of gold apples in the morning, silver apples at noon, and copper apples in the evening. Given Liu Qingxuan's frequent references, Bai Yu had become adept at discerning the values associated with gold, silver, and copper. Thus, the green radish fruit became a common presence on their dining table. In truth, it was primarily Liu Qingxuan who indulged in it, while Bai Yu would occasionally partake, mostly in the form of apple syrup. Bai Yu, while tending to the simmering meat porridge, gradually realized that the sugary confections had become a medium of exchange among the children. Every day, Bai Yu would take a handful of sweets, and before long, they would all vanish. It turned out that Bai Yu, the little tyrant, was enticing her friends into helping her with various tasks by luring them with candy. There were red raspberry sweets, green apple candies, and purple confections. Bai Yu had already earned herself a grand title among her peers as the Candy Queen. Before long, the porridge was ready, and Bai Yu called her two little ancestors to come and eat. Liu Qingxuan, gazing at the stone she had smashed to an unrecognizable state, admitted defeat, realizing she had not achieved her desired outcome. She conceded, stating that such labor should be entrusted to Bai Yu, as she was a delicate beauty unfit for such endeavors. Contemplating her next creation, Liu Qingxuan hastily swallowed her food and then remarked to Bai Yu about sending someone to break stones, not forgetting to add a reminder to avoid turning the rocks into mere dust. Bai Yu's heart was filled with trepidation. Had he truly earned the title of a destroyer in his wife's eyes? He pondered, contemplating that even a single punch from him would not shatter a stone into dust. Bai Yu, feeling quite vexed, began to strike the malachite. With just a few blows, the once solid stone shattered into countless fragments. Though not yet to the level of powder, a few more strikes would suffice for that transformation. Observing this, Liu Qingxuan earnestly advised Bai Yu, "That's enough. If you continue, there will be nothing left to enjoy." Consequently, Liu Qingxuan commenced the meticulous process of washing away the impurities. She understood that this step required repetition, yet she approached it as a mere formality. Ultimately, it was Bai Yu and Bai Yu, the two unfortunate souls, who assisted her in completing the task of cleansing the impurities. As they progressed to the third step, Liu Qingxuan nonchalantly began to converse with Bai Yu, stating that it was merely necessary to boil the malachite to remove the scum. In the realm of cooking, Bai Yu had already attained a top-tier status in the beast world. After a moment of profound understanding, Liu Qingxuan succeeded in obtaining the boiled malachite, free of any floating residue. Suddenly, with an air of mystery, Liu Qingxuan confided in Bai Yu, "The next step is crucial and requires grinding. If this step fails, all our efforts today will have been in vain." Bai Yu gazed at his girlfriend, who was articulating her thoughts with utmost precision, and felt an overwhelming sense of duty welling up within him. He declared earnestly, "I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task, living up to the trust bestowed upon me by my teacher." Liu Qingxuan feigned stroking an imaginary beard, as if she possessed one, and patted Bai Yu on the shoulder, embellishing her demeanor with an air of sage-like wisdom as she proclaimed, "I have faith in you, my disciple." Ultimately, during the 4 arduous hours of grinding, Bai Yu found himself on the verge of exasperation, questioning the complexity of the task at hand. Was it truly merely the grinding for 4 hours? Would it be feasible to bring in a donkey to assist with the labor? After the 4 hours elapsed, Bai Yu approached Liu Qingxuan, presenting the meticulously ground malachite. "Teacher," he said, "I have completed the task you entrusted to me." Liu Qingxuan observed the expression on her boyfriend's face, reminiscent of a tragic figure from a palace drama, and remarked, "Patience is of utmost importance. To maintain perseverance and dedication is no simple feat. These 4 hours were a test of your endurance. Do not underestimate the task. Even I would have given up after half an hour. In this regard, you have indeed surpassed your predecessor. Bai Yu listened to his girlfriend espousing her convoluted reasoning, momentarily rendered speechless as he responded, "Thank you for your kind words, master. I shall strive to meet your expectations. However, my hands are rather fatigued at the moment. Might I request my dear teacher to give them a gentle massage?" Liu Qingxuan resignedly replied, "I can certainly agree to that." Thus, she could not restrain her hands from beginning to knead Bai Yu's shoulders with a sense of duty. Bai Yu, emboldened, complained of various aches, prompting Liu Qingxuan to insist that pressing harder would alleviate the discomfort. With all her strength, she pressed down on Bai Yu, who felt nothing and remarked, "Is this truly your maximum effort?" Liu Qingxuan felt a wave of frustration. She realized that comparing strength with him was futile, as she would ultimately bear the brunt of it. Even if she were to strike him, it would elicit no response, perhaps only a quip, "Doesn't your hand hurt?" After Liu Qingxuan dutifully completed the massage, Bai Yu suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek, declaring, "This is your final reward." Liu Qingxuan chuckled inwardly, contemplating the many sacrifices she had made for her art. After gathering the blossoms to produce honey, she pondered for whom she toiled and for whose sweetness she labored. Despite her efforts, the fruits of her labor ultimately belonged to her, a truth she accepted willingly. The final step of clarification and dehydration was exceedingly simple for Bai Yu. He merely needed to ensure they dried thoroughly in a high-temperature environment. Liu Qingxuan succeeded in obtaining green pigment, embracing it with a sense of life's challenges. In truth, she possessed a far simpler method, burning charcoal to create a charcoal pencil for direct artistic expression. Yet, this seemed impractical given the frail strength of her two companions, who would easily break under minimal pressure. Why engage in such tedious endeavors when the pigment offered longevity? Nevertheless, charcoal pencils were essential for Liu Qingxuan, who ventured into the woodshed to craft some. After sketching briefly on the wall, she mused, "Yes, this can serve as a template." Liu Qingxuan, not forgetting to seek playful revenge on her boyfriend, cheerfully called out, "Where is my boyfriend?" Bai Yu hurried over upon hearing the voice and said, "My boyfriend is here." Liu Qingxuan remarked, "I have discovered something amusing. You only need to lower your head to find out." He had been deceived by girlfriends too many times, leaving him quite numb to the point of saying, "No need for deception, just tell me directly." Liu Qingxuan, with a rather straightforward approach, took a charcoal pencil and began to draw on Bai Yu's eyebrows, ultimately transforming them into a rather exaggerated representation reminiscent of the legendary warrior, Guangong. It was undeniably jarring. Bai Yu possessed a youthful visage, and this embellishment imparted an odd semblance of maturity, yet it felt utterly awkward. One could only describe it as a case of gilding the lily. Liu Qingxuan teasingly added, "If you don't mind, I might just immortalize this image of you on the wall." Bai Yu, in his heart, felt an overwhelming sense of alarm. Bai Yu stammered, "Please don't do this. I'm so scared. Can we not turn Bai Yun into this?" Liu Qingxuan, with a sinister tone, retorted, "If you continue to betray your brother like this, I shall inform Bai Yun." Yet, Liu Qingxuan merely uttered such words. Bai Yu had become the sole spectator of Liu Qingxuan's artistic endeavor. She hastily sketched a few strokes on the living room wall, merely outlining a figure. Bai Yu observed Liu Qingxuan's drawing, thinking it would yield no significant outcome, and simply imitated the form without much thought. Before long, Bai Yu began to see their lines take shape, with Liu Qingxuan first delineating the boundary between light and shadow. As she drew, she muttered that this part shouldn't be so heavy, carefully controlling the lines. "It's been a while since I've drawn. My hands have grown a bit rusty," she remarked. After completing the boundary lines, Liu Qingxuan commenced painting the darker areas, not forgetting to add some highlights. She reflected on the peculiar choice of green paint, acknowledging that black would soon fade. Upon finishing the dark shades, she proceeded to apply the lighter tones, introducing highlights that rendered the entire composition brighter. At that moment, Bai Yu was left utterly astonished, contemplating the extraordinary nature of his girlfriend. "Bai Yun, my dear brother, you truly are remarkable for introducing me to such a celestial being." Liu Qingxuan, satisfied with her creation, nodded and inquired, "How does it look? Does it resemble you? Aren't you handsome?" Bai Yu frowned, leading Liu Qingxuan to believe he was displeased with some aspect. She gestured dismissively, "What part do you find unsatisfactory?" Bai Yu, puzzled, replied, "You forgot to paint Bai Yun's tail and ears." Indeed, being fond of her subject, Liu Qingxuan playfully pinched Bai Yu's cheek and said, "You mustn't bully your brother. That's simply unacceptable." Bai Yu pondered gloomily that even before marriage, her heart had already inclined towards him, making her the most pitiable person in the entire household. Chapter 30. A brief account of Bai Yun's beating upon the return of the Sugar King Bai Yun. He was pleasantly surprised to discover a painting adorning the walls of his family's stone house. What delighted Bai Yun even more was that the artwork featured himself alongside his brother and sister, and it was all too apparent who the artist was. It could only be the masterpiece of his beloved sister. In that moment, Bai Yun silently mourned for his brother, contemplating the sheer stroke of misfortune that allowed him to marry someone as wonderful as his sister. Bai Yun stood quietly before the portrait, gazing at his own reflection. He believed that among the three, he alone was the most charming and beautiful, a one-of-a-kind little tiger in the world. As this thought crossed his mind, an enchanting smile graced Bai Yun's face, and he began to exclaim merrily, "I am undoubtedly the most adorable person here. Just look at how ordinary my brother appears in my presence. His eyes cannot compare to my roundness, and my sister's face pales in comparison to mine." At that moment, Liu Qingxuan and Bai Yu were in their bedroom, each engrossed in their own activities. Suddenly, upon hearing Bai Yun's boastful remarks, they both felt that the child was a bit too cheeky. Bai Yu's reaction amused Liu Qingxuan, who nervously inquired whether Bai Yun truly looked better than himself. Acknowledging that his own eyes were indeed not as round as Bai Yun's, Liu Qingxuan burst into laughter, saying it is quite normal for children to have round eyes. By the time he reaches your age, he may not possess your eye shape at all. After all, Bai Yu, you have the authentic cat-like eyes. Whereas Bai Yun's features are slightly more feline, resembling those of a tiger. Yet, he does not appear fierce. Rather, he carries an endearing innocence. Bai Yun was lost in the reverie of his own beauty, unaware of how exquisite he truly was. He resolved to bring extra sweets the following day. Eager to bask in the admiration of his peers and to establish himself as the most beautiful being in the entire Star Moon tribe, Liu Qingxuan could hardly tolerate Bai Yun's antics any longer, while Bai Yu, unable to contain her frustration, strode forward, seized Bai Yun, and began to reprimand him by tugging at his hide skirt. The white clouds were struck, emitting cries of distress, while Bai Yu echoed the commotion with her own lamentations. In that moment, Liu Qingxuan seemed to grasp the essence of post-marital life with children. She silently contemplated Bai Yun, reflecting on how, at such a tender age, she displayed such behavior. It dawned on her that Bai Yu must have been similar when she was young. The thought of Bai Yun evolving into the current Bai Yu sent shivers down her spine, yet the memory of Bai Yu's childhood made her chuckle. Meanwhile, Bai Yun had already been thoroughly chastised by her brother, her backside flushed and her mouth quivering as she sobbed, proclaiming, "Brother is the most handsome, the most charming in the entire Xingyue tribe. I would gladly give all my candies to him." Unbeknownst to Liu Qingxuan and Bai Yu, Bai Yun had already ascended to the status of the beloved king of children within the tribe due to her sweet offerings. Observing Bai Yun's pitiful tears, Liu Qingxuan intervened, embracing her and cooing, "Little Bai, you are the cutest. Your brother is so mean. Let us not play with him anymore, shall we?" Yet, Bai Yun continued to sob, nestling deeper into her sister's embrace, tears cascading down Liu Qingxuan's neck. She insisted on seeking vengeance against her brother, her innocent words eliciting laughter from Liu Qingxuan, who readily agreed. "All right, I shall help you punish him." Without delay, Liu Qingxuan carried Bai Yun to Bai Yu's side, saying, "Watch how your sister teaches your brother a lesson." Before her boyfriend could react, she planted a kiss on Bai Yu's cheek, prepared for a reprimand. Bai Yu was taken aback but found joy in the unexpected affection, his cheeks flushing with delight. Seeing his rosy face, Liu Qingxuan couldn't resist planting another kiss upon it. Bai Yun gazed at Bai Yu, who was laughing foolishly, and her cries grew louder, claiming that her sister was bullying her. Liu Qingxuan, with a sly smile, remarked, "Sister is merely teaching brother a lesson. He made your bottom red, and look, his face is not crimson as well. Sister has avenged you." One could surmise that at this moment, Bai Yun's heart was filled with the sentiment that the world is indeed remarkable with her around. Given that Bai Yu had been reprimanded at home today, she had no intention of letting Bai Yun venture out to play. Naturally, Bai Yun would never disclose the matter of her sore bottom outside. For the past few days, Bai Yun had been contentedly playing at home, which included the mischievous act of filling the clean bowls Bai Yu had washed with her toys while Bai Yu was cooking. She even took Liu Qingxuan's paints and smeared them across her face. After finishing, she inquired of her sister whether she looked good, startling Liu Qingxuan in the middle of the night, nearly inciting another spanking. Bai Yun spent 2 uneventful days at home, and his rear had nearly healed. He was now eager to venture out into the world. On this day, Bai Yun intended to step outside with a spirited demeanor, carrying his small bundle, which contained an assortment of candies, including his sister's newly made lemon honey flavor, now his favorite. Liu Qingxuan observed Bai Yun, proudly puffing out his little chest as he bore this small pack, reminiscent of a child heading off to school. Upon arriving in the forest where her companions congregated, Bai Yun began to feign modesty, akin to a maiden awaiting marriage. She exclaimed, "Oh, my dear friends, do you not know? My sister is truly remarkable." The rabbit-eared beastman responded, "We are all aware of your sister's prowess and beauty. Is there any news to share?" Bai Yun was uncertain about what he had learned from Liu Qingxuan's words, thus he began to speak. "Since you have asked your question with sincerity, I shall generously enlighten you. My sister has depicted me alongside my brother and him in a painting, which resides within the stone house of my family. Bai Yun has been rendered exceedingly beautiful in this artwork. Indeed, I am now considered the most stunning individual in the entire Xingyue tribe." The other young orcs chimed in, saying, "I believe my sister is the most beautiful of all. My brother claims he has never encountered anyone as lovely as Sister Qingxian. How can you assert that you are the most beautiful?" Bai Yun, lost in deep contemplation, was determined to earn the title of the most beautiful maiden of the Crescent tribe. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired these rather ostentatious tricks from an unknown source. With a mischievous smile, he curled a disdainful corner of his mouth, his delicate hand reaching into his bag to retrieve his secret weapon. The lemon juice, being white in color, resembled ordinary sugar devoid of any fruit essence, leading the little orcs to mistakenly believe it was merely regular sugar rather than fruit-flavored. Consequently, they exhibited little interest, with one remarking, "Bai Yun, do you not have any candy?" "I still have green apple candy here." Bai Yun, with an air of cold authority, declared, "What do you know? This is merely lemon infused with honey. If you are willing to acknowledge that I am the most beautiful person, I shall share one with you." The little beastman, not easily deceived, retorted, "Do you mean to say that whatever you claim it to be is indeed what it is? I find that hard to believe. Are you not attempting to trick us with a counterfeit?" With a crooked smile, Bai Yun responded, "Since you harbor doubts, why not taste one yourself and then inform everyone of its flavor?" Bai Yun, with a heart full of bittersweet emotion, offered a piece of candy. The little beastman savored it, exclaiming, "The taste is truly unique, tangy and sweet, utterly delightful. Bai Yun, you are the most beautiful little beastman in the entire Xingyue tribe. Please, do grant me another." The white cloud, with a serious expression, corrected, "It is not a little orc, but an orc." Upon hearing this, the little orc quickly replied, "You are the most beautiful orc. Please give me one." Bai Yun, with her chubby little hands, haughtily retrieved a piece of candy from her bag and proclaimed, "Here. This is for you. Only someone as beautiful as I am could possess such a kind heart." Thus, the phrase Bai Yun is a beautiful orc spread among the children, and it was said that uttering this phrase would earn one a honey lemon candy. Consequently, Bai Yun's status as the candy queen became even more assured. Before long, the matter escalated to Bai Yu, who learned that while Bai Yun's candies could appease the young orcs, they were ineffective with the adult ones. Some adult orcs approached, teasing the little ones, and given Bai Yun's naturally cheerful disposition, mainly due to her endearing naivety, she ended up in tears. Upon returning home, she clutched her sister's face and declared herself the most beautiful person. In a display of good humor, she attempted to comfort the children alongside Liu Qingxuan. When Bai Yu returned from hunting and spotted Bai Yun in tears, he initially feared something grave had occurred. However, recalling the earlier conversations with his companions, his anger swelled. After hearing the entire sequence of events from his girlfriend, Bai Yu could no longer contain his fury and reprimanded Bai Yun harshly. He scolded her, saying, "The candies at home were not meant for such behavior. You should learn the good, not the bad. Your candies are gone now. If you wish for more, you must come to me and not bother your sister. She has a gentle temperament, but I do not." Bai Yun, having learned to be clever, attempted to run towards her sister, but there was a considerable distance between them. She cried out in heart-wrenching sobs while Liu Qingxuan laughed until tears streamed down her face. Given the significant impact of Bai Yun's words, many orcs had visited their home to view Liu Qingxuan's self-portrait. Soon after, their clan leader and the priest also came to see it. The priest, suddenly serious, suggested, "Since there has never been a unified concept of the beast god, why not create our own depiction of the beast god in our shrine?" Bai Yu did not refuse this proposition, although he personally did not believe in the beast god. He understood that it was a crucial aspect of maintaining the stability of the tribe, so he acquiesced. However, he was not one to disregard his girlfriend's opinions. He expressed to the chief, "What he says holds no weight. It is my wife's words that truly matter." He considered himself a man who respected his wife's views. Bai Yu has become adept at referring to Liu Qingxuan as his wife in the presence of his elders and friends. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan acquiesced. as it is customary in their tribe, which has shown her considerable care. After inquiring about her likeness, she began to sketch. Upon completion, the orcs gazed upon the vividly lifelike depiction of the beast god, kneeling in reverence. Subsequently, word spread throughout the tribe that Liu Qingxuan was a messenger sent by the beast god. How else could she render the deity so vividly? Chapter 31. The mural once by Yun and the others completed the series of murals depicting the beast god. The tale endured, transforming into a miracle. Alongside the artwork, Liu Qingxuan herself became part of this legend, a development she had not anticipated. Initially, upon learning of this, she might have chuckled. However, as the true significance of such a phenomenon dawned upon her, her mirth dissipated. Liu Qingxuan found herself pondering late at night the implications of the items she had created, which had elevated her status. Take salt, for instance. Although she produced it and possessed the right to use it, the majority of this privilege remained firmly in the hands of the chieftain. The chieftain would never allow others to wield such authority, and any orc wishing to use it had to acquire the chieftain's consent, who would then allocate it accordingly. Indeed, Liu Qingxuan acknowledged that the chieftain was a benevolent elder. However, his management of the tribe was archaic. He believed that these resources must be safeguarded by him to ensure their safety. Even the slightest use by Liu Qingxuan and her peers required the chieftain's approval. It was clear that the chieftain demanded Liu Qingxuan not to divulge the recipe, especially the method of refining it. This stance was in stark opposition to Liu Qingxuan's desire to share her knowledge for the benefit of all. Yet she found herself powerless to resist. Liu Qingxuan could not confront the chieftain, for his entrenched beliefs were unlikely to be swayed by her counsel. She had heard that Ling Jue from the neighboring Eternal Day tribe had delivered salt to the orcs in her tribe, and she merely took the allotted amount for her household. This news brought her a semblance of comfort, indicating that Ling Jue was indeed honoring his initial promise. He genuinely wished for the prosperity of his tribe, and Liu Qingxuan contemplated the opportune moment to share the news of the salt production with him. Knowing it would bring him joy, Liu Qingxuan did not harbor expectations that any of the orcs, including Bai Yu, would comprehend her aspirations. Their focus lay solely on the interests of their tribe. The tendency to monopolize often stifled productivity, a scenario Liu Qingxuan was keen to avoid. What astonished Liu Qingxuan further was that the salt merchant had not come to settle accounts with her, which she suspected was part of Ling Jue's deception. She did not dwell on this matter. Nevertheless, as she found herself increasingly exalted, almost to the level of a deity, a profound sense of trepidation enveloped her. For her, the incongruity between virtue and position is something he is unwilling to accept. He does not wish to be merely a figurehead. He profoundly understands that the higher one ascends, the harsher the fall. Her heart is troubled and restless due to these matters. Bai Yu sensed the unease that had recently enveloped his girlfriend. However, she was reluctant to divulge her feelings, leaving him in the dark. All he could do was to devote himself each day to caring for her with utmost diligence. Soon, he finally discerned the root of Liu Qingxuan's disquiet. Bai Yu, her face etched with concern, inquired of Liu Qingxuan, "Are you troubled by the exalted position they have conferred upon you, akin to that of a divine envoy?" Liu Qingxuan replied with utmost seriousness, "Indeed, that is the case. Do you not find this question utterly absurd? I hail from another realm, where individuals like myself number in the billions. How could I possibly be regarded as a deity? As for the rumors circulating, I am at a loss as to why they have proliferated. Surely, there must be someone fanning the flames. You know who that person is." Bai Yu let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Of course, I am aware. However, from the chieftain's perspective, he is also concerned about the tribe's development. I simply believe that his approach is rather futile. His ideas seem rather outdated, if I may express it that way." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Liu Qingxuan suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, "Does development mean that I must be sacrificed? Has he ever considered my feelings? The Crescent Moon tribe has reached its current state, and I believe I have played a significant role in that achievement. Did I ever claim that I wished to leverage these contributions for my own gain?" Bai Yu embraced Liu Qingxuan and said, "I understand the grievances that weigh heavily upon your heart. I know you yearn for every orc in the market to lead a prosperous life, but your actions may unintentionally jeopardize the well-being of many. I am willing to stand by your side and offer my assistance. Therefore, could you confide in me your troubles each time, even if I may not be able to provide a solution?" Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could no longer contain her tears and lamented, "How many grievances have I endured since my arrival here? Why must salt be hoarded by one individual, leaving everyone else to struggle in scarcity, thus failing to achieve the desired outcome?" Bai Yu felt a profound sorrow upon witnessing Liu Qingxuan's state. Yet he found himself unable to overcome the mental barrier that prevented him from vying for the position of clan leader. This obstacle seemed insurmountable to him. Ultimately, Liu could only promise his girlfriend that he would ensure the clan leader distributed the salt to all the beast men, rather than hoarding it for himself. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan embraced Liu tightly, tears streaming down her face. After soothing her emotions, Liu made his way to the leader's quarters. The clan leader's abode was no different from theirs, a modest stone cottage. Liu knocked on the door, and upon opening it, the clan leader welcomed him inside with haste. The leader poured Liu a glass of water and inquired about his visit. Liu sat upright and addressed the leader directly. Could you distribute the salt to each household rather than requiring your permission for its use? Do you not find their usage to be excessively miserly? Upon hearing Liu's words, the clan leader revealed his authoritative demeanor, stating, if distributed to each household, it would be misused. You surely understand how precious salt is. Liu, with a displeased expression, remarked, I am fully aware of its preciousness. However, have we not already produced it? Once utilized, we can create more. Why must we exercise such stringent control? Upon hearing Liu's defiance, the chieftain felt a surge of irritation and retorted, you are my most valued heir, and I urge you to refrain from such comments. If we do not maintain control over these matters, I cannot be at ease. Just look at the neighboring Yongzhou tribe, which casts a covetous gaze upon us. A single misstep could lead our tribe to ruin. Liu could not help but murmur a curse upon hearing the team leader's words, and with a fierce demeanor, she threatened him, you are growing old. Although I am reluctant to occupy this position, there are many who would willingly take it. I understand that your intentions are for the good of the entire tribe, yet your approach is utterly ineffective. Your thinking has become antiquated. Let me ask you one final time. Do you intend to distribute the salt to each household? The chieftain, witnessing Liu's show of arrogance before him, retorted with anger. When your parents passed away, no one cared for you. If it weren't for my pity and looking after you, do you truly believe you would be able to speak to me as you do now? Liu delivered a swift punch before the team leader, declaring, do not speak to me of your favors. I have long since repaid them. While you may be a benevolent individual, you are also one who is ensnared by the past. So, will you grant it, or not? Observing Liu's unwavering determination, the clan leader yielded, conceding to the request. Yet, he suddenly added in a contemplative tone, is this suggestion stemming from Liu Qingxuan? Liu could never openly declare that it was his idea. After all, he was the one who took the initiative. He had already made a promise to his comrades to distribute the shares among them. So how could it suddenly be deemed her idea? Do you not think I appear utterly useless? Upon hearing Liu's admission, the clan leader refrained from directing any suspicion towards Liu Qingxuan. As Liu was leaving, he remarked to the clan leader, regarding the notion that my girlfriend is a divine envoy, you must be the one stirring the waters. If I hear such rumors again, your position here will be at risk of being usurped by another. After uttering those words, Liu departed without a glance back. The clan leader gazed at Liu's receding figure and spat contemptuously in his direction. For the past few days, Liu Qingxuan had remained sullen. Even the households by Yun had noticed this discontent. Consequently, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the home. Bai Yun frequently observed her sister diligently painting with the pigments she had acquired. But Liu Qingxuan concealed her work from others. Yet, Bai Yu caught sight of some aspects unknown to him, and in that moment, he felt the chasm between himself and Liu Qingxuan grow insurmountable. This disparity created an unspoken bond of tension between them. Not wishing to remain so distant from Liu Qingxuan, Bai Yu unexpectedly suggested something that left her both amused and perplexed. He requested her to teach him how to paint. Liu Qingxuan, taken aback by her boyfriend's request, found herself at a loss for words and simply replied, rather than painting, I could teach you how to write. Bai Yu listened to his girlfriend as she instructed him in the art of calligraphy, asserting that he had previously acquired the skill himself. Many within their clan recalled significant events that they had recorded with their own hands. Liu Qingxuan shook her head and clarified, it is not merely about writing this character. It is about inscribing their own script. She shared with Bai Yu that she was raised in the Xia Kingdom, a nation steeped in a millennium of tradition. The characters of their language are profound and rich, with a history that runs deep, although they may be challenging to write and memorize. She firmly believed that Bai Yu was more than capable of mastering them. Bai Yu, upon hearing Liu Qingxuan mention this matter, did not think much of it. His intention in bringing it up was primarily to ease his girlfriend's nerves. Concurrently, he hoped that the disparity between them would not be too pronounced. Nonetheless, he still felt a significant gap between them. Liu Qingxuan, holding the carbon pen she had prepared earlier, grasped Bai Yu's hand and said, let me guide you in writing a few characters. Before long, A neatly formed character appeared before Bayu's eyes. He inquired, "What is this character?" She replied, "This is your name." Chapter 32. The stethoscope. As the light rains of early autumn came to an end, the frigid embrace of winter began to loom. With the onset of the cold season, veterinarian Hija found himself increasingly occupied, and recently, Bayu had been enlisted by Hija for assistance. Observing Bayu's constant flurry of activity, Liu Qingxuan inquired, "I thought this would conclude swiftly, yet it seems you are still entangled in work for quite some time." Bayu remarked that Hija, meticulous in his ways, preferred to attend to many matters personally, often finding it hard to entrust tasks to others. During this time of year, Hija's spirits were notably low. The influx of patients in this area, coupled with the exceedingly rudimentary medical facilities, compelled him to devote immense mental energy to his practice. Furthermore, due to the seasonal unavailability of certain medicinal herbs, he faced considerable difficulty in preserving the limited supplies he had. Bayu gently patted his head and commented, "It seems that diagnosing a patient's illness is quite a formidable task." Hija often found himself metaphorically plucking out numerous feathers in the process. Liu Qingxuan, observing her boyfriend's demeanor, chuckled softly and said, "Indeed, assessing a patient's condition is a challenging endeavor. Yet, you make it sound as if the sky is falling." Suddenly struck by an idea, Liu Qingxuan suggested, "Why not have your good friend craft a stethoscope as a gift? One must not forget how diligently Hija has been bearing the burden of bringing you the little demon Baiyun." Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, Bayu replied, "Although I am unsure of what you are referring to, I believe that Hija would undoubtedly appreciate this, as it could aid in diagnosing his condition." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it can assist him in assessing his health. However, the process may prove somewhat cumbersome. Well, since we lack the necessary tools, let us employ the most primitive and straightforward methods." Liu Qingxuan continued, "A stethoscope amplifies sound through tubes, which can be made of paper or bamboo." Although Bayu was unfamiliar with paper tubes, he was well acquainted with bamboo tubes. He remarked on the considerable thickness of bamboo and questioned how sound could possibly be transmitted through it. In response, Liu Qingxuan suggested, "We can explore the finer branches of the bamboo. Sounds emanating from the heart, lungs, arteries, veins, and other organs can all be captured and listened to with a stethoscope." With a cheerful smile, Liu Qingxuan encouraged Bayu, "You can now lean your head close to my heart and listen to the rhythm of my heartbeat." Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, Bayu felt a tinge of embarrassment and responded, "Isn't that rather inappropriate? I cannot take advantage of you." Liu Qingxuan gently cradled Bayu's head and said, "Do you hear that? It is the sound of my heart, which is also a melody of my love for you." Bayu's face flushed crimson as she replied, "Yes, I can hear it, I can hear it." Liu Qingxuan, ever playful with her blushing little kitten, found her utterly delightful. Today, while teasing her beloved pet, Liu Qingxuan continued, "It comprises 3 components. It must be a modern stethoscope, consisting of the auscultation part, the conduction part, and the reception part." Liu Qingxuan sketched a rough diagram for Bayu, who then proceeded to replicate it. Of course, these tubes were not made of rubber, but rather crafted from finely woven bamboo by Bayu. Observing Bayu's handiwork, Liu Qingxuan laughed and remarked, "Our dear Yaya is truly a little craftsman genius." Bayu inquired of his girlfriend about the usage of a certain item. She replied that the method of utilization might still require some training for Hija. However, considering the robust health of Baiyun and Bayu, they would undoubtedly be more than willing to serve as living examples for instructional purposes. Upon hearing the term tool, Bayu felt a twinge of sadness. Promptly transforming into a tiger, covering her face with her paws, and lamenting, "I do not wish to be a mere tool. Could you not take on this role instead?" Liu Qingxuan, fully aware that her boyfriend's words were merely playful banter, teasingly replied, "That is not feasible. My health is rather poor. Without a proper judgment standard, he is prone to misjudgment. Adults differ from their younger counterparts, thus necessitating Baiyun's involvement." Upon hearing this, Bayu's whiskers drooped, and Liu Qingxuan, amused by the sight of the little white tiger's drooping whiskers, approached to tug at them playfully. In contemporary times, witnessing a girl so joyfully pulling at the whiskers of a robust tiger would undoubtedly be a terrifying spectacle. Yet, in this setting, it was filled with warmth. Bayu merely folded his paws, concealing his face beneath them, revealing only his pair of glistening eyes, as he attempted to prevent Liu Qingxuan from tugging at his whiskers. For she had already plucked a few. Liu Qingxuan, admiring Bayu's thickened fur due to the winter chill, exclaimed enviously, "Oh, how comfortable you must be. When it gets cold, you can transform into a little tiger, while I can only hide beneath the covers. You can frolic in the forest every day." even playing in the snow during winter. How delightful it must be. Let me see your adorable little paws. They are such a lovely shade of pink. Plump and inviting for a kiss. However, as she leaned in to kiss his paw, Baiyu swiftly withdrew it and spoke with human-like clarity. My paws are unclean and unhygienic, constantly running on the ground, covered in dirt. Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyu's demeanor, couldn't help but think of his human-like visage. What an oddity you are. Are you still a little kitten? It is perfectly normal for humans to adore the paws of kittens. My apologies. I momentarily forgot that you are not merely a kitten. Baiyu, with a sulky expression resembling that of a tiger, remarked, you have completely ceased to contemplate my existence. I am not truly a feline. Liu Qingxuan, cradling Baiyu's tiger head, playfully responded, a tiger should joyfully come to make mother smile every day. Baiyu, widening her mouth in surprise, queried, how have you reverted to being a mother again? Hurry and change that to wife. Liu Qingxuan found Baiyu's gaping mouth exceedingly amusing, and the sight of Baiyu's gleaming white fangs piqued her curiosity, prompting her to reach out and touch them. However, Baiyu, aware of her sharp teeth, refused to let her girlfriend do so. Liu Qingxuan persisted, playfully prying at Baiyu's mouth, imploring, can I play with them just a little? If anyone were to witness this scene, they might exclaim, what is this girl thinking? Does she enjoy playing with a tiger's teeth? Oblivious to the immense power of its bite, a single nibble could cost her a head. Ultimately, Liu Qingxuan, employing sheer determination, managed to pry open her boyfriend's mouth. But it was evident that he had allowed her to do so, even with the tiger's formidable bite force. 3 of Liu Qingxuan combined would not be able to separate them. She tapped Baiyu's teeth and remarked, your teeth are quite large. One bite could create a bloody cavity. In a tussle, who would prevail between you and Lingju? Then, Liu Qingxuan extended her hand towards Baiyu's mouth, daringly suggesting, bite me, and let us see if you can sever my hand. Baiyu had already come to the conclusion that his girlfriend was acting foolishly. Pretending to close his mouth, he was met with Liu Qingxuan's playful invitation to try it out. Baiyu merely held Liu Qingxuan's hand in his mouth, prompting her to burst into laughter as she exclaimed, you look like a fool. Suddenly, Liu Qingxuan declared, I've touched your throat. Baiyu opened his mouth wide to release her hand, and Liu Qingxuan, observing her hand covered in saliva, remarked, little tiger truly has no regard for cleanliness. You spat everywhere. Baiyu, feeling utterly exasperated, pondered who truly lacked hygiene. It was clearly Baiyu, not himself. The white clouds continued to frolic joyfully, unaware of the diminishing image they held in their brother's eyes. Liu Qingxuan and Baiyu, armed with a handmade stethoscope, hastened to Hejia's residence. Upon their arrival, Hejia initially assumed they were off to indulge in a romantic escapade, leaving the unsuspecting Baiyu in his care. However, upon glancing at the clay pot brimming with honey lemon candy and the sacrifices made by Baiyu to gift him sweets, Hejia reconsidered, thinking perhaps it was acceptable to welcome this little ancestor, promising to nurture him with care. Liu Qingxuan proclaimed, this stethoscope is a collaborative effort between Baiyu and myself. I provided the idea, and Baiyu crafted it with her own hands. You can utilize this instrument to assess their health. However, prior to diagnosing, you may need to use Baiyu and Baiyu as teaching tools for your experiments, allowing yourself to memorize their normal sounds. Once those sounds deviate from the norm, you will be able to detect the anomalies. Hejia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he acknowledged the brilliance of her suggestion, realizing it would save him considerable time. Observing his delight, Liu Qingxuan added, then I shall leave my boyfriend in your care. Do not worry, his physical constitution is robust. Feel free to experiment. Just ensure you do not bully him to tears, and remember to feed him, lest he transform into a tempestuous little cat. Hejia stared at her incredulously, thinking, bully Baiyu to tears? Am I insane to challenge her? A mere coin toss could lead to my demise. It seemed that Baiyun's prowess was now on par with his own. Liu Qingxuan pondered how Baiyu, a carefree creature resembling a tiger, held such an affinity for climbing trees. Turning to Hejia, she declared, I shall fetch Baiyu for you. He can stay at your home for the next few days. You can study him thoroughly. This little one is quite resilient. In his heart, he's amused. My fleeting moment of emotion was genuine, yet you truly are relentless. Just as I was touched, you follow with such a remark. Alas, I shall resign myself to the task of tending to this little tyrant. Liu Qingxuan joyfully embraced Baiyu amidst his playful antics, exclaiming, Sister, I've discovered something delightful. Let me take you to Hejia's house to play, shall we? Upon hearing this, Baiyu wondered why they were to visit Hejia's home. It was because this item had already been gifted to him by his sister, thus it rightfully belonged to Hejia and was naturally not at home. The mischievous little creature, Yun exclaimed, "Sister has something that she won't give to me but instead bestows upon Hija, who is as rigid as a traditional white crane. I shall seize it for myself, humph." Liu Qingxuan, cradling the raucous little tiger, admonished, "You must not be so impolite. What is given to others belongs to them and cannot be taken back. Otherwise, I shall summon your brother to give your little bottom a light smack." Yun arrived at Heja's residence and, captivated by the stethoscope, placed it against the ear of her little tiger. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan held the round instrument against Yun's heart and exclaimed, "Yun, this is the sound of your heartbeat. Isn't it fascinating?" Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Yun exclaimed, "How astonishing!" Liu Qingxuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is marvelous. Would you like to listen to the sounds of your intestines?" Yun nodded gently and said, "I want it." Liu Qingxian then placed it near Yun's intestines. Yun, with a delicate touch, remarked, "Sister, you are truly amazing." The cunning Liu Qingxian interjected, "Yun, did you know that there are little bugs in the intestines? That sound you hear is just your bugs playing around." What was intended as a mere jest unexpectedly frightened Yun, who began to cry, breathless from panic. Chapter 33. Ling Jui's subtle thoughts. No one anticipated that Liu Qingxuan's words would bring Yun to tears. Yet, Yun genuinely inquired, "Sister, are there really bugs in my belly?" Liu Qingxian responded earnestly, "Some bugs lay their eggs on leaves, so there is a chance you may consume them. However, since Yun usually eats only meat, you should be fine. I was merely teasing you. Please don't cry, or those two will come and give your sister a beating." Yun, with an air of haughty defiance, turned her head and exclaimed, "I shall strike you, wicked sister. I no longer cherish Yun." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh as she placed Yun into Yun's embrace, saying, "Just look at your younger brother, so young yet already so prideful and endearing. Truly, he is a rare gem of a child." Haha. Yun embraced her younger brother and said, "For the next few days, you may need to accompany your brother to Heja's home frequently." Yun inquired about the reasoning, to which Yun responded that they had crafted a stethoscope for her doctor brother. However, in order to utilize this instrument, it was imperative to understand the normal sounds of peristalsis. Thus, they required her doctor brother to listen to the internal sounds of their bodies, which fortuitously represented the epitome of health, serving as an ideal benchmark for normalcy. Upon hearing this, Yun's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "This is delightful." However, she innocently followed up with a question, "But why doesn't Brother Heja listen to himself? Could it be that he is not in good health?" Heja, taken aback by Yun's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he responded, "Listening to oneself can often lead to misjudgment. I must rely on others instead." Is it possible that Yun is unwilling to assist her brother in this matter? As Yun listened to Heja's aggrieved remarks, she was suddenly reminded of his kindness towards her. She hurriedly climbed onto Heja's lap and exclaimed, "Yun loves Brother Heja the most." She continued, "Tonight, I will sleep with Brother Heja, and he will catch fish for me to eat." Heja wiped his forehead and replied that such an endeavor was unnecessary, as catching fish was rather arduous. However, recalling the recent tribulations he had endured at home, being deceived by his sister and beaten by his brother, Yun grasped Heja's hand and insisted, "It is indeed necessary. Yun will stay at Brother Heja's house for a few days, and you must not feed me ginger soup during this time." Heja contemplated that since he would eventually have to take care of children anyway, he might as well gain some experience now by looking after her. Thus, he agreed, saying, "All right, I will prepare the room for Yun immediately." After Yun observed Heja preparing the room, he began to play within Heja's home. Noticing that the small ceramic jar he had gifted contained fewer candies, he felt a surge of joy, clearly relishing the sweets, which he had not employed to entice the little beast man. He, too, retrieved a piece of candy from the jar, savoring its delightful sweetness. In the subsequent days, Yun and Baiwei diligently assumed the role of experimental subjects for Heja. Baiwei, witnessing his dear friend's hands on him, felt a wave of discomfort. After all, he had never touched his own wife in such a manner. Heja, while fondling, remarked, "You've developed quite impressive muscles. It's evident you've engaged in ample hunting." Yun, observing his commendation of her brother's robust physique, hurriedly ran over and proclaimed, "Yun is quite strong as well." Immediately, she revealed her little belly. Heja glanced at her abdomen, which was adorned with soft flesh and exuded a delightful fruity aroma. Unable to dampen Yun's confidence, he gently responded, "You look wonderful and smell delightful as well." Upon hearing the fragrance of the white clouds, did he intend to roast himself? White Cloud felt an immense sorrow. For her brother received accolades, while she was likened to mere sustenance in their eyes. It seemed as though love had vanished from this world. Days passed, and soon Liu Qingxuan inquired if Hijia had memorized the normal sounds, to which Hijia affirmed he had. Liu Qingxuan then suggested, "Now we can seek out individuals suffering discomfort to listen to their voices." Recently, there had been many ailing patients, and Hijia was aware of several cases. He promptly visited the nearest one, which happened to be a young beastman who frequently experienced abdominal pain for reasons unknown. Given the limited medical knowledge in the beast world, all they could do was relentlessly administer ginger soup to the child, yet there was no sign of improvement. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could only remark to Baiyu, "It seems that in your beast world, ginger truly is a panacea." Baiyu offered a wry smile, remarking that everyone has their own affairs to attend to. It is indeed a rare feat for someone like Hijia to find time to delve into the study of herbs. Even Hijia himself spends a considerable amount of time each day fishing in the river and weaving rattan for sale. Liu Qingxuan's observation is certainly accurate, however. I take solace in the fact that I have conveyed all that I know to Hijia, which should alleviate his efforts. Hijia attentively listened to the sounds, discerning that they were indeed distinct from those emanating from Baiyun's gastrointestinal tract, which struck him as quite fascinating. He noted that Baiyun's intestinal sounds occurred approximately 4 to 5 times per minute, a concept Liu Qingxuan had previously elucidated for him. The sound produced by the child was evidently different in frequency from Baiyun's. Considering the sounds, Hijia felt that the child's condition might not be particularly grave, and thus addressed the parents, advising, a light diet should suffice, avoid overly rich and greasy foods. Subsequently, he prescribed some simple remedies, primarily ginger. Liu Qingxuan remarked, "Did you see that? He has retained everything I told him." Baiyu grasped Liu Qingxuan's hand and expressed, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, my dear wife." Liu Qingxuan, feeling a bit shy, replied, "It is no trouble at all. It is merely my duty, dear sir." Hijia turned around and was taken aback to find Baiyu and Liu Qingxuan so closely entwined in just a short span of time. How had they grown so attached again? This was precisely what Liu Qingxuan had remarked. Excessive displays of affection lead to swift demise. A few days later, the child's parents visited Hijia to convey their gratitude, stating that their child had recently ceased experiencing abdominal pain and was recovering well. Hijia, upon hearing this, expressed his delight, saying it seems the stethoscope indeed possesses some merit. The child's parents also brought along various gifts to thank Hijia, including some meats and a half-basket of small fruits. Hijia politely declined the meat but accepted the half-basket of fruits as Baiyun relished them. Given the child's prolonged diarrhea, a bit of nourishment was necessary. He returned the meat, suggesting, "You may prepare a light meat porridge for him, but please do not add too much wood apple." The couple, upon hearing Hijia's words, took the food back while praising him for his kind heart, calling him an emissary of the beast god come to bestow blessings upon them. Had Liu Qingxuan been present, she would undoubtedly have inquired of Baiyu whether good deeds here were always likened to an emissary of the beast god. Unfortunately, Liu Qingxuan was not privy to this conversation. Days later, Liu Qingxuan encountered Hijia and asked, "Is there a doctor like you in every tribe? Why is it that I did not find one in the Eternal Day tribe?" Hijia tilted his head slightly and replied, "This is quite a normal phenomenon. The Star Moon tribe is smaller, and every life here deserves respect. The situation is different in the Eternal Day tribe. Ling Jue places great emphasis on strength and does not manage healing. Furthermore, many have sought refuge in their tribe, so we need not worry much about death." Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "No wonder I saw no doctors in their clan to provide treatment. You cannot imagine that they didn't even have a basket of ginger. It seemed he used all the female ginger in their group to restore my health." Hijia's eyes widened in disbelief as he responded, "Did you just say he used all the ginger on you? I must not have misheard. That Ling Jue is truly remarkable. It seems he harbors feelings for you." Liu Qingxuan tilted her head and admitted, "Indeed, he does have feelings for me. He once proposed that I become his wife, but my heart belongs solely to Baiyu, so I naturally declined. Nonetheless, he is a wise clan leader who understands the balance of interests." Hijia chuckled and remarked, "Well said about balancing interests. I have recently contemplated developing a method for cultivating ginger. While it may not be exceedingly precious, it holds considerable value. It thrives in the wild only by chance. And although our Star Moon tribe possesses an abundance of ginger, having a little more is always prudent." Baiyu ventured alone into the Yongzhou tribe. The inhabitants of the tribe, upon seeing her arrival, instinctively heightened their vigilance, for this individual before them bore an ability comparable to that of their own chieftain. Baiyu hurriedly rushed into Ling Jue's tranquil chamber and inquired, "Ling Jue, are you present?" I have matters to discuss with you. Upon recognizing Bai Yu's voice, Ling Jue felt a sudden heaviness in his head, pondering to himself, have I inadvertently provoked him? Surely he isn't here to stir trouble within the Eternal Day tribe today. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, Ling Jue stepped out to greet him, saying, What guidance do you seek from me? Bai Yu, despite wearing a smile, spoke with a note of caution, assuring Ling Jue, rest assured, I am not here to cause any trouble today. My wife and I are well aware that you distribute the salt you produce to the tribe. However, we possess certain methods regarding further processing that I wish to share with you. Upon hearing this, Ling Jue suspected Bai Yu might be up to something and inquired, Surely, there is no hidden conspiracy behind this. Bai Yu remarked, Believe it or not, this is what I offer you. Consequently, Bai Yu proceeded to explain these principles to Ling Ju. Ling Ju, upon hearing, found himself perplexed and inquired, Is this truly feasible? Bai Yu produced a finely processed piece of salt and replied, Once you have completed your product, you can compare it with this piece and ascertain the results. Ling Ju nodded slightly, his cheeks flushed, and asked Bai Yu, Did Qingxuan ask you to discuss this with me? Upon observing Ling Ju's infatuated demeanor, Bai Yu remarked, Cease your advances towards my wife. She belongs to me, not to you. Why do you concern yourself with matters that are none of your business? We have entrusted you with this formula because of your commendable governance of the tribe, not out of any fondness for your cold, foolish demeanor. Do not entertain trivial thoughts. Liu Qingxuan can only be my wife. She harbors no affection for you, a hairless serpent. Hearing Bai Yu's words and witnessing his furious expression, Ling Ju sensed an underlying emotion. He then addressed Bai Yu once more, saying, The child we have been rescuing together has now been adopted by me. Would you like to bring Qingxuan and Bai Yun to visit these two children? They are rather timid, and I believe Bai Yun could engage them in play. Upon hearing that Ling Jue had already involved his wife and younger brother, Bai Yu promptly responded, Bring the child over. We shall assist you in caring for them. We will not intrude upon your space. Chapter 34. A minor mishap among three individuals given that Bai Yu and Ling Jue had engaged in conversation for an extended period. Bai Yun, who had been lingering nearby, suddenly dashed into the tribe. However, lacking the prowess of his elder brother, he was halted at the entrance. When the onlookers recognized him as a young beastman claiming to be Bai Yu's brother, they escorted him to the location where Bai Yu was present. Upon catching sight of Ling Jue, Bai Yun felt his heart flutter. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with Ling Jue and inquired of his brother. Is this a friend you met in the Eternal Day tribe? He is truly handsome. In comparison to you, he appears remarkably gentle. Bai Yu pondered. Which of your eyes perceived his gentleness? In stark contrast to her brother's silence, Bai Yun appeared particularly exuberant. Ling Jue seemed to embody the pinnacle of Bai Yun's aesthetic ideals. Suddenly, she comprehended that indeed, there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings. Yet she considered herself the most exquisite orc within the Star and Moon tribe. Though self-proclaimed, she felt an obligation to maintain her grace and poise. Events unfolded in a manner that Bai Yu had never anticipated, racing forth with wild abandon. The little girl, Bai Yun, approached Ling Jue with delicate steps and inquired, Beautiful sister, may I ask how old you are this year? May I also know your esteemed name? Ling Jue, observing Bai Yun's series of antics, momentarily suspected a collusion between Bai Yun and Bai Yu. However, upon glancing at Bai Yu, he found her equally perplexed, seemingly unaware of her brother's intentions. Ling Jue was at a loss for how to respond to the child, despite the simplicity of the question. Thus, he could only offer Bai Yun an awkward smile. Yet, Bai Yun, still quite young and unable to decipher the meaning behind Ling Jue's expression, assumed that the enchanting beauty before her was merely shy. As a responsible young man, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity in front of a potential future girlfriend. Perhaps Bai Yun's perception of Ling Jue as a woman stemmed from her lustrous, raven-black hair. Bai Yun, displaying remarkable audacity, boldly grasped Ling Jue's hand and, with an air of maturity, gently caressed the back of her hand, exclaiming, Sister, your hands are so smooth. You need not feel shy. I am already 6 years old. I truly admire you. You possess a perfect blend of strength and grace. In 10 years, I shall come to court you, if you will have me. Upon hearing Bai Yun's words, Ling Jue was utterly astonished. Although she had encountered numerous unexpected situations during her long tenure as clan leader, this was entirely different from what she had anticipated. What nonsense was he uttering about marrying her? Why did he insist on calling her sister? Was it possible that her appearance was excessively feminine? Bai Yun hesitated to relent, mistakenly believing that Ling Jue had acquiesced. Consequently, he began to contemplate climbing onto Ling Jue. Observing Bai Yun's intention, Ling Jue swiftly evaded, exclaiming, Baiyun. I am somewhat uncomfortable with such close physical contact with others. I apologize, Baiyun. Upon hearing the voice, Baiyun wondered why it resembled that of a young man. Pouting, she remarked, "You still have time to embrace me. Otherwise, I shall not marry you. Sister Qingxuan is far more beautiful and gentle than you, and her hands are considerably softer." Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing Baiyun's words, couldn't help but nod in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you possess quite an eye for beauty, little one. Sister Liu Qingxuan is, in my opinion, the most exquisite of all the beast folk. Would you be interested in acting as a matchmaker for me?" Upon hearing the proposal, Baiyun was immediately engulfed in embarrassment and asked, "Are you a man?" Baiyun could no longer endure the conversation and hastily lifted Baiyun, grasping her by the waist before delivering a swift strike. She paid no heed to whether this was in the Eternal Day tribe or the potential embarrassment it might cause. Baiyun was being mercilessly struck by Baiyun, without any apparent reason, and soon began to protest loudly. He shouted, "Beautiful sister, do you wish to witness my demise without intervening? Please, save me. My brother intends to beat me to death, and if I perish, there will be no one to act as your matchmaker." Baiyun, upon hearing Baiyun's intention to play matchmaker, became even more furious, while Baiyun's cries grew louder. Consequently, the entire tribe became aware of their leader being addressed as beautiful sister. Thus, a world of 3 individuals, all grievously wounded, was established, brought about solely by the antics of the little tiger, Baiyun. Once Baiyun had vented her frustrations, she furiously inquired, "Whom do you wish to matchmake? Do you even comprehend whom you are speaking to?" Baiyun, with tears barely held back, said, "I never intended to act as a matchmaker for him. I merely expressed a thought. I simply wish to know his name, for he is my destined companion, albeit 10 years my senior. Thus, I believe I am still worthy. Is she not a beautiful sister?" Baiyun, infuriated, pinched her brow and declared, "His name is Ling Jue, the very person you feared most in your childhood." Upon hearing that the beautiful sister before him was, in fact, Ling Jue, Baiyun's demeanor shifted drastically. In a fervent rush, he transformed into a small tiger and lunged towards Ling Jue, exclaiming, "You are the one who kidnapped Sister Qingxuan. Just watch as I bite you." Ling Jue swiftly embraced Baiyun, holding him tightly. In that moment, Baiyun felt a pang of realization, he ought not to be so reckless. While he was indeed capable of tearing apart a python, the formidable Ling Jue was an entirely different opponent, one who instilled fear across numerous tribes. What folly it would be to challenge him. The gap between him and his brother was already vast, and the chasm between him and Ling Jue was even greater. Was he truly courting disaster? Thus, Baiyun decided to alter his approach. He began to act coy within Ling Jue's embrace, mirroring the way he would with Liu Qingxuan. Gently patting Ling Jue's shoulder, he pleaded, "Dearest brother, please let me down." Ling Jue, amused by Baiyun's words and the swift transformation of his demeanor, found the situation quite entertaining. He chose not to hold a grudge over Baiyun's earlier reference to him as beautiful sister and continued to hold him, saying, "Did you not express a fondness for your sister? Are you not happy being embraced by her?" The white cloud tearfully expressed, "It's not that I'm unhappy. I simply wish to return to my brother's embrace as soon as possible. You know how much he adores me. He feels profoundly uneasy if he cannot hold me for even a moment." Ling Ju gently caressed the exquisitely smooth and well-groomed tiger skin of the white cloud, remarking, "Your tiger skin is indeed well maintained. It feels delightfully soft to the touch. Let me hold you a little longer. It is such a joy." Upon hearing Ling Jue's praise for his sleek and lustrous fur, Baiyun could not help but recall the rumors circulating within the tribe. Ling Jue had a penchant for pelts. He delighted in crafting himself a remarkably exquisite collar, which he donned daily to manifest the noble status of his chieftaincy. However, as he gazed at Ling Jue's long, fair neck, devoid of any collar, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Ling Jue intended to fashion a collar from his own hide? At this moment, Baiyun could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep profusely in Ling Jue's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, please come to my rescue, or else your younger brother will transform into a collar." Both Ling Jue and Baiyun were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what the child meant by collar. Did he desire a collar? Seeing the child so distressed over a mere collar, Ling Jue swiftly replied, "Be a good boy and let me hold you for a moment, and I shall procure you a collar. What kind would you like? Perhaps one made of water fox fur?" Upon hearing Ling Jue mention the matter of the collar, Baiyun's cries grew even more pitiful. Baiyun, witnessing her brother's humiliation, remarked to Ling Jue, "Please take him away. This child is an embarrassment. I assure you he shall not accompany me again. Today, I merely hoped he would cooperate for a moment, and instead, I find myself in this disgraceful situation." Ling Jue recalled the clandestine manner in which Bai Yu had previously delivered the formula to him, entering without announcement, and he pondered the underlying motives. His expression darkened as he remarked, "Is it that your chieftain, that old curmudgeon, forbade your presence here? Such matters within the tribe are typically commonplace, each vying for their own interests. Your willingness to come is greatly appreciated. I must admit, I misjudged your intentions. Since Bai Yun is so eager for the furs, feel free to select from my warehouse. I have amassed quite a collection of fine pelts over the years. But tell me, why must Bai Yun be involved in this endeavor?" Just as Ling Jue posed his question, Bai Yun suddenly nestled into his embrace like a little rogue, now less fearful. And with a disgruntled expression, he retorted, "What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me, Bai Yun?" Ling Jue, observing the 5-year-old boy in his arms, whose size was scarcely larger than a cat, found himself in a quandary and replied, "I hold you in high regard. I am merely curious as to why your brother would assign you such a perilous task at such a tender age, for what you are undertaking is indeed remarkable. I am eager to understand the rationale behind it." Bai Yu gazed at Ling Ju, who was effortlessly captivating the children with his enchanting words, filled with admiration. Yet, a flicker of unease stirred within him. With such eloquence in his charming deception, he wondered if Ling Ju harbored feelings for his wife. Would he, in due time, weave a web of sweet nothings to ensnare her? No, he resolved to treat his wife with greater care, ensuring that she would overlook Ling Ju's beguiling tales. Bai Yu remarked, "Indeed, it is the team leader who prevents us from delivering these items. However, given his advanced age, his management perspective is rather antiquated. Such a monopolistic situation will inevitably lead to a decline in productivity. As for productivity, I trust my wife has elaborated on it with you, so I shall refrain from further discussion." Following this, Bai Yun continued, "The reason we resorted to this deception was due to our inability to extricate ourselves from our current commitments, coupled with the fear of being reported to the clan leader. Thus, we orchestrated a little charade. While my brother was hunting, I pretended to insist on accompanying him, only to accidentally get lost along the way. During the hunting process, I feigned a quarrel with him, creating a scenario where he felt compelled to placate me, even though it was somewhat awkward for him. This way, I could retreat to his safe location and await my brother's return. Once he has delivered the recipe to you, we shall be free to depart. In this manner, we successfully diverted attention while remaining inconspicuous." Ling Ju then inquired, "But why did you feel the need to seek out your brother?" Bai Yu remarked, "Isn't it because you spoke to me about all that nonsense? I advise you to refrain from such frivolous thoughts. Dreaming all day is rather fanciful. All right, Bai Yun, let us depart. Come, brother, let me take you home. Do not linger in Ling Jue's embrace, lest you smother him." At this moment, Ling Jue interjected, "It is of no consequence. Bai Yun's embrace is quite comforting, warm and soft. Allow me to hold him a little longer. Does the child not desire a leather collar? Let us proceed to my storeroom to select some. I shall gift you several. Bai Yu, would you like one? No, I shall gift you one anyway." Thus, the two were indeed led by Ling Jue to the storeroom, where they procured several pieces of leather. Bai Yun, fulfilling his desire, acquired the precious water fox fur, while Bai Yu, perplexed by the situation, found himself unexpectedly gifted a tiger's skin. Consequently, all the tribe's people mistakenly believed Bai Yu had come to rob them. Chapter 35. Designing clothes from a distance, Liu Qingxuan spotted Bai Yun and Bai Yu returning, and she happened to notice them holding various pieces of fur, leading her to assume they had made an agreement to go hunting together. Observing the furs, Liu Qingxuan inquired, "Where did you two venture to hunt? What sort of fox fur is this? It appears rather fine." In astonishment, she exclaimed, "You managed to hunt a tiger? I believed you shunned such pursuits. How amusing it is that you have procured a tiger skin. This yellow fur will surely add a delightful touch to your appearance." At this moment, Bai Yu remarked, "It was a gift from Ling Jue." Initially, Bai Yun was oblivious to the situation and insisted on discussing the matter of the collar. Ling Jue, under the impression that Bai Yun desired it, brought forth some water fox fur for him to fashion into a collar. However, seeing that I was also present, it appeared to be a gesture of reciprocity towards me as well. Liu Qingxuan suddenly realized, "I see now, Ling Jue is quite generous. What business do you have with him?" Bai Yu remarked, "Recently, the chieftain has relaxed the restrictions on the use of salt. However, he still maintains that miserly demeanor. I thought it prudent to share the method of refining salt with Ling Jue, as he would undoubtedly use it for good and noble purposes. There is no reason to keep it hidden. I simply fear that if someone were to witness me giving it to him, it would reflect poorly on both you and me. Thus, I staged a little performance with Bai Yun, Who would have imagined that this rascal could not contain his impatience and dashed into Ling Juyi's tribe to seek him out? He ended up meeting Ling Juyi, whom he had heard so much about in his youth, but had never encountered in person. There, he audaciously asked Ling Juyi if he could marry him, and somehow found himself in his embrace. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing Bai Yu's account, recalled Ling Juyi's breathtakingly handsome face and nodded in agreement, saying, "He is indeed extraordinarily beautiful." She then turned to Bai Yun and remarked, "You certainly wouldn't want your brother Hija to discover any of this trifling mischief, would you? If he finds out, he would surely have your skin." Bai Yun scoffed, expressing her surprise. "I never anticipated that he would be Ling Juyi. I had expected him to possess a terrifying appearance, yet he turned out to be quite different." She then presented the water fox fur, stating, "Sister, I shall not use this for a collar. It is meant for you." Liu Qingxuan examined the water fox fur and remarked, "Since Ling Juyi gifted it to you, you should put it to good use. Would it not be lovely to have a warm little coat made for you to wear during the chilly winter?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yu inquired with a hint of teasing, "My dear, it seems you are not adept at sewing, yet it invariably falls upon me to handle these matters. I am rather disinclined to craft garments for that little one. After all, last year's attire was fashioned by Hija, not long after it was made." He managed to render it tattered and torn. In a tone of playful defiance, Liu Qingxuan responded, "Though I may lack the skill to sew, my designs are quite exquisite. This year, I shall create new outfits for you all, and I am certain they will be perfectly suited for everyone." Bai Yu hesitantly inquired, "Will you design something specifically for me?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "Of course, you are my boyfriend, and I will certainly create something remarkable for you. As for that tiger print, let us set it aside. It doesn't suit you. How about we use the same piece of fabric to create matching outfits, perhaps a couple's attire?" Bai Yu's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "Great. Just let me know what you need, and I shall gather the materials for you." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well. Let us create a splendid outfit to welcome the arrival of the new year." At that moment, Bai Yun interjected, "Couple outfits? I want a couple's outfit as well." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and said, "But you don't have a girlfriend, do you? How about I make you a set of brotherly outfits instead?" Bai Yun repeatedly murmured about the brotherly attire, saying, "But my elder brother has already asked you to wear couple outfits, leaving no one to don the brotherly garments with me." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, "Your dear Hija, why not wear brotherly attire with him? After all, Ling Juyi gifted you an abundance of leather. There is enough left to craft you a charming little jacket." Bai Yun nodded and said, "Then please do not mention to Hija that we are preparing a surprise for him." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will not divulge anything to Hija. However, seeing how much fun you have been having these past few days, have you perhaps neglected some of your studies?" "Bai Yu, do take Bai Yun aside and help him with his lessons." Bai Yu exclaimed, "I shall go at once." Liu Qingxuan hastily interjected, "Bai Yu, are you out of your mind? It's mealtime already. You should dine first before departing." "Oh dear, you are indeed a whirlwind, always acting on impulse. I wonder how you will manage once you become the clan leader if you continue in this manner." What Liu Qingxuan failed to notice was that the atmosphere had suddenly turned cold for a fleeting moment. Bai Yu silently began to compose her expression, uncertain of what to say. Fortunately, Bai Yun cleverly interjected on behalf of her brother, suggesting, "He must be pondering how to have a meal." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, "What is so difficult about that? We can simply prepare some mushroom soup with ingredients we already have at home. If you roast some meat and we have a bit of rice, that should suffice." Bai Yu merely smiled upon hearing this and remarked, "You are indeed considerate. I shall hasten back to prepare the meal." Bai Yu hurriedly made her way to the kitchen to begin preparing the meal. Liu Qingxuan took Bai Yun's hand and proposed, "How about you join me in creating the design sketches? You could share what styles Hija prefers." Upon hearing that Liu Qingxuan had already made arrangements for herself, Bai Yun mischievously inquired, "In that case, may I forego the usual examination from my brother today? He always inflicts pain upon me during our tests, and I truly dislike his violent tendencies." Liu Qingxuan playfully tapped Bai Yun's nose and replied, "How clever of you to think of this. Very well. I shall inform your brother that we will remain at home today to work on design sketches instead. As fortune would have it, he is eager to learn calligraphy. I shall guide both of you in this endeavor. With your intelligence, you shall surely master it swiftly." As Liu Qingxuan held Bai Yun's hand, she began to share tales of her homeland's rich history and cultural nuances, captivating Bai Yun's interest. "Sister, may I visit your country someday?" Bai Yun implored. Liu Qingxuan affectionately patted Bai Yun's head, sighing inwardly yet smiling brightly as she responded, "Certainly. When the time comes, you may stay at my home, and I shall treat you to Agendas." Liu Qingxuan then took a charcoal pencil and began to sketch on the walls of her home. Regarding the issue of cleanliness, it would ultimately fall to Baiyu to clean up the drawings once Liu Qingxuan had completed them, a rather inconvenient arrangement. Nonetheless, the duration of preservation for her artwork would be considerable, and thus Liu Qingxuan immersed herself in her work. She first showed Baiyu the design sketches she had created alongside Baiyu. This time, she chose mink fur, fashioned to accentuate the figure and cinch at the waist. She also added a fluffy detail at the collar. Liu Qingxuan tied a cord around the waist, which she would fashion into a long, elegant knot, imparting an air of antiquity. In contrast to his girlfriend's design, Baiyu opted not to embellish the cuffs with fluff, but instead enhanced the collar with a grand fur trim, showcasing his broad shoulders and slender waist to their fullest advantage. Next, it was Baiyun and Hejia's turn. Baiyun chirped, Hejia favors white, and his water fox fur is just that color. He prefers simplicity over intricate patterns, and since he is in training, his attire must not be overly complicated. Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, how astute of you. No wonder you are his most cherished younger brother. Based on Baiyun's description, Liu Qingxuan designed a short coat with inner linings for both of them. The outer layer was designed to be quite spacious, and Baiyun's coat featured 2 small pockets, adding a whimsical charm. For Hejia, she drew inspiration from modern leather jackets, creating a design that was strikingly impressive. Upon surveying the sketches, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, brilliant. Baiyun echoed her sentiment, shouting, brilliant. Baiyu was aware that Liu Qingxuan was once again instructing Baiyun on various matters. Soon, Liu Qingxuan would impart her teachings. He then exclaimed, the soup is ready, the rice is cooked, and the meat is prepared. Come and eat. Liu Qingxuan, cradling Baiyun in her arms, remarked, oh dear. It seems our Baiyun is growing plumper by the day. Even I find it challenging to carry her now. Baiyu, witnessing Liu Qingxuan enviously embrace her younger brother, remarked, Baiyun, you are quite grown now. Can't you walk over by yourself instead of relying on your sister to carry you? Baiyun exclaimed with great excitement, brother, the outfit that sister has designed for you is truly magnificent. I believe that once you don it, you will be the most dashing orc in the entire Xingyue tribe. However, I must admit that you still pale in comparison to sister, for she is, in my heart, the epitome of beauty. Upon hearing this, Baiyu dismissed Baiyun's remarks with indifference, stating, isn't this quite normal? Your sister is so beautiful, how could I possibly compare? She is like a lotus emerging from clear waters, while I pale in comparison. Spare me the flattery and let us eat. To Baiyun's astonishment, his brother then turned to his sister with a sycophantic grin, asking, darling, may I have a glance? I shall forego my meal for now. I simply wish to behold you. My dear, please allow me a glimpse. Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyu's demeanor, promptly replied, you may find her over there. Feel free to take a look. Should there be anything to your disliking, do let me know, and I shall make the necessary adjustments before we commence. Baiyu approached the area where Liu Qingxuan was sketching and remarked, indeed, it is quite impressive. However, it appears a tad lengthy. I shall ask Qingxuan to shorten it a bit. Baiyu returned to the dining table and observed Liu Qingxuan sipping soup, occasionally ladling a bit of it towards Baiyu. Baiyu inquired, Qingxuan, could you possibly shorten that garment a little? It may prove inconvenient for me during my hunts. Liu Qingxuan replied while enjoying her soup, why is it that all of you prefer shorter styles? Baiyun climbs trees, Hejia fishes, what about you? Baiyu candidly exclaimed, I intend to wear this outfit while hunting, for I wish to showcase the remarkable skill of my wife in designing such a splendid garment. However, I fear that wearing such a lengthy attire may lead to its hem being damaged. Upon hearing Baiyu's intention, Liu Qingxuan burst into hearty laughter and replied, very well. I shall promptly adjust the length for you. Chapter 36. The new garment. Liu Qingxuan began her work, while Baiyu stood beside her, holding the fabrics. As Liu Qingxuan awaited Baiyu's initiation into the art of garment making, she offered guidance to ensure that the clothing would be crafted without flaws. Watching Baiyu diligently embroider the patterns onto the fabric, Liu Qingxuan was astonished to see that he had not utilized any scissors. Instead, he tore the fabric into the desired shapes before commencing the assembly. With a look of wonder, Liu Qingxuan inquired, Baiyu, how did you accomplish this? Your tearing is so precise, I find myself incapable of such finesse. Baiyu casually remarked, everyone tends to do it this way. Do you have any effective methods? She shrugged, adding, well, tearing it apart is quite simple and requires no tools. Liu Qingxuan smiled shyly and replied, I was thinking of using some scissors, but seeing your approach, it seems unnecessary. Baiyu remarked, if there is a need, let us proceed. If it seems unnecessary, we can always revisit it later. as we have plenty of time to spare. After all, apart from hunting, I have little else to occupy my days. Liu Qingxuan teased. How surprising it is that you would seek to shirk your duties. What do you mean by having nothing else to do? Have you not been instructing Bai Yun or engaging with the cranes in discussions regarding the cultivation of ginger? At this moment, Bai Yu, with youthful exuberance, raised an eyebrow at Liu Qingxuan and remarked, how could I be the same? He is so enamored with these matters that he often scratches his head. I rather look forward to seeing him bald. Liu Qingxuan burst into hearty laughter, saying, your friend has certainly taught you a thing or two. Bai Yu set aside his needlework and, gently pinching his girlfriend's face, remarked, as your boyfriend, I truly believe I am worth your while. Liu Qingxuan returned his smile, bowing her head as she replied, indeed, you are quite valuable. Life is without regrets. The two exchanged a silent understanding, comfortably occupying the stone cottage as they attended to their respective tasks. Before long, Bai Yu had completed the project for Bai Yun. Glancing at the finished work, Liu Qingxuan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, inquired, why didn't you make mine first? Bai Yu chuckled mischievously and remarked, your design is quite rare. I've never encountered one like it before. I shall give it a try, but I must ensure I don't ruin yours. Bai Yun's is just perfect. He's your plans to gift his. It would be rather unseemly to present someone with a flawed piece. Liu Qingxuan provocatively inquired of Bai Yu, then why not create yours? That way, you would be free from such concerns. Bai Yu shook her head and replied, that simply won't do. I must wear matching outfits with you. Yet they must appear tattered and worn, so as not to resemble couple attire. That would be quite inappropriate. Listening to Bai Yu's words, Liu Qingxuan felt as if honey had been spread upon her heart, reflecting, Bai Yu is indeed thoughtful. Let us first prepare the outfit for Bai Yun. Once he wears it, we can claim it was specially made for him. He will undoubtedly remain oblivious to our subtle intentions. Bai Yu called out to Bai Yun, urging, Bai Yun, come quickly. Let us finish yours first and see if it fits well. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun was deeply moved and said, brother, I never realized how kind you were to me. You made this for me first without considering sister. You are the best brother, and I love you the most. Upon hearing Bai Yun's words, Bai Yu's expression turned somewhat unnatural as she replied, that is only natural. If your brother does not care for you, who else will? Quickly put it on so that brother and sister can have a look. Bai Yu and Liu Qingxuan gazed at Bai Yun as she donned the garment, which accentuated her exquisite and charming beauty. Liu Qingxuan, filled with satisfaction, remarked, look, our Bai Yun looks utterly delightful in this attire. So round and adorable, come here. Dear sister, let me embrace you. Bai Yun gazed at her sister, and with a sense of pride, exclaimed, of course. Just look at who designed and created this. She then spun around with an air of vanity, declaring, I truly am quite stunning. Bai Yu gazed at her adorable younger brother and affectionately pinched his cheek, saying, you have become even more endearing. You've always been this charming. How about we, together with our sister, take care of you? Bai Yun remarked, you may cherish it. Yet I find no value in nurturing it for you. Bai Yu playfully patted Bai Yun's head and remarked, you mischievous little rascal, always causing your brother trouble. Quickly go over to your sister and let her assist you. Liu Qingxuan, cradling Bai Yun, observed Bai Yu as she crafted garments for Hijia. Given that Hijia was an adult, the fabric required was naturally more substantial, thus Bai Yu's task consumed more time. Upon witnessing the finished product, Bai Yu shook the garment and exclaimed to Liu Qingxuan, this attire is indeed quite simple. Hijia won't soil it while fishing. It looks rather dashing. I might create a similar one someday. However, since this water fox fur is white, I would prefer a different color. Liu Qingxuan smiled at Bai Yu and replied, no worries, with so many furs to choose from, we can select another hue. Now, let us go show Hijia just how splendid his gift is. Thus, the three of them, accompanied by Bai Yun, knocked on Hijia's door. Upon seeing the trio once more, here to deliver the child, Hijia felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, and said, you all have come. You haven't eaten, have you? Allow me to prepare something for you. Liu Qingxuan responded, come, Bai Yun, show your brother what delightful treasures we have brought. Hijia, assuming it was yet another therapeutic tool, eagerly inquired, what sort of equipment is it? Let me see, for that stethoscope is indeed quite useful. However, Liu Qingxuan, with a mysterious smile, said, not quite. Do take a look at how splendid Bai Yun looks today. Hijia gazed at Bai Yun, adorned in a water fox fur outfit, and remarked, is this a new creation of yours? It looks truly exquisite, such a unique style. It suits Bai Yun perfectly. Upon hearing Hijia extolling her virtues, Bai Yun was instantly filled with pride regarding her attire. In front of everyone, she playfully began to coax Liu Qingxuan, exclaiming her desire for more. She mentioned that there were other fabrics at home, urging her sister to design another outfit for her to wear while out having fun. Liu Qingxuan gently tapped Bai Yun's forehead and remarked, "You do realize this garment is meant for the new year, don't you? Now hurry along and show this dress to Hija." The white cloud, with its tongue of soil, addressed the crane, saying, "This is what we have designed for you. Dear brother, would you care to try it on and see how it looks?" The crane, Hija, responded with surprise, "Oh, how delightful. I thought it was meant for Bai Yu when I first entered and saw her holding the garment." He then proceeded to try it on to assess its fit. As Hija donned the outfit, it rested perfectly above his hips, accentuating his handsome figure with an air of elegance and charm. The attire, already striking, was further enhanced by Hija's gentle features, exuding an indescribable allure. Liu Qingxuan, observing Hija, remarked, "It would be splendid if paired with a pair of jeans. Alas, there are none to be found in this place. Nevertheless, Hija looks quite splendid in this ensemble." Bai Yun concurred, "Indeed it does." Bai Yun expressed her desire for a matching outfit like that of her brother Hija, asking her sister if she could create a smaller version for her. Bai Yu remarked, "There are no more water fox pelts. Do you expect Ling Ju to provide you with another?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "It matters not. We need not confine ourselves to white alone." With Hija donning this attire alongside Bai Yun, the brotherly ensemble truly proves to be quite commendable. Hija smiled at Bai Yu and said, "Did you not agree that we would explore the cultivation of ginger together? Are you free today? Let us delve into this endeavor, as I was just about to seek you out." Bai Yu forced a bitter smile and said, "Alas, I have no time. My girlfriend is accompanying me, and I have yet to prepare matching outfits for us. I cannot bear to let my dear endure such discomfort. What if it inadvertently affects Qingxuan? My girlfriend relies on me far too much." He just suddenly felt a pang of loneliness and remarked, "Should I not be here? Have you ever considered me? I still do not have a girlfriend. Two orioles sing amidst the verdant willows, yet you remain without a partner." Bai Yu chuckled and remarked, "If you don't have a girlfriend, I shall lend you Bai Yun. You still have your brothers, so let Bai Yun accompany you well. Please do not interrupt the world shared between Qingxuan and me. Thank you, my brother." Thus, he watched as Bai Yun, embracing Liu Qingxuan, hurried back to their home. Bai Yun, blissfully munching on his fingers, gazed at being left behind at Hija's abode by his brother. But that was fine. This was his second home, one he had grown accustomed to. He could freely spend the day playing at Hija's place. Tonight, he would play with Hija again. And he was determined to take him tree climbing. It seemed there was nothing else on his agenda, so off he could go to climb trees. Hija exclaimed, "I have not provoked any of you. This afternoon was truly delightful. The sunlight was splendid, albeit a bit chilly." Nonetheless, Bai Yun indulged in the games he loved. Bai Yu successfully donned his new attire, standing alongside Liu Qingxuan, and felt an overwhelming sense of beauty swell within him. Liu Qingxuan, observing Bai Yu clutching the garment, chuckled and teased, "Is this what brings you such joy? This is merely the beginning. There will be even greater delights ahead. Are you not aiming for the skies?" Bai Yu exclaimed, "Indeed, this garment is truly exquisite. When I meet Ling Jui in the future, I shall present it to him, so he understands who your boyfriend truly is." Liu Qingxuan gazed at her boyfriend, who was clearly envious, and remarked, "Oh dear, what is this flavor? It's utterly sour. Ling Jui has neither wronged you nor provoked you, yet he ends up suffering. How unfortunate. I noticed he gifted you these exquisite skins. Otherwise, we should also select a piece for him." Bai Yu scratched his head and remarked, "It would be unjust to take his belongings without offering a demonstration of my capabilities. There is a fine bear pelt in the storeroom. He is prone to feeling cold, and this item would provide ample warmth. I hunted it last winter. Perhaps I shall craft a garment for him." Liu Qingxuan suggested, "What if I design a trench coat for him? It would suit him quite well, particularly if it is lined with fur. Exposing the leather beneath would not do him justice. A bear fur coat is certainly warm, albeit somewhat heavy. But I believe Ling Jue is not one to shy away from weight. He appears to possess considerable strength." Bai Yu murmured, "All right, then you may design it for him. However, given that Ling Jue is rather tall, I think it would be prudent to make it a bit longer. We wouldn't want him to transform into a serpent and find himself constrained by such a short garment." Liu Qingxuan envisioned Ling Jue morphing into a black snake, writhing upon the fabric. Goodness, what a sight that would be. It would certainly be an eyesore. Though she was well aware that Ling Jui would never behave in such a manner. Nevertheless, contemplating such an image felt like a transgression. Bai Yu possesses remarkable dexterity, and before long, he successfully located the materials and began crafting according to Liu Qingxuan's design. He couldn't help but remark on the substantial weight of the bear skin. The heavier, the better, as it would surely weigh Ling Ju down to his demise while adorned in this garment. "Forgive Bai Yu. He is but a darkly humorous man devoted to his beloved wife. Chapter 36, Emotional Ties. Baiyu commenced the meticulous task of stitching the bearskin coat, embroidering the totem of the everyday tribe upon its surface. His craftsmanship was remarkably precise, and observing his attention to detail in the face of adversity. Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but express her admiration, saying, "Baiyu, you truly are remarkable." Baiyu remarked that it was rather ordinary in terms of its magnificence. Yet the bear fur trench coat donned by Ling Jue promised to provide ample warmth. Moreover, this coat befitted his commanding demeanor, which I found quite commendable. Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyu engaged in crafting garments while she herself had nothing to occupy her time, earnestly suggested, "Baiyu, since the day is still young, why not deliver this coat to Ling Jue?" Baiyu gazed at the attire and remarked, "Very well, it is still early in the day. I might as well take the opportunity to deliver it. After all, this is not as critical as delivering salt. This time, I can do so openly and without causing Ling Ju to jump in fright." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you frightened him quite thoroughly last time. I never would have anticipated that you and Baiyun would conspire to deliver the salt to him." Baiyu shook her garment and remarked, "It is nearly ready. I shall fetch it for Ling Ju." Liu Qingxuan advised, "Please be cautious on your way. Just as Baiyun is absent, we can indulge in a candlelight dinner upon your return. To gather some raspberries, preparing a raspberry jam would be delightful." Baiyu nodded and replied, "Certainly. I shall go at once." Although she claimed she would leave immediately, she still took the time to don her festive winter coat. Liu Qingxuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "How come you are putting on your coat? Are you already preparing for the new year?" Baiyu expressed her desire to demonstrate to Ling Jue that her attire surpasses his, wishing to show him that what he possesses, she too possesses, albeit the more exquisite items are bestowed upon him by others. Liu Qingxuan remarked, "The competitive spirit of men is indeed amusingly juvenile." She then pondered the notion of a candlelight dinner, realizing it is more akin to a bonfire feast in their primal world, where candles are a rarity. She reassured herself that one day, before her marriage, she would undoubtedly create candles of her own. When Baiyu departed, it was not yet evening. The sun had yet to set, and the sky remained bright. He lingered for a moment by the salt lake, reflecting on how fortunate he was for its existence. For without it, his tribe would not have flourished as it had. This year, the tribe would experience a minimal loss of life during the winter, which brought him great joy. Beyond the salt lake lay the territory of Ling Juyi's tribe. Baiyu this time chose not to charge recklessly but rather address the patrolling guard, stating that she was there to seek Ling Jui. The guard, with a cautious demeanor, respectfully responded, "Please wait here while I convey your message. Should the clan leader grant you permission, you may enter." After a short while, the guard returned, informing her that the clan leader had consented to her entry, and thus Baiyu proceeded inside. To her astonishment, it appeared that the inhabitants of the tribe were preoccupied with their own affairs, showing little undue attention to her presence. Each individual bore a serious expression, likely a reflection of Ling Juyi's management style. Nonetheless, there were those who expressed curiosity towards Baiyu. After all, she was considered a significant figure, and many young beast men idolized such luminaries, resulting in her receiving a multitude of admiring glances from them. Upon reaching Ling Juyi's private chamber, she knocked on the door and called out, "Ling Juyi, I have come to see you. It is Qingxuan. Please open the door quickly." After Ling Juyi's serpentine tail pushed the door open, Baiyu entered and found him sprawled languidly in his chair, appearing quite lethargic. He then said, "This is something I designed in collaboration with my wife. Take a look." As Ling Juyi examined the bearskin coat in his hands, he remarked, "You have come to return a favor, I see. This bearskin looks rather impressive." Baiyu shook off her attire, presenting it entirely to Ling Ju. He took an interest in the garment, noting its appealing design and the collar, which showcased exquisite craftsmanship. "This outfit is rather fine and complements my temperament well," he remarked. Baiyu remarked, "This is a trench coat, while mine is an overcoat. Both were designed by my wife. How do you feel about your trench coat being the very first of its kind in the beast realm?" Ling Ju nodded slightly, urging me to try it on swiftly. Baiyu observed Ling Ju's impatient demeanor and thought to herself that despite having been the clan leader for quite some time, he still exhibited a childlike temperament, which was not entirely unappealing. She urged him gently, "It may take a little while, but do give it a try." Baiyu was correct. Upon donning this attire, Ling Jui appeared remarkably elongated. Although Ling Jui is naturally tall, this garment still reached his mid-calf. Baiyu laughed heartily and declared, "I will not make any changes for you." She stubbornly added, "I designed this length because I thought you might transform into a snake. Do not misunderstand. I am well aware of your height. Ling Ju was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of wearing clothes as a snake. How could he possibly entertain such an idea? He could at most don a floral wreath upon his head. The notion of clothing was utterly ludicrous. He couldn't help but wonder if Qingxuan shared this peculiar thought. Leaving his own image precariously at stake, Ling Ju reflected on the fact that he had not wronged anyone. He had merely kidnapped an individual. Was it truly necessary for his image to suffer such repeated collapses? Upon hearing Ling Jue's words, Baiyu instantly felt a pang of guilt and replied, "Perhaps I should assist you in making some changes. Who could have anticipated that you would transform into a snake, devoid of clothing, while we, upon becoming tigers, still don garments? This must be the essence of our fuzzy distinctions. I must tell you, Qingxuan absolutely adores stroking my fur. It is sleek and lustrous, providing a comforting warmth, and Baiyu's fur is equally delightful to the touch." Ling Jue, unabashedly teasing Baiyu, quipped, "Well then, why not transform into a little tiger so I can caress your hide?" Baiyu suddenly froze, exclaiming, "Ling Jue, though you are 5 years my senior, there is no need to jest with me so. I am no longer a child and cannot allow you to touch me. I am a virtuous young man who upholds the principles of chivalry, and I must not permit you to caress my skin." Ling Jue, well aware of Baiyu's refusal, merely sought to tease him, relishing the playful banter. In a buoyant mood, he replied, "Then I shall grant you this favor if you assist me in altering it, as you yourself have suggested." Baiyu began to earnestly alter the clothing for Ling Jue. Holding the garment, he measured it against Ling Jue's figure and remarked, "I shall adjust it to the knee, as that would be quite convenient and prevent it from appearing overly lengthy." Ling Jue nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "That sounds fine. Please proceed with the alterations. Baiyu, your ascension to chieftain should be imminent, correct? When do you intend to participate?" Baiyu suddenly inquired. "I have no such intentions. Whom did you hear that from?" Ling Ju replied, "Aren't you already tacitly acknowledged as the clan leader? I believe this competition is merely a formality. It would be inappropriate for anyone else to take your place." Baiyu refrained from responding verbally and instead hastened her movements. Before long, she said to Ling Ju, "All right, you can try it on yourself. If it suits you, I shall take my leave." Ling Ju donned the attire and remarked, "It is quite nice, yet it seems to lack something." Thus, he rushed to his floral arrangement, plucked a bloom, and placed it at the collar, exclaiming, "Now it appears far less monotonous." Baiyu watched as Ling Jue tucked a bouquet of flowers into his pocket, and she immediately felt the urge to do the same. Without hesitation, she plucked a flower from Ling Jue and placed it in her own pocket, exclaiming, "My coat looks splendid as well." Ling Jue nodded slightly, affirming, "Your coat is indeed beautiful. However, regarding the upcoming promotion competition, I must remind you that you still need to overcome that hurdle." Baiyu waved her hand and said, "I am leaving. I will not become the clan leader." Ling Jue silently pondered. Although they had provided him with salt, he would no longer attack the Xingyue tribe. Yet abstaining from aggression did not preclude others from launching their own assaults. While he would refrain from harming them, should other tribes pose a threat, he would remain indifferent. Ultimately, they would be left to fend for themselves. He had heard tales of Baiyu's past misfortunes. It seemed she was indeed unfortunate. He had once heard whispers that Baiyu wished for her dear friend Hija to assume the role of clan leader in her stead. Hija, renowned as a highly respected physician, was said to possess little prowess in hunting. Rumor had it that he only ate once each morning, catching some fish from the river, and thereafter devoted his days to the study of medicine, rarely venturing outside. If trouble were to arise, the first casualty would undoubtedly be the leader. Reflecting on this, Ling Jue felt a deep sense of despair. He was at a loss as to how he could assist Baiyu. He did not wish to see her tread a path of no return. It was evident that Baiyu had a clear vision of the life she desired. Yet the current circumstances did not permit her the freedom to pursue it. She was, after all, caught in the currents of fate. Alas, everyone has their share of misfortunes. Even he bore the weight of this ill repute. Baiyu dashed into the depths of the forest, unleashing a torrent of anguished cries. Yet he was enveloped in a silence so profound that only a dull hum resounded in his ears. Climbing to the high branches of a grand tree, he succumbed to tears. He was acutely aware of his formidable abilities and harbored a desire to wield them for noble purposes. Yet he implored the universe to refrain from pressuring him into the role of clan leader. This burden felt insurmountable to him. Why did others perceive this challenge as trivial? To him, overcoming it was akin to the quest for the beast god. "Oh, beast god, if you truly exist, could you illuminate my path? I yearn to escape the tragic fate that befell my parents." Baiyu sat upon a tree trunk, yearning to gaze at the sky, But alas, the foliage was exceedingly dense, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through. He parted the leaves and could merely glimpse the clouds floating above. Thoughts of his younger brother Baiyun occupied his mind. He was still so small. What would happen if he were to falter in this struggle for supremacy? He envisioned Heija caring for Baiyun and Lingzhu nurturing Qingxuan. Yet if he were to perish, Baiyun's current well-being would certainly not remain unchanged. Would he not suffer emotional scars? Baiyun was the sole individual privy to his innermost thoughts, the only one who did not impose expectations upon him. Even his beloved urged him to assume the role of clan leader, yet Qingxuan remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, and he bore no grudge against him. He sought solace in the notion that his stringent expectations of Baiyun were evident to all, yet he felt powerless. Had he not been so demanding of himself from the outset? It was quite possible that both he and Baiyun would have perished from hunger in a harsh winter or succumbed to the cold during the early rainy season. What could he have done? In a world devoid of protection, survival for the young beast men was an arduous challenge. Chapter 37, New Year Special. In light of the beast god's blessings, on New Year's Day, Liu Qingxuan, Baiyun, and Heija found themselves transported to the era in which Liu Qingxuan resided. As Liu Qingxuan opened his eyes, he gasped in astonishment. He had awakened in his own home. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of Baiyun. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to call out, "Baiyun, are you there?" Receiving no response, a deep sense of dread enveloped Liu Qingxuan. Could it be that he had unwittingly traversed time once more? He loathed the capriciousness of fate dictating his life. Suddenly, he heard a commotion beneath his bed. Lifting the bedboard to peer underneath, he was met with the sight of two white tigers, a black snake, and a crane all nestled together. Liu Qingxuan burst into laughter at the sight of these four creatures, clearly still in slumber and unperturbed by his presence. He playfully prodded Baiyu's forehead, exclaiming, "Wake up, you little lazy cat. It's time for breakfast." Baiyun, listening to the indistinct voice, replied, "Wait for me, I shall first boil some water." Upon observing the surrounding environment, Baiyun was instantly engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. What was happening? Where had she found herself? Could this possibly be the realm of Liu Qingxuan? Liu Qingxuan, noticing Baiyu's expression of sheer terror, paused momentarily and said, "Welcome to my world. And to all of you." Heija gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lingzhu remained vigilant, surveying the area with caution. Meanwhile, Baiyun, still a child, began rummaging through the toys that once belonged to her sister within Liu Qingxuan's room. "Sister, this model is so cool. What is it? Can you give it to me?" Baiyun exclaimed, pointing at a transformer model. Liu Qingxuan glanced at Baiyun and replied, "This is called a transformer. If you like it, feel free to take it." Baiyun began to play with the transformer, while Lingzhu took notice of its material. He turned to Baiyun and inquired if he could examine it. Baiyun graciously handed it over, and as Lingzhu caressed the steel-like substance, he remarked, "How splendid it would be if our tribe could acquire such fine materials for weapon crafting." The rudimentary steel-making methods had yielded rather subpar materials, certainly inferior to the precision-engineered models. Liu Qingxuan suggested, "Since we have traversed back in time, allow me to prepare a 21st century breakfast for everyone this morning." Observing the current state of infrastructure, Liu Qingxuan felt immense joy, though she was still acclimating to the situation. The 21st century boasted milk tea, cakes, macarons, souffles, and a plethora of delightful treats, with the internet being the most cherished of all. Liu Qingxuan had no intention of allowing them to engage with the internet, fearing they might become addicted, ultimately leading to lifelong regrets. The excitement of the four companions was palpable, yet they wandered around Liu Qingxuan's room, curiously examining their surroundings. Baiyun gazed out of the window at the swiftly passing truck and exclaimed, "Dear wife, what manner of beast is this, so formidable?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "This is a vehicle, our means of transportation. Unfortunately, in the beast world, such vehicles cannot be manufactured. We can only create rudimentary horse-drawn carts. In due time, we shall take such contraptions for our journeys." However, Liu Qingxuan pondered that if this vehicle were to collide with Baiyun and Lingzhu, it would likely be the vehicle that suffered, as she imagined Lingzhu's tail could easily overturn it. Sighing, she concluded that these individuals were simply too extraordinary. Defying all logic, it was best for her to focus on preparing delightful dishes for them. "Goodness, her dumplings were about to burn," Liu Qingxuan remarked during our meal. "Do remind me to assist you in selecting some attire online. Your current outfits are rather unsuitable and may lead others to perceive you as nouveau riche." They glanced at their leather coats, questioning whether they truly appeared affluent. After all, was this not the common attire? Perhaps their leather was merely of a rarer quality. Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily and said, "In our realm, only the wealthy don fur coats. Your attire is undeniably the garb of the newly wealthy." The white clouds playfully nestled in Heja's embrace, exclaiming, "How could you, brother Heja, with such striking beauty, possibly be a nouveau riche?" Liu Qingxuan gazed at the four individuals and chuckled. "While none of you may be nouveau riche, all of you resemble male models. However, it is prudent to adopt the local customs and don our attire." Glancing at her wallet with a mischievous grin, Liu Qingxuan rejoiced at her prior savings, and thus, she generously purchased denim jeans and trench coats for everyone. Noting that Ling Ju, a creature of the serpentine kind, was not particularly fond of sunlight, she procured a pair of designer sunglasses for him. Bai Yu was dressed like a student in the throes of adolescence, while Bai Yun sported an adorable dinosaur costume. And Heja naturally embodied the essence of a gentle male deity. Liu Qingxuan had thoughtfully prepared an array of delicacies, including steamed dumplings, custard buns, and soy milk, along with a plethora of curious and unusual dishes. "Let us commence," she urged with enthusiasm. Bai Yun held a macaron and exclaimed, "Sister, this is so sweet." Liu Qingxuan replied softly, "If you find it too sweet, just take a sip of soy milk. We don't have any black tea for you here." To complement their gathering, Liu Qingxuan chose to wear one of her favorite outfits, crafted from exquisite fabric that was light and airy, devoid of any heaviness. She adorned her hair with a fluffy hairpin and turned to Bai Yu, saying, "Look, I have cat ears too, don't I?" Bai Yu gently caressed Liu Qingxuan's cat ears and remarked, "Indeed, these ears are delightful." Bai Yu then conjured genuine ears atop her own head. Bai Yu cheerfully exclaimed, "This is our couple's outfit." Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily and, looking beautiful, nestled in Bai Yu's embrace, urged her boyfriend, "I want to eat plenty of custard buns. You must snatch them for me." After everyone had enjoyed a hearty meal, Liu Qingxuan joyfully declared, "Let me take you all to the amusement park for some fun." Bai Yun had long heard of the amusement park and, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed that she must visit it and urged her sister to take her on that intriguing metal contraption she had just glimpsed. Ling Jue hailed a cab at the intersection, prompting Liu Qingxuan to remark, "Not bad. You actually remembered what I told you before." With that, Liu Qingxuan led the four of them with great exuberance towards the amusement park. The driver, observing the strikingly handsome group, pondered what kind of celestial beings they might be. Bai Yu incessantly urged Bai Yun, "Do not fidget, and restrain your excitement. Such behavior reveals a lack of sophistication." Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily. "This is Bai Yu's first outing as well. Bai Yun is simply exhilarated. Does it not stir excitement within you as her elder brother? Your tale is nearly revealing itself." Ling Jue, too, was filled with excitement, yet the demeanor of authority compelled him to temper his enthusiasm, subtly conveying his exhilaration. Meanwhile, Heja was so animated that he incessantly blinked at the wonders of the outside world, exclaiming to Liu Qingxuan, "Your realm is truly remarkable." Upon arriving at the amusement park, Liu Qingxuan led them first to the carousel. The roller coaster, with its thrill, would surely frighten Bai Yun to tears. Liu Qingxuan placed Bai Yun upon the carousel, saying, "We are now riding the carousel, which spins around while you listen to music. You may sit atop the grand wooden horse while I attend to the pumpkin house. Simply call for me if you need anything." As the music played, the carousel began to spin, rising and falling in delightful undulations. Bai Yun reveled in the experience, exclaiming to her sister, "This is the most enjoyable ride I have ever experienced." Liu Qingxuan gently patted Bai Yun's head, responding, "There are even more thrilling adventures ahead. It merely depends on your courage. Would you prefer the roller coaster, the log flume, or the pirate ship?" Bai Yun remarked, "Perhaps you should consult my elder brother. I am hesitant to take the lead." Bai Yu quietly remarked, "I wish to ride the Ferris wheel. You once told me that couples who kiss at the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel will remain together for a lifetime. However, I see so many people here, and I recall you mentioning that their world does not allow for any queue jumping." Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily. "Indeed. Let us first enjoy the attractions with fewer visitors. How about we ride the pirate ship?" Heja and Ling Jue expressed their agreement, and Liu Qingxuan embraced Bai Yun as they headed towards the pirate ship. The elderly gentleman at the entrance watched these five individuals approach his ride, his hands trembling as he collected the tickets. What a remarkable sight. Such beauty. Liu Qingxuan reassured Bai Yun, "Don't be afraid. We shall sit at the very front. Heja, you take the middle seat. This one can be quite thrilling." Heja pulled Ling Jue to the center. Observing Heja's startled expression, Ling Jue quipped, "Originally, Bai Yu considered nominating you as the clan leader. How timid you are." Heja shot him a glare, retorting, "Do not underestimate others. Was it not I who saved you when you were on the brink of death?" This is called gratitude. Hija was gentle with everyone, except when it came to Ling Jue, where he displayed his temper. As the pirate ship began to sway, Liu Qingxuan, seated at the front, felt a twinge of fear, while Bai Yun, reveling in the experience, exclaimed, "Let it sway even more. This is exhilarating. Far more enjoyable than climbing trees." Bai Yu sat behind Liu Qingxuan, noticing her profound fear. He placed his hand on her shoulder and earnestly reassured her. "Do not be afraid. If we truly fly out, I shall catch you." In her heart, Liu Qingxuan mused that it would be wiser to have Hija catch her, for he possessed the ability to soar. At that moment, Hija was equally startled, contemplating that should he be flung out, he would immediately transform into a crane and take flight. If Liu Qingxuan were privy to Hija's genuine thoughts, she might quip. "Then the four of us would surely become famous. What would we call it? Contemporary fairies?" That would be rather difficult to explain. Meanwhile, Ling Jue remained remarkably composed, holding Hija's hand and teasing, "Weren't you quite assertive just now? Why the sudden silence?" Hija replied, "I am savoring the sensation of flight." Ling Jue chuckled and said, Indeed. You, the ethereal white crane, are experiencing the thrill of soaring." As time passed, Bai Yun and Bai Yu seemed reluctant to leave, indicating their genuine fondness for the pirate ship attraction. Approaching noon, Liu Qingxuan giggled, "The ice cream here is absolutely delightful. I believe you will all enjoy it. Shall we go indulge in some? The chocolate flavor, topped with a sprinkle of cookie crumbs, is simply exquisite." Ling Jue laughed and exclaimed, "Then let us hurry. I must have copious amounts of ice cream today." Hija glanced at Ling Jue and remarked, "How unbecoming of you. As the esteemed leader of your clan, why do you have such a penchant for sweets? You seem to love them even more than Bai Yun does." At this moment, Bai Yun had already taken Bai Yu by the hand and rushed to the ice cream shop with her sister, eagerly declaring, "I want the biggest one." Bai Yun was now well aware that all the expenses for their delightful outing were borne by her sister, rendering any mention of her brother utterly inconsequential. Chapter 38, New Year's Special. As the group entered the ice cream shop, they immediately spotted Bai Yun, who had eagerly claimed a chocolate ice cream adorned with a generous sprinkling of crushed wafer biscuits. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the wafers were, in fact, strawberry-flavored. Bai Yun, unable to contain her eagerness, began to nibble away, casting inquiring glances at them as she questioned, "Why have you arrived so late?" "I have already begun to indulge." Bai Yun naturally opted for chocolate-flavored ice cream, as the region they inhabited was far from tropical, showing no signs of cocoa cultivation, although some areas experienced quite high temperatures. Such varieties were still absent. Upon returning from their journey, Liu Qingxuan intended to procure some cocoa seeds, hoping to cultivate them, thus achieving the bliss of chocolate independence. Having been deprived of chocolate for an extended period, Liu Qingxuan also indulged in an enormous serving of chocolate ice cream, adorned with an array of cookie flavors. In stark contrast to Bai Yun's choice, the combination of chocolate and golden brown cookies appeared remarkably appetizing, and Bai Yu selected the same style as his girlfriend. Ling Jue, despite his seemingly serious demeanor, could not resist the allure of the shop and ordered 2 servings for himself, 1 white chocolate and 1 dark chocolate. The white chocolate was generously topped with various fruits, while the dark chocolate was embellished with cookies, much like Liu Qingxuan's. Hija, maintaining a modicum of restraint, ordered a serving of white chocolate, which was uniquely enhanced with a generous dollop of yogurt. By the time Hija and Ling Jue completed their orders, Bai Yun had already devoured more than half of his ice cream, his face smeared with chocolate sauce, even adorning his nose with traces of the sweet treat. Bai Yu, with a serious expression, gazed at Bai Yun and remarked, "Do not indulge excessively. Be cautious that this afternoon, while we play, you may find yourself unable to endure the discomfort of your stomach once more." Bai Yun cheerfully remarked, "It's nothing to worry about. If I experience any stomach pain, just hold me close, and I can endure it. It will hardly hurt. Besides, we have the divine physician, Hija, with us. He will surely assist me. So rest assured." Upon reflection, Bai Yu mused, "Indeed, I shall indulge without restraint. I shall procure another serving. After all, if I overindulge, Ling Jue will be there to support me. Woohoo! I am determined to savor copious amounts of ice cream." Ling Jue remarked with a hint of amusement, "I have not provoked either of you. We may not limit ourselves to just 1 serving of ice cream. Should any mishap occur, please bear the consequences for us. Thank you." Liu Qingxuan, relishing her ice cream, observed their amusing exchange, stifling her laughter. Meanwhile, a group of passers-by, overhearing their conversation, looked upon them with expressions of bewilderment, pondering how a simple act of enjoying ice cream could unveil such eccentricities. After devouring a generous serving of chocolate ice cream, Bai Yun's gaze was suddenly drawn to a vibrant array of multicolored ice cream on the shelf. Aptly named Colorful Childhood. Unable to resist the temptation, Bai Yun implored his sister to purchase a serving for him. Liu Qingxuan, noticing that he had already indulged in such a large portion, cautioned him, "You can only have a small serving. Otherwise, if you overindulge, there won't be enough restrooms here to accommodate you, and you will have to hold it in." Bai Yun nodded hurriedly, saying, "A small portion, a small portion." In his heart, he had already resolved to purchase another small serving after finishing this one, thus allowing himself ample room to indulge in a variety of ice cream flavors. He truly considered himself a little genius. Liu Qingxuan procured this treat for Bai Yun, who, instead of hastily devouring it, took a generous scoop and fed it to Liu Qingxuan, inquiring, "Sister, how does it taste?" Upon tasting, Liu Qingxuan's mouth filled with the essence of fruit, and she exclaimed, "Not bad at all. There's a delightful fruity flavor, and a hint of creamy goodness lingers afterward. Hurry and enjoy." After finishing her ice cream, Liu Qingxuan did not rush to order something else. Instead, she purchased a bottle of cola and quietly began to sip it. Of course, with a mischievous spirit. She also bought some for their companions. Liu Qingxuan vigorously shook her cola, yet she did not open it to hand it to Bai Yun. Instead, she playfully instructed, "You should open it like I do." Following his girlfriend's example, Bai Yun unscrewed the cap, and suddenly, the cola erupted. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, preventing any splatters on his clothing, though the floor was left drenched in cola, much to Liu Qingxuan's amusement. Heisha, with a look of astonishment, asked, "If it sprays out like that, how are we supposed to open it? I certainly do not possess Bai Yun's quick reflexes. It would surely drench me." Liu Qingxuan patiently advised Heisha, "Just let it sit for a moment before opening it, and you will avoid such a mishap." Clearly, Bai Yun was too eager. Unable to wait for the hot tofu to cool, Bai Yun, with a look of sorrow, remarked, "Did you not ask me to open it? I hadn't intended to do so soon. I have yet to finish my chocolate." Liu Qingxuan gently patted Bai Yun's head and said, "Do not be upset. My little kitty. Look, Bai Yun's delightful childhood is nearly consumed. Shouldn't you take a bite?" Bai Yun remarked, "I shall not compete with him. His food is abundant everywhere. I lack the appetite to vie with him. Do you possess the appetite to contend with him?" Liu Qingxuan chuckled discreetly, covering her mouth, and replied, "The first bite he takes is always reserved for me, so there is no need for me to compete." Bai Yun, with an air of melancholy, remarked, "Is that so? It appears that the two of you have conspired to torment me. I shall exact my revenge by indulging in a grand ice cream." Liu Qingxuan, who was excessively indulgent towards her boyfriend, promptly interjected, "Do not succumb to such treats. I have brought you a special delicacy just for you. Would you not wish to savor it? It is a red velvet cake, a rarity that one can only relish today." Bai Yun gazed at the exquisitely crafted red velvet cake and exclaimed, "This looks absolutely marvelous." After savoring a piece, the delightful sweetness compelled her to indulge further. Bai Yun, eyeing Bai Yun's cake, felt an irresistible urge to take a bite. However, Bai Yun pushed Bai Yun away, declaring, "Go away. If you want some, buy your own. Don't try to steal mine. It was gifted by my wife." Meanwhile, Heisha and Ling Jui, having swiftly finished their chocolate ice cream, enthusiastically began to examine the amusement park map. Ling Jui was pleasantly surprised to discover that there would be a fireworks display that evening. Aren't fireworks typically used as signals during enemy invasions? Can they also serve as a form of entertainment? He pondered aloud. Liu Qingxuan explained, through certain chemical reactions, they can exhibit a myriad of colors, and with some additional techniques, they can bloom into beautiful fireworks. In essence, they are quite stunning and dreamlike. But we must wait until nightfall for that. It's unlikely there will be any now. Ling Jui, with a hint of disappointment, replied, "All right. We shall wait until tonight." Heisha insisted on taking them on the log flume ride. Liu Qingxuan readily agreed. And after purchasing tickets, limited to 3 per group, they found themselves with 5 in total. Consequently, Bai Yun was assigned to Heisha and the others. As they settled into their seats, Ling Jui took the front, Bai Yun sat in the middle, and Heisha occupied the rear. Initially, the log flume began at a leisurely pace, but soon it ascended a steep slope and plunged downwards with great speed, splashing water everywhere. Ling Jui was drenched. Yet his excitement remained undiminished, clearly unfazed by the drenching. After all, serpentine creatures have an affinity for water. With a hint of provocation, Ling Jui turned to Bai Yun and teased, "Are you afraid? This is quite exhilarating." Bai Yun retorted, "Of course I'm not afraid. I'll sit in the front, and Qingxuan can sit behind me. Just be careful not to dirty your clothes, unlike Ling Jui." who is so careless about cleanliness despite being the clan leader. Liu Qingxuan smiled as she observed their playful banter, recognizing their established camaraderie. Hija noticed that Ling Jue was still eager to spar verbally with Baiyu, but Hija quickly interjected that time was running short. Liu Qingxuan took Baiyu to enjoy the rapids ride while Hija led Ling Jue to the infirmary to dry off their clothes. Each had their own agenda, leaving Baiyu to quietly wait in the lounge, pondering the bittersweet nature of love between couples. Having experienced nearly every attraction, Liu Qingxuan had initially wanted to visit the haunted house. However, recalling that these friends had encountered beast gods and that the beast world lacked ghostly legends, she realized it would hardly frighten them. Perhaps in the dark environment, their vigilance would only increase. If something were to suddenly leap out, they could easily subdue it with a single blow. Thus, for safety's sake, Liu Qingxuan decided against suggesting the haunted house. She had hoped to witness Baiyu jump in fright, reminiscent of a startled tiger, but it seemed that moment would elude her. Ling Jue, noticing Liu Qingxuan's lingering gaze toward the haunted house, assumed she wished to enter and said, "If you want to go in, we'll accompany you." Liu Qingxuan regretfully replied, "No need. Accidents can happen inside, so let us skip it." Ling Jue remarked, "What is that little house? What is with its hideous decorations?" After hearing his description, Liu Qingxuan hesitated before saying, "That is a haunted house. In your world, such concepts don't exist. You would surely not be frightened. Nor would it be enjoyable for you." Ling Jue adjusted his sunglasses and said, "I see. Then we want to go. If you wish to play, we can always return with the beast gods next time." Liu Qingxuan nodded. "Such opportunities are rare. We should make the most of our time." As twilight descended, they decided to head toward the fireworks display, seeking a prime vantage point for the splendid show. The group made their way to the fireworks site, meandering as they walked. Liu Qingxuan treated them all to fried chicken meals, for no one could resist the allure of crispy fried chicken. They quietly savored their meals while awaiting the fireworks. And soon the moment arrived. In the darkened sky, they heard a few rumbling sounds, and before long, blossoms of light erupted above, intertwining in a riot of colors. Ling Jue witnessed white sparks shooting upward, while circular halos expanded and radiated in the darkness. His pupils reflected the blooming fireworks, and in that moment, it felt as if flowers blossomed within his gaze. The already exploded fireworks scattered like stars across the sky, and Baiyu even reached out, hoping to catch some of the shimmering sparks. Hija, gazing at the illuminating fireworks in the night sky, remarked, "This journey has truly been worthwhile. Our future appears to be filled with such delightful promise." Hija sighed deeply, while Liu Qingxuan grasped Baiyu's hand amidst a sea of blossoms, wishing her a happy new year. Chapter 39. The Winter Hunting Festival. Every time Baiyu ventures out to play, he is invariably adorned with numerous layers of clothing by Baiyu. In Baiyu's words, ginger is such a precious commodity. Should Baiyu fall ill, it would entail the extravagant expenditure of ginger for his treatment, not to mention the trouble it would cause. Furthermore, Baiyu harbors his own calculations. He must secure the top position in this year's Winter Hunting Festival. Otherwise, the distribution of salt could pose significant challenges. And he does not possess unwavering confidence in this matter. Given that prey is inherently scarce during winter, achieving the top rank necessitates an abundance of game. While his hunting skills are indeed proficient, what if he encounters a scarcity of animals? Baiyu gazed sorrowfully at the sky and sighed. Alas, this year's weather is exceptionally frigid. One cannot fathom what lies ahead. Liu Qingxuan had only recently learned of the Winter Hunt Festival within the tribe. Concerned for Baiyu, she knew he often ventured out to hunt, yet he had his companions. Although he sustained few injuries, there were always remnants of bruises upon his body, and at times, he would even scrape himself to the point of bleeding. Observing Baiyu's condition as he prepared for the festival, Liu Qingxuan felt helpless in offering assistance. Thus, she sought out Hija for some commonly used medicinal supplies. Baiyu gazed at the clouds and remarked, "The Winter Hunting Festival is approaching in a few days. I find myself lacking the emotional bandwidth to concern myself with you. Please take care of yourself and refrain from causing us any worry, if you would be so kind. Do not rely on your sister. Should you commit a fundamental error, I shall still hold you accountable. If your energy is truly abundant, consider seeking out Hija. Having him instruct you in the identification of various herbs would be most beneficial." Baiyu is aware of what her elder sister and Hija have been up to recently. Liu Qingxuan, much like Baiyu, has been leaving early and returning late. Baiyu has been preoccupied with the affairs of the grand celebration, departing each morning slightly earlier than Liu Qingxuan. As a result of this timing, Baiyu remains largely oblivious to Liu Qingxuan's activities, while Bai Yun observes everything keenly, grateful for the kindness shown to her by her elder siblings, particularly Hija. Bai Yun resolves not to complicate matters. Instead, she contemplates joining them in the preparation of the medicine for treating bruises and injuries, as mentioned by her sister. Yes, it pertains to the treatment of such injuries. Bai Yun nodded to her brother, indicating her intent to depart immediately. Before long, she discovered them on a gentle hillside. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan was diligently searching for Da Huang and Baizhi on this modest slope. Liu Qingxuan appeared somewhat disheveled, her face smeared with dirt. She was in the process of preparing a remedy for soft tissue injuries. The flora here differed considerably from what she was accustomed to, compelling her to identify each item individually. For instance, a fruit that exuded oil was referred to as muqin fruit here, whereas she recognized it as peanut in her homeland. While there were similarities, they were not entirely the same. This endeavor required her careful discernment and patience. Liu Qingxuan gently tapped the medicinal herbs in her bag, Honghua, Qishao, Baizhi, Taran, Ruxiang, Myrrh, and Da Wang. She recalled that there was also a Ji fruit. Upon seeing Bai Yun, she waved her hand and called out, Bai Yun, didn't you harvest a plethora of fragrant white flowers this summer? Please bring them to me. I have need of them. Hija gazed at Liu Qingxuan, astonished at her proficiency in concocting medicines. I never imagined you possessed such knowledge. However, the productivity here is alarmingly low. I wonder if these remedies can be successfully prepared. He remarked. Liu Qingxuan responded with a determined smile. It is certainly feasible. The challenge lies in gathering the complete array of ingredients, as there are some discrepancies among them. The efficacy of the medicine is significantly impacted by the variations in age and quality of the herbs. Nevertheless, I have observed that this area is free from environmental pollution, which should bode well for our efforts. Bai Yun procured the medicine and proceeded directly to Hebe's residence. Upon his arrival, he observed Liu Qingxuan and Hija diligently grinding the herbs. Once they were reduced to a fine powder, Liu Qingxuan even mixed it with wine to achieve a paste-like consistency. Hija, gazing at the dark mixture and detecting its pungent odor, questioned Liu Qingxuan. Does this really have any efficacy? It smells quite foul. Liu Qingxuan, with a mysterious smile, replied, do not underestimate it. It can invigorate the blood, alleviate pain, and reduce swelling. You wouldn't want Bai Wei to end up with bruises all over her back after being knocked against a tree by that clumsy bear, would you? That would be quite terrifying. Hija nodded in agreement, saying, true, let me test it first. Liu Qingxuan, surprised, remarked, you are truly diligent as a doctor. You even know about the injuries of others. Hija, with an innocent expression, responded, I have no knowledge of that. As he finished speaking, he picked up a stick and struck it forcefully against his thigh. Before long, his thigh became swollen and bruised, a rather alarming sight. Both Liu Qingxuan and Bai Yun were astonished. He truly dared to experiment on himself for the sake of testing the medicine. Truly, he is a commendable doctor. Though they must advise him against such reckless behavior in the future. They watched in disbelief as Hija applied the paste to the injured area, securing it with large leaves and binding it with vines. As the winter hunting festival approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, with occasional gusts of biting wind. The trees on Liu Qingxuan's small slope rustled noisily in the breeze. Each day, Bai Yun found himself clearing the leaves that had blown to his doorstep, grumbling internally. As if the cold isn't enough, even the leaves seem to conspire against us. It's utterly vexing. Today, Liu Qingxuan visited Hija's home to collect medicine for Bai Wei, and she noted that Hija's thigh had improved considerably. Hija remarked to Liu Qingxuan, this remedy is genuinely effective. I have thoroughly researched its principles and even attempted to formulate my own. Once this ordeal is over, I must have you try it with me. She chuckled. If it works, then you should prepare more. I shall only tend to Bai Wei. Otherwise, someone else might grow envious. Despite the smile on her face, Hija sensed her underlying anxiety. Tomorrow marked the winter hunting festival, which, while festive, was fraught with peril. That morning, Bai Wei rose early, even taking the time to sweep the leaves in front of his home, creating a delightful rustling sound. Liu Qingxuan, no longer wishing to feign sleep, approached him with the paste contained in a small basket. Bai Wei, pretending nonchalance, inquired, what is this? It smells so terrible. Is it to mask the odor? Liu Qingxuan, observing his feigned ease, replied, do not jest with me. Just stay put. It invigorates the blood and dissipates bruising. Hija and I have worked on it for quite some time. You must not share this with anyone. It can be life-saving. I have heard that your Group S festivities will last several days, so be careful not to injure your legs or back. Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief as he gently stroked his girlfriend's head and said, how could you dare to hurt yourself? If you were to get injured, I would no longer have such a beautiful and lovely wife. I must be on my way now, so try not to miss me too much. I shall procure some fine leather for you, and this year you shall have a splendid new outfit. You look exquisite in your coat. Liu Qingxuan, feeling a lump in her throat, embraced Bai Yu and murmured, "You must return early." Bai Yu affectionately stroked his girlfriend's head, teasingly remarking, "Your head feels rather delightful. I find myself becoming quite addicted to it. I promise to return soon to caress your head again. Please release me, or I might be suffocated by your embrace." Liu Qingxuan let go of Bai Yu. He hurriedly bid farewell to Liu Qingxuan and rushed to the assembly point. At this gathering, the elder clan leader delivered an inspiring speech, after which they each ventured into the depths of the forest. Bai Yu ventured deeper into the forest, yet he remained vigilant, aware that he had yet to catch sight of any prey. It seemed that this year's yield would not be bountiful. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, Bai Yu gently exerted pressure on his toes and leaped onto the towering trunk of a tree. He then extended his powerful arms to grasp a sturdy branch, reaching towards the canopy above, which would grant him a clearer view of where his quarry might be concealed. Bai Yu bent his body, gazing at the creatures concealed within the depths of the forest. Yet, he remained ever vigilant, for the skies above occasionally harbored the menacing presence of vultures that preyed upon the unwary. Suddenly, Bai Yu caught sight of a fleeting shadow in a shade of brownish gray. If his instincts were correct, it was likely a deer. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this deer was remarkably robust and well-fed. He resolved then and there that this fortunate creature would be his prize. Today, he was determined to secure his first triumph. Bai Yu leapt gracefully from the tree, performing a nimble roll in midair, and landed firmly on her feet. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly dashed towards the location of the deer. Her footsteps were almost soundless. However, the wild deer, seemingly endowed with an innate sensitivity, sensed a subtle shift in the air and began to gallop away into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yu disregarded any notion of alarming the prey, transforming into her true form and swiftly charging towards the wild deer. Sensing a ferocious beast pursuing it from behind, the deer emitted a piercing cry of distress. Bai Yu, feeling a profound displeasure at the cries, swiftly dashed in front of the deer, effectively blocking its escape route. Upon encountering the formidable white tiger, the deer seemed resolute to engage in a fierce struggle for survival. Lowering its head, it charged directly at Bai Yu with its antlers poised for attack. Bai Yu skillfully evaded its advances, contemplating that once the deer was utterly exhausted, he would swiftly deliver the fatal blow, thereby acquiring a fine hide. Bai Yu resolved to continuously evade the deer. Although the creature lacked the cunning of an orc, it evidently discerned Bai Yu's intentions after several forceful collisions. Seizing an opportunity while Bai Yu was distracted, it charged forward with relentless determination. And Bai Yu was equally unwilling to back down. Bai Yu suddenly noticed a small hill ahead, abandoning the direction of the deer. With a swift dive, he ascended to the summit of the hill, elegantly descended, and forcefully pinned himself onto the deer. Unbeknownst to the creature, he sank his teeth into its neck. In an instant, blood flowed profusely as Bai Yu clamped down fiercely. The deer struggled momentarily before its eyes gradually fluttered shut, granting Bai Yu a fortunate victory without sustaining any injuries. He dragged the lifeless deer to his designated storage spot, a modest cave not very deep. Carefully, he placed the deer into the farthest recesses of the cave, as if to instill fear among the beasts of the wild. He emitted a series of thunderous roars that echoed like a tiger's growl, just as Bai Yu intended to scout for another prey. He was startled to see a hibernating bear nearby roused from its slumber. Bai Yu had no desire to encounter a grizzly at this moment. Although winter bears are known to store considerable warmth, they cannot withstand hunger. A starving bear can become dangerously ferocious. Clearly, Bai Yu had no intention of hunting such a mad creature during the winter hunting festival. Yet the bear's eyes glinted with a fierce crimson light as it fixated on Bai Yu. Bai Yu gazed at the bear, her legs tensing in response, clearly indicating that she was on high alert. The bear, having already risen to its full height, stood ready to pounce on Bai Yu at any moment. Chapter 40. The Winter Hunting Festival. Bai Yu fixed her gaze upon the bear, unwavering. Yet, the bear had already issued a challenge to Bai Yu, incessantly roaring at her. Bai Yu was certainly not afraid of the bear. However, engaging in a struggle with it from the outset would not be a prudent course of action. Should he sustain injuries now, his efficiency in the subsequent days would be compromised. Furthermore, with such a scarcity of prey this year, he would need to invest effort in searching for food. There simply was not enough time to become entangled in a confrontation with the bear. Bai Yu resolutely decided against hunting the bear, yet the creature seemed to be salivating at the sight of him. Transforming into the form of a white tiger, Bai Yu unleashed a series of ferocious roars, imbued with the intent to drive the bear away. However, the bear, undeterred by his warnings, charged directly at Bai Yu. With its massive paw aimed at his head, Bai Yu, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly dodged to avoid an attack. It seemed inevitable that he would have to subdue this bear today. The bear, with its short and powerful limbs, excelled in brute strength. While Bai Yu was also adept in this regard, he was unwilling to concede. Cautiously, he attempted to circle behind the bear to launch a surprise attack. But the bear deftly evaded him, causing Bai Yu to miss his target and nearly collide with a nearby tree. Fortunately, he managed to steer clear just in time. Otherwise, his fate could have been dire. Thus, the situation devolved into a stalemate, with Bai Yu glaring fiercely at the bear, channeling his frustration, while the bear, fortified by the fat accumulated over the winter, exhibited remarkable resilience. This left Bai Yu feeling exceedingly vexed. Had it not been for the bear's hibernation-induced bulk, he would have surely vanquished it by now. Bai Yu climbed onto a fallen tree trunk to rest, knowing that the bear could not follow. She recognized that her endurance was evidently inferior to that of the winter bear. Perched upon the trunk, Bai Yu licked her claws, contemplating her next move for the hunt. Although she had not sustained any injuries, it was apparent that her strength was waning. The entire morning had passed without her consuming any sustenance. While the hibernating bear's stomach may be empty, its bodily warmth would still afford it excellent hunting capabilities. Bai Yu needed to devise a swift and decisive strategy. As Bai Yu licked her paws, she pondered her next move, her feline eyes glinting with cleverness. Below, the bear gazed up at Bai Yu perched upon the tree trunk, incessantly roaring in frustration. In a fit of rage, it even attempted to lift the trunk, shaking it vigorously in a futile effort to dislodge her. As the tremors intensified, Bai Yu was compelled to balance herself firmly with her hind paws. The bear, witnessing her steadfastness, was filled with a sense of impotent fury. Seizing the opportune moment, Bai Yu leapt down, her claws swiftly raking across the bear's eyes, rendering it a sightless creature. The now blind bear attacked with unbridled ferocity, lacking any semblance of strategy, which proved advantageous for Bai Yu. Bai Yu seized the opportune moment and leaped onto the bear's shoulder. With a swift contraction of his legs, he exerted a tremendous force, and a sharp crack echoed through the air, signaling the breaking of bones. The bear was on the brink of death. Even in its final moments, a haunting roar emanated from the creature, reaching the ears of those nearby. Some of the beastmen remarked, "Listen to that sound. It must be Bai Yu in action. How splendid it is to capture a bear so effortlessly." Bai Yu gazed at the bear, which seemed on the brink of death, and felt a momentary sense of relief. However, to her astonishment, the bear summoned its last vestiges of strength and violently hurled Bai Yu against the tree trunk. The impact was far from trivial. As Bai Yu struggled to rise, the immense body of the bear suddenly collapsed onto the barren ground, crushing a number of wild grasses beneath its weight. Bai Yu, enduring the agony coursing through his back, approached the bear with the intention of verifying its demise. Cautiously drawing near, he confirmed the bear was indeed lifeless. Its head grotesquely positioned at an alarming angle. It was evident that its neck had been gruesomely mangled. Without hesitation, Bai Yu unsheathed his bone knife and forcefully plunged it into the bear's heart. This time, it fell utterly silent. Bai Yu had no intention of transporting the bear to his lair for storing prey. The reason was simple. The impact from the fall had inflicted severe pain upon his back, which now burned with intensity. It was merely the first day of hunting. As Liu Qingxuan would put it, this was akin to an emperor's endeavor cut short before fruition. Feeling slightly better, Bai Yu could not suppress a few coughs, which unexpectedly brought forth blood. He resolved to remember to strike swiftly in the future, attributing his misfortune to that accursed deer, which had unnecessarily bellowed so loudly. Bai Yu clutched his burdens, within which lingered a peculiar odor, an unpleasant scent stemming from the concoction provided by Liu Qingxuan. Unfortunately, the injury resided upon his back. Transforming into human form, he applied a portion of the viscous substance onto his wound. Presently, Bai Yu felt an overwhelming numbness enveloping him, and he detected the strange aroma emanating from himself. Despite the lingering scent, he found it increasingly tolerable over time. However, he decided against wrapping it with leaves like he had done. Bai Yu staggered to his storage place, overwhelmed by hunger. He paid no heed to the distinction between raw and cooked, ruthlessly tearing the hide from the wild deer and indulging in its flesh with fervor. The scene was gruesomely vivid. As for the bear, he had already marked his territory, ensuring that no kin would contest him for this bounty. After a morning fraught with anxiety, Bai Yu resolved to take a brief respite. Upon awakening, feeling significantly rejuvenated, he ventured confidently through the depths of the forest. Perhaps all his fortune had been exhausted that very morning, for the entire afternoon yielded no desired prey. He managed to capture only 2 rabbits, which were hardly worthwhile. Bai, lacking the inclination to consume them, skinned the rabbits and carelessly mixed their pelts with that of the deer. The forest at night was always fraught with peril, and even a seasoned hunter like Bai dared not roam freely. It was not the ferocity of the forest beasts that posed a threat, for those were mere trifles to him. Rather, it was the multitude of venomous insects and snakes that could strike unseen, leading to a swift and unnoticed demise. This was his true concern, rendering the night a time for rest. Even though Bai's scent was peculiar, he refrained from seeking a spring to bathe, wary of lurking poisonous creatures. With nothing pressing to attend to that night, he retired early, only to be jolted awake at dusk by a chilling, piercing roar. Bai, upon hearing the thunderous roar, sensed an ominous presence, yet refrained from dwelling on it, attributing the sound to a particularly formidable creature that had startled him from his slumber. As the night wore on and sleep eluded him, he meticulously began to work on the pelts he had previously stripped in the confines of his humble cave. The insatiable hunger he felt that morning had rendered the deer hide somewhat coarse, and he was now endeavoring to shape it for the purpose of crafting garments. Just as he immersed himself in this task, another resounding roar echoed, causing him to inadvertently mar the edges of the hide. At this moment, Bai sensed something amiss. Logically, if such a tremendous sound were emitted by an ordinary beast, it would have to be in close proximity, given her exceptional hearing. It was inconceivable that she could not discern the sounds of a struggle. It seemed they were still some distance away. Reflecting upon the noises she had heard at midnight, coupled with that recent sound, Bai found herself engulfed in uncertainty. If this were indeed the case, it would undeniably be a violation of clan regulations, and she could not remain indifferent. Bai promptly donned her clothes and dashed out, heading towards the source of the sound. Upon her arrival at the scene, she was able to detect a faint scent of orcs, indicating that someone had been hunting in the area. However, there was an intriguing quality to the scent, as it seemed to carry the essence of 2 individuals intertwined. Bai glanced again at the ground, and it was evident that the bloodstains were exceedingly sparse. If this were the result of a struggle with an orc, one would expect a greater volume of blood. Conversely, had it been a wild animal, one might anticipate several punctures seeping a few drops of blood, yet the ground was conspicuously devoid of such quantities. Bai gazed at the scene, his expression growing increasingly somber. However, at present, there was no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. It was the dead of night, and he dared not venture alone into the thicket to search for clues, unwilling to risk his life before fully grasping the circumstances at hand. Bai, resigned to his fate, returned to his cave as dawn approached, aware that he must soon embark on another round of hunting. Reflecting on his previous day's catch, which he deemed satisfactory, he applied another layer of the ointment given to him by Liu Qingxuan, consumed a small portion of meat, and ventured out to hunt. Today, Bai resolved not to act recklessly. With prey at hand, he could showcase his exceptional hunting skills. Utilizing his bone knife, he skillfully extracted the entrails from the bear he had hunted the day prior and carried them to a high cliff. There, he placed the entrails upon the rocky surface and coated them with a narcotic substance, patiently waiting for unsuspecting prey. As the adage goes, the early bird catches the worm. Though these birds would never foresee that such wisdom would lead them to their demise. The vultures joyfully pecked at the bear's entrails, occasionally emitting cheerful calls, while Bai watched with delight, thinking to himself, "Yes, feast well, my feathered friends. Once you have had your fill, it shall be my turn to reap the rewards." Bai concealed herself in the shadows, observing as the bird feasted. When the bird had nearly finished, she gently brushed her hair aside and approached. Upon noticing Bai, the bird hastily attempted to flap its wings and take flight, yet its wings were feeble and lacking strength. Bai's lips curled into a faint smile as she addressed the birds, saying, "Thank you. You have enhanced my achievements, so I shall not hold back." With that, Bai unceremoniously grasped the wings of the 3 birds, and with a twist of their necks, they fell silent without a sound. Bai returned to the cave with the 3 birds, and while carrying the bear's carcass, she unexpectedly discovered someone residing in her cave. "Bai is quite remarkable. Indeed. You are the most skilled hunter in our tribe," exclaimed Chao Bai, waving his hand. Chapter 41. The Winter Hunting Festival. Bai gazed at this individual, harboring a certain disdain for him, despite their shared lineage. During his hunts, this person held himself in high regard, refusing to join him. Bai preferred his own companions and cherished his own circle. Bai replied coolly to the person, "I need to rest now, please leave." To her surprise, the individual flashed a smile and said, "We are all from the same clan, so please do not chase me away. I happened to be nursing a few wounds. I noticed that Liu Qingxuan and Hezhu have been gathering herbs on the hillside in the days leading up to your departure. They must have prepared quite a few good items for you. Why not share some with your brother? Baiyu distinctly recalls the arduous effort his wife and Hezhu invested in creating this item. Even Baiyun selflessly offered up her beloved flowers. While Liu Qingxuan had also advised him not to share with others, Baiyu feigned a bashful smile and replied, "What a coincidence. I too have but a few of these left. The grand hunt is still a day or two away, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, I must reserve some, as I have a younger brother to care for. I hope you understand." The other person, noticing Baiyu's stingy demeanor, could not help but raise their voice, saying, "We are all of the same kin and of similar age. Must you be so miserly? You'll lend me some, won't you?" Baiyu feigned innocence and remarked, "Fengzhu, I truly have only a little left, and you know that my carelessness while hunting has likely caused me more injuries than you. What troubles you? I see no visible scars upon you." The individual, observing Baiyu's reluctance to share and unwillingness to indulge in self-deprecating irony, retorted, "How could I dare to get injured? No one expends effort on my behalf. If I were to lose my life due to a moment's inattention, what then? Unlike certain individuals who are surrounded by a multitude of supporters, your life is cherished." With that, the person deliberately stomped away, their footsteps echoing loudly as they exited Baiyu's small cave. Baiyu gazed at this individual, feeling utterly perplexed. This person typically approached hunting with a lackadaisical attitude, never exerting himself to the fullest. Although he was skilled in the art of hunting, what had prompted this sudden change in demeanor, particularly to the point of sustaining an injury while pursuing his quarry? Baiyu sat within the confines of the cave, observing his girlfriend as she prepared the ointment for him. A wave of longing for her washed over him. This grand celebration was set to last 3 days. And as Baiyu gazed at his quarry, he pondered whether he would emerge victorious this time. Baiyu stared intently at the ointment, lost in thought. Soon, feeling a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, he made his way to the corner where he stored his prey. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that one of the hind legs of the deer he had caught was missing. The thought of the wind assisting in this misfortune ignited a surge of anger within him, and he found himself cursing under his breath. However, with the culprit long gone, Baiyu had no recourse but to resign himself to the situation. After finishing his lunch and taking a brief respite, he transformed into a fierce tiger. Stretching languidly, he readied himself for the afternoon's endeavors. Baiyu was determined to capture a sumptuous prey that day, and with optimism in his heart, he hoped to ensnare a wild boar. Baiyu, contemplating the wild boar, could not help but salivate. The creature was delectable in any form. Even when merely boiled in water and paired with a hint of raspberry sauce, it was a delicacy in Baiyu's eyes. With this thought, Baiyu began to ascend the tallest tree, scanning the surroundings for any signs of the elusive wild boar. Baiyu had been perched in the tree for nearly an hour when she finally spotted a wild boar rolling in a muddy pit within the forest. Fixating on the creature, her mind was already concocting various culinary possibilities. "Dear little wild boar, your little tiger is poised to catch you. Will you accept the challenge?" Baiyu trotted into the muddy pit where the wild boars played, launching herself into a grand leap. Although she did not succeed in dispatching the wild boar with a single strike, she managed to injure its hind leg. The wild boar, sensing Baiyu's formidable presence, unleashed a powerful exhalation from its round nostrils. In comparison to Baiyu, the wild boar was significantly easier to hunt. It lacked her strength and could not match the endurance of a hibernating bear. With victory within her grasp, Baiyu radiated an aura of sunshine, basking in the warmth of the sun that made her fur appear even more plush and vibrant. Baiyu, with unwavering determination, lunged directly at the wild boar. The force of her momentum was overwhelming. Although she succeeded in toppling the boar, she herself tumbled into a muddy pit, transforming into a little muddy tiger. The wild boar, whom Baiyu had fixed her gaze upon, appeared rather displeased. It was well aware that the dirt would tarnish its lustrous fur, which was adored by Baiyu's beloved wife, who cherished the silky sheen of its coat. "You foul swine, your demise is inevitable today." Baiyu opened her delicate lips, and the wild boar lost its life. She dragged the boar out of the mud pit and sought a pond where she could wash away the muck clinging to its body. Hesitant to approach the river, she found a shallow spot to carefully place the carcass before immersing herself in the pond for a cleansing bath. After shaking off the droplets of water from her fur, she gently placed the boar's body into the water. Baiyu disdainfully extended a paw, incessantly pressing down upon the carcass of the wild boar. The boar bobbed in the puddle until it was finally cleansed to her satisfaction. Only then did Baiyu grasp her prey and return to her lair. The sun had yet to set, and Baiyu observed its lingering warmth, the interior of the forest would grow notably chilly by nightfall. She lay on the ground still kissed by sunlight, which illuminated her fur, causing it to become luxuriously fluffy once more. After issuing a series of spirited howls into the surrounding wilderness, she resolved to venture forth, determined to gather some small fruits before dusk. The forest harbored an array of peculiar fruits, which could indeed be deemed as prey. However, as a skilled hunter, she typically refrained from foraging for such trivialities, as these fruits were sought after by those of lesser prowess participating in the festivities. Nevertheless, her beloved had a penchant for these delicacies, compelling Bai to compete for them. It was apparent that by the morrow, the finest offerings would likely be depleted. On the track, a small tree began to sway violently, and before long, a yellow-orange fruit fell to the ground, still enveloped in a layer resembling leaves. This fruit possessed no extraordinary qualities, yet its juice was remarkably abundant, making it a favored choice among many orcs when they sought refreshment. However, this fruit thrived in exceedingly shady environments, making it quite rare in the sunlit areas where they resided. The fruit is known as the moonlight fruit. Bai gathered the fruits into his cloth bag, joyfully setting off toward another patch of fruit, this time to pluck his favorite. The fruit, known as the Lingsue fruit, was immensely popular in the beast world, captivating not only the female beastmen but also the male ones, who found it irresistible. Many male beastmen would specifically come to such places during courtship, using these fruits to win the affection of their beloveds. Upon arriving at the grove where these fruits grew, Bai noticed some individuals from another tribe. He greeted them cheerfully, saying, "Brothers, are you here to gather these fruits to please your wives?" The others, taken aback by Bai's warm and friendly demeanor, laughed and replied, "Indeed, we have come to collect these fruits. By the way, may I inquire about someone? One of our companions is quite young and tends to wander off. We haven't seen him all day, despite our agreement for a group activity. Alas, it seems this lad cannot contain his impatience." Bai, upon hearing these words, comforted the speaker, saying, "Children are naturally mischievous, perhaps with a little search we shall find what is lost. How about this? I will finish my tasks by tomorrow afternoon and then join you in the search." The orc, upon hearing Bai's proposal, readily agreed and generously offered her a substantial quantity of spirit fruit. Bai, holding the precious fruit, felt a twinge of embarrassment, for it was indeed quite valuable. Observing her shyness, the generous individual waved his hand and said, "These are merely little fruits to entertain the children. Please take them for yourself." Bai, upon hearing this, was unreserved and boldly exclaimed to the orc, "Thank you, uncle." After Bai took the fruit and bid farewell to her companions, she hurriedly made her way to her small cave. The sun was on the verge of setting, and she needed to return promptly to avoid encountering venomous insects and snakes. As she walked, Bai contemplated the possibility of being bitten by a poisonous snake and immediately seeking out Ling Juding, for there must be remedies for snake bites within their tribe, known for its abundance of such serpents. Meanwhile, in the Yongzhou tribe, Ling Ju let out a heavy yawn, pondering who might be thinking of him. Could it be Qingxian? Indeed, Qingxian was now the object of his affections. In a certain sense, Ling Jui was correct. She was indeed a beloved, albeit merely the beloved of Liu Qingxuan. Bai passed by the site of the beast fight she visited this morning and discovered several rabbits. These wild hares were left untouched, likely because someone had left them there, perhaps due to proximity to their residence. Bai reflected on the series of events that transpired today, increasingly sensing an underlying discord. However, he found himself unable to grasp the essence of the matter. While a faint glimmer of understanding flickered within him, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, feeling it might be unkind to others involved. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the identity of the culprit. Bai, with great care, placed the two types of fruits he had gathered into the cave. He tore a piece of deer leg and settled on the grassy ground outside the cave, patiently awaiting the rise of the moon. As Bai gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, the stars twinkled down at him, and he absent-mindedly nibbled on the deer leg. Once tomorrow passed, he would finally reunite with his wife. He pondered whether Bai had engaged in any mischief. If so, he hoped that he would take it upon himself to impart some wisdom in his stead. After 2 days without seeing Bai, Liu Qingxuan, cradling Bai, pointed at the stars and remarked, "Your brother is surely idling away his time, gazing at the stars." Bai, still with a childlike innocence, asked his sister, "How do you know?" She replied, "Because I adore watching the stars. Bai often accompanies me in stargazing. It seems he has developed a habit for it." Bai discerned that her sister was longing for her brother, so she transformed into a playful little tiger to cheer her up. Liu Qingxuan, observing the amusing little tiger at her feet, felt a significant lightening of her spirits. She gently caressed Bai Yun's soft belly and expressed her hope that her brother would achieve a result that would bring him joy. Chapter 42. The Winter Hunting Festival awakening to a dreary morning. Bai Yu frowned at the weather. She knew she must seize the day. As rain was certainly on the horizon by evening, the sky was overcast and foreboding. Bai Yu once again repeated the events of the previous morning at the same time and place. This time, however, fortune favored her slightly. She managed to capture 4 or 5 vultures, which she placed in a cave before proceeding to some other locations to execute her plans. In this winter season, food is scarce, compelling many wolves to seek refuge. This behavior is partly due to their instinct to conserve energy and reduce caloric expenditure, and partly to avoid encounters with formidable predators. These wolves tend to congregate within a specific den. Over the past few days, Bai Yu has discovered one of these wolf dens during her hunting expeditions. As anticipated, she is poised to invest a considerable amount of time today challenging the pack of wolves within their lair. As Bai Yu approached the vicinity of the wolf den, the heavens turned unkind, shrouding the area in gloom, while the den itself exuded an eerie tranquility. A sense of discontent brewed within Bai Yu. In the biting cold of winter, she found herself engaged in the pursuit of prey. For the sake of the grand ceremony and negotiations with the clan leader, she resented the notion that others could indulge in their slumber with such ease. Were Liu Qingxuan to learn of her plight, she would undoubtedly mock Bai Yu for her embodiment of a weary wage slave. Bai Yu would certainly not engage in any irrational acts of heroism. Instead, she first dragged out 2 wolves, and as these wolves howled to summon their companions, Bai Yu swiftly snapped their necks. As Bai Yu contemplated employing his old tactics once more, the sky rumbled ominously with thunder. A tempest of anger surged within him, as if the heavens conspired against him. What was wrong with Bai Yu wanting to slay a few wolves? Startled by the sound of thunder, the wolves awoke abruptly, realizing that 2 of their comrades were missing from their den. Gazing at Bai Yu, who lingered outside, they understood the implication of his presence. Wolves are inherently united creatures, and in an instant, their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they lunged at Bai Yu. He merely needed to evade their fierce bites to survive. The wolves possessed formidable biting strength. However, Bai Yu, with his toughened skin and thick flesh, was not easily harmed, especially clad in a garment crafted from crocodile skin. Though not aesthetically pleasing, it assured safety during hunts. Observing the young man before them, the wolves momentarily underestimated him, harboring thoughts of an effortless victory followed by a hearty meal. Consequently, 4 or 5 wolves launched a coordinated assault against Bai Yu. A particularly robust wolf, adorned with a magnificent mane, took the lead, charging directly at Bai Yu. He deftly sidestepped, though not without receiving a scratch from the wolf's paw. While a significant claw mark did not mar his chest, a thin trail of blood emerged. Undeterred by his evasion, the wolf renewed its attack, this time aiming directly for Bai Yu's throat. Bai Yu narrowly escaped, yet was caught off guard as 2 more wolves ambushed him from behind. Bai Yu leaped forward, and the 2 wolves merely grazed her leg. In her heart, Bai Yu felt that she had underestimated the situation. How could these 5 wolves be so fearless in the depths of winter? Bai Yu could never exhaust the 5 wolves. It was only herself who would succumb to fatigue. The adage to capture a thief, one must first seize the leader, encapsulated her primary combat experience. With a fierce glare, Bai Yu transformed her gaze into that of a tiger and directly engaged the alpha wolf in a fierce struggle. Whenever another wolf attempted to assist its leader, Bai Yu would deftly use her tail to hurl them against the tree trunk. In no time, 2 wolves found themselves incapacitated from her relentless assault, while the alpha wolf bore the marks of injury upon its legs. Now, they had reached a critical juncture. Bai Yu and the alpha wolf were locked in a stalemate. Observing the wolf, Bai Yu felt a certain admiration for such a leader. After all, the beastmen retained a vestige of their animalistic nature. If only this creature could metamorphose into a human, it would indeed be a remarkable transformation. The wilderness harbors many wild beasts that, at times, unexpectedly assume human form. Alas, this beastman had encountered her. Escaping the jaws of the tiger was no easy feat. Bai Yu gazed upon the wolf with a sense of admiration, while the alpha wolf did not dare to underestimate her. He proclaimed that although he bore an injury on his leg, he would rather face death than abandon the brethren who had followed him. It seemed that the wolf had come to the grim realization of his own impending demise. With a mournful howl directed at his fellow wolves, they looked upon their leader with sorrowful eyes. Upon grasping the meaning behind the alpha's call, each brother exhibited signs of reluctance, yet compelled by the resolute gaze of their leader, they began to flee in the opposite direction. Bai Yu was acutely aware of the intentions of the alpha wolf. He would no longer pursue the remaining wolves. His leader had sacrificed his life to safeguard them. Baiyu held such a leader in profound respect. Baiyu, with a fierce roar reminiscent of a tiger's growl, confronted the lead wolf, who, feeling reassured, began to engage Baiyu in a fierce struggle. Observing the wolf's reckless charge toward its vulnerable underbelly, Baiyu launched a devastating strike aimed directly at the creature's heart. The wolf, caught off guard and unable to evade such a lethal maneuver, found itself subjected to a brutal assault. Although it did not succumb to death, the violent impact rendered it unconscious. Baiyu, however, chose not to exploit this moment of weakness. Baiyu gazed at the wolf and sighed. Today had indeed been an inauspicious start. Resigned, she cradled the 3 wolves and placed them in her humble cave. As she made her way back, she suddenly felt a weight upon her shoulder. Turning around, she was astonished to see the wolf transformed into a beast man. Baiyu, under no circumstances, could bring herself to harm him any further. The alpha wolf, upon regaining consciousness and realizing his ability to shapeshift, appeared utterly astonished. He bowed respectfully to Baiyu, who then inquired, "Do you possess a name? Would you be inclined to join our Star Moon tribe?" "Do not move," she cautioned. "The salves upon you are exceedingly rare and precious." The alpha wolf, overwhelmed by her barrage of questions, could scarcely formulate a response. Finally, he uttered a simple yet heartfelt agreement, expressing gratitude to Baiyu for sparing the lives of his 4 brethren. Reflecting on her dear friend Baiyu, who had also lost her kin, Baiyu noted the scarcity of wolf beastmen in the tribe. Their rarity was not the issue, rather. It was their typically aloof and proud nature. Yet, the one before her seemed a fitting companion for the little wolf. Baiyu, observing that the wolf hesitated to reveal its name, sighed and remarked, "Given your extraordinary circumstances, may I bestow upon you the name Fortuitous Encounter? You are indeed fortunate to have crossed paths with me, akin to snatching sustenance from the jaws of a tiger. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you back to the tribe. Should you feel hungry, feel free to partake in these provisions. I must participate in the winter hunt and gather ample game, so I shall set out to hunt now." As Baiyu turned to depart, the wolf that had been teaching the one named Fortuitous Encounter spoke. "There is a herd of deer nearby. You can find them by following the water. It is quite concealed, as no one would suspect that the herd has taken refuge at a water source, which typically has a scarce supply of water." Baiyu curled his lips into a smile, brimming with vitality as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my good brother. There's no need to worry about me. You should eat something. Be cautious not to knock over the ointment, for if you do, I shall be quite displeased." Throughout the afternoon, Baiyu diligently focused on the location where the wolves had instructed him to hunt, and today proved to be immensely fruitful. He captured 5 deer. Goodness! This is simply marvelous. With such a bounty, he would surely have enough pelts to last through the winter. To his astonishment, there were even some chickens and ducks in the area. Baiyu, glancing at the flock of chickens, paid them no mind, even though chicken meat is indeed delectable. He casually seized 4 or 5 chickens, slinging them over his shoulder. If Baiyu were to witness this, she would undoubtedly think her brother lacked decorum. Every time Baiyu returned from hunting, he never carried the spoils himself. His companions would bear the burden of the catch, while Baiyu primarily focused on the act of hunting. After all, who could blame him for being so accomplished at such a young age? Baiyu returned to the cave as the sun began its descent, and a light rain started to fall sporadically. Observing the wolf, now transformed into a rather unaccustomed beast man, she felt a pang of empathy. Despite his discomfort, he was reluctant to revert to his wolf form, shivering in the cold of the cave. Understanding his plight, Baiyu chuckled softly and draped a piece of unprocessed deer hide over his shoulders, reassuring him, "Please don't disdain this raw deer skin. It is the only thing that can provide warmth. I truly comprehend your feelings." The beastman gazed at Baiyu, touched by her kindness. Grateful that it was she who had found him. Had it been anyone else, the situation might have been dire. With a hint of shyness, the beastman suggested, "Tomorrow morning, let us retrieve that animal hide skirt from the jungle. It appears to be unwanted, and with little more than some bloodstains, it can easily be cleaned." Upon hearing about the leather skirt stained with blood, Baiyu could not help but reflect on the recent events he had witnessed. Regardless of the warnings about the perils of the forest at night, he dashed through the torrential rain to the location of the previous incident. If he were to find anything there, it would likely confirm his suspicions with remarkable accuracy. Baiyu tirelessly rummaged through the thicket, heedless of any venomous creatures that might lurk within. It was only when he uncovered a patch of grass near the tree trunk that a blood-stained animal hide skirt caught his eye. Staring at the skirt, Baiyu exclaimed in dismay, "How could such a thing happen? It must be him. He is undoubtedly responsible." Recalling the group of individuals who had offered him fruit the previous day, it became evident that this belonged to one of their missing members. Bai Yu was deeply saddened. She carried the animal skin skirt to her cave and inquired of Qi Yu, "Is this the animal skin skirt you mentioned?" Qi Yu gazed at the skirt and replied, "Yes, it is indeed the one." With a tone filled with urgency, Bai Yu asked, "Do you know why the skirt was abandoned here?" Qi Yu shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Bai Yu shared her conjecture with Qi Yu, who, upon hearing it, was suddenly filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Why? Why would he, despite already being an orc, still be subject to hunting? With a grave expression, Bai Yu addressed Qi Yu. "You may have previously existed in a purely beastly state, unaware that, although it is not inscribed in the laws of any particular clan, we all tacitly agree that the slaughter of beastmen is forbidden. Our Xingyue tribe has explicitly included this matter in our regulations, and his actions are nothing short of a blatant provocation against our laws. His fate will undoubtedly be dire." I pondered why he was so eager to borrow medicine from me that day. After such an occurrence, Bai Yu and Qi Yu spent the night in the cave in silence, each awaiting the dawn to seek justice for the slain beastman. Chapter 43. The Winter Hunt Festival. As dawn approached, Bai Yu led Qi Yu to the gathering place of the beastmen, where he explained the situation to the elder beastman. Upon hearing the news, the elder's gaze turned sorrowful, and he remarked, "Do you possess sufficient assurance? If this is the only charge against you, it will not bode well for you." Bai Yu, with a frosty demeanor, produced the blood-stained beast skin and declared, "Here lies the evidence. During the process of searching for food in its primal form, the encounter was discovered. It is nearly conclusive. Furthermore, when my wife administered the medicine to me, numerous members of the tribe bore witness to it. His request for assistance is hardly surprising, and I possess considerable confidence in this hypothesis." The elder beastman, upon hearing Bai Yu's words, felt the fleeting illusions within him dissipate entirely. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "He has truly left me restless in death. I must avenge him. I brought him out to experience the world, to ease his mind, yet instead, he lost his life." Bai Yu, upon witnessing the elder's profound sorrow, could not help but extend a hand to support him, saying, "Let us return to the tribe and address this matter properly. It will grant his soul the peace it seeks. The beast god shall not spare such a wretch." It seemed as though Bai Yu and his entourage had indeed returned to the New Moon tribe. As he arrived at the entrance, he observed that the guards were exceedingly lax. This sight ignited a surge of indignation within Bai Yu. Such negligence in defense could spell disaster should other tribes seize the opportunity to invade. With a determined breath, Bai Yu made his way to the plaza. Bai Yu surveyed the bustling square, filled with lively chatter and the clashing of shoulders among the orcs, who boasted of their recent hunts and exchanged insights. The younger orcs present appeared eager to engage in these discussions, contributing to a vibrant atmosphere. However, at that moment, Bai Yu's voice pierced through the din as he declared, "Fengzhu, come forth." The crowd, initially eager to welcome Bai Yu back, was taken aback by his sudden outburst. One orc even stepped forward to inquire, "What has transpired to warrant such a response? Has Fengzhu committed a transgression?" Bai Yu listened to their conversation and remarked, "It seems you have grown too accustomed to a life of comfort, easily deceived by some illusion. I never anticipated that Fengzhu would resort to such morally reprehensible actions in pursuit of the championship. Does Bai Yu imply that Fengzhu has stolen something from the elder? Although Fengzhu tends to be rather lethargic, one cannot deny his inherent abilities. Could it be that Bai Yu is concerned about his own chances of winning and is attempting to tarnish Fengzhu's reputation?" Bai Yu, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a surge of anger and declared, "You need not speculate any further. I shall tell you the truth. Fengzhu has hunted down an orc in his pursuit of victory. Did I hear that correctly? Fengzhu has captured an orc? This is nothing short of a nightmare. Perhaps Bai Yu is merely spouting nonsense. Look at him. He has no evidence apart from the prey in his hands. I am unfamiliar with either side. I shall merely observe the unfolding events and avoid entanglement. I bid you farewell." The expressions of the orcs varied greatly as they debated amongst themselves, each voicing their opinions. Some of the more timid orcs, unable to contain their fear, began to contemplate a hasty retreat back home. Although Bai Yu holds the esteemed position of a leader within the tribe, he is not without his detractors. One individual, emboldened by disdain, approached Bai Yu and provocatively stated, "Are you aware that the accusation of slandering an orc is a grave offense? If Fengzhu did not commit such acts, how would you justify your own stance? I suggest it would be prudent to put an end to this farce." Amidst the cacophony of voices, the elderly chieftain hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "What is all this commotion? How can we reach a resolution with such incessant bickering? Have you no decorum?" The gaze of the orcs fixated on Bai Yu, who stepped forward and directed a piercing glare at the chieftain. With unwavering resolve, he retorted, "Chieftain, Observe the deeds of Feng Zhu within our tribe. He then dramatically produced a bloodied hide skirt, declaring, he callously resorted to the murder of a subadult orc in his quest for glory, seeking to bolster his own reputation. The chieftain, taken aback by the sight of the gruesome trophy and the tear-streaked faces of those in the distance, responded with astonishment, you must not speak recklessly. If you intend to make such accusations, you are aware of the consequences. Baiyu nodded and said, I am certainly aware of these matters. I kindly request the clan leader to provide a clear directive to summon Feng Zhu. I wonder where he might be at this moment. As Baiyu finished speaking, Feng, with a mischievous demeanor, stood at the center of the crowd and declared, Baiyu, do you truly believe that you can accuse me based solely on a mere animal hide skirt? Is it not simply because your recent hunt yielded fewer spoils than mine? I suggest you cease this folly at once. Should you persist in your unfounded accusations, know that I am not one to be trifled with, and you shall bear the consequences. Baiyu observed his self-satisfied demeanor and, maintaining an air of calm, remarked, I await the moment you find yourself cornered. You are well aware of the misdeeds you have committed. The deceased leader of the orc contingent sighed as he surveyed the impasse before him, and slowly approached the elder chieftain, stating, Chieftain, though our tribe is modest in size, we cannot condone the slaughter of our own members. We request justice in this matter. As for Feng Zhu, a glance at the wounds on his back will reveal the truth. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Feng Zhu felt no trace of alarm. The events had transpired over the course of a day or two, and his healing abilities were swift. He simply wondered whether the claw marks on his back had faded. The elder chieftain, upon hearing the assertion, called out to one of the orcs, fetch Zhu to examine him and determine whether those claw marks remain. Feng Zhu's eyes darted nervously, yet he forced himself to respond with feigned composure. Are you afraid? I have committed no such act. Apart from a few kicks from a deer, I bear no wounds. After a meticulous examination, Zhu confirmed that there were indeed no lion's claw marks on Feng Zhu's back, informing the assembly that while the claw marks were present, it was uncertain whether they were left by a lion. The marks appeared fresh, likely incurred within the last couple of days, rather than from an earlier incident. Feng Zhu seized the opportunity to assert, did you hear that? It has been stated that no such deed was committed. Upon realizing that this path was futile, Baiyu's gaze darkened as she remarked, what more do you have to say? I seek the truth, yet you would accuse me of fabricating allegations over such trivial matters. Do you truly perceive me as such a petty individual? Feng Zhu, with a triumphant twist of her brow, retorted. This is indeed a pivotal moment for advancing to the position of clan leader. Who knows what treacherous thoughts you harbor, aiming to usurp the leadership? It is widely acknowledged that your ambition to become the group leader is a matter of public knowledge. What further excuses can you offer? Eliminate me, and you shall face no formidable adversaries. Yes, I may be somewhat indolent, but do not be mistaken. Despite my laziness, my capabilities are not to be underestimated. Baiyu, unable to endure his incessant labeling, seized the beast's skin skirt from the clan leader's hands and inquired, have you truly never laid a hand upon this object? Feng, brimming with confidence, nodded affirmatively. I have never engaged in such actions. How could I possibly have touched this beast's skin skirt? Are you all so desperate for victory that you have lost your senses? Baiyu stated, very well, grant me this time, and before these tribesmen. I shall seek out anything pertaining to you. Once I uncover it, you shall have no grounds for denial. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Feng Zhu felt a surge of anxiety. If, during the course of battle, he had inadvertently acquired something incriminating, it would indeed be difficult to clarify. Yet, having reached this critical juncture, he could no longer feign ignorance. With a sense of determination, Feng Zhu resolutely declared, search me, and if you uncover anything, then I shall be deemed guilty. Baiyu gazed intently at the animal skin skirt before her, her fingers delicately gliding over each strand in an effort to compare it with Feng Zhu's fur. She meticulously examined every inch, leaving no detail overlooked, even scrutinizing the short tufts of hair. At last, she discovered a few clumps of fur adhered to a spot stained with blood. With a swift motion, Baiyu plucked the hairs from the bloodied area and turned to Feng Zhu, stating, now I have found something. Shouldn't you transform into your beast form so that I may compare your fur? Feng Zhu, upon seeing the item, appeared momentarily flustered and replied, I have not been feeling well lately. Shifting between human and beast forms is too taxing on my energy. Is it possible for me to refrain from transforming? I am certain that this fur does not belong to me. Despite the meager lead, the team persisted in their insistence, leaving him with no alternative. Thus, Feng Zhu reluctantly transformed into a cheetah. Baiyu gazed at the fur, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of a leopard, and in a fit of fury exclaimed, "Chief, observe how the fur matches perfectly with the bloodstains present here." The leader, upon closer inspection, realized the gravity of the situation. Feng Zhu had resorted to ruthless measures in pursuit of the chieftaincy, even endangering an underage beast man. However, Feng Zhu was relentless, asserting, "This is a deception. It is a deliberate frame-up orchestrated by Baiyu. I have previously stayed in Baiyu's cave, and it is possible that he has planted this fur to implicate me. This is a scheme." At this moment, Baiyu could no longer contain her fury and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Given the circumstances, do you still have any excuses to offer? If you truly doubt my words, we can delve into your stomach to ascertain the presence of the Lingsue fruit. Do you dare to admit it? Do you have the courage? Initially, I was not entirely convinced of your guilt until I detected a faint fragrance of the Lingsue fruit emanating from you." Feng Zhu, weeping, pleaded with Baiyu. "I was wrong to be so bewitched. Please do not hand me over to the beastmen of this tribe." Baiyu addressed the clan leader, saying, "Surely it poses no issue to entrust such individuals to the victim tribe for resolution?" The clan leader, stroking his beard, replied, "Since you have spoken, we shall indeed hand it over. Such a person is not one we can afford to harbor. By the way, what exactly is the situation concerning this wolf clan orc? Our tribe does not recognize such an individual." Baiyu's gaze momentarily brightened as he spoke. "He is a remarkably fortunate individual, known as Qiyu. He has narrowly escaped peril, and I have brought him to our tribe, where he now stands as a member of the Xingyue tribe, under its protection." Qiyu, having witnessed the entire spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration for Baiyu. At this moment, Baiyu, having resolved the matters at hand, made his way toward his home, eager to reunite with his girlfriend and younger brother. Chapter 43, The Winter Hunting Festival. Seeing Baiyu hastening in a particular direction, Qiyu called out in urgency, "Baiyu, wait. Don't leave without me." Baiyu turned around and exclaimed excitedly to Qiyu, "Hurry, Qiyu. Let me take you to meet your sister-in-law. She is truly remarkable." Qiyu, catching Baiyu's enthusiasm, replied with equal excitement, then slowed down a bit. "Let us return together." Baiyu, brimming with energy, retorted, "Only a puppy would lose the race. Come on." Early in the morning, Liu Qingxuan stood at the door, eagerly hoping for Baiyu's swift return. To prepare for this occasion, Liu Qingxuan had even gone to the trouble of arranging for a pot to be made. This pot resembled a hot pot from later times, albeit crafted from wood and coated with a layer of clay to withstand the flames, resulting in an extended cooking duration. With a deep sigh, Liu Qingxuan lamented, "Alas, how frustrating it is to lack iron. I must learn to smelt iron. For only then can I create the things I desire. Even without a microwave or an oven, I am determined to conjure up delectable dishes that are simply unforgettable." Baiyu gazed at his girlfriend, who was peering eagerly at the door, and hurriedly dashed towards Liu Qingxuan, resembling an excited puppy. He began to nuzzle against her, exclaiming, "Darling, I have missed you dearly. Over the past 3 days, I have captured numerous game, including 6 deer. The hides of 5 are intended to craft garments for you, while one is meant for Qiyu." At this moment, Qiyu stepped forward, a touch of shyness enveloping her as she greeted Liu Qingxuan with a soft, "Hello, sister-in-law. I only transformed into a beastman yesterday. Lacking proper attire, Baiyu lent me his animal hide." Liu Qingxuan waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, it's quite all right. You just became a beastman yesterday? What is the principle behind this transformation?" Baiyu, pushing Qiyu, remarked, "Originally, I intended to hunt down that pack of wolves yesterday. However, he chose to confront me alone, sacrificing himself for the survival of his brethren. I admired his bravery and engaged him in a one-on-one battle. To my surprise, after I knocked him unconscious, he transformed into a human. What an extraordinary turn of events." Liu Qingxuan, gazing at Qiyu, patted his shoulder and said, "Indeed. It is a remarkable adventure, and escaping the jaws of death surely portends a bright future. To celebrate today, I have prepared a hot pot for you all. It may not cook easily, but no matter. We have ample time to enjoy our meal and converse." Baiyu nodded and then inquired, "Where is Baiyun?" Liu Qingxuan replied that he had gone to summon Xiaolang. She added that Baiyun considered the hot pot a novel delight, one that must be shared with one's closest friends. Thus, she did not hinder him and encouraged him to invite Xiaolang over. Baiyu nodded and remarked, "It is fortuitous that I wish to summon him to fetch the little wolf. The Qiyu is a creature of the wolf, and the little wolf is, indeed, a wolf. Is it not true that the little wolf dwells alone within the tribe? Let us ask Qiyu to bring the little wolf along, naturally, as the lead wolf. It is in Qiyu's very nature to tend to his kind." He promptly replied, "Certainly, that is no problem." We shall soon be able to meet the little wolf, shall we? Could you elaborate on him in detail for me? Liu cast a soothing glance at Qiyu and said, you need not worry. His parents tragically passed away due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving behind a lonely little wolf who resides alone in a house with no one to care for him. It is indeed quite pitiful. We occasionally extend our assistance to him, yet he remains reluctant to share much. In any case, he is an exceptionally good child. You shall see for yourself upon meeting him. Liu Qingxuan interjected, you two continue your conversation. I shall prepare some tamagoyki, as children typically enjoy such dishes. Since it is Qiyu's first visit, we shall savor the tamagoyki together, and I hope you will find it delightful. With that, Liu Qingxuan began to gather the ingredients. Suddenly, Baiyu, while conversing with Qiyu, called out to Liu Qingxuan, darling, darling. I've procured some wild boar meat. We shall feast on pork today. I will prepare it. Qiyu, would you assist me in processing this meat? Baiyu then presented a bountiful bowl of pork, featuring trotters, neck meat, tenderloin, and belly meat. Upon seeing such a generous array of meat, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, today we are indeed fortunate. In that case, since we have acquired so much venison, let us grill some of it as well. The scene of roasting venison in Dream of the Red Chamber is vividly etched in my memory. Baiyu nodded and said, certainly. As Baiyu began to strip the deer of its hide, Baiyu returned with the little wolf. Upon seeing her brother, she suddenly leaped into his embrace and exclaimed, brother, I've missed you so much. I haven't caused any trouble these past few days. So how did it go? Did you emerge victorious this time? Baiyu gently lifted Baiyu in his embrace, affectionately ruffling her hair as he spoke. These matters have yet to be resolved. The clan has recently encountered some turmoil. Otherwise, I would have returned much earlier. Little wolf, look, today we have brought you a friend. Little wolf, feeling somewhat shy, inquired, Baiyu Gij, who have you brought? With that, his gaze fell to the ground. Baiyu gently stroked the head of the little wolf and remarked, typically. The wolf beast men of our clan are aloof and prideful, difficult to approach. However, during this winter hunt, I encountered a remarkable individual. He is truly kind. At that moment, upon hearing Baiyu call his name, Qiyu approached. Upon seeing the wolf-eared boy in Baiyu's arms, he said, you must be the little wolf. I am Qiyu. I only transformed into a beast man yesterday. It was due to this fortuitous encounter that Baiyu bestowed upon me the name Qiyu. The little wolf gazed at the striking young man before him, whose radiant smile made his eyes twinkle like stars. Moved by the warmth of the beastman's gentle demeanor, the little wolf hesitantly extended his hand, taking Qiyu's and said, brother Qiyu, would you consider staying with me? Hearing this, Qiyu felt a pang of compassion and replied, as it happens, I have no place to stay. Little wolf, I can take care of you. I have always been the lead wolf of our pack, and it has been my duty to look after the little ones. The little wolf exclaimed with joy. That sounds wonderful. You can call me Xiaogu. Ever since my parents left, no one has called me that. Qiyu affectionately ruffled the little wolf's hair and said, very well, from now on, I shall call you Xiaogu. I will accompany Baiyu on hunts every day, prepare delicious meals for you, and ensure you grow healthy and plump. Let us ensure that Qiyu is never again left alone. From this day forth, I shall be your brother. Upon hearing this, the little wolf could not contain his tears of joy. He embraced Qiyu's legs and cried out, brother, I finally have a family. Qiyu lifted the little wolf into his arms and said, yes, yes, I am no longer alone either. One day, I will introduce you to my 4 companions. Although they are not beastmen, they are all wonderful wolves. The little wolf nodded earnestly and replied, yes. I will make sure to play well with them when I meet them. Baiyu tightly embraced her younger brother at this moment. Baiyu exclaimed, brother, I am so touched. He is finally not alone anymore. Baiyu was filled with joy and continued, thank you, brother. With that, she gently kissed Baiyu on the cheek. Baiyu gently stroked Baiyun's head and said, good child, your brother will never abandon you. You are the treasure held within his hands. At that moment, Baiyu mischievously retorted, no, no, it is Sister Qingxuan who is truly your brother's most cherished treasure. Baiyu longed to be the most beloved younger brother. Baiyu chuckled and said, all right, your elder sister Qingxuan has prepared tamagoyki for you. Hurry and eat it before it gets cold and loses its flavor. The hot pot will likely take a while longer to cook. I'll handle the ingredients myself. Chuyo, you can join them. If you enjoy sweet flavors, feel free to add some raspberry jam. And if you prefer something spicier, there are some tangy chili sauces available. Baiyu exclaimed, sister, you have finally decided to prepare the tamagoyki. Immediately, she took Xiaolang and Qiyu's hands and dashed into the dining hall, shouting, sister, I want to eat 2 servings, all by myself. Bai observed the increasingly profound smiles on the lips of the three individuals. Yet as thoughts of Feng Zhu and the matter at hand crossed her mind, coupled with his remarks regarding the chief's assessment, she sensed that the chief was undoubtedly concealing something from her. However, the situation with Feng Zhu had not yet reached a resolution, and she felt compelled to address this issue. The negotiations concerning compensation from the small tribe had been settled. Yet the loss of a laborer in these already arduous times was indeed a significant concern. Bai, burdened with thoughts, was diligently preparing the dish when Liu Qingxuan called out, "Boyfriend, come quickly. The hot pot is nearly ready. We can indulge in the meat soon. Please hurry with the venison. We've already prepared the charcoal fire." Why the delay? Bai took the prepared meat to the other side and embraced his wife, saying, "Darling, please do not rush me. I have everything ready. I will personally serve you, if that pleases you." Liu Qingxuan, with a touch of pride, nodded and replied, "Little Yuezi, then I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Hurry along and proceed." Bai, with a cheerful smile, planted a kiss on Liu Qingxuan's cheek and said, "Indeed, you speak wisely. I shall commence the grilling at once." Bai diligently turned the meat over with even strokes while observing Liu Qingxuan, who was eagerly competing for hot pot on the other side, her lips glistening with savory juices. "Take your time, don't choke, if you truly wish to indulge. We shall feast again tomorrow." Liu Qingxuan, her mouth ablaze with spice, mischievously replied to Bai, "Very well, but if you wish to enjoy it again tomorrow, you must return with an ample catch." As Bai was about to speak, Liu Qingxuan naturally continued her previous routine, shoving a sizzling slice of pork belly into Bai's mouth, inquiring, "Is it delicious? Does it have a delightful aroma?" Bai savored each bite meticulously, as the richness of the dish required no additional oil, infused with a deep, aromatic essence of lard, complemented by a tangy and spicy sauce. Liu Qingxuan had added fish to enhance the flavor, imparting a delicate hint of freshness. As she reached the end of her meal, her mouth filled with the tender and fresh taste, Bai turned to her girlfriend and exclaimed, "Sister, I still desire more." Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily and replied, "Very well. I shall add more for you." She prepared an abundance of pork belly and said, "Here you go. I'll include all of this. There is no need for anyone to fight over it. Seeing how much you all enjoy pork belly, I shall prepare a dish of pan-fried pork belly for everyone tomorrow." Bai and Xiao Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement, but at that moment, Liu Qingxuan interjected, gently pulling Bai aside. "Children should not indulge in such excesses," she remarked. "Look at how healthily Xiao Lang eats. He consumes everything in moderation, unlike you, who overeats and douses everything in excessive chili." At this moment, Bai observed Liu Qingxuan reprimanding Bai Yuncheng and said, "Little one, if he wishes to eat, let him indulge. It is of little consequence if he decides against it next time. It is a rare occasion for joy." Liu Qingxuan cast a sidelong glance at Bai and playfully stuffed a piece of pork belly into her mouth, responding, "Indeed, our dear kitty is right. Bai, be cautious with the chili, lest your stomach ache returns, necessitating your brother to carry you to Hejia's house for that bitter medicine once more." Bai remarked to his girlfriend, "I shall take some of this food to Hejia shortly. I suspect he spends his days idly, consuming nothing but raw fish, and thus likely lacks access to anything truly nourishing. He has genuinely exerted tremendous effort to reduce the mortality rate within this tribe." Chapter 44, The Winter Hunting Festival. Bai carried the food intended for Hejia as she made her way to his home, while Liu Qingxuan observed the three children at home, each indulging in their own meals. Noticing that the rolled omelet was quickly devoured, she promptly set out to prepare another batch for them. This time, the omelet was divided into two portions, one drizzled with raspberry sauce and the other with a tangy chili sauce. It was evident that Qiyu had a fondness for the spicy sauce, while the other two eagerly competed for the raspberry topping. Bai applied a layer of clay to the wooden bowl that Hejia used to carry his belongings, ensuring it retained its temperature. Since Hejia frequently visited others to provide medical consultations, his time at home was unpredictable. Nevertheless, Bai endeavored to keep her dear friend warm to the best of her abilities. Bai sat in Hejia's home, awaiting his return. Shortly after, Hejia appeared, carrying a wooden box he had crafted himself. Upon entering the room, he poured himself a cup of ginger water. Observing him sip the ginger infusion, Bai inquired if he was unwell. Hejia replied that recently, during the winter hunting festival, many had sustained injuries. The medicinal plasters he had prepared were insufficient, compelling him to continually concoct herbal remedies to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising. As you are aware, such herbs are notoriously elusive. I hastened to gather them from the mountains immediately after tending to the wounded, Though I have caught a slight chill, it is nothing serious. Bayu nodded and remarked, quickly enjoy this while it's hot. You should savor these delicacies alongside your ginger soup. They are steaming. As Hija opened the dish, a wave of tantalizing, spicy aroma enveloped his senses. Hija exclaimed, this is utterly delightful and wonderfully warming. After savoring a piece of pork neck, he added, the quality of your catch is exceptional, and combined with Qingxuan's culinary skills, this truly represents the exquisite flavors of the beastly realm. Following the hot pot, Hija no longer felt the biting cold and, in a moment of wonder, said to Bayu, isn't it remarkable? My hands and feet were freezing just moments ago. Yet after indulging in this feast, the chill has vanished. Bayu remarked that some chili peppers had been added to the dish. Are you familiar with chili peppers? This is a rare find, a small variety of pepper. Consuming it indeed provides warmth, though it is exceedingly spicy. By the way, what do you plan to eat tonight? Doesn't tea eating something generate a bit of heat, making one feel less cold? Are you still, as in the past, catching fish in the river and consuming them raw? Hija, caught off guard by his friend's observation of his usual habits, chuckled awkwardly and replied, isn't it due to the overwhelming number of patients? I simply lack the time to engage in such activities. I had initially thought of making a fish soup, but so many people have come seeking treatment. Furthermore, I can afford to wait, but they cannot. Oh, please do not be upset. It is merely the consumption of raw fish. Bayu, slightly vexed, pinched Hija's face and remarked, you are my dear friend. Should I ever discover you consuming raw fish again, or catch sight of you indulging in it, you must come to my home, and we shall dine together. Surely, you are aware that your hands and feet tend to feel cold throughout the winter, unlike us, who are blessed with such thick fur. Hija found Bayu's demeanor somewhat amusing. He remained unchanged. And at least he could take comfort in the fact that he had not been altered by that incident. Grasping Bayu, Hija playfully inquired, will you transform into a tiger to warm me up? Bayu, with a playful expression on her face, remarked, do not stroke my head, rather, caress my tail. For it is quite warm as well. It is worth noting that every time she transforms into a tiger, Hija delights in warming his hands by touching her head. While Qingxuan may indulge herself by touching her own head, Hija's persistent affection for his own head is solely for the purpose of keeping warm, neglecting other areas. Bayu understands that her wife finds amusement in touching her head, especially since she often playfully rubs her little tiger face, pleased by his friend's antics. Hija affectionately patted the little tiger's head and said, oh, you must realize that your head is exceptionally warm. Even Bai Yun's head pales in comparison. Bayu, maintaining a mock frown, responded, just wait. Aren't you afraid of the cold? I shall bring Bai Yun to you tonight, and you can transform him into a little tiger, free to warm your hands as you please. Hija, quite apprehensive about the biting chill of winter, did not decline, saying, very well, bring him over. He then added, by the way, I must mention that due to the high demand for that herbal remedy, and since you have no pressing matters at the moment, why not accompany me to gather some herbs? It would be unwise for a young lady like Qingxuan to venture out in such frigid weather, lest she catch a cold. Bayu nodded and said, then I can only wait until the afternoon to find you. I will bring you lunch. And once your hands are warmed, I must go and discuss the matter regarding Fengzhu with the clan leader. Hija nodded in response and inquired, have you formulated any thoughts regarding the issues with Fengzhu? Bayu pondered for a moment and replied, what else can be done? We can only compensate them for their losses. A fine orc has fallen into this predicament because of his actions, and it is certain that his life cannot be preserved. As for the compensation, it should be given all at once or in installments. If not handled properly, the orcs seeking refuge in the Xinyue tribe will dwindle, which would be detrimental to the tribe's development. Hija, observing his friend's tireless efforts for the tribe's advancement, felt a pang of sympathy and said, do not worry. Recently, some orcs have expressed their intention to seek refuge in our tribe. After all, we have me, a doctor, which means our medical care is significantly superior to that of other tribes. Bayu turned over, revealing her abdomen, and said, you can place your hands and feet upon my belly. Your feet must surely be cold, so do not press down too hard. Hija, unreserved, promptly placed his feet on Bayu's abdomen and his hands on her chest, enveloped by the warmth of her thick fur. After all, this is indeed a significant advantage of our new moon tribe. Yet, I apologize for the burden it places upon you. After a while, noticing that Hija had warmed up entirely, Bayu transformed into her human form and said, please take good care of yourself. I have hunted plenty and will bring some to you. You need not fish for the next few days. Concentrate on recuperating. As for the bear pelt, let us fashion it into a grand coat for you. Your usual garments seem rather thin. He urged by you, saying, you should hurry, otherwise the chief will grow anxious and will ramble on to you for the entire day. By you approached the dwelling of the chieftain and the priest, inquiring, have you reached a conclusion regarding this matter? The chieftain and the priest responded to Bayu's inquiry, expressing their desire to hear her perspective, as she is the forthcoming chieftain. Upon hearing this, Bayu refrained from responding immediately and articulated her thoughts. My intention is to negotiate with those individuals regarding the compensation, whether it should be settled in a lump sum or in installments. Additionally, I propose that Feng Zhu be entrusted to manage their affairs. What are your thoughts on this? The chieftain and the priest nodded in agreement, stating, we share the same sentiment. However, you are aware that the herbivorous tribe is indeed impoverished, and we fear they may demand an exorbitant amount. Bayu shook her head, saying, no, they are all honest individuals and would not demand exorbitant compensation. Rest assured, the clan leader addressed the priest, since you assert this. Go and discuss the matter of compensation with them. Feng Zhu, please accompany you as well. Bayu brought the unconscious Feng Zhu into the realm of the herbivorous orcs, where the orcs glared at Feng Zhu with intense fury. The tribe was composed entirely of herbivorous beings, and the unfortunate demise of several formidable young orcs at the hands of this transgressor was enough to ignite their wrath. Upon entering the chieftain's dwelling, Bayu addressed the leader directly. Have you deliberated on the appropriate punishment for this individual, as well as how to address the matter of compensation? Our Crescent Moon tribe is prepared to cover all reparations. The chieftain, with a tear trickling down his cheek, replied, we are fortunate to have your support. Without you, the death of this child would leave us at a loss regarding the compensation. I have heard that your tribe possesses salt. Might you be able to provide us with 20 blocks? With this, our entire tribe could survive the winter with minimal loss of life. If you find this request excessive, we can certainly discuss it further. Upon hearing this, Bayu was profoundly astonished by the mere allocation of 20 salt blocks. Filled with compassion for these individuals, she proposed, how about this? Our tribe shall produce salt annually, and we will provide you with 20 salt blocks each year. This arrangement will last for a total of 5 years. Upon hearing this, the chieftain of the herbivorous tribe, realizing that this amounted to 100 salt blocks, sufficient to purchase an entire small tribe, was suddenly taken aback and exclaimed, no, that is far too much. Bayu remarked, it's nothing, just follow my advice. Moreover, I comprehend your predicament. Allow me to bring you some more chili peppers, which can also provide warmth. Additionally, I will include some sugar. If a cold female orc consumes a piece followed by ginger tea, it can indeed serve a significant healing purpose. Upon hearing Bayu's words, the old chieftain immediately grasped her hand and replied, then I shall not hold back. You understand that for a small tribe like ours, a year's hard work yields but a meager amount of salt. Bayu grasped the elder's hand and reassured him. Rest assured, things will only improve from here. I shall go and fetch those items for you now. After Bayu's departure, the clan leader uttered with fierce determination, he shall meet his demise. When Feng Zhu awoke once more, he discovered himself engulfed in raging flames, awaiting the searing embrace of the inferno. After Bayu conveyed this to the chieftain, he nodded and said, the salt lies in your hands. You are the leader. Our tribe produces salt annually, and this is a promise you made with your own lips. Bayu nodded and said, indeed, we produce salt annually, and it is meticulously refined. With the processed salt securely strapped to her back, along with a basket of chili peppers and a large portion of sugar in her hand, she made her way towards the grazing tribe. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by the acrid scent of charred remains, and as she looked ahead, she realized that the wind had indeed been mercilessly consumed by flames. Bayu gazed at the scene and remarked, they have received their just desserts. Bayu presented these items to the chieftain, who, to Bayu's surprise, led all the orcs in a bow, proclaiming, it is truly a splendid matter that you shall be the next chieftain of the New Moon tribe. Bayu truly cannot tolerate such remarks. However, upon witnessing the obstinacy of those individuals, he merely waved his hand and uttered a modest response, expressing that he did not deserve such praise. Subsequently, without further ado, he took his leave. Please forgive Bayu. In recent days, he has been burdened by incessant discussions surrounding the position of clan leader, and it seems he is struggling to bear the weight of it all. After Bayu finally calmed her emotions, she entered the dwelling of the clan leader and the priest to discuss her resolutions. The admiration reflected in the eyes of both the clan leader and the priest filled her with a sense of melancholy, prompting her to depart once more in solitude. Upon returning home, she found Liu Qingxuan and Baiyun engaged in conversation, inquiring, what of Qi Yu and the little wolf? Liu Qingxuan replied. Did you not go to handle matters? Baiyun, Qiyu, and I have arranged a cozy abode for the little wolf. We gathered some supplies from the storeroom, including some snake skins, which I delivered to them. Their home was rather frigid, so I secured a stone house from the clan leader, and it has only just been prepared for them. Chapter 45. Winter. A few days after Baiyu resolved the matter concerning Fengshu, the first snowfall of the beast realm arrived. As a native of the southern regions, Liu Qingxuan was filled with excitement upon witnessing such a magnificent snowfall. She rushed outside, scooping up handfuls of snow to toss into the air. When Baiyu emerged, she found Liu Qingxuan joyfully playing in the snow, which had settled all around her. My dear, why are you playing in the snow? Baiyu exclaimed. Goodness, why are you wearing the shoes you had on indoors? Hurry. Come and change into your deerskin boots. The sight of Liu Qingxuan braving the cold for so long sent a shiver down Baiyu's spine. Fearing she might catch a chill, Liu Qingxuan tugged at Baiyu's sleeve and said, Oh, just for a moment. I'm dressed warmly enough. Look at this thick deerskin coat. You should put on your own warm clothes too. Baiyu gently caressed Liu Qingxuan's hand, which, despite their prolonged play in the snow, was merely cool to the touch. She then moved her hand to Liu Qingxuan's feet, which were ice cold, causing Baiyu's fingers to tingle. In haste, Baiyu pulled Liu Qingxuan into the room, also rousing Baiyun, who was sleeping on the bed. With a swift motion, Baiyun transformed into a small white tiger, despite being lost in slumber. Baiyu quickly placed Baiyun into Liu Qingxuan's embrace, advising her to hold on to the warmth. She proceeded to boil water, and once it was ready, she filled a basin for Liu Qingxuan to soak her feet. While soaking, Liu Qingxuan was compelled to drink a bowl of ginger soup. Cradling the bowl, she exclaimed in frustration, How detestable! When will I ever be free from the torment of ginger soup? Today, I must urge Hija to diligently pursue his research. Early in the morning, Baiyu and Liu Qingxuan donned their attire and hastened to the square. Today, they had the noble task of distributing supplies, ensuring that sugar and salt were not overlooked. Hija had already prepared a delightful pot of dumpling soup, ready to serve the assembled beastmen. Upon arriving at the square, Liu Qingxuan was greeted by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. To her delight, Hija had crafted dumplings filled with venison, which floated enticingly in the steaming soup. However, given the lingering chill of winter, they were cautious and had halved each dumpling. Liu Qingxuan, eager to share the warmth of the moment, asked Hija for a bowl of dumplings and offered them to Baiyu and Baiyun, inquiring if they found them delectable. Baiyu remarked on the deliciousness of the food, and Hija's actions proved to be quite commendable. Liu Qingxuan nodded, recalling that in their world, there were indeed benevolent healers who provided dumplings to the impoverished during the winter. After consuming them, the recipients no longer feared the cold. Liu Qingxuan distributed 4 pieces of salt and a large bag of sugar to each of the beastmen. After the distribution, she attentively noted their feedback for future improvements, aiming to excel in the coming year. Liu Qingxuan truly excelled. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but her kind heart ensured that with this salt during the harsh winter, their family would encounter no issues. Indeed, the children of our tribe adored this sugar, and with it, they need not venture into the mountains daily to gather sweet fruits. This winter, it was certain that many would seek refuge in our tribe. Come spring, Baiyu was determined that our tribe would flourish further. Liu Qingxuan observed as the people carried their provisions, some in hand, while others hung from their bone knives, chatting and laughing as they returned home. She turned to Baiyu and said, Look at what we have accomplished. Surely, the mortality rate in your tribe will decline this winter. Although we seem to have a shortage of ginger, did you not go with Hija to research it? What progress have you made? In response, Baiyu and Hija scratched their heads, admitting, It seems we have yet to make any breakthroughs. The recent festivities and subsequent troubles have delayed our efforts. Liu Qingxuan reassured them, saying, It's all right. After all, these things do not grow in winter. This is a perfect opportunity for you to clarify your thoughts. Hija nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, however, to increase ginger production, we must have a designated area for cultivation. I have already consulted the chieftain about securing a location. Beyond ginger, there are also some medicinal herbs that thrive in winter. I intend to gather some for unforeseen circumstances. Baiyu concurred with Hija's statement. However, he observed the frozen river surface in the depths of winter, where Hija's slender arms and legs appeared so delicate. It was evident that Hija had fully returned home for his meals. Liu Qingxuan gently patted Hija and remarked, Why be so formal with me? I have lent you Baiyu. He is truly remarkable, so feel free to utilize his talents as you wish. Baiyu gazed at Liu Qingxuan, who so boldly offered herself, and remarked, You truly are generous with me. Are you not concerned that if I grow angry with Hija, I might strike him and render him unable to rise again? At that moment, Hija playfully retorted, whether he can rise or not remains to be seen. After speaking, he glanced at the snow and added, it's a bit chilly. I still have plenty of honey lemon candy that Bayun gave me. In front of Bayu, Hija took out a bag of candy, popped one into his mouth, and shared another with Liu Qingxuan, cheekily stating, some people surely have already received their share from their own brothers, so there is no need to take mine. Bayun gazed intently at Hija's actions and the expression on her brother's face, tears welling up in her heart. Do not toy with me, both of you. You seem to take pleasure in my discontent. I am but a child, and if you continue in this manner, I might very well seek refuge with Ling Jue. Do you believe that? She lamented, my life is truly filled with hardships. It is overwhelmingly sorrowful. Little wolf, save me from this predicament. Liu Qingxuan observed the antics of the trio and burst into laughter, saying, are you not curious about Ling Jue's plans for this winter? He has held the position of clan leader for quite some time. Surely he possesses considerable experience. Let us seek to understand and learn from him. Thus, the four of them cheerfully made their way to the Yongzhou tribe. The guards, upon seeing the four, felt a twinge of annoyance. Damn it, with the new year approaching, can we not enjoy a moment of peace? Resigned, they headed to the quiet chamber to inform Ling Jue, but Liu Qingxuan stopped them, insisting, we shall go ourselves. After all, Bayu had become somewhat of a regular at Yongzhou tribe, and due to his connection with the clan leader, many speculated about him. Yet no one had managed to uncover the truth. Liu Qingxuan boldly led the three into the Yongzhou tribe, where they discovered a specially constructed shelter to ward off the winter chill. Upon entering, Liu Qingxuan noticed several elderly individuals gathered inside. A massive fire pit blazed at the center, surrounded by roasted sweet potatoes, while small fire pits in the corners held various fruits, such as oranges. Liu Qingxuan remarked, Bayu, let us construct one of these shelters as well. However, it is winter now, so they must have built this in advance. How about we utilize some of the abandoned stone houses within the clan? As Ling Jue arrived at the warmth of the shelter, he glanced at Bayu with a somewhat nonchalant demeanor, saying, Bayu, come and learn from me. I have contemplated this for quite some time. Some of the elderly beast men can no longer hunt or care for themselves, and in previous years, the elderly were often the first to pass, followed by the children. You have arrived at the place designated for the elder beast men. Would you like to visit the area for the young ones? Liu Qingxuan, reflecting on Ling Jue's casual demeanor towards Bayu, felt a pang of nostalgia. How had the once dignified and graceful Ling Jue transformed into this? Bayu nodded and said, then please lead us there. What are you waiting for? Ling Ju promptly guided Bayu and the others to the shelter for children. The fire here was not as vigorous as that in the other place, but inside the shelter, there was a pot simmering with syrup, prepared for the little ones. The shelter was sparsely furnished with only a few beds and lacked numerous chairs. Some young beast men were peacefully slumbering atop the beds. Bayu observed that Ling Jue had arranged the areas for children and the elderly quite differently, and she couldn't help but feel that Ling Jue was indeed a remarkable leader. Bayu raised an eyebrow at Ling Jue and remarked, your idea is splendid. Thus, it shall now belong to me. He Qing, with a worried expression, inquired of Ling Jue, I have heard that your tribe lacks veterinarians. What will you do in case of an emergency? Perhaps you could see if you have any surplus ingredients to prepare some jiaoer soup for them. I shall provide you with the recipe shortly. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's question, Ling Jue expressed his own concern, saying, it's not easy to find someone suitable. We certainly need a competent one for a tribe like ours. The only renowned veterinarian I am aware of seems to be you. Would you be willing to come to our tribe? I would be grateful for your hospitality. Ling Jue then raised an eyebrow at Bayu once more and added, your suggestion is quite commendable. It is now mine. Yi Cheng, half amused and half exasperated, replied, please refrain from embarrassing me in front of Bayu. It is rather excessive. Otherwise, if Bayu grows upset, I may find myself unable to handle the repercussions. Ling Jue leisurely responded, why should Bayu fear him? If Bayu wishes to strike you, come to me. I harbor no violent inclinations. At the very least, despite the rumors of my brutality, those who have interacted with me know I am a good person. Liu Qingxuan interjected with a sardonic remark, a good person, indeed, who also engages in abduction. She continued, having distributed those supplies to the beast men. Are you not concerned about their misuse? In our region, we have educated them on the proper use of salt, but I suspect such knowledge has yet to reach your area. Ling Jue waved his hand dismissively and said, it does not matter if they lack proper education. My authority renders my words as edicts. After all, you previously informed me of the significance of such edicts. With my presence, they would not dare to misuse it. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan, with a hint of envy, patted Bai Yu and said, "Take a lesson from Ling Jui. Observe how proficiently he handles such matters." Bai Yu nodded and remarked, "The matter regarding the chieftain has yet to reach a conclusion. We should refrain from making hasty judgments." Throughout the entire winter, the number of orc deaths within the Eternal Day tribe and the New Moon tribe was notably low, with only a few cases that were beyond remedy, thus leaving little room for regret. During this period, a considerable number of orcs sought refuge in Bai Yu's New Moon tribe, and by spring, their population had surged to over 500, nearly rivaling that of the Eternal Day tribe. Throughout the winter, Hija, benefiting from the collective strategies devised by others, reduced his medical practice significantly. By the end of the season, he had somewhat restored his health and was no longer the pallid youth he once was. Chapter 46. Experiment. As the mortality rate diminished throughout the winter, Liu Qingxuan relished the newfound tranquility. Bai Yu would occasionally visit Hija's abode, primarily to discuss the cultivation of ginger. During these visits, Bai Yun would sometimes accompany her, not to engage in serious endeavors, but rather to serve as a source of warmth. On particularly frigid nights, Bai Yun would sleep at Hija's home, providing him with warmth. "Hija, have you made any progress in your research? I have observed that ginger thrives in warmer locales. Must it be cultivated in sunlit areas?" "I believe that is indeed the case. The piece of land I requested from the chieftain may not be suitable, as it seems to receive little sunlight. However, its proximity to us would facilitate irrigation. Bai Yu, could you enlighten me on the annual growth cycle of ginger? Every time I go to harvest, I manage to unearth a small amount, albeit not much. It is essential to ascertain how many seasons it takes to grow each year." Bai Yun, upon overhearing their conversation, approached them and remarked, "How foolish. Simply consider when ginger is harvested most abundantly. If there are 2 peak seasons, it would imply that there are 2 harvests within a single year. However, it seems to me that your ginger is being cultivated in winter, is it not?" Bai Yun's assertion holds merit. It is likely that a seasonal maturity has been achieved over the course of a year. However, this notion remains open to further discussion. Bai Yu and Hija, upon contemplating the issue of seeds, remarked, "Some of the ginger rhizomes we have stored have sprouted. Those should be suitable for planting." Throughout the entire winter, Bai Yu engaged in thorough discussions with Hija regarding the cultivation of ginger. Finally, as spring arrived, they commenced their endeavors. During this time, Liu Qingxuan offered no assistance, believing that teaching one to fish is far more beneficial than simply providing a fish. Bai Yu and Hija undertook their tasks separately. Bai Yu requested another plot of land from the clan leader, a place bathed in abundant sunlight. He diligently engaged in the labor of plowing, determined to loosen the soil to perfection. Meanwhile, he meticulously selected unblemished, pristine ginger from his storeroom, preparing it for future use. The past few days had proven arduous for Bai Yu. Upon returning home, his shoes were often caked with mud, occasionally smudging his face as well. Observing his plight, Liu Qingxuan remarked, "Now even the little tiger enjoys playing in the mud. I recall during the winter hunt festival, you were so displeased when that wild boar rolled through the muck. Your face contorted in distaste nevertheless." Her affection for her boyfriend shone through. Liu Qingxuan continued, "You need not return home for lunch anymore. I remember there's a gazebo made of vines in that area. You should rest there for a while. As for your meals, I will have Bai Yun bring them to you." The white cloud nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, indeed, I shall deliver it to you. However, you must not take advantage of this and ask me to plow the fields, for I am unable to do so." Bai Yu gazed at the 2 individuals before her, a warm current surging within her as she replied, "Indeed, I shall strive diligently to ensure that you have an abundance of ginger." Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan and Bai Yun silently thought to themselves, "Oh, please don't. Our intention is merely to provide those in need with medicine when they fall ill, not to fulfill our own desires. There is no need for such courtesy." Bai Yu gazed upon the several acres of land she had plowed, along with the ginger tubers carefully selected by Hija over the past few days, and joyfully remarked to him, "We can plant these soon." Hija nodded in agreement, saying, regarding the planting of ginger, it would be best not to invite Bai Yun for assistance, lest he scatter the tubers haphazardly. Moreover, I believe the sprouted ends should be positioned facing upward. Bai Yu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should grant Bai Yun a small space to experiment with his cultivation and observe the results. We can make a final decision later, as the growth period for these plants is quite lengthy and we are not pressed for time." Hija, observing Bai Yu's reasoning, offered no objections. For Bai Yun was a little tiger he had watched grow since childhood. At that moment, Bai Yun approached them, carrying items intended for Bai Yu and Hija. With a basket in hand, he strolled along the edge of the field, radiating a sense of childlike joy. While a large leaf rested atop his head as a makeshift hat, he recited, accompanying the harvest to the fields, the robust laborers toil in the southern ridge, their feet steaming in the warmth of the soil as they bear the blazing light of the summer sun. As he chanted, he noted that he had misplaced the order of his verses. Bai, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and remarked, "Your demeanor resembles that of a youthful child carrying a flask. As for us, we embody the vigor of a robust man in the southern hills." Hija, observing Bai's playful banter, responded, "Fortunately, there is no impoverished woman nearby, clutching a child at her side, with her right hand grasping stray grains and her left arm burdened with a tattered basket. Is that not so?" Baiyun, observing their antics, exclaimed, "You take advantage of my youth and my inability to remember. I refuse to play with you any longer. I shall not return to deliver your meals. You may fend for yourselves. You have even forfeited your lunch break. Let us see how you manage that. I am curious to witness how you will enhance your efficiency." With that, Baiyun placed the food heavily upon the ground and turned to storm off, intent on reporting their misbehavior. However, he swiftly scooped her up, saying, "Why does this little tiger delight in tattling so? Every time you do, Baiwe finds herself in quite a predicament. You seem to relish in forming on your sister. Now that the sun has grown quite fierce, should your sister chase after you into the fields and stumble, I wonder how you shall respond." Baiyu gazed at the white clouds, murmuring softly in Hija's embrace, "I won't tell my sister. Instead, I shall confide in you." Baiyu truly is a naive soul. Upon hearing Baiyun call his name, Baiyu felt a surge of complex emotions. He was angry. Yet he desired to tease Baiyun. With a faint fury, he strode over and exclaimed, "Who permitted you to utter my name?" Baiyun gazed at Baiyu, and feeling a surge of anger, she nervously exclaimed, "Brother, I was merely imitating how my sister addresses you." Hija observed the amusing spectacle between the two, a smile increasingly curving at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Baiyu interjected, "Your sister is my wife. She may call me whatever she pleases. Do you dare to toy with my emotions? I've never been upset by how your sister engages with me." Baiyun pursed her lips and remarked, "You are not angry at all. Even though my sister has plucked so many of your whiskers, you seem rather pleased. Indeed, your facial hair is becoming increasingly sparse." Upon hearing the phrase increasingly sparse, Hija could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Baiyun is absolutely right. Your whiskers are truly becoming more and more sparse." Baiyu gazed at Hija with a perplexed expression and said, "You two have betrayed me? Were we not good brothers? Then you may as well enjoy your own game." Baiyu, with a pout reminiscent of the clouds above, waited with crossed arms for Hija to come and soothe her. Upon witnessing Baiyu's demeanor, Hija was reminded of her mischievousness in childhood, which rivaled that of Baiyun. He promptly adorned Baiyu's head with a flower, exclaiming, "Baiyu, do not be upset. I was in the wrong. I shall take care of Baiyun for you." He gently tapped Baiyun's little bottom a few times, asserting, "Baiyun, you must not bully your sister. Today, I shall report to your sister that you have been misbehaving." Baiyun gazed fixedly at the two tall and handsome orcs, her heart in utter turmoil. She leaped from Hija's embrace and exclaimed, "You two are simply too mischievous. I shall no longer play with you. Please do not tell my sister, or else I shall be deprived of sweets, and my brother will take away my allowance. It is truly distressing." Baiyu, observing Baiyun's troubled expression over the candy, offered him a piece, saying, "Go ahead, enjoy it. Once you finish, let's head over to that little clearing and see how you can plant ginger. It will provide you with a chance for some playful exploration." Upon hearing that ginger could be cultivated, Baiyun's eyes widened with excitement. His aspirations to grow ginger had already become the talk of the entire tribe's children. Overjoyed at the prospect, he happily munched on candy as he hurried to the fields with the ginger rhizomes in hand. After placing the sprouting buds atop the rhizomes, he began to bury them. When Baiwe came to inspect, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Baiyun had done remarkably well. Baiyu called out to Hija, saying, "Do not be deceived by this lad's apparent carelessness and lack of attention to detail. Despite his rough approach, he has indeed cultivated quite well. We initially thought he would scatter the ginger pieces haphazardly." Baiyu gazed at her brother as he praised her, a hint of envy spreading across her face as she playfully remarked, "Brother, since my crops have flourished so splendidly, could you perhaps persuade sister to bestow upon me a few extra pieces of candy?" Upon hearing this, Hija promptly interjected, "That is out of the question. Consuming excessive sugar can lead to cavities, which can be quite painful." In response, Baiyu countered, "Oh, it's all right. Grant him just one piece as a reward. His teeth are still quite healthy, and we ensure that he brushes daily while also regulating his sugar intake. Upon hearing this, Baiyun rewarded herself with a piece of candy and exclaimed with a playful grin, "It's not as if there isn't any candy. Why only reward myself with one? My teeth are as white as my fur." Baiyun remarked, "If you utter another word, not a single one will remain. Now, return and take your afternoon nap. Remember to tread lightly, so as not to disturb your sister's slumber." Baiyun and Hija gazed upon the vast expanse of farmland, resignedly exclaiming, "Hija, I fear we may perish from exhaustion here today." Hija responded, "It is not merely today. It seems we may endure this plight for tomorrow and the day after as well." With the gentle breeze of late spring caressing them, the two embarked upon the joyful endeavor of tilling the soil. Beyond the rigors of daily life, Baiyun excelled in the art of capturing rare encounters. The spoils from such adventures could yield a substantial bounty, supplemented by provisions received from their clan, allowing Baiyun to refrain from hunting this spring. After finishing an acre of ginger, Baiyun wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "I am utterly exhausted. When Baiyun brings the meals tomorrow, please ask him to bring extra water. We are running low. It turns out sewing is far more arduous than I anticipated." At that moment, Hija chimed in, "Indeed. And occasionally I am summoned to tend to the sick, which adds to the burden. I feel somewhat embarrassed to rely on you for this." Baiyun waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. This is your responsibility. Occasionally, Chiyu comes to assist me, so rest assured, I do not handle everything alone. Moreover, Baiyun and Xiao Lang also come over with buckets to water the plants." Time passed leisurely over the course of several weeks. Each day, Baiyun would visit to tend to the ginger sprouts she had planted. This morning, upon discovering that the ginger sprouts had indeed emerged, she excitedly rushed to Hija's house and shook him awake, exclaiming, "Come quickly and see our ginger sprouts." Hija, still groggy, looked at Baiyun and replied, "Could you please wait until I change my clothes?" Baiyun contemplated that Hija not only had to toil in the fields daily, but also attended to the ailments of others. When his wife shared insights regarding medical matters, he developed a habit of documenting medical cases. Baiyun, with her moonlit demeanor, returns home, her farming tools resting quietly in the field, basking in the gentle embrace of the warm breeze. Chapter 47. Baiyun's birthday. Soon after the ginger sprouts begin to flourish, it will be Baiyun's birthday. Baiyun was evidently looking forward to the arrival of this day, pondering for days on how to celebrate it. Liu Qingxuan, observing his enthusiasm, turned to Baiyun and said, "Since this is my first significant day here, let us organize a splendid birthday celebration for Baiyun." Baiyun inquired about the meaning of Rudy, to which Liu Qingxuan replied that it signifies a party. "We can invite Baiyun's dear friends to join us, and with a few gifts and activities prepared, everything will be splendid." Upon hearing his girlfriend's words, Baiyun naturally had no objections. He turned to Liu Qingxuan and said, "My dear, do as you see fit. I support you. Baiyun is my younger brother, and I too wish for him to have a joyous birthday." Liu Qingxuan nodded and replied, "This is quite simple. Let us invite Baiyun's friends without informing him, and surprise him with a delightful gathering." Baiyun nodded and said, "I shall extend the invitation to his friends. You may not be acquainted with them, as some reside quite far away in the tribe." Liu Qingxuan responded with a cheerful smile, "Then you should go ahead and summon them. While you're at it, do remember to water the ginger in your field." Liu Qingxuan contemplated making a cake for Baiyun, yet in this beastly realm, the creation of a cake was an impossibility, at least for now. However, such a challenge would not deter Liu Qingxuan. After all, while cake might be out of reach, cream was not. In recent days, Liu Qingxuan had been engrossed in the art of making cream. The simplest method involved tirelessly whipping the egg whites until they transformed into a substance reminiscent of cream, albeit not quite the same. There was no denying that although this place had improved significantly compared to before, it had not yet reached that level of sophistication. Upon Baiyu's return, Liu Qingxuan picked up a stone and instructed Baiyun to fashion it into a cylindrical shape with an opening on the exterior. After Baiyun complied, Liu Qingxuan poured the prepared syrup into the mold. Observing the syrup, Liu Qingxuan remarked to Baiyun, "Though we cannot create a cake in the traditional sense, we can only resort to this method to craft a cake base, and then adorn it with a touch of cream to simulate the appearance of a cake." Baiyun gazed at his girlfriend and remarked, "When your birthday arrives, we shall undoubtedly create a cake together." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, "Yet you are entirely unaware of what a cake actually is, aren't you?" "Baiyun, since you have shared this with me, I shall be informed. I will contemplate a way to create one for you." Liu Qingxuan gently patted Baiyun and said, "Very well, I have devised those formulas. I will relay them to you later, making it simpler for you." Bai nodded and said, "Do not overexert yourself. Just ensure that Bai Yun's meal is easy to prepare. It need not be overly complicated. After all, whatever you prepare, this child will surely relish." Meanwhile, Bai Yun was outside, frolicking with friends, proclaiming that she would soon turn 6. She confidently asserted that she would undoubtedly become the most formidable little orc in the entire tribe. Upon hearing Bai Yun's declaration, her friends nodded in agreement, saying, "With an older brother as impressive as Bai Yun must be equally remarkable." Bai Yun nodded in agreement upon hearing their words, exclaiming, "Of course. I am undoubtedly the most formidable and the most beautiful." She pondered how to celebrate her birthday and inquired if they had any ideas. The little orcs, who had already been invited by Bai Yue, shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of the plans, suggesting instead, "Why not ask your brother?" Bai Yun said, "No, my brother is quite strict with me. He disapproves of my incessant play and insists that I practice various skills." I questioned him, "Isn't this merely inviting trouble upon myself?" Upon hearing Bai Yun's words, the other children gasped in disbelief and exclaimed, "Surely not. Your brother treats you quite well. Whenever you feel cold or hungry, doesn't he prepare meals for you? He even hunts for furs to make your clothing. Moreover, I have observed that he dotes on you frequently. Anything you desire, he has always managed to procure for you." Bai Yun touched his lips and remarked, "That is true, yet he restricts my consumption of sweets, claiming that excessive indulgence leads to cavities." The young orcs concurred. Indeed, an overabundance of sweets can result in dental decay. There is someone in our neighborhood who has suffered from cavities due to their fondness for sugary treats. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun nodded and remarked, "That makes sense. Tomorrow is my birthday. I shall return home to have a meal, take a nap, and then celebrate my special day." After bidding farewell to Bai Yun, the little beastmen stood in the arena discussing Bai Yu's mention of the birthday party. What delightful activities could there be at the birthday party? Bai Yu Gige is being rather secretive and hasn't shared a word with us. I wonder, perhaps there will be delicious treats? Wasn't it said that Sister Liu Qingxuan's cooking is the finest? But I haven't tasted it, so I cannot say. Surely there will be entertaining games. Bai Yun is so playful. Maybe he knows something. Yet, judging by Bai Yun's demeanor, he seems utterly disinterested. Regardless, we are all excited to attend Bai Yun's birthday party tomorrow. Let us make sure to arrive early. The little beastmen exchanged enthusiastic remarks about the nature of Bai Yun's birthday celebration, their excitement escalating to such a degree that they lost track of time and delayed their dinner, resulting in most of the little beastmen in the New Moon tribe dining absent-mindedly. Little Wolf, of course, was also invited to Bai Yun's birthday party. He turned to Qiyu and said, "Shall we prepare a gift for Bai Yun's birthday tomorrow?" Qiyu replied, "If you wish to prepare something, let us do it together. I also hold a fondness for Bai Yun." Little Wolf nodded. "Yes, I want to gift him something fun. I shall weave a grasshopper to present to Bai Yun. Although it may not be particularly beautiful, it is a creation of my own making." Qiyu agreed. "That is a splendid idea. We have plenty of grass at home." Thus, Little Wolf embarked on his weaving journey. Qiyu noticed that Little Wolf possessed a certain talent for craftsmanship. As Little Wolf felt Chiyu's gaze upon him, he muttered to himself, "I have no choice. With both parents gone, I must fend for myself. After all, the vines cost nothing. Only the effort of gathering is required. I continuously harvest them into strips, weaving them into baskets to sell at the grass market. You know, I must say, my baskets have proven quite useful, allowing me to survive the past few winters." Qiyu was left speechless, filled with compassion. "With me around, you shall never go hungry again." Little Wolf nodded. "I know. With you here, I won't go hungry. Look, I've even gained a bit of weight recently. Haven't I?" Qiyu playfully pinched Little Wolf's slightly chubby cheeks. "Indeed, you've gained a bit. It seems my care has been effective. You were too thin before, and now your ears stand tall." Little Wolf's hands were busy weaving, the green vines intertwining beautifully with his fair skin, creating a lovely visual. Before long, he had fashioned a grasshopper. Blushing, he remarked, "The small ones are quite challenging. I only know how to weave larger ones." Qiyu, admiring the little grasshopper, exclaimed, "You have done a marvelous job. I have never seen anything like this at the grass market." Little Wolf replied, "If you like it, I shall weave another for you shortly. I have heard that you once had a fondness for catching butterflies. I also create butterflies, and I shall craft one for you." Upon hearing this, Chiyu's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Really? Then please make one for me. I absolutely adore playing with butterflies." "Thank you, Little Wolf." Little Wolf gazed at the young lad before him and replied, "Sure. Just wait a moment, brother. I will make it for you right away." With that, Little Wolf resumed his work, while Qiyu watched intently as he fashioned the butterfly. Before long, a vividly lifelike butterfly emerged. Qiyu, clutching the butterfly woven by Little Wolf, exclaimed with delight, "Little Wolf, you are truly impressive." Little Wolf, observing Qiyu's joy in playing with the butterfly, replied modestly, "Oh, it's nothing. You are quite remarkable as well, with your cooking and hunting skills." He recalled how delicious Qiyu's meals were, always tenderizing the meat just for him. Truly, he was a considerate beastman. As the moon prepared to retire for the night, the white clouds welcomed the celebration of his 6th birthday. Early in the morning, Baiyun awoke to find her sister, Liu Qingxuan, spreading a creamy substance over a sugar block. The sugar block had already been shaped into a cake base, albeit somewhat thin, as it could not be too thick. Upon noticing Baiyun watching her, Liu Qingxuan turned and said, "Baiyun is awake. I am preparing a cake for you." Meanwhile, Baiyun was busy sewing something resembling a ball. She addressed Baiyun, saying, "Now that you are awake, you should eat something. Your sister has already made you some tamagoyaki, which is warming in the kitchen. I will be making something else, so do not disturb me, or you will miss out on the fun." After Baiyun savored the tamagoyaki, her friends began to arrive one after another. Baiyun cheerfully announced, "Today is my birthday, and I will not be studying." Her friends responded, "We came to celebrate your birthday. Look, I even brought you a gift." The children were carrying various meats or fruits in their hands. Baiyun noticed the children and exclaimed, "The little ones have arrived. Play with Baiyun for a while. I'll go with her sister to finish preparing the meal, and then we'll call you over." As Baiyun and his friends frolicked on the gentle slope of his home, they eventually grew hungry. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan approached with a cake, suggesting, "Let us indulge in the cake first to ease our appetites. Otherwise, we may overindulge when the time comes, leading to an uncomfortable ache in our stomachs." When Baiyun sliced the cake, she discovered that it was adorned with a generous layer of cream atop a block of sugar, with an abundance of fruit nestled within. She placed a piece onto a plate and was delighted by its exquisite appearance, much to the enjoyment of the children who savored it. Before long, Liu Qingxian arrived with a considerable assortment of treats, leaving the children with round, satisfied bellies. Baiyun placed a ball filled with sweets upon the rafters and handed Baiyun a stick with a nail, saying, "Baiyun, knock it down." Baiyun took the stick and began to strike the ball, and soon enough, the ball burst open. A cascade of fruit candies rained down from above, and the children eagerly gathered the candies from the ground, stuffing their pockets, with Baiyun joining in the merriment. That evening, a lavish feast awaited them, and as Baiyun bid farewell to her friends, she slipped into a delightful slumber. Chapter 48. The Wanderers as the weather gradually warmed. It marked the arrival of a season favored by Baiyun and her companions, a time when wanderers journeying from afar would pass through their vicinity. Baiyun and her friends relished in the stories shared by these nomads. Their fascination was not limited to the younger ones. Even the older orcs found great delight in the tales of these travelers. According to Liu Qingxian, they could be likened to wandering bards. Most of them donned garments akin to cloaks, which not only provided warmth, but also sheltered them from the rain. They spent little time on personal hygiene, leaving them looking rather unkempt. Typically, they traveled in groups. Those wishing to hear their tales could exchange food for stories. The New Moon tribe, now prosperous, had an abundance of food. The children planned to trade sweets for stories whenever they encountered a wanderer. Despite this enthusiasm, Baiyun remained cautious. She advised Baiyun to maintain a safe distance when listening to the tales of these wanderers, lest they encounter misfortune as in previous incidents. Ultimately, the vast knowledge possessed by Ling Jui raised questions about the origins of these wanderers, leaving only conjectures. The Eternal Day tribe, governed by Ling Jui, was known for its strict discipline and had long ostracized wanderers, forbidding them from entering their territory. Consequently, the more expansive New Moon tribe became a favored destination for these nomads, and Baiyun frequently observed them lingering about. In recent days, Hixia had been quite occupied, as the wanderers were eager not to miss the opportunity to consult an esteemed healer. For them, receiving treatment for their ailments was a most welcome prospect. After their long journeys, the wanderers often experienced joint discomfort, and although Hixia could not offer a definitive cure, he provided them with steaming bowls of soup and applied soothing herbs to their legs, alleviating their pain somewhat, if not entirely. Liu Qingxian and Baiyun planned to seek out the wanderers early to hear their stories. Spotting a young traveler, Liu Qingxian waved and called out, "Oh, wanderer, we have sweets here. Could you share a story with us?" The wanderer, noticing the beauty of the young girl beckoning to him, replied, "Dear little beastin, how may I serve you? Do you wish to hear tales from the Western continent?" Upon hearing these words, Baiyun exclaimed joyfully, I certainly delight in such tales. I've heard whispers of enormous beasts residing in the west. Is that true? Do they possess long tails and tough hides? The beastman, upon hearing Bayun's inquiry, replied, Indeed. Such creatures do exist. They are herbivorous, yet their immense size renders them untouchable. Moreover, unlike your tribes here, the western lands are predominantly inhabited by hunters, resembling a small battalion. Bayun nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Indeed, I find it quite uncomfortable for them as well. My brother is exceptionally skilled at hunting. Yet our family occasionally engages in some agricultural endeavors. Listening to this description, Liu Qingxuan responded, Isn't this what we learned in our textbooks? There are herding tribes. And as they continue to develop, who knows, there might even be pirates. Pirates are truly fascinating. Noticing Liu Qingxuan's lack of enthusiasm, the wanderer resolved to share even more intriguing stories, hoping to win the favor of this enchanting female, perhaps even to share a dance with her. The wanderer amidst the white clouds gazed intently at his sister, which stirred a sense of displeasure within him. She belonged to his brother. How could he persist in his unwavering stare? White Cloud, yearning to depart with his sister, found himself reluctant to indulge in tales. Yet, the wanderer's mention of the beast god compelled him to listen. Observing White Cloud's growing agitation, Qingxuan lifted him in her arms, saying, Our little tiger, be still. I promise to take you back as soon as I finish this story, all right? Bayun, with a resigned nod, remarked, Very well, let us finish this conversation. And then you shall return with me. Otherwise, I shall inform your brother that you are conversing with others. Liu Qingxuan gently tapped Bayun's head and teased, Yet another little informant, are we? Coming to me to report on your brother, while he also reports on me. Is there anything that the little tiger cannot disclose? Perhaps, in the future, you might even find yourself before Ling Jue, lodging a complaint. Bayun murmured, I am not afraid of Ling Jue. He is so handsome. And I find him not as terrible as rumored. He even gifted me a water fox fur, so I feel unafraid of him now. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan burst into laughter and remarked, Oh, so you are no longer afraid of him. Indeed, this is your first encounter. And you even asked him if you could marry him. Let him wait for a few more years. Ling Jue is considerably older than you. He is merely a stubborn old bull indulging in tender grass. The wanderer, having heard of Ling Jue's notorious reputation, was taken aback hearing Liu Qingxuan speak of him in such a light-hearted manner. He exclaimed, You know Ling Jue? But isn't he a fearsome leader? How can he be so amiable in your words? Liu Qingxuan, eager to continue the tale, replied impatiently, Ling Jue? He is not fierce. He is an exceptionally good leader. The Yongzhou tribe was its current state to him. You cannot judge his character solely based on his methods of governance. Ling Jue is the best leader I have ever encountered. The wanderer, astonished by the beauty before him praising Ling Jue, stammered, I see. If anyone asks about Ling Jue in the future, I shall say he is a commendable leader. One cannot tarnish a person's reputation based on their methods. Liu Qingxuan's expression softened, and she turned her head, saying, Please, do share the tale of the beast god. Once you finish, we shall reward you with some sweets. The wanderer slowly addressed Liu Qingxuan. The concept of the beast god has always varied across cultures. The interpretation here diverges significantly from the Western understanding. However, it is certain that he can be summoned. Isn't it true that people there have always relied on hunting for their livelihood? I recall a tale of an elderly beast man who successfully summoned him. That old man was indeed a legend. Upon hearing that the beast god could indeed be summoned, Liu Qingxuan remained skeptical, asking, How can you be so sure he can be summoned? You haven't witnessed it yourself. The wanderer shook his head. I have seen it. It is indeed possible. However, your eastern tribe does not experience crises as frequently as those in the west. If you harbor kindness and contribute significantly to this beastly realm, when you are in dire straits and pray to the beast god, there is a certain probability he will descend to your side, taking you into a secluded space. At the appropriate moment, you will emerge from that place, escaping danger. Listening to the wanderer's conditions, Liu Qingxuan contemplated that their tribe rarely encountered peril. Even during the most treacherous rainy season, with Bayu's formidable abilities, Bayun still thrived, and Ling Jue was even less likely to bring danger. With a smile, Liu Qingxuan remarked to the wanderer, No wonder I am surrounded by such remarkable individuals. I have no cause for alarm, do I, Bayun? At that moment, Bayun, exuding an air of arrogance and pride derived from favoritism, proclaimed, Indeed, my brother is quite formidable. Are you familiar with Ling Jue? His prowess is on par with my brother's, though my brother has not assumed the role of clan leader. Do you know who my brother is? The wanderer proceeded to name several renowned figures from the eastern tribe, and when he mentioned Bayun haughtily nodded and said, "Yes, my brother is Bayou. How did it take you so long to realize? I have already mentioned that I am the little tiger, so naturally, my brother must be the white tiger as well." The wanderer, unfazed, remarked, "I have indeed heard of Bayou having a younger brother, but I was told this brother is quite young and rather conceited. I did not expect it to be you. You certainly do appear rather full of yourself." Upon hearing such descriptions from everyone, Bayun felt a profound sadness welling up within and lamented, "In what way am I conceited? I am undeniably the strongest child in the entire Crescent tribe. Could you please show me some respect?" The wanderer, amused by Bayun's reaction, responded, "I had heard that the two children adopted by Lingju were exceptionally well-behaved and sensible. In comparison to them, you truly are rather endearingly spoiled." Bayun, with a hint of pride, nodded and remarked, "Lingju gifted me a water fox pelt, and I often visit his residence, for he holds a fondness for me. Moreover, my sister, as you can see, is still embracing me. My brother surely adores me, as I am his only younger sibling. Bayun is truly a cherished and fortunate child." Upon hearing Bayun's words, the wanderer chuckled and said, "Indeed, you are the happiest little darling I have ever encountered. There is nothing wrong with a touch of arrogance. In fact, it adds to your charm, especially since you are naturally so round and adorable." At this moment, Bayun gently touched her face, cradling it in her hands as she exclaimed, "I have grown up. I must be more beautiful than my brother. Have you seen my brother? He is exceptionally handsome. I believe that in the entire beast world, only my brother is worthy of my sister. Is my sister not the most beautiful in the entire beast realm?" The wanderer gazed at Bayun, his eyes sparkling with sincerity as he nodded. "Qingxuan is indeed the most beautiful I have ever encountered. She reminds one of the lotus blooming in the scorching summer sun, adorned with glistening dewdrops. Furthermore, I find Qingxuan's complexion to be remarkably fair, akin to a white rabbit darting through the forest, instantly captivating with its tender hue." Liu, overhearing their praises, felt her cheeks flush and shyly interjected, all right, I am becoming a bit bashful now. Here, have some candy as the story concludes." The wanderer, bashfully accepting the candy offered by Liu Qingxuan, declared, "How wonderful! I have received candy from the most beautiful female in the entire beast world. This is something I can boast about for a lifetime." Upon hearing his words, Liu Qingxuan, feeling a bit bashful, responded, "Oh, it's nothing much. If you wish for more, come to my home, and I shall give you some. These are assorted fruit candies, and they are absolutely delicious." Chapter 49. The wanderer. After receiving the candy, the wanderer returned to his settlement, which could hardly be termed a tribe, residing on the outskirts of the Crescent tribe. He placed the candy given by Liu Qingxuan into his bag, which was now delightfully bulging. Other wanderers, noticing his full bag, inquired, "What have you done? Your bag is so full today. Let me see." The wanderer held up his bag. "So much candy. What did you do to acquire this? It is quite precious." After speaking, he pulled out a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth, exclaiming, "Heavens, this candy is far tastier than the others, with a delightful fruity flavor." The wanderer, feeling a twinge of annoyance at seeing his treasured candy being devoured by his eager friend, retorted, "What are you doing? Did you seek my permission? This is my possession, and I do not wish to share it. Please return it to me." The other wanderer, hearing this, coldly replied, "Do not be ungrateful. Were it not for us taking you in, you would be lost to the elements." The wanderer, feeling cornered, stammered, "Just give it back to me. That is my property." Their quarrel attracted the attention of numerous other wanderers. Realizing he could not reclaim his candy, the wanderer felt despair settle within him. Meanwhile, the one who had seized the candy bag feigned generosity, proclaiming, "This is the candy my good brother swindled from the Crescent tribe. I shall treat everyone to some." The little wanderer could do nothing but watch helplessly as his candy was distributed to others. Tears shimmered in his eyes, yet they refused to fall. He could only feign composure as he spoke. "This is not something I acquired through deceit. I obtained it through information." Upon hearing this, the vagabond who had stolen the candy retorted, "Oh, so you are aware of information. Who doesn't know that you are idle and gluttonous? I considered you a brother, yet you treat me as a fool. Oh, I've heard that every child in the Crescent tribe possesses candy. Did you not seize it from them?" The vagabond who had been robbed replied, "This candy belongs to Bayun. How could I possibly steal from him? Bayun is the brother of Baiwe. Even if I had the audacity, I would not dare to take from him." Little did they know, upon hearing the name Bayun, the leading vagabond's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Bayun? You have encountered Bayun? He only roams the central areas of the tribe. Baiwa does not permit him to venture into the outskirts. I have yet to find an opportunity to meet him myself. The young vagabond interjected. I believe our numbers are already sufficient. We need not recruit more vagabonds. Besides, Baiyun is so fortunate, surrounded by loving brothers and sisters. The leading vagabond patted the young vagabond's head and said, What do you understand? For us to thrive, we must have a formidable orc as our leader. Such individuals cannot be allowed to join us midway. We must seize the opportunity while they are young to better control them and ensure their loyalty. Hearing this, the young vagabond felt despondent and remarked, Surely you do not intend to repeat the same schemes as before? Can you truly bear it? Are you not concerned for his brother? I have heard that he shares a unique bond with Ling Jue of the Everyday tribe. The leading vagabond, however, dismissed his concerns with disdain, saying, Do not forget, we are vagabonds. Even if they are formidable, the saying the monk can run, but the temple cannot does not apply to us. If we flee to the west, can they truly capture us? Those in the west will offer us refuge, but what can they do against a multitude? The young vagabond countered, Yet we have received so many favors from the Crescent tribe, the Everyday tribe does not even allow us entry. Only the Crescent tribe opens its borders to us. We cannot repay kindness with enmity. The leading vagabond, as if ignoring the young vagabond's words, shot him a glare and said, Let us not emulate such a fool. I have my own methods. Baiyu ventured out early in the morning to hunt. While Baiyun, noticing the splendid weather, unearthed a blanket from the storage room. She invited her sister to bask in the sun beneath their home's eaves. The warm rays enveloped Baiyun's cherubic face. Liu Qingxuan gently caressed Baiyun's cheek and remarked, Little tiger, you are utterly adorable. The sunlight gracing your face has turned it to gold. Baiyun extended her tongue and playfully licked her sister. Liu Qingxuan remarked, How fascinating. You possess numerous barbs on your tongue, yet you can astonishingly retract them at will. The white cloud merely squinted its eyes gently, as the sunlight proved somewhat dazzling. Liu Qingxuan sat upon a blanket, indulging in the succulent juices of various fruits. Meanwhile, the white cloud busily groomed itself on the small blanket, and Liu Qingxuan observed with keen interest the amusing sight of the cloud licking its own fur. However, the cloud's little paws were rather short, and each time it attempted to wash its face, its tiny claws could not reach the top of its head. Amused by the cloud's endearing antics, Liu Qingxuan remarked, You resemble a little panda. The small tiger curled its lips and replied, Is my paw too short to reach? With my brother not around, I must groom myself. Liu Qingxuan, charmed by the cloud's adorable demeanor, offered, Come here, let me give you a kiss. Yet, the cloud took a step back, exclaiming, No, I haven't finished grooming yet. My fur isn't clean. In truth, the cloud, transformed into a child, often bathed, yet preferred to lick its fur clean by itself. Unwilling to venture into the water during this season, Liu Qingxuan noted the cloud's conscientiousness regarding hygiene and recalled how it often ended up with messy paws after late-night snacks, adorably washing its paws by the riverbank all alone. Upon returning from her hunt, Baiyu observed Baiyun grooming herself, while her girlfriend indulged in some fruit. Liu Qingxuan, noticing Baiyu's arrival, unabashedly remarked, I wonder which adorable little kitten would be so kind as to fetch me a clean basin of water so I may wash my hands. The white cat over there let out a few soft mews, and Baiyu immediately understood their intentions. Baiyu placed her bone knife at the entrance before fetching a basin of clean water for Liu Qingxuan, saying, Do wash your hands. After Liu Qingxuan finished washing, she offered Baiyu a fresh fruit, saying, Have a bite of this fruit. Baiyu promptly stuffed the fruit into her mouth, exclaiming, Oh dear. These fruits have begun to wither. I shall go and pick some raspberries for you. Liu Qingxuan thought to herself how much she truly adored raspberries at home. After Baiyu transformed into a radiant white tiger, Baiyun scampered over and let out a few eager calls. Subsequently, Baiyu began to groom Baiyun affectionately. Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyu's nurturing demeanor, remarked, Our Baiyu truly exemplifies the qualities of a devoted wife and mother. Once Baiyun was thoroughly cleaned, Liu Qingxuan playfully said to Baiyu, Little tiger, come here for a kiss. She embraced the tiger's head and showered it with affection. Having applied a touch of lipstick earlier that day, this particular lipstick, made from peach blossoms, lacked enduring power. Baiyu, with a hint of resignation, allowed his girlfriend to kiss him. Deep down, he might have wished to express, Dearest girlfriend, could you refrain from wearing lipstick when you kiss my head? Liu Qingxuan, noticing the little tiger adorned with lipstick marks, exclaimed, Oh dear, little tiger, it's time for a wash. She cast a glance that seemed to convey, Isn't this all you're doing? As Liu Qingxuan playfully mounted Baiyu, She urged, "Little tiger, let us hurry and wash your hair," while cheerfully singing, "Pippy shrimp. Let us go find a boyfriend." Baiyu carried Liu Qingxuan to the vicinity of a small mountain spring, whereupon he promptly submerged his head into the crystalline waters. After his fur became thoroughly dampened, he extended his forepaw to diligently remove the traces of lipstick from his girlfriend's face. Liu Qingxuan, amused by Baiyu's gentle caress upon her head, playfully extended her own paw to tousle his fur. As she fondled his coat, she remarked, "The soft, fluffy fur is undeniably more pleasant. The dampened fur feels somewhat chilly and uncomfortable." Baiyu let out a low growl. Liu Qingxuan turned to Baiyu and said, "Oh dear, can you speak in human language? Even if you do, I can only infer your general meaning. Are you trying to convey to me not to touch your head indiscriminately? If your claws happen to scrape my hand, it could lead to injury." Baiyu extended her tongue to gently lick Liu Qingxuan's hand, affirming her girlfriend's words. Due to the proximity of the mountain spring to Hejia's residence, he caught sight of the two of them while stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. He noticed Baiyu's head had turned a deep crimson, while Liu Qingxian was touching her. With Liu Qingxuan's back turned to him, Hejia was taken aback, fearing that something untoward had occurred between them. Given Baiyu's flushed visage, he hurried over and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here? Is Baiyu hurt?" Liu Qingxian looked at Hejia in surprise and replied, "No, it's just that she isn't very clean." Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's remark about Baiyu's lack of cleanliness, Hejia, momentarily bewildered, responded, "Qingxian, Baiyu is quite the opposite. She often refuses to hunt if the prey is too filthy." This only made Liu Qingxian feel even more bashful, after all. She couldn't very well explain to Hejia that the redness on her head was merely the result of her own lipstick marks. At this moment, Baiyu also felt exceedingly shy, lowering her head in embarrassment, while Hejia likely appeared to her as a stern headmaster, akin to a student caught in a clandestine romance. Completely perplexed, Hejia turned to Baiyu and asked, "What have you done? You're not injured. So why is your head so red? Is your injury more severe than you're letting on? Moreover, I see that the area around your mouth is red as well. Have you vomited blood? Did you get it on your head?" At this moment, Baiyu was truly bewildered, uncertain of how to respond. Liu Qingxuan hesitantly remarked that he simply was not fastidious about cleanliness, as he had smeared raspberry all over his head. Hejia, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Are you truly unhurt?" Baiyu nodded and said, "I truly wasn't hurt. It was Baiyun who wanted to play, and he threw raspberry jam on my head for fun. It's quite normal for children to enjoy playing." Hejia nodded in agreement. "Baiyun is increasingly fond of bullying you. Next time, I'll help you teach him a lesson." Not far away, basking in the sun, Baiyun sneezed. Chapter 50. The Wanderers. This was clearly not a tranquil evening. The Wanderers congregated at the periphery of the Crescent tribe, singing and dancing as if some grand celebration were about to unfold. Such exuberance was uncommon for the Crescent tribe, thus the merrymaking Wanderers attracted the attention of many orcs. "Look, their dance is utterly different from ours. It feels like a mysterious ritual, don't you think? Their expressions are disturbingly frenzied. Look over there at that young man. He should enjoy the festivities, yet he remains seated in silence. How pitiable. Could he be ostracized?" Such peculiarities did not elicit any response from the Orcish populace. While at that moment, Baiyu, Liu Qingxian, and the others were inside Hejia's home, analyzing the situation regarding the ginger. As night fell, Baiyu bid farewell to her friends and returned home, while Baiyun was already fast asleep on his bed, his tail wagging in slumber. Engrossed in deep sleep, Baiyun remained oblivious, and Liu Qingxian waved at Baiyu before retreating to her room to rest. This sentiment inevitably reached the Eternal Day tribe. Ling Jue, an exceptional leader, understood the necessity of being aware of all occurrences within his domain to make any decisions or inferences. Observing the peacefully slumbering twins, he coldly instructed his subordinate, "Go see them again." After the subordinate left, Ling Jue began to ponder. His previous speculations were indeed grounded. Why was it that every year, the arrival of wanderers coincided with a decrease in the number of children? These children, of course, did not stir any significant uproar, for their parents were merely feeble orcs. In this place, weakness was a sin. Adult orcs incapable of safeguarding their own children would be derided by their kin. Such occurrences were rare in the Eternal Day tribe, and even less so in the Crescent tribe. When had it last happened? This inadvertently reminded Ling Jue of Baiyu's past, yet he dismissed the thought as a mere coincidence. Not delving deeper, his concern for the slumbering twins stemmed solely from their evident physical frailty. Ling Jue felt compelled to make early provisions for them. The prospects of becoming accomplished hunters seemed bleak for these two children. Ling Jue was deeply troubled for their sake. Yet as he reflected on how much trust and affection the children placed in him, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. At that moment, Ling Jue thought of Bai Yun. Bai Yun is undoubtedly one of the happiest children in his memory. Ling Jue mused, wondering if Bai Yun was aware of Bai Yu's past, as Bai Yun was exceedingly young at that time. For his two children, the most desirable path was to become a physician. However, the Yongzhou tribe lacked exceptional doctors. Only Hezhi would be worthy of their regard. Yet it was clear that Hezhi would be unwilling to teach his children. Although Hezhi was praised for his gentle demeanor, Ling Jue had encountered him once and discerned an air of arrogance that suggested he was not easily swayed. After years of animosity between the Yongzhou tribe and the New Moon tribe, Hezhi would naturally harbor goodwill towards his own tribe. What then could ensure the safety and well-being of his children in this brutal world of beasts? Ling Jue found himself at a loss. He had little esteem for other doctors. While there were a few reputable ones in the market, they often displayed a certain cunning. Their medical skills could not compare to Hezhi's. And Ling Jue was reluctant to entrust his children to their tutelage. With a heavy heart, Ling Jue drifted into slumber, yet even in dreams. He found no solace, his brow furrowed in worry. It was his children who roused him from his sleep. "Father, it's time to rise. Did you not mention wanting to inspect the outskirts of the tribe today for any signs of wanderers?" Ling Jue, rubbing his forehead, replied, "I apologize. I became too absorbed in my thoughts last night. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you." Ping and Tuan, holding his father's hand, said, "No need. We have already prepared something for you. We noticed you had not risen, likely burdened by the many affairs of the tribe. However, our cooking may not be to your taste. We merely made some meat broth." As Ling Jue sipped the broth, its flavor left much to be desired. He turned to his two children and cautioned, "Recently, wanderers have been spotted in our vicinity, so you must refrain from venturing out too far. I shall assign subordinates to follow you, and you must not stray from their sight." Ping Yin and Tuan obediently listened to Ling Jue, for he was their father. Early in the morning, Bai Yin arrived at the place where he frolicked with his companions, a locale that also attracted a number of wanderers. Bai Yin had long been acquainted with numerous tales about these drifters and now felt indifferent towards them, observing his friends exchanging sweets for stories with the wanderers. He noted that unlike him, his companions were not as generous. They would merely offer a few pieces of candy in return for a narrative. The white cloud silently observed its little companions from atop the treetops. After a brief yawn, it began to playfully tug at the leaves. Suddenly, it heard a voice. "You must be the white cloud, aren't you?" The white cloud gazed down at a figure clad in a rain cape and inquired, "Are you a wanderer?" The individual nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am a wanderer, and I am their leader. You must be the white cloud. I have heard of your name. You are the brother of Bai Yu." Bai Yun, feeling a tinge of curiosity towards the individual, remarked, "I am not in the mood for stories at the moment. Please seek someone else." The person replied, "I have matters to discuss with you. Could you come down so we can converse in detail?" Bai Yun cautiously observed the individual before her and remarked, "My brother has advised me to keep my distance from you. I have heard the tale, and I currently have no desire to descend." The person smiled gently at Bai Yun and inquired, "Is it concerning your brother? Do you not wish to hear it?" Bai Yun, upon hearing the words of the man, replied with a disinterested tone, "I have been raised by my brother since childhood. I am well aware of all matters concerning him. I doubt there are any rumors that elude my knowledge. It would be best for you to leave. Should you irritate me further, I shall inform my brother." The man, observing that Bai Yun remained unfazed, maintained his gentle demeanor and responded, "Ling Jue is indeed formidable, being the clan leader. Your brother is no less impressive than Ling Jue. I am fully aware of the reasons behind this. I trust you are also cognizant that I possess a method to heal your brother." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun became intrigued and said, "Then please tell me what method you have in mind. You may set any price you desire. Do you prefer sugar or salt?" The man, unable to maintain his warm demeanor, smiled broadly and replied, "No, these are far too ordinary. If I wished for them, I would have countless ways to obtain them." Bai Yun observed the individual, who appeared composed yet somewhat cautious, and said, "Then you may speak beneath the tree." The man replied, "Amidst the crowd, words can be easily misconstrued, young Bai Yun. Come down, and we shall engage in a detailed conversation right here. Should you sense any impropriety, simply call out. With so many companions by your side, we would not dare to act recklessly." Finally, Bai Yun descended from the tree and leaned against the trunk, saying, "Speak your mind. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, you are well aware of the consequences. The Everlight tribe would be unwilling to provide you with shelter. If the New Moon tribe continues to refuse, then there will be no refuge left for your small tribe. The leader, noticing that although Bayun appeared imposing, his eloquence was commendable, spoke with satisfaction. Truly, you are Bayu's brother, a genuine talent hidden beneath an unassuming exterior. The white clouds furrowed their brows and said, "Enough with the nonsense, speak quickly." The leader introduced himself first. "My name is Lan. Your brother harbors an insurmountable obstacle within his heart, which most are unaware of. I possess a means to help him overcome this hurdle. I believe that the fool has also mentioned to you the method to encounter the divine being. I have the means to commune with the beast god." The white clouds, with a frown, remarked, "Surely you jest. There have been no tales of divine encounters in our region." The man chuckled softly, replying, "Isn't your sister, Liu Qingxuan, the finest testament to such occurrences? She arrived here guided by divine revelation, albeit she has since forgotten it. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to assist you? To help you endure this frigid winter?" At this moment, Bayun could only nod slightly and say, "Then please, enlighten me with your terms." The man replied, "My physical condition is beginning to deteriorate. I require an exceptional heir. Heal your brother, and you shall accompany me. Rest assured. I shall wait until your brother recovers and assumes the position of clan leader before taking you with me." Upon hearing his request, Bayun's expression instantly soured. "Accompany you?" Bayun was momentarily perplexed by his words. "What do you mean by following you? Why should I accompany you?" Lan replied, "You remain somewhat naive. In the realm of commerce, there is no such thing as a loss. He ascends as the clan leader, and you step into the role of our chief. Shouldn't this present a mutually beneficial scenario for you? What a splendid opportunity it is. All you would sacrifice are your elder siblings, along with your friends and family." Bayun, her expression somewhat troubled, remarked, "Could you allow me a moment to ponder? Is it not possible for you to consider an alternative? How much salt and sugar do you desire? You merely state that my elder siblings will surely fulfill it." Yet the other person retorted, "Bayun, are you perhaps being foolish? You are infinitely more precious than those trivial matters." Upon hearing his words, Bayun momentarily found herself at a loss and replied, "Could you possibly wait a little longer? I wish to bid a final farewell to my brother and sister." Seeing that his objective had been achieved, he said to Bayun, Go on. I shall grant you 3 days. After 3 days, summon your brother here, and all matters will be resolved effortlessly." Bayun, without a backward glance, hastily returned home. An unsettling restlessness began to envelop him, a change that did not go unnoticed even by Liu Qingxuan. Unlike his usual manner of eating, which was often messy and careless, today Bayun displayed an excessive intimacy towards her, even seeking refuge in Bayu's embrace while dining. Bayu, in a tone of mild disdain, remarked, "I certainly do not wish to hold him. He always makes such a mess while eating." Bayun sat in her brother's embrace, savoring her meal, not allowing a single morsel to escape. Qingxuan remarked that this little one has finally learned to cherish food. Bayu observed her brother's peculiar demeanor. While Liu Qingxuan vaguely recalled that at this hour, Bayun would typically engage in a few retorts. To her surprise, Bayun abruptly remarked, "Indeed, we must cherish our food." Chapter 51. The Wanderer. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan felt an unsettling disquiet and inquired, "What do you mean by cherishing food? Has something transpired prematurely? Or is there a fire? We have not noticed any extensive land scorched, rendering it unfit for cultivation." Bayun remarked, "Not at all. I simply believe we should cherish our food. Sister, there is no need for you to worry." Bayu grasped Bayun's hand and inquired, "Has someone been bullying you? Or has your candy been taken again? Whoever has wronged you, tell me, and I shall confront them immediately." At that moment, Bayun spoke to her elder siblings, expressing that nothing significant had transpired, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. Upon witnessing Bayun in such a state, Liu Qingxuan lost all appetite for her meal. She gently lifted Bayun from Bayu's embrace and cradled her in her arms, continuously caressing her head in a soothing manner. "You must have been bullied," she reassured. "It's all right. Do not be afraid. Your brother is here. Who has wronged you? Tell your brother, and he will confront them on your behalf." At this moment, Bayun transformed into a small tiger and said to her sister, "Sister loves little tigers the most. Please caress Bayun a bit more, for I delight in your touch." Liu Qingxuan gently stroked the little tiger nestled in her arms, and before long, Bayun fell asleep in her embrace. Liu Qingxuan turned to Bayu and remarked, "Do you not feel as though Bayun is bidding farewell?" Bayu remarked to Liu Qingxuan that she had indeed noticed this matter, yet there seemed to be no reason for a farewell. After all, her family would continue to reside here. Could it be that Bayun truly intended to marry Lingju and relocate to their tribe? However, there have been no recent interactions with Ling Ju and the others. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news in the tribe, Ling Ju was utterly astonished. He had assumed that Tuan Yuan Ping would become his partner, only to discover that the intended one was Bai Yun, which suddenly made everything clear. Ling Ju felt immensely relieved that he had cultivated the habit of discreetly observing others. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to today's events. Yet, who could truly say who the beast god was? That night, Ling Ju found himself tossing and turning. Ultimately, he resolved that he must visit the New Moon tribe to meet Bai Yu and convey this revelation to her. After awakening, Bai Yu no longer wished to play in the square. Throughout the day, he clung to Bai Wei. Sensing her brother's unusual mood, Bai Wei refrained from hunting that day, her gaze remaining fixed upon Bai Yun, who incessantly tugged at her. Bai Yu patiently comforted his younger brother, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. Your brother will always be here and will never leave you, right?" Bai Yun lowered his head in silence, undoubtedly speculating that his brother had noticed his emotional turmoil. Yet, he could not suppress his feelings. He longed to remain with his brother for just a moment longer. The unusual tension stemming from Bai Yun's distress cast a pall over the atmosphere of their home. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan arrived and whispered a few words, mentioning that Ling Ju wanted to see him and was currently waiting at the entrance of the New Moon tribe. As you know, the orcs of the New Moon tribe are generally quite straightforward. Some have even been frightened enough to retreat home. At this moment, Bai Yu was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to interact with her brother over trivial matters. She turned to Liu Qingxuan and said, "My dear, could you kindly inform Ling Ju that there are pressing matters to attend to, and we shall discuss it another day, as it is not convenient at present." Liu Qingxuan hesitated before replying. "It seems he has come regarding Bai Yun. He mentioned he knows the reason behind Bai Yun's current state." Bai Yu, in her haste, failed to discern that Bai Yun's words implied Ling Jue was surveilling them. At this moment, Bai Yu placed Bai Yun into Liu Qingxuan's embrace, saying, "He is rather clingy at the moment. Please assist me in soothing him." Qingxuan cradled Bai Yun and gently spoke, "Be a good boy, Bai Yun. Your brother is currently attending to a very serious matter, but he will return shortly, all right? Sister will take you to play on the swing." The fluffy white cloud nestled in her sister's embrace and exclaimed, "Sister, hold me as we swing." After uttering these words, it transformed into a small white tiger, resting in Liu Qingxuan's arms. As Bai Yu hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the Crescent tribe, she discovered the chieftain conversing with Ling Jue. The chieftain insisted, with unwavering resolve, on meeting Bai Yu by name. Turning to Bai Yu, the chieftain inquired, "What is the matter with Ling Jue? He has specifically requested to see you. What transpired between the two of you? You must persuade him to leave at once. His presence here is utterly inappropriate for the Crescent tribe." Bai Yu nodded to the old chieftain and said, "It's fine. I will take care of it." Ling Ju grasped Bai Yu's hand and soared directly to the entrance of the Yangzhou tribe. He addressed the guards with utmost seriousness, stating, "Do not allow anyone who does not belong to our Yangzhou tribe to enter, and expel even those lingering at the periphery. I assert that my orders are to be executed without exception." Bai Yu was utterly bewildered along the way, attempting to mention Bai Yun, only to be abruptly silenced by Ling Jue's commanding voice. His tone was remarkably loud, as if he were concealing something. To an uninformed observer, this scene would certainly suggest that Ling Jue intended to settle a score with Bai Yu, given that their antagonistic relationship had been established for quite some time. However, unbeknownst to the onlookers, the connection between these two was not one of enmity. In fact, they occasionally collaborated. Ling Jue led Bai Yu to his private chamber, instructing his trusted aide to wait there, and then turned to Bai Yu, inquiring, "Are you familiar with the Wanderers?" Bai Yu nodded and said, "You came to me for this matter. Bai Yun is in a rather unusual mood today, and I am unaware of the reason. He seems to be bidding farewell." At that moment, Ling Jue remarked to Bai Yu, "Are you foolish? Can't you see? That wanderer has set his sights on Bai Yun." At this moment, Bai Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, "How could you possibly know?" Ling Ju shot her a look of incredulity and replied, "How could I not know? Have you forgotten? I am the chief of the Yangzhou tribe. Nothing that transpires in this region escapes my notice. Reflecting on past events, do you not perceive the oddities?" "Ah, I see. In those years you were still quite young when such occurrences took place, and thus they left no impression on you." Bai Yu inquired, "What exactly are you talking about?" At that moment, Ling Ju turned to Bai Yu and remarked, "The New Moon tribe and the Eternal Day tribe are both prominent tribes. Occurrences like this are rare among large tribes. In smaller tribes, however, it is not uncommon for several children to leave each year. Were you not aware of this?" At this moment, Bai Yu nodded and said, "Of course, I am aware of these matters. It merely seems that they have not occurred recently." as if they belong to a bygone era. What relevance does this hold for Bai Yun? Ling Ju replied, in past years, I harbored certain suspicions. Do you not find it curious? The number of wanderers increases ever so slightly each year, suggesting that new individuals are joining their ranks. Otherwise, according to this principle, they would cease to exist. The instigator of all this is their leader. Bai Yu widened her eyes and exclaimed, are you suggesting that they are abducting children to strengthen their tribe? But why focus their intentions on Bai Yun? In previous years, those children were merely from impoverished, insignificant tribes that posed no real threat. At that moment, Ling Ju chuckled and replied, Bai Yu, you remain rather naive. The leader of the Wanderers has grown old. He requires a successor. Do you truly believe those children are capable of fulfilling this role? He seeks a young candidate who can be easily manipulated. And Bai Yun is the perfect choice. At that moment, Bai Yu chuckled and remarked, how could that be? Ling Jue, you must be lying. Although Bai Yu spoke thus, deep within, he had already begun to believe Ling Jue's words. There was no reason for Ling Jue to deceive him. However, why would Bai Yun agree? Ling Jue perceived Bai Yu's confusion and said, your past is unknown to most, but individuals like us are well aware of it. Surely, you cannot believe that Bai Yun is merely a mischievous child. He understands your suffering better than anyone else. At that moment, Bai Yu remarked, but Bai Yun has never mentioned it. How would you know? Ling Jue turned to Bai Yu with a smile and said, indeed, you have nurtured Bai Yun exceptionally well. Are you not aware? Whenever you are urged to assume the role of clan leader, Bai Yun never presses you. He understands how distressing this is for you. Each time you are coerced into this position, he gazes at you with profound sympathy. Yet, when the topic arises, you seem utterly lost. Have you ever taken note of your surroundings? Each time this matter surfaces, your instinct is to flee. All you contemplate is escape. At this juncture, he shifted the conversation, saying, the leader of the assassins claimed he had a way to help you overcome this hurdle, to make you forget these burdens. Which is why Bai Yun consented to his proposal. The entire situation stems from you. Yes, I admire you, but I must confess, I truly look down upon you. You are nothing but a coward. Upon hearing her neighbor's words, Bai Yu collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Ling Ju, you must tell me this is all a lie, that it cannot possibly be true. How could he commit such a foolish act? Ling Ju swiftly lifted Bai Yu and, with a clenched fist, struck her squarely in the face, saying, in the face of such circumstances, you have chosen to succumb to weakness. Shouldn't you consult with me on how to address this situation? How do we resolve this matter? At this moment, Bai Yu remarked, how could he possibly believe in the beast god? Ling Ju rolled his eyes in response and replied, why would he not believe? How many individuals in your tribe regard Qingxuan as a gift from the beast god, as a messenger of the divine? Are you not aware of this? Bai Yu, her gaze unfocused, inquired, Ling Ju, what should we do? They will undoubtedly resort to every conceivable means to abduct Bai Yun. At this juncture, Ling Ju bluntly replied, eliminate their leader, and subsequently, their most trusted aides. All will be resolved. After I ascend to the position of chief, I will ensure the demise of both the chief and his confidants. Oh, and Bai Yu, I almost forgot to remind you, it seems you truly must overcome this hurdle. How long do you think you can conceal this from Liu Qingxuan? I will not divulge it to him, nor will he. And Bai Yun will remain silent as well. However, your old chief and the high priest will undoubtedly present your past to your beloved from a perspective that is not in your favor. Should you fail to surmount this obstacle, not only will your brother be in peril, but your beloved's situation may prove far more dire. You are well aware of the peril I faced when I kidnapped Qingxuan, yet you know how others perceive it. Nonetheless, for a potential ally, the circumstances could turn quite unfavorable if he falls into the hands of others, unlike with me. I hope you weigh this matter judiciously. You must navigate this challenge. Do not expect me to be as gentle as Hesia in urging you to proceed. Overcoming this hurdle will benefit the Crescent Moon tribe, your companions, and myself as well. Chapter 52. The Wanderer Bai Yu, upon hearing Ling Ju's words, felt a profound sense of guilt and lowered her head, saying, you are right. I must forcibly transcend this hurdle. I truly never anticipated these matters. I thought I could evade them. Why are they unwilling to let me go? Have I done something wrong? I have endured these trials myself. Ling Ju, with an unwavering intensity, shouted at Bai Yu, even now you question why? You do not possess the luxury of such inquiries. You must overcome this. Immediately, you must bring Bai Yun to my tribe. Devise a plan to eliminate the leader, and everything will fall into place. At this moment, Bai Yu gazed at Ling Ju and solemnly expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. Could you perhaps feign the same demeanor as when you abducted Qingxuan and bring my brother back to your tribe? I understand this may seem somewhat unfair to you, and I sincerely apologize for the implications it carries regarding your reputation. Ling Jui responded with a smile. I have long ceased to concern myself with matters of reputation. Since you have made this request, may I also invite Hija to join us? I know he possesses clarity of thought. I will speak to him candidly. And during this time, he can also attend to Bai Yun, as there are individuals in our tribe who are in need of his care. Bai Yu addressed Ling Jue, stating, I shall clarify matters with Hija. Upon my return, I will take Bai Yun to Hija's residence and speak candidly with him. I intend to instruct Hija to accompany Bai Yun for some leisure time, but please refrain from disclosing this to Bai Yun for now. Should Hija acquiesce, I will arrange for him to enjoy some time by the salt lake, and you can conveniently make your move then. Ling Jue expressed gratitude to Bai Yu, saying, Thank you. I had not anticipated that assisting you would also allow me to resolve a personal concern. Bai Yu adjusted her attire and, feigning nonchalance, departed. As she walked away, she muttered, What a greedy creature, demanding so much salt from me. At that moment, Ling Ju, attempting to appear carefree, looked up at Bai Yu and remarked, Why not add a bit more sugar? It's not just salt. Everyone knows your tribe is flourishing now. This was merely a ruse concocted by the two of them to deceive others. Thus, Bai Yu, grumbling all the way, returned to the Crescent Moon tribe. Bai Yu approached the chieftain and addressed him, Chieftain, Ling Jue has requested a mere 2 baskets from us. He stated that if we do not comply, he will send the orcs from our tribe to select a sacrificial beast for the beast god. Upon hearing this, the chieftain replied to Bai Yu, The power to control the situation lies in your hands. Surely, you have provoked Ling Jue once more. Bai Yu remarked that she had not provoked him. And upon witnessing this, the clan leader was powerless against her assertion, saying, Then you shall handle this matter on your own. I surmise he is merely envious. Upon returning home, Bai Yu took Bai Yun by the hand and proceeded to Hija's residence, stating, Ling Jue mentioned that if insufficient offerings are presented, he will come to our tribe to select a few sacrificial beasts for the gods. You should stay at Hija's for a while. I will attend to this issue and deliver the offerings, then I shall come to fetch you. Bai Yu unceremoniously embraced the weeping Bai Yun and brought her to Hija's residence. Hija, observing the tearful Bai Yun, inquired, Is it true that the incident a few days ago, when you smeared raspberry on your brother's head, resulted in you being punished and brought to tears? Bai Yu solemnly addressed Hija, saying, Brother, I have something to discuss with you. Once they stepped outside, Bai Yu continued, You must feign being kidnapped by Ling Jue. Otherwise, Bai Yun may not be safe. The wanderers have set their sights on him. If you agree, after I leave, take Bai Yun to play by the Blue Lake. Hija, perplexed by Bai Yu's words, was nonetheless aware of the intricate relationship between Bai Yu and Ling Jue. He promptly replied, Then you should attend to your matters. I will entertain Bai Yun for a while, as he is crying quite distressingly. Bai Yu, having uttered his words, proceeded to the storeroom to organize, albeit at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving at the Salt Lake, Hija indeed encountered the individuals sent to abduct him. After a brief struggle, he was captured by the faction of Ling Jue. At that moment, Bai Yun, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, How could you, Ling Jue, whom I once admired so dearly, stoop to such depths as to kidnap me? Is it truly worth it over a mere few baskets of salt? Upon reaching the tribe, Ling Jue addressed his subordinates, instructing them to treat their captives well, for they were the primary salt providers for the year. Hija understood the situation and cast a glance at Ling Jue, who returned a reassuring look. Yet, feigning disdain, Ling Jue remarked, Look at the caliber of individuals you have brought me. Is this not the illustrious Dr. Hija? Well then, since we are in need of a companion for our reunion, let us accommodate Bai Yun in my quarters. Hija, there is a room in my tranquil chamber. How about you practice your healing here? Though Hija muttered curses under his breath, he ultimately acquiesced, exchanging a knowing glance with Ling Jue. Soon after, Bai Yu arrived, carrying something, and at the doorway, she bellowed at Ling Jue, You worthless fool, I have brought him to you. At this point, Ling Jue approached the entrance and replied to Bai Yu, Your container is far too small to bring me 10 more baskets of this kind. Bai Yu feigned an intention to attack Ling Jue, yet in reality, she inquired, Have you settled them? Ling Jue responded to Bai Yu, Of course they are settled, and punctuated his words with a playful punch directed at her. Bai Yu retorted, I have discovered that they seem to have kidnapped some children. I leave Bai Yun in your care for the next few days. With that, she swept her leg towards Ling Jue. Both of them bore some marks on their faces. At that moment, Bai Yu turned to Ling Jue and said, There are too many. Please take good care of Bai Yun while I go gather those over there. Ling Jue, with a sharp tongue, replied, I can take care of Bai Yun, but it seems there is also Hija. So, as a favor, grant me 15 baskets. Baiyu, having declared that the situation was intolerable, departed. That night, while everyone else slumbered peacefully, Baiyu scoured the entire region, ultimately locating the tribes of the abducted children. She proclaimed, "There is a way to retrieve the lost children. Come with me immediately to the New Moon tribe." Throughout the night, Baiyu discovered 7 or 8 children who had been taken. Bursting into the sleeping quarters of the outcasts, she pointed and exclaimed, "It is him." With that, she seized the leader's legs in her grasp and, with a swift motion, snapped one of them. Given Baiyu's formidable strength, coupled with the fierce countenance of her companions, it wasn't until the leader was jolted awake by the pain that he let out a cry, "Who is attacking me?" The sharpness of his voice roused several outcasts, who, bewildered, queried, "Boss, what on earth are you doing? It's the dead of night, if you're not sleeping." "We certainly need to." No longer feigning a gentle demeanor, the leader retorted, "We are under attack. Let us quickly apprehend him." Many of the outcasts, still groggy, rose hesitantly. Baiyu observed their expressions, noting that the younger ones seemed particularly reluctant. Suddenly, she heard an exclamation from beside her. "Isn't this my missing child? After all these years, how have you become so frail?" The orc's cry reached the ears of a young outcast, who, upon recognizing that familiar voice, burst into tears. "Father, mother, you are here. I have longed to find you." "Yet," the child lamented, "but it is this person. Should we dare seek you, we would face severe punishment." Baiyu seized the opportunity to declare, "Let all present bear witness. This individual has not acted with virtue and is in violation of our clan's rules. He now seeks to direct his malevolent intentions towards my younger brother. This is a first occurrence, and should you wish to resist, I shall not consent." "Nor will Lingjue. You must decide your course of action." A number of small vagabonds timidly voiced their concerns, "But if we do not execute him, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance, for his heart is most wicked. Moreover, there are many within this group who are swayed by his words." At this moment, Baiyu smiled faintly and proclaimed, "Time waits for no one. The source of evil must be eradicated by my hand." With that, she struck decisively, plunging her blade into the heart of the leader. Her method was exceedingly brutal. Baiyu extracted the man's heart with a bone knife, which continued to throb with life. Upon witnessing his own pulsating heart, he attempted to utter a word, but succumbed to weakness and collapsed. The other beastmen, having never witnessed such a savage scene, were engulfed in profound fear. Baiyu then reassured them, "Do not be afraid. I am merely punishing this perpetrator for violating our clan's laws. As for your companions, they shall face judgment at dawn." The young beastmen, observing Baiyu's actions, broke into a cold sweat but mustered the courage to ask, "Brother Baiyu, will we truly be able to return home with our parents? We will not be subjected to retaliation, will we?" Baiyu expressed her concerns, stating that their retaliation against us, against you, and against our region is a genuine fear, thus it is imperative to eradicate the threat at its root. As the sky began to brighten, she continued, "Let us proceed to capture those individuals and bring them to the New Moon tribe. Additionally, summon Lingjue from the Eternal Day tribe." At that moment, someone questioned in confusion, "Since these wanderers are targeting only the smaller tribes, what relevance does Lingjue have? His tribe is remarkably powerful, and we would not dare provoke them. What purpose does summoning him serve?" At this moment, Baiyu solemnly addressed the individual, saying, "Please refrain from holding such opinions about Lingjue. The fact that you are now reunited is largely due to his efforts. He has consistently monitored the movements within our region, and he harbored suspicions about the possibility of child abductions long before today. It was only when the matter was brought to light concerning Baiyu that he was able to confirm his conclusions." Upon hearing this, a sense of guilt stirred within the hearts of the crowd, for it became evident that Lingjue was not solely concerned with the survival of his own tribe. It was clear that he also held the safety of the surrounding area close to his heart. Baiyu observed the expressions of shame on the faces of those around him and urged, "Quickly invite him over. Let us resolve this matter promptly, so that your hearts may find peace in reunion." Meanwhile, in the Yongzhou tribe, Lingjue had spent the entire night in restless slumber, the dark circles under his eyes deepening. He knew the general context of the situation and couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for his friend, Baiyu. Gazing at Lingjue, he offered a few comforting words. "You need not worry too much. Baiyu has always been exceptionally capable, and eliminating a fool pretending to be mad will be a mere trifle for him." However, Lingjue shook his head and replied, "I do not worry about that. My concern lies in the potential for unnecessary casualties if Baiyu fails to handle this matter effectively. Baiyu is formidable, but others may not be." Lingjue patted his shoulder, saying, "It is not surprising that you did not consider this aspect." Chapter 53. The Wanderer. As Bai Yu approached the village, Ling Jue was already en route upon hearing the news. Their overwhelming presence attracted numerous onlookers from various small tribes along the way, eager to witness the unfolding events. It was a fitting consequence, for I heard the leader had his heart extracted. Is that true? Ah, if only Bai Yu were truly benevolent. A swift cut to the throat would suffice. Why resort to extracting the heart? This marks the emergence of a second Ling Jue. Yet, one must tread carefully, lest such words bring ill fortune. Speaking of Ling Jue, Bai Yu has summoned him, despite their previous discord. Alas, who can dictate the course of their affairs? Ultimately, these matters do not fall within our purview. We can only hope he does not become another Ling Jue. At this moment, the whispers surrounding Bai Yu and Ling Jue were fermenting into judgments. However, Bai Yu was unperturbed, resolutely heading towards the direction of the New Moon tribe. As he neared the entrance, the tribal leader, clearly a shrewd individual, was already waiting outside. Bai Yu, realizing he could not conceal his relationship with Ling Jue from the clan leader, replied, "I shall speak to you about it once this matter is resolved." Bai Yu bound his loyal servant, who had remained steadfast, to a pillar in the bustling square frequented by the public. When the onlookers inquired why Bai Yu had yet to execute him, he replied that the matter was beyond his solitary management. As the most influential voice in this region belonged to Ling Jue, Liu Qingxuan, naturally aware of the commotion, found herself troubled by Bai Yu's reluctance to share his evening activities with her. However, upon witnessing his safe return, she expressed her relief, saying, "It is good to see you back. You must be hungry. Let me fetch some porridge for you." Bai Yu, unreserved as ever, directly said, "Please bring me a few more fruits." These past few days, due to the incident with Bai Yun, she hadn't eaten well at all. Everything tasted bland and devoid of flavor. Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, "Ah, so you do care for Bai Yun's lemon honey candy. Understood, understood. I shall bring it to you." Bai Yu directed a playful gesture towards Liu Qing. At this moment, Bai Yu was engaged in conversation with Liu Qingxuan. Nearby, the crowd seethed with indignation, their fury directed towards several individuals. Some rescued homeless children clutched their parents' hands, recounting the oppression they had endured at the hands of these people. They frequently revealed their injuries and recounted their harrowing experiences alongside their companions. The assembly today was notably large, a cacophony of voices, yet as the children shared their stories, a profound silence enveloped the scene. No one uttered a word. The only thing that resonated was the flickering flame of hatred in their eyes. Upon Liu Qingxuan's return, the ordeal was still unfolding. Observing the scene, she turned to Bai Yu and remarked, "You should eat. These people are utterly heinous. We owe a debt of gratitude to Ling Jue for his attentiveness. Otherwise, Bai Yun would have faced dire consequences this time." Bai Yu nodded thoughtfully and replied in a solemn tone, "There is no need to rush. Let them vent their hatred for now. Harboring such feelings is never pleasant. Every family that loses a child suffers in their own way. It is simply the nature of grief." Alas, Liu Qingxuan then addressed Bai Yu, saying, "You needn't bear too much of a burden. With this matter resolved, it is likely that we shall face similar challenges next year." Bai Yu expressed her concerns, stating that next year we must adopt a more resolute approach, as we cannot compare to Ling Jue. Thus, I have invited him here. He does not mind bearing this additional infamous label. Liu Qingxuan, feeling a deep sense of compassion, remarked that it is indeed a burden for him. We owe him a debt of gratitude, and alas, everyone has their own struggles. Nevertheless, when the time comes, we shall devise more strategies to improve their lives, allowing Ling Jue to find some solace. Although he outwardly appears to prioritize his own clan, in truth, he has not neglected this entire area. Bai Yu nodded and remarked, "He indeed possesses a profound vision. It is unfortunate that we previously regarded him as a villain. Under these circumstances, he can hardly be deemed a bad person." At that moment, Ling Ju approached with a teasing tone, declaring, "I am the villain. I embrace the role of a villain. If Qingxuan would be willing to be my lady, I would not mind being a lifelong scoundrel." At this moment, Bai Yu turned to Ling Jue and declared, "No. You are a good person. You would not compete with me. Please cease your peacock-like display. What does a snake know of spreading its feathers? You are merely idling. I have already resolved this matter, so hurry and assist me in concluding it." Ling Jue observed that Bai Yu had finally exhibited some vitality, her face often wearing a stern expression despite her youthful countenance. "Leave it to me to handle," he said. Looking at the three captives, Ling Jue addressed the crowd. "I imagine many of you have suffered greatly from this issue. As the clan leader, I cannot act solely out of self-interest amidst the rising public outcry. If anyone has suggestions, please share. Let us select a fitting course of action. Before long, discussions ensued. I have heard that the beast god was born from flames. Fire can purify and cleanse all. For them, fire might be a rather suitable choice. Someone interjected, to perish in flames seems rather merciful, does it not? I would advocate for a more severe fate, akin to what Bayou suggested, removing their hearts. Without their vital organs, they would be but empty shells. That simply will not do. Such a fate offers only fleeting agony, and the flames would not endure for long. In my view, it would be far more effective to bind stones to their legs and cast them into a crocodile-infested area. The crocodiles would not kill them instantly, but they would surely attract countless of those creatures. At this juncture, Liu Qingxuan remarked, if it were up to me, I would rather execute them with a single shot. At this moment, Bayou remarked, there are no guns here. Liu Qingxuan replied, indeed, there are no guns, and executing him would be far too merciful. At this juncture, the oppressed little vagrant proposed, why not use a knife to cut him? This way, we can all vent our anger, and he shall suffer in return. Dying in pain is truly splendid. The crowd was taken aback by the venomous words of the little vagrant. With a glimmer in his eyes, he continued, the injuries those children displayed were but superficial. My former friend was cruelly cut to death by them, and I bear numerous scars myself. They always strike with knives in unseen places. With that, the little vagrant rolled up his pant leg. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the inner thigh, marred by a multitude of knife wounds, some deep, some shallow, with fresh ones still oozing blood. Pointing to the most recent scar, he explained, this happened because Bayun offered me candy. They stole my candy. When I told them I could not procure more, their dissatisfaction led to these cuts on my leg. Upon hearing the little vagrant's account, the crowd turned to Ling Jue, urging, let us proceed as the child suggests. How can such depraved beings commit such heinous acts? Ling Jue, gazing at the child's wounds, declared, since everyone is so insistent, I shall take the lead. Be mindful, let us not kill him outright. That would be too lenient. Following Bayou's guidance, bone knives had become commonplace in every household. Some spectators, lacking their own knives, borrowed from others and indiscriminately slashed at the man. In an instant, the ground was stained crimson with blood. Liu Qingxuan observed, this is truly satisfying. Bayou then suggested, since you were so eager, why not take a few cuts at him yourself? Let him experience this pain. Liu Qingxuan shook her head, saying, no, I fear such scenes. As the crowd had nearly exhausted their fury, the three men were already on the brink of death. Ling Jue stepped forward, stating, since everyone has released their anger, I shall grant them their final journey. With that, he swiftly drew his knife across their throats. The anguished sounds that emerged were like the chilling winds of winter, raspy and haunting. Liu Qingxuan remarked, observing Ling Jue's ease in such actions. He performs these deeds with remarkable steadiness. One wonders what he has endured in the past. Now that the matter is resolved, let us fetch Bayun and Hijia. Bayun may still be unaware of this incident. Bayun nodded and said, very well, the neighbor is returning home. Let us accompany him. At that moment, the clan leader emerged, stating, I anticipated that you would have an unresolved matter with Ling Jue. Summon Qingxuan to accompany Ling Jue in retrieving Bayun, and then come to me to explain the situation. At this moment, Bayou wore a distressed expression and said, Chief, this simply won't do. Ling Jue has taken a liking to Qingxuan. I must keep an eye on her to prevent her from running off with this flashy individual. The chief gazed at Bayou with a hint of disapproval and remarked, is this all you are capable of? Do you truly believe you can keep her if she does not harbor any feelings for you? It is futile to guard someone who does not wish to be guarded. As for Qingxuan, do not mind Bayou. He is simply like that. Liu Qingxuan, observing Bayou's embarrassment before the chief, interjected, Chief, please ensure Bayou behaves himself. I will be returning after lunch with Ling Jue today. Bayou, we will be dining with Ling Jue this evening. The chief nodded and replied, very well, go ahead. Bayun has also been somewhat shaken, and as for Hijia, we are uncertain if this was part of your plans. Hurry and bring him back. Some members of our tribe are unwell and require his expertise. While the remedies you provided were indeed commendable, it is still essential for him to examine them. At this juncture, Liu Qingxuan approached Bayou with a teasing demeanor and remarked, oh dear, it seems Hijia is truly the most significant person in the entire Xinhua tribe. How amusing for a certain little tiger, bustling about today. It would be wise for the chief to give you a proper lesson. You constantly bully me. At this moment, Bayou resembled a bitter melon as she lamented, is it not you who bullies me? Are you unaware of how many of my tiger whiskers you have torn away? Who is it that delights in painting flowers upon my head, leaving it awash in red? Liu Qingxuan, unabashed, proclaimed, "It was Bai Yun, not I, who did this." If it was not Bai Yun, then it must have been Ling Jue. Yes, it was indeed Ling Ju who rendered your head crimson. Ling Jue's attempt to restore order was in vain. Bai Yu, with a sullen expression, remarked, "You mustn't. Ling Jue would never engage in such antics." Previously, when you spilled raspberry on my head, Renhaja witnessed it and thought I was injured. To shield you from exposure, I insisted it was Bai Yun's doing, which led to Bai Yun receiving a reprimand. It's truly unfortunate for both Bai Yun and me to encounter someone like you. Alas, I can't help but be fond of you. Liu Qingxuan suddenly flushed crimson and exclaimed, "You mustn't be so straightforward." With that, she took Ling Jue's hand and walked towards his tribe. Along the way, Ling Jue earnestly explained that he did not harm Bai Yu, and that the blood on her head was not his doing. Liu Qingxuan, seemingly numb, casually interjected, "That red hue was actually raspberry juice I got on her." Ling Jue's expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions. Chapter 54. The Wanderer as they walked along a rural path. Liu Qingxuan felt a flicker of curiosity and quietly asked Ling Jue, "Could you share your past?" Ling Jue gazed at Liu Qingxuan's enchanting visage, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of vulnerability, and replied, "There's nothing particularly interesting. You wouldn't find it engaging." Liu Qingxuan grasped Ling Jue's hand and said, "I consider you a friend, do share." Ling Jue continued, "The Yongzhou tribe was quite small and feeble during my childhood. Instances of cannibalism were not uncommon." Liu Qingxuan interjected, "So, was your ambition to change that?" Ling Jue, maintaining his composure, responded, "Not quite. I was exchanged. A snake can have many offspring. I was frail and averse to conflict." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan began to comprehend, "You do indeed possess a somewhat cold disposition." And then, Ling Jue fell into reminiscence, recalling the time he was exchanged for a family of herbivores, yet he ended up with a deceased wolf. The sight of that corpse had instilled fear within him, yet he mustered the courage to remove it and bring it home. His family praised him for his bravery. Coldly, Ling Jue remarked, "Wasn't it enough to exchange for myself? It was the first time my mother smiled at me. Yet, I only felt revulsion. Had I not been fortunate, I might have been less than a decayed wolf, with not even bones to my name." Liu Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, did you then begin to compete with others?" Ling Jue nodded, "Indeed. Thereafter I seized much food and undertook various tasks, growing stronger with each endeavor. Eventually, I challenged the complacent chieftain and emerged victorious at the tender age of 15. I understood my calling. They claimed I was ruthless, and I concede that point. To seek virtue does not guarantee joy." Seeing Ling Jue's lack of enthusiasm, Liu Qingxuan recognized the weight of his sorrow and offered, "Let me share my past as well. I was never fond of studying. My academic performance was merely average. It wasn't due to a lack of intelligence, but rather my disinterest in subjects I found unappealing. However, I did exhibit a natural talent in design. However, not everything proceeds smoothly. As in our realm, academic pursuits hold paramount importance." Ling Jue raised an eyebrow, revealing his keen interest in the matter, prompting Liu Qingxuan to continue. "To be frank, I have had numerous disputes with my family over this issue. They wish for me to pursue a career that assures future employment, yet I have no desire to become a teacher. My diligent studies are aimed at liberating myself from the confines of academia, not returning to it for a lifetime." Ling Jue remarked, "That sounds just like you. So, what happened next? Did you convince them to allow you to study design, the field you truly love? The knives from your tribe are indeed your creations." Liu Qingxuan, feeling a bit shy, scratched the back of her head and replied, "After spending time with me, you've picked up quite a few phrases." "Indeed. I managed to persuade my family. You know my nature. I simply yearn to live my own life and cannot stand the thought of others being enslaved." Noticing Lin Zhao's enthusiasm, Liu Qingxuan added, "As for the issue of wanderers, I never anticipated it. Child trafficking has existed for such a long time." Ling Jue responded to her words, "Every place has its villains. Even though I recognize you hail from a different world, I hope this world brings you everlasting beauty." Liu Qingxuan smiled softly at Ling Jue and said, "Thank you. Together, we can make it better. Our world has countless delicious treats. If one day I can return, I promise to bring you some chocolate. Unfortunately, my chocolate cookies have all been devoured by Bai Yun." Ling Jue suggested, "If you can find the ingredients, perhaps you could make some." Liu Qingxuan chuckled apologetically, saying, "That would require venturing into the tropical rainforest. While it is indeed warm here, it is nowhere near that level. By the way, I just remembered that I might have a few in the compartment of my bag." With a beaming smile, Liu Qingxuan remarked, "There should be 1 or 2 left. If so, I can share them with you, and Hija. Ling Jue encouraged. I look forward to it. Liu Qingxuan candidly stated. To be honest, I didn't expect you to respond this way. I thought you would simply advocate for their execution. It appears you do consider the opinions of the populace. Ling Jue chuckled. It's all right. People misunderstand me deeply. I am not an autocrat. It's just that some of their decisions lack foresight. I cannot allow my people to stray from the right path. Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, saying, that is indeed a sound reasoning, but once you have made a determination, you will pursue it, whether it be a blessing or a curse. Thus, they continued their innocent conversation as they made their way to the Yangzhou tribe. Upon entering the tribe's entrance, Ling Jue's expression darkened at the sight of the chaotic scene before him. He observed the tribe's people chasing after something white and somewhat fleshy, and questioned, what on earth is going on here? Is this how you live in the tribe when I am not around? Indeed. Upon seeing Ling Jue, the subordinate lamented. Tribe leader, please come quickly. Enough of this. Bai Yun has us in quite a predicament. Ling Jue immediately grasped the situation, surmising that Bai Yun, upon hearing of his early departure, believed it was an opportune moment to attempt an escape. Liu Qingxuan also deduced the same, and turning to Ling Jue, suggested, allow me to handle this, as she called out to Bai Yun. Bai Yun, come here. I am here to escort you. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Bai Yun, akin to a small explosive, dashed towards her sister, exclaiming, Sister, sister, Ling Jue is not a good person. Liu Qingxuan observed Bai Yun's fervent declaration and remarked, you owe this to Lin Xue. What exactly did you discuss with that scoundrel? You are aware that your brother has been quite distressed over this matter. Fortunately, he has managed to resolve it. Bai Yun, aware that his little secret had been uncovered, shyly clung to his sister's neck. He sighed. Let us not speak of it any further. Upon hearing Bai Yun's prompt silence, Ling Jue felt a slight sense of relief. After all, it was best for Bai Yue to remain unaware of the matter. Not to mention, the tribe was filled with many prying eyes, and it would not bode well for Qingxuan to learn of it either. Ling Jue, taking on the role of a peacemaker, remarked, Qingxuan, please do not be upset. Bai Yun is just a child, easily swayed and deceived, which is entirely normal. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Yun gazed at Ling Jue, still somewhat on guard, and remarked, I have no desire to converse with a villain like you. How could you possibly kidnap both me and brother Hija with such charm? How could you bring yourself to abduct someone as delightful as Bai Yun? Liu Qingxuan playfully smacked Bai Yun's bottom and chided, do not speak so. Were it not for him, you would have been reduced to begging for alms this time. Bai Yun listened to her sister's words, feeling a hint of confusion as she inquired, why does my sister say that? Did my brother resolve these matters? Has he finally unraveled the knots in his heart? Liu Qingxuan, perplexed, asked, what knots in the heart? Your brother has dealt with their leader. Upon overhearing their conversation, Ling Ju couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and remarked, Qingxuan, do not concern yourself. Bai Yun has had a habit of speaking in her sleep since childhood. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun could only acquiesce to Ling Juyi's words, remarking, it was merely a dream. It seems I have been deceived. Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement and stated, indeed, you have been misled. However, you are still young. If we do not address this matter, you will remain in peril. This time, your brother has unfortunately acquired a tarnished reputation because of you. Beneath the clouds, Bai Yun lowered her head and, with a hint of sorrow, expressed her apologies, confessing her ignorance of how events had unfolded. Liu Qingxuan gently patted Bai Yun's head, reassuring her, it is perfectly normal to be deceived. All you need to do is maintain a positive outlook moving forward. Every human is prone to mistakes. Ling Ju then smiled at Liu Qingxuan and asked, Hija, could you possibly allow him to stay a few more days? You are aware that our clan is quite numerous, and I am hesitant to let anyone with ulterior motives enter. I see great potential in Hija. Allowing him to remain a bit longer would greatly benefit my people's health. Liu Qingxuan replied, why ask Hija for permission? I have some medicinal recipes here. You can consult Hija for them later and cultivate them. It should not pose much of a problem. As they journeyed to the site where Hija practiced medicine, Ling Ju conveyed the situation to him. After a moment of contemplation, Hija responded, I can stay for a maximum of 2 more days, as I need to monitor the ginger that Bai Yu and I have planted for a while longer. From what you've mentioned, it seems the outcome is somewhat less than ideal. Liu Qingxuan sensed that the 3 of them were concealing something from her, and she was uncertain how to inquire further, perhaps relating to Bai Yu. It was peculiar that Bai Yu had chosen not to confide in her. Liu Qingxuan pondered for a moment, since he was her boyfriend. As long as he did not commit any fundamentally wrong actions, she could understand. Moreover, their eyes conveyed a sense of sorrow. indicating that they were grappling with something quite distressing. All she knew was that Bai Yu was alone with his younger brother, and little else was clear to her. Had he experienced some form of bullying during his orphaned years? Liu Qingxuan had indeed enjoyed a meal at Ling Ju's tribe before departing, and she unceremoniously took many local specialties with her, particularly fruits resembling a mango from her time, known as Huanyun fruit, which, while softer in texture than its future counterparts, was delightful. Liu Qingxuan unabashedly filled a basket and placed it in Ling Ju's hands as they accompanied her and Bai Yun back to the New Moon tribe. Meanwhile, Bai Yu clarified his relationship with Ling Ju to the tribe leader, who sighed and remarked, "You may do as you please." Later, Bai Yu, with a forlorn expression, beseeched the leader, "When Ling Ju comes for dinner, could I possibly have a bit of fruit? It would be too late to gather any now." The leader gestured towards his home and said, "Take it. I owe you this from a past life." Returning home with the fruits, Bai Yu reluctantly began his chores. Chapter 57. A visit in one corner. Bai Yu toiled away at the cooking, while Liu Qingxuan, pulling Ling Ju along, dashed over. Ling Ju held Bai Yun, who, with a pout, tugged on Ling Ju's hair, resulting in an unfortunate turn of events where Bai Yun repaid kindness with mischief, treating Ling Ju as a steed. Liu Qingxuan observed this and gently intervened, saying, "One must not repay kindness with malice." However, Bai Yun, embodying the innocence of childhood, was well aware that he owed his rescue to Ling Ju. However, he detests Ling Jue's behavior. Liu Qingxuan, observing Bai Yun's childish temperament, could only repeatedly apologize to Ling Jue, saying, "He is just like that. You can speak to Bai Yu personally later. His brother will have a word with him. There's no need for you to worry too much." Ling Jue, understanding the context, smiled at Liu Qingxuan and replied, "I am well aware of that. I do not harbor any resentment towards Bai Yun." At that moment, Bai Yun gazed at Ling Jue's strikingly handsome face and remarked to Liu Qingxuan, "Sister, he is truly good-looking. Why did you choose my brother back then?" Liu Qingxuan, taken aback by Bai Yun's naive inquiries, retorted with irritation, "What do you mean by choosing your brother? Your sister is simply the kind of person who encounters the right individual at the right moment. Enough of this. If you admire Ling Jue so much, then marry him. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for Ling Jue? Do you wish for my assistance in pursuing him?" Bai Yun murmured, "It's not that I saw or tried. Uncle Ling Jue, could you please hurry up?" Liu Qingxuan chuckled and remarked, "You were just calling him brother. And now it's uncle? Stick with brother. Ling Jue is only a few years older than your brother, in the prime of his youth. How can he be called uncle?" Ling Jue responded to Qingxian, "It's fine. If he wishes to call me uncle, let him." Liu Qingxian then turned to Ling Jue and exclaimed, "Ling Jue, I must say, if he calls you uncle, then I'm obliged to call you uncle too. Aren't you taking advantage of me? You just don't understand." Ling Jue, observing Liu Qingxuan's demeanor, laughed and shook his head. "All right, I understand. Let us hasten our steps. Bai Yu is likely preparing dinner at home." Ling Jue's arrival certainly stirred the entire New Moon tribe. For the tribe, Ling Jue was a figure of paramount importance, renowned far and wide, and the villagers had a considerable understanding of him. However, many were taken aback upon seeing him in person, exclaiming, "He looks just like us. I thought he would have more eyes or mouths. Isn't that so? I've heard he can be quite ruthless." The Eternal Day tribe is notorious for using other skulls to honor the beast god. You can't imagine how many lives such a person has taken. I actually admire Ling Jue. Don't you think so? The Eternal Day tribe was particularly formidable before he became the leader. Now, at least everyone can afford to eat. Yet, one cannot overlook the fact that many herbivorous beasts in their tribe starve during winter. Even a powerful tribe cannot ensure abundance without formidable strength. Your words remind me of Bai Yu. I wonder what is going on with him. Clearly, both the leader and the priest have shown interest in him becoming the tribal chief. What exactly is he avoiding? It has been quite some time. Bai Yun has grown so much. This remark, quite coincidentally, reached Liu Qingxuan's ears. She believed Bai Yu's situation stemmed from humility rather than any other reason, which planted a seed of doubt in her mind. What does it mean that Bai Yun has grown so much, and it has been a while? Does Bai Yu have something weighing on his heart? Why won't he confide in me? This did not dampen Liu Qingxuan's spirits. She took Bai Yun to the doorstep and said, "Your brother is quite upset right now. Do you realize how profoundly that incident has affected him? A brother nurtured with care, yet he has sacrificed himself for something so elusive. You must sincerely apologize to your brother when you return. And as for Hija, I wonder how he can endure your temper. You are not behaving well at all right now. Be wary, or your brother might scold you after dinner." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun remained utterly unperturbed and replied to Liu Qingxian, "Fear not. If my brother cannot handle it, You must know how much he relishes sparring with Ling Jue. Do not presume I am unaware. Liu Qingxuan, now realizing that this child possessed a certain cleverness, teasingly remarked, very well. I shall eagerly await to see whether your brother will indeed strike you. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the doorstep. Baiyu, observing his brother's interaction with his girlfriend, immediately adopted a charming demeanor and said, My dear, it is not that I do not wish to bring you along. It is merely that you are well aware of Baiyun's temperament. If you were to accompany him, he would undoubtedly retreat in fright. Especially since he just claimed you intended to hit him. Baiyu pouted, his little tiger face scrunching in mild annoyance. What do you mean by beat him? I had no intention of doing so. I understand that his actions stem from the situation regarding me. Now, let us eat, for Ling Jue has arrived. Come on. Today you shall indulge, as I have crafted a new delicacy with duck blood. It was quite a challenge to create. And had it not been for my wife's insistence, I might have hesitated to pursue it. You must ensure to savor it with great enthusiasm. For I fear my culinary efforts may not meet expectations today. Liu Qingxuan, amused by their somewhat modern banter, chuckled softly. Let us head inside. By the way, Ling Jue, I will check around for any remaining chocolate. Ling Jue nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan rummaged through the cupboards, while Baiyun persistently clung to his brother, eventually climbing onto his back. Thus, Baiyu found himself carrying Baiyun. Despite the playful chaos, Baiyu managed to calmly place the dishes into a bowl to serve Ling Jue. Observing Baiyun's antics brought a smile to his face, prompting him to remark to Baiyu, It appears your temperament is quite amiable. I assumed, given the circumstances, you would have given that little rascal a good thrashing. As Qingxuan suggested, Baiyu raised an eyebrow and said, It's not that serious. Do you know why I refrained from hitting him? It is because his love for me mirrors my own. Ultimately, this situation has been exploited by certain individuals, and I shall strive to break through this barrier. Ling Ju chuckled at Baiyu and replied, That's the spirit. It makes all the teasing I endured today worth it. Even if he did pull my hair and utter some inappropriate remarks. Oh, by the way, I recall him saying, Why am I so good looking? Why does Qingxuan not fancy me but likes you instead? Alas, it seems in his eyes, he loves you as a brother, yet is captivated by my visage. Upon hearing Ling Jue's words, Baiyun immediately exclaimed, Ling Jue, I never anticipated you could be so wicked. How dare you speak such things to my brother? At that moment, Baiyu silently pondered, shouldn't he be denying this? How has Baiyun become increasingly foolish? Nevertheless, given his audacity to confront Ling Jue in such a manner, it seemed that a confrontation was imminent. Liu Qingxuan dashed over, exuberantly announcing to Ling Jue, I found it. There are 2 final pieces, and coincidentally, Hija is in your tribe. You mustn't sneak a piece for yourself while allowing him one. She hastily unwrapped a chocolate bar and stuffed it into Ling Jue's mouth before he could comprehend what was happening, only to discover himself with a dark morsel. With her hand covering Ling Jue's mouth, Liu Qingxuan urged, Hurry, try it. It's not medicine. Ling Jue gazed at Liu Qingxuan's face and chuckled, All right. I will taste it. The chocolate's silky texture burst forth in his mouth, flooding his palate with a rich aroma. He savored it thoughtfully and remarked to his beloved, This is truly delightful. I wonder if it can be made here? Liu Qingxuan replied, That seems rather difficult, considering this is a tropical product. I haven't come across any coconuts or similar items. Perhaps they exist on the other side. Regardless, I believe our climate here is quite favorable. The tropical rainforest hosts numerous insects. You would believe the number of venomous snakes lurking within. To this, Ling Jue, the venomous snake, retorted, Is it possible that I am unafraid of such creatures? Liu Qingxuan slapped her forehead, exclaiming, How could I forget? You are indeed a venomous snake. No worries. I have no fear of you. You are a good snake and certainly wouldn't bite indiscriminately like a cobra spraying venom. Ling Jue looked at Liu Qingxuan and smiled, saying, How can you be so charming and full of life? You are simply adorable. At that moment, Baiyu's cough grew louder as he declared, I forbid you from being infatuated in my home. It is unacceptable for anyone to fawn over my wife. Liu Qingxuan suddenly chuckled and replied, In this entire household, you are the one who is the most infatuated. Even when I merely wash my face, you can't help but approach me. Your skin is so delicate. Come here and feel it. Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's playful remark, Ling Ju chuckled and said, Indeed, your skin is incredibly soft. I truly believe your complexion is exceptional. I am particularly fond of individuals like you. I wonder if you might grant me an opportunity. Baiyu, feeling rather displeased, retorted, Ling Jue, I implore you to eat earnestly. Is it my cooking that lacks flavor? I doubt you could ever replicate such delectable dishes. Ling Jui, savoring a piece of duck blood, replied, "Indeed, the cooking is quite excellent, and there has been no mishap. Baiyu, you are simply too humble. This is something you ought to amend." Liu Qingxuan observed their playful banter during the meal and found it rather amusing. She couldn't help but ponder the idea of creating a mural on the wall, thinking it might be quite delightful. Seeing Baiyu in such a light-hearted manner, she realized there was no cause for concern. Ultimately, the bond between them was something only they could comprehend, and she saw no reason to intrude upon their relationship. Baiyu casually remarked, "What about those wanderers? Have the little wanderers found their parents?" Baiyu nodded and replied, "Those nearby have already been reunited. At least in our area, all have returned home. As for other regions, it seems we must deliberate further." Ling Ju, lost in thought, said, "There is no rush regarding this matter. We should allow them to settle down first. News will inevitably emerge in due time. Moreover, with so many avian and beast folk migrating south each year, this issue may very well resolve itself by next year." Baiyu nodded and remarked, "That is also my intention. As for those leaders, Baiyu, remember that anyone who contravenes the clan's rules typically meets a dire fate. They have long sought atonement from the beast god." Upon hearing Baiyu's nonchalant words, Liu Qingxuan turned to Baiyu and said, "Your brother has been labeled as a brutal individual because of this matter. Are you not afraid, Baiyu?" Baiyu shook her head and replied, "No matter what, he remains my brother. I will not fear him for his actions." Ling Ju observed this tender scene with a hint of envy and commented, "Such affection is always profoundly moving." Liu Qingxuan smiled and agreed, "Indeed, it is truly heartwarming." She then addressed Ling Ju, "I have heard of your keen interest in ginger. Conveniently, Baiyu and Hiju are currently researching it. I believe you might find it intriguing. Why not join us in the fields? Perhaps you may uncover something novel." Ling Ju nodded and said, "That sounds good. Let's discuss it after our meal. I am rather hungry." Baiyu appears quite plump, yet I did not anticipate her to be so heavy when lifted. Alas, it is indeed a laborious endeavor. Baiyu pouted and remarked, "My brother never found me heavy, so why do you?" "Clearly, it is your own frailty that is at fault. Just look at yourself. Oh dear, you must remember to eat more. Otherwise, a mere gust of wind might knock you over. My sister certainly wouldn't favor someone as delicate as you." Ling Ju smiled and gently ruffled Baiyun's hair, saying, "You are indeed quite endearing." Baiyu, resembling a child who insists on every detail, gently patted her younger brother's head and declared, "Of course my Baiyu is adorable." Suddenly, Ling Jue reached out and tousled Baiyu's hair, remarking, "You are even more charming than he is." Baiyu's cat-like eyes brimmed with incredulity as she exclaimed, "Who do you deem adorable? I embody majesty and grandeur." She sighed, realizing that clarity was futile when conversing with someone like him. "If you insist on considering me cute, then you should hastily consume your meal. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly return home with an empty stomach. I am well aware that the cuisine in your Eternal Day tribe leaves much to be desired." Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily, responding, "Indeed. The food from your Eternal Day tribe is notoriously unpalatable. I lost weight during my stay, and I truly had no idea that your tribe possesses such a meager supply of ginger. When the ginger is ripe, I shall certainly ask Baiyu to send you 2 baskets." Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's remarks, Ling Ju decided to be candid and teasingly remarked to Baiyu, "2 baskets are hardly sufficient. I believe Baiyu's ginger is far superior. Why not just gift me an acre?" Upon hearing Ling Jue's words, Baiyu was instantly infuriated. Her vision clouded with rage as she retorted, "1 mu? Why not say 10 mu? Do you have any idea that I have only cultivated 2 or 3 mu of this land? Offering you 1 mu is nothing short of a jest, at most. I can part with half a mu." Ling Jue, amused by Baiyu's response, chuckled and replied, "I initially intended to procure a couple more baskets from you. However, since you insist on giving away half a mu, let it be half a mu then. This is your own assertion, after all." Upon realizing she had been deceived, Baiyu's vision momentarily darkened as she exclaimed, "Quickly consume your meal. Even food cannot silence your incessant chatter." Baiyu had not anticipated that Baiyu, who had been suppressing his laughter, would suddenly burst into hearty laughter after a brief moment of eating. Everyone present understood the reason behind it. Liu Qingxuan joined in, and even the typically stoic face of Ling Ju revealed a joyful laugh as he remarked, "If you wouldn't mind lending me your good brother once more." Baiyu rolled her eyes and remarked, "Forget it, unless you can provide him with food and accommodation, allowing him to pursue his own research interests." "But do you really believe that's feasible?" Ling Ju's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Of course, it is entirely possible. I could simply allocate a larger share of our resources to him, covering his meals and lodging." Baiyu murmured, I would be more than willing to act as your advocate. Chapter 56. Negotiation. Ling Jue returned to his tribe, feeling quite satisfied after his meal. He greeted his subordinates with a remarkably pleasant demeanor, which struck them as somewhat surprising. Typically, their leader bore a rather somber expression, thus. His current amiability was a delightful enigma. Naturally, Ling Jue took the opportunity to bring home some treats for his children. With a cheeky grin, he requested Bai Yu to prepare an additional serving of tamagoyki. As he arrived at the entrance, he called out to Pingyan and Tuan Yuan. "Come quickly and see what I have brought for you." Upon seeing the unfamiliar dish, they exclaimed, "It smells wonderful, father. Where did you acquire this?" Ling Jue replied, "I asked Bai Yu to make it for you." With wide, sparkling eyes, Pingyan remarked, "He is truly remarkable." To which Ling Jue nodded in agreement, "Indeed. He is a talented young man. Do taste it quickly. The eggs will become unappetizing if they cool." He added, "I have just negotiated a significant advantage for us, ensuring our security this winter. However, I must consult with the clan members." After a long day, Hija returned to his lodgings at Ling Jue's place, feeling somewhat drained. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Ling Jue's warm smile. "Hija, your medical skills are exceptional, and while I would love to keep you here longer, I understand your passion for medical research. Perhaps you could consider residing in my Yongzhou tribe for a time. We shall provide you with food and shelter. Should you stay longer, we can also offer you furs in the winter. We will not treat you poorly. It would be splendid if you could assist us occasionally." Hija, contemplating Ling Jue's offer, responded with a hint of hesitation, "I can certainly help, but my primary allegiance remains with the New Moon tribe. They frequently seek my assistance for minor ailments." Ling Jue nodded. "Indeed. Perhaps you could adjust your schedule, for instance. You could attend to patients at the New Moon tribe in the morning and join us in the afternoon. I can ensure your return by tomorrow morning." Hija considered this arrangement and said, "That makes sense. I can work at the New Moon tribe in the afternoon and come to your tribe in the morning. I can arrive a bit earlier since they typically come to find me after their midday meal. Also, I recall that your tribe's shaman possesses remarkable skills. Why does he not partake in this function? It is indeed a significant event dedicated to the worship of the beast god." Ling Jue and Zhe Xiao exchanged smiles, with Ling Jue saying, "Yes, these are merely overseen by our tribe, along with certain predictions of the future, including the foresight regarding Qingxian." Hija nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "It is no wonder then. I believe I could share some simple remedies with him. Unfortunately, I did not bring my stethoscope. Having it would greatly enhance the efficacy of my diagnoses, as one must ponder the nature of their ailments. With a stethoscope, the process would be considerably expedited." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue nodded lightly and remarked, "If a stethoscope is indeed as beneficial as you claim, it must be quite a challenging task to procure. Please enlighten me on the requirements, and I shall see if I can find one for you." Hija replied, "It is not difficult. One could fashion it from small branches. Using deer sinew would be even better. Just hollow it out in the center, as it merely serves to transmit the sounds of the internal organs. Many children exhibit unusual bowel sounds, and we naturally wish to spare them any unnecessary suffering." Ling Jue was somewhat taken aback by this. Hunting was not favorable during this season. "Give me a few days, and I will procure a set for you," he assured. Hija, beaming with joy, responded, "That would be wonderful, as my current makeshift stethoscope of small twigs is not very effective." Noticing Hija's happiness, Ling Jue cautiously inquired, "I heard that you and Bai Yu are cultivating ginger. It seems that your harvest season is fast approaching." Hija nodded, saying, "Indeed, but during the cultivation phase, we are uncertain of how the ginger will turn out." Ling Jue smiled and remarked, "I have observed the flourishing ginger in your field. However, it appears to be quite sparse. Why plant so little? Surely, you have enough manpower." Hija chuckled and patted Ling Jue's head, saying, "It is not as simple as it seems. This requires meticulous care, and everyone is preoccupied with hunting. We do not have ample time to tend to it. Managing 3 acres between Bai Yu and myself is quite taxing. Moreover, if we were to delegate the task to others, how would we keep track of everything? Hence, it is best that we handle it ourselves." Ling Jue then recalled, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Bai Yu agreed to share half an acre of ginger with us." Hija's heart sank at this news. "Half an acre? We are not cultivating 10 acres, but rather 2 or 3. How can we spare half an acre? We barely have enough for ourselves. Bai Yu must have overindulged, losing his wits." "Oh, how foolish can he be?" Ling Jue reassured him, "Do not fret. We will trade for the goods with you. In previous years, we have had some furs. I merely observed Bai Yu without voicing my thoughts. I find it quite amusing to witness her failures." After listening to Crane, I could only respond with a simple acknowledgement. Very well then. Please provide the fur quantity. I notice there are some areas here designated for the elderly and children, which must require a considerable amount. If that is not feasible, perhaps a portion of meat could suffice. Having said this, he should bid farewell to Ling Ju and return to the New Moon tribe. Upon arriving at the New Moon tribe, he should charge towards Bai Yu like a tiger released from its cage, seizing Bai Yun's ear and launching an auditory assault on Bai Yu. Do you truly believe cultivating 3 acres of land is a simple task? You casually offer half an acre to someone. What were you thinking? Bai Yu, observing Hejia's demeanor, realized that he was undoubtedly angry. Hesitantly, she uttered, I did not intend for this to happen. He originally requested 2 baskets, but somehow he only received half an acre. Upon hearing this, Hejia let out a deep sigh and remarked, Alas, Ling Ju's cunning nature is a challenge to contend with. You have also fallen into his trap, I presume. I shall refrain from further comment. As long as you find joy in it, that is sufficient. Bai Yu gazed at Hejia and, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, It's all right. If this variety yields nothing substantial, we might end up with less than a couple of baskets from the 2 acres. Our toil in cultivation surely guarantees a fruitful harvest. Hejia patted Bai Yu and advised, Next time, be more astute and do not let him deceive you. How can you be even more naive than Bai Yun? Bai Yu pouted, her little tiger face contorted in anticipation, saying, Just wait a bit longer, a few more days, and this will ripen. Then we can harvest it. My wife mentioned that once we gather it, we can make ginger milk pudding. Aren't you curious about what it is? Hejia coldly retorted to Bai Yu, I am not curious about that. Rather, I am intrigued by what your mind is composed of. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu retorted in a fit of anger, Enough. I am furious, and I shall ignore you. Go amuse yourself. Hejia gazed at Bai Yu as she stormed away, pondering who could be responsible for such mischief. What had incited her wrath this time? Alas, she has always possessed such a temperament. Once again, it would fall upon Bai Yun to placate her. It was indeed a misfortune for Bai Yun to be her brother. When Hejia enjoyed a good rapport with Bai Yu, he found Bai Yun to be a mischievous rascal. However, during their quarrels, he perceived Bai Yun as a little angel, a truly peculiar perspective. Liu Qingxuan, noticing Bai Yu's early return, approached her with a frown and gently ruffled her hair, inquiring, Who has upset you? Why are you so angry? Bai Yu spoke sorrowfully. Who else could it be but him? As she said this, she embraced Liu Qingxuan and began to sigh quietly. Liu Qingxuan nuzzled Bai Yu's head and remarked, The clan leader has caused you distress. Bai Yu shook her head and replied, It is not the clan leader, but Hejia. Liu Qingxuan, surprised, asked, Aren't you on good terms with him? Why are you angry again? Bai Yun, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, You don't understand. Hejia is just like that. When it comes to serious matters, if you handle things even slightly poorly, he will become infuriated. He's upset again. Never mind, I shall soothe him. Leave it to me. Today, do not restrict his consumption of sweets. Let him indulge a little more. Liu Qingxuan sighed. You brothers are truly peculiar. Today, once Bai Yun learns of this incident, he will undoubtedly mock you. Bai Yu exclaimed in exasperation, It cannot be said in such a manner. After all, I am quite formidable. Perhaps you could ask Bai Yun to spend the night with Hejia and convey my apologies to him. Ling Ju, a cunning old woman, did not share such sentiments. Liu Qingxuan observed Bai Yu's dismay and remarked, Once the dish is prepared, I shall make you ginger milk pudding as a delightful dessert. After indulging, your spirits will surely lift. This evening, I shall brew you some soup. Do not remain upset. The little tiger, lacking the soothing presence of a wife, could only fume. While the little tiger with a wife, now beaming with joy, busily attended to his beloved. When Bai Yun returned, she was drenched in sweat. Bai Yu looked at her and remarked, Where have you been wandering this time? Let me see if your clothes are dirty. The white cloud shrugged its feet and said, It's not dirty, merely the shoes are a bit unclean. Bai Yu gazed at this little creature and remarked, Only you would say that. I am the one who washes your clothes. I wash the garments of 3 individuals each day. I am quite weary, you know? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Yun felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and replied, Brother, I am truly sorry. I promise I will no longer run about recklessly. Bai Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, If you cease your reckless wandering, perhaps even pigs might take to the skies. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Yun felt a twinge of sadness and lowered his head slightly. Observing the young man's expression, Bai Yu felt a pang of guilt and couldn't resist pressing further. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. After dinner, go to his house and sincerely cheer him up, for I have inadvertently upset him, along with Ling Ju and the others. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun immediately grasped the situation and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Do not dare to compete with me for food tonight. I shall go and soothe the matter. Bai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They bullied her outside, and upon returning home, her brother also tormented her. What was this all about? I no longer wish to engage. Bai dashed into the kitchen and embraced Liu Qingxuan, exclaiming, "Let us dine together," disregarding him. This rascal grows more audacious by the day. Look how filthy he has become, like a pig reveling in the mud. Liu Qingxuan playfully tapped Bai's nose, retorting, "If he is a pig, then you too are a pig. I am merely the caretaker of 2 little white pigs. How pitiable it is to be a swineherd." With a heart heavy with sorrow, Bai implored, "Please do not attack me." Chapter 58. The ginger harvest season. A steady stream of onlookers gathered in the fields, many baskets resting upon the ridges of the land. Just moments ago, the newly constructed pavilion had been inadvertently damaged by the throng of visitors. Observing the scene, Bai remarked, "Our commotion is indeed quite grand." He, still brimming with indignation, replied, "If we are unworthy of such momentum, then what shall become of us? This is, after all, a venture that benefits us all. Enough of the chatter. Why not cast aside your reservations and see for yourself what the ginger is truly like?" Bai, eager to please, said to Hija, "Why don't you take the lead? This is a chance for the grand prize. If it goes well, the credit will be all yours. I won tea contested." Hija gazed at his longtime friend, ultimately letting out a sigh and replied, "Let us dig together," and commenced simultaneously. Bai grasped her delicate little hoe and addressed Hija, saying, "Let us be gentle while digging for ginger, so as not to damage it." Hija nodded in agreement and replied, "Let us commence." With reverence, Bai and Hija began their exploration of the earth with their hoes, and before long, they unearthed a substantial piece of ginger in its entirety. Cradling the tender, deep-hued ginger in their hands, they noted its pale pink color and faint, fragrant aroma. Hija exclaimed with excitement, "Bai, we have succeeded. This endeavor has borne fruit." The beast folk, witnessing the ginger they had unearthed, beamed with delight, remarking, "Bai is not only adept at hunting but also exceptionally skilled in cultivation. With this agricultural knowledge of ginger, we shall no longer endure hunger and frost in winter." The crowd nodded in agreement, stating, "At the very least, we shall not be as cold. With ginger soup, the mortality rate among females will decrease, allowing our tribe to see an increase in offspring every few years. We will no longer need to seek out other tribes to invite female orcs." Upon hearing this news, the chieftain hurriedly approached with the shaman. The shaman, upon beholding the ginger, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he held a piece of ginger and remarked, "If only the beast god were present, it would be no different." With that, he humbly knelt and kissed the earth. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan was still deep in slumber at home, unaware of the day dedicated to ginger. It was not until Bai approached her, holding a piece of ginger, that she learned of the event. "Sister, they have succeeded. Now they are celebrating in the square. Would you like to join them?" Liu Qingxuan lifted her gaze from her bed and replied, "I shall not attend. My presence would only stir up more conversation. This is their own achievement, and I would inevitably share in the credit. Therefore, I shall remain here." Bai cheerfully remarked to Liu Qingxuan, "Sister, allow me to brew you a cup of ginger tea." Liu Qingxuan, rather displeased, responded, "It is now late spring. The weather is not so frigid. I am not so feeble as to fear the chill of this season. You may enjoy it yourself." Bai, upon noticing her sister's lack of response, expressed her sorrow, saying, "I only wish for you to take good care of your health. It pains me that you do not comprehend my genuine concern." Bai felt deeply disheartened. Liu Qingxuan observed Bai's self-directed performance from a distance and remarked, "As long as you find joy in your own theatrics, what tricks do you think I am unaware of?" Upon realizing that her trick had been uncovered, Bai turned to Liu Qingxuan and said, "Very well, I shall entertain myself. Do not forget the ginger milk pudding that you promised, dear sister. I have also brought you plenty of ginger at the door, so please remember it, my beloved sister." Liu Qingxuan waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Kneel and bid farewell, little Yunzi. You'll be able to savor the ginger milk pudding upon your return." It was understandable that Liu Qingxuan's response was rather perfunctory, as she had recently experienced a peculiar dream. Lately, she had been plagued by a series of strange dreams, which, in her subconscious, seemed to possess a continuity. Troubled by the dream, Liu Qingxuan found herself reminiscing about Bai's childhood, yet in her dream, Bai appeared remarkably healthy, devoid of any signs of malnutrition. How could the young Bai have been so diminutive and frail? Moreover, Bai at that age was quite robust. Liu Qingxuan was left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the dream's authenticity. She gazed at the little flower by her bedside, lost in thought. The flower was still tightly curled, yet to sprout. Baiyu had once said that when it did, a delightful fragrance would fill the air. Liu Qingxuan recognized it as a winter sweet blossom, aware that it blooms alone in the cold, bringing forth a subtle aroma. However, Baiyu lacked the eloquence to express such sentiments and could only speak of it in kind terms. Were Liu Qingxuan to comment, she would undoubtedly describe it as truly elegant and rare. Rubbing her temples, Liu Qingxuan mused about the little tiger, which was indeed a source of frustration. She could now empathize with the caregivers at the zoo, yet this was a living person in her household. Additionally, she recalled the cryptic riddles exchanged between Ling Jue and Baiyu on that day. She was not entirely ignorant of the circumstances. Baiyu and the others were undoubtedly concealing something from her. With a sigh of resignation, Liu Qingxuan contemplated the preparation of ginger milk pudding. It had been quite a while since she last made it, and she found herself forgetting the steps, realizing that she had been in this place for nearly a year. What had she truly changed or understood in this time? Only she could clarify that, and she found satisfaction in her current state. Despite the backwardness and risks present in this place, to Liu Qingxuan, it was a refuge filled with those who loved her, providing her with great solace. The nightmares of the past had dissipated, yet new troubles had emerged in abundance. Frustrated, Liu Qingxuan rubbed her head and lamented, "Oh, I should never have agreed to make ginger milk pudding for them. I have hardly made it a few times, and although I recall the method, it seems I must diligently recollect it." Acting as if afflicted by procrastination, she sluggishly dressed, taking 10 minutes to don a single piece of clothing. Once attired, she slowly made her way to the living room and glanced at the ginger Baiyu and the others had brought, commenting, "This ginger is indeed well grown. I wonder when I might acquire some cacao pods. I have yet to find any. If only I had some coffee beans as well." As she contemplated the delightful taste of coffee, she resignedly set about processing the ginger, muttering ginger milk pudding, and sighed. "I might as well find a block of tofu to knock my own head against. This is truly a vexing task, yet at least I have made tamagoyaki many times. Since I have failed, I might as well let my boyfriend consume everything, as he is not picky at all." Liu Qingxuan was already contemplating the moment when she would introduce Jiang Zhuangnai to Baiyu, eager to flaunt her knowledge. She had envisioned how she would articulate it. Jiangxi Zhuangnai primarily relies on a physical reaction between ginger juice and milk within a specific temperature range, neither too low nor too high, resulting in the coagulation of the milk. The traditional method includes a step of colliding the ingredients to slightly lower the temperature of the milk, enhancing the final product's texture. Suddenly, Liu Qingxuan recalled that there was an elderly woman in a certain town in Guangdong who often coughed, and this dish might also serve as a remedy for coughs. Thus, during the winter months, both the elderly and children suffering from coughs could enjoy this delicacy, which indeed possessed a delightful flavor. Holding the pure, natural ginger in her hand, Liu Qingxuan peeled and diced it. As she proceeded to the next step, she muttered to herself, "If Baiyu were here, I could simply have him act as a human juicer to extract the ginger juice." Resigned to her fate, Liu Qingxuan took on the role of the human juicer herself. After extracting the ginger juice, she poured it into a bowl. When she went to fetch the milk, she was dismayed to discover that her home was devoid of any. Reluctantly, she hurriedly ran to her neighbor's house. Despite being referred to as a tribe, the Xinyue tribe occupied such a vast area that it could be likened to a small feudal state. The neighbor was a bear-beast man who had previously delivered honey to Baiyu. With a cheerful demeanor, Liu Qingxuan approached him, saying, "Old bear, I've come to borrow something again. Your home is filled with sweets, and I am about to create a new dessert. Would you be willing to taste it?" Upon hearing about the new treat, the bear-beast man was visibly excited and exclaimed, Hurry, I want to see." Seeing his enthusiasm, Liu Qingxuan continued, "Old bear, I was hoping you could spare me a bit of your milk." The bear-beast man replied promptly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? How much do you need? Is 1 can sufficient?" Liu Qingxuan thought to herself that the can would likely contain only half of what she needed, and she responded, "Half a can will suffice, dear bear." However, the bear-beast man generously offered, "No worries, I'll bring it to you. You look too delicate to carry it yourself." Relieved that she wouldn't have to transport the milk herself, avoiding any wastage, Liu Qingxuan cheerfully replied, "All right then. I'll make a bit extra so you all can enjoy more." As they walked together, the bear-beast man eagerly inquired, "What do you plan to make?" Liu Qingxuan smiled warmly and responded, "I intend to prepare Jiang Zhuangnai. After all, Baiyu and the others have cultivated a great deal of ginger. I intend to prepare a dessert in the future." Upon hearing this, the bear-beast man exclaimed, "Qingxuan, are you mistaken? Ginger is notoriously unpalatable. Liu Qingxuan looked up at the bear beast man with a smile and said, "The mountain dweller possesses unique strategies." She poured milk into the prepared ginger juice and placed it over the heat, adding a generous amount of sugar. Observing her semi-finished product, Liu Qingxuan confidently declared to herself, "This time, it will surely succeed," and placed the creation on the table. When the bear beast man reached out to examine the semi-finished product, Liu Qingxuan hurriedly interjected, "You must not disturb it. If you do, it will not solidify." Upon hearing this, the bear beast man, recognizing the complexity of the process, speculated that the flavor must indeed be significantly enhanced. Liu Qingxuan, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "It should be enjoyed warm during the cold weather. If it cools, we can place it in a cool area to lower the temperature." Oh dear, I completely forgot about the ice this year. What a lapse in my memory. Upon returning home, Baiyu was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. She tugged at Baiyun's sleeve and exclaimed, "It seems that the ginger milk my sister mentioned has been successfully prepared. Do you smell that?" Baiyun, taking a moment to inhale deeply, responded, "It is even more fragrant than honey lemon candy. Brother, let us hurry." Baiyu observed as the bear beast man devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, his face smeared with remnants of food. The bear beast man cheerfully called out to Baiyu, "You're here. Hurry up, this is absolutely delicious. I've already had 2 bowls." Chapter 59. Revelry. Baiyu gazed at the fine weather, believing that after their lunch, the afternoon would remain rain-free. He turned to his girlfriend and said, "We must not go back on our word regarding the ginger we promised to deliver to Lingju. Once we have brought the ginger to their tribe, we can find a place to enjoy ourselves. I happen to know of a delightful spot." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement and remarked, "That sounds good. However, how is it that you can speak so clearly while eating? Aren't you afraid of choking?" Upon hearing her sister's inquiry, Baiyun couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Brother has a wide mouth. With that big mouth of his, he can consume a great deal. There's no need to worry, he won't choke." Baiyu playfully tapped Baiyun on the head and remarked, "Such delectable fare cannot possibly silence your chatter. When you catch a cold, I shall prepare ginger soup for you, and there will be no ginger milk for you. Think carefully about who is responsible for cooking in our household." The white cloud gazed sorrowfully at his elder brother, feeling as though with the arrival of a sister, his brother would no longer need him. Overcome with sadness, he inquired, "Will you take me along when you go out to play?" Although Baiyu expressed his reluctance to take his younger brother along, as he cherished the rare moments spent alone with his wife, he could not help but soften upon witnessing his brother's experiences. With a rare smile, he said to his sibling, "Of course, I will take you with me. We shall go out for some fun." Upon hearing this, Baiyun joyfully indulged in his food, scattering remnants across the table. Baiyu sighed as he glanced at his girlfriend, remarking, "I hope that when he grows up, he will abandon such habits. For I truly do not wish to tidy up after him any longer." Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyu diligently attending to household chores, cheerfully suggested, "Since we are headed to deliver something to Lingju, we can conveniently pass by Hejia's home. I shall prepare a little something for the 2 of them, as I have noticed their fondness for chocolate. Baiyu, could you please make a bit more effort? I am truly yearning for chocolate. Do see if you can find any cocoa pots. If we do, we can plant them." Baiyu paused momentarily before saying, "Cultivating something is certainly feasible. But the question lies in how to find it. You mentioned that such fruits thrive in regions characterized by hot weather and abundant rainfall. Yet there is no such locale nearby. If even Lingjue is unaware, it is far beyond my knowledge." Upon witnessing Baiyu's demeanor, Liu Qingxuan felt her own flickering hope extinguish as she replied, "It's all right. What if we do find it? Baiyu, once you have finished tidying up, come to the kitchen. I shall teach you how to prepare ginger milk." After a delightful session of instruction from Liu Qingxuan, Baiyu relished the fruits of their labor. With a playful smile, Liu Qingxuan remarked, "What are you doing? Are you a famished wolf reincarnated?" Baiyu mumbled, "I don't wish for them to consume what you've made. I've prepared my own, and it tastes just the same, so they can have mine." Liu Qingxuan, observing the jealousy radiating from this little tiger, couldn't help but chuckle. "Is your way of expressing jealousy truly so unique?" Baiyu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the little tiger's jealousy is quite unique, but it is directed solely at you." Meanwhile, Baiyun sat foolishly at the dining table, gazing at the empty bowl of ginger milk pudding she had just devoured. With a naive expression, she lamented, "The food is delectable, yet I am still hungry. I have only indulged in this, and they didn't even prepare any grilled meat. How bothersome. Oh dear. How could my brother forget the barbecue? I must remind him." Thus, Baiyun made her way to the kitchen, where she overheard a conversation between her brother and sister. What a predicament! She felt utterly embarrassed. She pondered when she might have a wife of her own, filled with a sense of melancholy and longing. If Liu Qingxuan were to learn of this thought, she would undoubtedly urge him to seek out Ling Jue. Teasing the little tiger is such a delightful endeavor. Baiyu chattered incessantly, following Liu Qingxuan as she recounted various matters. Liu Qingxuan remained quietly attentive, occasionally interjecting her own insights, and in this manner, they packed their belongings. Liu Qingxuan carried the food box while Baiyu, with Ginger strapped to her back, intended to distribute it in batches rather than all at once. It is worth mentioning that Baiyun was being rather troublesome. Baiyu had no choice but to carry both the Ginger and Baiyun, truly embodying the spirit of a contemporary labor model. Upon arriving at Hejia's residence, Baiyu courteously inquired whether Hejia would like to join them for some leisure. Hejia, upon hearing this, shook his head repeatedly, claiming that he had other matters to research and was far too occupied for such frivolity. He remarked that Baiyu was simply idle. With that time, she might as well plow a few more acres, thus ensuring that parting with half an acre would not be too painful. Baiyu smiled at Hejia and said, "Rest assured. I know he would never take our things for granted. This ginger milk, if you wish, enjoy it while it's still warm. However, I suspect you might be accustomed to consuming cold dishes. Perhaps it is better for you to have it hot. It was steaming when I brought it over." Hejia, maintaining an air of restraint, took a bite and remarked, "This is indeed delightful. I believe many children suffering from colds could benefit from this. There would be no need for them to endure that unpleasant ginger water. Don't think I'm unaware of their secret disdain for the ginger water I prepare." Liu Qingxuan laughed heartily. "Your thoughts are quite astute. It indeed possesses that efficacy. When the time comes, we shall simply boil it. Though it will require a considerable amount of milk. Why, you can raise a few dairy cows. Or perhaps we could ask the bear orcs of our tribe for a little help." Hejia replied, "The quantity will surely be substantial. It's better to consult the tribal chief for labor costs. I hardly have the time for personal farming. Growing ginger has left me so exhausted that I sleep soundly every night, whether it be a blessing or a curse." Baiyu bid farewell to Hejia with a hint of irritation and remarked, after delivering the items to Ling Ju from the Eternal Day tribe, "I proudly led my girlfriend to the playful spot I mentioned. This playful location is conveniently situated near both tribes, encompassing a vast expanse of grassland, a gentle stream, and some steep cliffs. Water trickles down from the cliffs, and Baiyu pointed to the spring, saying to his girlfriend, 'This spring water is incredibly sweet. Whenever we hunt and pass by here, we take a moment to rest. If we venture a little further, we will discover an area abundant with fragrant blossoms. A delightful place that female orcs particularly adore. I regret not having brought you here sooner. You've been busy bustling about in the tribe since your arrival, and I feel quite embarrassed.'" Liu Qingxuan responded, "Really? Then we must make sure to visit it together." Baiyu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is true. I recall that the blooming period in that area is exceptionally long, as it seems to be quite warm there. Perhaps there will be cacao fruits. Though this is merely a conjecture." Liu Qingxuan followed Baiyu's gaze and beheld a vast expanse of delicate pink hues on the grass, which, under the sun's radiant rays, appeared as an ocean of color. Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but express his admiration. At that moment, he had become oblivious to the transformation of the two individuals beside him, who had now morphed into small white tigers. When Liu Qingxuan regained his focus, he discovered Baiyun and Baiyu joyfully frolicking upon the grassy expanse. Occasionally, the white cloud would ascend the precipice and, facing her brother, exclaim, "Behold how skillfully I climb." Encouragingly, Baiyu urged his younger sibling, "At the very least, your climbing is commendable. You surpass even those little children." Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan, much like most parents, called out to Baiyun, "Come down at once. Do not risk a fall, for should you tumble, it would be disastrous." Baiyu met his gaze and declared, "No, there is absolutely no issue. He has possessed remarkable climbing abilities since childhood, making him the most formidable climber in our tribe, perhaps even surpassing me." Liu Qingxuan, in awe, remarked, "When you previously took me to ascend in search of materials for crafting bone knives, the climbing prowess he exhibited was undeniably extraordinary, even eclipsing your own. It was truly remarkable." As Baiyun listened to the praises of her older siblings, she couldn't help but scratch the back of her head modestly, saying, "It's just average." Really, little did anyone know that such a simple gesture almost caused her to tumble down. Fortunately, Baiyu was there to cushion her fall, though the impact left Baiyu's limbs tingling. Liu Qingxuan, cradling the increasingly unwieldy cub, remarked, "As your brother said, you certainly eat far too much." Baiyun rested her front paws lightly on her sister's shoulder, responding, "Not too much, not too much. I don't eat as much as my brother." While her sister could still manage to carry Baiyun, she found it impossible to lift their brother. Liu Qingxuan chuckled at Bai Yun's words, replying, "If I could carry your brother, I would surely be the world champion in weightlifting. Do you have any idea how much he weighs? You want me to lift him?" Bai Yu's physique was truly impressive, far surpassing the tigers Liu Qingxuan had seen in the zoo. It was likely that even the most renowned tiger kings could not rival Bai Yu's robust and vigorous form. Bai Yun playfully extended her tongue and licked her sister, saying, "Don't overthink it. As long as you can hold me, that's enough." Liu Qingxuan evaded Bai Yun's approaching tongue and replied, "Are you not aware that there are numerous barbs on your tongue? Please refrain from marring my face." Bai Yun smiled apologetically and said, "I forgot. However, I never injure myself while grooming my own fur." Liu Qing reached out to touch. The white cloud's head remarked, "If you transform into a human, I shall ask your brother to bestow a gentle lick upon your face." After uttering this, the white cloud indeed transformed back into a child, standing before its brother. Bai Yu, having overheard their conversation, felt an unprecedented reluctance to grant such a request to her younger sibling. As the little tiger transformed into the childlike white cloud, she couldn't help but wonder if her tongue might inadvertently mar his face. Bai Yu had no intention of cooperating with Bai Yun, yet Bai Yun approached her incessantly, urging, "Brother, give it a try, just try it." Ultimately, Bai Yu succumbed to the two of them, delicately licking Bai Yun's hand. After the trial, she discovered a few faint scratches on Bai Yun's hand. Fortunately, there was no bleeding, indicating that Bai Yu had managed to control her strength. Bai Yun gazed tenderly at the skin on her hand, which had been slicked by her tongue, and addressed her brother, saying, "Brother, you are quite remarkable. With a flick of your tongue, could you not scrape the flesh right off someone? Hurry and remove the scales from Ling Ju-yi. A bear snake must appear quite unseemly. How could someone as aged as Ling Ju-yi possibly be worthy of my sister?" This remark prompted Bai Yu to recall a prior moment when Ling Ju-yi had subtly confided in her. Bai Yun, in the presence of Ling Ju-yi, had remarked on her own lack of beauty compared to him. Annoyed, Bai Yu shouted at Bai Yun, causing her to flee to the edge of the cliff in fright. "You can only intimidate me with your roar," Bai Yun retorted, "but would you dare to shout at our sister?" Bai Yu gazed at the clouds and remarked, "Once you have a girlfriend, I wonder if you would dare to speak to her in such a manner. If you raise your voice at her, I, Bai Yu, shall promptly admit my fault." After some time spent playing and sipping the mountain stream's water, Liu Qingxuan insisted that Bai Yu take her to wander amidst the sea of flowers. As they approached the blooming expanse, Liu Qingxuan beheld delicate flowers with purple petals, adorning the intricate flower cores. The nearer she drew to the cores, the lighter the hues appeared. The cores themselves were a soft yellow, tightly clustered together, resembling tiny chrysanthemums. A gentle floral fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Enchanted by the breathtaking scenery before her, Liu Qingxuan could not help but ask Bai Yu, "What is the name of this flower?" Bai Yu gazed upon the expanse of flowers and remarked that this bloom is known as the heart and flower. However, we cannot linger amidst this floral thicket for too long, as the fragrance can induce dizziness, and prolonged exposure may sap one's strength. This realm does not belong to our tribe, nor is it governed by the tribe of Ling Ju-yi. It exists as a shared space. Thus, it is customary to enjoy this place briefly before departing. Liu Qingxuan nodded and said, "I see. Then perhaps we should gather some of these flowers and present them to he," suggesting that he should create a calming potion. By extracting their essence, it could alleviate considerable suffering for those who need to rid themselves of decaying flesh during their slumber. Bai Yu pondered and remarked that it seemed reasonable. Yet she questioned its certainty. Misuse of such a thing could indeed be fatal. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from it. Liu Qingxuan responded to Bai Yu, saying, "Are you concerned that the people in the tribe might miscalculate? There is no need for such apprehension. After all, aren't there those little chicks and ducklings? They could serve perfectly as test subjects, akin to little laboratory mice." Bai Yu, still feeling uneasy, remarked, "Let me finish hunting those little chickens and ducks before we discuss this further. Moreover, you must ensure that what you bring for the experiment is inedible, I suspect." Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, "Of course, it must be inedible." "Understood, understood. You should go hunt some tomorrow, but let us keep this from Hija for now. We wouldn't want him to volunteer as a test subject. If that happens, it would be disastrous for him." After indulging in their playful banter for a while, they made their way home. As they walked, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquil contentment. She smiled softly and said, "What tranquility is there in life? It merely appears that someone bears the burdens for you. If one were to face solitude, one would undoubtedly be consumed by thoughts of how to fill each day as hunger. The research I have accomplished here is thanks to Bai Yu, Hija, and their support. I could never have scaled such lofty cliffs to gather the useful stones for the bone knife on my own. Yet, does it truly matter? I am, after all, fortunate. I was not abandoned upon my arrival in this world, which is already a blessing. With a radiant smile, Liu Qingxuan continued, today was truly delightful. If we were in our world, I would take you both to a fine restaurant for a splendid meal. But today, I shall prepare soup for you and whip up some ginger milk pudding. We should still have the milk that old Xiong sent over. And it seems Bai Yun hasn't had enough to eat. Bai Yu, I will give you a few extra pieces of candy, all right? The two brothers were overjoyed by this unexpected treat, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. Even better. We can't wait to get home and enjoy Qingxian's heartfelt meal. It's simply wonderful. As for Ling Jue, that rascal wouldn't have the pleasure of such delights. When she next encountered him, she would certainly have to boast about this. Chapter 60. Life. Bai Yu and Liu Qingxuan's lives seem to have found their rhythm. Liu Qingxuan understands that many things do not require haste during this period. She has been contentedly immersing herself in her own little world. This morning, Liu Qingxuan awoke quite early, having retired to bed at a reasonable hour the previous night. Bai Yu had largely refrained from disturbing her. As she stirred from her slumber, she gently ruffled Bai Yun's hair, saying, it is time to rise. Today I will take you to your lessons. Your brother is about to commence your formal training in hunting. Quickly, get up and freshen up. Bai Yun obediently nodded as her sister assisted her in washing her face, and, of course, her little teeth as well, in accordance with the local toothbrushing customs. A peeled willow branch was used to gently rub back and forth against her teeth. Upon arriving in this beastly realm, Liu Qingxuan had naturally promoted the use of toothbrushes, a practice that had been established for some time. Liu Qingxuan and her companions utilized brushes crafted from animal bones, while most herbivorous beastmen favored those made from wood, with horsehair often serving as bristles. Liu Qingxuan lamented that in this land, nearly every household engaged in the art of handcrafted production, rendering the notion of low prices virtually non-existent. Fortunately, her family possessed the versatile Bai Yu. Otherwise, navigating life here would have been quite a challenge. As Bai Yun initially wielded his toothbrush, he naturally displayed a certain clumsiness, often dropping it from his grasp. Occasionally, Liu Qingxuan would assist him in brushing his teeth. However, through Liu Qingxuan's unwavering guidance, albeit limited in frequency, Bai Yun ultimately cultivated a commendable habit of personal hygiene, even returning home with his clothes less frequently soiled. Bai Wei expressed immense relief at this development, delighted that she no longer had to wash as many dirty garments. Liu Qingxuan, while brushing her teeth, reflected on how Bai Yun had matured to the point where Bai Wei would take charge of his education. Simultaneously, she yearned for fast food, lamenting that it had been a year since she last indulged in a hamburger or crispy fried chicken. How delectable that fried chicken appeared. Yet, the wheat harvest was still pending, and she would have to wait a while longer. Once the wheat was ready, she was determined to make flour. Feeling a twinge of sadness, she picked up the mulberries and raspberries that Bai Wei had gathered for her, along with several small berries, and even spotted some strawberries. Apples, too, were abundant, promising her the chance to savor their flavors. As Qingxian pondered, she resigned herself to the task of preparing fruit tea. Though she had become quite adept at it, she still enjoyed adding some fruit flesh to enhance the mixture. It would serve to quell her hunger. Holding her freshly prepared cup, she filled it to the brim for Bai Yun, saying, your brother will undoubtedly be strict with you. It's wise to have something to eat, lest your stomach resembles that of Huz's. The white cloud nodded and remarked, indeed, he has consistently consumed cold and raw foods, regardless of the season, which explains his frequent bouts of stomach pain. Liu Qingxuan shook her head and added, I has invited him over for meals numerous times, and I would not mind preparing extra portions for him. However, he seems too proud to accept. Since your training venue is conveniently close to his home, it would be better to bring him some warm meals in the mornings, rather than allowing him to persist in his habit of eating cold food. Had Liu Qingxuan not been acquainted with Isha, she might have found it enchanting to witness a celestial crane, ethereal and graceful, standing by the river, grooming its feathers in the water. She would undoubtedly believe that this was a place of extraordinary talent and beauty, and that the crane possessed a remarkable spiritual essence. However, after learning that Hija, for the sake of convenience, fishes there every morning, she found it amusing. What one might assume to be a divine creature savoring the winds and dew was, in reality, merely a hungry bird seeking sustenance. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, chose not to expose the true thoughts of Isha's heart. As Bai Yu awakened, rubbing his eyes, he beheld his beloved wife preparing his cherished strawberry milk, filling his heart with unbridled joy. Liu Qingxuan, while handing the milk to Bai Yu, remarked, this morning, Could you both take something to Hija on your way? I have included apples for him. They say that keeps the doctory. In the morning, golden apples. At noon, silver apples. And in the evening, copper apples. He simply cannot neglect his stomach, otherwise it might develop into gastric cancer, and you would be left in tears. Baiyu naturally wished for her friend's well-being. Without further ado, she seized the item and remarked, He will surely be grateful to you. I shall take Baiyun with me now. Otherwise, if it cools down, it will undoubtedly become unpalatable and may harm his stomach. Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement and replied, That is acceptable. Please take these items to him. Additionally, the weather has been fluctuating recently, which may lead to colds. If Baiyun breaks a sweat, do remember to provide him with a towel to dry off. Otherwise, if he catches a cold and develops a fever, it will not bode well. Baiyu remarked, The little tiger is quite resilient. While her hand reached for the towel draped over her shoulder, she added, I shall take my leave now. You must remain at home and refrain from wandering about aimlessly, especially avoiding the Eternal Day tribe. Liu Qingxuan chuckled and replied, I assure you, I will not venture there. You all go and enjoy yourselves. Baiyu gently pinched his girlfriend's cheek and said, We are not going out to play, but rather to study. Baiyun is leaving now. If you run swiftly, hurry and deliver this item to Hija. Upon arriving at Hija's home, Baiyun beheld Hija transforming into his original form, preparing to venture into the river to catch fish for sustenance. Baiyun gently caressed Hija's head and remarked, Little immortal crane, you must refrain from consuming raw and cold food. I have brought you something special, homemade apple milk prepared by my sister. Baiyun, with a tone of reproach, inadvertently induced a sense of shame in him, prompting him to hastily retreat into the room. When he emerged in human form, exuding an air of ethereal grace, he remarked, Do not address me in such a condescending tone as if speaking to a child. He then effortlessly accepted the milk, adding, Thank you for the milk. I shall personally deliver some fish to him as a token of my gratitude. Observing Hiju enjoying the milk, Baiyun suggested, Why not join us for a meal? We shall bring you breakfast, and after your training at noon, you can dine with us. In the evening, the four of us can share an ample feast. I assure you, my sister will prepare several delectable dishes, especially for you. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance that both my brother and sister are skilled in the culinary arts. Hija gazed at Baiyun's youthful visage and replied, Indeed, it is a blessing. I can only imagine how pleasantly plump you shall become when you reach our age. Baiyun gently caressed her belly and remarked, Whether it is round or not matters little. What is paramount is the quality of the food. Come, join us for a meal. Hija responded, Very well. I shall catch some fish for you, as an addition to your feast. Baiyun nodded in agreement, saying, As long as you refrain from consuming anything cold, that will suffice. Baiyu led Baiyun deep into the forest, a place typically off-limits to the young ones of the tribe. It was Baiyun's first venture into the heart of the woods, and he appeared utterly exhilarated. However, Baiyu, who had promised to take care of Baiyun, found himself at a loss. Though he had vowed to look after Baiyun, he felt as though he had completely relinquished his responsibilities. Baiyu nodded and remarked, I understand. You must exercise caution when seeking medical attention. Do not allow yourself to be infected again. The recent fluctuations in weather have been rather severe. If you fall ill, everyone will certainly suffer the consequences. Hija nodded in response, saying, It's a minor issue. Qingxuan can handle it. There is no need for such concern. Bailu interjected, I do not appreciate my wife coming into contact with those who are unwell. My darling is already in fragile health. Should she contract an illness, it would undoubtedly cause her great suffering, and I would be deeply pained. Not everyone is as resilient as you, after all. Hija shot a glance at Baiyu and retorted, You have a girlfriend, and you consider yourself superior. No matter how formidable you may be, you still fear Ling Jue vying for your wife. Who is unaware of that? Let us move on. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, Baiyu was reminded of Hija's earlier words about letting go. Baiyun, hopping about with exuberance, was eager to gather a cluster of berry-like fruits, exclaiming his desire for their juice. In accordance with Liu Qingxuan's words, it was akin to a self-service juice bar. As long as the forest bore them, one could pick them freely, a delightful source of endless energy, which he found immensely enviable. The forest was also teeming with rabbits and wild chickens, and Baiyu instructed Baiyun on how to ambush prey from behind. However, Baiyun's small stature limited him to tackling only the smaller rabbits and chickens, as he could not hope to bring down anything larger. Baiyun returned empty-handed once again. Leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened, Baiyu gently stroked Baiyun's head, offering words of comfort. It's perfectly normal for this to be your first attempt. Do not lose heart. With tears brimming in her eyes, Bai Yun replied, I merely wish to savor some wild chicken soup. That is all I truly desired. Deep within, Bai Yun felt a surge of emotion, and Bai Yu provided solace. After this exchange, Bai Yu decided to refrain from further observation, having imparted all necessary guidance. The boy's impatience was evidently the cause of his troubles. Each time he failed to master the techniques, it was of little consequence. After Bai Yu conveyed this thought, Bai Yun indeed managed to catch a wild hare. However, she still expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, I wanted wild chicken soup, not roasted rabbit. Upon hearing her brother's lament, Bai Yu feigned disdain but, in earnest, caught a wild chicken, exclaiming, Now we have chicken soup, and we can also prepare a roasted rabbit. He will be joining us. Let us make today a splendid feast. As Bai Yun caught the wild chicken, she astonishingly also captured a snake. Immediately declaring her desire to prepare snake soup, Bai Yu gazed at the snake caught by Bai Yun, murmuring, Let us prepare something delightful to share with our neighbors. This snake is rather sizable. When Liu Qingxuan returned, she beheld Bai Yun adorned with a snake, while Bai Yu held a wild chicken and a hare in her hands. And Hija carried a basket of fish. He couldn't help but exclaim, Are we indulging in such a lavish feast today? Bai Yun remarked, Indeed. Hija is coming over for dinner today, and he will continue to dine here regularly. I plan to indulge a little more, as Bai Yun is still growing. Of course, there's also that snake. I shall certainly present a bit to Ling Jue, as it has been quite some time since I last teased him. My skin is itching for some playful combat. Upon hearing Bai Yun's candid thoughts, Liu Qingxuan found them rather amusing and replied, All right, as long as you are happy. With so many dishes to prepare, I shall merely make a fish soup. The rest is for you to handle, as I will not partake. After speaking, Bai Yun went to the small hilltop to gather some wild mushrooms, exclaiming for the chicken stew. Liu Qingxuan looked at the mushrooms and cautioned, Just be careful not to pick any poisonous ones. After we finish our meal, we shall all be red and drowsy. Bai Yu remarked, It's nothing. He has been familiar with these items since childhood. When they venture out, the children often gather such edibles, and he recognizes them all. Each person has their own distinct role. Bai Yun even called over Xiao Lang and his brother, who were both quite excited to join for dinner, bringing along some pork. Liu Qingxuan observed the gathering and suggested, I shall prepare some grilled pork as well, using the finest pork neck, perhaps accompanied by a Thai sauce for a touch of exotic flavor. The six of them enjoyed their meal, and once it concluded, Bai Yun announced, I shall go and deliver some items to him. Bai Yu, humming a tune, strode into the Yongzhou tribe and called out, Ling Ju, I've brought you something to eat. Ling Ju, full of anticipation, rushed out, expecting chocolate, only to be met with snake meat soup. His expression immediately darkened as he exclaimed, What is this? I won't eat it, take it away. Bai Yu remarked, Do not act this way, my friend. This was specially prepared for you. Bai Yun crafted it by hand, and I wrapped it personally. There was no involvement from Qingxuan throughout the process, so you have truly benefited. The members of the Eternal Day tribe observed Bai Yu approaching with a bowl of snake meat soup, their expressions turning uneasy. Given that the tribe was predominantly composed of serpent beast men and their leader was, in fact, a serpent, one of them spoke up, Bai Yu, do not be so arrogant. Bai Yu remarked, It is not my arrogance, but rather a simple desire to share the delights of culinary art. I am well aware that Ling Jue has hastened out for the sake of indulging in chocolate, for he has a penchant for the sweet. Ling Jue placed a hand over Bai Yu's mouth and implored, Please, refrain from further comments. Could you afford me a modicum of dignity? If word of this spreads, it would be exceedingly embarrassing for me, as a leader. Indeed, this year's harvest yielded an exceptional abundance of sugar, and Ling Jue had been relishing it for an entire year. He gazed at the young man, contemplating the necessity of delivering a sound thrashing to Bai Yu. Later, Ling Jue returned home, begrudgingly carrying a pot of snake meat soup. Ping En and Tuan Yuan regarded their father with a hint of trepidation as he brandished the broth, exclaiming, If you won't partake, you must try it. That little rascal's concoction is bound to be delectable. The three of them, despite their initial reluctance, consumed the meal. Afterward, Ling Jue suggested, If you crave more, let us bring provisions next time we visit them and indulge in their hospitality. Ping En exclaimed with delight, That sounds splendid. I heard they serve ginger milk pudding. Although they provided you with some, we have yet to taste it, just enough for each of us to share a small bowl. Ling Jue responded, What could be simpler? Tomorrow, Hiju is coming to our tribe, and I shall ask him to share the recipe so that I may prepare it for you. Ping En felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although his father excelled in many areas, his culinary skills were decidedly lacking. Ginger milk pudding should not merely be ginger soup, he lamented, while they craft desserts. You concoct potions. This is a remarkable disparity. However, their spirits remain buoyant, and Ling Jue silently plotted how to play a trick on Baiyu once more. Especially since he had previously burdened him with an abundance of ginger, and this year's harvest from their tribe was more than sufficient. Sated, Ling Jue reclined in his room. Appearing aloof to outsiders, though in truth, he was simply too lethargic to move. After the meal, the little wolf departed, and Baiyu went out to deliver some items, leaving only Liu Qingxuan and Baiyun at home. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrived, exclaiming, "I can smell something delightful coming from your home." Baiyun eyed the stranger warily and cautioned, "Do not return." Liu Qingxuan, bewildered, inquired, "Is he not from our tribe?" It is common for those drawn by the aroma from their household to drop by. The neighboring beastmen are particularly fond of visiting whenever they have new desserts. He is typically the first to sample them throughout the tribe. Seeing Baiyun bristle with apprehension, Liu Qingxuan expressed her concern, "If you have business, please state it and be on your way." Chapter 61. Injured, the stranger regarded Liu Qingxuan with a knowing gaze and said, "Do not fret. I am the grandfather of the two." Liu Qingxuan's immediate inquiry was about Baiyun, asking, "Is it true? Are you truly their grandfather?" Baiyun, with a hint of annoyance, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, he is our grandfather, yet we have chosen to disavow him. He scarcely embodies the essence of a loving elder. And I question his purpose for being here today. A weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken cannot harbor good intentions." Upon hearing Baiyun's words, Liu Qingxuan naturally addressed the visitor, saying, "Since you are not welcomed here, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Your presence is hardly of great significance, is it?" To her surprise, the individual arrogantly proceeded with an introduction, declaring, "I am Bai Tian. My visit is not of great consequence. I merely wish to request a favor from Bai Wei and the others. It is not an arduous task, and I believe Bai Wei is capable." Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "From your tone, it is evident you have not been involved in their upbringing, yet you hastily come seeking assistance when trouble arises. I must express my disapproval of your demeanor. I kindly ask you to leave." Their grandfather made himself comfortable on the sofa that Bai Wei had painstakingly prepared for his girlfriend, casually commenting, "This sofa is quite nice. Do make one for me to send over. I find myself rather bored in that little house by the sea." Baiyun abruptly lunged forward, declaring, "This is my sister's sofa. You are not permitted to linger upon it. Quickly, descend." The old man, without hesitation, grasped Baiyun by the nape of her neck, remarking, "You are becoming increasingly unruly. You do not even greet your grandfather." Baiyun's weight has increasingly escalated. Grasping the nape of his neck has become a painful ordeal for him. Even Baiyu refrains from doing so, opting instead to carry him directly. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? The white cloud struggled vigorously, attempting to leap from his grasp. Yet his strength was no match for that of his grandfather, who held him firmly in place. Liu Qingxuan, observing the scene with palpable concern, remarked, "You sought him out for Baiyu. There is no need for you to be at odds with Baiyun. Please, set the dear one down." Upon uttering these words, Liu Qingxuan extended her hand to gently lift Baiyun. When she looked back at him, she noticed tears welling in his eyes. Liu Qingxuan tenderly caressed the nape of Baiyun's neck, soothingly saying, "A gentle rub will ease the pain." She embraced Baiyun tightly, unwilling to release him, and navigated with familiarity to his bedroom. There, she placed him gently on the bed, saying, "In a moment, let us call Hija to check if there are any strains, shall we?" With that, she arranged a pillow beneath Baiyun's head for added comfort. Baiyun, disregarding her own pain, grasped Liu Qingxuan's hand and urged, "Do not concern yourself with that individual any longer. Allow him to be for a while. When my brother returns, there will be ample means to address him." Baiyun then began to recount tales of his grandfather. In his youth, his grandfather was a formidable orc, known for his adventurous spirit as he traversed the lands. He harbored a singular desire to spend his remaining days with the female he cherished. However, reality often diverges from our dreams, and this sentiment only partially materialized. He fell in love with a mermaid, yet the merfolk were notoriously insular and could not accept him. Moreover, the mermaid herself did not reciprocate his affections. Undeterred in his longing, his grandfather constructed a modest dwelling by the sea, where he resided for an extended period. Had it not been for the migratory birds that revealed his whereabouts, his family might have never found him. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan pondered silently, realizing that this was, after all, a tale of unrequited love. She then inquired, "And what happened next?" Did he simply wait until the merfolk accepted him? Baiyun, upon hearing this, cast a skeptical glance and said, "How could that be possible? He is yet to be accepted even now, and look at how old he is." Liu Qingxuan, puzzled, inquired, "If no one has accepted him, then how did you and Baiyun come to be? Were you adopted?" Baiyun let out a sigh and remarked, "His family has found him and brought him back. Within their tribe, there exists a female who holds a deep affection for him. Naturally, his family is eager to unite them, although there is an air of reluctance. After our grandmother gave birth to our mother, he simply walked away, never to return home again. Our grandmother toiled tirelessly to raise our mother alone. Fortunately, being a female, she received considerable protection from the tribe, sparing her from the agonies of starvation and freezing." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, had he been a male orc, one can only imagine the outcome. I see that the little wolf has been fortunate. Encountering such unexpected adventures is indeed a remarkable twist of fate," Baiyun remarked. "The trouble lies in the fact that they were rather well protected. Subsequently, mother married father, and life continued to be fairly pleasant, even bringing grandmother to live with us. Grandmother had passed away a few years prior, yet this individual, insatiable in his greed, frequently dragged father out to assist him with various tasks. Should father refuse, he would resort to either verbal or physical abuse against grandmother. Yet, grandmother remained utterly devoted to him. Do you not find such a situation profoundly unjust?" Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. "So, your father has passed away, and he begins to impose such demands on Baiwei?" Baiyun rolled her eyes and continued, "What else can it be? He does absolutely nothing. Clearly a robust orc. Yet he has foolishly waited for a woman for 2 to 3 decades, and still, there is no sign of her acceptance." As Baiyun's voice grew increasingly sharp, the atmosphere in the living room became tense. The person who had been behaving like a rogue abruptly seized Baiyun from the bed and hurled him with great force towards a specific spot. After the throw, still seething with anger, he delivered a kick to Baiyun's abdomen. Liu Qingxuan attempted to assist, but he was met with a dismissive shove that sent him crashing against the wall, eliciting a pained gasp. Hurriedly, Liu Qingxuan rushed to lift Baiyun, who was now clasping his abdomen, tears streaming down his cheeks from the pain. Liu Qingxuan tenderly caressed Baiyun, fearing for his well-being. Knowing that the medical conditions in their world were dire, the thought of any misfortune befalling Baiyun filled Liu Qingxuan with a profound sorrow that would linger for a lifetime. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Qingxuan cradled Baiyun and made his way to the neighboring home of the Bear Beast Man. Upon entering, the Bear Beast Man, noticing Liu Qingxuan's disheveled state, rushed over to embrace Baiyun, exclaiming, "What happened to Baiyun? He appears to be in agony. Did Baiwei strike him? Your demeanor suggests something is amiss. Baiwei would never resort to violence. What transpired?" Liu Qingxuan, having traversed a considerable distance to reach the beastman's abode, bore the mark of a bruise on his shoulder from the earlier encounter. Holding Baiyun was a strenuous task, and he winced as he relayed the situation to the Bear Beast Man. Baiwei's grandfather came looking for him, but Baiwei is not home. When I called him outside with Baiyun, there was no quarrel. Instead, he simply began to throw Baiyun around and even kicked him, which caused me to crash into the wall. The Bear Beastman's eyes widened in alarm at Liu Qingxuan's words. "He kicked you and threw you against the wall? Is he out of his mind?" Liu Qingxuan, in pain, urged, "Let us not dwell on that now. Please, send someone to fetch Hijia and Baiwei, especially Hijia. Ask him to come back swiftly." Upon hearing this, the Bear Beast Man wasted no time and hurriedly sought out a neighbor to look after Liu Qingxuan, then transformed into his Bear Beast Man form and raced to the hunting grounds to summon Baiwei back. After Baiyu delivered the items to Ling Jue, she coincidentally encountered Hijia, who had just finished his medical appointment, and they decided to return together. Baiyu intended to procure some wild boar meat to enhance the family's meals, and Hijia readily agreed, also planning to catch some fish along the way. As they journeyed, they noticed Xiongde anxiously searching through the dense forest. Baiyu approached him and inquired, "What is the matter that has you all flustered? Has something occurred in the tribe?" However, Ling Jue and the others were still in the tribe, suggesting that all was well, perhaps merely an altercation. Xiong, the bear warrior, stammered upon seeing Baiyu, urging, "Hijia, quickly, fly back." Baiyun seems to have fainted from the pain. Without hesitation, Hijia transformed into a white crane and soared back toward the tribe, while Xiongde called out loudly, "They are currently at my home." Baiyu did not ponder for long. Transforming into a tiger, she dashed towards the tribe. As Bearda ran alongside her, he remarked, "Your grandfather is quite disrespectful in his old age. He rushed home claiming he needed your assistance, yet he refused to clarify what was required. He incessantly insisted that with effort, you could achieve anything, but Qingxuan would not acquiesce, continually urging him to leave. Enough already. I can see that Bai Yun's neck is red and swollen again. It seems he has been grasped by the neck once more. At such a size, one would think he would be cautious against injury. After much effort, Qingxuan finally managed to hold Bai Yun in her arms, soothing him to sleep within the confines of the room. However, her grandfather, in a fit of unwarranted aggression, stormed into the room, seized Bai Yun, and hurled him. In a cruel twist of fate, he delivered a kick to Bai Yun's abdomen. As Qingxuan attempted to lift Bai Yun, her grandfather callously flung her against the wall. Subsequently, Qingxuan fled with Bai Yun to my home. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun was consumed with fury as she exclaimed, "How dare he? I have already acquiesced to several trivial requests out of respect for his status as my grandfather. Yet he still dares to invade my home and harm others, even kicking Bai Yun in the abdomen. Qingxi has not provoked him in any way. Why would he push her?" The bear-like man responded to Bai Yun, "My ancestor, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We must flee swiftly. Your anger serves no purpose now. Our priority is to return to the tribe as quickly as possible. He is likely still lingering at your home. Fortunately, Qingxuan, being clever, has come to my house, and I have already sent acquaintances to look after the two of them." Upon hearing the news, Bai Yun shut his eyes tightly and let out a furious roar, then quickened his pace. The bear beastman behind him struggled to keep up. This time, he ran exceptionally fast. The bear beastman understood that Bai Yun was inherently kind-hearted, yet he had endured for far too long. Perhaps this was the hatred spoken of by the priest. Ignoring the friends who greeted him, Bai Yun dashed through the entire tribe, causing onlookers to wonder if something grave had occurred within their community. As he ran, the bear beastman explained, "There's been a situation at Bai Yun's home, but there is no need for concern." Meanwhile, Hija had already arrived home, attending to Bai Yun. Observing Bai Yun's condition, Hija clenched his fists, feeling a strong urge to reprimand his grandfather. At that moment, Bai Yun was kicked and was dazed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Liu Qingxuan held Bai Yun's small hand, repeatedly reassuring him, "It's all right, it's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore. Hija is here." Liu Qingxuan anxiously turned to Hija, pleading, "Please check on him. He is in so much pain. Although there is no blood, I worry about the possibility of an injury." Hija, feeling uneasy, instructed, "You need to lay him flat. Bai Yun is curled up like a little shrimp." Liu Qingxuan gently exposed Bai Yun's abdomen, asking, "Shall we let Hija examine him?" Bai Yun cried out in pain. This only deepened Liu Qingxuan's concern. Hija said, "Hold him steady. I need to press on his abdomen to check for fluid accumulation. If there is fluid, it could indicate internal bleeding, and that would be dire." Liu Qingxuan, frightened, began to cry. "What should we do?" Hija comforted her. "We haven't pressed yet. Try not to cry. Hold Bai Yun securely. When I apply pressure, it will surely hurt, and he might curl up in response." As Liu Qingxuan held Bai Yun's limbs, Hija began to apply pressure to his abdomen. A look of relief washed over Hija's face as he said, "Fortunately, there is no internal bleeding. However, why is the skin on his nape so red and swollen?" Liu Qingxuan wept. "Isn't that the work of his grandfather? He grabbed him by the nape right away. You know how heavy he is. He kept pulling, and when I tried to intervene, his grandfather wouldn't allow it." Tenderly, Liu Qingxuan wiped the sweat from Bai Yun's forehead as he pleaded with Hija, "Please make the pain stop. I can't bear it." With a heavy heart, Hija reassured him, "Bai Yun, be good. You'll feel better by tomorrow. For now, let me prescribe something to alleviate the bruising." Bai Yun's abdomen bore the marks of a deep bruise, a painful shade of blue and purple. As Bai Yun entered the room, he immediately spotted his younger brother curled up on the bed like a tiny shrimp. Filled with compassion, Bai Yun said to Bai Yun, "You are a little man. Endure this moment. I shall swiftly go and inquire about the situation. How could they possibly strike you without cause?" Bai Yun gazed at his girlfriend seated nearby. Hesitant to lean against the wall, he approached her, lifting her garment to reveal her back, which was marred by dark purple bruises. He retrieved a medicinal ointment he always carried and applied it to Qingxuan's back, remarking, "It seems the medicine you prepared for your boyfriend has ultimately been used on yourself. This remedy is quite odorous." Liu Qingxuan replied calmly, "There is nothing to be done. However, it is effective." Bai Yun expressed concern, stating that Bai Yun was still too young for such medicine, and that by tomorrow, she would feel slightly better. It appeared that he would have a more leisurely few days ahead, without the strict supervision of a certain individual. Liu Qingxuan grasped Bai Yun's hand and confessed, "I was genuinely frightened. When Hija mentioned the possibility of internal bleeding, it startled me immensely. Fortunately, there was no internal bleeding. However, the child's spleen and stomach are so fragile that if they were to be harmed, what could we do? I am truly terrified that if something were to happen to Bai Yun, I wouldn't know how to face you. Bai Yu gently patted Liu Qingxuan's head, reassuring her, this is not your fault. It is merely the consequence of being careless. Chapter 62. Interrogation at that moment. Bai Yu's grandfather remained unfazed as he rummaged through Bai Yu's home, even thoroughly searching the storeroom. When he stumbled upon a rare block of salt, a glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. He delicately lifted a block in his hands, noting its superior quality compared to those produced by the merfolk. The merchants in the market could never replicate such exquisite craftsmanship. The old man's mind raced, concluding that Bai Yu must be acquainted with a significant figure among the merfolk to have acquired these salt blocks. Regrettably, he did not taste the block. Although it was refined, its flavor was much milder than that of salt made from seawater, as it was derived from lake water. The old man, ungraciously, uncovered a backpack in the storeroom and meticulously selected several blocks of salt, neatly placing them within the bag, plotting to claim them for himself upon his departure. He even eyed some pelts that Bai Yu had painstakingly hunted. As he gathered his desired items, he muttered, Bai Yu, you truly lack respect for your elders. With all these fine goods, you couldn't even spare a little for me? For old man, I endure hardships daily. Just then, Bai Yu entered and retorted, enduring hardships? If you consider your life to be one of hardship, what would you call the lives of the people here? A hellish existence? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the old man, feeling insulted, erupted in anger. Bai Yu, I am your grandfather, your only remaining kin. Is this how you speak to your grandfather? And with so many salt blocks in your storeroom, you couldn't even offer me a little, forcing me to do the labor myself? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu immediately inquired, these salt blocks do not belong solely to me. They are the collective supply for the entire tribe. Please return what you have taken. The old man, glaring fiercely, retorted, what difference does it make if I take a few? What do you mean by the entire tribe? You have yet to ascend to the position of chieftain. How could such precious resources possibly be under your control? Bai Yu, unable to reason with the old man, reached out to tug at the frame he bore upon his back. The old man engaged in a spirited debate with Bai Yu, who, upon noticing the pelts she had painstakingly hunted lying beneath, was consumed by rage. Isn't it enough that you take the salt blocks? What purpose do these pelts serve for you? Are you planning to present them to that woman? The old man retorted, it's cold. Surely I can use them to make my bed. After all these years, you must know someone from the merfolk. Could you not introduce me? You have no idea how fervently I long to be with Xiner. Bai Yu immediately remarked, you intend to present this to that old woman named Xiner, do you? She wouldn't even spare you a glance, while you have foolishly devoted 2 decades of your life, moved only by your own sentimentality. The merfolk are inherently exclusive. And as a member of our tribe, you must understand that it has always been the case that cats consume fish, never the other way around. In this regard, you have been entirely ostracized. What delusions are you clinging to? That old woman is hardly virtuous, I assure you. Rest assured, I would rather incinerate these furs than allow you to use them. Furthermore, I have yet to settle the score for today's intrusion. Were you assaulted by Yun and Qingxuan? You would be wise to leave promptly. I shall refrain from physical confrontation today. Should you persist, remember that you are still one of our tribe, and I will report directly to the chieftain. The long-standing grievances between you are beyond my capacity to resolve. So consider your next move carefully. Bai Yu ultimately could not bring himself to confront his grandfather, despite the man having offered no warmth during his upbringing. After all, he was still his grandfather, the beloved of his grandmother. Out of respect for her, Bai Yu was truly reluctant to engage in conflict with him, even though he had harmed his younger brother and his beloved. As Bai Yu prepared to take decisive action, the frightened old man hastily declared, I shall leave now. You ungrateful wretch! The beast god will not grant you protection. With that, he hurriedly departed, not forgetting to slip a piece of salt into his bag. This was the only clue that could lead him closer to his heart's desire, and he could not afford to lose it. The old man racked his brain for ways to coerce Bai Yu into introducing him to the merfolk. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan remained in the abode of the bear warriors, her condition far from favorable. The walls were uneven, and despite Bai Yu's efforts to smooth them out, they remained quite rough. As spring waned, her scant clothing left her vulnerable, resulting in minor abrasions that oozed tiny droplets of blood. Liu Qingxuan was not one to fear pain. Rather, she dreaded the unsightly scars it might leave on her skin. While enduring the sharp agony, she recalled the ointment that could heal her wounds. Hija, Observing Liu Qingxuan's intense concentration as she struggled to remember something, could not help but gasp at her injuries. Knowing the rarity of female kin, he approached her, grasping her hand, and asked, "Little Xuan, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me." Liu Qingxuan sputtered in distress. Demanding snow lotus and pearls, he just stood momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You are injured, and yet you are preoccupied with your appearance? Are you fully aware of your condition? Have you lost your senses? Did you hit your head?" Liu Qingxuan shouted defiantly, "I do not care. I want pearls. Go find them for me." In a rare display of stubbornness, she cried and insisted that he should seek out Baiyu to procure pearls for her. Relieved to hear it was merely pearls she sought, Hija replied, "That is simple. Our tribe has plenty. I shall fetch some from my storeroom right away." Fortuitously, Hija often fished by the river and sometimes harvested clams to satisfy his hunger, some of which produced pearls. Thus, it was likely that his family had the greatest supply of pearls. Yet Liu Qingxuan remained anxious, insisting, "Have Baiyu find them. You must search for snow lotus." Hija was taken aback by the mention of snow lotus, realizing that such plants typically thrived in frigid climates, which were scarce in their region, especially in the blooming spring. "How are we to find them?" He pondered aloud. Liu Qingxuan clarified, "They do not only grow in cold places. You can look in small ditches or near streams, and even close to orchards." As she described the appearance of the snow lotus, Hija wasted no time. He quickly gathered a few individuals, detailing potential locations, and dispatched them to search. After all, Hija dared not leave Liu Qingxuan and her brother unattended. Any mishap would be disastrous. That day, the New Moon tribe was particularly restless, as everyone hurried back from their haunts to scour the streams and orchards in search of the elusive snow lotus, a task they had never encountered before. However, the demands of the female are so easily accepted. When Baiyu arrived, she saw Baiyun on the bed groaning, while Liu Qingxian sat beside her, crying out in pain. Hija turned to Baiyu and said, "Qingxian may have dislocated her arm. I wanted to move her, but she is terrified of the pain. Every time I attempt to assist her, she recoils in fear, leaving me at a loss. She is in such agony and keeps asking for snowdrop and pearls. But what does she intend to do with them? Despite her suffering, she still wishes to adorn herself, showcasing her vanity. How about this? Doesn't your family have a fox fur? Bring it to her. Perhaps the sight of it will distract her from her desire for pearls." As they are both white, upon seeing Baiyu, Liu Qingxian immediately rushed to her boyfriend, exclaiming, "Why did you take so long to arrive? Hurry and fetch me some pearls." Baiyu, puzzled, asked, "What do you need pearls for? Let Hija treat your arm first, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxian began to sob, saying, "The wall is uneven. It scraped my hand. Now my entire arm is marked with tiny scars, and if they leave blemishes, I absolutely cannot bear it. There are no lasers or beauty treatments here." Liu Qingxian lamented, "I need pearl powder, snowdrop, and honey mixed together to fade the scars." Baiyun, meanwhile, was trying to console his girlfriend, while occasionally groaning himself, saying, "It hurts. I want candy." Given Baiyun's current condition, they dared not give him anything to eat. Baiyu hurried to calm her younger brother. The entire room was chaotic, with two of them flitting about like flies, running this way and that. Finally, as night fell, Hija was convinced that Baiyun's condition had improved slightly. He prepared sugar syrup and continuously applied it to Baiyun's lips, who licked them and finally ceased his groaning. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxian, in her pain, regained her senses. The reason was that Hija could no longer bear to see her suffering and remarked that her reluctance to move her arm was detrimental to her recovery. Baiyu forcibly held her in place while Hija manipulated the bone. Amidst Liu Qingxuan's heart-wrenching cries, a reprieve from her pain ensued. Liu Qingxian found herself reflecting on the hardships of life. Having never experienced such excruciating pain before, it made her realize how resilient she was, despite being inexplicably cast aside. That night, Liu Qingxian felt slightly better, and Baiyu escorted her home. She finally drifted into a hazy sleep on her bed. Unfortunately, she began to dream again, something that had become routine for her. Any deviation from the ordinary seemed to trigger dreams. She now regarded dreams as a bridge, seemingly bringing her closer to the so-called beast god. This time, she felt as though she had glimpsed fragments of the past. In her dream, she witnessed Baiyu's growth, up until the mysterious death of his father during the contention for the chieftaincy. But Liu Qingxian found this difficult to accept. Was this reality? If it were true, how profoundly painful must it have been for young Baiyu? At that time, Baiyun was merely an infant in swaddling clothes. Now, at 6 or 7 years old, Baiyun appears plump and fair, yet in his swaddled state, he was even more fragile than a kitten, his cries barely audible. Despite having been here for nearly a year, I have yet to encounter Bai Yun's parents. Those around me have largely chosen to avoid discussing this matter, which leads me to believe it must be true. However, how could I dare to inquire about it with Bai Yu? This is a subject she is desperately trying to evade. Upon waking from the dream and reflecting on it, my heart is inevitably tangled with confusion. I seem to have grasped the nuances of Ling Jue's attitude towards Bai Yu, and indeed, the matter Bai mentioned holds weight. Liu Qingxuan, feeling vexed, shook her head and rose directly to the kitchen to prepare something nourishing for Bai Yun. She simply steamed a bowl of egg custard and hurried over to the residence of the bear man to deliver it to Bai Yun. Given Bai Yun's condition yesterday, it was impossible to take him back immediately. Both Bai Yun and Hija had spent the night at the bear man's home. Fortunately, the bear man's dwelling was quite spacious. Oh, indeed. In this place, everyone's house is remarkably large. Before they had even risen, they noticed Liu Qingxuan approaching with a bowl of food. Liu Qingxuan stared at the group, momentarily stunned. Good heavens, have I lost my mind? Or am I dreaming and forgot to prepare meals for the three of them? Regardless, there was no time to dwell on that. She needed to focus on feeding Bai Yun. Arriving at Bai Yun's bedside, Liu Qingxuan noted that he was much improved, though his abdomen still appeared alarmingly bruised, revealing the extent of the torment inflicted by their detestable grandfather. Hija watched as Liu Qingxuan brought the food, contemplating making some himself, as Bai Yun ought to be able to handle simple foods by now. Liu Qingxuan nodded, explaining, "Yes, I only made egg custard for him, without even a hint of salt." Hija agreed, instructing, "When you feed him, do so in small bites. We cannot let him eat in his usual gluttonous manner. He tends to make a mess every time he eats." Still lost in slumber, Bai Yun was awakened by his sister's gentle call. Liu Qingxuan, feeling tender-hearted, urged, "Finish eating before returning to sleep, little Bai Yun. You didn't eat at all yesterday. Today, you can eat a bit more to recover and feel better." With considerable patience, Liu Qingxuan fed him little by little, while Bai Yu had already hurried home to prepare a meal for the four of them. The bear man had provided them with milk, and Bai Yu had made ginger milk pudding. Their breakfast was indeed simple. The bear man even drizzled a generous amount of honey over the pudding, making it delectably sweet. The bear man reassured, "Rest easy, as long as the little one can eat. It signifies that he is not in grave danger. What truly worries me is if he refuses to eat." Hija nodded in agreement, saying, "What the bear man says is wise. Here, Bai Yun can only lie down and be fed by his sister, as he is in pain in his abdomen and lower back." Liu Qingxuan looked at Bai Yun's discolored belly and sighed. "Later, Hija and I will prepare some herbal remedies suitable for children." Bai Yun, filled with confusion, inquired, "Doesn't my brother have some? I could use his." Liu Qingxuan gently patted his head and replied, "Are you certain you can handle the dosage he uses? What does your brother possess? What is his capacity? You are well aware of the disparity. In comparison to your brother, you are akin to a small kitten alongside a mighty elephant. His medicine is far too potent for you. It is utterly unsuitable." Bai Yun nodded and said, "Understood, brother. You are tough and resilient." One cannot help but remark that Bai Yun's sharp tongue seems to have been inherited from certain individuals. Although Bai Yu often appears to be a victim in front of Liu Qingxuan, those familiar with Bai Yu are well aware that she possesses a similarly audacious tongue. However, when it comes to her close friend Liu, Bai Yu has always exercised great caution and discretion. Bai Yu pondered, "It is self-evident, if I anger my wife, I shall be the one to suffer, for I cannot bear to see her upset." Chapter 63, a culinary interlude under the attentive care of the three. Bai Yun has significantly improved. The onset of early summer is upon us. On this particular day, Bai Yu carried Bai Yun back to their home. Bai Yun had spent the past few days residing with the Xiong family, and the bear folk had expressed no objections, for the meals were simply splendid. Ling Jue also sent individuals to check on Bai Yun several times, as he had been preoccupied with attending to Bai Yun and had not visited Ling Jue's tribe. Upon hearing the news, Ling Jue brought along some gifts to see him. Bai Yun gazed at Ling Jue, lost in admiration, and inquired, "When will I become as handsome as you?" Ling Jue reassured the child, saying, "Soon enough, when you grow up. You will be just as handsome as I am. At the very least, you are far more attractive than your brother, are you not, little Bai Yun?" Bai Yun gazed into the watery depths of his eyes and inquired, "Do you truly believe I am more handsome than my brother?" Ling Ju nodded slightly and replied, "As the chieftain of the tribe, how could I possibly deceive you? You are undoubtedly far more attractive than your brother." When Bai Yu returned and noticed Bai Yun's smug expression, she asked the reason for his demeanor. Bai Yun, brimming with pride, declared, "Brother is now the least handsome person in the family. Baiyu, looking utterly bewildered, inquired, "Why do you think that?" Baiyun, with a proud smirk, replied, "Ling Ju Yi said so. He claimed that I am more handsome than you. He also asserted that as the leader, he does not deceive." The white cloud spread its hands and shook them, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems that the visage of the little white cloud has indeed captured the hearts of many. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Surrender your struggle." Baiyu gazed at Baiyun, unable to suppress his rising fury. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to his brother's indiscreet remarks and chose not to engage in a quarrel. "If you still wish to indulge in sweet soup today, then I suggest you keep your mouth shut. It seems you will need to remain in bed for another 2 days." The white cloud nodded and said, "Indeed, I shall be ready shortly. However, during these few days, you must refrain from taking me on outdoor hunts, for Hija has advised that I should rest. And my sister has mentioned that any injuries to bones and muscles require 100 days for proper healing." Baiyu lamented. "So it seems I am the sole villain here. Who do you think provides for your dirty laundry and your sustenance? And who is it that cries at night, expressing sorrow and yearning for a brother's embrace?" Baiyun, feeling a touch of embarrassment, lowered her head and said, "But you are also my greatest love. You cannot behave this way. Although your appearance may not be pleasing, my affection for you remains unwavering." Baiyu mockingly echoed the words of Baiyun. "Though you bear an unattractive visage, my affection for you remains unwavering." Then, she went on to repeat, "All I need is for Qingxuan to love me." Baiyun exclaimed angrily, "Who would love such an ugly creature as you? My greatest affection lies with my sister. Depart at once. I desire Hija to be my brother." Baiyu smirked and remarked, "Then go ahead and join Hija for some sashimi. I won't stop you. Just wait and see what fate befalls you after a few days." "Do you really think I am unaware of Hija's frequent bouts of diarrhea?" Baiyun exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening. How could it be possible for Hija, with such remarkable medical skills, to suffer from diarrhea? "You must be deceiving me." Baiyu remarked, "How could I possibly deceive you? He often suffers from diarrhea due to his frequent consumption of cold and raw foods. And his digestive system is not particularly robust. You are well aware of this. Otherwise, how could we have consistently invited him over for meals?" The illusion of Hija as a miraculous healer shattered in Baiyun's mind. "I believed you to be a divine doctor, yet here you are, frequently afflicted by stomach troubles." In response, Hija stated that Qingxuan once mentioned that a healer does not heal themselves. "So what if I have diarrhea?" "It does not affect your household." In recent days, Baiyun's recovery has shown considerable improvement. His abdomen no longer appears as pitiable as before, although there remains a slight lingering discomfort. After completing his examination, Hija informed Baiyun that he could depart in a couple of days. Throughout this time, Baiyun has been dutifully taking the medicine his brother provided, to the point of tears, incessantly clamoring for his sister to prepare a delicious meal for him. Liu Qingxuan, racking her brain, could not decide what to cook for him. On the eve of Baiyun's return, Qingxuan finally conceived an idea for a dish, Thai volcanic rib soup. During the early summer, a tangy and spicy dish is particularly refreshing. The base of the Thai volcanic rib soup is crafted from remarkably suitable ingredients. When the sour and spicy flavors are perfected, they invigorate the senses and effectively cleanse the palate. The name volcanic rib soup derives from the pork spine bones resembling a volcano, and the flavor is intensely rich. The broth is enriched with an abundance of herbs and spices, particularly the robust aroma of cilantro roots, which is key to its distinctive taste. Initially, she planned to enclose the spices in a bag for boiling, but due to environmental constraints, she abandoned that idea. She added 1.5 liters of clear water to bring to a boil, skimming off the surface foam before introducing the prepared ingredients. The resulting broth is a milky white. After briefly blanching some pea shoots, a splash of fresh lime juice completes the dish. Liu Qingxuan reminisced about this dish, a common offering at night markets. She often indulged in it, as there are several Thai restaurants along the street beneath her residence. She carefully recalled the flavors of the soup and sought out the necessary vegetables. In her home, she gathered the supplementary ingredients, 1 stalk of lemongrass with a substitute to suffice, a small piece of ginger, garlic, onion, cilantro roots, white radish, small chili peppers, and white pepper. Given the conditions of the beast world, she had yet to locate white pepper after extensive searching. As for cilantro roots, she decided to enlist Baiyu to dig them up, as he knew exactly where to find them. Liu Qingxuan informed Baiyun is returning tomorrow. We must prepare accordingly. She entrusted him with the task of gathering these ingredients. The following morning, upon seeing the prepared accompaniments, her spirits soared. It had been over a year since she had savored this soup, and her joy was palpable. Liu Qingxuan rummaged for tofu, white radish, and pea shoots. intending to include them as side dishes, yet she realized that such a bounty would not suffice for the four of them. To enhance the dish, one must add a touch more, lest they find themselves in discontent over insufficient portions. Those indulging in the feast would hardly spare a thought for the little one. Baiyun. Ultimately, Liu Qingxuan presented her homemade spicy and sour sauce, sweetening it with a spoonful of sugar and a generous splash of fresh lime juice. For there was little else to add. This time, she refrained from including too many chili peppers, mindful of Baiyun's constitution, which could not tolerate such heat. As for cilantro, given her aversion to it, how could she possibly include it? Baiyun and the others were not picky eaters. Yet Liu Qingxuan still tailored the dish to suit her and Baiyun's preferences. In her home, Liu Qingxuan diligently began to simmer the concoction, exhibiting great patience. As this was a broth meant to be savored, she intended for it to simmer longer, utilizing only spring water, not hastily drawn from a river. As Baiyun entered the house, the tantalizing aroma of the sour and spicy dish wafted through the air. Baiyun inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It smells wonderful. My sister always prepares delightful dishes for me. It seems many people cherish Baiyun." Guests at the table could not help but lean in, eager to catch more of that enticing scent. Liu Qingxuan, still occupied with her preparations, teased them with a playful smile, saying, "You arrived at an unfortunate time. This needs to simmer for another half hour. How will you manage to wait? Surely, you do not intend to sit idly here for long, merely inhaling the aroma." The three guests visibly deflated upon hearing this, having anticipated the immediate pleasure of tasting the fragrant broth. Noticing their disappointment, Liu Qingxuan quickly added, "Oh dear. There are some bean sprouts in the back mountain. If you could fetch them and toss them into the pot, they will be ready in no time. I initially planned not to include them, but with so many of you, we ought to add more vegetables to ensure there's enough to go around." With that, Baiyun and he dashed off to the back mountain in search of the bean sprouts. These sprouts, crisp and refreshing, would complement the soup perfectly. Otherwise, Liu Qingxuan would have instructed them to seek other ingredients. Baiyun and he diligently searched for bean sprouts on the mountain, each gathering a considerable amount. Liu Qingxuan, astonished, inquired, "How have you both collected so many bean sprouts? This is excessive. You should hasten to put them away. Yours should have been washed, I see." When the two lifted the pot lid, they were enveloped by an irresistible aroma. How could it smell so divine? Over here. Hiju was straining to resist the temptation to scoop a taste. Baiyun, unable to contain herself, quietly took a small spoon and savored a sip. Oh my. This is absolutely delightful. The tangy and spicy flavor soars to the heavens. Upon further reflection, she realized it lacked sufficient heat. Contemplating adding a touch of chili, she hesitated, recalling her brother's current state, and decided against it. "I'll endure for now, but when I cook next time, I shall surely add a generous amount of chili." Meanwhile, Hiju was left dumbfounded, watching Baiyun sneak a taste. Not forgetting her friend, Baiyun noticed Hiju's longing gaze, wishing she would scoop some for him. Yet he felt too embarrassed to ask. Understanding his predicament, Baiyun swiftly scooped a large spoonful and urged, "Quick, drink up, but do so quietly. If she finds out, we are finished, do you understand? Don't let Baiyun know. If he sees us, it will be trouble." Though Hiju initially intended to decline, the spoon seemed to have a will of its own, finding its way to his mouth. The tangy flavor compelled him to smacking his lips, and he found himself wanting to tell Baiyun, "One more bite, please." However, Baiyun countered, "What is the point in just drinking soup? There are so many ribs inside. Let us each take a piece without letting them know. 2 pieces won't be noticed." Indeed, Baiyun's pot was quite large, crafted to Liu Qingxuan's specifications. Previously, a smaller pot would suffice for her alone, but Baiyun's appetite had been growing, hence the need for this substantial pot. Hiju recognized the wisdom in her words, and soon both were gnawing on their respective ribs. Liu Qingxuan patiently conversed with Baiyun, assuring him that he would soon be able to enjoy the meal. Baiyun, still engaged in dialogue with his sister, replied, "Let it stew a little longer." Fully aware of his condition, he wished for the ribs to become tender, facilitating easier digestion. Seeing Baiyun exhibit such patience for the first time, Liu Qingxuan laughed, saying, "Now you understand the importance of maintaining good health, do you? Next time you climb such high trees and fall, you won't be able to eat or drink. And it will be quite a hardship, I assure you." Baiyun nodded with delight, asserting with absolute certainty that he was well aware of the situation. Liu Qingxuan, not wishing to ponder further, promptly responded, "Then you should hurry and drink up." What was initially intended to be a half-hour wait had, due to the annex of these two, inexplicably stretched to nearly an hour. Liu Qingxuan estimated that the soup and ribs should have been tender and flavorful by now, while Baiyun had already disposed of any evidence. Liu Qingxuan remained blissfully unaware of their clandestine indulgence. Concerned that these two, in their days, might attempt to wrest food from the children, she had meticulously calculated the portions this time. She was not worried about their potential foolishness. Each of them was allotted 4 pieces, while the 2 of them were given 10 each. Curiously, Liu Qingxuan found herself counting only 26 pieces this time. When she inquired, a sense of foreboding washed over her as she turned to Baiyu and asked, "Did you sneak a taste?" Baiyu anxiously thought to herself, "This cannot be right." She surely did not witness anything. Hadn't she been discreetly conversing with Hija? How, then, could she possibly be aware of it while continuing her dialogue with Baiyu? Baiyu feigned ignorance, exclaiming, "I have no idea what you mean by infidelity. I have not strayed. I was merely discussing the cultivation of ginger with Hija. How could I possibly be unfaithful?" Liu Qingxuan responded, "That's curious. I initially placed 28 pieces of ribs. How could there only be 26 now?" Baiyu felt an overwhelming sadness within him. How could his wife have counted the ribs incorrectly? It was beyond his imagination. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to conceal his true feelings. Ultimately, he said, "My dear, perhaps you miscounted. The meat that hasn't been properly handled may carry a peculiar odor. You might have been influenced by that." Liu Qingxuan accepted Baiyu's explanation, nodding in agreement as she replied, "You are indeed correct. Next time, do assist me in counting." Baiyu chuckled and said, "Well, next time I shall assist you in counting. Leave the task of handling the meat to me. I am quite the expert in this matter. And of course, I shall treat myself to a few extra slices each time." The little tiger, though oblivious to the nuances, understood the imperative of nourishment. Meanwhile, Hija, overhearing their conversation, felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. The thought of his secret indulgences being discovered sent a shiver down his spine, as it would utterly tarnish his reputation. Fortunately, Baiyu possessed a thick skin. When he heard that Baiyu would be the one to handle the meat, a pang of anxiety struck him. Would he truly refrain from adding a little extra for himself? At that moment, Liu Qingxuan approached the table, presenting the soup she had prepared, and announced, "In light of our dear Baiyun's discomfort today, we shall implement a shared dining system to ensure that Baiyun does not get outmatched by these 2 older brothers." Baiyun gazed at the soup before him, and could not help but exclaim, "Long live my sister," with a special spoon designed to prevent spills. He took a sip and instantly felt a wave of happiness wash over him, smiling contentedly as he remarked, "Sister, this soup is incredibly fresh, not spicy at all. Yet it possesses a rich depth of flavor." The soup had a delightful sweet and sour taste, indeed. Liu Qingxuan affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "If you enjoy it, then have a bit more. I can prepare it for you again tomorrow." Baiyu cheerfully gnawed on a rib. Liu Qingxuan cautioned, "Consuming too much can lead to indigestion. So let us limit ourselves to 4 pieces today, and you can have 5 tomorrow. How does that sound?" The white clouds nodded and said, "Very well. I shall only eat 4 pieces." Having uttered these words, she shamelessly took a piece from her brother's bowl, and then another piece as well. Baiyu gazed at the missing piece in her bowl and, feeling a twinge of sadness, remarked, "Are you truly unconcerned about your brother going hungry?" Liu Qingxuan cast a glance at Baiyu and replied, "Oh, it's merely a piece less. If you're feeling famished, just drink some water, and you won't feel hungry anymore." Meanwhile, Hiju observed the interaction among the 3 and commented on how delicious the ribs were. Enjoying the moment, he noticed that his bowl contained only 8 pieces of ribs, prompting him to emulate Baiyu and discreetly take a piece for himself. "Baiyu, I have not offended any of you." Chapter 64. Baiyu's first step. A few days later, Baiyu's grandfather came to visit her. This grandfather was far from a benevolent figure. Upon noticing Baiyun's noticeably improved condition, he merely scoffed, remarking, "No wonder, it's a wretched life, easy to sustain." Liu Qingxuan, witnessing the old man's brazen demeanor, could not contain her fury and retorted, "You are not welcome here. You are well aware of your previous actions. Baiyu is still at home. Do you wish to provoke her wrath? Moreover, you surely do not desire us to summon the old patriarch, for you know the nature of your own deeds. Truly, your presence brings nothing but misfortune." Who would have thought that this disrespectful old man would respond to Liu Qingxuan, saying, "You dare speak such insolent words in my house. I shall have Baiyu throw you out." Upon hearing this, Baiyu directly addressed her grandfather, stating, "Of course. My sister shall remain here. You are the true outsider in this place. I implore you to leave, and for the sake of our familial bond, we shall overlook this matter." To her astonishment, her grandfather retorted, "It seems my previous kick was far too gentle. Do you comprehend the reality? Often, when we hunt, a single strike to the abdomen results in a cascade of blood. In ancient rituals, It was said that such a sight was due to the rupture of an animal's innards, leading to a profusion of blood. I perceive that you wish to experience this for yourself, do you not? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips quivering as a few tears cascaded down her cheeks. She hurriedly leapt into her brother's embrace. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, then tightly embraced him, saying, "It's all right, your brother is here, and he would not dare to harm you." Unexpectedly, the man grew even more audacious, taunting, "Ah, so you are afraid now? You cannot possibly compare to your brother. You are truly inferior. Without him, I reckon you would have perished from hunger long ago." This remark, however, only served to infuriate Liu Qingxuan, who retorted, "Whether I starve outside is none of your concern. The Crescent Moon tribe is not as heartless as you imagine. If that were the case, then the little wolf would have perished long ago. Yet, here he stands, quite alive." The man fixed his gaze upon Liu Qingxuan and said, "You certainly have a way with words. Indeed, as an outsider here, you have no support. It is solely thanks to Bai Yu, this fool, for nurturing you so tenderly. How dare you assume the role of the mistress of this household? You are not even married to him. What gives you the right to act so domineering? Leave." Bai Yu gazed at them with a face full of turmoil, yearning to voice her objections, yet lacking the courage to do so. The memories of her childhood, marred by the brutal beatings administered by her grandfather, haunted her. She vividly recalled the harrowing moments when her mother, in a desperate attempt to protect her, would shield her body, only to be met with the harshness of thorns, her back stained with blood. Consequently, Bai Yu harbored a deep-seated aversion to her father's ventures into the wilderness with the clan for hunting expeditions. However, upon reflection, she recognized that during those times, the Crescent Moon tribe was indeed feeble, having been built step by step through the relentless efforts of her father and a few others. Bai Yu reflected upon the remarkable courage of her father, contrasting it with her own perceived cowardice. In a moment of fervor, she confronted the individual before her, declaring with unwavering conviction, "You are not welcome here. I advise you to depart, considering your status as my grandfather. I shall act as I previously stated. Do not presume that I am afraid of you, for I have long since cast aside that fear. I merely wish to extend you a modicum of respect, as your former partner held you in such high regard." Little did she realize that her words struck a nerve, provoking her grandfather to respond with indignation. Was my treatment of Bai Yu in her childhood not severe enough? Is this what you call love? This is merely a means of ensnaring my freedom through the child. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan, showing no restraint, seized a mop and fervently struck him, exclaiming how could he, lacking responsibility, lament the loss of his freedom due to someone bearing children. How could there exist such a vile person? In this instance, Liu Qingxuan's fighting spirit surged, and she forcefully expelled their grandfather. However, to everyone's surprise, the man, once ousted, proved to be no easy adversary. It was truly the case of a formidable king confronting a pesky ghost. He immediately settled himself at the entrance of his home, incessantly muttering, "How can I rid myself of this pitiful existence? I have no family, only that little house by the sea. Oh dear, this woman is truly a wretched creature. Look at how she has reduced my frail body. I have never had such grandchildren. Neither of these two is worth anything." Bai Yu, upon hearing this individual so brazenly denigrate her beloved partner, unceremoniously seized him by the collar and strode towards the small mountain spring, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe your suffering is profound? And what of the hardships endured by my grandmother? Pray, tell me how one might repay those tribulations. Have you ever contemplated the means of restitution? It seems we have been excessively courteous to you, or perhaps your mind has been clouded by foolishness. I shall escort you to the spring to regain your composure." With that, Bai Yu forcefully pressed his head into the cool waters of the spring, stating, "Aren't you particularly fond of water? Would you not relish the opportunity to seek out your so-called mermaid princess? Surely, she would be enamored by you. The instinct to catch fish is inherent, and you, being a formidable white tiger, are far more capable than a mere cat. Yet, there you linger, and she dares not approach. Do you not comprehend this? Preying upon the weak may seem justified in your eyes, but the absence of visitors at the seaside is largely due to your presence. You are nothing but a disgrace, and I have little desire to engage with you. In the past, out of respect for our grandfather, we have offered you considerable tokens of filial piety, have we not? How many times have you visited our home, only to dismiss the furs we offered? In fact, we even went so far as to present you with winter garments. Your lamentations are utterly pitiful. Your wretched existence is the result of your own choices, having given those gifts away. The adage to elevate others while diminishing oneself aptly describes your predicament. Fortunately for you, the clan leader holds a long-standing friendship with you, which has spared you from reproach. But do you truly believe that, given your current disposition, the clan leader would ever forgive you? Bayu's retort rendered the old man utterly speechless. Such a commotion naturally attracted Hija, along with Qiyu and Xiao Lang, who all agreed that Bayu's actions were far from excessive. The entire tribe was aware of the old man's behavior. Amusingly, when Xiongda learned that the old man had returned, he rushed to Qingxian's home, declaring, "I shall remain here and observe whether he dares to bully the two of you again." Truly, the older one gets, the more shameless they become. Words escape me. Rest assured, Xiongda is here today. Liu Qingxuan, still anxious, remarked, "What if that old man goes berserk and Bayu cannot defend herself?" She noted that the old man appeared quite robust. Having remained unscathed throughout the years, he was likely both shrewd and formidable. Xiongda reassured her, "Do not be deceived by Bayu's youth. At that time, everyone believed she was beyond saving, especially as she was burdened with a child smaller than herself. Yet, look at her now, a pillar of strength. Have no fear. Once she ascends as the clan leader, the position of clan matriarch shall be yours." Liu Qingxian, still unconvinced, replied, "How can I be at ease? Ultimately, he is someone dear to her, and my concerns are manifold. I can only accept it. I simply believe she will exercise discretion. Trust her." Having sufficiently riled the old man, Bayu confronted him, asking, "Are you convinced now? Will you dare to come again? I warned you long ago. It was one thing to bully Bayun. How dare you now target my beloved? Were I in the shoes of Ling Jui, I assure you, our conversation would not be occurring here." The old man, having been dragged forth, yelled at Bayu, "Is this truly the mark of the beast God has chosen? You seem to be even more malevolent than Ling Jui. How could such a person exist? You deserve a life of solitude, much like Ling Jui, bereft of family." Bayu coldly retorted, "You claim Ling Jui has no family. Yet he has 2 children named Ping'an and Tuan Yuan. It is you who have no kin. You have cast us aside, so why should we need you?" In an instant, the old man's expression contorted as he spat. "Your grandmother and mother raised you two to be such uncouth beings. Your father is no better. Just wait and see." Bayu was suddenly devoid of any emotion. Why had she ever felt compelled to show filial piety towards such a person? Coldly, she remarked, "If this is how you wish to speak, then I shall take my leave. I am aware of your intentions. Let me clarify once more. I do not know any mermaids. All of this was orchestrated by us." The old man, realizing that his true motives had been uncovered, ceased to feign ignorance and said, "Bayu, I know you are well acquainted with many. Even Ling Jue is among your close friends. If I reveal what I know, I promise to sever all ties with you. What do you say?" Bayu said impatiently, "I have already stated that I do not know you. Are you incapable of understanding simple words?" Bayu, unwilling to endure his entanglement, simply walked away. As she was about to descend, she was taken by surprise when the old man transformed into a white tiger and lunged at her with a fierce swipe. Had it not been for the resilient materials Liu Qingxian had provided her for her clothing during her recent hunting trip in the mountains, the outcome would have certainly been far more severe than merely a blood mark. The old man, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Bayu, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. Although I may be aged and lack your strength, I possess an array of techniques waiting for you to confront, and I assure you, you cannot withstand them. Do you believe me?" At that moment, Hija, from a distance, interjected, "You cannot withstand the techniques of either of them. Tend to your own business. My involvement does not signify my indifference. He requires my constant presence." Qiyu and the little wolf, standing nearby, echoed their support. "You should retreat as far as possible." The old man, still filled with vanity, intended to saunter back to his seaside cottage. However, as he crossed the spring, Qiyu delivered a fierce swipe from behind. Being a wild wolf by nature, Qiyu's instincts remained untamed. Since his transformation into a beast man, some of that wildness had persisted. He glared at the old man and declared, "You harm my benefactor, and I shall retaliate. I am a creature of the wild and possess no moral scruples. Furthermore, I am well versed in the clan's regulations. My actions are entirely justifiable. You cannot contend with me." Afterward, the little wolf spat at the old man and added, "Spitting at you is a mere trifle. Everyone wishes to express their disdain for your actions. You struck Bayun so mercilessly that I long to deliver a few kicks myself. Just wait. If you dare approach their home again, Beardo will come for you. Think wisely. You surely do not wish to be stung by bees." Hija, preparing to administer medicine to Bayu, incessantly cautioned, "You ought to place your trust in him. Does he truly believe himself to be your grandfather? What are you contemplating? You are merely exhibiting misplaced compassion. Bai, I warn you to cease such behaviors. Bai nodded and remarked, I am aware of the harm he has inflicted upon me. It matters not. My concern lies solely with his maltreatment of children and females. The chieftain turns a blind eye to his actions, which is not characteristic of him. Listening to the chieftain. The deeds he has committed are far removed from what we would ever do. Ling Ju would never cease fighting, resorting to a treacherous claw from behind. Fortunately, the fabric of my attire is sufficiently thick, otherwise he would have torn my flesh apart. Indeed, according to Qingxuan, this is termed an infection. When he first arrived, did your leg not succumb to infection? Thankfully, the medicine she provided proved effective. The old man returned to his dilapidated seaside cottage, which appeared utterly decrepit. Some wooden planks and wild grass formed a makeshift structure, lacking the delicacy of the pavilion Bai had constructed. Huddled within his humble abode, he examined the claw marks on his back. His seasoned experience told him he needed to procure something to treat them. He gazed at the sea, which splashed against his back, yet he remained silent despite the expected agony. He longed for his beloved to emerge and see him, but only a cold figure approached, advising him to refrain from washing his wounds here, as the scent of blood would disturb them. Upon hearing this, the old man, reminiscent of a loyal eunuch beside the empress, promptly replied, I shall hasten to another location to cleanse my wounds. The merman, satisfied, nodded and said, Gather some fruits from the shore. The ocean offers few sweet delights. While fish is sweet, it lacks sufficient sweetness. I have heard that some tribes possess a delicacy known as candy. Go procure some. I hear the people of the New Moon tribe have plenty. The old man quickly assured, I shall bring it to you by tomorrow. The next morning, chaos ensued as children from the New Moon tribe lamented the theft of their candies, resulting in Bai profiting from their tears. This incident, though seemingly minor, garnered the chieftain's serious attention due to its implications for the young ones. After an investigation, it was discovered the old man was the culprit. Without hesitation, the chieftain compensated the victims for their loss and resolved to confront the old man if the situation escalated further. The old man presented the stolen candies, proclaiming, These are all fruit-flavored, with honey and lemon essence. He cherished them dearly, placing them in a small pouch. The merman, coldly sampling a piece, remarked, Is this the candy of the land? It is excessively sweet. Compared to our delicately flavored fish, it is as if they belonged to two entirely different realms. I cannot fathom how they enjoy such sweetness. The old man, bending respectfully, replied, The noble mermen find the land-dwelling beasts to be quite crude. What do they know of taste? The merman, haughtily shaking his head, retorted, No, I merely find them barbaric, and then return to the depths of the sea. Upon retrieving the candy, the merman discovered his pouch was empty. Bai, upon learning this, could not help but mock him thoroughly. Aware that it would dissolve upon contact with water, it appeared crystalline, yet in reality, it was not. The merman stood in bewilderment, wondering how a full pouch had vanished so swiftly. Surely, this must be a sign from the divine. The civilized merfolk cannot partake of the crude fare prepared by the brutish orcs. He gathered wild fruits and hurried to present them before the female members of the merfolk tribe. The elderly matriarch among them examined the fruits with a satisfied nod, remarking, He is somewhat useful, having pined for me for 20 or 30 years. One might think I possess sorcery. The young man nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Aunt, you truly are remarkable. Our family has become the most prosperous in the merfolk tribe. Good people are coming to seek me out. I shall honor you in due time. The young man and the matriarch exchanged smiles, and she replied, Ah, my nephew is indeed commendable. My own sons lack your worth. Chapter 65. Bai's proposal. Meanwhile, the old man was laboriously tending to his wounds. Gathering wild fruits was a challenging task, particularly given that the strong scent of blood could attract predators. The merfolk were contemplating how to extract more value from this old man, instinctively avoiding the utterance of his name. Thus, it is said that misdeeds yield consequences. The old man could have lived in comfort, yet he chose to display disdain for his own tribe. He has no one to blame but himself for his short-sightedness. The merfolk conferred about what else the old man might possess that could be of use. The depths of the ocean were inherently frigid, and the fish skin of the merfolk offered little warmth. Each winter, when the chilling currents swept in, many merfolk succumbed to the cold. All living beings harbor fears, and for them, the coldness is their greatest dread. Although the merfolk do not toil excessively in hunting, they are not without formidable foes. Should nature lack appropriate checks and balances, a tragic predicament would inevitably ensue. I proposed deceiving him into the depths of the sea, enticing his grandson to retrieve treasures in exchange. I have heard that his grandson, Bai, has gained considerable renown on land, likely possessing many valuable items. You mentioned his grandson, Bai. I have heard whispers of the recent tumult surrounding the chieftaincy. Where did you hear such gossip? Was it not said that a striking female orc has recently arrived on land? In my view, no matter her beauty, she cannot rival that of the merfolk. An elderly woman named Xin, perturbed by the remark, interjected, the merfolk are undoubtedly the most beautiful. How could she possibly compare? As summer approaches, calamities also loom. What signifies a bountiful harvest for us spells disaster for them. As long as we withhold the direction of those creatures from them, they will suffer grievously. Indeed, each year, some rogues divulge information to the savage inhabitants of the land. Who will dare this year? The old woman sighed, lamenting, even in summer, the sea's temperature drops at night. At my advanced age, I wonder how many years remain. During the day, this old man fails to gather sufficient animal hides, professing his love for me while subjecting me to this cold. Some others chimed in, true, our waters are indeed frigid, unlike their land where one can kindle a fire. Alas, to speak frankly, even if they can survive, I fail to see what they possess. Our underwater realm is far superior. Starvation is an impossibility here. Alas, I must say, the sight of the deceased is truly tragic. Their eyes, in that state, evoke profound pity. Yet, what of it? They belong to the land. However, the old woman's nephew remarked, what is so difficult about it? Simply have that old man procure more animal hides. I observe that every time he brings you hides, they are of exceptional quality. I wonder if this year my aunt might allocate me a portion. The hides that old man delivers are invariably from this year, only to be discarded the next. Such a statement would undoubtedly invite punishment in the land tribes, for these hides can be utilized for many years. Yet, this old woman insists on renewing them year after year. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan received an invitation from Ling Jue, and upon examining the invitation, she was momentarily taken aback and inquired of Baiyu, why would they invite us when we are not part of their tribe? Baiyu said, it's perfectly fine. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. You haven't attended a bonfire party yet, have you? I've heard that their tribe's gatherings are rather more entertaining, unlike our own rather dim ones. Baiyu remarked, Ling Jue is likely to provide an abundance of fruit. The grass market must be bustling. The bonfire gathering in their tribe is even more vibrant than the grass market. You may enjoy yourself there. I shall accompany you when the time comes. Liu Qingxuan gazed at Baiyu's face and inquired, are you not concerned that Ling Jue might invite me to join him? Baiyu confidently replied, I am present. He would not dare. Otherwise, their bonfire gathering would transform into an arena for combat. Observing her boyfriend's unwavering confidence, Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but express her delight. That sounds wonderful. With summer approaching, perhaps you should create a lovely dress for me. Baiyu gazed intently at Liu Qingxuan and remarked, I observe that other female beastfolk tend to gather in groups, forging friendships. I desire the same for you. Rather than spending your days at home tinkering and inventing, life has improved significantly since your arrival. You should seek companionship instead of continuously assessing our happiness from within these walls. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan felt a surge of emotion. Realizing that Baiyu had indeed contemplated such matters, the females of the Xinhua tribe were well protected and rarely ventured out, while she had been engrossed in strategizing the next steps for their future. Nodding in agreement, Liu Qingxuan replied, I plan to develop papermaking next. However, the process is rather intricate. Are you familiar with the 4 great inventions of China? They are papermaking, the compass, gunpowder, and printing. You may find the concept of papermaking somewhat unfamiliar, yet it is through paper that culture can be disseminated, rather than inscribing significant text upon walls as you do. With the advent of papermaking, the art of printing must inevitably follow. If you aspire to conquer the vastness of the cosmos, understanding the compass is essential. As for gunpowder, while I acknowledge it is the simplest of these 4 inventions, I have no intention of pursuing it, as its creation could potentially incite a great conflict. Baiyu listened as his wife inquired, have you developed a method of thinking? Liu Qingxuan proudly responded, every Chinese person is familiar with the operations of the 4 great inventions. We frequently encounter these throughout our education, from elementary school to university. Baiyu detected the faint sound of footsteps that Liu Qingxuan had yet to notice. She turned to inquire, what brings you here? Did you not send someone to deliver an invitation? Of course, we shall attend. Why the eagerness? Are you attempting to steal my girlfriend? You have none. You are solitary. Utterly solitary. Ling Jue observed Baiyu's series of juvenile antics and could not help but rub his forehead, remarking, must you always be so childish? You truly are quite immature. Tit for tat, you two engage in such delightful banter, Liu Qingxuan interjected with a hint of sarcasm. After Ling Ju tidied his belongings, he addressed them. Let us depart at once. There is no need to bring anything. Everything will be well prepared on the other side. And are you certain you will not partake in the fruits? It is worth noting that even Bai Yu would find it challenging to acquire these delicacies. Some of these fruits thrive in water, accessible only to us serpents. Whether on land or in the sea, we thrive. The water is undoubtedly Bai Yu's Achilles heel. At this moment, Bai Yu stepped forward, stating, I have yet to fetch my wife's clothing. Why the rush? Little did they know, Ling Jue had brought along a pure white linen dress. Upon seeing the ethereal garment, Liu Qingxuan's heart soared with joy, and she promptly declared to Bai Yu, I shall wear this one. Acknowledging his defeat, Bai Yu grinned at Ling Jue, asserting, I will craft an even more exquisite outfit. Just wait and see. Once Liu Qingxuan had donned the dress, Bai Yu adorned her hair with flowers he had picked, saying, with these delicate blooms, you appear even more enchanting. Just as Liu Qingxuan was about to step out with Ling Jue, Bai Yu interjected, you two go ahead. I will catch up shortly. In his home, he rummaged through his storage, murmuring, where are the bangles my mother left me? Where is my bloodstone bracelet? That bracelet was so beautiful. My mother wore it for many years. Ling Jue remarked, why are you taking from me? I intend to propose to my wife at your bonfire gathering. Looking at Liu Qingxuan in the dress he had gifted her, Ling Jue sincerely complimented, you look extraordinarily beautiful today, as if descended from the beast god. Liu Qingxuan chuckled, I am not that beautiful, merely passably so. I am just the most beautiful in the beast realm. She then added, I learned from Bai Yun. But it's unfortunate he cannot attend today. He must stay home and drink medicine. Aha. Curiosity piqued, Ling Jue inquired, how is he so unwell? I haven't seen him at home for so long. At this, Liu Qingxuan's expression fell. Bai said that grandfather is simply inhumane. She revealed her arm, stating, look. My arm is much better now. There are still some scabs, but once healed, there will be no scars. I've procured some scar-removing ointment. She continued. Bai Yun is worse off. His entire abdomen is bruised. He has had little appetite lately and seems utterly exhausted. Ling Jue pondered deeply. I did not realize his grandfather was still so misguided. But let us not dwell on his actions, which have incited widespread anger. Many have perished because of him. Every year, creatures crawl from the depths of the sea, and during heavy summer rains, they emerge. Sometimes their whereabouts can be anticipated. I recall a year when his grandfather transmitted erroneous information. Consequently, another individual claimed to have a different account. After thorough investigation, it turned out his grandfather had caused the demise of many. Liu Qingxuan was taken aback. Summer? But we did not witness any of this last summer. Why is that? Ling Jue explained, because there is a pattern. They come in cycles every few years. There were no sightings in recent years, so we should expect them this year. These creatures are utterly unpredictable. Even I cannot foresee their movements. Our tribe's shaman has exhausted all efforts trying to predict their arrival, yet with little success. Enough of this. We must hurry. The bonfire gathering is about to commence, and as their leader, I must preside over it. The bonfire celebration was held at the heart of their tribe, where the guards were most vigilant, ensuring that no harm would come from external threats. In the center, there was a lush lawn adorned with an array of fruits and grilled delicacies. Liu Qingxuan observed that this place resembled her own era quite closely, save for the differing attire of the people. By this time, a considerable number of individuals had gathered to revel in the festivities. Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but ponder why the males were so strikingly handsome while the females appeared rather less appealing. It seemed that Bai Yu's grandfather's infatuation with that wretched old woman from the human realm was not without reason. Selecting a few of her favorite fruits, Liu Qingxuan settled quietly, watching the joyous crowd dance and sing. A slightly slender female beastman attempted to lean beside her and said, May I befriend you? I have heard of you. You are the chosen female by the gods. The sugar and salt you invented have greatly benefited us all. Liu Qingxuan was taken aback by the unexpected praise from a fellow female, especially after having been harshly criticized by the female beastmen in Ling Jue's tribe. With a sense of delight, Liu Qingxuan replied, Of course. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Liu Qingxuan, currently residing in the New Moon tribe. The other female, with a sense of earnestness, introduced herself in return. Hello, I am Xiaoxi. You can simply call me that. Afterward, Xiaoxi took Liu Qingxuan's hand, exclaiming, You must never have danced here before. We absolutely adored dancing together. Liu Qingxuan, swaying her arms in rhythm, found herself enjoying the lively footwork. Meanwhile, Ling Jue gazed at his beloved maiden dancing by the bonfire, feeling a surge of pride in his discerning taste. Alas, Liu Qingxuan had yet to accept him. Nevertheless, he believed that with effort, opportunities would surely arise, especially in a place where one could have multiple husbands. In a hurry, Bai Yu rushed to the scene where Liu Qingxuan, at the invitation of everyone, prepared to present a performance. Liu Qingxuan, possessing a spirit untroubled by apprehension, gracefully took to the stage and announced, "Allow me to perform a ballet for you all. Today, I happen to be adorned in a white dress." Beneath the flickering glow of the bonfire, the onlookers beheld her gentle features, illuminated by the moonlight that cast a dreamy haze upon her face, rendering her countenance both ethereal and elusive. With a delicate flick of her fingertips, a compassionate gaze dispersed like petals throughout the gathering, permeating the atmosphere. As she danced, her fair visage and flowing white garments, accompanied by strands of ink-black hair, swayed with the breeze, reminiscent of blossoms cascading from above. In that moment, the spectators were enraptured, their hearts reverberating with thoughts of divine grace manifesting before them. Upon completing her performance, the audience was momentarily speechless, standing in reverent silence, while Liu Qingxuan could not help but worry whether her dance had been satisfactory. However, a glance back at Ling Ju revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. Bai Yu, having arrived in haste, missed this enchanting display, yet he noticed the change in the gazes of those around him towards his girlfriend, perplexed by their admiration. Though it did not deter him from his intent to propose, Bai Yu gazed at his beloved girlfriend, retrieving a bracelet cherished by his mother. He presented it to Liu Qingxuan, declaring, "This is my mother's most treasured bracelet. I wish to gift it to you. I may lack the eloquence to express my feelings, but there are sentiments I long to convey. When I first laid eyes upon you, I was struck by your beauty. Do you know? Since the passing of my parents, no one has treated me with such kindness. No one has gone to such lengths to ensure my well-being. At that moment, I resolved that I would marry you. Come what may. I once thought I would dwell forever in a desolate forest, yet I encountered an ethereal being from another realm, blossoming quietly in the warmth of our friendship, free from the worries of time. Qingxuan, with a heart full of unspoken words, I implore you to marry me." With tears glistening in her eyes, Liu Qingxuan stared at Bai Yu, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Of course I will." Without waiting for Bai Yu to respond, she slipped the chicken bloodvine bracelet onto her wrist and added, "Next time, you must craft a ring for me out of crystal and gemstones. And remember to kneel on one knee during the wedding." Bai Yu nodded eagerly and said, "I have no issue kneeling on both knees for you. Why settle for just one knee? Tomorrow, I shall craft a ring for you. What colors of crystals and gems do you fancy? I believe you would adore red." While everyone was offering their blessings to the couple, only Ling Jue was left with a broken tooth, silently lamenting, did he not always speak so directly? Why is he able to articulate such sweet words today? This was a matter of great significance concerning his wife, naturally. He would exert himself to come up with flattering words. After all, this was the distinction between having a wife and being without one. Chapter 66. A crisis from the ocean. As Bai Yu proposed and Liu Qingxuan accepted, they disregarded Ling Jue's sorrowful gaze and returned home. This only strengthened Ling Jue's resolve to pursue his beloved. Meanwhile, on her way home, Liu Qingxuan was lost in daydreams about their life after marriage, with no intention of rushing into marriage anytime soon. At this moment, Bai Yu turned to Liu Qingxuan and remarked, "I may be quite occupied during this period. The past few years have been uneventful, but this year, there might be the appearance of the fish demon." Liu Qingxuan, puzzled, inquired, "Is it the creature spoken of by Ling Ju? Yet, it did not manifest last year. Perhaps it will not this year either?" Bai Yu shook her head and said, "We must not harbor any illusions. We conduct our defenses annually." Liu Qingxuan, intrigued, inquired of Ling Ju. The great shaman of their tribe cannot discern the precise direction. "So what of our clan's priest? If the priest possesses such formidable abilities, why do they not collaborate with the great shaman?" Bai Yu shook her head and replied, "Our clan's rituals are dedicated solely to the worship of the beast god, and do not involve divination ceremonies. Rather, they focus primarily on prediction. Otherwise, do you truly believe that Ling Jue ascended to the position of clan leader at such a tender age purely by chance? On one hand, it is due to his own merits, and on the other, it signifies that he has been chosen by the great shaman." Liu Qingxuan nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "So that is how it is. I had always thought that your customs were rather straightforward, but it appears there is much complexity here." Suddenly, Liu Qingxuan seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Then regarding those fish spirits you mentioned, they originate from the seaside, and since your grandfather resides by the coast, why has he encountered no issues over the years? Living so close to the sea would surely make escape quite convenient, wouldn't it?" Bai Yu shook her head and remarked, "Surely, he must have received something from the merfolk. He has formed a symbiotic relationship with them, as they are all fearful of the cold. He could offer them fine furs in exchange. Perhaps the merfolk would be inclined to protect him. At this moment, Liu Qingxuan, filled with indignation, interjected. Your mention of this matter infuriates me. Baiyun has already informed me that those furs do not belong to him. They were seized from you, were they not? Baiyun nodded helplessly and said, Indeed, he has previously taken advantage of these circumstances to come to our home and seize our belongings. The last time, I forgot to mention that he even attempted to steal our salt blocks. These are meant to be communal property within the tribe, yet he made off with several pieces. We were left with no choice but to deduct it from our household expenses. Liu Qingxuan's eyes widened upon hearing this, as she exclaimed, Baiyu, regardless of the circumstances, you must retrieve the items he has taken. However, I am quite curious. Are there many members in their merfolk clan? Does he not have a particular fondness for Xiner and her family? He visits them annually, yet that family cannot possibly require so many beast skins. Baiyu shook her head and remarked that she was uncertain. Perhaps he needed to sell it every year. She was not entirely sure. She had only heard that mermaids look down upon those of us who dwell on land, considering themselves to be exceptionally noble. However, she did not perceive any inherent nobility in them. Was it merely due to the abundance of fish in the sea that they would not starve? If Lingju were to hear this, he would undoubtedly lash out at them with his tail several times. After Baiyu finished speaking, he began to disparage Lingjue in front of his wife. With an air of sudden confidence, Baiyu straightened his posture and proclaimed, My dear, let me tell you about this Lingjue. His temper is rather unpleasant. You know he has quite the fearsome reputation. Of course, through our interactions, I have discovered that he is indeed dedicated to the happiness of others. However, what you might not realize is that he can be quite cunning and deceitful. Just last time, he managed to swindle a significant amount of ginger from us. Moreover, he cannot stand it when others speak ill of him. The moment someone criticizes him, he subtly resorts to underhanded tactics. Liu Qingxuan, hearing this, inquired with a hint of confusion, Are you still upset about him taking your ginger? Did he not send us a considerable amount of animal hides? Furthermore, that stethoscope was crafted by him, made from deer hide. I heard from Hija that Lingjue spent quite some time catching that deer. It's quite rare to see deer during this season. Baiyu, upon hearing the words of her beloved, couldn't help but respond with a hint of exasperation. That is not what I meant. Do you truly comprehend what I am saying? Oh dear, you seem so innocent. Am I not disparaging him? Can you not grasp that? With a playful huff, she added, I shall not engage with you any longer. Liu Qingxuan, observing her demeanor, quietly remarked, Have you indulged a bit too much in your libations today? Indeed, Baiyu, elated after the proposal, had been mischievously plied with an abundance of drink by the cunning Lingju. With a flushed complexion, she retorted, I haven't drunk at all, just a smidgen. And I am not easily inebriated. I am quite remarkable. I can consume an entire barrel. Liu Qingxuan, taken aback, exclaimed. But I have heard that the price of wine here is not much less than that of salt. You were quite affluent before. How long would it take you to develop the capacity to drink such a quantity? Baiyu, her cheeks flushed, declared, There's no need. I am quite formidable by nature. What is a mere barrel? I can consume 10. And after that, there are kisses from my wife. As they progressed further, Baiyu's words became increasingly abundant, and her intoxication more pronounced. At times, she transformed into a lively little tiger, bounding about with exuberance. Upon witnessing this, Liu Qingxuan remarked, The jumping tiger certainly does not deceive me. At last, they arrived home safely. Supporting the drowsy Baiyu at the doorstep, Liu Qingxuan called out, Baiyun, Baiyun, your brother is inebriated. Come quickly and assist him. He is too heavy for me to manage. Thankfully, he had not turned into a tiger. Otherwise, this night would have proven too cumbersome for me to handle. Baiyun gazed at her brother and couldn't help but rub her forehead, remarking, He is well aware of his own tolerance for alcohol. What on earth is he doing? As she assisted him inside, Baiyun disdainfully touched her brother's face, exclaiming, Goodness. He is drunk again. It appears we shall be relying on the fish caught by Hija for the next few days. He tends to indulge in excess. And despite knowing you shouldn't drink, what transpired? Liu Qingxuan observed Baiyun's puzzled expression and realized that Bai Wei had certainly not disclosed his intention to propose. Blushing, she replied, Your brother proposed to me today. Look at this. He gifted me this exquisite chicken bloodvine bracelet. Baiyun gazed at the chicken bloodstone bracelet adorning her sister's wrist and chuckled. Hee, sister, at last, you are truly my sister. No wonder he drank so much today. I shall refrain from scolding him. Hee, has the proposal been successful? Who would have thought it? Truly, my brother is remarkably composed. Liu Qingxuan, perplexed, inquired, all right, I understand. Is there no hangover remedy available here? He can't possibly intend to remain inebriated for a day or two, can he? Bai Yun, perplexed, inquired, what is this hangover soup? Nothing much. We usually just sleep off the drunkenness for a day or two, replied Liu Qingxuan. Her brow furrowed in confusion. All right then, help me get him to bed, and we shall gather the ingredients for the hangover soup at Heja's house. He must have what we need. One cannot help but remark on the potent aroma of herbs wafting from Heja's abode. It was a curious sight. As he occupied only a small corner of the spacious room, while the rest was filled with an array of medicinal plants. Sighing, she mused, "Oh, dear brother Heja." That evening, Heja, surprised by their visit, immediately discerned from Liu Qingxuan's greeting hand gesture that Bai Yu had successfully proposed. "Congratulations," he exclaimed. Liu Qingxuan queried, "Did he plan this with you?" Heja replied, "How could he? I understood everything upon seeing this," gesturing subtly towards her wrist. Liu Qingxuan, suddenly feeling awkward, stammered, "Oh, right. You have a keen eye. We need to prepare some hangover soup. Bai Yu is quite inebriated, and so is Ling Jue." "All right. I'll watch while you gather the ingredients," Heja said. Liu Qingxuan assembled the herbs and, with permission, borrowed Heja's pot to brew the concoction, taking it home afterward. However, upon returning, she discovered that Bai Yu was nowhere to be found. With concern etched on her face, Bai Yun reassured her sister, "Don't worry. He should be taking a shower at this hour, even if he often passes out drunk. He does have a penchant for cleanliness." Meanwhile, the tipsy Bai Yu had indeed made his way to the water's edge, troubled by the words exchanged with his beloved earlier that day, which stirred unease about the ocean's depths. He sprinted towards the shore, perhaps experiencing the fastest sobriety of his life. In the vast expanse of the sea, colossal creatures floated, their powerful tails thrashing against one another amidst a fierce struggle. Bai Yu's eyes widened in realization. Were these not the fish demons from before? Heavens, what is happening? Fortunately, Bai Yu possessed an exceptional ability to conceal his presence, allowing him to remain undetected by the monstrous beings. Bai Yu retained the last vestiges of consciousness as he swam towards the shore, desperately racing homeward. The urgency in his movements stemmed from his unstable mental state. In a daze between intoxication and lucidity, he could do little else but hasten home. Upon his arrival, Liu Qingxuan, observing his panicked demeanor, inquired with confusion, "What has happened? Were you not supposed to be bathing? Why do you appear so frightened?" Having spent considerable time in this place, Liu Qingxuan had never witnessed Bai Yu in a state of fear. In that moment, Bai Yu turned to her and exclaimed, "It is dire, truly dire. They have come. They have come." Bai Yu inquired, "Brother, what has brought you to this state? Why are your words so unclear? Quickly, drink this hangover soup." With that, Bai Yu approached her brother, presenting him with the restorative concoction. She urged, "This may help you regain your senses more swiftly." Without hesitation, Bai Wei gulped down the soup, disregarding the nuances of the moment. However, to her surprise, she still felt a lingering haze, repeatedly murmuring, "They're coming, the fish spirits are coming. Call the clan leader, hurry." Upon hearing this, Bai Yin instantly became serious and inquired, "Is everything you say truly genuine? Could it be that you are merely intoxicated and envisioning fanciful illusions?" Bai Yu shook her head and replied, "How could I possibly jest about such significant matters? Now, go, while I am still of sound mind." Bai Yin hurriedly rushed to the chieftain's residence, only to find that the chieftain had already retired for the night. Persistently, Bai Yin knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Grandfather Chieftain, something terrible has happened. My brother has seen the fish ghost." Upon hearing such alarming news, the chieftain was instantly awakened, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He hastily made his way to Bai Yu's home, where he found Bai Wei sprawled on the bed in a drunken stupor, still bewildered as he inquired, "Have you, in your inebriation, merely conjured up a fantasy?" Bai Yu, rendered speechless, uttered, "Tribe leader, I truly witnessed it. Today, I spoke excessively about this matter with my wife. In my inebriated state, I felt compelled to investigate, contemplating that it is now the late spring season. To my astonishment, I encountered numerous occurrences. Fortunately, I managed to return. Had Bai Yu been in a sober state, he would have undoubtedly rushed forward to confront the threat before retreating." Observing Bai Yu's demeanor, the tribe leader furrowed his brow and began to pace restlessly within the confines of the room, pondering the gravity of the situation. The sight of Bai Yu in such distress indicated that the impending threat was formidable. The Xinhua tribe had only recently begun to flourish, and it must not be jeopardized by these occurrences. Bai Yu, witnessing the tribe leader's agitation, urged, we must swiftly seek a secure location to relocate. Let us not replicate the circumstances faced by Ling Jue and his tribe. We must act quickly. Having consumed a restorative concoction, Baiyu's faculties were gradually returning to clarity. He turned to Baiyun and instructed, make another trip to summon Hija. Instruct him to inventory the supplies and expedite their delivery to the designated location. We must prioritize the assessment of our resources. Hurry, call for him. Furthermore, go to Xiongdaji and request that Xiongda notify Ling Jue. The white clouds, not daring to delay even for a mere 3 seconds, hurriedly made their way to the abode of Hija. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan, feeling anxious, observed their expressions one by one, her heart tightening as she inquired, is the fish ghost a type of fish? How does it come into being? At that moment, the clan leader shook his head and sighed. Discussing this matter brings us sorrow. This is also one reason why some from the depths of the ocean look down upon us land dwellers. They possess fish ghosts, yet we remain ignorant of their origin. Even our rituals provide no insight. I had hoped that the great shaman of Ling Ju's tribe would know. But our priest has informed me that even the great shaman is unaware. Liu Qingxuan sensed that this situation was far from trivial. And seeing Baiyu in such a state, her heart ached as she said, today was supposed to be a day of restful slumber. Observing Baiyu's forced composure, she gently caressed Baiyu's face, adding, why not take a few hours to rest? We can resume later. After all, your inebriated state won't be of any help in counting the supplies. Baiyu, however, stubbornly insisted, no, this concerns a significant strategy. I cannot afford to sleep. Upon hearing the news, Hija turned to Baiyun and inquired, are you certain that what he said is true and not merely a figment of his drunken imagination? Baiyun, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, no, it is simply that he appeared flustered upon his return. Upon learning this, Hija hurriedly made his way to Baiyu's residence to inventory the supplies and summon the neighboring Xiongda. With an air of urgency, he declared, it is unsafe at night, and traversing that area is equally perilous. Yet, there was no alternative. The drowsy Xiongda rubbed his eyes and replied, you decide what must be done. Hija then instructed, go and fetch the chieftain of the neighboring tribe. Informing him that there is a matter of great importance to discuss, he refrained from disclosing the specifics, lest it cause unnecessary alarm among the others. Meanwhile, the chieftain and the shaman commenced their search for a suitable location, the two elders calculating various options in their minds until they finally settled on a spot. At that moment, Hija remained at home alongside Baiyu, meticulously cataloging the most vital supplies, salt, ginger, and leather. Liu Qingxuan observed them and suggested, be sure to bring extra sugar. When fatigue sets in, it will serve as a source of energy and vitality. Having completed their preparations, they were greeted by the crowing of a rooster. Baiyun, receiving their instructions, went to knock on the doors of several robust orc households, providing little explanation as he urged them to transport their belongings to the designated location. Among those who arrived were not only Ling Jue but also the great shaman of their tribe. Ling Jue, regarding the situation with gravity, stated, fortunately, you discovered this early. The reason for my late arrival is that I was just out scouting the situation. As you predicted, they will soon come flooding in. Baiyu nodded and addressed him. Indeed, what shall we do about the migration of your tribe? It is impossible for us to merely relocate. You know that such matters invariably inflict considerable harm upon the younger orcs of each tribe. What do you propose we do? She continued. Our sole responsibility now is to safeguard the elderly orcs. The females and the children must also be closely monitored. At that moment, the great shaman stepped forward and slowly remarked, though I am uncertain of their transformations, my predictions suggest a connection to the merfolk. Besides their aversion to cold, their eyes constitute a significant vulnerability. This method may be worth attempting. Liu Qingxuan interjected, are you suggesting we target their eyes? The great shaman nodded, a smile gracing his face as he replied, indeed, you are truly the one chosen by the beast god. That is precisely my intention. Fortuitously, our chieftain has devised a blade. I am aware that your tribe possesses blades as well. We merely need to hurl these at their eyes. A large-scale effort may yield a turning point. Liu Qingxuan responded with a smile, there's no need for such complexity. I have an even better plan. Chapter 67. The little lake. Early in the morning, Liu Qingxuan awoke to find the sky somewhat dim. Attentively discerning the sensations in the air, she realized that it felt slightly damp. She remarked, Baiyu, do you think it is going to rain? Lingju extended his tongue into the air and stated, indeed. It appears that rain is imminent. Baiyu, we must act swiftly. The rainy season is approaching. Baiyu furrowed her brows and replied, why has it come so swiftly today? I thought it would take a few more days for the tone to arrive. Goodness. Fortunately, I wandered about drunkenly last night. Otherwise, we would surely be doomed this time. Liu Qingxuan addressed the two of them, saying, "You must come up with a solution. I am quite unfamiliar with this place, and it is evident that the hydraulic engineering cannot be constructed at this moment. I shall go prepare a meal for you." Baiyu gazed up at the sky, her expression tinged with sadness as she inquired, "I wonder how your tribe is faring? Why has no one come to share news with us this year in exchange for favors?" Ling Jui, equally concerned, replied, "I too am troubled by these matters. By all accounts, they should have arrived by now, and the news we were to exchange should have reached us, yet we have seen no sign of them. What are we to do?" Liu Qingxuan glanced at the water they had stored, which felt rather cool, and called out to Baiyun, saying, "You should remain here today and not wander about. Your injuries have not yet fully healed, so it would be wise to avoid causing trouble for your brothers." Distracted, she completed the meal preparations. Baiyun assisted by bringing a plate to the table, cheerfully urging everyone, "Come, eat, partake. We can think afterward." Their meal was consumed in a state of distraction, primarily due to the foreboding circumstances that seemed to herald misfortune. This year, the rains had arrived several days earlier than usual. The rainy season was notably brief, and this calamity would last only a few days. However, these days would prove exceedingly arduous for the orcs on land, as the risk of being fatally bitten loomed, alongside the peril of young, vigorous orcs drowning while battling monsters. Baiyu led Ling Jui to the storeroom of the clan leader's residence and said, "Seeing your dedication, we have prepared an abundance of cured meat. Simply bring some water to a boil and cook it in there. The broth is also drinkable. It has been seasoned with salt. You may take a few pieces, but do not be greedy and attempt to take more than your share." Ling Jui nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Baiyun, intrigued by the cured meat, recalled that it was during the pickling process that Liu Qingxuan mentioned her hometown's custom of enjoying cured meat during the New Year celebrations, which Baiyu had taken to heart. With the intention of creating a sense of home for Liu Qingxuan, Baiyu stealthily prepared an ample supply of meat, a rather commonplace item in the beastly realm. Here, the variety of meat far exceeds that of the edible vegetables. Baiyun discreetly took a small morsel and stuffed it into her mouth, nearly choking on the overwhelming saltiness. "How could it be so salty?" she exclaimed, the force of her protest inadvertently alerting her brother. Recognizing his injuries, Baiwei looked at him with a practiced calm, saying, "Do not be angry, do not be angry. Illness will come to those who harbor wrath." Ling Jue, accompanying the elder patriarch, spoke earnestly, while the patriarch himself regarded Ling Jue with a mixture of apprehension and respect. For his reputation was formidable. Their interactions were minimal, shrouded in an air of caution. Meanwhile, the depths of the sea were far from tranquil, teeming with numerous fish spirits engaged in a frenzied battle. The merfolk displayed little fear of these monstrous entities, swimming among them with a sense of unperturbed defiance. During the daylight hours, as I observed the unfolding scenes, I could not help but scoff inwardly, murmuring to myself, "Are you not quite formidable? These monsters are more than capable of besting you." Reflecting on the hardships I endured upon the land, I felt no sympathy. Turning back to my modest wooden cabin, I gazed upon the frail mermaid I had bound, saying, "You, the wretched traitor, dare to betray our location to Baiyu, do you not? I warned you to embrace your identity as a mermaid. Do you hunger for their meager offerings, or is it something else? Or have you forsaken us in hopes of aligning with the mainland?" I questioned. "Do you truly believe they would accept you?" The emaciated mermaid's eyes widened in terror. He merely sought to barter with the orcs for their pelts. Observing his tearful demeanor, I declared, "You shall await your fate, by undermining the unity of our kin. I will return you to the merfolk, where your fate shall be far grimmer than here. You are nothing but a disgrace to our kind." With that, I delivered a swift kick to the frail creature, whose scales had dulled from lack of moisture. At that moment, Ling Jue received a report from his subordinate, who respectfully addressed him, "Leader, we have discovered something significant. Baiyu's grandfather has captured an exceedingly weak fish, claiming it to be a traitor. If we wish to avert disaster, I believe we could leverage this mermaid." Ling Jue's gaze sharpened, indicating his understanding, and he instructed his subordinate, "Go and rescue that mermaid. Should he dare to resist, make him suffer. We must exert pressure to ensure he does not deceive us." The subordinate concurred, "I share your sentiment, leader. It would be prudent to capture him first, minimizing the need for coercive tactics. Besides, it appears that the mermaid is on the brink of collapse." Ling Jue was resolute. He could not allow these leads to slip away. He advised his subordinate, "Heed my words. Utilizing him is unlikely to yield complications. Additionally, we shall procure some medicinal herbs to sustain him for the time being. Humph. Ling Jue harbored no fondness for marine life, viewing them as disdainful toward terrestrial beings. Did they not recognize that the land harbors its own worth? They often prided themselves on their elevated culture, yet the true hierarchy remains an enigma. They have never sought to understand us, let alone comprehend our existence. Ultimately, they remain blissfully ignorant, a tragic irony. The mermaid observed the fish demons, who were already brimming with anticipation, plotting how they would wreak havoc upon the land, albeit only for a few days. Yet, as adversaries, how could they possibly wish them well? The mermaid remarked nonchalantly, "This time, their numbers will surely diminish once again. These creatures revel in devouring their flesh. With the infusion of blood, they will grow even stronger. When shall we unify the entire world?" Such gatherings were seldom graced by female mermaids, primarily consisting of their male counterparts engaged in discussions. Yet, amidst their discourse, they unabashedly speculated on the origins of these beings. Meanwhile, the little mermaid within Bai Tian's abode was already in a state of panic, resolutely determined not to be handed over to the merfolk by that old man. The fate of death is infinitely preferable to this. He now longs for someone to come and take him away, anyone but a member of the merfolk. Perhaps the heavens have indeed heeded his plea. The old man, reveling in his misfortune, began to prepare gifts for his beloved, meticulously counting the furs in hopes of finding a fragment of affection within them. The thought that his beloved would be adorned in leather crafted by his own hands made his heart leap with joy. The little mermaid had been deceived by the old man, who initially promised her 2 pieces of leather if she revealed the direction of the fish specter. Observing the multitude of furs within the old man's abode, the mermaid inquired, "Will you truly grant me the beast skin? If so, might I have the bear skin? I have heard it is large and warm." The old man chuckled, "Of course I can provide it, but you must be alive to claim it." In an instant, she was struck down to the ground. One must say that the old man's actions were exceedingly despicable, alas, in her youth and naivety. She had the audacity to challenge Baiyu. This was merely the first of the old man's tricks. He taunted, "Do you believe your strength will suffice? A single misstep on your part will lead to your utter ruin. Let us see how you fare now. You might as well go meet your deceased parents." The little mermaid, upon hearing his words, was filled with dread. Could it truly be so? It seemed that uttering such chilling remarks was indeed disheartening. The serpent beast had long been lurking nearby, observing the old man who showed no signs of leaving. It could only create a diversion to capture the old man's attention. The serpentine creatures relished the art of distraction. Thus, they released several small animals into the pool. The merfolk, mistaking the old man's intentions, surfaced and blew their conch shells in alarm, prompting the old man to hurry towards the commotion. Before departing, he did not forget to kick the little mermaid, warning, "If you dare to flee, it will be the end of you." At that moment, the serpent revealed its true form, malevolently appearing beside the mermaid. Without even employing the intimidation techniques instructed by Ling Ju, it swiftly struck at the nape of the beastman's neck. The beastman, startled by the sudden attack, did not question further and swiftly carried the unconscious mermaid back to their tribe. It was no wonder that their conversation attracted the old man's attention. Especially since the merfolk had no desire to engage with him, they held a profound disdain for the old man, who remained obstinately unaware. In a hurried return to their tribe, the serpent placed the mermaid in a tank filled with water, awaiting the forthcoming interrogation. The serpent beast nonchalantly gazed at the mermaid and said, "Please remain calm and do not panic. I understand that encountering such circumstances is distressing for you. We all share in this sorrow. However, your only choice now is to cooperate with us." After stating this with a veneer of civility, the serpent awaited her response, only to be met with the mermaid's dazed utterance, "I only desire the beast skin. Furthermore, I require a suitable refuge, and my name is Xiaoqing." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue's subordinate could not help but chuckle, saying, "Of course, but you must be prepared to live as an outlier from now on." Xiaoqing nodded and replied, "In truth, life within those tribes was far from pleasant. They always regarded themselves as supremely refined. What could I do? I merely drifted along, at the mercy of their whims. You must be ready. These monsters are nearing a critical point of eruption, and it is likely they will arrive by tomorrow." The new subordinate of Ling Jue inquired, "I only need the direction. We have no interest in when they will arrive. Is there any way to prevent them from coming? Please, just tell me the direction." Xiaoqing hesitated and said, "This time, they should approach from the northwest. As you know, many tribes reside in that region." Upon hearing this, the subordinate was indeed thrown into a panic, exclaiming, "It is simply unforgivable that you only know to point out the northwest, correct? Xiaoqing nodded. I truly only know this. Moreover, I understand your curiosity about how these monsters are formed. If you can provide me with a satisfactory refuge after these matters are resolved, I could divulge all the information. The subordinate clearly recognized Xiaoqing's intentions. He was attempting to barter his knowledge for a safe haven. This individual was at the end of his rope, and to deceive himself would only cost him his life. Should this fishwoman be of considerable size, his subordinate would not easily believe her. However, she appeared to be someone who had long suffered oppression, thus raising the credibility of her claims. Eventually, the subordinate relayed the information to Bai Yu and Ling Jue. Upon learning of the situation, Bai Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Fortunately, the chosen location lies to the east this time. Otherwise, we would have built a refuge in the northwest." Thank goodness, as they brooded, the rain continued to pour heavier. Meanwhile, dark clouds rolled over the sea's surface, prompting Liu Qingxuan to reminisce about the day she arrived, which had also been in a similar season. Shortly thereafter, she had been abducted by Ling Jue. Curiously, she asked, "Previously, when you took me away, you mentioned that there were monsters that would tear apart. Were they of the same kind?" Ling Jue nodded slightly. "They were merely smaller then. These monsters vary in size. If they are small, even the white clouds could easily vanquish them. However, for the larger monsters, that is not necessarily the case. It all depends on their size. This time, the flood brings an abundance of large monsters that we simply cannot cope with. It remains a troubling matter." At this point, Liu Qingxuan shook her head in distress, saying, "The last monster inflicted serious wounds upon you. What will we do this time? Their teeth are sharp, and attacking their eyes underwater is quite challenging. Even if we can use arrows, visibility is poor. During floods, we always see a tumult of mud and sand." Bai Yu, filled with anxiety, remarked, "You have already conferred with the great sorcerer regarding the construction of the bow and arrows. However, given the low visibility, this endeavor seems futile. It is indeed quite challenging. Let us resort to using knives. While you claim that utilizing a bow and arrows is inconvenient, it appears rather trivial and is not conducive to our search. There has been no innovation to aid us." Liu Qingxuan replied, "We could ensnare them, but this requires iron, which we currently cannot extract. What then can we do? Moreover, I fear that such measures may not suffice to deter the multitude of monsters." At this juncture, Bai Yu calmly proposed, "Why not create another waterway and introduce poison therein? Let it be sealed off, forcing them to writhe within until the toxin takes its toll." Upon hearing this, Ling Ju commended Bai Yu, stating, "This is indeed a clever strategy. However, are you certain we can channel all these elements to a single location within just one day? Let us not forget the grievous cost we incurred the last time we modified that narrow path." At this moment, Bai Yun interjected, stating that many hands make light work. "I shall lend my assistance as well." Ultimately, they decided upon a small river in the northwest, which required minimal alterations. However, it was necessary to widen the existing path. Once they expanded these trails, they began to isolate other routes. Chapter 68. Performance. Having determined their approach, it was time to forge ahead with determination. On one side, Liu Qingxuan was diligently assisting in the creation of the topographical map, while on the other, the tribal chief and the high priest were fervently working to pinpoint the precise location for their predictions. Bai Yueling had already organized a dedicated team early in the morning, diligently making their way towards Shuiwei Lake. Though it is a rather small lake, it serves as a confluence for several rivers. Their objective is to secure these pathways, ensuring that the fish demons have no means of escape. After Bai Yu guided the group to the designated location, she gazed upon the minuscule Shuiwei Lake they had described. Although the lake appeared diminutive, it was ample enough to accommodate the fish demons. The number of people they brought amounted to several hundred, who gradually commenced the filling process. Bai Yu and Ling Jue were tasked with mobilizing each individual effectively. Ling Jue remarked to Bai Yu, "Our knowledge of the northwestern direction is somewhat vague and may not be entirely accurate. The merfolk mentioned they would be situated at the far western edge of the northwest." Bai Yu nodded and remarked, "This is indeed the most accurate outcome we can foresee. It is evident that the fish does not wish for us to uncover further information. It seems that providing a lead to the southwest is the most significant concession." Ling Ju concurred with a nod. "That is certainly the case. However, I am far more intrigued by how the creatures he mentioned came into existence." At this juncture, the colleagues who were working alongside them, undeterred by fatigue, chimed in, "So, have you gathered any information?" Bai Yu shook her head and addressed the group, saying, "Feel free to speculate, but do not allow it to impede the work at hand. Our time is limited to this very day." The crowd began to engage in animated discussion. "In my opinion, These creatures are likely a result of the merfolk's sorcery, one suggested. Yet, one might argue that they could be monsters imprisoned by the merfolk. Another interjected, if these beings obey the commands of the merfolk, they must be considered pets rather than true monsters. At that moment, someone unexpectedly remarked, "We have never heard how the merfolk deal with their deceased kin." This statement seemed to ignite a flurry of thoughts in Bayu's mind. Indeed, these creatures posed no threat to the merfolk. It was conceivable that their relatives had transformed them into such monsters. Could they truly be capable of such an act? Bayu harbored a conviction within her heart, believing that these monsters were perhaps the deceased mermaids transformed. The details of this transformation eluded her, and she hoped to glean answers from the lips of that little mermaid. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan was not remiss in devising strategies for Bayu and her companions. During her salt production, she had previously informed them that excessive consumption of this substance could lead to hyperthyroidism. She pondered that no creature could escape this rule, and the salt she had crafted was of such exquisite quality. She was unperturbed by the thought of the mermaids refusing it, for according to Bayun and the others, they were a race that thrived on luxury and indulgence. Given their penchant for opulence, it was likely that they would not turn away from such meticulously refined salt. In a flurry, Liu Qingxuan sought out Hijia, expressing her belief that she had devised a method to ensure their failure, though it might require a lengthy wait. Hijia, in a state of urgency, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "Are you aware that I once told you that excessive salt consumption inevitably leads to hyperthyroidism?" Hijia's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "You plan to have them consume a great deal of salt, thereby causing hyperthyroidism?" Liu Qingxuan nodded, expressing her concern that they might not eat enough. This endeavor was remarkably simple, especially since it was summer. She reasoned that these monsters would only take 3 to 5 days to attack, after which they would have an entire summer to improve their living conditions, would they not? "Listen to me, Hijia," she continued. "Let us reserve the salt we require and offer the rest to them. I will use the salt to prepare a few delicacies. All we need is for Bayun to lure his grandfather over, allowing us to seize what is rightfully ours. Let us stage a performance together." Hijia, upon hearing this, could only concede, "Given the current circumstances, we can only proceed with this charade, albeit with great scarcity." "Are you certain you wish to follow through with this plan?" Liu Qingxuan affirmed, "Indeed, this is the only course of action left. Do not hesitate. We have but 1 day." This marked the first time Liu Qingxuan rallied all the members of the tribe. After a brief preparation, she addressed them. "What we need to do now is to utilize a significant amount of salt." The crowd, astounded, could scarcely believe their ears. What madness was this? Why would this woman consider wasting such precious salt? Some elder beastmen admonished Liu Qingxuan, "Dear child, we understand your intentions are for our benefit, but creating so many dishes will lead to spoilage. Trust me, we need not use so much salt, shall we?" "Yes, indeed," others echoed. "Such an abundance of salt is unnecessary, let us save some." Amidst the chorus of voices urging her to abandon her plan, Liu Qingxuan insisted, "I need to prepare this for the mermaids." The crowd, bewildered, exclaimed, "What? To feed the mermaids? Have they not caused us enough suffering? Are you willing to be such a traitor?" Liu Qingxuan countered, "Did I not inform you that excessive consumption of this substance leads to hyperthyroidism? The very condition I warned you about, the goiter disease. You must understand that treating hyperthyroidism is exceedingly difficult. When the time comes for them to transform into such beings, they will naturally be disinclined to disturb our tranquil lives. This way, we can more effectively evade the assaults of these creatures. Do you not agree?" Yet, some youthful orcs contend, "The depths of the sea lack not for salt. Would they truly consume us? Can our salt truly compare to theirs?" Liu Qingxuan chuckled. "Theirs pales in comparison to ours, for our salt undergoes chemical refinement. Their salt is merely evaporated seawater, bitter and unrefined, whereas ours is not bitter at all, is it?" The crowd concurred, "Indeed, it is not bitter." In fact, Liu Qingxuan's product surpasses that of the merchant, who had previously inquired about her salt's recipe. "I sincerely hope his methods prove effective. I wish to see no further troubles within our tribe. After enjoying peace for 2 or 3 years, let us not encounter any more calamities. Alas, we still have to prepare our belongings." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan urged, "Let us all swiftly commence crafting these items." By the time they completed their work, the sun was high in the sky. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan turned to her brother, Bayun, and said, "Now, go fetch your grandfather. Remember to be meticulous and precise." Although Bayun was exceedingly reluctant to undertake this task, he felt compelled to do so for their safety. His visage was visibly marked by sorrow. As Bayun trudged towards the seaside, his heart heavy with grief, a white crane circled overhead, vigilantly surveying the surrounding area for any signs of danger. Upon arriving at her grandfather's doorstep, Baiyun commenced a fervent outpouring of her thoughts. "Grandfather, I have come to visit you. Do you know? My brother mentioned that these monsters are approaching. Why is it that you reside here yet no monsters have appeared? Have you perhaps been overlooked by those very creatures?" Baiyun continued, "How about this? I will offer you some benefits if you tell me how to evade these monsters. After all, I am your grandson, and I do not wish to meet my demise at such a tender age. I am only 6 or 7 years old." Upon hearing Baiyun's words, grandfather's interest was piqued as he replied, "My dear grandson, do you wish to reside in this quaint little abode with me?" Baiyun feigned a deep desire to reside with her grandfather, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I would certainly love to live with you. Moreover, I am aware of where my brother has concealed the salt. I have heard that this salt surpasses that of the merfolk significantly. Here's the deal. If you can instruct me on how to evade those monstrous fish, I shall present to you the cherished salt and the hides my brother has amassed. While the salt is of lesser importance, these hides are invaluable during the daytime." At once, she declared, "Dear grandfather, let us embark on this journey." At this moment, Baiyun slyly narrowed his eyes and addressed him, "Grandfather, I shall reiterate. We are discreetly procuring it. Moreover, how can you ensure my safety?" In response, grandfather, with a beaming smile, handed him a pouch of herbs, saying, "Simply wear this on your person. When immersed in water, it will emit a potent aroma that those creatures will surely abhor. It will significantly assist in evading their pursuit. However, do refrain from venturing outside." The white cloud smiled and said, "My dear grandfather, do hurry and accompany me. Remember to be discreet. I recommend that you disguise yourself." During the day, in a spirit of caution, I naturally replied, all right, grandfather. I shall change my clothes and accompany you to retrieve these items. How many animal hides do we have left at home?" Baiyun, with a pouting expression, remarked, "It is excessive, dear brother. As you are aware, he is a person who solely considers the welfare of our tribe. The finest animal hides from our home have been taken to the disaster relief station. Are you familiar with the disaster relief station? It is located to the southwest." During the day, with wide-open eyes, she inquired, "Why is it placed in the disaster relief center?" The white cloud sighed and replied, "The current economic climate is disheartening. As you are aware, not many possess the means to provide. Your grandfather still enjoys his comforts, thanks to a brother like that who offers support. Naturally, I too am fortunate." During the day, he nodded and said, "Indeed, if your brother were willing to stand by our side, we would naturally be eager to welcome him. It is merely his obstinate nature that hinders this." At this moment, Baiyun anxiously interjected, "All right, let's not discuss this any further. We should first gather our belongings, otherwise it will be quite troublesome when he returns." The white cloud swiftly darted ahead, with the vigilant Baitian closely trailing behind. After a while, Baiyun called out from the front, "Grandfather, hurry up." At that moment, her grandfather, panting heavily, replied, "Do not run so fast. Consider an old man's pace." Baiyun retorted, "You, dear elder, are as vigorous as ever." Without allowing him to finish, she dashed off again. In the midst of their playful chase, they finally arrived at their designated destination. Upon entering the room filled with treasures, Baitian's eyes widened in astonishment. How wonderful it would be if these possessions were his own. Their value would undoubtedly be immense, if he could bestow them upon the greedy. His significance in the eyes of his beloved would surely soar. At this juncture, Baiyun interjected, "All right, you cannot take too much from this room, but I can assist you in concealing a few items. We shall say that some have been moved to another location. Take stock now. Just take a little less than half. That will suffice." The white clouds hesitantly informed him, "These salt blocks do not preserve well, so it is best to consume them as soon as possible." During the day, Baidian nodded and said, I understand. I will go and carry it." Fortunately, he had brought along several bags. Perhaps Baiyun's words had an effect, for their grandfather secretly became increasingly energetic. At this moment, Baiyun began to showcase the pinnacle of his acting skills. Baiyun held a delicacy in his hand, savoring its aroma as he took a bite. Upon tasting it, he thought to himself, "Goodness, what an abominable dish this is." It was not merely the first bite. The flavor was overwhelmingly salty. Despite his disapproval, Baiyun continued to indulge in the treat, knowing he had to articulate his plans to them. He internally lamented, "I have truly sacrificed so much for this family." Moreover, in a bid to appear appreciative before his grandfather, he felt compelled to consume every morsel without wasting a single crumb, which was a considerable torment for him, given his preference for an abundance of food. Finally, As he finished his third piece of the delicacy, his grandfather remarked, "Bayun, what are you savoring? You seem to be enjoying it so much that you haven't even helped your grandfather with the preparations." At this moment, Bayun discreetly remarked, "Please do not inform them that I have provided you with this. In our tribe, we consume such substances to enhance our physical strength. Initially, it may taste somewhat salty, but as one continues to partake, the flavor becomes increasingly delightful." "During the day?" Bai Tian exclaimed. "Is that true? Then do bring me a piece." Bayun feigned a look of discomfort as she retrieved a small morsel from her bag, saying, "Do savor it sparingly. This is all I have." The salt that the elder siblings use to prepare these delicacies is truly precious. Perhaps you are unaware, but there are even eggs included in this treat. Though eggs are not particularly expensive, indulging in this too often, as you might know, renders one impervious to the chill. Upon hearing that this substance could replenish energy and ward off the cold, I, feeling a twinge of greed, said, "Grandfather is aging. Let us reserve a piece for him as well." Bayun, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "Then it must be the last piece." Such a delicacy, in the light of day, appeared minuscule. He could easily consume several in a single bite. He placed one in his mouth and savored it. Indeed, as Bayun had mentioned, it was initially quite salty. However, with prolonged enjoyment, a subtle fragrance began to emerge. During the day, they spoke of how this item could ward off the cold, and that there were no so-called eggs within the ocean. Wasn't that quite fortuitous? They would surely prepare plenty of these provisions for the victims of disaster. All one needed to do was gather information about the location and discreetly venture out, and the matter would be resolved. His grandfather, increasingly benevolent, inquired of Bayun, "Where did you procure this?" At that moment, Bayun, with a sly glint in his eye, replied, "Grandfather, this is a secret I shall share only with you. I pilfered it." He pointed to the left, murmuring it was inside that very room. However, it is now locked away. He had initially intended to bring more for his grandfather, but alas, he could only manage this meager amount. If he desired more, he would have to seek assistance from his older brother, though he doubted he would be inclined to share. After all, the room contained a wealth of eggs and salt, both exceedingly precious. Even some of the beast men felt fortunate to have access to such resources amid this calamity, recognizing the immense value of these items. During the day, I had already secretly devised my own plans, believing that it was essential to pilfer this item, including those salt blocks. This particular item must not come into contact with water, whereas those confections can. Bayun observed her grandfather's predicament and couldn't help but feign a look of deep concern, saying, "Perhaps I should inquire with my brother about how many pieces he might need from you." During the day, I coldly smiled within as I approached him with my request, secretly wishing he would poison me and put an end to my existence. I decided to disregard the foolish individual before me. After gathering the items, I swiftly transformed my demeanor, pointing at the white clouds and demanding, "Hurry and move these things for me. What I offered you is truly invaluable." Upon hearing this, Bayun diligently placed the items into the bag, subsequently halting further action with the insistence that any additional movement would be excessive and surely attract attention. Yet, how could their grandfather refrain from moving? Chapter 69. Savory Snacks. Bayun, having successfully completed the task, hurried over to her sister, lamenting the sacrifices she had made, particularly in front of that elderly gentleman, where she had consumed an abundance of particularly unpalatable snacks. Meanwhile, Hajia stood at the doorway, watching Bayun return safely, a sigh of relief escaping him. The last incident concerning Bayun had been exceedingly grave, leaving him anxious about her facing their disrespectful grandfather alone. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan turned to Bayun and urged, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to your brother Hajia? He has been circling above to shield you from that old man's gaze, even going so far as to fly at a distance. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Bayun blinked her starry eyes and exclaimed, "Is that true? I truly adore Brother Hajia." Liu Qingxuan, observing Bayun's demeanor, replied, "All right, now quickly drink some water. Excessive salt is detrimental to your stomach. Your health has just begun to improve. Later, we shall ask your brother Hajia to escort you to a safe location, shall we?" The white cloud shook her head and said, "I wish to assist my brothers in doing what we can for our tribe." At that moment, Hajia hurriedly entered and said, "Do not be willful. Your wounds have yet to heal completely. Quickly go to that place. I shall personally accompany you. But you must not interfere." The white cloud, filled with a sense of injustice, remarked, "How could it possibly be a hindrance? The white cloud is truly formidable." Hajia cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Only when you possess the same prowess as your brother can you discuss such conditions with me." Or perhaps you could infiltrate the water like Ling Jue, or soar into the sky as I do. Baiyun, with a defiant tone, declared. Yet I possess the ability to soar to great heights. At that moment, Hisha, with a serious demeanor, remarked, however, these waters may uproot the very trees. What will you do when the trees have fallen? I understand your good intentions, but we cannot allow you to engage in such reckless endeavors. Liu Qingxuan interjected to mediate, saying, if Baiyun practices for a few more years, she will be as formidable as Bai Wei. For now, shall we seek refuge in the shelter and remain there for a while? You can help soothe everyone's spirits within the sanctuary. Truly, this would be a great assistance to us, wouldn't it? Baiyun, sensing their disapproval of her undertaking these tasks, could only respond with resignation. Very well. I shall personally examine all those items within the sanctuary. Do not underestimate my capabilities due to my youth. I have absorbed much by being in your company for so long. Liu Qingxuan nodded and remarked, indeed, our Baiyun is the most exceptional young orc in the entire tribe. At this moment, Baiyun remarked, since Brother Huzha has offered to escort me to the shelter, let him carry me as we soar through the skies. Huzha, fully aware of Baiyun's mischievous nature since childhood, realized that his agreement this time must conceal some ulterior motive. With a resigned sigh, he replied, this shall be your final ride upon my back. I can no longer clutch you tightly. Should I grip you again while flying? I fear I might plummet to the ground. With a tone of disdain, Baiyun exclaimed, oh dear, if you think I'm fat, just say so. Why mention that my paws can't fly? Look, now that I'm riding on your back, I've transformed into a little tiger. At this, Liu Qingxuan beheld an exceedingly amusing sight. The crane, transformed by Hisha, was so immense that it could easily accommodate a Baiyun tiger upon its back. Baiyun, now a white tiger, sweetly addressed Liu Qingxuan, sister, I'm off now. Do come say goodbye later. Liu Qingxuan waved her hand in farewell, urging, be safe. Stay put inside. Once I've tidied up, I'll join you. Hisha, with concern for Liu Qingxuan, advised, just focus on organizing the things at home. We'll attend to the herbs once we reach the shelter. Liu Qingxuan reassured him, have no worries. Xiongdo is still nearby. We have nothing to fear. Even if her grandfather attempts to steal something, he wouldn't brazenly present it before me. I am well aware of such thieving matters. The three exchanged glances and remarked, let us hope he steals a great deal. Only then can our plan come to fruition. Meanwhile, Baiyun crouched in a pre-dug pit, directing everyone, hurry. Widen this a bit, otherwise, they will struggle to fit through. What will we do if the opening is too small? Quick, make it wider and stop slacking. One individual replied to Baiyun, I'm utterly exhausted. It's well past noon. Why has the food been delivered yet? Baiyun sighed helplessly and remarked, I truly do not know. Everyone is preoccupied with these matters. Never mind, you should contact the clan leader, and I will assist you in widening these waterways. The individual then swiftly dashed back to his tribe to summon the clan leader to arrange for provisions. The clan leader, fully aware of the significance of the situation, responded, very well, I shall promptly send someone to deliver food to you. Baiyun tirelessly wielded his soil-turning tool. Having first organized the workforce and subsequently scoured various locations, tirelessly transporting trees, he was thoroughly fatigued, so much so that his nails broke from the incessant digging. If Liu Qingxuan were to witness this, it would undoubtedly tug at her heartstrings. Meanwhile, Ling Jue's condition was hardly any better, as a serpent. He was ill-suited for exposure to the scorching sun, and at that moment, he appeared weaker than Baiyun. Ling Jue busily sketched defensive plans in a shaded area, a task that evidently demanded immense mental exertion. Each time he completed a diagram, he would need to inspect the site and then instruct the workers on the next steps. Should any mistakes occur, they would have to refill the earth and start anew. One of the subordinates, concerned for his well-being, splashed a bucket of water over him, hoping to provide some relief from the heat. Ling Jue instructed his subordinate to focus on their own tasks, yet the latter still respectfully urged him to prioritize his health. Ling Jue, in pain, pressed a hand to his forehead and replied that he felt relatively well, though slightly dizzy. The subordinate then informed him that the tribe's meal delivery was already en route and would arrive soon. However, it seemed that the newly joined Crescent tribe had not yet arranged for lunch. Ling Jue suggested, let us distribute the provisions among everyone. Their meal may still be in preparation, and since their numbers are fewer, it might take them longer to cook. Let us at least fill our stomachs for now. The group looked at the nearly completed waterway and remarked, once they enter, we can begin to poison them en masse. How splendid. However, this task has indeed been quite exhausting, and we still have 3 waterways left to block. Baiyun gazed upon the riverbed, which had been suitably widened, and remarked, Let us proceed to attend to that small waterway, and then we shall partake in our meal. It should be imminent. The individuals accompanying them had already prepared the soil, and Baiyu, along with his companions, began to layer it systematically, functioning much like a well-oiled machine. Once the layers were in place, they diligently fanned the earth, hoping for a swift drying, for if the toxins seeped into these waters, it would spell disaster not only for the merfolk, but for them as well. As they were midway through their task, the food sent from Lingju and his tribe arrived. The orc members of the Crescent Moon tribe had anticipated merely observing the others dine while they endured hunger. To their surprise, they too received portions, nearly identical in size to those of the Eternal Day tribe. They stared in astonishment at the meal before them, although the portions seemed somewhat scant. The mere availability of food was a blessing. In these times, who could afford to concern themselves with cooking? With great appreciation, they savored the contents of their bowls. Today's meal had been hastily prepared, comprising primarily meat with a modest amount of rice boiled together, and even some assorted fruits were added to fill their bellies. The resulting flavor was rather peculiar, yet everyone found it delightful. In the harsh realities of their world, such provisions were nearly non-existent. Some individuals could scarcely afford a meal. Yet now they had food to eat, water to drink, and their tribe was tirelessly striving to safeguard their lives. For them, this was indeed a remarkable blessing. The Baiwei tribe worked diligently to prepare a variety of dishes, combining an assortment of wild vegetables with the available meats. The prey acquired by the Xinyue tribe was quite diverse, resulting in a porridge that appeared even more chaotic than what the Yongzhou tribe had provided. Within this concoction, one could even find remnants of eggshells. These eggs were brought over by Liu Qingxuan, who, upon hearing that they had no food, generously contributed from her own supply. Liu Qingxuan had likely delivered over 30 eggs, yet when she beheld the finished product, she could not detect a single trace of egg flowers. Given their substantial appetites, it was hardly surprising. These eggs merely served to enhance the flavor of their meal. After returning Baiyun, Hija hurried to Liu Qingxuan, stating, "It is getting late, and I must escort you to the shelter." Liu Qingxuan replied, "May I wait for Baiwei to join us? I truly wish to accompany him." Hija scratched his head and remarked, "It is quite evident that you cannot follow Baiwei. 2 sections of their river project remain incomplete." Liu Qingxuan, realizing it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, expressed her concern, "It will be perilous after dusk. You are aware that various venomous snakes and insects emerge at that time. Can they truly finish those last 2 river sections in 2.5 hours? Moreover, they have yet to eat." Upon voicing her thoughts, she felt a profound ache in her heart, understanding the harsh conditions they faced. She had not anticipated that these orcs could endure such grueling labor while still fighting off hunger. Hija, with no other option, reassured her. "Food is already on its way." Liu Qingxuan questioned, "Then why not send more people?" Hija responded, "What are you thinking? The shelter also requires strong orcs for protection. Besides, the 2 strongest individuals are already present. Baiwei and Lingjue are there. The shelter has already provided ample support. We cannot send more over." At that moment, the river project was completed by Baiwei and his team. Baiwei noted that it would soon be finished, saying to Lingjue, "We are almost there. Once we eat, everyone will finally have some strength. Our efficiency will improve." Lingjue nodded in agreement, "Indeed. But it is certain that we will still need some strong individuals to guard this place tomorrow. Otherwise, if they breach these barriers at any moment, it will not bode well for the necessary repairs ahead." Baiyu nodded heavily, affirming, "Indeed, we will require numerous orcs tomorrow. However, we plan to rotate the orcs from the shelter with those on duty, as there are still some formidable orcs stationed there." Lingju pondered briefly and replied, "Yes, that is indeed the case. Let them maintain order at the shelter tomorrow, and they can also take the opportunity to rest." At that moment, the food sent by the Crescent Moon tribe arrived, and once again, Baiyu distributed the meal among everyone. After consuming 2 portions, they felt quite content. As the clock approached 5, they finally sealed off all the river channels. In another instance, upon learning of the news from Baiyun, the old man stealthily made his way to the storeroom where the items were kept. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of delicacies neatly arranged in baskets. Indeed, Liu Qingxuan had devised a clever ruse, labeling each basket with the names of the orcs. The old man, naturally, seized several baskets without need for division. For mermaids have families too. He simply needed to distribute a single basket to one mermaid family, making the round 7 or 8 times until all the baskets were finally collected. Hija, fully aware of the commotion, chuckled, "The old man has fallen for the trap." The old man hurried to the seaside, blowing his horn, and indeed, mermaids soon appeared. He announced, "I have brought you something wonderful this time." A mermaid, furrowing her brow, inquired, "What is this wonderful thing?" The old man revealed the contents, stating, "Inside are salt and eggs, which will help you withstand the cold. I have brought a considerable amount, essentially all that I could gather. Hurry and summon each family in your tribe to claim their share." The mermaid, regarding the old man's earnest demeanor, questioned, "Is it truly that good?" The old man respectfully handed her one, encouraging, "You may try it. It's quite delightful, though it may be a bit salty at first." The mermaid took a small bite of the delicacy, allowing the saltiness to blossom upon her palate. Given that the sensory systems of fish are not particularly developed, this level of saltiness was just right for them. After savoring a small morsel, she placed the entire treat in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully before saying to the old man, "It is indeed quite good. Just wait and see." The old man was pleasantly surprised to find that his beloved had also arrived. He gazed at her with affection and proclaimed, "Exiner, I have brought these for you. Please, to give them a try. Oh, and I have animal hides as well. Wait here, and I shall fetch them for you immediately." Exiner feigned deep emotion as she looked at Baiyu, saying, "Thank you so much, Baiyu, for your unwavering loyalty all these years, standing by my side." During the day, tears flow freely, making it difficult to articulate that my heart belongs to you. This phrase implies that I could face a fate worse than death in daylight. Yet, if you desire, I shall retrieve it for you once more on the morrow. During the day, Bai Tian filled a basket to the brim for Xin, naturally taking a few items from other baskets to enhance what he had offered her. Observing Bai Tian's kindness, Xin remarked to those nearby, "Look how loyal this dog is. You must understand that the feast we enjoy today is entirely thanks to me." Xin, the onlookers, feigning sincerity, responded with exaggerated praise, "Who does not recognize that you have always been the kindest soul in our tribe? You were once the most beautiful mermaid, and even in your later years, you retained the charm of your youth." An elderly woman, hearing this, chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. At that moment, Bai Tian approached, carrying a basket, and upon seeing his beloved's radiant smile, he felt a surge of joy and said, "These are all for you. Do indulge, though they may not taste as delightful after soaking in water." The mermaids on the surface eagerly began to savor the treats, instantly captivated by their exquisite flavor. Observing their reactions, Bai Tian mused to himself, "Indeed, the sensory organs of mermaids may not be as refined. What is merely salty to me transforms into a delicacy in their mouths." Baiyun, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but remark that their mouths had malfunctioned. Chapter 70, The Arrival of the Fish Demon. At this moment, Baiyun continued with his endeavors, soothing the children in the shelter. The little ones were immensely fond of playing with Baiyun, for he appeared plump and delightful, and his presence was quite comforting. Indeed, the comfort was not solely derived from Baiyun. Within this haven, free from the constraints of older siblings, he felt utterly at ease, perhaps uttering, "Here is joy." Devoid of thoughts of the tribe, the white clouds linger here in delightful comfort, while his brother toils away over there, utterly exhausted like a weary hound. Others have sought refuge in the shelter, yet his brother and Ling Ju remain steadfastly entrenched in their arduous duties. For the past few days, they have been compelled to stay put, unable to depart from their post. Baiyu, cradling his toiletries, turned to Ling Ju and remarked, "Why haven't you washed your face yet? It's no wonder my wife is not fond of you. I, on the other hand, am a meticulous little tiger, fragrant all over." Ling Ju cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "While you indulge in your bath here, little do you realize that Liu Qingxuan and Hija are laboriously preparing herbs within the tribe. Are you aware that excessive inhalation of those toxic substances can also lead to discomfort?" Baiyu remarked, "I am not concerned about this. They have their own protective measures. Oh, by the way, my wife brought me a mask, you know? It is designed to eliminate all the unpleasant elements in the air. She has also made one for you with her own hands." Upon hearing this, Ling Ju became intrigued and exclaimed, "Hurry and give it to me. This is crafted by the one I hold dear. Please, I wish to wear it immediately, even while I sleep." Baiyu, with a mischievous glint in her eye, remarked, "The two you made are mine. I've crafted one for you, so you may as well use what I've prepared." Ling Ju found himself engulfed in an overwhelming desire for silence. He truly wished not to utter a word. How could he possibly eliminate the person before him? Oh no, I cannot resort to such extremes. I still require his assistance to alleviate this impending crisis. What a bother. Observing Ling Ju's downcast expression, Baiyu, with a touch of compassion, offered, "All right, it's yours. However, I cannot afford the luxury of time to craft masks for you. Hurry and freshen up. I do not wish to share a space with someone so unkempt." In the rare absence of his elder siblings, Bai Yun lay on the cot in the shelter, beginning to long for his brother. He was uncertain how long his brother would be away this time, yet the circumstances were undeniably perilous. Bai Yun gazed at the small pouch upon his person, methodically unfastening his attire before revealing a new and slightly askew bundle. He carefully divided the contents into two equal portions, one intended for his elder brother and the other for Ling Jue. Ling Jue had indeed treated him with great kindness, and his brother had also remarked on the exceptional qualities of this individual, acknowledging his efforts for the advancement of their tribe. Thus, Bai Yun harbored no desire for Ling Jue to come to harm. Bai Yun held two bags in her hands and said with a scoff, "Humph. I suppose this is a dead-eye, Bai Yun. Oh you. Alas, who could blame me for being so tender-hearted and beautiful? The benevolent spirit has chosen to bestow its favor upon you this time." Bai Yun stealthily ventured out of the sanctuary, heading southwest. It was midnight, and he needed to hasten his return, for time was of the essence. The white clouds transformed into a small tiger, which then hung both fragrant pouches from its mouth and descended the mountain, heading towards the place where its brothers toiled. At that moment, the moon shone brightly amidst the scattered stars, while crows flew southward, creating a scene of eerie splendor. Bai Yun gazed at Ling Jue and inquired, "Do you think we might perish this time? The situation is extraordinarily perilous. Are you aware? The last time I encountered such a crisis, I was still in the shelter, being quite young and under the protection of others. Back then, Bai Yun was merely 2 or 3 years old, already walking with remarkable steadiness." Ling Jue fixed his gaze upon Bai Yun and admitted that he too was uncertain. He recounted that during the previous ordeal, he had been overwhelmed with responsibilities, striving diligently to mitigate the damage, yet many lives were lost within the tribe. He himself had sustained severe injuries as a result of these events. Bai Yun remarked, "Your situation at that time was likely not much better than mine. Having just ascended to the role of clan leader, you were faced with numerous responsibilities. And right from the outset, it presents a significant challenge. I wonder what those merfolk are thinking?" Ling Jue, listening to Bai Yun's incessant murmuring, shook his head and replied, "How could we possibly know what occupies their minds? I certainly do not. From what I gathered last time, it seems we were all faring rather poorly, quite unfortunate indeed. I am uncertain whether this time will be any better or even more dire." As the conversation progressed, Bai Yun began to feel drowsy and turned to Ling Jue, saying, "You should go rest. Tomorrow, when the waters surge in, everything will become a mystery. If we wait a little longer, I suspect he will soon arrive with those who are coming." Bai Yun intended to succumb to slumber while Ling Jue continued to gaze at the weather. He felt no compulsion to sleep, despite his current weariness. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, immersing himself in the rhythm of all living creatures around him. He heard the sound of stumbling footsteps, dismissing it as merely a small beast in the woods, until he beheld Bai Yun approaching with 2 items in her mouth. Ling Jue, surprised by her arrival, exclaimed, "What brings you here at such an hour? You must know that this time is exceedingly perilous. You should rest here for a while." Bai Yun replied, "I am not worried about my brother. I merely came to bring you something. This is what I exchanged for during the day." At this juncture, neither Bai Yun nor Ling Jue were aware of Liu Qingxuan's scheme. Upon hearing this clever remark, Ling Jue could not help but laugh to the point of discomfort, prompting Bai Yun from within the room to scold, "What on earth are you doing? Why are you laughing at such a late hour? Have you lost your mind? Come to bed quickly." Ling Jue brought Bai Yun into the room and remarked, "Does your brother not resemble some great white pig?" To this, Bai Yun, touched, shook her head and responded, "No, he must simply be exhausted. He has always been a formidable white tiger." At that moment, Ling Jue presented the items Bai Yun had brought to Bai Yun, saying, "You truly have a wonderful sister who cares for you so deeply. She has brought you something special." Bai Yun, sniffing delicately at the items, detected a rather peculiar scent, neither unpleasant nor entirely agreeable. Ling Jue remarked, "You need not worry about your demise this time, I presume?" Bai Yun inquired, "Why do you say that?" Ling Jue responded, "This substance emits an unpleasant odor, and after being soaked in water, those creatures are repelled by such scents." Bai Yun inquired, "How did Bai Yun acquire these?" At that moment, Ling Jue laughed heartily and replied, "Hija and Qingxian certainly devised a plan for us. They have concocted a cunning strategy. However, it seems that as a result of this incident, we may need to produce a considerable amount of salt." Bai Yun promptly reacted, "Ah, indeed, excessive salt intake can lead to hyperthyroidism, but isn't that a matter of time? Never mind. The next occasion should allow us ample time to develop these matters thoroughly, should it not?" Ling Jue nodded slightly and remarked, "Certainly. Although this plan progresses at a leisurely pace, it proves remarkably effective. I eagerly anticipate the spectacle when they transform into towering figures. Do they not disdain the orcs dwelling upon our land? Is there truly a distinction between high and low, noble and base? It is utterly absurd for them to cling to a sense of superiority. At this moment, Bayan remarked, this item is exceedingly rare. It pertains to the ingredients provided during the day. Brother Hajia is currently blending them. The outcome may not be particularly remarkable, yet I believe it will prove somewhat useful. Thus, his arrival to deliver the items may be delayed. She added, by the way, my sister is still at work. Upon hearing this, Bayu's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, even at this late hour, she hasn't gone to bed? What on earth is she doing? Is she trying to become immortal? Ling Jue also disapproved, saying, given her fragile health, she ought to rest properly. Why is she still up so late? Is she also engaged in blending these spices? The white clouds nodded and said, of course, it pertains to the formulation of these elements. Although it cannot be an exact replica, they believe it should prove somewhat beneficial. Moreover, there are individuals assisting on the poison side as well. They will come to inspect the final product, which brings a sense of reassurance. The white cloud, feeling somewhat drowsy, stifled a yawn and remarked, I am exceedingly fatigued. I shall rest here for a while. When Brother Hajia and the others arrive, I will accompany them. It is possible that this time, it is not only Brother Hajia who has come, but perhaps others of his kind as well. After all, you understand that traversing the land is fraught with danger, which is why they are transported through the air. With that, the white cloud transformed into a small tiger and sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. Ling Jue also lay down in that room, though both he and Bayu slept lightly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. As dawn broke, a knock at the window stirred Bayu from her slumber. Peering cautiously through the doorframe, she discovered that Hajia had arrived with the awaited items. Bayu gazed at Hajia, who had spent the entire night awake, and said, you have worked hard. May I inquire if my wife has gone to sleep? Hajia replied, we returned her when we delivered the items, and she should be resting now. Sighing with relief, Bayu responded, that is reassuring. I was worried she might not have had enough rest. The poison brought by Hajia had already been meticulously examined by Lingju. It emanated a pungent odor, yet he reasoned that in such a vast pool of water, it should lose its scent through dilution, although he was concerned about the quantity being insufficient. Hajia remarked, do not be deceived by the smaller volume of the 2 barrels we brought. Its potency is indeed formidable. However, the effect will inevitably diminish due to the water's dilution. Rest assured, we have ample supplies in the shelter. Upon hearing Hajia's voice, Bayan approached him and said, you've arrived. When are you leaving? I waited for you for a while and even fell asleep. At that moment, Hajia was filled with indignation upon hearing Bayan's words. Hadn't he instructed her to rest properly in the shelter? She must have sneaked out in the dead of night. What was she thinking? With a stern demeanor, he swiftly reprimanded her, delivering several sharp slaps to her backside, saying, did I not clearly tell you that you should not be outside at night? Bayan remarked, you have informed me, but I fear that this matter may slip your minds. It is of utmost importance, and I must personally deliver it to them. Upon hearing this, Hajia was utterly at a loss for words. He turned and playfully swatted his backside a few times, yet fortunately, his 2 older brothers were more sympathetic towards him. They embraced him and reassured, all right, enough of that. He has only just recovered. Hajia gazed at them and retorted fiercely, indulge him as you will. Just do not blame me when he grows into a hefty lad. After delivering the items, Bayan awaited his elder brother Hajia to escort him back to the shelter. But unexpectedly, he overheard the doctor brother declare, I must remain here. The white cloud, perplexed, inquired, what are you doing here? Aren't you rather inept at hunting? How can you possibly remain here and hinder their efforts? In response, Hajia, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, of course I must stay here. They are bound to sustain minor injuries, and I need to attend to them to enhance efficiency. You wouldn't understand. You should go find your sister. Oh, wait. I can't seek her out just yet. The white clouds, helplessly trailing behind other white cranes, flew to the sanctuary, where they were harshly criticized by the cranes for their corpulence. The little tiger could only protest, I am not fat. I merely have an abundance of fur. Upon returning to the sanctuary, the white clouds found solace in seeking out their good friend, the little wolf, who was also alone at that moment. The little wolf was anxious, for the miraculous one had an essential task to uphold the sanctity of the sanctuary. Today, the miraculous one was to venture forth to negotiate with companions regarding the matters of the monsters by the river. The little wolf expressed a determination to become as formidable as Bayu, for Bayu had once been alone as well. And the little wolf believed their situation was far more favorable. Thus, the little wolf encouraged the white clouds, vowing to strive diligently. Meanwhile, the merfolk were evidently growing eager for the upcoming revelry. They gathered the treats acquired during the day in one place, indulging in a feast. One could only imagine the scene of these beastmen being devoured by our fish demons, a sight that would surely bring delight. Alas, we could not venture onto the land to witness it. Amidst the crowd's haphazard speeches, only a few rational sages sighed in resignation, knowing that such things would inevitably disrupt the balance. Regrettably, individual strength proved too feeble to deter this rabid horde. At this juncture, the fish demons could no longer contain their anticipation, their bodies marred by numerous bite wounds, evidence of their transgressions. The monsters writhed restlessly as the waves surged higher, with some fish demons leaping from the sea, eagerly awaiting the command from the merfolk to indulge in the chaos. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the torrential rain began to pour. The merfolk, witnessing this scene, declared, "It is time. Let us go." They proceeded to cast a peculiar seaweed into the water, which floated along the currents to the mouths of the fish demons. Upon consuming this strange substance, the fish demons' eyes began to glimmer with a crimson hue. They swam relentlessly toward the land, driven by the flow of the water. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary, the downpour prompted a tightening of hearts, for the imminent battle was at hand. On the other side, Ling Jue had resolved to fight to the bitter end. Standing tall on the shore as he observed the fish demons wreaking havoc upon their tribe, demolishing the estate they had toiled to build. Along the way, the fields painstakingly cultivated by smaller tribes lay in ruin, sullied by the rampage of the demons. Ling Jue turned to Baiyu, pointing out the loathsome creatures that ravaged their hard work, asking, "Do you not see the destruction they bring?" Baiyu gazed at Ling Jue and remarked, "You possess great strength. These matters are entirely within your control." Without allowing Ling Jue further contemplation, Baiyu turned to the direction of the approaching figures and announced, "They're almost here." Chapter 71. Fever. In what was once an unremarkable water moon lake, an abundance of monstrous corpses now floated. These creatures lay in disarray, each bearing distinct bite marks, some even oozing putrid pus due to poison. The lake could no longer rightfully bear its beautiful name. It was now called Worry-Free Lake, a moniker earned for sparing them from calamity. The casualties this time were remarkably minimal, all thanks to this lake. Yet, it now faced impending closure. Meanwhile, the merriment of the merfolk persisted unabated as they animatedly discussed the gruesome fates of the orcs on land. They were utterly torn apart. How tragic. Wouldn't you agree? One could say they were reduced to mere fragments. What might they ultimately become? It truly piques one's curiosity. Beside them, the old woman, Xian Air, lamented, "The snacks are nearly gone. Why don't you ask Bai Tian to fetch some more for me?" The merfolk sounded their horns, hoping to summon Bai Tian. Yet after a prolonged effort, they still failed to catch sight of the elder they spoke of. Frustrated, one merfolk exclaimed, "Damn that old man. Can't he hear us? This time, I must report him properly to my aunt." Meanwhile, the elusive Bai Tian stood upon a narrow stream, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of fish demons. He gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, murmuring, "How could this happen? Aren't fish demons supposed to be formidable? After all these years, how could so many perish?" The stream is completely filled with their remains. The water had even taken on a pale red hue. The demise of these fish demons was exceedingly brutal. Tiny, sharp objects were embedded in their eyes, remnants of the arrows invented by Liu Qingxuan and her companions. Some fish demons bore bone knives protruding from their eyes. Nearly every fallen fish demon had something lodged within their gaze. At this moment, it was too late for Bai Tian to ponder these matters. The orcs on land rarely grasped the weaknesses of the fish demons. Yet he was all too aware of one of their vulnerabilities. He could scarcely imagine the scene if people were to discover the tragic plight of these fish demons. They would undoubtedly suspect him of betrayal. Would this not mean that he could never be with Xian again? Bai Tian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He was consumed with thoughts on how to resolve the situation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Surely it was that mermaid who had secretly ventured out to inform the orcs on land. It must have been her doing. During the day, in a fit of exuberance, I rushed to my seaside cabin. There, the mermaid, who had been waiting for quite some time, beheld my frantic demeanor and, unable to contain her fury, exclaimed, "Where have you been? I have called out for you so fervently, yet you failed to hear me. Have you been rendered speechless by fear?" During the day, he respectfully remarked, "I apologize. I went to investigate the situation, as you wished. The conditions on land are indeed dire, with villages of all sizes utterly devastated." During the day, he refrained from discussing the plight of the fish spirits with them. Instead, he could only convey that the village he witnessed had indeed been ravaged. However, for the orcs, this was merely a trifling matter. Houses may have collapsed, Yet they could be rebuilt, and constructing homes was not an arduous task. Upon hearing this, the merman snorted and remarked, "I am well aware that such matters do not require your report. Are you feeling remorseful? Do you believe we have acted inappropriately? Yet, have you forgotten? We are already a community of shared interests. Do not stand there foolishly. My aunt has expressed a desire to enjoy some of the delicacies you previously brought. Why do you not fetch some more?" The daytime dogleg replied, "Yes, I shall retrieve it immediately." After receiving Bai Tian's affirmative response, the mermaid turned and swam away, muttering, "What a wretched creature, destined to be treated in such a manner. Surely you shall never know the taste of happiness." During the day, I was beset by despair, pondering what course of action to take, for I was utterly oblivious to the location of their sanctuary. Even if I were to locate them, entry would be denied to me. Moreover, the architecture of the sanctuary diverged significantly from that of the tribe, while there existed myriad ways to enter the tribe. The sanctuary was governed by strict protocols. Dedicated guards maintained order and security. Yet, for the sake of my beloved, I must find a way to infiltrate the sanctuary and procure those delicacies. During the day, he stealthily roamed, initially contemplating a direction towards the southwest. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that the orcs would likely be aware of such matters. It was unequivocally improbable that he would find anything there. Thus, he resolved to search each remaining direction meticulously. Throughout his relentless quest, he encountered sights that would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on his soul. The river was littered with the lifeless bodies of fish demons, while a few wretched survivors, their eyes blazing crimson, glared at him, as if yearning to consume him to regain their strength. In truth, he could barely bear to look at these dying creatures. Muttering to himself, he pondered what malevolent force had birthed such abominations. The incessant noise they made was repugnant. Had it not been for them, he mused, he would have long been with Ur. These fish demons were a significant obstacle to his union with her, inciting a profound loathing within him. However, the thought that these creatures had devoured numerous orcs brought him a measure of satisfaction. Did these gaunt beings look down upon him? How could they harbor fear for such monsters, knowing full well they wouldn't dare harm him? Thus, as he scurried about, he finally discerned a hazy silhouette ahead, where a multitude of orcs had gathered. Daylight recognized that this was indeed a sanctuary. The keen-eyed Qiyu had already set his sights on the old man. Having received instructions from Liu Qingxuan to release him upon sighting, albeit with someone assigned to keep watch, as he would undoubtedly attempt to pilfer the treats. Pretending to be asleep, Qiyu feigned ignorance. Upon noticing this, Daylight scoffed inwardly at the lax security of the sanctuary, allowing him to infiltrate effortlessly. He rummaged through the place, recalling that Bayun had informed him that the treats would only be stored on the left side of the inventory. He merely needed to locate the storeroom. Typically situated at the heart of the tribe, and the sanctuary would be no different. Following this logic, he indeed discovered the storeroom. Upon peering into another chamber within the storeroom, he was astounded to find an abundance of treats prepared this time. He would need to make numerous trips to carry them all. Agile white cranes had already begun circling overhead, keenly observing any movements from Daylight. As they witnessed him pilfering from the storeroom, they could not suppress their derisive laughter. Communicating in the air, one remarked on his foolishness, suggesting that overindulgence in such treats could lead to hyperthyroidism. Another crane mused, expressing curiosity about what a person afflicted with such a condition might look like, speculating on the size of their neck. They relished the thought of retaliating against those who had brought fish demons to ruin their home by undermining their very essence in return. Meanwhile, the guards feigned negligence, allowing Daylight to succeed repeatedly in his thefts, growing increasingly emboldened. It was not until his final act of thievery that the orcs staged a performance for his benefit, with the young wolf as the centerpiece. The crowd encircled the young wolf, asserting, "Little wolf, we recognize your family's plight. But that does not justify your theft of our treats." The orcs gathered to watch, and among the spectators was Bayun, his face a mask of terror, fearful of being discovered. At this moment, Bai Tian was stealthily perched upon a tree, perhaps inheriting his remarkable climbing abilities from his grandfather. It was widely acknowledged that Bai Tian was present in the trees, when suddenly, the townsfolk turned to Xiao Lang and exclaimed, "What should we do about this unexpected turn of events? He was always destined to be a wild wolf. Now that he finds himself in this predicament, I wonder how you two can possibly show your faces in the tribe. Hand over those items at once." At this juncture, Bayun, in perfect sync with Xiao Lang, performed a theatrical act, dashing over to assert, "Cease your bullying of Xiao Lang. He is my dearest friend, and should anything befall him, I shall ensure my brother compensates for it." The crowd, observing Bai Yun's boldness, scoffed in unison, "Your brother is indeed formidable. But how shall we account for all these treats? How about this? From now on, your brother will be responsible for these delicacies. In this way, we will refrain from punishing him. What do you say? You must understand that theft is severely punished in our tribe." The white clouds appeared to be in a state of sorrow, staring blankly as she uttered, "Of course, I will demand compensation from my brother." Upon hearing this, Bai Tian, without a hint of mental burden, casually remarked, "Does that mean it will be exceedingly convenient for me to steal in the future? Even if Bai Yu knows it was I who took it, it won't matter. When I plead with him, he will merely perceive me as an old man wanting a bite to eat." Observing Bai Tian's gradually fading figure, everyone hastily assisted the young wolf to his feet. Expressing their concern, "Were you frightened this time?" Each beast man endeavored to comfort the young wolf. Some even rummaged through their bags to present him with candies, saying, "You've endured much this time." The young wolf shook his head, responding, "It was no trouble, it is only right." He added, "I too detest that old man. If it weren't for these plans, he would never hesitate to share such precious things with him. To keep warm? Consuming this will only lead to greater agitation." After voicing these thoughts, the young wolf followed the white clouds to visit Ling Jui, who was currently in a less than favorable condition. They would likely need to remain in the shelter for another 2 or 3 days, as the fish demons would gradually arrive. Though not with the same grandiosity as the first time, which was manageable, Bai Yu would undoubtedly be occupied with handling matters in the coming days. Upon their arrival at the treatment center, they noticed Hija waving at them, indicating that they should not approach as he was suffering from a high fever. Bai Yun, surprised, inquired, "Why does he have a high fever? Was he fine yesterday? He was even able to eat." Hija shook his head, explaining, "His body is currently fighting off a virus, as per Qingxian." Bai Yun nodded, asking, "What should we do? There was someone in the tribe who burned with fever and ended up becoming a fool. What will we do if he becomes one too?" Hija, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, replied, "We are quite anxious and are continuously trying to reduce his temperature, but our efforts have proven ineffective. The anti-inflammatory medication has been prepared for him, yet it appears he has not consumed a drop. In any case," Bai Yun and the young wolf could discern the urgency of the situation. At that moment, a loud voice from the room called out, "Hija, hurry in. He seems unable to take the medication." Hija rushed inside to assess the situation, exclaiming, "What should we do? He seems to be losing his grasp on reality due to the fever, and we have applied the anti-inflammatory medicine to his body." Qingxian, addressing Hija, replied, "There is no other option. Please fetch some cold water to apply to his forehead. Cooling him down would help, but if he sweats, the moisture could seep into the wounds, hindering recovery. It's a dilemma. I will ask around to see if anyone has alcohol." After visiting several places, Qingxian finally procured the desired alcohol, albeit with concerns about its efficacy. She proceeded to apply generous amounts of it to his back. Ling Jui, in a daze, mumbled, "Run, run." In a state of semi-consciousness, he called out for assistance, seeking to convey important matters. This situation had grown increasingly alarming. Ling Ju had been enduring this condition for several hours. He Chun, in a state of desperation, even placed ginseng in his mouth, hoping to sustain his life. Yet this time, the remedy seemed to yield little effect. His body temperature had only slightly decreased, remaining feverishly high to the touch. He Chun prepared a concoction of honey water, attempting to coax him to drink, but it proved futile as his lips had become parched and chapped. All he could do was gently wipe his lips with warm water. Despite the two of them tirelessly trying to hydrate him, very little was ingested. He Chun spent nearly half an hour attempting to feed him. The water felt like a mere drop in an ocean of thirst, and upon finishing, it seemed to exacerbate his desire for hydration, as he incessantly murmured about his thirst. The pair continued to offer him honey water and frequently adjusted his position to apply a bit of alcohol, enduring until Bai Yu returned. Upon her arrival, she was alarmed to see the severity of his fever. She rushed in to assess his condition, noting his flushed face. As she reached out to support him, she was taken aback by the intensity of his heat. At that moment, He Chun remarked that this was an improvement. Earlier in the afternoon, his fever had been far more severe and unbearably high, but now it appeared to be on the decline. Bai Yu grasped his hand and said, "The monsters have mostly been dealt with now. We shall be able to set off back to the tribe the day after tomorrow. You must not perish at this moment. Many have been injured here, and those who suddenly fell ill with high fevers have succumbed." Bai Yu was deeply concerned. Bai Yu sat before the sickbed, feeling quite dazed. He Chun, observing his condition, urged him to rest. Bai Yu stumbled towards another bed to begin his respite. By dawn, Ling Jui's fever finally subsided. Throughout the night, Liu Qingxuan had tended to him alongside He-chun, providing commendable care. At last, he was able to drink some water. Their tribe's subordinates had prepared a suitable meal for their chief. He-chun held a bowl of viscous porridge for Ling Jue, who managed to consume only a small portion of it. At that moment, He-chun sought out Bai Yu, but no matter how he called, the door remained shut. Concerned, Chi Yu hurriedly climbed through the window, only to find Bai Yu lying silently in bed, his face flushed with fever. Alarmed, he quickly carried Bai Yu to the clinic. Upon seeing Bai Yu in such a state, He-chun sighed, remarking, "Just when one recovers, another falls ill. Am I next?" Liu Qingxuan, who had cared for Ling Jue all night, had not noticed Bai Yu's fever on his way back. Chi Yu grasped He-chun's arm, asking, "What should we do now?" He-chun reassured him, "It's likely just exhaustion and insufficient nourishment. He hasn't rested well these past few days. It's quite normal for him, especially in childhood. Let him rest. Take some medicine, and he will be fine." He-chun was not overly concerned for Bai Yu. He applied some anti-inflammatory ointment on Bai Yu's body and tended to his bruises, administering medication and placing a damp cloth on his forehead. He-chun, with a commendable sense of medical ethics, did not rest at that moment. As Bai Yu's condition improved slightly, the fish demons were nearly dealt with. The remaining matters were manageable by others. The elder chief, upon learning that both had fallen ill, came to check on them but was stopped by He-chun, who advised, "They are both quite unwell. It would be best for you not to enter and risk catching their illness, leaving us without a leader." Finally, when He-chun felt the need to rest, he reached out to check on Bai Yu and discovered that his fever had already diminished. Only then did he slowly lie down to begin his own rest. Chapter 71. Ling Jue's peril. Some weaker beasts that had not evacuated had already become prey for the fish demons, who, now sensing the scent of blood, displayed heightened excitement and aggression. Some had completely disregarded everything else, rampaging indiscriminately. At this moment, Ling Jue turned to Bai Yu and said, "Should any unforeseen events occur, the burden of these two tribes will fall upon your shoulders. Please do not shy away. Otherwise, destruction awaits us. Consider this for yourself or for this region. But you must take a step forward." A key element of their plan involved Ling Jue luring these monsters to the prepared Shui Well Lake. Ling Jue removed the fragrant pouch he wore and handed it to Bai Yu, saying, "This may hinder my ability to attract them." However, Bai Yu insisted, "You might as well keep it." Ling Jue shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? Once this item is donned, it is inevitable that one will not be ensnared. Ultimately, it is crucial to discern whether my own safety holds greater significance than theirs." At this moment, Bai Yu's eyes were already brimming with tears as she spoke to him. "Then I would rather go myself." Ling Ju looked at Bai Yu and replied, "What nonsense are you uttering? You have no understanding of the dangers lurking in this water. Your venture would only lead to your demise." Bai Yu was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He could do nothing to prevent these events from unfolding. He could only watch as the figure before him transformed into a colossal black serpent, surging with great force towards the waters. Bai Yu now beheld numerous animal hides floating upon the water's surface, merely a short distance from the shore. Beneath these remnants of hides, muddy waters churned as if cursed by some ominous spell, casting a foreboding sight before Bai Yu's eyes. What a ghastly scene it was, a veritable nightmare. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the depths, untroubled by the prospect of being torn asunder by such elements. Moreover, Ling Jue, who had already plunged into the water, discerned the monstrous entities lurking below, the very harbingers of death. These malevolent beings, upon closer inspection, revealed their teeth stained with the remnants of blood. It was inevitable that some of these creatures would notice Ling Jue. In their eyes, his robust physique appeared as a delectable feast. The scene of decay unfolded in the water like a haunting dream, gradually withering away the essence of Ling Jue's life. He had already suffered grievous bites, his body marked with deep wounds, and he gazed at the distance remaining to the moonlit lake. With renewed determination, he propelled himself towards the lake, breaking the surface to catch a breath. Bai Yu beheld a visage drenched in blood. The orc, robust and formidable, could recover from any superficial injury, often without leaving a scar unless it was grave. However, it was evident that Ling Jue's head was bleeding, likely a result of some violent impact. As Ling Jue waded into the lake, Bai Yu swiftly cast down the fragrant pouch, which he caught and promptly secured around his wrist. With the presence of this aromatic talisman, it seemed to ward off some of the assailants, yet it could not entirely prevent a few from relentlessly gnawing at him. Bai Yu extended her hand and pulled Ling Jue out. This time, Ling Jue was quite clear-headed, yet during the rescue, Bai Yu was bitten. Playfully, she remarked to Ling Jue, "Fortunately, they are not venomous. Otherwise, we would both perish here today. At that moment, Qiji, witnessing the scene, instructed the beastmen. Seal the river passage immediately. Most of the fish demons had already swum into the lake, while a few lingered outside, which was not their primary concern. Naturally, they would dispatch individuals to eliminate them one by one, effectively blocking this sole escape route, raising clouds of dust in the process. That entrance was firmly sealed. The fish demons, sensing their intentions, began to thrash about in the lake, desperately attempting to break free for a glimmer of survival. Meanwhile, the cranes in the sky incessantly poured the medicinal concoction into the lake. Initially, the fish demons paid little heed, but as their muscles began to spasm uncontrollably, they realized there was something amiss in the water. Upon this realization, they furiously surged towards it, attempting to drag down and devour the cranes hovering above. After a while, it became evident that some of the fish demons continued to thrash in the lake. The cranes flew towards the refuge, seeking the previously prepared remedies, which possessed the power to annihilate these demons entirely. At this moment, Baiyu stood resolutely by the riverbank, incessantly directing the orcs to mend the waterways that had been ravaged by their collisions. It was imperative that these channels remained intact and did not disperse. Lingju observed Baiyu managing the situation single-handedly, a smile of contentment gracing his lips as he witnessed her capability to stand firm. He had not anticipated her strength. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he could not help but gently close his eyes. Perhaps he thought, if he were to take another brief slumber, upon awakening, most of this crisis would have been resolved. After Baiyu observed that the repairs were nearly complete, she hurriedly made her way to Shueihua Lake to join others in fiercely battling the fleeing fish demons. Meanwhile, Hija noted that this time, thanks to a meticulous plan, there were not many casualties among the orcs. However, his heart sank as he caught sight of Ling Jue lying bloodied on the ground. His condition so dire that it could only be described as a body devoid of unscathed flesh, covered in gruesome bites, with much of his flesh exposed. Ling Jue, wake up. Please, don't sleep. Despite Hija's desperate calls, Ling Jue seemed unresponsive. He even positioned his hand beneath Ling Jue's nose, attempting to ascertain whether the formidable clan leader was alive or dead. Initially, Hiva felt no breath at all, and his heart sank. He could not bear the thought of Ling Jue dying from this ordeal. In disbelief, he continued his efforts until he felt a bead of moisture forming on his hand, leading him to rejoice inwardly. Thank heavens, there was still hope. It was merely a faint breath. At that moment, Hija let out a series of calls directed towards the sky, a peculiar sound that served as their clan's unique form of communication. Numerous white cranes gathered above, responding to Liu Qingxuan's suggestion, as they had makeshift supports ready. Hija carefully lifted Ling Jue onto one of these supports, and many cranes swiftly began to carry it toward the refuge. Transforming into a white crane, Hija whispered incessantly into Ling Jue's ear, "You must not die. If you die, what will happen to your clan? The burden will fall upon us both, and it will be unbearable. You cannot die. I do not wish to bear such heavy responsibilities." In a daze, Ling Jue heard someone speaking to him, lamenting the exhaustion of not wanting to be the clan leader. Instinctively, he felt that the voice belonged to Baiyu. Groggily, he managed to reply, "You can do it." Hearing this, Hija felt a slight easing of his anxiety. At least there was some awareness still present. He urgently urged his companions, "Hurry and fly. If we don't, we'll miss the crucial moment." The hastily applied bandages on Ling Jue were rudimentary due to the lack of time, merely stanching the bleeding, yet some wounds continued to seep blood, staining the bandages crimson. As they neared the refuge, Hija finally arrived and called out, "Quickly, clear a room." Inside the refuge, Liu Qingxuan, upon seeing Ling Jue in such a bloody state, exclaimed in astonishment, who could have hurt him so badly? Wasn't everyone supposed to be together? Why is he so severely injured? The white cranes that came back reported minimal casualties. Hija replied, "There's no time for explanations. Qingxuan, please hurry and find some hemostatic medicine. Also, bring something to restore his blood. Didn't you say ginseng has restorative properties? Quickly, get some ginseng to help him recover." Liu Qingxuan did not dare to delay and hurriedly searched the storeroom for ginseng. After an incessant search, she finally gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients. Many items had already been ground into powder and applied to his wounds. Fortunately, these substances were not overly stimulating. However, with numerous injuries, Ling Jue could not help but softly murmur, "Be gentle." The beastmen in the tribe had begun to pray for their formidable leader, confident that he would survive this ordeal. Though uncertainty lingered in their hearts, the severity of the chief's injuries was beyond any remedy. At that moment, Ling Jue was awakened by the pain inflicted by the medicine they had administered. Hisu looked at Ling Jue and patiently advised him, "Do not move for now. Your vitality is incredibly weak. We shall endeavor to find you some hemostatic medicine, while Liu Qingxuan is still preparing blood-replenishing remedies. So you will have to wait a little longer." Ling Jue, with ginseng stuffed in his mouth, struggled to articulate his words, gesturing for Hisu to remove it. Hisu replied, "This is a life-saving herb. You cannot expel it at the moment. It is not going to take your life. Rather, it is sustaining you. But you may have to endure it for a while longer." A man of unwavering strength, Ling Jue had never encountered such a predicament. Witnessing the loss of his dignity, he thought to himself, perhaps it would be better if I simply perished. Meanwhile, Hisu, aware of his unspoken thoughts, reassured him, "Rest assured. You all handled the situation remarkably well. Casualties were minimal, and everyone sustained only minor injuries. No one perished. You have truly accomplished something extraordinary." Ling Jue hesitantly inquired, "What about Baiyu?" Hisu responded, "He is currently managing the follow-up tasks. You must realize that all the burdens have now fallen upon him. And I scarcely have time to assist him. I must tend to so many injured, especially you. For the other wounded, we have already dispatched people to assist them. I have devoted all this time to addressing your injuries. Surely, you must feel quite moved by this." As they conversed, Liu Qingxuan arrived with the prepared blood-replenishing medicine and said to Hisu, "Let us administer this to him. Now that he is stable, you should be able to eat. Perhaps we should prepare a special meal for him?" Hisu nodded and replied, "Just give him a little. He must not consume too much, or his body will expend energy on digestion, which would not be beneficial given his current condition." He then turned to Ling Jue and said, "Open your mouth. We are about to feed you medicine." For the first time, Ling Jue found the experience of being fed medicine rather peculiar. Meanwhile, the beastmen in the shelters were bustling with activity, as nearly every household had sent a member to assist in the recovery efforts. Liu Qingxuan, anxious at the absence of her beloved, found it difficult to focus, but with Ling Jue's condition so dire, she pushed her feelings aside. She mixed some hemostatic medicine into a custard and rushed to Hisu's treatment area, saying, "This is something I prepared for you. You must eat it all." In concern for the potential discomfort these foods might cause him, Hija thoughtfully prepared a bit of warm water for him to ease his stomach. Ling Jue, anxious, peered outside, eager to glean any news about his tribe. However, his beastmen were all huddled outside the clinic, weeping. The eggs this time were particularly soft and bore an unpleasant medicinal taste that Ling Jue found utterly unpalatable. Yet, compelled to consume this dish, he reluctantly swallowed it. After finishing the meal, he felt a slight resurgence of strength and turned to Hija, asking if he could allow his subordinates to enter. Hija replied, "They may come in, but not for long. Your condition does not warrant excessive worry." He then stepped outside to address his subordinates, stating, "His condition has finally stabilized, but your continued weeping may adversely affect him. I advise you to adopt a more composed demeanor while accompanying him. Remember, do not let him worry. And you cannot stay for long." Upon seeing his subordinates enter, Ling Jue inquired about their current situation and the casualties within their tribe. One by one, they reported, "Everyone is fairly well. There are some injuries, but they are not severe, and no one has died. The only serious case is yours." Hearing this, Ling Jue let out a sigh of relief and asked, "What about the others? How they fared?" His subordinates replied, "Only the grazing beastmen's fields within our tribe suffered severe damage. You know these things cannot be transported." At this, Ling Jue lost interest, stating, "These things can be repaired. As long as they still exist, it matters not. I am rather fatigued. You may leave now. Tell them I am not gravely injured." The subordinates returned outside to inform the tribe, "Our leader is under the protection of the beast god and is no longer in danger. He is now in good condition and can communicate with us." The tribe members were genuinely relieved and prayed for their leader's well-being. "Yet, I feel our chief's voice seems a bit off, somewhat slurred, don't you think?" one remarked. "Indeed, perhaps the injury was too severe, leaving him with little strength to speak, hence the altered voice. When I catch a cold, my voice also changes." If Ling Jue were to hear this, he might internally muse, "I am still hanging on, my brothers, can you not see the large ginseng in my mouth?" Regardless, Ling Jue's life was preserved. Baiyu was also nearing the end of his duties. As he returned just before dusk, he spotted his beloved waiting for him at the entrance of the refuge. Liu Qingxuan, upon seeing Baiyu, couldn't help but feel her eyes welling with tears, exclaiming, "Why have you returned only now? I've been waiting for you for several days." Baiyu chuckled and remarked, "This time, we were fortunate to have a well-conceived plan to achieve our goals. Otherwise, you might have had to wait even longer. Liu Qingxuan. Upon hearing these words from Baiyu, felt a surge of annoyance and retorted, I shall ignore you. Just listen to the bluntness of your words. It's utterly exasperating. With that, Liu Qingxuan turned to retreat to her own room. Baiyu reached out to embrace his wife, but Liu Qingxuan, upon seeing his hand, was overcome with emotion. Tears cascading down in large droplets onto his palm as she exclaimed, What has happened to your hand? Baiyu's hands are now adorned with numerous delicate wounds, and several of her nails have broken. Those that remain intact are marred by dirt and traces of blood. Baiyu, however, shook his head and remarked, I consider myself rather fortunate. You see, I have scarcely sustained any injuries. Yet, Liu Qingxuan detected a profound scent of blood emanating from him. His hands bore the marks of bites, and his feet were not devoid of wounds either. Liu Qingxuan gazed at him and uttered, As long as you believe your body remains intact, these are merely trivial injuries. Chapter 73. The thick neck. How could this be? How could this be? Were they not supposed to be torn apart? Thus, these questions multiplied, and the crowd began to press with relentless inquiries. During the day, he was unable to provide a detailed explanation. He could only incessantly inform others that this plan was flawed. It was due to the presence of an individual on land. Though he was reluctant to disclose this person's identity, uncertain whether this individual was indeed responsible, he recognized that they had played a significant role. As the inquiries intensified, he ultimately resigned himself to uttering, It is Liu Qingxuan. She is the one behind these cunning schemes. What greeted him was the incredulity of the merfolk, who seemed to regard Liu Qingxuan with considerable esteem. They believed that this soul from another realm would undoubtedly align with their interests, albeit temporarily hindered by the presence of the beast men on land. The merfolk, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of anger, as if feeling betrayed. Yet, the command issued was unequivocal. They demanded to meet Liu Qingxuan. Meanwhile, far away in her tribe, Liu Qingxuan thought to herself, I shall not meet those vile creatures. The directives they issued placed him in a precarious position. After all, he was well aware of her reputation on land. The request for a meeting was rather daunting, especially as he recalled having injured Liu Qingxuan not long ago. Meanwhile, that old woman, Xiner, was stoking the flames of gossip, insisting, Bring her here. Her sole desire was to witness the beauty that had garnered such praise, convinced in her heart that it could not surpass her own. Driven by jealousy, she concocted malicious plans. Even if the tribe accepted her, she would ensure that this woman would not find favor. During the day, he would stealthily venture into their tribe to pilfer some delicacies. This time, however, he was particularly vigilant, observing his surroundings and listening intently for any potential strategies. To his dismay, after several attempts at thievery, he still failed to uncover any useful methods. Instead, the merfolk began to exhibit some unsettling behaviors. Initially, the old woman was in a rather irritable mood, but such temperament was customary for her, and the others paid it little mind. Due to the symptoms of hyperthyroidism, which manifested as excessive sweating and a sensitivity to heat, they had grown accustomed to the warmth, leading them to frequently request that he steal these treats for their consumption. During the day, I heard that this item truly provides warmth, and each time it is taken, the enthusiasm intensifies. Furthermore, it exacerbates their hunger, leading them to consume an increasing quantity of food each day. Baiyu, upon realizing that their frequency of acquiring these items had markedly increased, turned to his wife and remarked, My dear, observe how they have fallen into our trap. Their consumption has escalated, and they naively believe these provisions will shield them from the biting cold. It appears they are on the verge of succumbing. Liu Qingxuan, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, This is precisely the nature of such things. Evidently, they are exhibiting early signs of their predicament. They have been engaged in this endeavor for several days now, and it seems they are running low. Consequently, Baiyu led his kin to procure salt. The orcs, upon hearing the reactions of these individuals, expressed their delight, proclaiming it a gratifying turn of events. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, yet the condition of Ling Jui remained less than satisfactory after these 20 days. He frequently suffered from low-grade fevers, and his wounds were persistently troublesome. Liu Qingxuan explained that it was common for wounds to become inflamed as summer approached, noting that as long as they did not fester, they would manage. The everyday tribe had adequately prepared anti-inflammatory remedies. Meanwhile, beneath the tranquil depths of the sea, all had transformed into chaos, filled with the clamorous voices of merfolk. Why are these delicacies becoming increasingly scarce? Is it that old wretch stealing them during the day? Give me more treats. I cannot survive without them. One lamented. Indeed, what is so delectable about those fish? They all taste the same. We have endured this for far too long. Those land-dwelling orcs are utterly despicable, squandering such bountiful resources instead of utilizing them properly. Perhaps we should dominate the land ourselves, compelling them to offer tributes daily. One elderly woman, visibly irate, incessantly urged her nephew, "Hurry and find Baition. Implore him to procure more of these items for us." Her nephew, seemingly drained of vitality, languished in the sandy sea bed, responding, "Auntie, I am utterly exhausted. I possess no strength and have no appetite. I only desire those treats." The elderly woman, at her wit's end, scornfully retorted, "You are worthless." She then seized a conch shell and descended to call for Baition. Upon seeing his beloved approach, he hastily rushed over, asking, "Exinaire, what troubles you? Who has wronged you?" The elderly woman feigned distress, stating, "Baition, you cannot fathom my hunger. Without those provisions, I cannot eat a morsel. What shall we do? You care so deeply for your nest. You cannot allow me to remain famished, can you?" During the day, Baition busily remarked, "Wait for me. I shall promptly seek it for you." At times, these items are not replenished in a timely manner. After searching, he found nothing, which left him feeling disheartened by yet another fruitless endeavor. At that moment, he spotted Bayun and quickly approached, asking, "Bayun, do you still have any of those pastries?" Bayun shook her head and remarked, "I cannot fathom why these items are consumed so rapidly. My brother has expressed his intention to cease producing these and plans to replace them with a different kind of sweetness." During the day, he thought to himself that this simply wouldn't do. Mermaids had a penchant for savory snacks, and sweet ones simply wouldn't suffice. He rummaged through his mind and quickly addressed the White Cloud, saying, "Oh, White Cloud, please take me to meet your brother. I have heard that your tribe is currently enamored with such delicacies. I am eager to sample these treats. The one you offered me last time was utterly delightful." Bayun was certainly aware of his intentions, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Well, very well. I shall take you to meet my brother. But you must understand that he is not particularly eager to see you. Moreover, the techniques you seek are likely to be in my brother's possession, or perhaps in Hesha's. He harbors a strong aversion towards you. Therefore, it seems that only my brother can impart this knowledge to you. However, my sister is at home." The White Clouds feigned an air of profound embarrassment, and during the day, there seemed to be no recourse but to inquire, "What must I do to persuade your brother to teach me?" Bayun remarked, "It's quite simple. The brother's greatest affection lies with the sister. If you merely bring joy to her, whatever you say, he shall acquiesce, just as I have managed to delight her and thus receive more sweets from him." During the day, I pondered, what is the purpose of this troublesome woman? She has turned our once harmonious home into such a state. Then, with a gentle demeanor, I inquired of Bayun, "What does your sister enjoy? I shall procure some items for her." Bayun solemnly declared that her sister had a particular fondness for animal pelts, remarking on how her sister donned the most exquisite attire in the entire tribe. Recently, her sister had been on the lookout for some splendid furs, particularly those of foxes. "Do you possess any?" she inquired. "These fox furs are indeed rare treasures. The last time Ling Jue gifted me a complete set of water fox pelts. I fashioned a small jacket from it, while the remainder was appropriated by my brother to craft a beautiful skirt for my sister. It turned out splendidly." At this revelation, Baition was taken aback, for water fox pelts are not commonly encountered. How could Ling Jue bestow such a precious item upon Bayun, who seemed merely a simpleton preoccupied with food? Hearing the child's words, Baition clenched his teeth and said, "Wait here. I shall fetch it for you." Bayun returned home with a mischievous grin, prompting Liu Qingxuan to inquire, "Why do you wear such a sly smile? Have you been bullying others again, or perhaps tricking your little friends out of their sweets?" The mischievous Bayun gazed at her elder sister with a playful glint in her eyes, grasping her sister's hand and exclaiming, "Of course not. How could I possibly engage in such antics? Bayun has always been the most well-behaved child." Liu Qingxuan, observing Bayun's demeanor, promptly remarked, "Surely you have pilfered numerous items from your brother Haj's home again? Is he not furious with you? The last time you stealthily ventured out, he was quite incensed." Bayun, having kept her sister in suspense, remarked that the old man had indeed caused much trouble for their brother during the day. This time, she had also managed to bring back those troublesome items, which she felt no remorse in taking since they belonged to her brother. He would soon approach you with a fox fur. Simply encourage him to prepare some pastries, as it is not feasible for us to always be the ones to do so. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, saying, "Ah, it seems we are finally employing some strategy. Unlike before, when we would hastily rush in without thought, I feel much more at ease now." The White Clouds, with their tails lifted high towards the heavens, directly addressed her elder sister, proclaiming, "It is only natural. My brother is extraordinarily talented, and I shall undoubtedly surpass him." Then, with a pitiful demeanor, she expressed her desire for chocolate. This predicament left Liu Qingxuan at a loss, for there was no news of any cocoa fruit to be found in this place. With a sense of resignation, Liu Qingxuan informed her that she had been unable to locate the cocoa fruit, and thus, the chocolate cookies she had previously offered were no longer available. However, she proposed to attempt baking some bread instead, suggesting, "If you are willing to eat it, I shall prepare a little strawberry bread for you." The white clouds had yet to savor the delights of bread, and her thoughts were immediately captivated by the allure of strawberry bread. She turned to her sister and exclaimed, "You must certainly make me some strawberry bread." Liu Qingxuan, feeling somewhat helpless, mused to herself, "Alas, I came here to improve the conditions, not to assume the role of a chef." Nevertheless, she decided to prepare a light, easily digestible meal to present to Lingju, hoping it might brighten his spirits. Before long, Bai Tian arrived bearing an assortment of exquisite furs, intended for Liu Qingxuan. Upon seeing them, she beamed at Bai Tian and said, "You are Bai Yu's grandfather. How could I possibly refuse your request? Since you have brought these fine items, they are welcome indeed. Bai Yu will surely be delighted to know how much you care for him." During the day, he cheerfully remarked, "Oh, this is quite natural, quite natural. I have heard that you possess some delightful snacks. I wonder if you could teach me? You see, with age, I yearn for some delectable treats." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan readily agreed, saying, "When Bai Yu returns, I will certainly have him teach you, if that pleases you." Seeing hope, he eagerly replied, "Then I shall wait. Bai Yu is indeed fortunate to have chosen you as his wife. Your understanding nature is truly commendable. It is his blessing to have you." Liu Qingxuan feigned surprise, responding, Of course. As soon as Bai Yu arrives, I shall hasten to have him instruct you." Meanwhile, Bai Yu, who was outside managing subsequent matters, remained blissfully unaware that he had been thoroughly sold out by his brother and wife. He had no desire for extensive interaction with his grandfather. Upon returning home to prepare a meal, Bai Yu was taken aback to find her grandfather seated in the living room. Bai Yun, who was at a distance, hurriedly approached and exclaimed, "Brother, he wishes to learn how to make pastries from you." Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Making desserts? What do you mean by making desserts?" Liu Qingxuan playfully winked at her boyfriend and urged, "Indeed, let us make some desserts quickly." Bai Yu seemed to comprehend something and remarked, "Ah, indeed. Since you all insist on teaching him, I shall impart my knowledge as well." I hadn't originally intended to do so. He then brought forth the prepared ingredients and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to undertake this delicacy? It is rather wasteful, particularly with the abundance of eggs." The old man replied, "Of course, I am determined to make these." Bai Yu commenced his rigorous instruction. During this process, his grandfather, overwhelmed by the complexity of the task, relinquished his efforts and requested Bai Yu to prepare it for him. In a tone of filial piety, he lamented, "My responsibilities are ever increasing, leaving me no time to engage in such matters. Please consider it carefully." The old man appeared to be grasped by some vital concern and responded, "Well, indeed, let us begin." Upon realizing that preparing a single portion of the delicacy required an entire large quantity of salt, he exclaimed, "You are truly squandering resources. This amount could suffice for an entire household." Yet, for his beloved, consuming a family's worth of provisions in a single day was not an extravagance, but rather a necessity. Bai Yu inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" "I prepare this for my girlfriend. She absolutely adores it. I even add extra eggs." After speaking, Bai Yu added 2 more eggs to the bowl and said, "Darling, I have made this for you." Upon hearing this, the girl hurriedly interjected, "I participated in all of this, so it should all be mine. I can make it whenever I desire, can I?" Bai Yu sat for quite some time, and finally, just before dusk, his grandfather emerged with the finished product and hurried to the seaside, sounding his horn and calling out loudly, "Come quickly! Come quickly! I have completed it." And this time I crafted it with my own hands, adding a generous amount of salt. Upon hearing this, the old woman hastily surfaced from the water, anxiously shouting at Bai Yu, "Quickly give it to me." Bai Yu fetched a basket, and without regard for propriety, the old woman began devouring the delicacies, exclaiming, "Delicious! I feel rejuvenated." During the daylight hours, I was consumed with concern for my beloved, fearing she might choke. Thus, I brought her a refreshing juice. To my astonishment, the lady dismissed my gesture with disdain, overturning the drink onto the ground and exclaiming, "Who desires your offerings? Depart quickly and do not disturb my meal. These have been spoiled by seawater and are no longer palatable." I must consume them all here on the shore. Do you understand? I have not eaten all day." Shortly thereafter, the woman noticed her neck swelling ominously. Yet, her excessive consumption rendered her incapable of alleviating her distress, and she erupted in fury, causing an ominous atmosphere to envelop the entire merfolk community. Many began to observe their own necks swelling to varying degrees, attributing this affliction to divine retribution. One by one, they began to introspect, convinced that their recent misfortunes had incited the wrath of the gods. The tale of the fish demon had already cast a shadow over the tribe, and now the situation intensified, leading the merfolk to wail in despair. Soon, this news reached the orc tribe. Upon hearing it, Lingju uttered a single phrase: "One reaps what one sows." The orcs, who had indulged excessively, were taken to the shore to witness the plight of the merfolk. There, they beheld the grotesque sight of swollen necks and heard the anguished roars of the merfolk, a stark contrast to their usual elegant demeanor. Many orcs, finding fortune in misfortune, remarked, "Were it not for the exorbitant cost of these delicacies, we would have relished the opportunity to see them in such a state long ago." An orc nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are fortunate that Qingxuan warned us. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." Chapter 74. Strawberry bread. Fortunately, the wheat harvest was bountiful, allowing Liu Qingxuan to procure some coarse flour, which she planned to sift. Additionally, she intended to create a fruity delight using a modest amount of sweet and tangy fruit sugar, avoiding overly saccharine ingredients. Milk and eggs must also be prepared, as her household was devoid of them. Liu Qingxuan, upon realizing the absence of eggs, felt a twinge of frustration. Had she known, she would have requested her companions to bring some. Instead, she was left to procure them herself. Reflecting on the previous calamity, she paused her thoughts, considering the peculiar neighbor next door. Liu Qingxuan knocked on Bearda's door and inquired, "Bearda, are you home? I need to borrow some items. I am preparing to make new desserts, soft, fluffy bread." Bearda asked, "Is it edible?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "Of course. When have I ever made anything inedible?" Bearda exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful. Please wait. I shall fetch it for you immediately. Do you also need milk? I have honey, milk, and eggs on hand." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan realized that everything she needed was already available. Unabashedly, she requested, "Then please give me half a bucket of milk and a few eggs." Liu Qingxuan prepared her secret weapon, yeast powder. This ingredient was not easily obtained, but after much effort, she finally managed to produce a small amount, which she considered her exclusive patent. As she observed Bearda bringing over the necessary items, Liu Qingxuan cheerfully remarked, "Please wait here for a moment. If I need your assistance, do not hesitate to help. I do not give away free bread." This was, of course, a jest, as these were her companions, and she said it in the same manner she would when he visited, always providing him with plenty of things. Bearda nodded, saying, "Just give me instructions." Liu Qingxuan first combined her flour, yeast powder, milk, sugar, and eggs, intending to knead the dough. Kneading was a laborious and intricate task, which she could not possibly undertake alone, given that Baiyu was at home and Bearda was present. Liu Qingxuan called out without hesitation, "Bearda, come help me knead the dough." Hearing this unfamiliar term, Bearda approached the kitchen with curiosity, discovering Liu Qingxuan holding a ball of white dough. "Is this what you've made from my milk, eggs, and sugar? It doesn't look edible?" he questioned. As he poked it, he exclaimed, "My hands sank into it. Goodness, am I going to be consumed?" Liu Qingxuan laughed and replied, "Of course not. You simply need to keep kneading it until it becomes elastic." Bearda remarked, "This is quite fun. It's soft, and I haven't found anything this entertaining before." He then began kneading the dough, albeit with a playful spirit. Liu Qingxuan even added a bit of oil to the mixture, substituting it for the original butter. Once everything was prepared, Liu Qingxuan set about allowing the dough to rise, recalling that it needed to double in size. She was astonished, pondering how large it would actually become. If it truly doubled, it would be far larger than she had anticipated, allowing for more portions to be shared, which was delightful. Suddenly, Liu Qingxuan craved the taste of smoked ham. Thankfully, Baiyu had pickled quite a bit of ham, providing the perfect excuse to create something delicious. However, she decided to test the waters first. If she made a mistake, she could always switch to raspberries, which were quite common. Once the dough had risen to double its original size, Liu Qingxuan informed Bearda, "We need to remove the air from the dough and divide it into portions the size of eggs. Otherwise, if the air remains, the bread will not have a soft texture." Bearda was left wondering, what exactly is air? After a lengthy explanation, the bear still failed to comprehend, leading to the conclusion that there are invisible elements floating in the air, essential for survival. Without the oxygen they provide, one would perish. Bear, astonished, diligently kneaded the dough to expel the air, while Liu Qingxuan inspected the result and declared, "A teachable child indeed. Henceforth, I appoint you as the master of desserts." Next, she shaped the dough into elongated forms, pointed at both ends and wider in the middle. At this stage, Liu Qingxuan sought the assistance of Master Bear, who, after much effort, remarked that this task was less strenuous than hunting a wild boar in the mountains. Liu Qingxuan agreed, noting it was a labor-intensive endeavor. The process required meticulousness rather than sheer brute force, and as they worked, time passed swiftly. During this interval, Liu Qingxuan inquired about Bear's preferred flavors. Bear, whose home was laden with various soups, expressed his fondness for honey. Consequently, the dough was infused with ample honey, complemented by almonds, a match made in culinary heaven. They also incorporated numerous strawberries along with some unidentified sweet raspberries. Liu Qingxuan meticulously rolled each piece and let them rest for 30 minutes, opting for elongated shapes rather than cubes. The resulting loaves resembled caterpillars, prompting Liu Qingxuan to comment that such bread would be quite delightful to eat. Liu Qingxuan prepared an egg wash mixed with honey water and proceeded to bake the creations in her makeshift oven for 5 minutes. She brushed the honey water and egg wash onto the rising loaves to ensure a beautiful golden hue. Bear assisted diligently, adjusting the heat as they baked for approximately 15 minutes at an estimated temperature of over 200 degrees. Throughout the process, they applied the honey water and egg wash several times, resulting in loaves that gleamed with a golden color, prompting Bear to exclaim that it resembled the sun. Liu Qingxuan smiled and offered Bear a piece, asking him to sample it. She expressed concern that her initial baking might have been imperfect and resulted in burnt bread. Bear, without hesitation, took a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming how delicious it was, with the sweet honey flavor and hints of strawberry, such a precious treat. "Is it possible to make this often? Or will you teach me how to prepare it?" he inquired eagerly. Liu Qingxuan chuckled. "This will likely become a breakfast staple. No worries, you can come here any time for more." With their first attempt to resounding success, Liu Qingxuan contemplated making a savory ham-flavored bread. She suggested to Bear, "Let us create something salty. Indulging solely in sweet flavors can become tiresome." Bear thought to himself that it was improbable he would tire of such delights, as they were his favorite, yet he acknowledged that a savory variant would likely be equally delectable. Repeating the previous steps, they crafted a flavorful ham bread. Liu Qingxuan mused, "I wonder when we will have Genoa ham." Bear curiously asked, "What is Genoa ham?" Liu Qingxuan remarked that this was a renowned ham from later generations. She picked up a ham-flavored bread and took a bite. The exquisite taste exploded in her mouth, a delight beyond compare. She devoured 2 pieces in quick succession, still yearning for more. Although the bread was rather substantial, they had made several to share. Liu Qingxuan carefully arranged the bread in a basket, which included a honey-strawberry-flavored piece and a savory ham-flavored one. She turned to Bear and said, "Could you kindly deliver this to Lingjue? If you happen to see Baiyun while passing through the grove, please bring him along. Let Baiyun know not to eat any of these, as they are all for Lingjue. Since his injury was quite severe, his health has been rather poor, and his spirits have waned. Bringing Baiyun along should lift his mood." Bear nodded in understanding and set off towards the grove to find Baiyun, carrying the basket. The white clouds frolicked with the children, and upon noticing this, Bear eagerly waved his hand, calling out, "Baiyun, Baiyun, come here quickly. Your sister has asked me to take you to find Lingjue." Baiyun, curious about the matter, hurriedly descended from the tree, exclaiming, "Then lead me to him." It seemed as though he had caught a whiff of something exceedingly sweet and fragrant from the basket. Upon closer inspection, he inquired, "Is this bread made by my sister?" Bear scratched his head and replied, "Baiyun, you are indeed quite clever. Your sister cannot hide anything from your keen eyes." Baiyun, with a playful huff, declared, "Of course, I am the smartest." Bear, still scratching his head, informed him, "Your sister told me that you must not eat what is in this basket, for all of it is meant for Lingjue." Baiyun widened her eyes and exclaimed, "I thought it was specially prepared for me. He must have forgotten about me. Surely, Lingjue's enchanting beauty has captured his heart. Indeed, my sister has a penchant for those who are strikingly attractive." Upon observing Baiyun's feigned sorrow, Xiongde promptly offered consolation, saying, "I heard that Lingjue is not in good health and his spirits are low. Your sister asked me to bring you along. She believes that seeing you will uplift his mood." Upon hearing this, Baiyun's eyes sparkled with mischief as she declared, "Of course, I shall go. Let us hasten. I am eager to see Uncle Lingjue." Upon arriving at the Yongzhou tribe, they were met by guards who halted their progress. The tribe had been under strict surveillance lately due to Ling Jue's deteriorating health. The subordinates had attempted to maintain their usual protocols, but it had escalated into an intense state of alert. As they gazed at the food in the basket, their unease lingered until Bai Yun, with swift reflexes, seized a piece and said, "This smells delightful, but alas, there is none for you." She began to indulge right at the entrance. The aroma wafted through the air, and as Bai Yun bit into a piece of flavorful ham, she lamented, "Did my sister not promise to make me strawberry bread? Why does this taste like roasted ham? I do not enjoy that. It is too salty." In truth, the bread was not salty at all. However, during this time, Bai Yun had feigned her cravings by consuming numerous savory snacks, which had left her with an aversion to them. Xiongda, having never tasted such savory treats or flavorful ham, took Bai Yun's words at face value and remarked, "He prepared 2 flavors. What you have is likely the salty one, while the sweet one is beneath." Nevertheless, the taste of the bread far surpassed that of the savory snacks, and Bai Yun relished it, finishing every last morsel. The guards, enticed by the delightful aroma emanating from Bai Yun's feast, soon discerned that everything seemed in order and permitted them to enter. Bai Yun, with a playful tone, inquired, "Do you know who I am? I am the most cherished little one of your chief. How could you possibly deny me entry? Be wary, for I might just inform him, and then you shall find yourself without a meal." The guard, astonished at the child's audacious words, was soon presented with a loaf of bread. Bai Yun teased, "I was merely jesting. How could I ever commit such an act? Your wide-eyed expression prompted me to offer you this. It is a gift from your chief." The guard, touched by her gesture, replied, "Thank you, dear child. But this is intended solely for the chief, so I shall refrain from eating it," and he placed the bread in a basket. Bai Yun insisted, "If I offer it to you, there is no need for so many questions. Your chief cannot consume it all. Surely, some will be shared. Rest assured, this will sustain you for at least 2 days. Take it, and if it proves insufficient, we shall provide more." Xiongde gazed at Bai Yun with admiration, deeply moved by her demeanor. He mused that when Bai Yue ages, Bai Yun would undoubtedly become chief. Her grace in dealing with others was commendable, a quality much needed in their tribe. Yet, Bai Yun felt a shiver under Xiongda's scrutinizing gaze and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Hurry and find Ling Jue. I wonder how he is faring. If you sneak a few bites, I want to tell my sister." Xiongda, maintaining a serious expression, retorted, "If you sneak a few bites, I will certainly inform your sister." Their playful banter led them to the chamber where Ling Jue resided. At that moment, Ling Jue appeared quite unwell. His face lacked color and his lips were often chapped. Upon seeing Bai Yun, a flicker of warmth spread through his heart. This child, whom he had cared for, had come to check on him. Bai Yun, alarmed by Ling Jue's frail state, expressed her concern, "Are you still suffering from a fever?" Ling Jue managed a weak smile, replying, "The fever has subsided, and my health is improving." "But what of Bai Yun? Has she been diligent in her studies?" Bai Yun nodded earnestly, proclaiming, "Of course. I have made significant progress in my tree climbing skills." As she spoke, Bai Yun lifted the basket from Xiongda's hands and presented it to Ling Jue, saying, "This is bread freshly made by my sister. I brought it for you. The strawberry flavor is particularly delightful." Ling Jue promptly divided half of the strawberry bread and offered it to Bai Yun. She shook her head, insisting, "This is for you from my sister. I want to take it." He replied, "I've already given it to your subordinate. You want to be upset, will you?" Bai Yun shook her head. "How could I be upset? You may give to whomever you wish." She then added, "The sweetness may appeal to Ping En and the other members. When he comes next time, I shall bring him along to play." Ling Jue nodded appreciatively, saying, "Then I shall extend my gratitude on behalf of them." Ping En and Tuan Yuan have been learning medical skills from Hija, and they have been primarily responsible for looking after me. Bai Yun presented a strawberry and honey-flavored treat to Ling Jue, suggesting, "Try this flavor." Ling Jue delicately took a bite. Owing to his recent illness, his palate had been dulled, plagued by either insipidness or an odd medicinal taste. This particular bread provided a delightful respite from the bitterness lingering in his mouth, and he found it rather delectable, consuming several pieces before pausing to consider sampling another flavor. At that moment, Bai Yun interjected, "This one might be a tad salty." Bai Yun, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I heard Isa mention that excessive consumption of this savory flavor is detrimental to wound recovery. I advise against indulging in it." However, Ling Ju, skeptical of such beliefs, took a bite and remarked, "I find the taste quite delightful." "How could that be? Have you perhaps indulged too much in salty snacks?" Bai Yun, seemingly apprehensive about the taste of saltiness lately, promptly urged, "Please, go ahead and eat." Remember to drink plenty of water, while also bringing a cup of water to Ling Jue. Observing their interaction, Xiong turned to Ling Jue and remarked, "Now that the delivery has been made, I shall take my leave." Chief Ling Jue nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you for bringing him here." Xiong reassured him, "It's no trouble at all, just take care of yourself." Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan, carrying a basket, made her way towards Baiyu's workspace. At this moment, Liu Qingxuan sought out Baiyu with her creations, while Baiyu was currently engaged in assisting the beastmen in the reconstruction of their devastated farmland. Baiyu gazed upon the faces of the orcs, feeling a profound sense of emotion stir within her. The deep creases etched into their visages spoke volumes. While the herbivorous orcs bore a complexion typically a shade darker, a testament to their daily toil in the fields. Their large hands, exceedingly parched and coarse, were adorned with numerous wrinkles, as if stained by the very earth they labored upon. Baiyu gazed at them and expressed her profound understanding of their sentiments. However, she emphasized that the restoration of farmland must be approached gradually. Initially, it was imperative to address their housing concerns. Yet, they insisted on cultivating their own fields, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to the loss of their lands. Baiyu was at a loss for how to respond to them. The neighboring tribe led by Ling Jue was indifferent to such matters, considering them trivial. Their focus was solely on providing for their own tribe's needs. The herbivorous orcs gazed at Baiyu, hoping for a response. Baiyu felt a pang of sadness, wondering what they expected from her. However, given the current state of disarray, with most of her people injured, it was impossible to send them all into the fields for labor. At that moment, Liu Qingxuan arrived at the location where Baiyu was addressing the situation, carrying her bread. As she reached the entrance, she was met with a cacophony of noise. "Baiyu, please simply tell us what to do. We are willing to follow your lead in any endeavor. Just do not disregard us." "Baiyu, please give me a clear answer. Are you going to do it or not? Do you think we herbivorous beasts are utterly useless? Baiyu, do you wish to be like the neighboring Ling Ju as well?" Baiyu, upon hearing these words, found herself at a loss for a suitable response. With a heavy heart, she said, "Would you allow me a few days to ponder this matter? I assure you that I will provide you with an answer. As for your current need for sustenance, I will inform the chieftain to designate a space specifically for you, the herbivorous folk, to dine. How does that sound?" The crowd, recognizing Baiyu's genuine uncertainty, reluctantly conceded, comforted by her promise to ensure they would be fed. Once the herbivorous individuals had dispersed, Liu Qingxuan approached Baiyu and gently remarked, "Baiyu, let us take our time with these matters. There is no need to rush, all right?" After speaking, Liu Qingxuan presented her freshly baked strawberry bread, saying, "Here, let us indulge in some strawberry bread. I had not mentioned this to you yet. Do you have a taste?" With heartfelt intent, Liu Qingxuan held out the bread, hoping to lift Baiyu's spirits. Baiyu, holding a piece of bread, said with a hint of sadness, "I possess the means to create these novel breads, yet I find myself without a way to assist them. Qingxuan, do you think I am utterly useless?" Liu Qingxuan gently patted Baiyu's head and replied, "How could that be? You have always been remarkable. You are indeed helping them. You will surely find a way. But for now, why not have a bite to eat?" Baiyu found little pleasure in consuming these items. Yet he still remembered to compliment his wife on her culinary skills, assuring her that he would learn to prepare such dishes himself in due time. Liu Qingxuan, in turn, chuckled and remarked, "You must learn to bake bread for me and Baiyun in the morning. As for he in the forest, I regret that I could not prepare his share this time, as I have been exceedingly busy. I allocated a substantial portion of these items to Ling Jue." Baiyu inquired about Ling Juyi's injury. Liu Qingxuan replied, "It remains much the same. You know, during this summer, his wound has been recurrent. Although it has not worsened, it is far from being well." Baiyu shook her head upon hearing this and remarked, "It seems we have no choice but to hope for his continued improvement. It is truly lamentable that he has yet to establish any regulations for those herbivorous orcs in his tribe." Liu Qingxuan smiled and replied, "Why not draft some regulations yourself? If they prove effective, we can share them with him. This way, he may owe you a favor, making you appear more formidable than he." At this moment, Liu Qingxuan contemplated the pressing issue of flooding. Otherwise, the annual repairs would be an endless cycle, which is hardly sensible. The recent scarcity of fish spirits has merely been a coincidence, as they had likely been present before. However, constructing reservoirs to mitigate flooding is a long-term endeavor, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. Moreover, the merfolk are reluctant to forge amicable relations with those on land, leaving her utterly perplexed. This has emerged as the greatest challenge she faces in this realm. She silently pondered, as the envoy of the beast god, "Surely the divine should impart wisdom upon me." guiding me rather than leaving me to flounder aimlessly like a headless chicken, relegated to the role of a mere chef. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Day tribe, by Yuan. After bidding farewell to Ling Jue, returned with Xiangde, who inquired as they walked, I never imagined Ling Jue would comply with your wishes so readily. He treats you as if you were his own son. Bai Yun sighed and remarked, I understand. He is indeed pitiable. I hold affection for him, provided he does not vie with me for my sister. Upon hearing of a visitor to Ling Jue, the mermaid named Xiaoqing hastened to his residence. Initially, entry was denied, as the beastmen of the land harbored a deep-seated animosity towards mermaids, suspecting Xiaoqing of harboring ill intentions. However, upon learning the cause of the commotion outside, Ling Jue stated, if it is Xiaoqing, allow him to enter. Coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with him. It has been long enough, and he must fulfill his promise. Xiaoqing rushed in and exclaimed, you truly do not deceive me. However, I must relocate to another tribe now, not remaining in this area. The beastmen here treat mermaids appallingly. I must seek a place of my own. I wish to wander. Ling Jue replied, as you desire, but know this, you must honor your commitments to me. Otherwise, entry and exit from our tribe will not be as you wish. Xiaoqing nodded and said, I understand. I have come to explain how these matters came to be. Ling Jue observed as Xiaoqing exhaled slowly. Then with a solemn tone added, I would not divulge this to you, yet you must promise that this information remains confidential, known only to your few companions. Ling Jue, intrigued, responded, how amusing that you would seek my assurance. Very well, speak freely. Xiaoqing, with a resolute demeanor, declared. These fish demons are crafted from the corpses of the deceased. As for the method of their creation, I am unaware. I only know they are formed from dead bodies, rendering them less sensitive to pain. The sachets they provide you likely contain mermaid tears. It is rumored among the surface dwellers that these tears can transform into pearls. But this is untrue. They merely serve an effective purpose against fish demons. The demons abhor mermaid tears, which inflict upon them an agonizing sense of psychological powerlessness. Hence their ability to repel them is not due to any fragrance. The scents are merely concocted from ordinary water plants, of feigned complexity. Ling Jue widened his eyes in disbelief. Is what you say true? They can truly forge such entities from corpses? The mermaid nodded, affirming, absolutely true. That is why I am reluctant to be returned to the mermaid clan. They will execute any rebel, transforming them into fish demons. Do you understand what it is like to become a fish demon? It is said that the more tragic the death, the more formidable the resulting demon. Ordinary deaths merely grow stronger with time, but a violent demise begins with great ferocity. Ling Jue, astonished, asked, can they truly witness their former kin in such a state? Do you comprehend the depth of despair in witnessing one's own demise? Xiaoqing scoffed and replied, how could that be? They are already beings that have once perished. The death of a fish demon bears no relation to their relatives. Their kin have long since departed. Fish demons are but instruments for their dominion. Ling Jue was taken aback and exclaimed, so it is true. Bai Yu's speculation was indeed correct. This revelation is utterly transformative. And it's no wonder no one was aware of why they would heed the commands of the merfolk. Your actions are truly unjust towards the fish spirits. It turns out they are also pitiable beings. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing merely responded with a cold smile, saying, the merfolk do not require your pity. She then turned to Ling Jue with a questioning gaze and stated, I have shared all that I know. It is time for me to take my leave. She nodded to Ling Jue and bid him farewell. Ling Jue replied, very well, you may go. If you truly cannot remain, our tribe will extend our support. After Xiaoqing departed, she left a letter that simply read, do not disclose this to many. I do not wish to be a traitor to the merfolk. Upon learning this, Ling Jue hastily summoned Bai Yu, who initially thought he intended to address matters concerning the herbivorous beastmen. However, upon hearing Ling Jue mention that the cause behind the creation of the fish spirits had been discovered, Bai Yu was utterly astonished and exclaimed, Ling Jue, you truly are remarkable. How did you uncover this? Pray, share the details. Ling Jue, his gaze slightly unfocused, replied, as you indicated. It is the bodies of the deceased that have transformed. At that moment, it was Bai Yu's turn to be shocked. He exclaimed, I never anticipated such a conclusion. It was merely a casual guess, yet it turned out to be true. Why would they commit such acts? It is utterly inhumane. Ling Jue echoed Xiaoqing's sentiments, stating, the people have already perished once. Those spirits cannot be considered their kin. At this juncture, Bai Yu burst into tears, lamenting, why does dying render them kin? I do not comprehend this. It is a sorrowful realization. Do you think that spending so much time with them during the day leads to such beliefs? Allowing them to exploit me and Baiyun without restraint? Ling Jue, observing Baiyu's distress, found himself at a loss for words, merely stating, "This situation is different from that of the merfolk. Our land-dwelling beast men are warm-hearted." Baiyu, weary of his incessant chatter, interjected, "Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, let us discuss another matter." Ling Ju, sensing the lack of further discourse, replied to Baiyu, "There is nothing more." "What is it that you wish to address?" Baiyu addressed her neighbor with utmost seriousness, saying, "What I wish to discuss pertains to the plight of the farmers. You are aware that their fields have suffered considerable devastation this time, leaving many homeless. Regarding the shelters, they are indeed still residing in them. Yet the fields hold immense significance for them." Upon hearing this, Lingju replied, "Let my subordinates handle these matters. Such trivialities do not require my intervention." At this moment, Baiyu exclaimed in astonishment, "I believed you had changed. I never anticipated that you remained the same. Why do you persist in this way? In truth, the weak also lead challenging lives. Do they not desire to possess formidable skills?" Lingju, in deep contemplation, replied, "What relevance does that hold for me? They were born this way." Baiyu, upon hearing this, remarked, "What if you were one of them? Suppose you were not as you are now. Stripped of all your current possessions, devoid of a robust physique and considerable strength, what would you do then? Would you not have to toil in the fields like them?" Lingju responded, "Regardless, this is merely a hypothetical situation. What I seek is certainty, and they bear no connection to me. Please refrain from dwelling on such matters. Why torment yourself unnecessarily? It would be far more prudent to contemplate how to enhance the tribe's combat prowess and conquer additional tribes." Upon hearing these words, Baiyu felt it unnecessary to continue the argument, considering that he was still in a state of anger. She told him that she would take her leave, assuring him that she would find a way to address these issues. If she devised any solutions that he deemed effective, she would appreciate his willingness to try them. Their parting was less than amicable, leaving Ling Jui with a sense of discomfort. He found himself unable to manage too many matters at once. As an overload would only distract him, resigned, he closed his eyes, reminding himself that many things were beyond his control. Throughout the journey, Baiyu was engulfed in sorrow. On one hand, she felt deep compassion for the plight of the fish demons. On the other, she was pained by Ling Juyi's attitude. She sensed that she was unable to overcome her own barriers and was at a loss regarding her next steps. Vivid images flashed before her eyes, the wounded gazes of the herbivorous beasts, Ling Juyi's resolute demeanor, and the brutal scenes involving the fish demons. With no recourse, Baiyu returned home, silently watching her wife quietly sewing. She reached out and embraced her, saying, "My dear, what should I do? I truly do not know what to do." I asked Ling Ju-yi about the herbivorous beasts, and he claimed it was not his concern, assuring me that they would find their own solutions without his involvement. I thought he had changed, yet he remains the same, displaying disdain for the weak despite having been saved by them in the past. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, offered a comforting embrace and replied, "Everyone's perspective is shaped by their own experiences. We do not need to alter his views. Such perceptions are commonplace. We cannot expect him to be flawless. Nor can I expect you to be perfect, Baiyu." Baiyu yearned to share with his wife the origins of the fish ghost, yet he hesitated, fearing it might startle her. Thus, he remained silent. In this moment, the atmosphere was profoundly tranquil, as if the two of them existed in a realm beyond the confines of time and space, with nothing surrounding them but their shared presence. Liu Qingxuan grasped Baiyu's hand and said, "I am contemplating how to address the issue of water disasters. Trust me, grant me a little time, and I shall surely succeed." Baiyu's hand had yet to fully heal, adorned with a myriad of delicate wounds. Liu Qingxuan, filled with compassion, spoke to him, "Baiyu, I promise you that one day, I shall fill your world with vibrant hues, rather than the desolate monotony that it currently endures. Do not dwell in sorrow any longer. Though your family may have forsaken you, you still have Baiyun and me. There may be times when you feel utterly powerless. But remember that we are all here to support you. Even though Ling Jue's demeanor may differ, I can sense his deep admiration for you. He teaches you as both a friend and a mentor. Do not let his efforts go in vain, nor should you emulate him entirely." Baiyu, feeling aggrieved, nodded in response, "Thank you, darling. What would I do without you?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "Yes, we will always be by your side." After comforting Baiyu, Liu Qingxuan proceeded to wash up. Having not enjoyed a sound sleep in what felt like an eternity, she was exceedingly dizzy and yearned for rest. Lying motionless on the bed, she pondered her future course of action, when suddenly she found herself in a hazy dream state. In her dream, A voice urged her to engage in more meaningful endeavors. Confused, she inquired what those might be. The voice instructed her to seek the answers within herself, which left her feeling a tad despondent, for she felt utterly lost and devoid of any method. The night passed in a dream, yet she gleaned nothing of substance. Perhaps it was the guidance of a mysterious force, or maybe there truly exists a divine presence. Liu Qingxuan collapsed onto her bed, the sunlight streaming in. And as her eyelids fluttered open, she beheld her boyfriend, Baiyu, clad in a makeshift apron, busily toasting bread. Unfortunately, an acrid scent wafted through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Qingxuan dashed to the kitchen, where she found Baiyu with a bewildered expression. "How did you burn it?" she asked. "Didn't I tell you to monitor the time?" To her surprise, Baiyu, looking dejected, replied, "Didn't you say you wouldn't scold me and then I would always be your family?" It seems that was all a lie. Liu Qingxuan, taken aback by his words, replied, "Why are you being so dramatic? Stop sulking. I'll handle it." As Liu Qingxuan began her own bread-making endeavor, she was astonished to discover that Baiyu had used up all her yeast. With no yeast left, how could they possibly bake bread? Turning to Baiyu, she remarked, "There's no bread to toast. You've exhausted the yeast. Let us eat grilled meat instead." Baiyu, with a pouting expression of grievance, embarked on her barbecue journey. To her dismay, she managed to cook the food to a state of incompleteness. Liu Qingxuan, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "What has happened to you today? Why have you made such a mess of these dishes?" "Never mind, allow me to take over." After tidying up the chaos, Liu Qingxuan still found the energy to ponder what to do next. Baiyu, upon observing Liu Qingxuan deep in thought, mistakenly believed that she was devising a way to scold her, and thus found herself paralyzed with trepidation at home, refraining from venturing out to hunt. Liu Qingxuan inquired, "Baiyu, why do you linger there?" Baiyu replied, "I am waiting for you to reprimand me. Once you chastise me, you will have vented your frustrations and will no longer be angry." Liu Qingxuan pinched her brow and responded, "I have no intention of scolding you. You should attend to your own matters. I am merely contemplating what to do next. My dear, please cast aside any burdens of the heart. My love for you is eternal." In a state of drowsiness, Baiyun heard her sister's loud exclamation, "Darling, Baiyun will forever love you." Baiyu was taken aback. And so was Liu Qingxuan. What had transpired with these two brothers today? Each seemed more eccentric than the last. Without lingering on the thought, Liu Qingxuan turned to Baiyu and said, "You needn't concern yourself with Baiyun. He may have misheard something." Recently, Liu Qingxuan had taken to sharing enchanting fairy tales with Baiyu, tales that included Snow White, Cinderella, Belle, and the Little Mermaid. Now, Baiyun proclaimed that he wished to rename himself as Snow White. Liu Qingxuan explained that princess is a title for females while prince is for males. However, Baiyun insisted that he wanted to be called Prince Snow White. Liu Qingxuan then mentioned a character known as Prince Charming, suggesting he could adopt that name instead. Baiyun shook his head and resolutely told his sister that all he could think was, "Horses are not remarkable. It is the snow that is truly extraordinary." Since then, Baiyun frequently ventured out, asking others to refer to him as Prince Snow White. By the way, Baiyun also cast his brother in a less than flattering light, declaring him to be Prince Charming and his sister as Snow White. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could only remark that it was indeed quite fitting. Baiyu departed helplessly, leaving Liu Qingxuan at home in contemplation. She pondered the fragility of the cooking vessels in her household and considered resorting to traditional methods of steelmaking. Despite her lack of experience in this field, she believed herself to be a woman favored by the divine, confident that solutions would arise. However, the traditional method of steelmaking necessitated a solid foundation in agriculture, for industrial development could only flourish with a stable population. Coincidentally, this aligned with Baiyu's current dilemma. Agriculture was a challenge that required Baiyu's attention, while Liu Qingxuan felt utterly powerless, only able to conduct preliminary experiments herself. The traditional steelmaking process first required mastery of the rudimentary techniques of iron smelting in a clay furnace and heat retention. For Liu Qingxuan, both tasks appeared daunting. The technologies of refractory bricks and coke were essential to ensure iron production. Liu Qingxuan intended to cultivate technological seeds that would take root in this world, fostering an upward trajectory in productivity year by year. Yet, increased productivity inevitably demanded currency, and fortunately, her frequent engagement with economic news had granted her some understanding of the economy. She believed that soon this place would flourish under her construction. Of course, these thoughts were merely aspirations. The practical execution was fraught with challenges. Each specific technology alone could occupy her mind for an entire day. leaving both her and Bai Yu with their respective burdens. In light of the spirit of scientific inquiry, Liu Qingxuan resolved to nurture her own spirit of research, thereby inspiring others to cultivate a collective commitment to scientific exploration. According to theoretical principles, she required both a blast furnace and a converter. The blast furnace's function was to heat iron ore to temperatures exceeding 1,600 degrees Celsius, causing it to melt into liquid iron. During this heating process, the molten iron would absorb a significant amount of carbon, resulting in a high carbon content. Thus, the output, known as cast iron, could not be interrupted. Additionally, the properties of the molten iron were influenced by the materials present in the raw materials and fuel, necessitating their removal during the process. Clay, steel plates, or bricks could be used to construct the blast furnace. Fortunately, as a designer, she recalled having sketched the structure of the blast furnace. She remembered that the furnace needed to be constructed as a vertical cylindrical body made of refractory materials, equipped with cooling protectors. From top to bottom, it would consist of the furnace throat, body, belly, and hearth, with the hearth featuring openings for air, iron, and slag. Above the hearth were the charging device and gas seal, along with exhaust pipes. She annotated her design, noting that the blast furnace could also serve as a simple chimney, with two openings at the base, one for iron output and the other for slag removal. She further contemplated that in order to forge iron ore was essential. She would need to procure and crush iron ore, but she had no concerns about the abundance of strong individuals in the vicinity. A layer of coke and a layer of iron ore would also be required, and this process demanded continuous heating to yield molten iron. At this moment, Bai Yun finally awoke, sleepily approaching her sister, seeking her embrace. Liu Qingxuan smiled at the increasingly plump Bai Yun and remarked, "If you keep eating like this, I truly won't be able to lift you." Bai Yun, undeterred, declared that she could indeed carry her sister. Liu Qingxuan gazed at the little tiger before her and exclaimed, "I truly cannot hold you any longer. If I do, I shall be unable to manage. Your weight is such that it could stretch your skin beyond its limits." Nevertheless, Liu Qingxuan tenderly lifted Bai Yu, soothing her with gentle words. "Next time, do refrain from such antics. When the moment arrives, call upon your brother for assistance. He could manage 10 of you without difficulty, but carrying just one will surely exhaust your sister." Upon glancing at the table, Bai Yu noticed the grilled meat and pouted. "Why have you been preparing such salty dishes for me lately? Where's the bread? Did you not promise there would be bread this morning?" Liu Qingxuan, feeling embarrassed, replied to Bai Yun, "It's not entirely my brother's fault. He ruined the bread, and we've run out of yeast. Making yeast takes time, so you want to be able to enjoy it for a while." Bai Yun, who had not yet had her fill of bread from the previous night, felt a wave of sadness wash over her upon witnessing the morning's offerings, and tears began to stream down her face. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, who was hunting in the distance, yawned and remarked, "I'm not even sick. Who is it that's berating me?" Later that evening, when Bai Yu returned home and saw the sullen Bai Yun, who wouldn't even acknowledge him, he felt puzzled and approached her to gently pat her head. Bai Yun glared at her brother with anger and declared, "You are the one who ruined my meals. I detest you. I truly detest you, unless you bring me some bread." Bai Yu was utterly astonished upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Last year, a mere egg could bring you such joy, and now you crave bread. Do you recall how delighted you were with just an egg? Yet, here you are, transformed. Have you been living too well lately? Have I not scolded you in quite some time?" The white cloud, heedless of the consequences, insisted on quarreling with her brother. Liu Qingxuan, fully aware of the principle that it is easier to slip from frugality into extravagance than to descend from extravagance into frugality, attempted to offer counsel. At that moment, Bai Yu, observing Bai Yun's behavior, sighed and remarked, "Alas, there is no helping it. I shall give you some sweets." Bai Yun, reluctantly clutching a piece of candy, uttered, "I shan't forgive you unless you can procure me some cocoa fruit." Amidst the chaos, Liu Qingxuan finished his meal, his mind still preoccupied with his steel-making methods. He contemplated the complexity of refining the molten steel by immediately transferring it to a converter before it cooled, a rather cumbersome task. The purpose of the converter is to continuously stir the molten iron while simultaneously introducing air, primarily oxygen. Reflecting on his recent explanation to Xiang De about the nature of air, Liu Qingxuan inwardly lamented, "This step will surely exhaust my words." He felt an overwhelming aversion to this phase, uncertain of how to articulate the principle of air, which is predominantly oxygen, to them. This step entails the combination of carbon in the molten iron with oxygen from the air, producing carbon dioxide and thereby reducing the carbon content of the iron, resulting in various grades of steel, such as high-carbon and low-carbon steel. The entire process demands over 10 hours. Given the local environment devoid of any steam engines, the steel factory must be established by the riverside, leading to significant environmental pollution. This prospect filled Liu Qingxuan with sorrow, making him ponder whether to proceed with this venture, which not only posed difficulties but also contributed to environmental degradation. The pollution would necessitate substantial investments of labor, finances, and time for remediation, and the duration required for effective treatment would be extensive. Currently, the riverside location is essential for harnessing hydropower to operate the blowers and stirrers, significantly reducing manual labor. Although the workers possess great strength, such vigor is not inexhaustible nor can it be conserved indefinitely. The most challenging aspect lies in raising the furnace temperature without sufficient heat. Mass production is unattainable. This issue intertwines with refractory bricks and a myriad of other complications. It is not merely a matter of inventing a few tools to enhance productivity. Moreover, the raw materials themselves contribute to pollution. One can only imagine the ecological damage inflicted upon the natural environment adjacent to the water. This brings to mind the tasks of selection and the use of reflection furnaces. As Liu Qingxuan gazed at the manuscripts he had recorded, a deep sense of anguish enveloped him as he murmured, "Perhaps it is best to proceed gradually. These conditions are simply untenable for now." These elements are vital for establishing an industrial foundation. He understood that this undertaking would not be accomplished overnight. It would require an extended period. While laying the groundwork for industry, he also recognized the necessity of imparting literacy to everyone in the tribe, for knowledge of written language would illuminate many truths. Resolute in his thoughts, Liu Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom as he declared, "I must ensure the continuity of written language." At this moment, he realized that his immediate focus should also be on agricultural issues, collaborating with Baiyu to address the community's food concerns. Liu Qingxuan contemplated crop rotation and fertilizers, which could enhance yields and establish a rational work system, prompting him to hastily rush to Baiyu's workplace, calling out, "Baiyu, I have thought of the matters concerning the herbivorous tribes." Upon hearing this, Baiyu was utterly elated and exclaimed, "My dear wife, you are truly astute. Please, do elaborate." Liu Qingxuan took a breath and replied, "We simply need to implement crop rotation to produce fertilizer." Fertilizer consists of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This approach will suffice. Listen to me, Baiyu. I shall explain further. However, if you aspire to create fertilizers with a high content of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, we currently lack the means. What we need to focus on is simple fertilizers and the rotation of crops. Let us consider making soil ammonium fertilizer. This type of fertilizer requires a substantial amount of cow dung, and we have harvested soy flour from the recent yield, as well as gypsum powder, of which we still possess a considerable quantity. We would need approximately 50 kilograms of cow dung, 50 grams of soy flour, and 5 kilograms of. If we follow this ratio, it should prove effective. Afterward, we shall seal the mixture in the soil for 3 days to observe the results. It is essential to apply 3 times the weight in water during fertilization, which can indeed pose a challenge for those who rely on grazing livestock. Baiyu shook his head, saying, as long as they have the means, they will willingly undertake any task. Even fetching water is not an overly burdensome chore. Furthermore, we can also engage in composting by collecting all organic materials, such as the straw left in the fields, fallen leaves, and manure, mixing them together and covering them with straw or other protective materials. We should turn the compost every 3 to 4 weeks, and it will be ready for use after 3 months. If we wish to enhance the phosphorus content, we can incorporate bird droppings, as plant residues also contain potassium. Regarding crop rotation, it is a method of cultivating different crops sequentially in the same field across seasons and years, such as alternating soybeans and wheat in a yearly cycle. The climate here is relatively akin to that of the South, allowing us to practice a rotation of rice, rapeseed, rice, and wheat, thereby preserving the soil's fertility. There are various combinations for such rotations. With time, they will learn the most effective methods, and there is no need for me to ponder extensively. I am merely providing an example, as my knowledge on the subject is limited. Upon hearing this, Baiyu was greatly astonished. After meticulously outlining several matters with his wife, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and proceeded to seek out the herbivorous orc. Regarding Baiyu's predicament, it is said to involve fertilizer. Having learned the method, Baiyu hurriedly reached out to his close friend Hija. However, Hija replied that he was currently occupied, as Ling Juyi's condition was fluctuating, and he dared not take his hands off the situation. Upon hearing this, Baiyu furrowed her brow and suggested, "Let us wait a little longer. The production of fertilizer requires Heja's coordination." Heja retorted, "You might as well work me to death." With no other option, Baiyu reluctantly ventured to the home of the bull orcs and awkwardly inquired, "Do you have any manure to spare? How might we exchange for it?" Were it not for Baiyu's status as one of the tribe's leaders, the people would have long desired to expel her. The bull orcs, upon hearing her, were utterly dumbfounded and asked, "Baiyu, what on earth are you talking about? What do you need that for? We don't have any." Cattle, being omnivorous and robust, have thrived within the tribe. Upon hearing the refusal from the bovine orcs, Baiyu was utterly taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you truly not willing to provide it to me? I could exchange something for it." The realization that the weight of the cow dung amounted to an astonishing 50 kilograms filled her with profound sorrow. 50 kilograms is a considerable weight, roughly equivalent to that of 2 Baiyuns, who was already considered one of the more rotund young orcs in the tribe. She despaired at the thought of even attempting to gather such a quantity, let alone resorting to theft. Although the idea of pilfering cow dung crossed her mind, the sheer volume required rendered it an insurmountable task. As she struggled to communicate with the bovine orcs, rumors began to circulate that Baiyu was some sort of deviant, fixated on their dung. When she broached the subject with the herbivorous orcs, they collectively suggested, "Isn't there something else we could use?" Baiyu shook her head, asserting, "It must be cow dung. Nothing else will suffice." This matter soon became a source of great trepidation for the bovine orcs, particularly regarding their bathroom habits. On that day, as they stepped outside Baiyu's home, the herbivorous orcs exchanged glances and resolved, "In order to enhance our yield, we must proceed in this manner." They nodded in agreement, their determination evident. With the knowledge that producing this fertilizer required over 50 kilograms of cow dung, they were bewildered by the concept of kilograms. Baiyu provided an analogy, explaining it was roughly the weight of 2 Baiyuns. Upon hearing this, they felt a pang of distress, fully aware of Baiyun's ample figure. The unfortunate target of their plight was none other than the young Baiyun. The orcs had devised a plan and set off to the grove to find him. Meanwhile, Baiyun was animatedly describing the delectable nature of bread, lamenting his current inability to enjoy it. The children chimed in, asserting, "Candy is already delightful, but bread is even better." They struggled to comprehend, as Baiyun continued to wax poetic. Eventually, he expressed his frustration, declaring, "It's all my brother's fault for misusing the yeast. Now I have none left for myself." The children, observing Baiyun's animated distress, comforted him, yet he expressed sorrow, stating, "Prince Baishuen never cries," maintaining an image of strength and resilience. The herbivorous orcs, witnessing Baiyun's plight, approached him and embraced him, lamenting, "How on earth can we gather so much cow dung?" Misinterpreting their intentions, Baiyun retorted, "Who are you calling cow dung? You cannot insult me. I am Prince Baishue." In their previous state of sorrow, the herbivorous orcs pondered aloud, "How can we steal 2 Baiyuns worth of dung? Even if we could, it wouldn't last long." They realized the necessity of resolving the cow dung issue and speculated on what the bovine orcs might prefer. Hearing this, Baiyun became increasingly confused, asking, "You weren't calling me cow dung, were you? Why speak of it over there?" The herbivorous orcs replied, "You are still quite young. We are discussing how to increase our yield. Your siblings mentioned the need for fertilizer, but it requires a substantial amount of cow dung." Baiyun expressed her confusion and astonishment, exclaiming, "It's so simple. You can merely exchange items with them. If they refuse to trade, you could discreetly take something and offer a token gift, thus minimizing the risk of being discovered and expelled." Upon hearing Baiyun's words, the others felt her reasoning was sound and praised her, saying, "As expected of you. You're quite clever. No wonder they hold you in such high regard." Baiyun laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, I am the most astute." Consequently, the situation began to unfold in an unusual manner. Every morning, the bovine orcs would be astonished to find their toilets impeccably clean, yet the cow dung had mysteriously vanished. Frustrated, they approached Baiyue to confront her, stating, "Baiyue, we understand your concern regarding this matter. We are still deliberating over the issue of the cow dung. How could you possibly steal it?" Baiyu exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this be? I did not steal from you. Moreover, if you think I could single-handedly take all your cow dung, it would take an eternity. Surely, it must have been a group of people involved. And if this were orchestrated by my superior, do you truly believe there would be no whispers about it?" Baiyu was undoubtedly aware of the culprit behind the incident. It was undoubtedly the herbivorous orcs. However, given their current dire circumstances, she was reluctant to expose them. The bovine orcs, observing their own abode in pristine condition and relieved from the burden of cleaning, replied, It is of no concern, Baiyu. We are merely deliberating whether we might avoid such sudden incursions into our belongings. Baiyu readily responded, all right, no problem. I apologize. Baiyu returned home to share his grievances with his wife, exclaiming, I never anticipated they would act so brazenly. Fortunately, I managed to discreetly clean up after them. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to deal with the situation. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could hardly contain her laughter, remarking, why is it so arduous for you to gather cow dung? It is not imperative to resort to bovine beasts. There are plenty of plowing cattle you could enlist for the task. Baiyu, filled with sorrow, remarked, there are very few. The entire tribe scarcely possesses a handful, rendering them utterly insignificant. We must rely on the cattle orcs. Liu Qingxuan interjected, this suddenly brings to mind that perhaps agricultural tools could be improved. I shall consider whether the curved plow might suffice. If it proves feasible, I will draft a design for you. Please allow me a few days to ponder this. At that moment, Baiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, my dear, you are truly brilliant. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the contemplations swirling in Liu Qingxuan's mind were merely reflections of Baiyu's own aspirations. With no other options, Baiyu ventured to the dwelling of the grass orcs and implored, might you refrain from your haste? Just how much did you manage to pilfer in one night? They replied, we have stolen a basketful. Baiyu mentioned that they were still deliberating on the distribution and exchange of these items, urging everyone not to rush. Upon hearing this, the orcs expressed their patience. However, the psychological scars they had left on the bovine orcs were profound. The bovine orcs now found themselves glancing around even when merely visiting the restroom, wary of anyone who might covet their possessions. After several days of discussion, the bovine orcs sent representatives to Baiyu, stating their willingness to part with the items, but insisted that 50 kilograms would require a single hide in exchange. Baiyu, upon hearing this request, found it to be quite reasonable and thus acquiesced. She expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you for your understanding. They replied, it's no trouble at all. There are times when we also consume such grains. If their yield is abundant, we too shall benefit. Baiyu, deeply moved, exclaimed that she would now fetch the hand skin for them, urging them to hurry and bring it over. Occasionally, people awkwardly remarked that they had heard the weight of 50 kilograms equated to that of 2 white clouds, suggesting that their measurement might not be as substantial. Baiyu earnestly remarked, well, bring as much as you have for now. Let us give it a try. At that moment, someone awkwardly approached, presenting the items before Baiyu, stating, everything is here. Feel free to use whatever is useful. Thank you. Having delivered this, they swiftly departed. Liu Qingxuan, who witnessed the entire episode, found it to be quite amusing. Thus, on numerous occasions, Liu Qingxuan merely offered Baiyu a conceptual framework, while the actual execution was left entirely to Baiyu's discretion. Baiyu, upon successfully managing the task, turned to his wife and remarked that he had completed everything. He then mentioned his intention to prepare the soybean flour. Liu Qingxuan smiled and replied that she had already taken care of it, emphasizing that some tasks are best accomplished collaboratively, which she referred to as coordination. Having gathered ample materials, Liu Qingxuan suggested that they take a break for the day and check on Ling Jui's condition the following day. The two companions made their way to the Yongzhou tribe, which was currently under strict martial law. Baiyu and his party underwent multiple layers of scrutiny before gaining entry. Upon learning of their arrival, Ling Jue merely commented that there were many tasks entrusted to them, that they were rather inflexible in their thinking. Liu Qingxuan, noticing the hoarseness in Ling Jue's voice, expressed her astonishment, asking why his voice was so strained. He explained that his throat was particularly painful, making it difficult to eat, a condition that had persisted for several days. Liu Qingxuan, visibly concerned, inquired about the anti-inflammatory medication he had been taking. Ling Jue replied that although he had been on the medication for several days and his wounds had shown significant improvement, his throat remained a mystery, accompanied by intermittent headaches and occasional fevers. Liu Qingxuan speculated that perhaps the saliva of the fish demons contained some substance that hindered his body's natural healing, suggesting that while it might not be classified as poison, an excess could undoubtedly be detrimental. Baiyu pondered aloud, realizing why he had been so frequently visiting. The severity of Ling Jue's condition was indeed alarming. The situation in the Yongzhou tribe had become one of outward strength concealing inner weakness. Despite the stringent external controls, the absence of Ling Jue's oversight left the tribe in a state of lethargy. Baiyu reflected that they must not divulge these concerns to Ling Jue, who had been focusing on his recovery and seldom ventured outside. They had intentionally maintained this facade, and Bai Yu felt it unnecessary to burden Ling Jue with the harsh realities, especially with the transition from summer to autumn approaching, a season requiring much attention. The tribe was also engaged in the production of salt blocks, but without Ling Jue's coordination, their efforts were disorganized. It wasn't a matter of lack of diligence. Rather, each person was engrossed in their own tasks. Bai Yu sighed, lamenting the troublesome situation. Observing Ling Jue in such a state, Liu Qingxuan contemplated the idea of canned peaches. She then asked, rather informally, if there were any fruits left in the storage of their group, expressing her desire to fetch some to eat. Each time they visited, Ling Jue felt a surge of joy, for he was a leader within the tribe, and few could penetrate his heart. Bai Yu was a respected rival, while Liu Qingxuan held a special place in his affections. Despite their relationship, Ling Jue still felt a glimmer of hope and nodded. His voice raspy as he encouraged her to take whatever she wished. Liu Qingxuan ventured off alone to collect the fruit, muttering to herself her hope for peaches, as the alternative would require her to return to the tribe for a search, which would indeed be a hassle. Bai Yu initially intended to accompany Liu Qingxuan, but Liu Qingxuan suggested, "You should keep Ling Ju company for a while." Ling Ju, upon hearing this, made no objections and sat down, questioning, "Why are you in such a state? Could it be that the fish spirits truly impede the healing of wounds?" It was anyone's guess, but Ling Ju, in a fit of agitation, retorted, "Do you understand? Even when ordinary animals inflict severe bites, my wounds heal rapidly. Although a greater number of injuries may slow the process slightly, it should never take this long, with such a relentless recurrence. Do you have any idea how many medications Hija has to provide me daily to combat inflammation? Otherwise, the wounds would fester and become infected. We assumed there was no venom involved, but in reality, those who have been bitten so many times have long since met their demise within their bellies. And I am merely a fortunate survivor." Bai Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Indeed, the wound on my arm is healing rather slowly. But I have not given it much thought. In moments like these, one tends to overlook their own injuries and instead focuses on survival and how to preserve one's life." Observing that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed, Ling Ju smiled with a sense of understanding and said, "There is no need to dwell on it so heavily. After all, you see, I am still here, and my recovery is progressively improving." Bai Yu furrowed her brow and said, "But what will you do about your voice? You cannot possibly endure this pain indefinitely. How do you feel after taking the anti-inflammatory medication?" Ling Ju nodded slightly, a look of sorrow on his face, and replied, "It's an improvement compared to the first day. Yet as you can see, I am still voiceless and in pain. I have eaten very little these past few days, as the discomfort keeps recurring." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu exclaimed, "How can that be acceptable? Without proper nourishment, you won't have the strength to recover." Ling Ju shot her a glance and remarked, "Indeed. And this is why Hija is quite troubled by the situation. Have you not noticed how he has been practically living here lately?" Bai Yu retorted, "Aren't you pleased that he is staying with you? Taking advantage yet acting coy. I will inform Hija. Let's see if he still cares about you." Ling Jue, in a rare moment of humility, replied, "I am truly sorry." Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan found the yellow peaches she had been seeking. She meticulously washed each peach, as their surface was quite fuzzy. Proficient in peeling, thanks to her frequent apple preparations, she skillfully sliced the peaches into small pieces, mindful of Ling Jue's sore throat. Larger pieces might pose a swallowing challenge. She retrieved some sugar and salt from the storeroom, placing them in a clean bowl along with a dash of spring water, and added just a pinch of salt, allowing the mixture to sit for 5 or 6 minutes. Hurriedly, she brought the prepared peaches to the cooking area, adding water to the pot and setting it to boil over a high flame, all the while incorporating rock sugar. Fortunately, there was rock sugar available. Otherwise, she would have had to resort to using Bai Yun's fruity candies, which would undoubtedly yield an odd flavor. Liu Qingxuan was careful not to make it overly sweet, fearing it might be cloying for Ling Jue. Once finished, she presented the dish to Ling Jue, saying, "This is freshly made. Once it cools, you may partake. It will form a protective layer in your mouth, soothing your throat, and you should be able to eat it without much discomfort. If you find it agreeable, I shall prepare more for you tomorrow." Ling Jue, touched, inquired, "Did you make this just for me?" To which Liu Qingxuan affirmed. This was indeed a first for him in this place, and once cooled, he sampled a piece, declaring it truly swallowable and quite pleasant. Bai Yu, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy, yet maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, refraining from competing with Ling Jue for the dish. Seeing him able to eat reassured Liu Qingxuan, allowing her to return home with peace of mind. Upon returning, Bai Yu pulled his wife aside, asking, "Could you make that dish again for me?" He enjoyed it immensely. And I would like some too. Liu Qingxuan shot him a glance, responding, "Please do not compete with him. I felt quite relieved that you didn't today. But who knew you had ulterior motives? Do you understand? His throat is particularly painful. You may not grasp the extent of his discomfort." Bai pouted with a hint of sadness and remarked, "I have never experienced such a sore throat, but seeing him in that state is truly disheartening. He appears to have lost weight from hunger." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "That is certainly the case. His throat seems to be quite severely affected. He probably hasn't eaten much over the past few days, perhaps surviving solely on water." Bai inquired in astonishment, "Doesn't he feel famished drinking water daily, given his physique? His appearance truly conveys a sense of decline." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed. As for his appetite, I shall prepare a bit more for him tomorrow. You may deliver it. Additionally, regarding your educational concerns, I have resolved to establish a class. Please request the elder chieftain for a spacious house, so the young orcs can come and learn to read and write. I will take on the teaching." Upon hearing that his wife intended to teach the young orc characters, Bai exclaimed with enthusiasm, "May I take on the role of class monitor? I have already learned those characters you will be teaching." Liu Qingxuan could not help but chuckle at this, remarking, "Are you really in the same age group as them? Some of them even refer to you as uncle. How can you possibly join them as a classmate?" After hearing this, Bai remarked, "As long as I can be with my wife, I am willing to do anything. What do these titles even matter?" Upon returning home, Bai, aware of their visit to Lingjue, expressed her sadness, saying, "You all went out to play without taking me along." Bai responded, "Your sister made food but did not share it with me. She gave the entire pot to Lingjue." Hearing this, Bai became even more chatty. Liu Qingxuan picked up Bai and asked, "What is the matter, Bai? I forgot to mention that in a few days, your sister will be starting a class to teach you how to read. Once you understand the principles, you will be able to improve even more." At the outset, Bai expressed a genuine interest. However, as he underwent a profound enlightenment, the sparkle in his eyes gradually faded. "Little tiger, why have you abandoned your dreams?" After exchanging thoughts on these matters, Liu Qingxuan proceeded to prepare a meal for Bai and the others. It was originally Bai's responsibility, but today, buoyed by a pleasant mood, Liu Qingxuan took it upon herself to cook. In their household, it is customary for Liu Qingxuan to don the apron whenever she feels cheerful, and Bai never objects. Embracing Bai went to Heja's residence to invite him for dinner, and Heja brought along some fish. Observing the fish with a smile, Liu Qingxuan remarked, "Today, you have brought bass, which is exceptionally delightful for making soup." With that, she directed Bai, "Go on. Prepare a bowl of base soup." Bai commenced her highly proficient endeavor of preparing soup. She added a plethora of ingredients, and shortly thereafter, a bowl of milky white broth was presented. The aroma wafted enticingly through the air. Liu Qingxuan gazed at the soup and remarked, "Since the fish are so delectable, let us go and catch more." When it comes to fishing, Heja undoubtedly possesses considerable expertise. He stated that fishing is not an easy task. Our white cranes soar above, observing where the fish are plentiful before descending. This process requires precision and swiftness, making it quite challenging to capture them. Bai spoke with a serious expression, stating, "We occasionally use forks, yet the difference is negligible." Liu Qingxuan proposed to them, "How about we fashion a fishhook? It's quite straightforward, isn't it? As for the hook, we currently lack iron, so we must rely on sturdy bones. In truth, I wish to craft it from wood, but I feared its fragility. While it may suffice for small fish, we aim to catch larger ones." Heja nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "This method is indeed viable. Yet a hook so conspicuous may pose some difficulty in catching fish." Liu Qingxuan waved her hand and instructed, "Have Bai take their companions to dig for earthworms, in exchange for sugar." Upon hearing the mention of sugar, Bai exclaimed, "Digging for earthworms sounds delightful and fun. With the promise of sugar, I must certainly participate." Liu Qingxuan remarked on Bai's enthusiastic response, "See how cooperative Bai is? If we adorn the hook with plenty of earthworms, we need not fear the fish's absence." Regarding the fishing rod, she suggested, "Let us first experiment with some sturdy wood. If that fails, we can resort to using bones, or perhaps even splice them together. We can craft the handle from wood, and later connect it with finely polished beast bones." As they conversed while eating, time passed seamlessly. After their meal, Heja elegantly expressed his need to remain in the Yongzhou tribe for a spell, as he was deeply concerned about Lingjue's injuries. He further articulated his sentiments, believing that Lingjue sustained his wounds while saving everyone. Thus he felt obligated to assist in his recovery and impart medical knowledge to Lingjue's children. Upon hearing this, Bai expressed her support, but added that she had visited Ling Jue that day and noted significant issues with his throat. Liu Qingxuan directed Hija, "When the time comes, have him stop by my home first. I wish to provide some items for Ling Jue." Hija nodded in acknowledgement. And then Liu Qingxuan called out to Baiyu, "Hurry and fetch all the yellow peaches from home. Prepare them as I instructed. And take them all to Hija tomorrow. Keep one jar for yourself if you wish." Upon hearing this, Baiyu pouted and asked, "Have you truly developed feelings for Ling Jue? He is undeniably handsome." Liu Qingxuan, exasperated, inquired, "What exactly are you trying to convey? I cannot comprehend your words. Just look at him. He has become quite a spectacle, so please refrain from harboring jealousy. Moreover, weren't you the one clamoring for food? I can teach you how to prepare it. I have already made so much today. Surely, you do not still expect me to show you how?" Baiyun is also eagerly awaiting a taste. At this moment, Baiyun sprang up and exclaimed, Yes, I want to join as well." Although Baiyun was unaware of what they were undertaking, Liu Qingxuan, with a smile, remarked, "Then let us hasten our laborer, Baiyu, to get started." Upon hearing the news, Baiyu resignedly selected fresh yellow peaches, meticulously choosing only those that were pristine and free from pests, while verbally expressing disdain. He secretly cared deeply for the recipient, ensuring that he picked only the finest fruits. He also brought along the rock candy he had prepared at home, made from honeysuckle, known for its anti-inflammatory properties. Baiyu thought to himself, "How fortunate you are, Ling Jue, to receive my homemade candy. I had intended to share it with others, but I've set it aside solely for you. I hope it aids in your swift recovery. Otherwise, our tribe may face dire consequences this winter." Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan diligently crafted her lesson plans, striving to weave education with enjoyment while also drafting a few practice exercises, as omitting them seemed to undermine her professionalism. Contemplating this, she questioned herself, professionalism? What does that even mean in this place? As long as I can teach, that is sufficient. Of course, Liu Qingxuan did not intend to teach alone. She planned to consult the tribe's elder shaman about preserving their ancient script. Liu Qingxuan firmly believed in the necessity of conserving this heritage and aimed to have the elder impart the knowledge of these ancient characters, which she would then use as a foundation for her teachings. On the other side, Hija returned home, repeatedly pondering the fishing rod and hook issue Liu Qingxuan had mentioned. While lost in thought, he envisioned various possibilities. He had acquired the charcoal pencil from Qingxuan and learned how to make it, yet he still lacked paper. Qingxuan assured him that it would arrive soon. And once it did, their basic education would be secured, a prospect Hija eagerly anticipated. His walls were adorned with plans detailing the treatment for Ling Jue, alongside his sketches of fishing hooks. As each person contemplated their respective endeavors, they drifted into dreams laden with aspirations. At the break of dawn, a rooster's crow heralded the day, and Hija hurriedly gathered his belongings and made his way to Liu Qingxuan's abode, exclaiming, "Qingxuan, I've come to collect the items you mentioned." The door was opened by Baiyu, who informed him, "The treasure is still asleep. Let me give you what he needs. It's all made by me." Hija gazed into the bowl filled with golden fruits and inquired, "Why so many yellow peaches?" "Ling Jue is unwell and cannot eat. He has been drinking water for days." Baiyu shook his head and remarked, "I visited him yesterday, and my wife concocted this edible creation. See how finely I've chopped it. I've put in quite an effort, and let me confide in you. Please keep this under wraps. I won't disclose these confidential matters to anyone else." Hija widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What confidential matters could possibly be beyond my ken? Am I not your good buddy?" Baiyu, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, replied, "You are aware of the rock candy within, right?" Hija responded, "Rock candy? Isn't it something everyone has these days?" Baiyu then clarified, "This is honeysuckle rock candy. You know how beneficial honeysuckle is for its anti-inflammatory properties. Isn't he suffering from a sore throat? My wife says it's due to inflammation, and this will surely help more than what she prepared yesterday in their tribe. They don't even have this rock candy there. It possesses medicinal qualities." Upon hearing this, Hija's eyes widened even further. "Impressive. Who thought of this?" Baiyu replied, "Of course, it was my idea. Since these ingredients can be boiled, why not infuse them with medicinal properties?" Hija praised Baiyu for his intelligence. Hija then cradled several jars of yellow peach preserves and hurried to the Yangzhou tribe. Upon his arrival, they warmly welcomed him without hesitation, for Hija held a position of great esteem among them. The tribe's chief shaman also held a deep admiration for Hija, the young man. Hija approached Ling Jue, who lay on the sickbed, and said, "Qingxuan mentioned that you could eat this yellow peach preserve. She made some more for you. And this time it's infused with honeysuckle rock candy, which will help with inflammation." Ling Jue expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for going through the trouble at this late hour. This must have been prepared early this morning, surely from last night." He nodded, encouraging. "Make sure to eat it all. Do not let her efforts go to waste. I hear it won't keep for long. So it would be best to consume it within the next few days. You haven't eaten anything for a while, and you must feel dreadful." He handed him a spoonful of the yellow peach preserve, and Ling Jue began to eat. During this time, Hiju attempted to offer him other foods. The tribe had indeed prepared various dishes for him. In fact, due to his illness, food was constantly on hand for him. Hiju presented him with some roasted meat. But to his dismay, Ling Jue winced in pain after taking a bite. It was still too difficult for him. Left with no other option, Hiju said, "Then continue with this. I'll see if I can procure some more nutritious porridge for you." Ling Jue, touched, replied, "I thought I would perish, but to my surprise, you all not only came to visit but also devoted yourselves to caring for me." He just smiled and remarked, "You have always been a remarkable person. Although the world's rumors once cast a shadow over our perceptions, I believe that after all this, no one will label you as a cruel individual again." At this moment, Ling Jue spoke in silence. "Many things are not of my choosing, such as certain sacrificial matters, yet I am compelled to fulfill these obligations. You know our kin must be appeased, and these traditions are not easily cast aside. I contemplate innovating within these confines, but it is invariably fraught with challenges." Upon hearing this, Hiju expressed his sorrow. "Indeed, these matters are quite distressing. Baiyu was similarly troubled by these issues. Fortunately," Hiju candidly remarked, "fortunately, my expertise is limited, allowing me the freedom to explore." Hiju perceived the envy in Ling Jue's eyes and handed him a fruit, saying, "Rest well. Only then can success be achieved." Following this, the bond between Hiju and Ling Jue deepened. However, Hiju understood that Ling Jue always aspired to execute tasks with grandeur and perfection. In truth, their attitudes toward Baiyu diverged significantly. Ling Jue consistently urged Baiyu to strive for competence as the clan leader, tirelessly pushing him forward, dismissing Baiyu's past as inconsequential. He held a degree of disdain for Baiyu's fixation on bygone days. Conversely, Hiju adopted a much gentler stance, being 2 years older than Baiyu. Hiju had witnessed Baiyu's arduous journey, a small child burdened with a baby, navigating through life as challenges. He had harbored the hope that Baiyu would break through on his own, merely accompanying and assisting him, yet he felt no urgency regarding Baiyu's ascension to leadership. Hiju recognized that many matters require a lengthy process. At least Baiyu had become more willing to engage with clan affairs. A significant improvement from before when he solely focused on hunting with remarkable prowess. However, when the elders and the high priest intended for him to handle clan matters, he consistently shunned the responsibility. Now, there had been noticeable progress. Reflecting on this, Hiju remarked to Ling Jue, "Haven't those herbivorous beast men been seeking him out frequently? They hope he can assist with agricultural endeavors. I wonder what discussions he had with Qingxuan regarding fertilizer, as I've heard it can enhance crop yields." Ling Jue raised an eyebrow, inquiring, and then Hiju chuckled. "The predicament lies in the fact that the fertilizer requires cow dung, which Baiyu must procure. After several attempts, the cows remained uncooperative. Subsequently, the herbivorous beast men resorted to stealing cow dung, only for Baiyu to bear the brunt of the blame." How amusing. Eva laughed heartily. Ling Jue, amidst his meal, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It is indeed quite humorous. What happened next?" Hiju replied, "In the end, he successfully acquired it." During their casual exchange, Hiju declared that he would care for Ling Jue until his full recovery. Ling Jue, slightly taken aback, responded, "Have you truly made that decision? Aren't you always aligned with your own tribe?" Hiju did not utter a word, merely responding with, "When the lips are cold, the teeth are lost." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue smiled with a sense of relief and said, "Then I shall leave it to you. As for those 2 children, I shall not impose my expectations upon their innate abilities. After all, under my protection, they should encounter no significant issues." Hiju nodded with a smile, replying, "Having no significant issues does not equate to exertion." Days passed, and Ling Jue's voice had improved considerably. At least, he could manage to consume porridge, though swallowing roasted meat remained a challenge. Upon learning this, Hiju teasingly remarked, "Your tribe appears to thrive, with meat available at every meal, though you are unable to partake." Ling Jue's expression lightened as he responded, "After all, it is the most prosperous tribe in this region. I wonder how they are faring now. They prevent me from venturing out, and Baiyu will oversee these matters with them. I wonder if they have been diligent." At this, Hiju felt a sudden tightening in his heart and replied, "They have not been idle." Ling Jue chuckled, "That is to be expected. They are all hard-working individuals. However, He interjected, yet, for some reason, their efficiency seems perpetually low. Ling Jue raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why is that?" He replied, "I am not certain. It simply appears that their cooperation lacks harmony. Nevertheless, it is not a significant issue as their output is still reasonable. Perhaps it is because our tribe members often work together." Ling Jue nodded slightly. "Ah, I see. They tend to prefer solitude. As you know, our serpent beasts cherish independence. So I have not placed stringent constraints upon them." He acknowledged this, then, with newfound curiosity, asked, "Would you care to accompany me fishing with the new hooks I have crafted?" Ling Jue, having just recovered, could hardly contain his excitement and replied, "Of course. I have been cooped up at home for far too long. Is fishing your latest endeavor?" He, filled with pride at his friend's enthusiasm, responded, "Indeed. It is a recent discovery. We no longer need to dangle in the air while fishing. With this rod, I believe we can achieve great results with far less effort." Ling Jue stated, "Then I shall follow your lead. Let us go together." He then said, "Allow me to gather a few items for our picnic. This has recently become quite the trend, and you have truly missed out during your illness." Ling Jue replied, "It matters not. I shall make up for the lost time. Feel free to choose whatever you wish to bring." Their destination remained within the confines of the tribe, where a lake teemed with easily caught fish, essentially a treasure of the community. They did not take much. A few remaining cans of peaches, some wild fruits, and roasted meat were all that they brought. Of course, they could not forget the animal skins, which they laid upon the riverbank, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of leisurely field outings. Breathing in the fresh air and watching the lively springtime birds, Ling Jue felt revitalized, his spirits soaring. He said to He, "During those days, I felt stifled. When my kin saw me emerge, they were fraught with worry, almost bowing down to me in concern. You may not know this. Alas, I am aware that they have become overly rigid in their ways. Speaking to them yields no results, and remaining silent only drains my spirit." Upon hearing this, He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "So it turns out being a clan leader is indeed a heavy burden for you. Thinking of Bai, who must bear such worries as a leader, I cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him." Ling Ju, observing He's reaction, suddenly interjected, "Aren't you concerned for me?" "A little sympathy would do you good, He." He, taken aback by his words, felt his ears flush red and replied, "Why do you say that?" "Of course, I am concerned for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here tending to you. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us hurry and fish." He handed the fishing hook to Ling Ju, who held it and asked, "Are you certain these fish will come to bite the hook?" He slapped his forehead. "Look at me. I've been so preoccupied with your condition that I forgot these essentials. We haven't even dug for worms yet." "Worms? Why are you doing that? Isn't that something only children do?" Ling Ju queried in confusion. He chuckled. "Oh, so you recognize that it's a child's task. I bet you seldom dug for worms in your childhood, did you? We would dig for worms, place them on the hook, and when the fish came to eat the worm, the hook would catch them. Fishing is a meticulous endeavor requiring great patience." Ling Ju nodded. "Do you still remember how to dig for worms?" "I have completely forgotten." He smiled knowingly. "I knew you wouldn't come along with me." They chose a patch of soft earth, and He began to dig for worms while Ling Ju stood still. He called out, "Don't just stand there. Come help me. You're not thinking of reaping rewards without effort, are you?" Ling Ju retorted, "I am a patient. You must bear some responsibility. Moreover, I am unsure of my strength. What if I end up killing the worms?" He burst into laughter and replied, "Even if they die, it doesn't matter. Hurry up and dig." Ling Ju began his rare moment of worm digging, relishing the brief escape from his usual responsibilities. Engaging in such activities was refreshing. A welcome change of pace from the constant management of affairs. They gathered a generous handful of worms and placed them in a small box. He expertly threaded the worms onto the hook, while Ling Ju mimicked his actions. He observed, "Your capacity to learn is impressive. You've grasped the technique without my guidance. Now, we simply need to place everything in the water and wait." The weather in May was exceptionally pleasant, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces. Ling Ju's hair danced in the wind, presenting him in a serene, gentle light. Upon closer inspection, he seemed less stern in his relaxed state. He was clad in the attire crafted for him by Liu Qingxuan just before the new year. The elegant garments accentuating his refined demeanor, embodying the image of a true gentleman. The garment is slightly thick, and He, who tends to be sensitive to the cold, finds that even outdoors, he does not feel particularly chilly. Indeed, it is an opportune moment. Ling Ju, observing He, remarks, "Fishing is indeed a meticulous endeavor. It seems we've been waiting for quite some time, and we have both finished a can of canned peaches without a single fish biting. At this moment, Hiju assumes the demeanor of a seasoned angler and interjects, patience is key. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Lingju chuckles and responds, let us wait a little longer for the delicious fish soup we shall enjoy today. This prompts Hiju to elaborate. The best fish soup must surely be made from bass. It is exceptionally fresh. I believe you could sample some fish soup now, especially since you might not be able to eat any grilled meat. Upon hearing this, Lingju agrees. All right then, let us see who can catch the most bass today. Hiju looks at him and questions, why do you always seek to make everything a competition? It can be exhausting. Today, let us simply enjoy ourselves. After all, the fish we catch will eventually fill our bellies, regardless of the quantity. Wouldn't it be a pity to let it spoil our mood? Lingju, reflecting on his own mindset, concedes, you're right, no worries. Just focus on your task. Can you prepare the soup for me? Hiju, upon hearing this, replies, considering you have been eating vegetarian lately, I have decided to grant your request. Are you touched? Lingju silently marvels at Hiju's admirable qualities, noting how much everyone appreciates him, except for Baiyun. Just then, Hiju suddenly jerks the fishing rod outward, exclaiming, quickly, I've caught something. I wonder what it is. Hopefully a bass. If not, it will be quite awkward. As Hiju grips the rod, he feels a slight heaviness and internally laments that a bass could not possibly be so substantial. It must be another type of fish. He strains to pull it in, wary of damaging the rod, and calls out to Lingju, hurry over. I've hooked something big. I need your help. Lingju responds, wait for me. I'll be right there. He swiftly takes the rod from Hiju's hands, and with a sudden flick, a fish emerges, only to reveal it is not a bass, but a grass carp. Lingju reassures him, no worries. Grass carp has plenty of meat, and this one is quite sizable. You did well, Hiju. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Hiju asserts, it's all right. We will definitely catch bass today. As for this grass carp, how about we make fish balls? After all, it is rather large. Lingju encourages, don't fret. I'll do my best to catch a few more. We can have bass fish balls, grass carp fish balls, and bass soup. If we have extras, we can even send some to Qingxuan and the others. As the afternoon progressed, aside from Hiju's initial catch of a large fish, no others were reeled in, leaving him quite disheartened. He watched as Lingju continued to catch one fish after another, including many bass he had desired, and, feeling somewhat envious, he sighed. It seems I am but a novice. Lingju, finding Hiju's frustrated demeanor endearing and a stark contrast to his usual aloof persona, playfully teased him. You must present yourself in such a manner before Baiyun as well, don't you? Upon hearing this, Hiju could hardly contain his laughter and remarked, what are you imagining? I have always presented myself as an elder brother before Baiyun. As their conversation drifted back to Baiyun, Lingju realized he was not well acquainted with Baiyun's past and was taken aback, exclaiming, I never knew it was so difficult for him. Hiju nodded and replied, indeed, such a young child is tasked with caring for an infant. You see, Baiyun plays both father and mother to Baiyun. Occasionally, I take care of them for a few days, but, as you know, I have my own affairs and cannot always be by their side. Lingju, upon hearing this, commented, I never imagined Baiyun could nurture a child. Hasn't he always been so violently domineering towards Baiyun? How could he exhibit such tenderness? At this, Hiju seemed to recall something, and said, you mustn't laugh. It is indeed the case. In his youth, Baiyun was quite gentle, but as Baiyun grew older, he became increasingly mischievous. There was a time when Baiyun wandered off to play, and Baiyun searched for him all day without success. I even assisted him in the search, and when we finally returned in the evening, we discovered Baiyun fast asleep in his own bed. Lingju, upon hearing this, remarked to Hiju, this is indeed something Baiyun would do. What happened next? Did his brother become even more violent due to this incident? Hiju nodded and confirmed, yes. After that, whenever Baiyun engaged in such behavior, his brother would give him a thorough beating. Ultimately, Baiyun's ample physique has proven rather resilient. As they recounted Baiyun's past, the two brothers simultaneously sighed. Baiyun, frowning, turned to Baiyun and asked, have you been out again, catching a cold and passing it on to me? Baiyun, upon hearing this, shouted at her brother, do not slander me with baseless accusations. I have never engaged in such behavior. It must surely be your cold that has infected me. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wear so little each day merely to flaunt your physique in front of me. Humph. Do you think I cannot see through your schemes? Upon hearing this, Baiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Was his heart truly so easily discernible? Nevertheless, As his wife harbored no ulterior motives towards him, he decided to embrace the playful moment. After an arduous afternoon, they had managed to catch a substantial number of fish. However, time was insufficient to prepare them all, prompting Ling Jue to deliver the fish to the tribe ahead of schedule. The cooks within the tribe exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of the fish, yet ultimately accepted the task, inwardly questioning whether the chief truly enjoyed toying with them. As they prepared to return, Hiju inquired of Ling Jue whether he might take a leisurely stroll around their fish pond. Being a white crane, he naturally favored aquatic environments. Ling Jue generously replied, "Feel free to roam as you please. I would gladly gift you this pond." Hija, however, declined the offer, expressing that he did not possess the inclination to claim another's land. Transforming into a white crane, he soared above the pond for a few laps before descending into the water. Watching the fish dart between his feet, he flapped his wings and began preening his feathers. Noticing the white crane frolicking in the water, Ling Jue called out, "Hija, could you spare me a feather? I find that those feathers would serve wonderfully as quills." Under the strong insistence of Liu Qingxuan, Baiyu had painstakingly crafted several feather quills, but they were exclusively bestowed upon her. Ling Jue knew he would never acquire one. It is worth mentioning that the feathers Baiyu gifted to Liu Qingxuan were crafted from peacock plumage, exquisite in appearance. And Liu Qingxuan adored them. How could one not cherish such natural beauty? Hija's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you some kind of weirdo? I finally understand the feelings of the bovine beastmen." Baiyu retorted, "Are you implying that your feathers are for sale? Are you directly asking me for my feathers?" Ling Jue, upon hearing this, recognized the inappropriateness of the statement. It had been uttered and could not be retracted. He decided to adopt Baiyu's audacity, boldly saying, "You shed so many feathers daily. What harm is there in gifting me just one? Choose a fine one for me, and I shall craft a brush from it. If you provide me with two, I shall share one with you once I am done." Hisha, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, exclaiming, "That is preposterous. Who sheds that many feathers daily? It is Baiyu, not I." Observing Hija's vehement explanation, Ling Jue surmised that he must be troubled by excessive feather loss. The thought of him eventually becoming a bald vulture was amusing to contemplate. This day was undoubtedly one filled with laughter for Ling Jue, yet he solemnly declared, "It is Baiyu who sheds more feathers. He shall surely become bald." Upon hearing this, Hija waved his hand, affirming that he would prepare 2 feathers for him, as promised, to create a quill. Now that feather quills were in vogue, he too desired one, ensuring that Liu Qingxuan would not be the sole possessor, thus preventing her from flaunting it before him. Having acquired what he desired, Ling Jue placed an arm around Hija and said, "Let us go. The fish soup must be ready. We shall partake in some delightful fish broth." As the sun sets in the west, all that is beautiful unfolds, while the less delightful is embodied in the antics of the 2 brothers, the white tigers. They ambled through the mountains and encountered a cascading waterfall, where the babbling stream harmonized perfectly with the vibrant clusters of peach blossoms that had unfurled beneath the gentle rays of the sunset. The sun, casting a soft glow, bathed the blossoms in a delicate hue of pinkish-brown. Everything appeared so vivid, exuberant, and captivating, bringing immense joy to the beholder. Ling Jue couldn't help but pluck a peach blossom to adorn her hair. Meanwhile, in the tribe, the cook had prepared fish balls, and Hija, unable to contain his excitement, hastily seized a spoon to sample the dish. Rather than indulging in the fish balls first, he opted to taste the soup. Upon careful savoring, he found it to be extraordinarily delicious, enhanced by the chef's timely addition of pickled vegetables, which was simply marvelous. The soup presented a milky white hue, undeniably appetizing. The tangy, rich fish broth was adorned with flecks of green scallions, revealing it to be a grass carp soup. Hiju exclaimed in astonishment, "Your tribe's cook is quite skilled, managing to prepare grass carp soup so splendidly. I can hardly wait to taste the base soup." Ling Jue replied, "No need to rush. First, take a bite of the fish ball." The fish balls were delightfully bouncy in his mouth, prompting Hija to exclaim their deliciousness as he playfully stuffed one into Ling Jue's mouth, who, upon tasting, agreed it was indeed delightful. At this juncture, Ling Jue remarked to Hija, "These are quite delectable. Let us instruct our subordinates to deliver some to Baiyu and the others. Particularly, these fish balls are exceptional today. As for the base soup, I did not ask them to prepare it. We shall make it together. In and Yuan will assist." Ling Jue's 2 children were still learning the art of cooking, showing great interest in chopping vegetables. Naturally, preparing the fish soup required some scallions, and they began by slicing numerous green onions. Ling Jue, observing their efforts, chuckled and said, "Little darlings, we don't need this many scallions." To this, The two children simply insisted on the quantity, boldly showing their affection towards Ling Jue. Hija, feeling a sense of satisfaction, added, "It's fine. Adding a bit more one tea affect the flavor. Scallions are quite fragrant." With all three in agreement, Ling Jue found herself without recourse but to concede. The four of them worked harmoniously to prepare a bowl of soup, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, it bestowed upon Ling Jue a profound sense of home, albeit knowing this feeling was fleeting. They cooked and savored their meal together. By the time the soup was ready, the fish had nearly been depleted. However, their hearty appetites left them unsated, and they eagerly drank the delicious base soup, which, in Ling Jue's eyes, was as delightful as the memories it evoked. Returning to the scene with Liu Qingxuan's family, we observe her exasperation as both individuals sneezed. Throughout the afternoon, Liu Qingxuan helplessly addressed them. "I shall prepare some ginger soup for you. This transitional season is prone to colds, and neither of you can shirk this duty." Adding to Bai Yun's despair, as he matured, so too did his physique. What once sufficed as a single bowl of ginger soup now required two. Even worse was Bai Yu, who now needed an entire pot. Alas, what can be done when one is an orc? Observing the dark ginger soup, it was evident that Liu Qingxuan had added a substantial amount of ingredients. Liu Qingxuan filled a large bowl to the brim and said to Bai Yun, "Come, Bai Yun. Why don't you set an example for your brother? Let's have just 2 bowls, shall we?" The white cloud, with a wide mouth, exclaimed, "Alas! But how can one resist when one's sister has already placed the bowl before them, saying, 'Open your mouth'? Ah, yes, be good and drink quickly. Once you have finished, hurry off to sleep and rest well, for a good rest will hasten your recovery." Bai Yun adhered to the principle of taking a sip and spilling a sip as he finished those 2 large bowls. Upon his completion, his sister suddenly smiled and remarked, "I knew Bai Yun would sip and spill, which is precisely why I had him drink 2 large bowls. That way, there would be a full bowl's worth." In the realm of cunning, it is undeniably the elder sister who reigns supreme. Bai Yun exchanged a sorrowful glance with her brother, silently cheering him on. "Brother, you can do it. That entire pot is yours." However, Liu Qingxuan displayed a much less gentle demeanor towards her boyfriend, Bai Yu. She approached him with a pot in hand, determined to pour its contents directly into his mouth. Bai Yu, caught off guard by the first gulp, exclaimed in haste, "I almost choked. Is it possible for me to transform into a white tiger first?" Liu Qingxuan nodded enthusiastically. "What a splendid idea. As a white tiger, your mouth will be larger, allowing for more to be poured in." In a flurry, Bai Yu transformed into a magnificent white tiger. His mouth agape, without any need for Liu Qingxuan to assist him. Liu Qingxuan took full advantage of the opportunity, pouring the medicine into the wide maw of the tiger. The moment the medicine was consumed, Bai Yu, now in his tiger form, felt utterly lethargic. Observing the dispirited little tiger, Liu Qingxuan reached out to pet him, saying, "Now you are devoid of any aggression. How obedient you are." The disenchanted Bai Yu, in his tiger form, blinked with confusion in his eyes. Liu Qingxuan found his appearance irresistibly adorable and bent down to plant a kiss on his furry head, whispering, "Little white tiger, it's time for you to sleep." The little tiger rolled over, revealing his soft belly, and Liu Qingxuan could no longer resist, diving in for a playful nibble, exclaiming, "Ah, this must be the joy of snuggling with something fluffy." Bai Yun lay quietly on the sofa in his home, observing his siblings as they displayed their affection for one another. He expressed that he had long since grown accustomed to this scene, lost in contemplation about when he might savor the exquisite strawberry bread made by his sister, which he found utterly breathtaking. However, she continually insisted that the yeast had not been prepared properly. He now harbored suspicions that his brother was the one hindering her progress in making the yeast. Perhaps it would be best to discard such a brother altogether. Each to their own, and back to their respective homes. Early in the morning, the door of Bai Yue's house was knocked upon once more. Bai Yue, still groggy from sleep, hurried over and exclaimed, "Didn't you go to their tribe? What are you doing here?" He asked, "Are you feeling better?" Qingxia, seeing him like this, felt a surge of irritation and replied, "I came to deliver something to you. What is going on with all of you? These fish balls are absolutely delightful. They are the fruits of my labor from an afternoon of fishing, and you all act ungrateful for a little share. If there is food and you refuse to eat, you might as well starve." Bai Yu sneezed and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I understand. You should go take care of him. It's nothing serious. If anything arises, I will seek you out. Oh, please do not disturb me. I am rather comfortable at the moment. Recently, I have found myself quite unburdened. The matters concerning farming have been largely resolved. As you know, I seldom enjoy a day of leisure throughout the year, so allow me this brief respite. He glanced at him, expressing his disapproval, and remarked, "It is quite disheartening to witness. You are becoming increasingly indolent. At this rate, your laziness will be your undoing." Bai gazed at the fish balls, his heart brimming with joy, for he too relished the taste of fish. Being a cat, it was only natural for him to have an affinity for such delicacies. He resolved to indulge in a bowl of fishball soup for breakfast, a dish both light and fragrant. Without a second thought, he tossed the fish into the pot and began to cook, using only water and minimal seasoning. Once completed, the kitchen was suffused with a delicate aroma, so enchanting that it even summoned the clouds above. The white cloud trembled its tiny whiskers, pondering the origins of these fish balls. However, it was certain that their presence on its home's glass surface posed no issue. Without waiting for its brother to serve them, it leapt onto the kitchen counter and began to paw at the fish balls. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan continued to sleep soundly. After savoring the fish balls at a leisurely pace, Bai made her way to Liu Qingxuan's bedroom, where she tenderly tucked in the covers that had slipped to the floor. She then glanced at Bai Yun's recent academic progress and imparted a trick or two. By the time Liu Qingxuan awakened, the sun had risen high in the sky, and she regarded the fishball soup before her as her lunch. Her spirits lifted at the sight of the meal, which was, after all, a touch more lavish than usual. Recently, Bai Yu had been particularly envious, indulging in canned peaches almost daily, leaving Liu Qingxuan feeling somewhat dissatisfied with mere canned peaches alone. There were also canned oranges and other assorted delicacies. Once the meal was concluded, Bai Yu turned to Liu Qingxuan and remarked, "The old priest should be relatively free now. You should seek him out." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, stating, "I plan to ask the old priest to come and teach you all the written language you currently possess." Bai Yu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "It is certainly possible. The old priest is a remarkably kind-hearted individual. Your words will undoubtedly persuade him." Liu Qingxuan leisurely made her way to the home of the old priest, greeting numerous acquaintances along the way. She responded to each salutation, marveling at the simplicity and joy of this place. Upon reaching the old priest's residence, she found him drying yellow beans. The moment he spotted her, he smiled and said, "Qingxuan, what brings you to this old bones of mine at such a time?" Liu Qingxuan returned his smile and replied, "Grandfather priest, I wish to discuss a matter with you. I aspire to teach them the written word. Understanding writing is essential for learning principles and developing one's own methodology. I believe this is a noble endeavor. However, I am aware that your tribe has its own script. Might I kindly request that you first impart your writing before I teach my own?" The old priest, with a gentle demeanor, responded, "You may teach your own script. As for the tribal writing, not everyone is destined to learn it. You see, the priesthood serves as a bridge to the divine, and not every beastman is afforded this opportunity. Regarding your inquiry about why Bai Yu possesses knowledge of these characters, I can tell you that only the chieftain and the priest are privy to such knowledge within the tribe. He is a candidate for the next chieftain and thus has the chance to learn some of it, but his knowledge is not comprehensive." Liu Qingxuan widened her eyes, eager to persuade the old priest to acquiesce to her request. However, he remained unmoved, kindly reiterating that he would not teach this script. Yet, he shifted his tone, saying, "If you wish to learn our sacrificial script, I am willing to instruct you." As he caressed the yellow beans in his hands, he declared, "You are a messenger of the divine." Liu Qingxuan solemnly addressed the priest, "The script you teach must be the one that connects with the divine, is it not?" The priest gazed into her eyes and responded, "Indeed, this is the script that links you to the divine, hence you understand why I cannot teach it. I support your endeavor to teach them your own script, but you must recognize that teaching too many can lead to difficulties in governance. The recent turmoil caused by Feng Zhu is a past I prefer not to revisit. Each path has its merits and flaws. The choice of whether to engage lies with you." Determined, Liu Qingxuan looked at the priest and said, "I have come here with a purpose. I believe my purpose is to guide you towards a better life. I refuse to believe that all hearts are inherently wicked. I hold fast to the belief that human nature is fundamentally good. I am willing to lead them toward their inherent goodness, and even if a few stray, we must do our utmost to guide them back to the right path." The priest smiled at her, albeit with a hint of resignation, and remarked, "Your optimism is commendable. Yet you must understand that many factors are beyond our control. I harbor concerns, indeed." Liu Qingxuan grasped the priest's hand and said, "Grandfather priest, consider Ling Jue. Was he not once quite brutal? Yet do you believe he remains so? Although he still possesses some brutality, he has improved significantly. I believe he is moving in a positive direction. If he continues to remain silent, it would not bode well for him or for others." The priest gazed at her and said, "Though you speak thus, I must caution you to tread carefully. Maintaining your current demeanor may indeed be a wise choice." Liu Qingxuan understood his concern and care, yet she smiled with unwavering determination and replied, "I am mindful of my own boundaries. I wish for the Xinhua tribe to flourish, not through the sword and conquest, but by establishing our own customs, inviting all nations to pay their respects." Upon hearing this, the priest murmured, "The thought of all nations paying homage is truly alluring, yet I lament not knowing how many more years I may have." Liu Qingxuan comforted him, saying, "Time will surely come. You will live for many years and witness such a vision. Just grant us a little patience." He shook his head in response. "I serve the beast god, and I cannot refuse its call. I have a premonition that the deity has awakened, beginning to bestow its favor upon our land. You are the finest evidence of this divine grace. Do not let us down." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could not help but shed a tear as she said, "You will indeed witness the gathering of all nations. Our tribe will thrive, and we shall not disappoint you." Then she quietly added, "I sense that Baiyu is concealing something from us. It likely pertains to his past. He must harbor some wounds. Am I correct?" "Of course. This is merely my conjecture." The priest regarded his aged visage and slowly nodded, responding, "You are correct in your speculation. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the details that must await Baiyu's own revelation. What I can share is that this matter is of great consequence to him, rooted in his childhood when Baiyun was but an infant." Liu Qingxuan, upon receiving this timely response, pondered aloud, "Indeed, it seems true. I have also sought ways to help him move forward and have even harbored unkind suspicions regarding his past. It appears I have erred." She gently touched his head and reassured him, "It is of no consequence. To err is human. Do not blame yourself. Trust that he will find his way. If he does not, we can afford to wait another decade or so. By then, Baiyun may very well become our leader." Observing them, Liu Qingxuan suddenly realized that many matters could not be accomplished alone. Her role was merely to enhance their lives and upgrade their tools. Yet the issue of time remained unresolved. She felt that the tribe was akin to a system of abdication where the most virtuous and capable would ascend. Yet she harbored doubts about Baiyun's ability to fulfill such a duty. Despite his evident age, he suddenly addressed Liu Qingxuan, saying, "Since you have arrived, it is clear that the deity has chosen you. If you have the time, might you visit my abode? I wish to impart to you the knowledge of the priesthood. Trust me, you will become the most exceptional priestess in history." Liu Qingxuan, astonished, exclaimed, "Me? A priestess? No, you have overestimated me," the old priest said slowly, his voice carrying the weight of his years. "Trust me, I will guide you to become the finest priest. My time is limited." Hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could only respond with a promise, "I will dedicate myself to learning." She added, "Since I have no family here, and you are willing to teach me this grand vocation, then you shall be my master. Please, allow me to pay my respects." The old priest looked at Liu Qingxuan and helped her to her feet, saying, "From now on, you shall be my disciple, and I will consider you as my own daughter." Liu Qingxuan gazed at the venerable figure before her, whose skin bore the marks of time, yet radiated an undeniable strength. She called out earnestly, "Master, please accept my bow." One day, in the early morning, Baiyu groggily rose from bed, calling for his wife, while Liu Qingxuan, like a little lazy pig, remained in deep slumber. Baiyu gazed up at the sky, observing Liu Qingxuan's serene countenance, utterly at a loss for words. How could she sleep so soundly? Hadn't she retired to bed rather early the previous night? Darling, please rise swiftly. We had promised to engage in papermaking today, and I cannot possibly manage without you." Liu Qingxuan, upon noticing Baiyu leaping anxiously at the foot of her bed, initially thought something was amiss. Rubbing her face, she inquired, "What is the matter?" Baiyu gazed at his wife, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and said, "You promised me that we would go papermaking together today." Liu Qingxuan, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What time is it now?" Baiyu remarked that it had been bright for quite some time, while Liu Qingxuan estimated that it was just past 8 o'clock. She said to Baiyu, "There's no rush. You should prepare the meal and finish it yourself. Once Baiyun has finished eating, please call me so I can rest a little longer." Upon hearing this, Baiyu, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "Dear, it is time to eat. I have prepared the meal." Liu Qingxuan, with a voice raised in indignation, retorted, "I have already graduated. Isn't it somewhat excessive to call me at 8 in the morning? Have your meal, and once you are finished, you may summon me. I shall not rise before 10. Baiyu inquired, "Aren't you going to teach the children? Furthermore, did you not mention that you would accompany me today to gather materials for papermaking?" Liu Qingxuan interjected. I taught all day yesterday and informed them that I would take a 2-day break before resuming classes. The concepts are quite intricate and require time for the children to absorb. Do you think they comprehend as swiftly as you do? Understanding varies greatly. You know? Why not ask Baiyun if he grasped it? Baiyun gazed at his wife, who was embroiled in an argument with him, feeling utterly helpless. He yearned to soothe her, yet it was evident that she had no desire to engage with him at that moment. All she wished for was to succumb to slumber. Indifferent to his presence, Liu Qingxuan, turning away, presented her back to Baiyun and said, "Do not disturb me," as she pulled the blanket over herself, enveloping her entirely within its folds. Baiyun, feeling quite despondent, finished her meal and went to awaken Baiyun. Observing Baiyun sleeping soundly, she patiently called out, "Do you realize you sleep like a pig every day?" Baiyun meowed softly. While that is what she said, she merely acted accordingly. Gazing at her brother, Baiyun inquired, "Shall we dine? What shall we have today?" Baiyun cast a glance at him and remarked, as usual, that they would indulge in barbecued meat. Upon hearing this, Baiyun nodded and expressed his desire for a glass of milk. Baiyun turned to him and said, "You may fetch it for yourself. And while you are at it, kindly pour me a glass as well. I find myself parched." At the dining table, Baiyun commenced his interrogation, posing numerous questions regarding matters his wife had taught him. To his surprise, Baiyun was well versed in these topics and provided answers to each inquiry. He inquired, "Did you conceive this knowledge on your own?" Baiyun shook his head honestly, stating that it was his sister who taught him. He had already posed all his questions to her, yet they might need to ponder for themselves, for she is his sister, not theirs. At this point, Baiyun, feeling distressed, remarked that he had upset Baiyun's sister again. He feigned indifference, commenting, "You disturbed her sleep again, didn't you? Are you not aware that you must not disturb her slumber? It is quite fortunate that she has not scolded you." Upon hearing this, Baiyun replied, "But I truly wish to learn the art of papermaking. Do you not wish for it as well? I believe it would be immensely enjoyable." She mentioned that once we complete papermaking, we can move on to crafting a compass. Are you familiar with a compass? It is simply magnificent. Who does not harbor a dream of seeking treasures afar? Legends say that the beast god resides beyond the sea, and to encounter the beast god, one must possess a compass. Baiyun rolled her eyes and said, "Are you going to do it? You shouldn't depend on him for everything. He is quite busy as well." After they finished their meal, Baiyun finally had the opportunity to rouse his wife from her slumber. He gently called for her, and she rubbed her eyes, replying, "I'll wash my face after filling a basin with water. Then we can have breakfast, and afterwards, I'll attend to some tasks." Once they had completed all necessary preparations, they were finally ready to embark on their journey. Liu Qingxuan, feeling a bit more awake, began to enlighten her boyfriend about the origins of papermaking. She remarked that to discuss papermaking, one must mention Kailuan of the Eastern Han Dynasty, who invented the process of creating paper. Baiyun inquired, to which Liu Qingxuan replied without hesitation, "Certainly, this is a topic worthy of discussion." She elaborated on the ancient Chinese papermaking technique during the Eastern Han Dynasty, which involved boiling plants to a pulp, followed by mashing them to create a slurry. This mixture would then be spread out and dried, a method attributed to Kailuan. She noted that the principles behind our contemporary papermaking remain fundamentally the same. Additionally, she referenced the papyrus of ancient Egypt, which diverged from Kailuan's process. The Egyptians wove thin strips of plant fibers together, designating it as paper. China, too, had its own version, utilizing bamboo and wooden slips for writing. However, this method proved cumbersome and unwieldy, prompting the saying in China, "Confucius moved homes with 5 carts of books," which underscores the burden of such materials. In contrast, Egyptian papyrus, though intricate, has largely fallen out of use in modern times, now existing primarily as a specialty item. Kailuan's invention of papermaking, however, facilitates the inexpensive mass production of durable paper, which, notably, retains commendable quality suitable for writing. The affordability and durability of Kailuan's paper align with contemporary demands, while the costly papyrus remains beyond the reach of the average person. It is akin to the animal hides used for sacrificial inscriptions in your tribe, which are accessible only to priests and chieftains, rendering mass production and promotion impractical. Baiyun, deep in thought, inquired, "What happened thereafter? Was Kailuan the sole innovator of papermaking?" Liu Qingxuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, Kailuan's papermaking technique was nearly definitive, remaining largely unchanged for a millennium. However, in our current era, which has become increasingly digital, we find ourselves gradually replacing paper." Baiyun inquired, "Shall we commence with papyrus or paper made by Kailuan?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Qingxuan replied, let us first pursue Kailu and paper. The closest counterpart to papyrus is straw matting. If you possess plant fibers, you might attempt weaving it akin to crafting a straw mat. As their conversation flowed, their eyes shimmered with a verdant hue. Baiyu then asked, "Are the materials we are currently acquiring bamboo?" Liu Qingxuan nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. To create this, we require plant fibers, hence we shall seek bamboo. We refer to the act of cutting bamboo as killing the green. Yet we also use this term when a theatrical production concludes. Do not underestimate bamboo. Every part of it is invaluable." The esteemed literary giant of our realm, Su Dongpa, held bamboo in high regard, famously stating, "I would rather dine without meat than dwell without bamboo." The bamboo branches are indeed precious. Baiyu nodded in acknowledgement and said to Liu Qingxuan that she understood. Liu Qingxuan informed her that the bamboo for papermaking should be sourced from newly sprouted shoots, advising her to seek out some young bamboo upon returning home, as they would no longer be using old bamboo. He instructed her to cut each piece into lengths of 5 to 7 feet, urging her to complete these initial steps. It was likely that they would require a considerable quantity, and he would be waiting for her to assist with the preparations. He encouraged her to summon her friends to lend a hand. Baiyu would never miss the precious moments spent alone with his wife. He immediately shook his head and proclaimed, "There is no need for that. I, Baiyu, am quite capable. I can clear this entire grove of bamboo in just one afternoon." Liu Qingxuan, observing him, replied, "That may be so, but there is no need for such an excess. Let us first see if you can fell 100 stalks. However, I wonder how you intend to carry them back." Baiyu remarked, "There are vines nearby. I can bundle them up and drag them back. If you wish, you can fetch some vines as well. I recall that they grow rather low, so there is no need for you to climb." Liu Qingxuan, agreeing with Baiyu's assessment, replied, "Then you can chop some bamboo while I go to collect them." She dashed to the hillside to inspect the vines, which were flourishing remarkably well. Even when severed, they would bleed water. Liu Qingxuan plucked a few vines and presented them to Baiyu, inquiring, "Is this sufficient?" Baiyu responded, "Not quite. Perhaps you should take a break. Your hands have become quite red from handling the vines." Liu Qingxuan replied, "It's no bother," and continued to gather more until she returned with a generous handful. Baiyu, observing her efforts, stated, "Now this is just enough." Baiyu swiftly prepared the bamboo materials, bundling them up before dragging them back. Liu Qingxuan, observing Baiyu struggling with such a large bundle of bamboo, found it quite amusing and remarked, "Why not carry me on top of the bamboo as you drag it along?" Baiyu quickly replied, "That won't do. These haven't been washed and are a bit dirty. I wouldn't want to soil you. Is your hand all right?" Liu Qingxuan responded, "I'm not that delicate." Yet as they passed through the honeysuckle field, Baiyu picked a generous amount of blossoms, saying, "When I get home, I'll mash these into a paste and apply it to your hand. This way, it will heal faster and won't become inflamed." Liu Qingxuan chuckled, "Are you so frightened of inflammation lately? I haven't even bled. How could it possibly become inflamed? At worst, it will just be red and swollen." Baiyu replied, "No trouble. Swelling is still uncomfortable. I don't wish for you to be hurt. Had I known, I wouldn't have asked you to pick the vines. I apologize for my lack of foresight." Liu Qingxuan, seeing Baiyu's earnestness, playfully said, "It's all right. If you turn into a little tiger and let me pet you, then everything will be fine. I quite like you. It's commendable that you can still help me with the bamboo. I was utterly exhausted this morning and couldn't get up. Do you know the term 5-brick scholar?" Baiyu shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Liu Qingxuan spoke of a place in ancient times where literati congregated, a revered institution known as the Hanlin Academy, accessible only to those who had attained the title of Jinshi. Within the academy resided a scholar known as Hanlin, who was perpetually tardy, rising only when the sun had kissed the 5th brick of the pathway. Hence, he was affectionately dubbed the scholar of the 5 bricks. Baiyu, lost in thought, remarked, "So, will you aspire to be that Hanlin?" Liu Qingxuan responded, "The Hanlin schedule is unsatisfactory. I wish to become a scholar of the highest order." Baiyu, observing Liu Qingxuan's demeanor, chuckled, "Then you are even more indolent than he." Liu Qingxuan, maintaining her composure, replied, "I embody a simplicity in attire, preserving the essence of ancient customs you simply do not comprehend." With a smile, she advanced ahead. Baiyu, burdened by a substantial bundle of bamboo, followed behind. As they reached the entrance of the tribe, everyone gazed at Baiyu in astonishment, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do with so much bamboo? Have you encountered a panda?" Baiyu shook his head and remarked, "How could we possibly encounter a panda? Pandas consume bamboo, which we do not provide. Our goal is to create paper, a medium for dissemination. My wife claims that once we perfect our process, I shall no longer need to laboriously transcribe the educational materials for your children. All of these texts have been painstakingly crafted by you. Shouldn't I receive some gratitude for my efforts?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, offering assistance to relieve Bai Yu of some burdens. Lightened of his load, he approached Liu Qingxuan and exclaimed, "Look, I have help now. I no longer need to carry bamboo myself. This is truly wonderful." Liu Qingxuan regarded his smug demeanor and replied, "Well then, perhaps you should ask them to assist you in digging a pond. We have a mountain spring above, which we will not disturb for washing purposes. Instead, let us excavate a pond next to where we are producing salt. It is likely that this bamboo will require soaking for over 100 days, so your initial step in papermaking will necessitate a patient wait." Liu Qingxuan's previous work with papyrus was relatively swift, however, to produce paper akin to that of Kailuan. The bamboo must be submerged in the pond for an extended period, and when retrieved, it must be vigorously pounded to remove the bark, facilitating the softening process. Bai Yu widened her eyes upon hearing this and exclaimed, "You never mentioned that this would take such a long time. When am I to wait for those 100 days? I still have to copy assignments for 100 days. I am going to lose my mind. Hurry, think of a solution." Liu Qingxuan smiled and replied, "I cannot think of anything, but summer is approaching. Perhaps we could use saltpeter to make ice? The author also requires lime powder. Therefore, we should go to the beach together to collect a plethora of shells, which we can then fire to produce lime. We will obtain lime through high-temperature calcination in a ventilated lime kiln. Our lime supply is nearly depleted. We are also out of salt. So let us hurry and get to work." Thus, these two little mischief-makers scampered off to the seaside to gather shells and frolic, only returning after an entire afternoon. Bai Yu had long since grown accustomed to their antics. The romance between the elder siblings had never found a place in Bai Yu's heart. Bai Yu inquired, "Is it truly necessary to have so much?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "We must immerse the collected lime water in wooden yellow barrels for a duration of 8 days and nights. Thus, it is indeed essential to gather a considerable amount. Moreover, we are yet to procure the alkali solution and other such materials. These too must be collected." Bai Yu widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Did you not say it was quite simple?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "I indeed mentioned it was straightforward. However, in order to procure Kailuan paper, we are no longer the noble lords of Ur. We must, of necessity, gather the materials ourselves. For the sake of progress in this place, I urge you to bear with it a little longer. I have already enlisted your friends to seek out the tree sap. I am confident that they will find it soon." Bai Yu inquired, "How is the alkaline solution prepared?" Liu Qingxuan, upon mentioning this, appeared somewhat disheartened. She replied, "If we are to proceed with its preparation, I must first sew some items for you, as the process can cause skin burns and is detrimental to the epidermis. It is quite challenging, and if we successfully create the alkaline solution, we will be but a step away from producing soap. This would enable everyone to maintain impeccable cleanliness and eliminate nuisances such as lice and fleas." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu remarked that the alkali solution appeared quite complex. Yet it offered numerous advantages. Liu Qingxuan nodded in affirmation and replied, "You are correct. Furthermore, our alkali solution requires the use of limestone. We must calcine the limestone to obtain quicklime, which, when combined with water, reacts to produce a lime water solution. We require a substantial amount of this. Subsequently, we will introduce caustic soda into the lime water solution to initiate a chemical reaction. This reaction will yield calcium carbonate, leaving us with the resultant solution known as the alkali solution, which is commonly referred to as sodium bicarbonate solution." Bai Yu felt overwhelmed upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, exclaiming, "No wonder Xiongde mentioned that he couldn't comprehend what you explained to him. I find it equally perplexing." Liu Qingxuan replied, "I shall instruct you in chemistry later on, as I aim to cultivate your spirit of scientific inquiry. This is merely the initial step. Many more will follow. Once you grasp these concepts, it will become exceedingly simple for you." The afternoon in June remained sweltering, and Liu Qingxuan lamented, "I cannot bear it any longer. It is simply unbearable. I must disappear to seek treatment. Tomorrow I shall vanish for that purpose." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu, puzzled, inquired, "With all these plans, do we not have a great deal to accomplish?" Liu Qingxuan looked at him and gently patted his head, saying, "Of course, there is much to be done. Tomorrow, after creating ice cubes, I will allow you to experience the sensation of transitioning from summer to winter." Chapter 82. The meeting gift. Seeing that matters had been settled, Liu Qingxuan excitedly rushed home and announced to Bai Yu, "I have finalized the arrangements regarding the old priest teaching you the script. You are likely unaware of much concerning this. As a prospective chief of the tribe, you have the opportunity to learn such writing, unlike others. Thus, I propose to the old priest that I shall commence by teaching you the script myself. Bai suddenly realized and turned to say, "Oh, I completely forgot about that matter, my apologies. They say that this script can communicate with spirits, so it is something that ordinary people cannot learn." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, that is true. By the way, I have taken the old priest as my master. He is going to teach me to learn this script. He said that the day I master it will mark my ascension to the role of priest within the tribe." Bai Yu, in a fit of excitement, shook his ears and exclaimed, "That is simply splendid." Liu Qingxuan, observing Bai Yu's exuberance, affectionately patted his head and said, "Now that we have reached a decision, it is time for you to teach the appropriately aged children how to assemble their own sets of desks and chairs. Please wait a moment while I prepare the design sketches for you. Afterward, you can go from house to house to inform everyone." As Liu Qingxuan sketched the designs, she mused to herself how convenient it would be to have WeChat, allowing them to simply send a message in their group chat, thus avoiding the need to visit each household individually, especially given the considerable size of the new moon tribe. Bai Yu gazed at the table and remarked, "This is quite simple. It can be crafted from wood." Liu Qingxuan, this is an ancient wooden structure of China. Enchanted by the design, Bai Yu inquired, "Can such creations also be utilized in house construction?" Liu Qingxuan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it can be employed in building houses. It should not pose much difficulty. Let them first ensure their components are appropriately matched." Without hesitation, Bai Yu took the structures and began visiting each household, even sketching several diagrams to instruct his companions to distribute them in every direction, significantly expediting the communication process. However, a minor issue arose with their authority. Upon visiting each orc's home, the orcs would request to keep the diagrams, claiming they could not remember the designs. Initially, Bai Yu was unfazed, as he too could draw these designs. He assured the orcs, "I can simply illustrate them on your walls." The orcs were delighted. Yet Bai Yu's companions had neither charcoal pencils nor the ability to draw, complicating matters. What was anticipated to be accomplished in 2 days unexpectedly extended to 4 or 5 days. The orcs residing close to Liu Qingxuan had already procured their tables and chairs, while those farther away were only just receiving the news. Liu Qingxuan, upon hearing this, expressed her resignation, saying, "We are unable to mass produce. This is the inconvenience brought about by the disparity in information. No matter, once they have all completed their tasks, we shall commence. I can utilize this interval to draft lesson plans or create more entertaining educational content. There is no need for concern." During this time, Liu Qingxuan also studied various aspects of the beast world alongside the priests, gaining a deeper understanding and discovering that the reverence for deities in this realm was indeed profound. She had initially perceived this place as primitive, yet found it to possess depths worthy of admiration. Thus, time passed leisurely for nearly half a month, and all had completed their tasks. Liu Qingxuan observed the tables and chairs crafted by their own hands, remarking on their impressive craftsmanship. With the students' tables and chairs in place, it was only fitting to provide a podium for the teacher. Liu Qingxuan requested Bai Yu to construct a podium for her, one that was larger and taller than theirs, stating that their textbooks could be accommodated within the classroom. Bai Yu undoubtedly noticed Liu Qingxuan's podium, and Bai Yu was the first to prepare the podium for Liu Qingxuan. Bai Yu, however, took her time, taking 7 or 8 days to complete hers. It was only 2 or 3 days after the completion of the little wolf's desk and chair that Bai Yun's desk and chair were finally finished. Bai Yun initially believed that he too would possess a podium akin to Liu Qingxuan's. Observing the podium's considerable height, he realized he would have to rise to merely peek above it. Liu Qingxuan then remarked, "Your desk and chair are meant for students. I stand as a teacher. Hence my station is elevated. It is only fitting, for your lower furniture is designed for your stature, and a greater height could prove detrimental to your health." Furthermore, Bai Yu felt an immense reluctance to part ways with his girlfriend. He positioned himself before the podium, adopting the role of an auditor. He expressed to his beloved, "Even if I cannot be your class monitor, I shall endeavor to be your attentive spectator." Bai Yun whimsically suggested, "Why not forego hunting and join us for class each day?" Liu Qingxuan, however, had scheduled their lessons for the morning, while in the afternoon they still ventured into the small woods to hone their hunting skills. Bai Yu heard the words and remarked, "Even if I do not exert myself, I can assure that our family will have ample provisions. Can you say the same?" In response, Bai Yun, feeling indignant, retorted, "Of course I can. Being older and all. While your hunting skills are indeed impressive, there will inevitably come a day when age catches up with you. And I am far younger. Liu Qingxuan affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "It's merely a 7-year difference, nothing too grave. Perhaps by the time you grow old, Bai will too." Witnessing his wife defending him filled Bai Yu's heart with warmth, prompting him to nuzzle against her, while Liu Qingxuan playfully held each of his cheeks, signifying a pinnacle in life. As June approached, their tasks were completed, and today marked the inaugural day of Liu Qingxuan's class. She reflected that the first day of June coincided with Children's Day, and thus, she decided to gather various items from home. Fortunately, she had prepared an abundance of yeast powder for baking, intending to make bread for all the children. Hearing this, Bai Yun enthusiastically raised both hands and feet in agreement. Liu Qingxuan then playfully scratched the little tiger's belly, saying, "You can wait over there. Later, you shall accompany me in carrying these items to the classroom." They continued to repeat different steps, and midway through, they even attracted the attention of the neighbor. Xiong de looked on and asked, "How long has it been since you last did this? Weren't you supposed to prepare breakfast?" Liu Qingxuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "The yeast powder is tricky to handle, and Bai Yu has already mixed up the quantities." Bai Yu, blushing slightly, sneezed and said, "That was ages ago. Allow me to assist you." To which Qingxuan replied, "Why not keep your distance? The last time you baked, you burned it. Let me handle it this time." Bai Yu pouted playfully as she playfully tapped Bearda, saying, "I am a master of desserts. Do you need me to teach you?" Bai Yu gazed at Bearda with deep affection and remarked, "Thank goodness for you, Bearda. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament. Please, do teach me." The delightful strawberry flavor, favored by the children, was once again present. And due to the abundance of strawberries in the summer, they had incorporated a generous amount, resulting in an exquisite taste. Liu Qingxuan had also significantly improved her presentation this time, shaping the treats into the form of cherry blossoms. Bai Yu even went outside to gather a multitude of cherry blossoms, adorning each loaf of bread with a single blossom, creating a visually stunning presentation. Liu Qingxuan observed the bread's aesthetic, noting that it rivaled the offerings of established domestic brands, and felt a swell of pride within herself. Meanwhile, the children in the classroom could hardly contain their excitement. Curiosity is a natural trait for any child on their first day of school. They eagerly exchanged thoughts about the subjects they were to learn. Their whispers were filled with gossip from Bai Yun, who mentioned that his sister would teach them literacy, a venture wholeheartedly supported by the old priest and the clan leader. They understood that learning to read was a luxury. To pursue such knowledge meant sacrificing time that could otherwise be spent working to secure food. As for Hija, his survival hinged on his daily fishing trips, which were slightly less daunting than hunting, especially since he was a white crane, making it all the more convenient. Before they could see him, they heard Bai Yun's jovial voice, and soon the children spotted him approaching with a large basket, from which a delectable aroma wafted, more delightful than candy. They looked at Bai Yun with eager anticipation, hoping he would share some of his treats. Bai Yun was generally generous, even when indulging in his favorite sweets. He would not object if given a good reason. Then, Liu Qingxuan arrived with an even larger basket, with about 20 children in the classroom. They couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the baskets, surely filled with something delicious. Liu Qingxuan beamed at them and said, "Hello, little ones. June has arrived, and in my time, we celebrated Children's Day during this month. Today, you're the children. This day is dedicated to you, and I have prepared strawberry bread as gifts." Upon hearing that these treats were meant for them, the children erupted in joyous cheers. The air was filled with the soft, sweet sounds of various little creatures. One small beast man even transformed into an adorable animal. Liu Qingxuan, noticing a child who had become a panda cub, felt a rush of affection and immediately scooped the cub into her arms, cuddling and gently squeezing it, finally able to touch those delightful plush ears she had only seen in videos. What a blissful life this was. The panda cub, feeling shy, adored the sister before it. Having listened to Bai Yun for quite some time, it was unexpected for the sister to be so warm and welcoming. The ear rub was wonderfully soothing. As Liu Qingxuan caressed the little panda, she cooed, "Good little one. Shall we go enjoy some soft, fluffy bread?" The panda cub shyly nodded in her embrace. Liu Qingxuan added, "Such a well-behaved panda truly deserves a kiss." In an instant, however, she transformed into a fierce figure, glaring at Bai Yun as she commanded, "Bai Yun, why are you not distributing the treats? Don't keep them waiting. Hurry up and share." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun was taken aback and remarked, "Did you not previously refer to me as your little treasure? Why have you now neglected me in favor of the little panda? Is the little tiger no longer charming?" Bai Yun, harboring a sense of grievance, distributed food to everyone, and each person received their loaf of bread adorned with delicate cherry blossoms, a sight both enchanting and heartwarming. Reluctant to consume such beauty, they hesitated. Meanwhile, Bayun continued to eat in his usual manner, savoring each bite while allowing some to escape. However, he consumed more than he spilled. Observing Bayun relish his meal, they still found it hard to partake. Bayun encouraged them, saying, "Go ahead and eat. I can enjoy it every day. There is no need to feel guilty, eat freely, and when I have more at home, I'll share it with you." Touched by his generosity, they replied, "Bayun, you are truly wonderful." He nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, am I not a good person? Let me tell you. My brother consumes an amount equivalent to half of our class's total. If I simply pilfer from his share, it would suffice for half of us." They realized how much Baiwe, his brother, must eat, which explained his robust health. Bayun continued, "I will also steal from Hijia and Lingju's provisions, ensuring that once you have tasted, you will find no desire for more." Listening to Bayun's grandiose claims about feeding an entire class, Liu Qingxuan, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Then you might as well take my share as well." Bayun remarked, "There's no need for that. You consume as much as I do. And even if I were to steal, I wouldn't be able to feed them. Just take care of your own meal. If I were to pilfer from you, my brother would surely chastise me, and if I were to take from him, I would be scolded even more. I can distinctly differentiate between a satisfying meal and a feast." Liu Qingxuan mused that his words were indeed articulated with remarkable finesse. The distinction between a hearty meal and constant abundance aptly describes a tiger, and he too is a little tiger. As the bread was delivered to the little panda, Liu Qingxuan promptly accepted it, cradling the little panda in her arms as she began to feed it. The little panda gazed up at its goddess-like sister, filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Bayun, witnessing this scene, felt an intense envy, wishing for a moment when his own sister would tend to him in such a manner. "Have you forgotten, Bayun, the last time your belly was kicked? Your sister tenderly fed you in the same manner? Moreover, you eat in such a way that food spills everywhere. No one would desire to feed you." Bayun observed their intimate interactions, muttering to herself, regardless of anything, "I wonder why Baiwe, the teaching assistant, has yet to arrive. Once he does, I will be nourished." Indeed, Bayun had once again begun to call her brother's name, a habit that invariably resulted in her receiving a reprimand. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress the urge to utter his name. As everyone finished their bread, savoring the last morsels, the little beast folk licked the jam off their fingers, while her own little panda had devoured everything on its plate. Witnessing this scene, Liu Qingxuan addressed them, "Let us now discuss the rationale behind establishing this course. Firstly, I believe it is essential to teach you literacy. Many things require documentation. Merely relying on memory does not guarantee accuracy, for memories can indeed become muddled. By learning to read and write, you will come to understand principles and be able to document your own lives. Each individual's life is filled with grand adventures. If you perceive it as mundane, it shall be so. Conversely, if you view it as magnificent, then it shall be magnificent." The little beast folk widened their eyes in astonishment as they listened to Liu Qingxuan's profound insights. Bayun had never regarded her sister as particularly wise until this moment. Liu Qingxuan, noticing their surprised expressions, continued, "Is this truly surprising? In the future, I will teach you literacy, and I shall also invite Hijia to instruct you in medicine. There will be specialists to guide you in crafting tools. As for the delightful dishes you enjoy, if you're willing, we can designate a time each week to teach you how to prepare them. Furthermore, your morning sessions will consist of half a day of classes, while in the afternoon, you may continue your hunting lessons, which are fundamental for your survival." The students listened in rapt attention, nodding in agreement. Liu Qingxuan, having regained her composure, adopted a demeanor befitting a teacher and said, "Now, please turn to the books I have prepared for you. These volumes were painstakingly written by me, page by page, and then copied by others under my guidance. The paper, having undergone my experimentation, is functional, though not ideal for writing. I plan to begin producing it in bulk within a month, at which point I will require your assistance." Chapter 83, Instruction in the First Lesson. Liu Qingxuan did not intend to overwhelm them with information. Rather, she aimed to simply introduce concepts related to history and writing. She believed that to learn anything, one must first clarify the underlying concepts, for true understanding lies in knowing both the what and the why. Meanwhile, Baiwe stood outside the window, watching his wife illuminate the classroom as she taught the children. Overcome with admiration, he thought to himself, "What merit do I possess to be blessed with such a remarkable wife?" The children, captivated by Liu Qingxuan's explanations, found the concepts fascinating and eagerly posed their questions. "Qingxuan, May I inquire why it is important for us to learn about history? The historical concepts you mentioned are somewhat beyond my comprehension. Liu Qingxuan patiently responded to his inquiries, stating, history is a continuum. Understanding it bestows wisdom. You must be aware of your own history to discern the appropriate course of action moving forward. History allows us to extrapolate patterns. They had already grasped the essence of these patterns, and upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, they could not help but exclaim, wow, that is incredible! You can deduce patterns. Sister, can you now predict our patterns? Liu Qingxuan replied with a shy smile. I have only recently embarked on the study of priestly courses, which presents a considerable challenge for me. I fear that any predictions made now may be erroneous. Learning is a gradual process, so let us study and strive together, shall we? Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, the children looked up eagerly, affirming their commitment to work alongside Sister Qingxuan. As Liu Qingxuan gazed at these children, her heart swelled with warmth. They truly were delightful. Upon hearing this, Baiyun expressed with a series of murmurs that he would indeed supervise his sister's studies. His sister, upon hearing this, remarked that it was entirely unnecessary. For who could be unaware of the thoughts harbored by this glutinous rice dumpling? With a pure exterior but a heart as dark as night, he was truly incorrigible. It was baffling to her why someone as sweet as Baiyun would have such a brother. The cunning nature of the young child Baiyun has been thoroughly unveiled. Yet he remains blissfully ignorant, believing he can deceive everyone, not realizing that it is merely the affection of those around him that allows such antics. Thus, Liu Qingxuan engaged them with numerous conceptual inquiries, and although no knowledge was acquired today, the children expressed their contentment. When Liu Qingxuan discovered their keen interest in painting, she graciously promised to teach them. As the day concluded, everyone was in high spirits. Liu Qingxuan reassured them that their belongings could remain in the classroom, safe from being taken. The children cherished their materials, carefully placing them in their desks. Taking Baiyun's hand, Liu Qingxuan led him home and inquired, what are your thoughts on the first day? The white cloud, with twinkling starry eyes, gazed at her sister and exclaimed how splendid her words were. White Cloud had never contemplated such questions before. Sister, if you claim you do not understand these principles, why do you persist in performing calculations? You do not seem to lack comprehension. Liu Qingxuan gently patted the tiger's head and replied, you are still young. Many concepts require extensive validation. Much like the equation 1-1. At this moment, White Cloud nodded and said, 1-1-2 is so simple. How can it be validated? Liu Qingxuan feigned profundity and replied, precisely. The very simplicity you perceive belies the complexity of its validation. Upon hearing this, White Cloud, with a hint of understanding, inquired, what about your love for brother? Liu Qingxuan answered, that is a pure yet intricate emotion. You will comprehend it once you find someone you cherish. In her heart, Baiyun mused, Baiyun knows not of love. She harbors no affections for anyone. Her sole desires are to climb trees, to savor delectable treats, and to remain forever in the company of her elder siblings. Upon stepping outside, she beheld Baiyun waiting patiently. Baiyun did not inquire about Baiyun's first day. Instead, he observed the classroom performance of all the students. Baiyun felt immense joy regarding their participation, and Baiyun concurred, expressing to Qingxuan that, at this rate, they would soon master all the characters. However, Liu Qingxuan interjected, stating, there is no rush. We could teach one character a day if need be. It is imperative that they comprehend the joy of learning, rather than perceiving it as a burden. Learning should be a pursuit of knowledge. But I will not allow it to become a rigid mindset. Baiyun, in the presence of Liu Qingxuan, remarked, I wonder who insisted on assigning an abundance of homework, compelling them to write until they weep. I truly do not know who that could be. Upon hearing Baiyun's words, Liu Qingxuan suddenly recalled that someone had indeed conveyed this sentiment to her. Thus, she suggested, well then, I kindly ask my class monitor, Baiyun, to complete all this homework. Please hasten to prepare tomorrow's lesson plan. Baiyun has recently taken on a burdensome task. She patted her mouth and pondered. Why did you provoke her? Liu Qingxuan huffed and left, while Baiyun also departed in a similar fashion, leaving Baiyun alone, melancholic. Contemplating the lesson plan she needed to prepare for the following day. Upon returning home, Baiyun busied herself with dinner, while Baiyun inquired about the topics discussed in class. Such a vast reservoir of knowledge should not be wasted, and Baiyun eagerly leaned on her sister, posing questions that brought immense joy to Baiyun. After their meal, Baiyun hoisted Baiyun up and declared, all right, these matters have delayed us long enough. It is time to resume your training in hunting. There is no need for you to follow them into the forest every day anymore. Liu Qingxuan, looking concerned, addressed Baiyun, is it truly necessary for him to start so early? considering he is still so young? Bai Yu replied, "It is not that I am overly strict. It is simply the way things are for the children here. A moment's negligence would be unjust to him and detrimental to his growth. I must take responsibility for him. He is my younger brother, and I intend to protect him throughout his life." Bai Yun understood the intentions of his brother, who never complained of pain. He simply recognized the concern his brother felt. Every time his brother saw the bruises on Bai Yun's body from training, he would become distressed. After each hunt, regardless of the myriad of wounds he bore, he never sought treatment for himself. Had it not been for their sister's intervention, his injuries would have remained unattended. When asked if Bai Yun was afraid, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative, especially after the recent incident involving Ling Jue, which left a significant psychological scar. Although his brother did not compel him to witness the aftermath at Ling Jue's bedside, Bai Yun had ventured to see the half-recovered state, which was truly horrifying. He felt profound sorrow. He did not wish for their world to become so terrifying, nor did he wish to be deprived of the world his sister spoke of. Yet he understood that many things were beyond his control. In that moment, Bai Yun turned to his sister and asked, "Sister, when will I be able to visit your world?" This inquiry left her momentarily speechless. She replied, "I do not know about our world. Although it may seem beautiful to you, only one truly understands the warmth and chill of human emotions. Each world has its own merits." This statement reached Bai Yu's ears, and he, frightened, thought that his beloved might abandon him for her own world. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Our world is wonderful. We can interact freely with all kinds of animals. Did you not say that this place is home to protected species? Are you not aware that both Bai Yun and I are considered protected animals? How could you forsake us? You cannot even touch a tiger in the zoo." At this, Bai Yun grew irate and angrily extricated himself from his sister's embrace, declaring, "Sister, now that you have another fluffy creature, you neglect me. What is so endearing about that little panda? It cannot compare to the white tiger. Look at me, round and fluffy, and I can still climb trees, while that panda does nothing but lounge on branches or sleep." His sister gently patted the top of Bai Yun's head and said, "You do not comprehend this elevated joy. You cannot understand because you are fluffy yourself." This remark also cast a psychological shadow over Bai Yue, for it dawned on him that his affection was not limited to a single fluffy creature, but encompassed them all. Liu Qingxuan glanced at Bai Yue and reassured him, "Do not worry. Among all the fluffiness, you are my favorite. You are the fluffiest creature I adore most. How delightful it is to warm myself by your side during winter." Bai Yu immediately remarked with a smirk, "Of course, he cannot be compared to Ling Jue. That sleek black serpent. Just looking at him, devoid of any adornments, is rather unsettling." At this point, Liu Qingxuan chuckled softly, glancing at Bai Yu, and said, "That may not necessarily be the case. Ling Jue is remarkably handsome. If you do not strive, I might just pursue him myself. And then there is He Zhe. He too possesses an air of elegance and serenity that I find quite appealing." Bai Yu blinked her translucent cat-like eyes and exclaimed, "No, no, you can only adore me. Aren't you the one who cherishes petting cats the most?" Liu Qingxuan, observing Bai Yu's demeanor, realized she had successfully ensnared him. Turning to Bai Yun, she urged, quickly, "My dear brother, fetch your sister's beet juice. Today, we shall dye the little tiger." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun understood that his brother had once again fallen into a trap, yet there was no remedy for it, as his brother would forever remain at the bottom of the family's food chain. With a beaming smile, he dutifully retrieved the beet juice. His sister remarked after a year, "We commence again." He delicately placed a drop of beet juice on the tiger's fur, first dotting it on the center of its forehead, then applying a bit to Bai Yu's ears. The tiger, adorned with a pair of crimson ears, appeared quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxuan engaged in conversation with Bai Yu, discussing various aspects of papermaking. Bai Yu, upon hearing this, responded accordingly. The more opinions Bai Yu expressed, the more pronounced the widening of his lips became. Eventually, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, "Wow, a tiger is going to eat a person. How frightening." Witnessing Bai Yu fall for the ruse once again, Liu Qingxuan continued, "Didn't he see that coming, did you? I've tricked you. Next time, learn from this and don't let me deceive you again. Moreover, the old shaman has taken me as a disciple. He is to teach me the ways of the priesthood. He stated that once I am fully trained, I shall become the priest of your tribe." Bai Yu nodded at this and remarked, "I had anticipated this." Qingxuan replied, "Why not become a chieftain to match my status? I am aware that the priest holds considerable power." Bai Yu, with a quivering mustache, implored, "Just a moment longer. I am not yet prepared. You can see that I am still quite different from Ling Jue." Meanwhile, Ling Jue, in robust health, had returned to his clan to address the backlog of matters. He remarked, Indeed, a joyous day is often followed by tribulation. The accumulation of tasks weighed heavily upon him, and he found himself increasingly reluctant to tackle these long-standing issues, feeling quite vexed by the constant toil. Upon witnessing this, Hija could not help but chuckle, saying, "Then you should hasten to resolve them. Allow me to assist with those tasks I can manage." Ling Jui, after observing the remnants of the tasks that had been addressed, was astounded, exclaiming, "It is merely a tribe. Its scale has yet to expand to the entire region. What is the meaning of this? Am I to handle all these trivial matters from these small tribes? This is absurd." Hija glanced at him and replied, "Perhaps your rising prestige has cleansed you of your former reputation for brutality. They now perceive you as a benevolent figure. After all, your recent feats have deeply moved our region." At this juncture, Ling Jui instinctively said, "Very well, I shall assist them." However, upon examining the salt-making endeavors within his tribe, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why is there such a disparity compared to Bayu's tribe?" Hija responded, "As I mentioned, their cooperation is lacking, and you have elucidated the reasons. Why the ire? You are just starting, and I believe what you possess is sufficient. Moreover, they have not undergone unified collection, which complicates matters. We, on the other hand, have been through a standardized process. If you wish to enhance efficiency, you could establish a collection team akin to ours." With that, Ling Jui felt a sense of relief, acknowledging, "Oh, indeed, that appears to be the case. It seems I must address the formation of a collection team soon." Hija looked at him and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite the diligent individual." Ling Jui responded, "Is there any way to avoid such toil? It is simply the way of things." Liu Qingxuan, following the male protagonist, expressed regarding papermaking, "I hope to enlist the assistance of Ling Jui's tribe, as it is indeed a formidable task." Bai nodded in agreement and remarked to his wife, "The paper you have created appears quite useful in my eyes. However, I have heard that the production cost of such items is rather steep." Liu Qingxian chuckled softly and replied, "In your tribe, the tradition involves riding on animal hides, which is naturally expensive. Is it not true that the garment brought by Ling Jui last time must have also borne a hefty price tag? I recall that the recording instruments used by their tribe's great shaman were made of such hides. Yet, what Ling Jui presented to me was evidently of superior quality." Liu Qingxian nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Thus, I have devised an initial plan regarding paper production. We shall first focus on creating paper, followed by the development of a compass. The resources at sea are abundant, but it seems that the relationship with the merfolk in this region is rather strained." As she mentioned the merfolk, she suggested, "Let us discuss the subsequent matters. It is already June, and these issues ought to reach a resolution." At this juncture, Bayu grinned and said, "Recently, Hija has been quite agitated as he struggles to resolve matters with those in his tribe and intends to summon land beasts for their treatment. Hija is the first among them to be afflicted." Liu Qingxian arched an eyebrow with keen interest and inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired?" Bayu gazed at Qingxian and remarked, "Their necks are increasingly alarming, and it seems they cannot rid themselves of that affliction. They remain preoccupied with thoughts of that savory delicacy, and during the day, time is scarce for me to prepare treats for them. I am hastily tending to their needs, particularly that wretched old woman Exiner, who is utterly detestable. His neck is the most severely swollen, and due to the exacerbation of his hyperthyroidism, his eyes have become protruded. It is only during the daytime that one can bear such a person, who continues to placate him, while her so-called nephews have long since abandoned him." Liu Qingxian looked at Bayu and inquired, "So he is currently enduring a most miserable existence?" Bayu nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, it is a consequence of that old woman's meddling. Her current state is truly loathsome. She has brought this upon herself." As the afternoon of the following day arrived, the heat had become unbearable. Liu Qingxian lamented, "How can it be this hot already, and summer has yet to arrive?" She found herself anxiously contemplating, as she had hoped to enjoy a few more leisurely days before tackling this matter. Yet, it seemed she must commence the ice-making process at once. Ice-making? How fortuitous! For I have refreshing fruits here to prepare a delightful fruit salad. I shall indulge secretly, ensuring they are not privy to my enjoyment. With this thought, Liu Qingxian felt elated and declared her intent to act. She dashed to Bayu's workplace and informed him of her plan to visit the market for supplies. Bayu inquired, "What do you intend to purchase?" Liu Qingxian observed him and replied, "At that time, it was for procuring saltpeter." Hearing this, Bayu hastily exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing out in this sweltering summer?" He responded, "It is indeed scorching, but enduring a moment of heat will lead to refreshing coolness thereafter." Let us venture to the grass market for some amusement. Bai Yu contemplated transforming into a tiger to whisk Liu Qingxuan away, believing it would expedite their journey. However, Liu Qingxuan expressed her reluctance, citing the oppressive heat and the discomfort of riding upon a tiger. Disheartened by her dismissal, Bai Yu lamented, "In winter, you find joy. Yet come summer, you turn your back. I truly cannot fathom it." Liu Qingxuan retorted, "You are not Feng Xiaoyan, who embodies warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Why should I not express my disdain? You are hardly a paragon of beauty." Bai Yu, regarded as handsome by many, remarked, "Beauty is often perceived differently from afar than up close." As Liu Qingxuan animatedly gestured, she elaborated on the ancient Chinese innovation of producing ice from nitrate, a technique that emerged during the late Tang dynasty when gunpowder production inadvertently led to this discovery. Nitrate, she explained, is a white, bitter crystalline mineral that thrives in the cool corners of walls, its appearance reminiscent of white frost, thus earning the moniker wall frost. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu expressed his indifference, remarking that the heat of summer was a given each year, and turned to his wife, asking, "Is it truly impossible to create this gunpowder?" After a moment of contemplation, Liu Qingxuan replied, "It is not unattainable, yet one must consider the consequences of its widespread use, which could pose significant dangers. However, if you wish to experiment, I could craft fireworks for you in the summer. With fireworks, juicy watermelons, and refreshing beverages, the season would indeed be delightful." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu inquired, "Are you once again planning to expound upon your so-called chemical concepts? It truly feels exhausting every time I hear it." Liu Qingxuan snapped her fingers and replied, "How astute. What I am about to introduce to you is the reason behind the term ice making with saltpeter. It is because people inadvertently discovered that saltpeter dissolves in water, and during this dissolution, it absorbs a significant amount of heat, causing the water temperature to drop, even resulting in freezing. Hence, we are able to enjoy chilled fruit juices, which is simply marvelous. And we can also prepare fruit salads." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu gazed at Liu Qingxuan and remarked, "Your research on these matters is likely solely for the purpose of indulging in food, rather than for the sake of cooling down." Liu Qingxuan shook her head vigorously in response, saying, "Not entirely true. What is wrong with concocting icy beverages during the summer? It merely involves dissolving sugar and a hint of spices in water, placing this mixture in a jar, and submerging the jar in a large dish filled with water. By continually adding nitrates to the water in the dish, the liquid within the jar will freeze. Don't you find the icy coolness delightful?" Bai Yu, with wide eyes, shook her head in refusal, exclaiming, "No, I do not like it. I only have a fondness for chocolate. Those 2 pieces of chocolate were originally mine. Yet you granted them to Ling Jue and Hijia. Do you truly love me?" Liu Qingxuan pondered internally. "How much have you consumed? I brought an entire bag solely for your enjoyment, and even Bai Yun has not indulged as much as you. I simply do not understand what more there is to say." As they conversed, they arrived at the bustling market. Within the market, they perused the offerings. Albeit the sweltering heat had deterred many vendors from setting up stalls. Surprisingly, the items here were remarkably affordable. Liu Qingxuan even managed to acquire a small stall using her own blocks of salt. Turning to Bai Yu, she declared, "Sister, today I am a wealthy patron. Choose freely and purchase at your leisure. Shall we allow this opportunity to slip away?" Bai Yu gazed at her playful demeanor and remarked, "Then I shall procure more fruits to prepare a delightful fruit mix. I too am quite eager for this." Liu Qingxuan, observing his endearing resemblance to a venerable scholar, replied, "Indeed, precisely. This is the right approach." As they were preparing to depart from the market, a salt merchant approached them, inquiring, "Might you share the art of your exquisite creation? I would be willing to part with my entire fortune for it." Liu Qingxuan addressed the merchant, "I'm afraid this knowledge is solely for the benefit of the public. We have no intention of profiting from it. However, this does not preclude you from continuing your trade." The merchant, seemingly reluctant, walked away in silence. Bai Yu commented, "He is not a bad person. He is not as malevolent as one might think." Excitedly, they ventured into the village, where the villagers, seeing them with an assortment of peculiar items, exclaimed, "Ah, Qingxuan, always so clever, embarking on yet another new venture. I wonder what this one is about. Surely, it must be something remarkable. They have purchased numerous inexpensive white stones. Are these not meant for construction? And those buildings are not particularly sturdy. What new abode do they intend to erect? Oh, cease your speculations. Once the project is completed, we shall all reap the benefits." Without further ado, Liu Qingxuan directed Bai Yu, who diligently followed the steps to complete the task. Upon finishing, Liu Qingxuan indeed managed to procure ice, albeit in limited quantity. She had anticipated a bountiful yield, and was disheartened to see so little. Baiyu, however, was elated by the mere existence of ice, puzzled by Liu Qingxuan's disappointment. Once the ice was ready, Baiyu eagerly placed it into the icy water, exclaiming, "You said it would be ready shortly. If I complete all this, will our home not be refreshingly cool?" Liu Qingxuan shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Who was it that feigned disinterest and diverted our conversation to gunpowder? Was it you?" "Yes, indeed it was." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Baiyu confessed, "Yes, it was I. But I shall finish it for you to enjoy." Liu Qingxuan, with a hint of pride, retorted, "Be sure to add plenty of raspberries. I adore them, along with strawberries." At this moment, Baiyu felt he had successfully navigated this crisis, when coincidentally, Baiyun returned from school. Having witnessed the affection between siblings, Baiyun unceremoniously approached her sister, saying, "Sister, I saw you making this delightful creation. It looks so refreshing and delicious. May I have some? You wouldn't mind, would you?" Liu Qingxuan replied, "I have no objections, but your brother might not be pleased, for it was he who prepared this for me." Baiyun suddenly felt a sense of danger. However, he feigned calmness and said to his brother, "Brother, I didn't mean to. I thought this was meant for me. I was wondering why so much was left for me. So, it was actually made for sister? Quickly, tell me how this ice was created." "Brother, where have you been? It seems that the northernmost part of our area has ice. Did you venture so far today?" Baiyu gazed at him, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "It's not that we haven't accomplished much. Rather, there isn't an abundance of it. Don't you perceive that our house feels considerably colder inside than it does outside?" Baiyu nodded upon hearing this and remarked, "Indeed, it is rather chilly. Have you discovered a way to manipulate ice? This is akin to controlling nature. I believe my sister is not merely a messenger of the beast god, but the beast god herself. Sister, I wish to sleep beside you tonight." Upon uttering these words, Baiyun was met with a sudden blow, leaving him bewildered and experiencing a throbbing headache. To his dismay, he realized there were several lumps on his head. Oh dear. How frightening. As Baiyun seemed destined to incur his brother's wrath, Liu Qingxuan hastily intervened, stating, "If you find this amusing, why not include Baiyun in your play? It could serve as a delightful little chemistry experiment. Come, Baiyun, go play with your brother." Once granted permission by his sister, Baiyun paid no heed to the vibrant lumps adorning his head and eagerly joined his brother in play. Though his brother appeared disinterested, Baiyun persisted in seeking conversation. "Brother, how did you manage to create ice? Sister has taught you so many methods. What immense fortune must you possess to have won her favor?" Baiyu remarked that his sister has yet to be married, so one should refrain from making hasty statements. He glanced at Baiyun, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed they must unite in their efforts. Thus, life meandered along at a leisurely pace, with Liu Qingxuan having completed half of her priestly studies. On the day she intended to bid farewell to the priesthood, the old priest grasped her hand and said, "Qingxuan, you have now learned halfway. It is time for practical application. I shall guide you into the field, for I cannot wait much longer. The beast god is already summoning." Liu Qingxuan looked at the old priest and replied, "Master, I cannot believe in such things. If the beast god were truly merciful, why would he not allow you to witness the grandeur of all nations coming to pay homage?" To her surprise, the venerable priest responded solemnly, "You need not speak thus. One must possess a heartfelt love for the divine." Liu Qingxuan silently conveyed her inability to revere the beast god as he did. The priest, observing her silence, remarked, "Every priest harbors their own beliefs, and I cannot impede you. However, remember that the vocation of a priest is sacred. I hope you approach this matter with compassion." Liu Qingxuan gazed at the priest's weathered face and solemnly promised, "I shall take their happiness to heart. Rest assured, I will not allow this tribe to falter under my watch, for I am one of its own." The old priest regarded her with approval and said, "That is the spirit. Always maintain this conviction. Remember, I shall take you into practical training tomorrow." Liu Qingxuan nodded resolutely and affirmed, "I will certainly attend." The following morning, Liu Qingxuan rose early, dismissing any notion of being merely a 10-brick scholar. Baiyu, astounded by her early rise, found her already prepared and hastening towards the classroom, where students had arrived even earlier. Liu Qingxuan was undeniably exhilarated, her enthusiasm bubbling over throughout the day as she engaged with the children, who had already learned nearly 70 to 80 characters. They practiced one character a day, and Liu Qingxuan introduced them to the origins, sounds, and shapes of the characters, occasionally sharing anecdotes. With a smile, she declared, "Before long, I shall be the priest of your tribe." The little beast folk wholeheartedly supported this notion, their joy evident. Not due to any dislike for the old priest, but rather a yearning to infuse the tribe with fresh vitality. In the afternoon, while at the priest's quarters, the priest expressed his concern, saying, "Teaching children is a demanding task. I appreciate your efforts." Liu Qingxuan smiled, indicating that it was not a hardship. She remarked that the children were well-behaved and attentive, particularly the little panda, who listened with great seriousness. However, she countered with a question about the child named Bayan. Liu Qingxuan sighed and expressed, "It seems that this child lacks focus during class, constantly distracted by various thoughts. His learning outcomes are certainly not on par with those of the little panda and the others." Observing the girl before her, who appeared indifferent, she continued, "Each child requires tailored instruction. It is incorrect to judge him merely because he is mischievous." Liu Qingxuan reassured, "I understand he is my younger brother, and naturally, I will devote my attention to him. Rest assured, elder priest." The elder priest led her to a grand temple. As she gazed upon the imposing deity within, she remarked, "I did not expect such craftsmanship here. I assumed all your creations were rather rudimentary. Of course, my words bear no malice." The elder priest replied, "This is a land favored by the gods, where everything is possible. Perhaps even wondrous magic exists." At this, Liu Qingxuan expressed her disbelief, saying, "I cannot accept that. While you may transform into beasts, magic is far beyond comprehension." The elder priest chuckled and said, "Is that so? Perhaps you shall see for yourself how I summon the beast god." Liu Qingxuan adopted a look of anticipation as the elder priest began to chant fervently, bowing repeatedly before the statue with a reverence that surpassed the most solemn of rituals. Watching his solemn demeanor, Liu Qingxuan felt a gravity settle within her. Though she did not genuinely believe in miracles, she wished not to disrespect the elder. As she considered reaching out, a miraculous event unfolded. The temple of the beast god, though initially dim, suddenly radiated in extraordinary brightness. Liu Qingxuan mused, could it be that the beast god is revealing his miracle? As the aura expanded, she discerned a halo but could not make out its contents, save for a vague humanoid shape. Inquisitively, she called out, "Might I ask why you have summoned an ordinary person like me to this place?" The halo offered no response, yet Liu Qingxuan sensed its movement towards her. Closing her eyes, as though in a dream, the divine presence drew near, whispering, "Because you are, in essence, a denizen of this world." Suddenly, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, "Then, can I return to my original world?" The halo seemed to convey a negation, dimming in response. Liu Qingxuan pressed, "Why? Please reveal the answer to me." The halo regarded her with a silent smile, responding only, "You are indeed a person of this world." Astonished, Liu Qingxuan exclaimed, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Yet, I remain deeply enamored with this world, and my return is solely to introduce more advanced technologies." At that moment, a voice emerged from within the aperture, proclaiming, "There will be opportunities, you shall return." Meanwhile, the venerable priest remained humbly knelt upon the ground, akin to a devout worshipper. Upon returning to the summer retreat, he discovered that although the entire tribe had undergone various transformations, he felt an unexpected coolness as he entered the chief's abode. "Chief, your house is remarkably refreshing. What is the secret?" Hija inquired. The chief, with an endearing smile, replied, "Our esteemed Hija has returned. Thanks to you. The tension between our two tribes has alleviated." Hija responded, "It is only natural. There is no need for such sentiments." Observing the chief's playful demeanor, Hija chuckled. "No need for riddles, chief. Has Bayu and the others concocted something novel?" The chief, unable to conceal the truth, confessed, "It is nothing too extravagant. They have merely procured ice, and I managed to acquire a small portion from them. I am rather sensitive to the summer heat, as my true form is that of a brown bear. I was genuinely concerned about enduring the sweltering days, but now, with this newfound resource, I have no further worries." Upon hearing this, Hija assured the chief, "I understand, chief. I shall not linger. When you wish to inquire further, please let me know. I must seek out Bayu and the others, as it is quite urgent." Observing Hija's hasty departure, the chief mused, This Hija, always so busy. As if he has been occupied since birth, busy learning things that pique his interest. While I wonder how his health fares now. If Hija were to hear this, he would surely respond, "I have been thriving lately, enjoying splendid meals in Ling Ju's tribe, receiving hospitality akin to that of the chief. Furthermore, being back in my own tribe, dining with Bayu is equally delightful. I occasionally catch a fish, and sharing a meal is truly a joy indeed. I feast even better than you." Reflecting on these thoughts, the chief reclined with a contented sigh. This summer is splendid. It lacks the biting cold of winter. and this refreshing breeze is a delightful reprieve. I could manage this for an entire day. Oblivious to the chief's playful jests, Hiva hurried to Bayu's home, where he found her blissfully indulging in a bowl of chilled fruit. Without hesitation, he seized a portion from her bowl, exclaiming, "Could you not spare a little for me?" Bayu lifted her gaze to him and remarked, "What's the point? By the time it reaches your place, it will have melted, rendering it a complete waste. If you wish to use it, you can always return. Have you forgotten that you regard their tribe as your own home? Is there no place left for me?" Hija took a bite of the fruit mixture and expressed his sheer delight. After running about outside for quite some time, he unabashedly informed Bayu, "Your fruit mixture is now mine." Bayu casually replied, "Help yourself." After which, she went to the kitchen and returned with another bowl, saying, "We have plenty at home." As Hija followed her, munching away, he continued, "Their discussions also revolve around this technology. It is well known that the heat can cause inflammation. So I would like to take some ice back with me." However, upon hearing this, Bayu disagreed. "Are you worried about Ling Juyi's injury?" Hija nodded, "Yes. Although he has significantly improved, those wounds are healing very slowly and remain troublesome. Occasionally, blood scabs still form, which is quite vexing." Bayu suggested, "Why not bring him over? Isn't the safety of his life a priority for their tribe? A few days with us won't cause any harm. Especially since we would never mistreat Ling Juyi." Hija, in a moment of despair, acknowledged the validity of her reasoning and said, "Then I shall bring them all over. The children are also quite sensitive to the heat. Let us ensure everyone is safe and sound." Hija's concerns were not unfounded. Bayu shared his worries as well. The tribe's hunting expeditions often resulted in numerous injuries, with some individuals succumbing to infections from seemingly minor wounds. While small injuries may not be fatal, if they become infected and lead to fever, the consequences could be dire. This was precisely why they had initially been so apprehensive about Ling Juyi's condition. Bayu remarked to Hija that the rising temperatures could easily lead to inflammation. She intended to consult the clan leader about constructing a well-sealed house to accommodate ice blocks for the injured. Hija nodded in agreement, responding that this was indeed an excellent idea. However, he cautioned that if one were to build such a sealed structure, it would be essential to select a shaded location. Yet, he noted, it might require rebuilding, as while there were certainly cool spots available in summer, any existing structures might no longer be standing. Bayu contemplated the injuries sustained by his brothers and disregarded his reservations, suggesting, "I believe our house is quite suitable. Let us vacate this space for the wounded to recuperate. It is conveniently close, allowing you to return easily to attend to their needs." Hija cast a glance at Bayu and replied, "Are you out of your mind? You intend to offer your own home as a place for their treatment?" Bayu scratched his head and remarked, "I am uncertain of any viable solutions, yet this approach appears to be acceptable and poses no issues." Upon hearing this, Hija sighed, exclaiming, "Truly, how naive." He continued, "There is indeed an old and dilapidated house behind my home, with a bit of repair. It could serve its purpose quite well. This option would be far more convenient than constructing a new house from scratch. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bayu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed to Hija, "You are truly a remarkable friend." Hija replied, "No need for formalities. If you bring more fruit, I could certainly offer you even more ideas." Bayu remarked, "Go ahead and speak," while Hija cast him a glance, expressing that it was indeed quite difficult to fathom such thoughts all at once. Bayu remarked, "I have an idea, and I am uncertain if you would endorse it." Hija, intrigued, responded, "Please share it. I will wholeheartedly support what I can, and endeavor to support what I cannot." Bayu pondered thoughtfully. Each year, many elder orcs in the tribe pass away, primarily due to the oppressive heat, and partly because of the scarcity of food. They are compelled to toil for sustenance, and some meet their demise while laboring. Thus, I contemplate constructing a shelter akin to that of Ling Juyi's tribe, to provide the elderly with a refuge from the summer heat. After all, do they not kindle fires each winter to shield the elderly from the cold? Hija nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. But have you considered that producing ice daily would pose an exceedingly formidable challenge? Bayu waved her hand and remarked, "I have already grasped the majority of the healing methods. Within our tribe, there are still some individuals who are rather frail and unable to hunt. They can only rely on others for sustenance. My idea is to build upon this foundation and encourage them to work, providing them with a certain amount of food in return. What do you think?" Hija pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, this approach is feasible. I believe that once we produce goods, the demands will significantly increase. Thus, your method holds promise, offering them a lifeline. As for winter, everyone generally has their own gathered supplies. We can later assess who performs well and reward them accordingly. What are your thoughts on this?" Bai gently touched his head and remarked, "You have already contemplated the subsequent steps. You are truly remarkable. Unlike my girlfriend, who only provides me with a single idea and leaves the rest for me to execute. Recently, it seems she has become infatuated with chemistry, incessantly discussing it to the point that I feel as though I might ascend to the heavens." Hija cast a glance at him and said, "She is doing this for your own good. Why do you seem to resent it?" Bai, fearing that Liu Qingxuan might strike him, hesitated to respond. Without further ado, Bai dashed to the area behind Hija's house. Upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised to find the place quite spacious. Although the enclosure made it somewhat inconvenient for quarrying, he devised a plan to return home and rest, intending to venture out to collect stones at night when it would not be as sweltering. Hija hurried to Ling Jue's tribe, exclaiming as he walked, "I just left Bai's room, and I am about to collapse from the heat. I cannot bear to stay a moment longer. We must fetch Ling Jue. I can no longer tolerate it. Even though Ling Jue's bedroom is cool, it is not as refreshing as Bai's room." When Hija rushed to the Yongzhou tribe, he discovered Ling Jue still patrolling under the scorching sun. He quickly approached and admonished, "In my absence, you venture out to patrol? If your injury becomes inflamed again, I cannot save you. You may well be awaiting your demise." Ling Jue looked at Hija, amused by his exaggerated concern, and replied, "I have grown accustomed to this. It has always been like this for me. Whenever I am injured, it results in inflammation, and I simply excise the affected flesh. It will regenerate eventually." Hija spoke earnestly. "I recognize your remarkable self-healing ability, but you have been bitten by the fish demon, which can impair your regenerative powers. Even the possibility of your healing capacity returning to its former state is uncertain. I implore you to regard your life with the seriousness it deserves." Ling Jue regarded Hija with curiosity and inquired, "Are you genuinely concerned for my life?" Hija, gazing at him, retorted, "Am I not? Do you have any idea that for the past few months I have neglected my medical studies to care for you? I came here to tend to you. What more do you want? If you perish, what does that say about my efforts to heal you?" Ling Jue lowered his gaze and murmured, "I did not realize. I apologize. I shall not behave so recklessly again." Hija, feeling exasperated, took his hand and said, "Come on, if you prefer to linger under the blazing sun. Let us not tarry here any longer. We shall go to Bai's home to recuperate." Ling Jue protested, "Why must I go to Bai's home to recover?" Hija replied, "Are you foolish? In this heat, with your wound inflamed, what do you intend to do? You can only await death. Your self-healing ability cannot match such severity. What are you thinking?" At this moment, Ling Jue asserted, "As the tribe leader, how can I abandon my tribe?" Hija responded, "You may need to remain until your injury is healed. Come with me now, and have someone bring over whatever matters you need to attend to. Do you not have many subordinates who are obedient to you? Have them deliver everything. Do not dawdle with me. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again. Think carefully. I will instruct your people to bring your 2 children over as well." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue became somewhat petulant, exclaiming, "No, I cannot go. I am the leader of my clan." He Chun, employing a tactic of provocation, asked, "Are you worried that Bai might kill you?" After a day of contemplation, Ling Jue, wide-eyed, questioned, "Why do I feel that he would kill me? His combat prowess is on par with mine, and even though I am currently injured, I am still remarkably formidable, capable of taking on 10 foes. I feel exceptional." Nevertheless, Ling Jue was forcibly taken to the Crescent tribe by Hichin, where he encountered the most awkward experience of his life. Upon his arrival at the Crescent tribe, he was met with an overwhelming welcome that left him feeling quite embarrassed. For in the past, he had not been well received elsewhere. People even avoided him, perceiving him as a harbinger of calamity or a deity of death. However, once they recognized that Ling Jue was willing to sacrifice his life for them, he seemed less terrifying, and they even tidied up Bai's house, organizing Bai Yun's belongings so that when she returned, she would find that although her things were in disarray, they had been arranged in a way that would allow her to locate them. Originally, a room was allocated for Bai Yun, but now she would have to share her sleeping quarters with her brother, as Ling Jue had occupied her room. What audacity! Ling Jue was stealing a child's room and toys. Amused by this thought, he chuckled and remarked, "Then I shall take my leave." Hastily making his way to the room meant for him, where he found a most delightful and refreshing ambience. Here, Ling Jue felt that Hichin truly did not regard him as an outsider. He had been granted such a fine place to stay. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Hichin. I shall certainly take good care of my injuries and strive to battle against 10 or 8 of those fish demons in the future, so that you may enjoy their flesh." Hichin looked at him and replied, "That creature is poisonous. Do you wish for me to perish? Ling Jue, taken aback by his response, quickly apologized. As they conversed, Ling Jue even inquired if there was anything to eat, as he felt somewhat hungry. Hechen, feeling at ease, fetched an abundance of fruit from Bayu's kitchen, later stating, "When it comes to meals, they are all yours." Upon Bayu's return, she discovered that much of the fruit salad she had prepared was nearly depleted, leaving only a small amount of milky broth. "So, my standing in the family is still the lowest, is it? I must care for this Ling Jue, mustn't I?" Without hesitating, Bayu organized a group of helpers and declared, "I trust everyone is aware that we have successfully produced ice blocks. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's safety and well-being, I would like to request your assistance once more. Of course, as before, there will be ample rewards." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to contemplate. For even in such a simple place, they would not work without compensation. Each pondered their individual concerns, while Bayu listened intently, mentally crafting responses to their inquiries. Surely he won't once again delay the delivery of meals, leaving us hungry for half the day? No, the last time was due to a shortage of personnel. And our demands were quite high, which caused the delay. You may not know, but the last meal even contained eggs. Oh my, life is unfolding so splendidly. I shall undoubtedly partake in it. I am merely uncertain about the duration of their endeavors. Bayu listened to the discourse of the crowd, and an idea began to form in his mind. He smiled and addressed everyone, saying, "This will likely take more than 10 days, as we need to propose a large house." Upon hearing that they were to construct a grand dwelling, the crowd expressed their bewilderment, questioning, "Why build such a large house in this sweltering summer? Everyone already has a place to stay, even the most impoverished among us." At this point, Bayu furrowed his brow and clarified, "That is not what I meant. Each time you hunt, you sustain injuries, and those wounds can become inflamed. With these ice blocks, you will be able to remain in a warm environment without the risk of inflammation. Have you not noticed that during winter, instances of inflammation are significantly reduced?" Having said this, Bayu decided to reveal his intentions without further delay, expressing to the crowd that all these efforts were for their benefit, not for personal gain. The crowd acknowledged his sincerity and recognized Bayu as someone dedicated to enhancing the living standards of the tribe. However, at that moment, an unexpectedly astonished voice interrupted the conversation. As Bayu was smilingly addressing everyone's inquiries, she suddenly heard the remark, "The clan leader has already expressed his intention for you to assume the position of clan leader. Why do you still hesitate to accept this role? I have heard that Qingxuan is soon to become the priestess." Bayu was evidently unaware of the implications of his words. In the end, he merely stated that it was a personal choice, urging others not to impose their views upon him. Observing Bayu's resolute demeanor, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of those present. Many elders were aware of the situation but chose to remain silent. However, the matter was unfolding in an unexpected direction. Ultimately, the origin of this development stemmed from the very incident in question, which had ignited fervent discourse. The community was abuzz with whispers, branding Bayu, the orc from the New Moon tribe, as a figure of controversy. Those perplexed pondered whether he was afflicted by some bizarre ailment or if he had undergone a transformation akin to that of a mermaid, with his neck swelling grotesquely. Such public opinion seemed to cast Bayu as a most fearsome individual. The chatter surged, and he found himself increasingly distressed by the situation, unsure of how to respond. "Have you heard? There's an orc from the southern tribe who is truly terrifying. They say he beheaded homeless individuals." "Surely you jest. He decapitates the homeless only because his younger brother was abducted. Is it truly that dreadful? To exact vengeance for a brother's abduction by taking lives? But I've heard he is close friends with the ruthless Ling Jue. What you all speak of is trivial. I've heard their tribe harbors ambitions to dominate the entire region. As you know, ours is the largest area, and they simply wish to monopolize it. Their friendship with Ling Jue is likely due to their shared ulterior motives. Who can say for certain? I heard it was them who dealt with the fish demon. Is that true? Why do you all claim he has issues? He appears quite healthy to me. I recall him being remarkably agile while hunting." At this juncture, confusion reigned among the crowd until one orc approached and spoke slowly. "I know precisely why he is this way. Bayu's father was not a virtuous man. During the contest for chieftaincy, he was treacherously slain, likely by some underhanded means, resulting in his demise and leaving behind a mere child to fend for himself. His father's death may indeed be the reason he hesitates to assume leadership." This revelation seemed to resurface the discussion surrounding Bayu's father's demise. The orc speculated about the circumstances of his parents' deaths, with some even suggesting that his father was a malevolent figure who met his end through retribution, while his mother succumbed to madness from the shock of losing him. It was true that she lost her sanity, But the cause was the abrupt disappearance of a once vibrant individual. These rumors had not yet intensified to reach Bayu's ears. As he remained engrossed in bustling activity with his friends, witnessing the completion of each house, the old chieftain expressed his admiration. In a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Bayu, is it truly because of those matters that you hesitate to assume this position? I had thought you had moved on." Bayu was taken aback for a moment and inquired, "What is the matter? Could you please clarify, Chief?" The chief glanced at him and shook his head, replying, "Bayu, I understand that you are reluctant to accept this position due to your father's demise. However, your father was indeed very keen on this role at the time. Had it not been for that individual, you would have likely been a happy family." Bayu slowly closed his eyes and turned away from the chieftain. Addressing him with a tone of resignation, "Esteemed chieftain, you continue to thrive in your wisdom. This burden is beyond my capacity. Under your leadership, our tribe flourishes splendidly. Why must I be the one to inherit this mantle? You shall not face the summons of the beast god as the priest does." The chieftain sighed deeply, his voice trembling as he replied, "Bayu, there are matters I would rather keep from you, yet your insistence leaves me no choice." Bayu turned to him, inquiring, "Is there a hidden truth? I cannot shake the feeling that my father's death was shrouded in mystery." The chieftain cast a glance his way, then reconsidered, stating, "Perhaps I should not divulge this matter to you, lest it burden your heart." He repeated his hesitation, but the resolve of the chieftain was firm. Bayu knelt, recalling the moment of his father's demise when he had been insulted and commanded to kneel for sustenance, yet instead, he spent the day foraging for edible wild greens. Witnessing Bayu in supplication, the chieftain turned to him and gently lifted him, asking, "Do you truly wish to hear the tale?" Bayu gazed earnestly at the clan leader and remarked, "If I do not even know how my father met his demise, how can I truly consider myself his son?" The clan leader sighed repeatedly and replied, "Very well. In truth, your father was not dead when he was attacked. Although his condition was far from optimal, it remained within a manageable scope. We forcibly administered a considerable amount of mung bean water to counteract the toxins he had ingested, and the priest devoted significant effort to alleviate the poison's effects, albeit temporarily." Bayu recalled the moment when her father was brought back, and her mother, gazing at her still-breathing father, internally lamented, "Fortunately, this time no serious incident occurred. Otherwise, how would we, the three women, survive if he were to pass away?" The village chief took a deep breath and swiftly continued, "The reason your mother was so deeply affected by his death is indeed linked to your father's demise. Bayu, when salt and acidic substances combine, they produce toxic gases. However, we remain uncertain about their exact nature. I only know that within your father's chamber, the priest detected the presence of both saline and acidic scents, which can generate harmful vapors. Your father's health was precarious, and enduring such an environment for even a single night could have dire consequences, let alone considering your father's condition. The snake venom itself was not fatal. We treated it with mung bean water. Yet, it was not the venom or the weapon that ultimately caused your father's death, but rather the toxic gases." Upon hearing this, Bayu felt 2 tears cascade down to the earth. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Why did I have to learn of this only now? Oh heavens! This revelation fills me with indescribable shame. My father met his end in such a manner? I had always believed that he succumbed to death due to blunt force trauma inflicted by that individual, coupled with the venom of a snake." The old clan leader shook his head and responded, "Your father's will to survive was exceptionally strong, even in his delirium. He insisted that he must not perish and must protect your growth." Bayun was still so young, and he had not yet witnessed Bayun call him father. At this moment, Bayu was already in tears, her sobs cascading like rain. She turned to the clan leader and implored, "No, esteemed leader, please do not speak further. I cannot bear to hear any more of this. It will drive me to madness. I beseech you, do not continue." Observing Bayu's distress as she began to ramble, the clan leader grasped her shoulders and insisted, "No, Bayu, these matters are ones you must confront. If you are to listen, then you must hear it all." Bayu, sitting on the ground, lamented, "No, Chief, I am utterly unaware of who has harmed my father. Your words are truly beyond my capacity to accept." The old chief then replied slowly, "The perpetrator has always been among us, yet I fear you may not be able to exact your revenge." Upon hearing these words, Bayu's eyes no longer held the innocent light of yesteryears. Instead, they gleamed with ferocity as she demanded, "Who is it? Who is responsible for the death of my parents? I will ensure they pay with their life. No matter how powerful they are, I shall become even stronger." The clan leader, gently patting Bayu's head, replied, "Do not be hasty, Bayu. Let me first share the story of your mother. Bai could only approach matters one step at a time. Clenching her fists, she declared, "Speak, and I shall maintain control over myself." The clan leader gazed at Bai and remarked, "Your father succumbed to poisoning. You have never witnessed his demise, for it was indeed a horrifying sight." His lips had turned black, and in his final moments, his eyes widened in anguish. You and your brother possess naturally large eyes, which only added to the terror of the scene. His body, having fallen from the bed, had become rigid, with his legs suspended above him at the time of his passing. Bai, upon hearing this, remarked, "My mother has always been timid. She would even feel a twinge of fear at the sight of a deceased prey. How could she possibly come to terms with such a demise? Moreover, she and my father were practically childhood sweethearts. How could they have met such a tragic fate? My parents have never committed any wrongdoing in their lives. So why must they suffer such an end?" The clan leader then inquired, "Would you still wish to learn about the true culprit behind your parents' murder?" Bai fixed her gaze upon the chieftain and asserted, "Chieftain, it is imperative that I know." In a moment of desperation, she even knelt on the ground and pleaded, "I beseech you, please tell me." The chieftain, observing the despair etched upon Bai's face, replied, "Your grandfather is indeed involved. As for the reasons behind his actions, I cannot say. However, upon investigation, we have confirmed his involvement, as the ancient priest indicated that such items could only be found by the sea. Moreover, the individual who resorted to deceit was closely associated with your grandfather, and ultimately, that person confessed it was your grandfather who instructed him. Thus, it appears your grandfather bears the brunt of this blame." Upon hearing this, Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "Chieftain, you must not utter such words lightly." The chieftain then regarded her with a gentle gaze and stroked her head, saying, "Child, how could I deceive you regarding such matters? Hence, I must convey that this vengeance may elude you." At this moment, Bai wept profusely, lamenting, "When I finally gained the ability to hunt for myself, every year, the furs I acquired were predominantly taken by him, leaving only Baiyun and me shivering in the cold wind. He, on the other hand, offered those spoils to that old woman, never caring for our well-being. He is no longer our grandfather." The clan leader observed the growing obsession in front of him and, taking Bai by the hand, urged her to rise. "Bai, your sentiments are far too extreme. One must always prioritize the greater good. This is hardly the appropriate time for vengeance." Bai retorted, "When will the grand scheme come to fruition? By the time I reach my advanced years, he will have long since departed this world. There he stands, gazing at the elder patriarch, saying, 'Patriarch, do not compel me regarding these matters. I must see closure.' And now is the most opportune moment." Bai hurriedly rushed towards his home, ignoring the calls of others behind him. Upon entering, he embraced Baiyun, pouring out his emotions fervently. "Baiyun, let me hold you. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Baiyun, would you end my suffering?" Baiyun gazed at her brother with a puzzled expression, noting the absence of his usual spirited demeanor. "Brother, what on earth has transpired to render you thus? Is it that sister is leaving you?" At that moment, Bai stood up, embracing Baiyun tightly, and said, "Baiyun, have you not longed to uncover the truth about our parents? Though you have heard many rumors, I am now prepared to reveal to you the genuine truth, which I have only just discovered." Upon hearing this, Baiyun immediately abandoned her previous nonchalant demeanor and sat up straight, saying, "Brother, please speak. Bai mentioned that our father was killed by poison gas. Our mother, upon witnessing the horrific state of our father's demise, was so traumatized that her mental state began to deteriorate. It was not her intention to abandon you and me. Rather, she was overwhelmed and affected by the shock." Upon hearing this, Baiyun questioned, "Wasn't my father killed by snake venom? How could it have transformed into toxic gas?" At this moment, Baiyu's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing like a hunter who has just captured its prey, as she replied, "You are still unaware, aren't you? Do you know who is responsible for our parents' demise? Do you realize I truly wish to avoid uttering that name? Baiyun, I genuinely find myself at a loss about what to do." Hearing this, Baiyun replied tenderly, "Who is it? Please do not keep me in suspense. How could I possibly be excluded from such matters? Seeking vengeance for our father, how could I be overlooked? Am I not also my father's child?" Bai listened to her younger brother's innocent voice uttering two heavy words, "Daytime. Our grandfather committed such a heinous act solely for the sake of that woman." At that time, the relationship between land and sea was indeed tumultuous. With our father ascending to power, reform was inevitable, which posed a significant disadvantage for the sea. Hence, they resorted to this desperate measure, ensuring that the two strongest individuals would mutually inflict harm upon each other. While our father's integrity remained unblemished, that unscrupulous individual succumbed to temptation and pledged allegiance to them. Ultimately, though he was dealt with according to clan rules, the true culprits have yet to face severe punishment. Bayun, our enemy is none other than our own grandfather. What do you think we should do? Bayun sat in her seat, her expression cold as she spoke. Brother, we have avenged him. Do you not realize? You carried me, a mere toddler at the age of 2 or 3, and though I lacked understanding, I could sense the extent of your sacrifices for me. You humbly pleaded with others, merely seeking a few drops of mother's milk for my nourishment. Every day, you toiled tirelessly in the gathering team, enduring the pain of raw and bleeding hands without uttering a single complaint. Yet, what of the daylight? What of our grandfather? He takes the pelts you laboriously obtained and withholds enough for us, seizing what he desires and treating us like slaves, demanding our servitude. Justice for grievances, retribution for enmity. Bayun embraced her brother, urging him, Brother, seek vengeance. Take me with you. If we cannot avenge our father, what value does life hold? He displayed a similar disdain for their mother, wishing fervently for her early demise. He spoke to their grandmother with unrestrained cruelty, accusing her of giving birth to their mother, which, in his eyes, had shackled his freedom. Must loyalty be built upon the blood and tears of our family? At that moment, Bayou remained lost in a frenzy, while Bayun, too, felt the dark impulses of their shared lineage. They were, after all, creatures of the wild, steadfast in their beliefs, unyielding to change. They had begun to devise an ambitious plan. Chapter 88, Persuasion. Bayou erupted into a frenzied scream, his face a canvas of madness, hatred, and profound despair. He could not comprehend why the world had to be so unjust to him. Upon witnessing this, Liu Qingxuan was already in tears, nearly on the brink of collapse. As she attempted to approach, Hija restrained her, saying, Let him vent. Your presence would only deepen his humiliation. Liu Qingxuan felt as though her heart had been tightly grasped and then cruelly extracted. The sight of her beloved in such a pitiful state overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Large droplets fell onto her hands, causing them to tremble. She longed to speak, yet found herself utterly voiceless. Meanwhile, Bayou wept loudly, while Bayun bit down hard on his own lip, blood seeping forth, seemingly oblivious to the pain. His small frame filled with immense restraint. Hiju observed the trio, the moonlight mocking them like a merciless gentleman, its cold rays filtering through the foliage and casting shadows upon their faces, rendering them unable to struggle against the despair that threatened to pull them into the mire. Then, as if awakening to a realization, Bayou slowly opened his eyes, staring at his bloodied hands, marred by hatred. The flesh was torn, grotesque in appearance, and he found himself mocking his own predicament. Hija anxiously watched, recalling the many wounds he bore, and how he had foolishly revered and honored the murderer of his father, feeling like the most foolish person in the world. In a fit of self-reproach, he struck his own face twice. Liu Qingxuan extended her hand towards Bayou, calling out, No, Bayou, don't do this. But it seemed he could no longer hear her words. He sat there, dazed and unresponsive, as if in a stupor. He perceived an even deeper despair within him. He longed to embrace Bayou, to comfort him tenderly, but with a hoarse voice, he said, Qingxuan, don't approach. Don't add to their humiliation. They deserve their dignity. Knowing this will burden Bayou greatly. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars, as if even a glimmer of hope had vanished. The paths of vengeance and forbearance were both laden with scars. Liu Qingxuan had never felt such emotional turmoil as she did in that moment. She turned to Hija and confessed, Hija, I have never hated someone as I do now, nor have I ever contemplated inflicting such torment. I believed that I would never experience such emotions in my life. I thought he would always find happiness here, you know? At this moment, the situation feels akin to being engulfed by a cataclysmic flood, reminiscent of the deluge that welcomed me into this world. A profound sense of self-loathing envelopes me. Yet I am acutely aware of my own fragility. Were it within my power, I would take upon myself the act of vengeance against the one who harmed her grandfather. However, I realize that my strength is but a feeble attempt to halt a great force. Even with every ounce of my being, I could not confront her grandfather. Tears streamed down Hija's face as he turned to Liu Qingxuan and implored her to cease her lamentations. I too am filled with self-reproach and impotence, he confessed. I grapple with these matters, unable to comprehend why individuals like them must endure such tribulations. Liu Qingxuan, utterly devoid of strength, collapsed to the ground. Weeping with a heart-rending intensity, she cried out for Hija to embrace her tightly. Her voice, hoarse and strained, echoed her anguish as she shouted, It is so unjust. Why must such calamities exist? Is this the way of the world, the decree of heaven? If so, I would rather defy this fate. Her cry startled Hija, who responded, if I were in your position, I would feel the same. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, we are all mere offerings to the forest. Liu Qingxuan's complexion turned ghostly pale, her breath quickening, and her heart constricted with despair. Concerned for her well-being, Hija urged her. You must not succumb to despair at this moment. If something were to happen to you, there would be no one to thwart them. Despite his reassurances, Liu Qingxuan's chest heaved violently, her eyes brimming with vengeance. In stark contrast, Bayu's gaze had lost its former clarity, now shadowed by an ominous intent. The number of prey he had captured was chilling. 13 of the total from their tribe bore his mark, a terrifying statistic that belied the lethal intent lurking within his eyes. Hija called out repeatedly to Bayu, yet there was no response. The only sound was the rhythm of Liu Qingxuan's labored breaths, while Bayu's expression radiated an unwavering resolve for retribution. Meanwhile, Bayun, though a small figure, bore an unsettling expression. Hija had witnessed such a look in the eyes of the little vagabond when he first arrived, but he had never anticipated seeing it reflected in Bayun's gaze. Just as he reflected on this, an unexpected weight descended in his arms. Liu Qingxian had fainted. This left Hija bewildered, grappling with the chaotic circumstances around him. He gently chastised himself. What a burden! I can manage nothing more. With no alternative, he decided to carry Liu Qingxian to his dwelling. Once inside, he laid her on his bed, observing her furrowed brow. Sighing, he murmured, this ordeal is not your fault. Alas, fate has dictated this course, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Having settled Liu Qingxian, he hurried to confront Bayu, saying, cease this madness. I have seen enough of your turmoil. Qingxian, bewildered, presumed that something had transpired among them. Bayu, feeling overwhelmed, turned to Hija and said, please take care of Qingxian for me. Thank you for looking after her. If Ling Jiwei wishes to rekindle their past connection, do facilitate that for them. As for me, I shall bid farewell to Bayun. Hija had initially believed that there might still be hope for Liu Qingxian, but as he observed his longtime friend clearly harboring thoughts of despair, he rushed over to Bayun, exclaiming, Bayun, listen to me. Do not take any foolish actions. It is not surprising that your brother harbors such thoughts. But you are different. Trust me, do not pursue such endeavors any longer. Do you not have your own plans? Bayun cast a slow glance at him and said with hesitance, Brother Hija, these matters are governed by fate. If I were to perish, please do not dwell on my memory. I genuinely cherish the moments we share together. I admit that my numerous invitations for you to climb trees were driven by my mischievous nature, yet I sincerely enjoy your company. Hija embraced Bayun and stated, even if Bai Wei chooses to embrace death, you must not follow suit. This is his affair, and it does not concern you. Should he meet his end, I shall take care of you. Bayun, please heed my counsel. I have nurtured you since childhood, and my time spent with you is no less than that of your brother. I implore you, for the sake of our bond, remain here and refrain from joining him in those perilous endeavors. The scheme they contemplated within their hearts was indeed a remarkably effective one. However, its execution would lead to demise. Their grandfather's involvement in this matter stemmed from the affairs across the ocean. Thus, they must first ascertain from their grandfather the reasons behind this situation and identify the perpetrator. Bayu gazed at Hija and uttered, it's too late. Hija, caught off guard by the unfolding events and alone in this precarious situation, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In desperation, he resorted to the hallucinogenic powder he had recently developed, hoping it would be of some use against the person before him who was spiraling out of control. He released the powder into the air, where it floated in ethereal, verdant wisps. Yet, the scene around him felt ensnared in a thick, green moss that rendered him immobile. Fortunately, the powder's dispersal spurred a slight reaction. Bayu's legs became uncooperative, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. His pallid visage, coupled with his large, vacant eyes, reflected his confusion over his transformation. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground as if drained of all spirit. Helpless, Hija dragged him toward the bed. Recognizing that Bayu's consciousness had relaxed entirely, he could not help but sigh. What is the point of this? It always leads to mutual destruction. He pondered many things, his greatest regret being the art of papermaking, which might now be indefinitely postponed. He wished only for their current state to be salvaged, to the best of his ability. At that moment, Ling Ju, hearing the commotion from within the room, felt an overwhelming sense of impotence regarding the situation. He could not reveal himself. Such matters were too trivial for outsiders, and he wondered what significance he held in this chaos, a mere adversary at best. Ultimately, he exited the room, carrying the unconscious brothers back inside. The room was frigid, and he covered them with a blanket, exhaling deeply. Must they seek vengeance? These matters cannot be ignored. Whatever resolution they may find, their safety remains paramount. If it comes to a confrontation, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. Ling Ju raised an eyebrow. Are you certain it would be mutual destruction? They stand little chance, outnumbered and facing an adversary who knows his vulnerabilities. How could it possibly end in a stalemate? In the end, one or both may perish. His words seemed to pierce through a veil of illusion. He just sighed and glanced at him, saying, one should not speak so definitively. It is wise to retain a modicum of caution. Ling Ju, with a resigned smile, replied, am I not entitled to express my thoughts? Now, let us focus on stabilizing their emotions. With that, he rushed toward Baiyu. Initially intending to awaken the slumbering Baiyu, he placed a hand on Ling Ju's shoulder, saying, what are you doing? This approach will yield no results. He is utterly unaware. Let him remain in this state until he awakens on his own. Meanwhile, Baiyu had clearly entered his dreamscape, where joyous laughter and happiness surrounded him, a realm of blissful ignorance. Yet, soon he realized he could not find his brother, Baiyun. He inquired of those around him, where is Baiyun? The crowd responded, there is no Baiyun. You are the only one here. Baiyu, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, surely Baiyun is alive. He is my younger brother whom I raised with my own hands. How could he possibly be gone? Could this all be a dream? Just as the words left his lips, the world around him turned upside down. What followed was a series of calamities: the death of his father, the madness of his mother, her subsequent demise, the helpless cries of his younger brother, and the humiliation he endured. He gazed in disbelief at his once feeble self, kneeling on the ground, pleading with the haughty females to nurse his brother. Those female beasts regarded him as a mere jest, leaving him perplexed as to why this was happening until the chieftain, unable to bear the sight, occasionally extended a helping hand to him and his brother. As he learned new skills and foraged for food, both he and his brother grew emaciated. It was as though he could see his entire life unfold before him. Struggling in anguish, feeling his own strength yet receiving no care from anyone, he seemed to have forgotten a crucial person, a female shadow that lingered in his memory, which he had mistaken for a beast deity in his dreams. He had never believed in deities, considering them ephemeral hopes, as elusive as the moon reflected on water. He also glimpsed Baiyun's life, which was slightly better than his own. In the future, Baiyun ascended to the position of chieftain, only to pass away 5 years later due to various circumstances, leaving him utterly alone. Qingxuan observed Baiyu's furrowed brow, feeling an inexplicable pain in his heart as he looked on. Ling Ju remarked, in dreams, one must endure such experiences. We, who have suffered so much, are bound to confront these visions. Be wary, for if he fails to awaken, he may cease to exist. Qingxuan, puzzled, looked at him. Ling Ju solemnly nodded. Perhaps you have not noticed, but I have encountered many such events. In our tribe, similar occurrences have happened multiple times. And I am aware of the dire state of our tribe a decade ago. With concern, he asked, what should we do now? Ling Ju replied, we should attempt to awaken him. However, individuals in such a state are notoriously difficult to rouse. Initially, I intended to wake him, but you hindered me. Let things be. I fear he may not survive this. Qingxuan responded, if all else fails, let us call Qingxian to awaken him. Perhaps Qingxian has her own perspective on these matters. Yet I am acutely aware of the precariousness of their current situation. Many things cannot be articulated so simply. I fervently wish for his safety and well-being. Alas, despite his innocence, he finds himself ensnared in such circumstances. Upon observing his expression, Ling Ju comforted him, stating, many situations are like this. Some things are unavoidable. Just take a deep breath. However, for him, this is an immense challenge, and we are at a loss as to how to rescue him. If the plan involves assassinating his grandfather, the outcome would be no different for anyone else. I could undertake the assassination in his stead. Yet I fear he would not consent. Liu Qingxuan swayed slightly as she rose and declared, no, his grandfather is his grandfather, and he may have many more enemies. His grandfather is merely the most conspicuous target. There are certainly others lurking in the shadows. Whether his grandfather is an ally or a superior, identifying the mastermind could alleviate our current troubles. At this revelation, clarity seemed to dawn upon everyone. Chapter 89. Awakening. As this discussion unfolded, a glimmer of hope ignited among them. Yet, the immediate concern was to awaken Baiyu, who must surely be roused at this very moment. Liu Qingxuan gazed at Baiyu's furrowed brow, her heart quaking. Smoothing his brow, she called out, Baiyu, hurry. I've come to fetch you. Was I absent from your dreams? That truly saddens me. I want to paint many flowers upon your face. This proclamation seemed to bear fruit. Baiyu's brow began to relax. Che, witnessing this, exclaimed, quickly, Qingxuan, say more. It's working. Meanwhile, Lingju was resolutely gripping Bai Yu's leg, his grasp becoming painfully tight, leaving marks of blood. Liu Qingxuan felt a pang of sympathy, yet Lingju insisted, if you do not act this way, it will be exceedingly difficult to awaken him. Please, you must awaken him. Observing Bai Yu's state, Liu Qingxuan suddenly steeled herself and declared, then I shall bestow upon you this first kiss. With that, she leaned in, and the gentle sensation blossomed within her mouth. Bai Yu, as if tasting the jelly she had described, strained to open his eyes, eager to behold its form. After a moment of effort, he finally opened his eyes. Yet his expression remained vacant, staring blankly ahead. Liu Qingxuan waved her hand before his eyes, urgently calling, Bai Yu, awaken. He stirred, replying, you're here? Liu Qingxuan, sensing his uncertainty, reassured him, of course I have returned. She even tilted her head cutely. Bai Yu, embracing her, murmured, I am so relieved you are still here. You were with me. In my dream, you were absent. I was alone. Bai Yun has become the clan leader and has passed away. What of Bai Yun? Liu Qingxuan glanced at him and replied, do not worry. Bai Yun is still young. This ordeal has been too much for him. He is merely sleeping and will be fine. How could you burden him with such news? He is far too young for this. In Bai Yu's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered. Liu Qingxuan observed quietly, despite the weariness evident in his gaze. What remained unchanged was the fatigue of his heart, coupled with a hint of grievance as he looked at her. Just as Liu Qingxuan contemplated offering him a comforting touch, Ling Jue interjected abruptly, can we hold off on your eagerness to console Bai Yu for a moment? You need to listen to me first. You need not involve yourself in these matters concerning your grandfather. You should not bear such a heavy burden of guilt. I assure you. Your grandfather's actions clearly indicate he is an accomplice, not the mastermind. The true orchestrator lies beneath the waves, not upon the land. Your sole task is to eliminate the mastermind. As for the accomplices, allow us to handle that for you. Bai Yu, with a vacant expression, looked at him and said, I have also contemplated this matter. However, do you truly believe that without the usurpation of my grandfather, the mastermind could have succeeded? The merfolk have not been able to achieve anything significant for many years. They merely rely on the protection of their ancestors, clinging to the remnants left behind by them. Hija gazed at her and replied, while this reasoning holds some truth, there are certain matters that he was expressing to Bai Yu, who still appeared lost in thought. Liu Qingxuan embraced him and said, my dear, please do not worry about these matters any longer. Let your grandfather deal with them. What we need to do first is capture your grandfather and extract the identity of the true mastermind behind it all. Bai Yu gazed at her with a tender expression, speaking to her softly. Yet, how could one possibly capture such an elusive spirit? He, a cunning old fox, would remain silent even if cornered. Liu Qingxuan remarked, every human possesses a sense of guilt. We must harness his feelings of remorse. Do you resemble your father? Bai Yu shook her head and replied, I do not resemble my father. He is much taller and sturdier than I am. I am still merely a young boy. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could not help but furrow her brows and inquire, then, who bears a closer resemblance to your father's stature? Bai Yu pondered and remarked that her second uncle bore a resemblance in physique to her father, yet she remained oblivious to her second uncle's current circumstances. Her second uncle had departed due to those matters many years ago, and she was uncertain of his whereabouts. At that moment, Ling Jue chuckled and said, this is quite simple. I possess extensive knowledge of this area. As long as he is within this vicinity, I will be able to locate him. Bai Yu rose and bowed, saying, I beseech you, thank you. Ling Jue laughed heartily and replied, what is there to thank? Are we not good friends? I am more than willing to assist you in this matter because you are deserving. Thus, after a few days of waiting, they discovered the whereabouts of their second uncle, stating he is alone in a forest. Upon learning the news, Bai Yu hurriedly embraced Bai Yun and set off. It was the first time Bai Yun encountered his second uncle, who was said to reside within the depths of the forest. He found this notion quite remarkable, for the forest was teeming with wild beasts, yet his uncle had lived there in peace for 6 or 7 years. He wondered how his uncle was faring now. Bai Yun was eager to meet this legendary figure. At this moment, a smile finally graced his lips for the first time in a long while. Observing Bai Yun's expression, Bai Yu felt a sense of relief, realizing that he had indeed rushed into sharing this news with him. With a heart laden with guilt, Bai Yu cradled her younger brother as they arrived at their uncle's humble abode. Though the house was modest in size, it was impeccably tidy, a stark contrast to their own home, which was chaotic and reeked of fish. It seemed their uncle was not at home this time. and the siblings took a moment to rest beneath the roots of a nearby tree. Before long, a figure appeared before them, an individual appearing to be in his 30s. Though Bai Yu knew he was actually in his 40s. This man was her father's younger brother. With thick, ink-black eyebrows and fierce tiger-like eyes, he exuded an imposing presence. Upon noticing Bai Yu, he expressed mild surprise and inquired, "What brings you here?" Bai Yu gazed at his face, reminiscent of her father's. And tears streamed down her cheeks as she tremulously replied, "I am Bai Yu. Do you not recognize me?" The uncle, upon hearing her words, appeared somewhat apprehensive and responded, "Are you truly Bai Yu? Then this child beside you must be Bai Yun. I once listened to your father's words. And you know that my bond with him was as strong as yours with Bai Yun. I regret that I was ultimately unable to provide any assistance in your upbringing." Bai Yu gazed at him as he spoke, uttering an apology. "These matters had long been buried in the sands of time. I have chosen to comprehend your actions. For if the roles were reversed, I would likely respond in kind." Upon hearing this, his second uncle could not help but exclaim, "How swiftly time passes. Even your appearance has transformed. In my memory, you still resemble Bai Yun, who remains the infant cradled in my arms." Bai Yu, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, "Might I trouble you for a favor? I would not intrude upon your life otherwise. We have already learned of those matters." Uncle Air, taken aback, exclaimed, "You truly know? I had fervently warned the clan leader not to disclose this to you. For years, we have been preparing. Yet we have yet to uncover the true mastermind behind it all. Bai Tian is not the puppeteer, yet he undoubtedly bears some responsibility." With a sardonic chuckle, Uncle Air continued, "What a pity, what a pity. He is as slippery as an eel, impossible to grasp." Reflecting on this, Uncle Air gazed at Bai Yu and gradually revealed, "You are aware of these matters, are you not? Therefore, I shall not keep you in suspense. Indeed, it was your grandfather's doing, yet that individual was executed according to clan law, while Bai Tian managed to escape unscathed, cunningly extricating himself from the entire clan beforehand. This is something the clan leader is reluctant to disclose. Years ago, Bai Tian saved his life, and he had no other recourse but to use this excuse. Ultimately, everyone harbors their own thoughts. He likely shared this with you out of concern for the tribe's future, feeling compelled to do so. In truth, after your father's death, the clan leader sought my return to the tribe after several years. However, the trauma these events caused me was insurmountable. I was unwilling to confront them. Thus, I have wandered alone in this forest." Bai Yu remarked, "In my dreams, my fate resembles yours closely. I refused to accept such a role." When Bai Yun matured, he embraced his position, only to meet his demise 5 years later in a violent upheaval. Upon hearing their words, Bai Yun, bewildered, inquired, "How can I possibly become the clan leader at such a tender age? Surely, you must be dreaming." Bai Yu, with a sniffle, replied, "No. This is a dream bestowed by the beast god. In this dream, your sister is absent. It is only the two of us. Eventually, I became disheartened and wandered aimlessly in the forest. You have often urged me to venture out, yet these burdens have long since overwhelmed me. I gradually morphed into a being neither human nor ghost, until 5 years later when you perished in that tumultuous upheaval. If my memory serves me right, you died at the same age as Lingzhu is now." Hearing this, Bai Yun could no longer contain his emotions and exclaimed, "Why is that hurdle so insurmountable for me? I wish to refrain from questioning you further, yet everyone is currently striving to assist you, are they not?" He continued, "While I observe their dialogue, witnessing their brotherly bond brings me a semblance of solace. I told Bai Yu, as long as you can extract these secrets from Bai Tian's lips, eliminating him will become a mere formality. There is no need for you to dirty your hands. I shall take care of it, relieving you of any emotional burden. Am I not correct?" Bai Yu gazed at Shu, her eyes lifting as she expressed, "Though the situation may appear thus, it is unnecessary for you to intervene. My friends will assist me in resolving this matter." However, extracting the truth from his lips proves to be exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, we have devised a plan to capture the ringleader first. The old woman, whom he cherishes dearly, recently fell victim to a high-sodium delicacy we provided to the merfolk. Through our relentless efforts, she has now developed hyperthyroidism. His uncle, perplexed, inquired, "Hyperthyroidism? I have been away from the tribe for far too long. I find myself unfamiliar with this term." Bai Yun quickly interjected, "This is a consequence of our sister's arrival in this world. Our tribe has achieved a life where each individual has access to sugar and salt, and we have produced much more this year. However, excessive salt intake can lead to swelling in the neck, furious outbursts, and in severe cases, protruding eyeballs." Upon hearing this, he remarked, "So that is how it is. It sounds rather terrifying." But how do we resolve this? They possess their own crane philosopher, do they not? If they cannot find a solution, it indeed poses some difficulty for our objectives. I must admit, they thrive remarkably well, living off the legacy left by their ancestors. Apart from the harsh cold that can subdue them, they are remarkably obstinate. At this point, Bayun's expression shifted swiftly. With a cold smile, she remarked, "But their ancestral inheritance, no matter how splendid, lacks innovation and is akin to a heap of mud. Their current supplication to the crane philosopher is quite pitiful. Is it not?" His uncle, upon hearing this, responded, "So they are still engaged in such endeavors?" When I departed, he was already aware of these matters. A mere child standing by the river daily to fish, indifferent to calls for meals. I presumed he was contemplating what fish to catch. But it seems he was deeply engrossed in research. Bayu also sighed, remarking that he truly was different. He could lead a vibrant life all on his own. Unlike the two of us, devoid of Qingxuan, we would find ourselves trapped in that dream. How fortunate we are that the heavens have sent her to our side. Filling us with profound emotion, he further expressed that upon hearing this, he felt compelled to inquire of him, turning to Bayu and saying, "I am willing to venture out. However, have you carefully considered the plan?" Bayu, lost in thought, addressed his second uncle, saying, "Otherwise, would I have come to seek you without a plan?" Liu Qingxuan interjected, "Every individual harbors a sense of guilt. I refuse to believe that old man is devoid of such feelings. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. Would you kindly embody the spirit of his tormented soul?" Upon hearing this, their second uncle chuckled with a newfound clarity, replying, "I never anticipated that my role in this affair would be so limited. Very well, let it be. I shall accompany you in pursuit of justice." Bayu was undoubtedly aware that this situation was far from comfortable for her second uncle, who played the role of another, yet was acutely conscious of his own identity. The tragic demise of that individual only amplified the discomfort. No one would relish such a part. Nevertheless, Bayu sighed and expressed her hope that this time they could successfully avenge their father and unearth the true culprit. Remarkably, events began to unfold towards a harmonious resolution. However, what troubled Liu Qingxuan was that the lingering hostility in the eyes of these two individuals had not dissipated. At that moment, their second uncle introduced himself to everyone. "Greetings, I am Bayu's second uncle, Baisu." The onlookers, upon gazing at the imposing figure before them, fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Bayu was still in a state of incomplete evolution. Just look at her uncle's muscles and explosive strength. One punch could easily fell 10 Bayuns. Hearing her sister describe him in such a manner, Bayun was taken aback and exclaimed, "Sister, how can you say that about me? I too will grow to be like this." Her sister glanced at her and chuckled. "Sweetheart, even your brother hasn't developed like this yet. Perhaps you should wait a little longer. His physique has surely been shaped by the passage of time." It was evident that their uncle was a remarkably robust individual. As they continued to describe him, their second uncle smiled and remarked, "No worries. Bayu should manage just fine, but Bayun may not fare as well." Bayun, resembling a round and cherubic girl, clearly bore the marks of being well cared for. Bayun observed them and remarked on the irony of their jesting about such sorrowful matters, questioning whether it was truly appropriate. "I assure you, it is not," she insisted. "Though I may be somewhat plump, it is merely a manifestation of my rounded form. Every little tiger has a more abundant coat." At this juncture, laughter erupted among the group. Liu Qingxuan noticed the atmosphere had lightened, and her spirits followed suit. She turned to Bayu's uncle and inquired, "May I call you second uncle?" Her uncle, a man of easygoing disposition, tilted his head and replied, "Why not? Call me as Bayu does." With a serious expression, Liu Qingxuan articulated, "Second uncle wishes for you to assume the role of his vengeful spirit, not out of disrespect, but rather to exploit that old man's guilt. By capturing the king, we can extract the secrets." He glanced at the girl, marveling at her cleverness, and responded, "I share that intention. However, the merfolk have proven elusive. Yet, with Hija here, everything will proceed seamlessly." Hija, overhearing their exchange, chimed in with a smile. "I shall certainly offer my modest assistance." Ling Jue hastily added, "I too will contribute my humble efforts, especially since my grievances beneath the water remain unavenged." Their second uncle regarded the bite marks on Ling Jue's body and remarked, "The saliva from this creature hinders healing. It appears you have been quite severely bitten. This speaks volumes of Hija's medical skill, as he has managed to restore you." Ling Jue smiled in silence, affirming, "That is indeed the case." Chapter 90. Death in Daylight. The 6 individuals huddled within the tribe, conspiring over numerous matters, striving to account for every detail. At that very moment, The chieftain had sent a message to Bai Tian, urging him to exercise caution. During the day, I gazed at the clan leader and remarked, "Although you have neglected me for all these years, it is in moments of life and death that you still concern yourself with my fate. I am truly grateful to have you as a companion." The clan leader cast a cold glance my way and retorted, "Do not address me in such a manner again. This is the final occasion. I am not your friend. You must manage your own affairs. Fate dictates life and death, and this time it rests solely with you." During the day, I laughed heartily towards the sky, proclaiming that these matters were easily within my grasp. They wished for me. Yet I suggested they ascertain the truth before reaching a conclusion. If they sought to deceive me, they would need several more years of cultivation. The clan leader furrowed his brow and said, "Have you truly taken my words to heart? They have summoned Bai Su. Are you certain you can match him? Do not forget, you are also his uncle." Bai Tian, with a dismissive gesture, remarked, "If I treat my own grandson this way, why would I concern myself with a distant nephew? Please do not disturb me. I am preoccupied with preparing savory snacks, as my beloved has been indulging in quite an abundance lately." However, I cannot help but notice that her neck seems to be swelling. With a shift in tone, Bai Tian continued, "Could you not summon that fellow, Hija, from your tribe to take a look?" The chieftain replied, "How can I exert control over that? If he is willing to assist you, that is his prerogative. If he is reluctant, there is little we can do, for he has always been quite resolute." During the day, Bai Tian sighed and remarked, "He is just like that, having never endured any hardship. One day, I shall surely drag him to our human clan, compelling him to properly toast the merfolk, indulging in punishment for his impertinence." The clan leader, upon hearing this, responded to Bai Tian, "You are exceedingly presumptuous concerning matters within our clan. Had it not been for my foresight in expelling you from the clan, you would likely have perished alongside that individual. How is it that you still wish to meddle in our affairs? Is saving my life not sufficient for you after all these years of revelations I have shared? You gaze upon me and utter these words. What if none of those events ever transpired? Who can ascertain the truth of what you have conveyed? My act of rescuing you is genuine, yet your information remains shrouded in uncertainty. Do you truly believe I have unwavering faith in you? You continuously profess concern for my well-being while harboring ulterior motives. How could I be oblivious to your intentions?" Hearing this, the clan leader, in a fit of anger, slammed his palm upon the table and declared, "Punishment for your obstinacy is warranted. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Act as you wish. But do not dwell on matters pertaining to Hija, nor summon me to act as an intermediary. Do you truly think my intervention would bear any fruit?" Upon hearing this, Bai Tian realized that his objectives remained unfulfilled. He turned to the clan leader and remarked, "Indeed, your authority has long been undermined. No one will believe your words. It seems that all matters have already been shouldered by Baiyu and Hija. When the time comes, will you simply hand over everything to Lingju, leading to your own downfall?" The clan leader, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage. Grasping Bai Tian by the collar, he retorted, "Listen closely. I do not covet this position of clan leader. Had it not been for the troubles you created, I would never have ascended to this role, which rightfully belonged to Baiyu's father. What would it matter if I were to pass this position to Baiyu? I would gladly relinquish it to her. Yet here you are, spewing nonsense. If you have nothing of value to say, then be gone." During the day, Bai Tian, unwilling to relent, confronted the tribe leader, saying, "Is this how you carry the mantle of leadership? This tribe has stagnated for years, achieving nothing of note. Even the fledgling Ling Jue has outperformed you. After 10 years, he has transformed his tribe into the strongest in this region. And what of you? Were it not for Liu Qingxuan's arrival, your tribe would likely remain a mere shadow of its potential." The tribe leader cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "I am indifferent to such matters. Whether the tribe is grand or humble, my sole desire is for the happiness of those within it. Must you meddle in this as well? Just how much do you think you can influence? Do not forget, you were banished long ago. It is merely unknown to others. Regardless, we have reached this point. Your concerns are your own, and perhaps it would be better for you to simply vanish." Upon hearing this, Bai Tian laughed heartily, retorting, "Then let us see if I live or die." This exchange was overheard by Ling Jue's subordinates, and should Liu Qingxuan become aware, she would surely commend their intelligence gathering. The conversation continued before the six present, with Baiyu striking the table in disbelief, exclaiming, "I never expected the tribe leader to be such a person. He even dares to threaten us, yet we plan to take action against him. But who knows if Bai Tian believes it? He likely has some doubts, though not entirely." Ling Jue narrowed his eyes, stating, "It matters not whether he believes or not. We are destined to act." His disbelief is his own affair, and his belief is likewise. It would be wise to act swiftly. Let us strike tonight with decisive action. He will never suspect that we would move so soon, as he undoubtedly thinks we would plot for days. This will give us the advantage of surprise. What do you all think? At this, everyone expressed their agreement. Liu Qingxuan, intrigued, inquired, "Are there ghosts in your tribe as well?" Ling Jue chuckled softly. "We do not believe, yet the merfolk have such legends. Bai Tian has lingered here long enough that he should be inclined to believe. Regardless, let us test the waters. If we can extract information, tomorrow shall mark his demise." As if fate conspired to aid them, a torrential rain began to fall that night, accompanied by a flash of lightning that illuminated the darkened sky. The stark contrast of the black clouds and brilliant lightning sent shivers through their very souls. As the lightning reflected in their eyes, the six exchanged glances and nodded, as if prepared for what was to come. A deep rumble of thunder echoed through the heavens, as if to cleanse the world of its monstrosities. Outside, the chilling winds howled, and Bai Yun turned to her brother, remarking, "Was it not exceedingly cold when father passed? Such frigid weather. And on the very morning he was discovered, did mother not feel a profound chill upon witnessing that sight?" The chilling rain cascaded upon their faces, and with eyes closed, Bai Yu uttered, "Bai Yun, cease your words and let us commence. Do not disrupt the mood." Ling Jue approached from afar, and as the familiar figure drew near, a shiver ran through the onlookers. He has always been this way. It seems he is prepared to lend us a hand tonight. The moonlight, filtering through the dark clouds, revealed a shadowy figure in the distance, emanating an eerie glow under the moon's illumination. This figure was Bai Yu's second uncle, who, upon seeing himself adorned in such a manner, felt an inner turmoil. The six of them traversed through the dense woods, the night thick and impenetrable, akin to unresolved vendettas. In the pitch-black forest, nocturnal creatures scurried, while the air was filled with sorrowful laments. Liu Qingxuan, feeling a chill in this environment, clung to Bai Yun in fear. Bai Yun grasped her sister's arm and reassured, "Do not be afraid. This is merely an act of vengeance, and nothing more." Liu Qingxuan, with a heavy heart, closed his eyes and prayed to the beast god, beseeching protection for them to cleanse the wrongs they faced. The vengeful throng beneath the radiant moon was approaching, while Bai Tian slumbered peacefully in his wooden abode. His second uncle, gazing at the house before him, was consumed by a deep-seated loathing, muttering, "I shall eventually ruin this repugnant dwelling. The stench of fish is utterly nauseating." Upon entering the dimly lit house, he was immediately engulfed by tremors and began to perspire profusely, striving to maintain his composure amidst the heat. He was not afraid of the darkness itself, but rather of the haunting image of his brother's tragic demise that awaited him each morning, sending shivers down his spine. Unaware of the impending danger, Bai Tian continued to dream of his life in the comfort of his bed, as his second uncle set his sinister plans into motion. "Bai Tian, how could you have wronged me so gravely? Why, after inflicting such harm upon me, do you seek to harm my child as well? Is this truly how you treat your daughter and son-in-law? Just consider how Bai Yu struggles to care for her brother. Can you truly find rest in your slumber?" During the day, he listened to indistinct sounds, and just as he was about to rise, the shadow vanished. His uncle had already scaled the wall and escaped through the window. He felt perplexed by the sounds, suspecting they were merely the pranks of someone. For several consecutive days, his uncle repeated this behavior until the fourth day when he seemingly caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. This apparition suddenly instilled a sense of dread within him, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Yu's father. During the day, Bai Tian mustered his courage to ask, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "It is not I who caused this. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards others. Why come to me? That individual was executed long ago." At this moment, Bai Yu's uncle was already gritting his teeth in anger, yet he restrained himself, fiercely clenching his fists until his nails pierced his palms. He longed to question. "That person was merely a scapegoat, pushed forward by your interests. Had it not been for your instigation, how could my brother Bai Yu's father have met his demise?" The shadow offered no response, standing silently. As Bai Tian attempted to approach, the shadow suddenly emitted a strange laugh, eerily reminiscent of Bai Yu's father. Instilling a profound fear in Bai Tian, he instinctively recoiled beneath the covers, pleading, "No, do not come closer. I did not harm you. I merely spoke a few words." In response, he was met with an even more terrifying, grotesque laughter that seemed to tear at his very soul. Outside the wall, hearing Bai Tian's response, the two brothers clenched their fists, itching to strike him. Bai Yu grasped Liu Qingxuan's hand and inscribed a character upon it. Liu Qingxian gently stroked his head, saying no? You must endure. All of this is worthwhile. You, listen to me, do not go over there. See, we have all deduced correctly. He is not the mastermind. He is merely sowing discord. Leave such matters for your uncle to investigate. Trust me, his hatred is no less than yours. Liu Qingxuan understood that sending the uncle to assassinate would weigh heavily on Bai Tian's conscience. However, he could not bear to witness his beloved in such anguish, wishing not to burden him with such crimes. Yet, he felt deeply remorseful towards his uncle. The pained and conflicted expression on Liu Qingxuan's face caught Ling Ju's attention, who then assured him, "Do not worry. The mastermind will be entrusted to you. I shall handle the killing." Bai cast a grateful glance at Ling Ju, then resumed quietly listening to the sounds within the room. Although it appeared to be eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension suggested that something was amiss. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Bai Tian, unable to contain his psychological strain, uttered a desperate plea. "I beg you, please don't just stand there." The response was a more audacious bout of laughter, alternating between raucous laughter and heart-wrenching sobs. Bai Tian perceived that the entity before him exhibited extreme emotional instability. And he certainly believed in the supernatural. The merfolk had always claimed such truths. Having encountered them among the merfolk, he was convinced this was indeed one of those beings. The merfolk had once spoken of a poison that could transform Bai's father into a fish spirit. However, what Bai Tian did not anticipate was that his father had met a tragic end yet remained unchanged. The merfolk, in their frustration, lamented that there must have been some failure in the process, which momentarily alleviated Bai Tian's anxiety. Could it be that after all this time, his father had morphed into something else? No, he was not the orchestrator of this earthly drama. These were merely provocations. In a sudden outburst during the day, he exclaimed, "I refuse. I will distance myself from this matter. I must inform you that these actions are orchestrated by the merfolk. They have poisoned you in an attempt to transform you into a fish specter. Yet, look at you now. You have not become one. Seek them out. It is all a cunning scheme devised by the elder of the merfolk. The fish clan is in disarray, and I am left with no choice. For the sake of Exiner, I implore you, spare me." During the day, he was thoroughly frightened by the peculiar object before him, trembling incessantly in bed. Upon hearing the orchestrator's identity, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. However, they still needed to verify who the leader of the merfolk was with Ling Ju. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Ju remarked, "It's fine. I will check the records when I return, and the answer will be revealed." Meanwhile, the daytime figure seemed to be in a state of shock, feeling an overwhelming chill coursing through his body, accompanied by excruciating pain, as if he were being savagely torn apart by a fish demon. Unable to withstand such torment, his mind began to unravel, and his body involuntarily quaked. Uttering desperate pleas for mercy, Bai's second uncle gazed at the old man lying supine on the bed, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Since he had acquired all the necessary information, he pondered the futility of the old man's continued existence. The frail figure before him appeared exceedingly rigid. Yet during the daylight hours, his own brother had met such a stiff end upon that very bed, long devoid of breath. How could it be that this repugnant old man still drew breath in deep, labored gasps? He gradually approached the old man's side and exclaimed, "By what right do you persist in life while my brother has perished, ensnared in your nefarious schemes, in such a bewildering manner?" Upon hearing this voice during the day, I suddenly regained my composure and exclaimed, You are his brother? Have you not already departed from this region? How on earth did they manage to locate you?" I initially thought that the clan leader was merely speaking in jest, yet here you are, truly returned. It seems Bai possesses considerable prowess. The old man before me, gazing at me, suddenly broke into a smile and replied, "No, do not be hasty. I shall escort you on your final journey." Chapter 91. The burning at the stake. During the day, I witnessed an individual suddenly kneel before me, pleading, "It is utterly unjust for me to incite discord. I implore you to spare my life. I have yet to marry my beloved. You cannot allow me to perish like this. Have I not lived a lifetime without attaining my desires? Is that not pitiable? Let me go, and I assure you, I shall never darken your doorstep again." My uncle, observing the feeble figure before him, with hollow eyes and a wan demeanor, slowly replied, "I may spare you, but who will avenge my brother?" Terrified, the man continued to prostrate himself, insisting, "Surely you aspire to become the clan leader. Allow the position to be bestowed upon you. With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly excel. Do you not all yearn for leadership? I shall relinquish my claim to you. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I possess a wealth of salt blocks that could render you immensely wealthy. Yet, My uncle's vacant gaze and numbed expression remained fixated on the man's lips, and he uttered, "No, no, you must die. Only in your death can my brother's vengeance be fulfilled. You must perish." He bellowed vehemently, and it was at that moment that I, Ling Jue, sensed the impending turmoil and hurriedly intervened, reaching for my uncle's hand as it approached the man's throat. "No, uncle, do not resort to such actions. It would taint your hands. You share a blood bond with him, and such deeds are beneath you. The beast god will not acknowledge such a person. I beseech you, consider your devout faith." My uncle turned to me with a faint smile, saying, "No, my dear child, it is too late. I wish to conclude this matter myself." I gazed at him in desperation, exclaiming, "Uncle, do not commit such folly. The true mastermind remains at large. We have heard that it was the former clan leader. You must exact justice upon him, not upon this man. Allow me to handle it." Bai hurriedly entered the room upon hearing the conversation, addressing her uncle, "Uncle, let Ling Ju come. We shall seek the mastermind behind this." Her uncle felt a profound weakness enveloping him as Bai supported him, guiding him to the table. He leaned against it, tightly grasping Bai, and said, "Bai, I am truly sorry. Over the years, I have been unable to care for you as I should. I sincerely apologize. I have truly done my utmost. I fear my time is drawing to a close." Bai inquired, "Uncle, how can one as robust as you claim to have so little time left?" Her uncle, supporting his dizzying head, replied, "I have long been exhausted, my strength worn thin. The only thing that has sustained me is the belief in vengeance. Now that my great grievance has been avenged, my time is indeed limited." He soon felt a weightlessness enveloping him, and before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto Bai. Bai gazed at his pale lips, a tear of anguish cascading down her cheek as she softly addressed Ling Jue. "I will first take my second uncle out. This room is far too chaotic for anyone to remain here." Ling Jue, observing the trembling old man before him, remarked, "You have brought this upon yourself, and thus you shall perish." The old man, grasped by the throat, emitted a hoarse and feeble murmur, his words muddled and faint. Ling Jue continued, "Regardless of what you utter, today marks the end of your days." Such a commotion inevitably attracted the attention of those below. Yet those who had witnessed the entire affair showed no inclination to intervene on Bai Tian's behalf. To them, a man like him, once a source of potential gain, had now become expendable. Moreover, he had recklessly divulged such sensitive information. It was time to relocate the former clan leader. During the day, he curled up in anguish, his mouth involuntarily gasping for air. Yet, no matter how desperately he tried, no breath filled his lungs. It was only when he regained consciousness that he realized his head and body had been severed. Ling Ju glanced at the bloodstains in his hands and let out a cold, indifferent laugh, remarking, "Those who do not engage in good deeds will inevitably face the consequences." Bai Yun witnessed the demise of his grandfather before his very eyes, yet remained unmoved. He observed Ling Jue, who merely took a piece of his own beast skin handkerchief to wipe the blood from Ling Jue's hands, saying, "Do not let this man's blood taint your hands." "Thank you, Brother Ling Jue," he replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Jue couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Bai Yun, I trust you bear no psychological burden now? I have already put an end to them." Meanwhile, he just circled above the forest, prepared to summon aid at a moment's notice. At this very moment, witnessing the scene below, he felt a sense of relief. The old man had finally met his end. Encountering the beast god, such a being was hardly worth seeing. Observing that all was well, he descended to their location, transforming into human form, and inquired, "Has the great vengeance been avenged? We still lack the final piece. Who was the mastermind behind it all?" At this juncture, Ling Jue stated, "The mastermind lies beneath the sea. If Bai Yu and the others seek retribution, they must be lured here." He replied, "There is no rush. Allow me to draw them in." They returned the corpse from the daylight to the tribe, which was already caked in mud, the head severed in a most horrifying manner. As dawn broke, Bai Yu bound the body to the stake designated for burning. Addressing the gathering, "Greetings, everyone. At long last, I have avenged half of my grievances. This is the one we dispatched in daylight." The onlookers, astonished by Bai Yu's once cheerful demeanor now twisted by such chilling words, gasped in trepidation, exclaiming, "Bai Yu, what are you saying? Please clarify why you would murder your grandfather." Ling Jue stepped forward, saying, "Do not misunderstand. It was I who killed him. Bai Yu did not slay his grandfather. Let me enlighten you. This old man had it coming. Bai Yu's father fell victim to the old man's instigation, leading to a heinous act by the merfolk. What you do not know is that his death was horrifyingly tragic. The poison he ingested could transform him into a fish demon. Alas, the concoction may have failed, resulting in a most gruesome demise. As these revelations unfolded, the crowd shuddered in horror, unaware of the origins of the fish demons. Hearing such tales, they felt a wave of disgust wash over them, exclaiming, "Heavens! So these fish demons are indeed the wretched souls of the deceased merfolk reconstituted. How utterly revolting! I was bitten by such a creature." Bayou cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon everyone, observing their expressions of dawning realization. The mastermind behind the poisoning of my father is none other than the chieftain of the merfolk tribe, who has long since retreated into a life of leisure. He is hailed as a great hero among his kind, while my father is merely a stepping stone for him. How can I possibly accept this? He has tormented us, the land-dwelling beast men, for far too long. Must we not be permitted to retaliate? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervent outrage, declaring, "We must ensure his demise." Everyone knows the circumstances from back then. The struggle between land and sea was intensely fierce. Should Bayou's father ascend to power now? It would spell a catastrophic disaster for the ocean. The fervor among the crowd was palpable, and Bayou addressed them with resolute determination. "I shall now, in my own name, decree his execution by fire. Those who are executed by fire shall never be reborn nor behold the beast god." Bayou uttered such terrifying words, and the crowd could not help but associate him with the nearby Ling Jui. They lamented that Bayou might become the second Ling Jui. At that moment, Ling Jui also smiled and said, "Come and admire my masterpiece." He then ignited Bai Tian, whose head had been severed, and the flames roared around him, emitting a charred odor. The onlookers were filled with dread as they inhaled the acrid scent, yet no one spoke up. Instead, they felt a profound pity for Bayou's predicament, sorrowing over the fact that their grandfather could treat his own kin so cruelly for the sake of a woman. As they witnessed the man reduced to ashes by the fire, they could not help but reflect on the principle of retribution. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. The uproar surrounding this incident seemed to dissipate, yet the merfolk were thrown into disarray. "Have you heard? That old man Bai Tian has been turned to ashes. Not a remnant left behind. Indeed, did he really expect us to rescue him? What were we to do?" Someone mused, "Now that Bai Tian is gone, what will Xinr do? Most of what Xinr has gained over the years was bestowed by that old man. Now that he is dead, just look at how that old woman flaunts her arrogance. I have long grown weary of her." At that moment, Xinr, upon hearing these remarks, remained unmoved, preoccupied with her own affairs. As she busied herself, she remarked, "What's the big deal? One less person, and I refuse to believe that life will not go on. Can I not thrive without him?" Hearing this, her nephew did not offer her praise but instead said, "Over the years, you have taken quite a bit from him. You ought to enjoy your twilight years. Yet seeing you like this, I doubt you have anything left to gain. Farewell." The old woman glared at him, retorting, "You ungrateful wretch. I have treated you well, yet this is how you repay me. Very well, I shall ensure you learn the meaning of consequence. Leave. From now on, do not expect to receive anything from me." At this, her nephew sneered, "That is precisely what I should say to you. Do not expect anything from me in the future. The farther you go, the better. I have endured enough of you, old woman." In the face of such audacity, Xinr surprisingly did not lose her temper and simply stated, "Fine, then you go." No longer angered, her intent was to demonstrate to everyone that she could thrive independently, regardless of Bai Tian, who was merely a dog at her side. Her nephew swam away, and the crowd congratulated him, saying, "At last, you are free from that old woman." The old woman believed she could thrive without Bai Tian, unaware of the immense benefits he had provided her over the years. It was I who was genuinely moved by his kindness, yet in the end, no one mourned for Bai Tian's demise. The spectators exchanged knowing smirks, while Xinr felt a pang of anxiety. What if Bai Tian's death meant trouble for her own supply of delicacies? Observing her increasingly swollen neck, Xinr felt a rare pang of anxiety. The merfolk were not lacking in salt, yet the price had soared to unprecedented heights. Ignoring her trepidation, Xinr seized the remnants of a savory pastry and began to eat, unaware that her tribe had already undergone significant transformations. How could salt be this exorbitantly priced? You are selling it at double the usual rate. Do you think I have grown feeble and can be easily bullied? Xinr confronted the salt vendor. The merfolk glanced at her askance, replying, "What a coincidence. This salt's price has escalated due to unchanged supply chains coupled with rising demand. More buyers naturally lead to increased bargaining. What are you even saying? I prepared extra savory pastries for you during the day, as I heard you would go mad if you missed a meal." Amid laughter, Xinr retorted, Have you lost your mind? Haven't all those people perished? How could they provide me with anything? Sell it to me at the original price, or I shall topple your stall. The vendor, undeterred, countered, You dare to threaten me? Those nearby chuckled, chiming in, Aren't you afraid that this old woman might go mad and destroy your wares? What is there to fear? Don't you have enough pelts at home? If she wrecks my stall, she'll owe me as much as the damage. If not, she can simply barter with her pelts. You still covet pelts? I see you have the audacity to attempt thievery. Do you believe I cannot ensure your demise? The vendor smirked and said, I once believed your threats, but now I do not. Your allies have perished or deserted you. What do you have left? You have driven away your son, and even your nephew refuses to care for you. Now, you are the fish on the chopping block. Buy if you wish, or leave if you do not. Exionaire, trembling, retreated while muttering, What kind of people are these? Truly disgusting. Though she departed without any pastries, her heart was tumultuous, akin to a frenzy. As she wrestled with her thoughts in her disheveled room, the chaos of her turmoil rendered the space even more disorderly. In the past, her nephew would tidy up, but now her room exuded a foul odor of neglect, appearing untidy and filthy. Her nephew, witnessing her madness and the impatience of the onlookers, rushed into her dwelling and exclaimed, What are you raving about now? Exionaire glared with bulging eyes, her visage terrifying, and uttered, I want pastries. I only desire pastries. Her nephew tossed 2 pastries onto the ground. Unbothered by the dirt, she quickly stuffed the muddy pastries into her mouth, exclaiming, Delicious, truly delicious. He merely observed her and remarked, I wonder who is begging whom. If you wish for more, you must plead with me. She hastily responded, I implore you. My dear nephew, bring me a few more. He obliged, handing her several more pastries, and Exionaire had entirely shed her previous noble demeanor. As matters settled, they initiated their next course of action, and the merfolk increasingly indulged in sampling salted biscuits. At this juncture, the frequency with which they sought the assistance of Huzza had notably increased. Huzza observed the gathering and couldn't help but smile, remarking, It seems we must take the next step. The crowd chuckled in agreement, eager for action, one exclaiming, Indeed, let us hasten. I can hardly contain my anticipation. On this day, the merfolk approached Huzza, who feigned compliance, stating, I am but a merchant motivated by profit. Name your price, and I shall assist you. Upon hearing such an enticing proposition, the merfolk were intrigued, and Huzza, with a knowing smile, inquired, I have heard whispers of a delectable delicacy you possess. Why not present it for my tasting? Internally, Huzza lamented the inevitable repetition of Bayun's tragic fate, as he prepared to consume such unpalatable fare. The merfolk hastily presented their offerings, and after a few bites, he remarked, Bayun truly endured hardship. How could one relish this? He maintained a stoic facade while inwardly feeling as though he were ascending to the heavens. As he continued to eat, he collapsed to the side, declaring, That suffices. I wish to rest for a while. Upon awakening, we shall discuss your specialties. Not much, just 10 crates will suffice. The merfolk, alarmed, protested, That is theft. Huzza countered, Only I possess the means to remedy your plight. Are you certain you wish to abandon such hope? The merfolk, hesitant, assured him, No, we would not. Huzza smirked and said, Then come to me tomorrow. Chapter 92. Huzza's treatment. As Huzza approached the shoreline, the merfolk eagerly emerged, straining to catch a glimpse of him. The cacophony of their chatter grated on Huzza's nerves, causing him to frown in distaste. Is this the legendary Huzza from the land above? He appears rather unremarkable, quite distant from our realm. Should he indeed cure us, what price shall we offer him? I have heard tales of the greed inherent in those from the land. Let us watch and see. He seems rather inexperienced, like a fledgling. Could it be that he is deceiving us? Huzza chose silence in response to their speculations, contemplating how best to execute his plan and exploit their gullibility. Yet, he had no intention of being lenient with those who harbored malice against him. Addressing the leader of the human representatives, he stated, Why do I perceive distrust in your voices? Such indignity shall compel me to take my leave. The leader, a figure of false integrity, feigned a smile and replied, How could that be? They are merely the unlearned. Besides, you are not treating them. These commoners hardly warrant your healing touch. Rest assured, I shall guide you to the one who requires your healing. Huzza regarded the individual before him with utmost disdain. Yet he felt compelled to feign a semblance of acquiescence, nodding haughtily. Very well, but should I encounter anyone among them who necessitates my assistance, I shall take my leave immediately. The leader licked his lips and whispered cautiously, Oh, how could we ever allow you to be underutilized? We have prepared a seaside abode for you. They escorted Hija to the dwelling where he stayed during the day. He was well aware of to whom this house belonged, yet he had to maintain an air of ignorance. He feigned curiosity, inquiring, "I heard that Bai Tian, who maintained close communication with you, has passed away. How did he meet his end? I heard it was quite tragic, reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, the merfolk sensed an ominous turn of events. They were acutely aware that Bai Tian had died within that very house. Should Hija learn of this, it would spell disaster. One of them hastily altered their path, exclaiming, "Oh dear. It has been so long since I last set foot on land that I have forgotten the way. Allow me to take you to another room." As Hija observed the merfolk leading him to a different, even more cramped room, he scoffed, "Is this your hospitality? To confine me to such quarters? I think not. You cannot truly expect my forgiveness after your earlier remarks. It seems you only wish to appease me with material offerings." Hija continued to belittle them, asserting his superiority, for he held these individuals in contempt. Were it not for the tasks at hand, he would be disinclined to engage with them. The more arrogant he appeared, the more they would seek his favor. As for their ailments, he certainly had remedies, but they would remain firmly within his grasp. He had no intention of providing them with prescriptions. His intention was merely to prolong their suffering in order to capture another individual. The leader, observing Hija, could not help but furrow his brow, contemplating the truth that this man hailed from the land, utterly lacking in perspective and unaware of the beauty of this place. What did it matter if the room was small? Each time the sea breeze swept through, it was a most delightful experience. Regrettably, he lacked the appreciation for it, and inwardly rolled his eyes, continuing to speak with deference. "This place is particularly splendid when the evening sea breeze arrives. It carries a gentle scent of the ocean, providing great comfort. Only you deserve such a dwelling." Hija raised an eyebrow at this, inquiring, "That previous room appeared significantly larger. Why was I not taken there?" This question left the leader momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged silence, one of his companions finally responded, "That room is inauspicious. A death occurred there." Instantly intrigued, Hija casually inquired, "Who met their demise?" "I have not heard of anyone recently passing." Aside from the mention of Bai Tian, both individuals fell into a silence, and in an eerie atmosphere, they slowly nodded in agreement. Upon arrival, Hija leisurely articulated his thoughts, proudly tilting his head to exude an air of superiority. He remarked, "So you intended for me to reside in such a dismal dwelling? It appears your hospitality is truly lacking. Have you not always boasted about your politeness? I fail to see how your courtesy has devolved into this." Hija, radiating the arrogance characteristic of the land-dwelling beast men, left the merfolk seething, their faces transitioning from crimson to a deep shade of black. Thus, the encounter ended on an unsatisfactory note. Upon returning to the tribe, the mermaid confronted the chieftain, exclaiming, "Whoever wishes to engage in this task may do so. You are unaware of the arrogance displayed by that land-dwelling beast man, who, under the pretense of possessing some medical skill, incessantly belittles us, claiming we lack manners and are of poor quality." The chieftain, upon hearing this, scoffed and replied, "If he can indeed heal, that would be splendid. However, should he fail, he shall become a fish ghost, which could be considered his destined end. During this period, Hija would undoubtedly refrain from contacting Bai Yu and the others." Lingju also remained ever vigilant, prepared for covert operations, concealing numerous serpent beast men in undisclosed locations unbeknownst to the merfolk. The following day, the merfolk arrived as scheduled, selecting one among them for Hija to treat. Observing the swollen neck of the mermaid, Hija exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What manner of curse has befallen you to result in such a condition?" He gestured for the mermaid to approach. As she wobbled towards him, Hija stood upon the beach, disdainfully regarding her, thinking to himself that he hardly wished to touch her, were it not for the considerable items they had offered. Her appearance was quite unappealing. The merfolk, observing Hija's derogatory actions and ostentatious display of his medical prowess, could not help but harbor malicious thoughts, sarcastically retorting, "If you cannot cure her, I would be ashamed if I were in your position." Hija, noticing the mockery aimed at him, cleared his throat and retorted, "Are you attempting to instigate a medical dispute? This has always been the case. Perhaps it would be best for me to return your items." He spoke with disdain, turning his head aside, while the merfolk's consul continued to pacify him with a calm demeanor. Hija, looking at the mermaid requiring treatment, disdainfully questioned, "Has your weight been steadily decreasing? Moreover, your trembling hands and pale complexion suggest that your hyperthyroidism has become quite severe, has it not?" The mermaid, astonished that the doctor could discern her symptoms, felt a surge of happiness and respectfully inquired, "Indeed, Is there any method by which you can treat me? Hija first offered a sardonic remark. You consume copiously yet grow so little, even losing weight. This indicates you are indulging in distressing fare. And such sustenance is hardly beneficial. As Hija continued to ridicule her, the mermaid, though stung by his words, dared not engage in a verbal spar with him and maintained a respectful demeanor, pleading, "What do you intend to do? I beseech you to save me." Hija gazed at the individual before him, instantly extinguishing the flames of indignation within himself. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "For the next few days, adhere to my dietary regimen. You shall consume what I consume, but of course, you must compensate me for my provisions." The merman, astonished, responded, "Have we not already remitted payment for your healing services?" At this, Hija let out a cold chuckle and retorted, "The fee for treatment is one matter. But what of your medicinal supplies? It is evident you possess no genuine intent to heal. These remedies are quite costly, and as for your dietary practices, one can only wonder what ghastly fare you have ingested to arrive at this state. Surely a curse from the divine. How pitiable." Upon hearing this, the merman begrudgingly acquiesced to Hija's demands. Hija, with a persistent insistence, requested various marine delicacies, which were already in limited supply for the merman clan that year. The costs incurred for employing Hija had already depleted a significant portion of their annual reserves, and with this additional expense, it seemed the living standards of the human race would suffer considerably this year. Hija, observing the items presented to him, feigned delight, proclaiming, "Just wait. I shall prepare the concoction by tomorrow, and you need only come to partake." He meticulously gathered the ingredients for the Angelica 6 yellow decoction as instructed by Liu Qingxuan: astragalus, angelica, rhubarb, coptis, yellow bark, prepared earth, earthworm, and licorice. Internally, he scoffed, "Were it not for vengeance, I would never bestow such precious herbs upon you. The time and effort required are considerable." The following day, Hija brought the materials to the seashore, where the merman arrived. Upon receiving the ingredients, the merman immediately began to stuff them into his mouth. Hija hastily interjected, "This must be decocted in water, not consumed raw." The merman, puzzled, queried, "If it is to be decocted, why do you not prepare it for me directly?" Hija rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "Understand this. You came to me seeking treatment, not the other way around. If you wish for my assistance, you must first prove yourself worthy." Having lived in the water for so long, the merman held a deep-seated fear of fire. Yet, at this moment, he had no alternative but to fumble about by the shore to kindle a flame. As he suffered burns from the fire, Hija remained unperturbed, advising him, "Burns cannot be submerged in water, lest they become inflamed." The merman, seething with anger at Hija's callous demeanor, found himself unable to voice his frustration. Hija, witnessing this, could not help but laugh heartily. What a ridiculous spectacle. After guiding the merfolk to extract the medicine, Hija slowly addressed the individual, stating, "You must take this twice daily, and after several days, your symptoms will significantly diminish. It is all worth it." After 2 weeks had passed, Hija observed the merfolk and remarked, "You see, your ailment has improved considerably. Although it remains quite severe, it is markedly better than when you first arrived." The merfolk, having witnessed the alleviation of the individual's condition, could not help but exclaim that this indeed was a divine blessing from the beast god upon their kind, as it was rare for a beast man to heal such an affliction. Consequently, they flocked to Hija, hoping he would extend his healing to them first. Seeing their eagerness, he promptly stated, "There are still other areas needing treatment. This is merely a slight alleviation, but issues such as palpitations still require attention. Some may even experience nausea, which has alternative remedies, though they demand additional resources." The individual who had been treated expressed unwavering gratitude towards Hija, tirelessly promoting his miraculous abilities among the merfolk, extolling how obedient Hija was to him. As he noticed the admiration from his peers, the merfolk felt extraordinarily esteemed. Chapter 93. Hija's moment of glory. Those around bore witness to this remarkable technique and incessantly inquired about the formulas for the medicines. Yet Hija, with an air of pride, declared that this was his unique secret, a technique gifted to him by the beast god. Should anyone wish to acquire it, they would first need to seek the beast god's permission. If granted, he would gladly share it. Upon hearing that the formula could be within their grasp, the merfolk disregarded all else and hurried to their chieftain, exclaiming that if the beast god consented, their people would be saved. The chieftain, a cunning individual, yearned for the formula, but was reluctant to venture to the land for worship. This presented a significant dilemma for him. At that moment, the spokesperson who had received Hija approached, obsequiously suggesting, "There is no need for you to take action. Without you, chaos would ensue among our people. Perhaps we could send the old chieftain to pay homage instead? It would be a respectful gesture without incurring any loss. He is quite aged, should he pass. There would be no one left to govern. The chieftain, kicking the spokesperson, retorted, "Do you think I have not considered all these possibilities? I merely fear that revealing our plans during the day might endanger the chieftain's life." Despite his words, a cold smile crept onto the chieftain's lips as they conspired together regarding these matters. When the old chieftain received such news, he was visibly displeased. He glared at the current chieftain and slapped him, saying, "Do you believe I am too old to deal with you?" The young chieftain, smiling, replied, "How could that be? What harm could come from merely paying respects to the beast god? Moreover, this sentiment does not solely originate from my perspective, but resonates with the collective voice of our people. At this very moment, the merfolk are engulfed in discontent. And the message relayed by the newly appointed chieftain reveals that the former chieftain is unwilling to seek the remedy for their safety. Faced with such dire circumstances, the former chieftain, in a state of helplessness, embarks on a pilgrimage to the land of the beast gods. On the day of his departure, the inhabitants of the land have prepared a grand water tank for his transport. Within this tank, the former chieftain is conveyed to the New Moon tribe, where he solemnly observes the beast god in the temple and earnestly inquires, "Might you bestow upon us the blessing of the remedy?" From the shadows, Liu Qingxuan, playing the role of an oracle, retorts, "Unwilling, unless you can endure our trials. Should you succeed, we shall certainly grant our blessing." After a moment of contemplation, the former chieftain addresses the deity, "May I be permitted to ponder this?" The deity, in anger, declares, "If your heart is insincere, return to the sea. The curse has already been laid upon you." Upon hearing this, the former chieftain hastily expresses his willingness to undertake the trials. At this juncture, he just steps forth and proclaims, "Since the deity is inclined to test you, please relay this message back to your tribe, so they may set a date for the commencement of the divine trials." Approaching the former chieftain, Hiju assures him, "Rest assured, the trials from the deity are not insurmountable. Behold, I stand here unscathed. What is it that troubles you?" Upon hearing these words, the former chieftain is struck with a cold sweat. The news of the trials reaches the tribe, yet the merfolk display no visible reaction. The common folk engage in merriment, seemingly convinced that the remedy will soon be within their grasp, while those in positions of authority grow increasingly anxious. How dreadful! This is likely a matter of life and death. The former chieftain, after enduring this trial, may well find himself utterly obliterated. But his fate is of little concern to us. What we care about is whether we will obtain the remedy. As you suggest, should he perish in the process, acquiring the remedy could be deemed his noble deed, given his former status as chieftain. The merfolk express no dissent. The lower echelons remain blissfully ignorant, while the upper echelons feign ignorance, each scheming for their own gain. Soon, the day of the trial arrives, and to him, this ordeal feels akin to a cruel torture. Before the temple stands an enormous pot, and there, Bayu stands ominously, addressing the former chieftain, "My father has an immense fondness for fish soup. How would you feel about slaughtering him so mercilessly, transforming yourself into fish soup as an offering of atonement?" Without waiting for the old chieftain to react, he was swiftly lifted from the wooden tub and unceremoniously thrown into the prepped pot. At that moment, Bayun had already stoked the flames to their maximum intensity, exclaiming that the water was nearly boiling. As the old chieftain splashed into the pot, water erupted around him, some droplets scalding Bayun, who remained impervious to the pain. Focused solely on adding firewood alongside Bayun, they even pondered whether they had enough wood for the flames. Gradually, a pungent fishy odor began to permeate the air, leaving the old chieftain in a state of agony, pleading for mercy. He confessed that he had indeed heard by Tion's instigation and begged to be spared. But Bayun responded in unison, "If I spare you, then who will spare my father?" They pointed out that everyone knew his pilgrimage to the beast god was a death sentence, mocking him as a so-called hero, colder than the most heartless of creatures, even inferior to a snake. The boiling water produced thick clouds of steam, and the chieftain made several desperate attempts to escape, only to be held down by Bayun, who, despite her hands turning red from the scalding water, remained oblivious to her own suffering. Bayun tirelessly added more firewood, fanning the flames with fervor. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the chieftain was ultimately boiled alive. As the fishy aroma filled the air, the two of them wore expressions of madness, paying homage to the beast god, proclaiming their vengeance fulfilled, and hoping for divine protection for their father in the next life, wishing him a fortunate rebirth. Ling Ju, observing this scene, could not help but chuckle softly, remarking that while he was deemed the most brutal, Baiyu was not far behind. It seemed she was well suited for the task of dealing with the chieftain. Lingzhu signaled his subordinate to convey a message to Hija, satisfied with the outcome, and tossed a generous amount of salty snacks into the water, saying, "If it weren't for you, old woman, Bai Tian might not have so easily encountered the chieftain. You are an accomplice, and I shall rid Baiyu of you." As numerous snacks surfaced on the horizon, many merfolk rushed to the scene, and the old woman, in a frenzied state, also came to snatch them up. With no assistance, her neck appeared increasingly swollen, her eyes bulging, her form reduced to a skeletal figure. Hija, observing the old woman, remarked, "What beauty could possibly enchant Bai Tian to such a degree? By my estimation, even the females of our tribe are far superior." In the sky, flocks of white cranes circled above. Hija let out a cry that resonated through the air, causing the cranes to dive toward the old woman. Their sharp talons lifted her into the air, and the merfolk, accustomed to the depths of the sea, had never ventured into the sky. The old woman trembled with fear as two cranes clutched her, while the others relentlessly pecked at her. When she was finally cast into the sea, the merfolk discovered her body riddled with wounds, every piece of flesh marred, and her eyes entirely plucked away. Though the old woman met a gruesome end, there were no words of sympathy, only the adage remained, "Good begets good, and evil begets evil." The white cranes called out in the sky, their voices resonating with joy, embodying the elation of avenging Baiyu. Upon hearing the distant birdsong, Liu Qingxuan couldn't help but exclaim within the temple that justice had finally been served. At that very moment, Baiyu closed her eyes and fell before the statue, murmuring her gratitude for the divine protection, declaring that with vengeance fulfilled, she could now live her life with peace of mind. Observing Baiyu in such a state, Liu Qingxuan took her hand and said, "Let us prepare a sumptuous feast tonight to reward ourselves. It has been far too long since anyone has savored a proper meal." The evening was exceptionally bountiful, and as Uncle Air beheld the array of dishes, he laughed heartily, exclaiming that he had never tasted such delights. Liu Qingxuan, smiling, served him more food, saying, "If you have never experienced this before, then indulge yourself. If you find it to your liking, feel free to visit often." Baiyu addressed her second uncle, inquiring, "Uncle, might you consider residing within the tribe? All obstacles have been surmounted, and given the chief's advanced age, I believe you would be well suited to assume the mantle of leadership." Her uncle gazed at Baiyu, gently ruffling her hair as he replied, "Now that the emotional knots have been untied, this position rightfully belongs to you. I shall refrain from participating, but I am here to support you." The others echoed Baiyu's sentiments, affirming that after all the effort expended, it was indeed her turn to be recognized in this role. Meanwhile, Ling Ding raised an eyebrow, holding up a wine cup as he remarked to Baiyu, "I eagerly anticipate facing you as my rival in this same capacity." Baiyu raised her glass in return, declaring, "I shall not disappoint you. Let us await the outcome with bated breath." Upon hearing Baiyu's response, laughter erupted among the group, for she had crossed a significant threshold and expressed her willingness to ascend to the position of clan leader. Liu Qingxuan, brimming with joy, danced about, exclaiming, "In just 6 months, once I have completed these courses, I shall become a priestess." At that moment, Baiyun, equally elated, remarked, "Does this mean I shall be the happiest child in the entire tribe?" Liu Qingxuan embraced her, affirming, "Indeed, you shall be the happiest child. However, I seem to recall that amidst all this excitement, your coursework remains unfinished." Hearing this, Baiyun responded with a hint of sorrow, "After all we have endured, I should not be denied the opportunity to write. It is truly exhausting to pen so many characters each day." Liu Qingxuan promptly produced Baiyun's homework for all to see. As they gazed upon the crooked characters, they couldn't help but sigh, "You really ought to practice more." Faced with such remarks, Baiyun had no choice but to return home after dinner to complete her assignments. The evening was filled with joyous revelry, and everyone celebrated wholeheartedly. When the news of Baiyu's impending promotion to clan leader reached the tribe, a wave of jubilation swept through the community, while neighboring smaller tribes lamented in secret. "I fear Baiyu's ascension will lead to the absorption of our humble tribes. What shall we do?" they whispered. Furthermore, his recent approach to leadership increasingly mirrored that of Ling Jue. "Do you not perceive the camaraderie between Baiyu and Ling Jue? It seems evident to me that Ling Jue's support signifies true friendship." Another chimed in, "I, too, sense their bond. Just look at how devoted Ling Jue is to Baiyu, coupled with Liu Qingxuan's influence." It appeared as though the larger tribes would leave little room for the smaller ones to thrive. Those among the larger tribes seemed to possess ample resources, while we scarcely managed a few meals a month, a disheartening reality. In the distance, the ordinarily modest Xinu tribe was now adorned with vibrant red ribbons. A request from Liu Qingxuan. Today marked the ceremonial occasion of Baiyu's ascension to clan leader, with the venerable high priest donning an elaborate feathered crown, prepared to officiate. Liu Qingxuan, adorned in the traditional feathered crown of the tribe, awaited at his side. Baiyun was evidently exhilarated, incessantly chattering about when he would finally see his elder brother, while Baiyu, at that very moment, remained within the confines of the temple. Baiyun knelt devoutly within the temple, uttering her solemn vow. This time, she found herself alone, her gaze fixed upon the divine statue as she proclaimed her promise. Baiyu gazed solemnly at the deity and spoke, "I am aware that fame and fortune shall ultimately fade away, and I too shall vanish like these figures into the annals of history. Yet, as long as I, Baiyu, remain, I shall undoubtedly guide my tribe towards greatness. O revered beast god, I beseech you to bestow your blessings upon your humble servant, that I may lead my people to glory. If you possess any awareness in the heavens, grant that the love between Qingxuan and me may endure eternally, allowing us to cherish one another deeply. I aspire for our bond to be as timeless and profound as you." Baiyu solemnly recited his oath, and upon its completion, he knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times before the beast god, his demeanor grave and respectful, as he exited the sanctuary. The orcs of the Crescent Moon tribe erupted in cheers for him, draping him in feathered garments and adorning his head with a laurel crown. Baiyu gazed at the crowns placed upon him, while in his hand he held a scepter that symbolized power, adorned with a magnificent diamond, a gem that Liu Qingxuan and Hiju had sought for an extended period. Baiyun held a particular fondness for this diamond. Baiyu vividly recalled that in his dreams, Baiyun had once possessed this very diamond, but only in the 5th year of his ascendancy to clan leader. This time, Baiyu was resolute in his determination to prevent a tragedy from repeating. This time, he would ensure the safety of his brother, his friends, and his beloved. Baiyu adjusted the laurel crown atop his head and, with a resounding voice, proclaimed to them, "Before the beast god, I vow to lead you towards glory. To ensure the flourishing of our tribe, unchanging is my loyalty to you." At this moment, tears welled in everyone's eyes as they bore witness to Baiyu's arduous journey, his quest for vengeance, and his subsequent rebirth. The community rejoiced at his ascension to chieftaincy. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxuan could not restrain her tears, exclaiming, "What a joy! His beloved has finally emerged, liberated from the burdens he once bore." Meanwhile, Baiyun and Hiju were also moved to tears, having witnessed their dear friend step out from the shadows and rise to leadership, while their devoted tribe thrived under his guidance. Their uncle stood steadfastly beside Baiyu, akin to a loyal knight guarding his sovereign. The chieftain stroked his beard, expressing his relief at finally being able to face the beast god. Having entrusted the entire tribe to Baiyu with unwavering confidence, the elder priest approached, holding a willow leaf, and addressed Baiyu, saying, "Within this leaf lies the sacred water of our blessings for you. Particularly precious are the tears shed by your loved ones and friends. May these tears find their way into your heart. They embody both joy and sorrow, yet all signify love for you. May you be forever cherished henceforth." As he spoke, he sprinkled the tear-laden water upon Baiyu's face. Baiyu gazed at the droplets adorning his skin, refraining from wiping them away, instead silently vowing to ensure the everlasting peace of his tribe. Baiyu gazed at the feathered crown adorning the head of his beloved, a smile blossoming upon his lips as he remarked, "You look absolutely stunning today." This marked the first occasion on which Liu Qingxuan donned the attire of their tribe, exuding an enchanting aura of exotic charm. Adjusting her feathered crown, Liu Qingxuan replied, "Your laurel is equally exquisite." The onlookers bore witness to their silent exchange of affection, sharing in a collective smile. Meanwhile, Xiongda, observing their interaction, quipped, "Watching the two of them together makes me feel as though I could consume 100 cakes and still not match their sweetness." The elder chief then presented his token to Baiyu, stating, "This is a treasured heirloom of our new moon tribe, passed down through generations. I now entrust it to you. When you are ready to accept it, you must also embrace the responsibilities of our community. Do you consent to this?" Baiyu turned a glance at her beloved's brother and her friends, her uncle, and resolutely nodded, declaring, "I am willing. I am prepared to dedicate my life to safeguard the security of our entire tribe." The chieftain cautiously placed the letter into her hands, and Baiyu clutched it tightly to her chest, proclaiming it to be as indispensable to her as her own heart. As the onlookers beheld Baiyu accept the letter, a chorus of cheers erupted, her name soaring through the air. However, Baiyu bypassed the crowd and approached Liu Qingxuan, standing beside the golden threads, and took her hand. Leading her to the center, she addressed the assembly, stating, "I shall stride forward hand in hand with my beloved, guiding our tribe to forge ahead with unwavering determination." Lingju, witnessing this poignant scene, could not help but shed a tear, and as she observed the single droplet fall, a smile of understanding crossed her face. She realized that her sentiments towards these matters were not entirely devoid of warmth, for she and the others were increasingly becoming vibrant, living souls. At that moment, Bayun gently grasped Ling Ju's hand and said, "Shall we share in the joy of tonight's celebration together, dear brother Ling Ju?" He raised an eyebrow, remarking, "This afternoon, there will be festivities. Since we have accompanied him for so long, let us go fishing, and I assure you, I shall not concede defeat this time." Ling Ju raised an eyebrow in response, questioning, "Are you certain?" This exchange brought forth a wave of joy among the crowd. But the most elated of all was Liu Qingxuan, who stood at the center, publicly affirming his commitment to lead their tribe towards a resplendent future. Bai addressed the crowd, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. He conveyed profound gratitude for the companionship and support he received throughout their arduous journey. However, he especially wished to extend his appreciation to his friends, Ling Jue and Hija, who had provided him with unwavering assistance. Although Ling Jue may be perceived as a ruthless individual, it is through him that the current version of Baiyu has emerged. Now, he is prepared to engage in a friendly competition with him as rivals, fostering a spirit of amicable rivalry between their tribes. Upon ascending to the position of clan leader, he pledged to ensure that the children of their community would have access to education, sparing them the plight that befell Hija, who spent his mornings fishing and his afternoons studying. This aspiration also resonated deeply with Hija. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, chanting their names. And upon hearing his name celebrated by others, Ling Jue was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy. During the celebratory feast, Baiyu gazed upon the exuberant faces of his kin and proclaimed, "I hope that one day, everyone will be able to live such a life. Not just those of our tribe." Liu Qingxuan, looking gently ahead, replied, "That day will surely come. May all take pride in your name when it does." Baiyu searched for the figures of Ling Jue and Hija, yet found neither of them. At that moment, Hija was in a fit of irritation, counting the number of fish he had caught with his fishing rod. Witnessing Hija's departure from his usual ethereal demeanor, Ling Jue could not help but laugh heartily, saying, "I never expected you to possess such a side." Hija retorted, "Am I only permitted to maintain an otherworldly presence, untouched by the mundane? Must you then persist in wearing that glacial expression?" Upon hearing this, Ling Jue erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Your words are delightfully amusing. It seems you have unveiled your true self before me." As Hija appeared on the verge of annoyance from Ling Jue's teasing, Ling Jue ceased his banter and focused intently on fishing. Hija observed the man before him, engrossed in his task, and could not help but admire his handsome features. It was no wonder Bayun frequently praised his looks. However, considering his own attractiveness, which drew the admiration of many females, Hija felt at ease. Suddenly, Hija's fishing rod trembled. Sensing the weight, he anticipated another grass carp, but to his astonishment, he reeled in a massive bass. He was filled with delight. Ling Jue approached and exclaimed, "That fish is larger than any bass I have caught. Your luck is exceptional today." Hija, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course. Who am I? You could only manage to catch smaller ones. Come, let us keep this fish. It will serve as a good omen for Bayu's celebration tonight. There will be a bonfire, and this fish symbolizes abundance. Year after year, there is surplus." Upon hearing this, Ling Jue raised an eyebrow and suggested, "How about this? Next time at our tribe's bonfire, you catch a fish this big for me." Hija glanced at him and replied, "It's all about luck. I can't just wish for it." Ling Jue, playfully pinching his cheek, proposed, "Then perhaps I shall accompany you next time to select the largest one as our good fortune." Hija, satisfied, agreed, "That sounds reasonable. I shall comply with your esteemed command, O great chieftain." Curiously, Hija inquired, "What was the scene like when you were appointed chieftain?" Ling Jue, upon hearing this question, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he replied, "It wasn't very grand, to be honest." "Well, that is not exactly what I mean. You know the Eternal Day tribe was quite weak 10 years ago. During my ascension, there were no tears shed in blessing, no words of the elder priest, and scarcely any cheers from the crowd." Hearing this, Hija felt a pang of sympathy and said, "I'm sorry, I was unaware of these past events. Let us enjoy our fishing." However, Ling Jue, lost in thought, remarked, "At that time, the Eternal Day tribe was incapable of even producing a proper ceremony." The tattered feathered crown was placed upon the priest's head. Reflecting on the priest, Ling Jue sighed, saying, "He has been gone from me for 3 long years. I wonder if his spirit still lingers in the heavens." He continued with a sigh, "The great shaman was as emaciated as a mere mortal. Yet my crown was the most resplendent among them." On that day, They fashioned a brilliant laurel crown from the vibrant branches of the sweet bay tree and adorned my brow. The token I inherited was a simple stick. Unembellished and unadorned, a mere stick. Ling Jui chuckled to himself, saying, I have come to cherish this stick dearly. It is not a symbol of glory, rather. It serves as a reminder of that winter when our tribe was devoid of sustenance. The chieftain led us to seek food from neighboring tribes and returned with this stick. This stick serves as a poignant reminder to strengthen my tribe. I often reflect upon this seemingly ordinary stick, which harbors so many stories within it. As he spoke, Ling Juyi's heart grew heavy with emotion, and tears welled in his eyes. In truth, when I first took charge, no one believed in me. They challenged me at every turn, disregarding my words. I had to subdue them one by one, leading groups on hunts. By the second winter of my leadership, each person finally had enough food to stave off hunger, even if it was only a meager portion. But it spared many from dire straits, wouldn't you agree? Iche, filled with sorrow, nodded in agreement, saying, You are indeed a remarkable chieftain, never once lamenting the harshness of the environment. I had heard your name back then, and I thought to myself that a 15-year-old chieftain must surely be an imposter. I had no idea of the struggles you faced. I apologize for my misunderstanding, Ling Jui. Observing Iche's attempts at self-comfort, gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, Those days are behind us. It is pointless to dwell on them now. Let us see if today I can surpass you and catch more fish. Iche looked at him, saying, You are employing your tragic tale to divert my attention, hoping to outdo me. Your heart is truly mischievous. Ling Jui smiled, addressing Iche, such is the nature of competition. We must employ cunning. Soon, let us strive to catch an even larger bass for a sumptuous fish stew. Upon hearing this, Iche decided not to engage further with Ling Jui, instead scattering fish feed upon the water's surface, calling out, Little fish, come forth. By chance, Ling Jui noticed Iche's leisurely demeanor and, with playful intent, began to stir the lake's waters. Iche, irritated, exclaimed, If you continue like this, neither of us will catch any fish. Just wait and see how you handle that. Ling Jui, grinning, replied, If worst comes to worst, you can simply fly up to the heavens. It's not difficult at all. Alternatively, I could send you soaring to catch a few birds for a meal. Iche responded, I am not adept at catching birds, for I too am a creature of the sky. The thought of hunting my own kind fills me with trepidation. Ling Jui stretched lazily and remarked, Let us fish a little longer before we return. Indeed. Isha had caught the largest fish today, and they carried it back to the tribe, where preparations for the evening festivities were underway. Master Confectioner Xiongda, brimming with excitement, busily crafted his beloved delicacies, including ginger milk, tamagoyki, and bread. Upon seeing the impressive catch, he beamed and said, As the fish are plentiful, the rewards shall surely be bountiful. Truly, a worthy brother of Baiyu. I have prepared numerous gifts for him. Ling Jui inquired, Gifts, you say? Xiongda raised an eyebrow and replied, Of course. Each person will receive a bread, and it's strawberry-flavored. I remember Baiyun sent you some strawberry-flavored once. Ling Jui nodded slightly, saying, Indeed, but at this moment, I crave bread with a base flavor. Let us make that instead. The last one with cured meat was excessively salty. Xiongda, noting their shared passion for food, responded without hesitation, No problem, just wait a moment. Liu Qingxuan hurriedly approached, requesting Xiongda to prepare more for herself, worried that she might not have enough to eat today. Laughter and joy filled the air. On the first day of accepting the role of chieftain, Baiyu guided the elder chieftain to explore every facet of the tribe. Although Baiyun was well acquainted with the tribe's affairs, there were matters he could not disclose to the elder. As they walked, the elder expressed, You seem to carry a different aura since becoming chieftain. Baiyu, upon hearing this, responded with a measured tone, It is merely fulfilling my duties in office. Given what I have shared, do you have any suggestions? The elder shook his head and replied, Your ideas are commendable. But there is one point. You must approach these matters gradually. The gaps you've identified are far too numerous to fill overnight. I believe taking it step by step is the wisest course. Upon hearing this, Baiyu smiled at the clan leader and remarked, These matters will unfold gradually, rather than being accomplished in one fell swoop. Establishing a city-state is a more prudent approach at this stage, as it offers a measure of defense against potential assaults. The clan leader grasped the meaning of Baiyu's reference to a city-state, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive and inquired, Constructing a city-state is a formidable challenge. In our region, the term city-state is scarcely known, and our tribulations predominantly stem from the fish demons and capricious weather, with calamities arising from the orcs being lamentably scarce. Baiyu gazed intently at the chieftain, her voice laced with concern as she remarked, "Wasn't the handling of the fish demons remarkably flawless this time? Aside from Ling Ju sustaining numerous injuries, we have indeed discovered several methods to mitigate the adverse effects of nature. However, with this precedent established, the orcs may begin to attempt the assimilation of other tribes. Many smaller tribes have been absorbed due to their inherent weakness, necessitating their dependence on more powerful factions for survival. As a formidable tribe ourselves, we must refrain from such actions. Yet, we could follow Qingxuan's suggestion, allowing our tribe to conquer others, inviting all tribes to pay homage to us." The chieftain listened to Baiyu's words, feeling a deep sense of envy. He envisioned what it might be like for his tribe to be the center of such reverence. Nonetheless, a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind as he cautiously inquired, "Might there be other tribes that would seek to disrupt our ambitions?" Baiyu shook her head and said to him, "Ling Jue will undoubtedly not come to disrupt our plans, for he is also preparing to execute this initiative. This is not solely my idea. Ling Jue will surely take his own actions." Upon hearing this, the chieftain let out a slight sigh of relief. The greatest peril to their tribe still stemmed from the neighboring Yongzhou tribe. Although relations with Yongzhou had eased over the years, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Baiyu, observing the chieftain's demeanor, addressed him, "Though he has been rumored to be quite ruthless due to past events, please believe that we are all his genuine friends. He envisions fostering healthy competition rather than malicious rivalry, for such enmity benefits no one." The chieftain stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "In that case, feel free to express any request you may have for my assistance." Baiyu nodded, wanting to convey, "Though you have stepped down, your benevolence remains ever present, and we all hold you in the highest regard." The chieftain, upon hearing this, smiled even more broadly and replied to Baiyu, "No worries. I entrust the entire tribe to you. I can rest easy and enjoy my twilight years." Baiyu chuckled upon hearing the words and replied to the clan leader, "It is certainly possible. When Liu Qingxuan becomes the priestess, both you and the old priest will have the opportunity to chat and take leisurely strolls together every day, which will undoubtedly bring much joy." After concluding her conversation with the clan leader, Baiyu sent a message to Ling Jue next door. Upon receiving Baiyu's letter, Ling Jue, observing its contents, realized that Baiyu had indeed persuaded the old clan leader. With a hint of resignation, Ling Jue remarked to Baiyu, "We are currently in the process of forming a production and collection team within the tribe. This is where your tribe excels, and we shall take inspiration from it." Baiyu waved his hand and laughed heartily, saying, "It's nothing. We mutually enhance each other. The shelters you constructed for the elderly in your tribe during the harsh winter are quite commendable, aren't they? We have those in our tribe as well." Ling Ju nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, the ice-making techniques you provided have proven to be immensely beneficial. Now, every individual in our tribe feels remarkably comfortable. You see, we serpentine beings thrive in cool environments. The heat can be rather uncomfortable, but with ice blocks, all our troubles are effortlessly resolved. Once our production and collection processes are fully established, the hardships will vanish. For now, however, most of them are sleeping in communal spaces to cool down." Upon hearing this, Baiyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, remarking, "We may not have that here, yet it remains refreshingly cool." Baiyu pondered for a moment before stating, "In establishing a city-state, I require a team that is utterly devoted to my vision. My rapport with them is commendable. Yet the challenge of forming and training this team remains formidable." Ling Jue chuckled lightly and replied, "I already possess loyal subordinates. It suffices to replicate the same approach." After whispering a few words to Baiyu, a spark of clarity illuminated his thoughts. However, Baiyu soon encountered a dilemma and addressed Ling Jue. "You possess no more than 20 at your disposal, which is considerably insufficient for a cohesive unit. At the very least, we need over 150. Ling Jue cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Our tribe consists of merely over 600 individuals, while yours boasts a mere 500. Though both are renowned tribes, how can you expect to mobilize all 13? Begin with 20 and gradually expand. Do not resort to treacherous methods to coerce other tribes into submission. That is not the path of true leadership. Baiyu, are you not aware of this?" After a moment of reflection, Baiyu conceded that he was indeed correct, but countered, "Yet 20 is far too few. I believe a minimum of 50 is necessary, for hunting large game with just 20 would prove exceedingly challenging. Here, the colossal prey is truly immense and notoriously aggressive." Hearing this, Baiyu turned to Ling Jue and remarked, "Your reasoning is indeed sound. Although we have yet to finalize the number of individuals, it is imperative that loyalty to our cause remains steadfast. Only then can our tribe thrive." The most crucial aspect is our finances. All the tribe's spare goods must be under our control. Ling Jue nodded in agreement. It is indeed essential that we maintain control over these matters. Currently, these assets are already in our possession, though they have not been effectively categorized and managed. Each year, there are individuals who pilfer a few kickbacks, which is exceedingly bothersome. Bai Yu shook her head and remarked, this is merely a manifestation of some individuals' unscrupulous intentions. It is imperative that we curtail such malevolence. If all else fails, we could construct a facility specifically designed to house these individuals, rather than resorting to executions at the slightest provocation, which is indeed a pity. Upon hearing this, Ling Ju nodded in agreement and responded, your thoughts are indeed thorough. However, I have conceived an even better plan. We could assist in the management of other tribes, truly overseeing their affairs. Over time, those tribes would discern whether they ought to submit, thereby safeguarding certain tribes from potential harm. What do you think? Bai Yu, upon noticing the glowing cat's eye, exclaimed. This plan is indeed splendid. After enduring numerous events, as they gazed upon the bamboo that had already been soaked, they were unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of timelessness. Reflecting on this, they chuckled softly, remarking, so much has transpired, yet perhaps from the bamboo's perspective, it has unfolded rather slowly, only now being adequately soaked. At this juncture, Liu Qingxuan could not help but slap her forehead, exclaiming, oh dear, how could I have forgotten to soak it in lime water? Just 2 weeks would suffice. Bai Yu gazed at him with a smile and remarked, it's perfectly fine, just 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks will likely be our time to scheme our revenge. And even if it's all set, no one will step forward to execute it. It seems you've conveniently forgotten at the right moment. Listening to Bai Yu's playful banter, Liu Qingxuan, instead of being angered, responded with a smile, indeed, you need time to prepare for your succession as clan leader. Bai Yu observed his elder siblings teasing each other and could not help but smile joyfully. The sight of his beaming expression brought immense happiness to everyone around, as the child had finally reverted to his former self. The time when Bai Yu had been utterly despondent was truly harrowing, his eyes devoid of any luster. He merely stood there vacantly gazing at everyone. Reflecting on Bai Yu's current state, the group felt a profound sense of relief. Liu Qingxuan clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention and said, all right, let us pause the banter for a moment. We need to peel off the softened green skin of the bamboo, and of course, we must remember to wash these as well. By the way, please call your brothers to bring some water. They spent the entire morning washing the bamboo, and due to the increasing population within the tribe each year, there was much to be done. As they scrubbed the bamboo in the pool, no one exhibited impatience. Rather, they engaged in cheerful conversations about the strips of paper that would carry forth their cultural legacy. Liu Qingxuan remarked that if only the bamboo slips weren't so heavy, it would have been much more convenient to use them earlier. Naturally, this called for the creation of brush pins. Liu Qingxuan continued, we must use rabbit fur for this purpose. Fortunately, there are quite a few wild rabbits during the summer, so catching a few for their fur should not pose a significant challenge. With great effort, they skillfully peeled away the softened green skin of the bamboo. Their bone knives, honed from cutting bamboo, became even sharper. They meticulously cut the exposed white fiber segments into small pieces and pounded them into fine strands. This was indeed labor-intensive work. Bai Wei and his brothers toiled for nearly several days to accomplish this task. Liu Qingxuan looked on with satisfaction at the delicate fibers they had produced. Bai Yun was reprimanded by Bai Yu for his actions, as Bai Yu looked at him and said, you were supposed to handle this, yet you did not. You are here playing while I have taken care of things. Have you completed your writing? That handwriting of yours is so unsightly that it is hardly presentable. I write far better than you. Bai Yun gazed at his elder brother and remarked, is it not natural that your writing surpasses mine? You are the elder brother, and I am but the younger sibling. I still possess the potential to surpass you, whereas you have reached your zenith. Pray, hasten to your task of crafting fine fibers. Observing Bai Wei gradually seething with frustration towards Bai Yun, the onlookers could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, this child always manages to vex Bai Wei, despite Bai Yu's gentle temperament. He inevitably finds himself irked. Yet, the more one observes Bai Yun, the more endearing he appears. Perhaps it is not himself that Bai Wei is truly angered by. Liu Qingxuan watched as they transformed all the white fibers into fine threads and remarked, now, we require the grinding of these threads. As for the grinding process, I have long prepared a stone mill. At that moment, the lady of the house, with an air of mystery, led a donkey towards them, saying, there is no need for your exertion. You shall merely supervise. Treat the donkey kindly, as it will be of use. This task proved to be a torment for Bai Yun. for the donkey had a penchant for carrots, and they assigned Baiyun to procure them. Baiyun protested that he had yet to complete his calligraphy practice, but everyone insisted he go, while Liu Qingxuan assured him that there was no rush. Mastering his writing could wait, but this task was of utmost importance. Thus, Baiyun ventured daily up the mountain, while the donkey, seemingly in deliberate defiance, consumed excessively and ground slowly, with everyone taking their time. In this realm, time was the one resource in abundance. As they watched the donkey labor, some found it tedious and even attempted to grind themselves. Under Baiyun's increasingly generous feeding, the donkey grew noticeably plumper, prompting the onlookers to jest with Baiwei, "Look how well your brother has fed this donkey, just as you have nourished him." They are both quite rotund now. Upon hearing this, Baiyun's fur bristled in agitation, observing the little tiger's ruffled demeanor. Everyone felt an irresistible urge to reach out and pet it. Amidst the gentle caresses, Baiyun, with a face full of existential despair, remarked, "Go ahead, keep stroking me. It would be amusing if you managed to make me bald." Baiyu and his companions were not hurried. Instead, they dedicated themselves diligently to the lime, crafting a superior quality of lime than usual. They meticulously blended the paste with other boiled substances, allowing it to sit for a full week. Their roles were well defined, and they steamed and boiled for an entire 7 days, with some taking turns to endure the labor. As the paper-making process neared its conclusion, Liu Qingxuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she enjoyed a leisurely tea with Xiongda at home. On this sweltering summer day, Liu Qingxuan and Xiongda sipped tea sweetened generously with honey, which, despite its richness, was refreshingly cool and delightful. Liu Qingxuan downed 2 large cups and remarked to Xiongda, "These days are simply wonderful." Xiongda eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Ever since you arrived, the tribe has thrived. Last year, no one starved. You are truly a blessing bestowed upon us by the beast god." Liu Qingxuan acknowledged his sentiment with a nod, but added, "While I agree, I believe it is essential for you to receive an education. I plan to establish a class for the adult beast men, but I must first ensure that the children are well taught. It is ostensibly to cultivate their independent learning abilities, but in truth, it is to educate you. Just keep this under wraps." The little creatures were indeed charming. Xiongda pondered Liu Qingxuan's words and said, "Like Baiyun? I can't manage that. I find joy in making desserts and enjoying treats. I've taken over all the desserts in the tribe, and everyone loves what I create. My favorite flavor is honey. It brings me such happiness." He took a bite of a freshly made honey cake as he spoke. While Liu Qingxuan and Xiongda relished their snacks, Baiyu was busy at the pool, diligently removing impurities from the lime. He mixed vigorously, encouraged by his brothers, and happily declared, "Soon, our tribe's culture will be passed down." The scorching summer weather this week made the task of drying out the mixture feel effortless. They simply drained the excess moisture and placed it under the sun, where it dried quickly. They then used ash paste to place in the furnace, layering it with straw ash on top. Seeing their work nearing completion filled Baiyu with joy as he urged his friends, "Quick, pour boiling water over this. It will surely become more refined." Everyone exerted their strength to assist. Liu Qingxuan dreamt that they had successfully created paper, envisioning herself holding the heavy sheets to distribute in class. Just as she was about to hand them out to her classmates, she suddenly awoke with a start, calling out to Baiyu, "Baiyu, where's our paper?" Baiyu looked at her and replied, "Isn't it still unfinished? We are just a few steps away." Baiyu gazed at Liu Qingxuan in confusion, then smiled and said, "Let us go. Today we need to take the bamboo pulp to a flowing water source for a thorough wash. Would you care to join us?" Liu Qingxuan waved her hand and replied, "Of course, there is no need to fetch water for washing our faces. Let us proceed directly to the place with fresh water." The two meandered their way to the site. As Liu Qingxuan observed the flowing water, she felt an irresistible urge to dip her feet in and experience the current's direction. However, she reminded herself that this water was intended for cleansing the semi-finished products they had created. So she dismissed her distractions and focused intently on watching Baiyu and the others wash. After laboring for much of the day, they transferred the pulp they had collected into the wooden troughs they had crafted. Yet, it seemed their troughs were somewhat small and insufficient. Consequently, the entire tribe began fervently constructing more troughs, even borrowing some from a neighboring tribe. Fortunately, this material is typically prepared by every tribe, alleviating their earlier concerns. They immersed the woven bamboo curtains in the troughs, allowing the bamboo material to form a thin layer upon them, while the excess water flowed down the edges. Once the wet pulp settled onto the boards, it transformed into sheets of paper. This process was repeated numerous times. As summer's heat intensified, Liu Qingxuan, delighted by the finished products, turned to Baiyu and exclaimed, let us treat ourselves to some chilled fruit salad. Liu Qingxuan hurried to inform Xiongde, who was equally eager for the opportunity to indulge without expense. Xiongde began meticulously preparing the fruit salad. After several rounds of preparation, they nearly completed it by evening, needing only to repeat the steps the following day to yield ample paper. They placed the finished sheets on a platform laden with wooden boards, which they could now press down to extract the majority of the water, ensuring the sheets would dry successfully in the sun. Observing this progress, Liu Qingxuan could not help but exclaim with great enthusiasm, "This time, we shall surely succeed." She intended to share this exhilarating news with the children the next day. With that thought, Liu Qingxuan joyfully danced around, embracing Baiyu, exclaiming, "With this, we can finally write with brush pens. My calligraphy is quite beautiful." Baiyu now finds himself in a state of profound dread when it comes to the art of calligraphy. Previously, his greatest fear was Lingjue. Yet he now perceives the practice of brush writing as the true horror. At least he did not have to confront Lingjue daily. The endeavor of mastering the brush seems to demand a significant portion of his vitality, leaving him disheartened as he witnesses the fruits of his labor, which he cannot bear to tarnish. The brothers assisting him indulge in fruit salads, continually exclaiming about the delightful sweetness of the dish. They express that it would have been more fitting to have it delivered on a sweltering summer afternoon, rather than in the twilight hours when the lingering heat has already dissipated. Liu Qingxuan apologetically explains that we are no longer in the industrial era. In a primitive society where productivity is limited, there is little that can be done. However, she assures them that with the advancement of scientific inquiry, we shall eventually possess factories. For now, the production of paper is merely the first step. Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, everyone cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Later that evening, during dinner, Baiyu was still murmuring to his sister, contemplating whether they could refrain from creating these items. Liu Qingxuan mistakenly believed he was reluctant to engage in the crafting of paper, but Baiyu clarified that it was not his desire to abandon his calligraphy practice. Rather, he wished for his sister to agree to allow him to cease his writing endeavors. Liu Qingxuan and Baiyu firmly addressed him, stating, "No, you must practice. What are you thinking? If you do not hone your skills, how will you navigate life in the future? Everyone else will possess these abilities, and you will be left behind. Take my advice. Tomorrow, I will personally take you to learn brush writing. How does that sound?" Baiyu let out a dismissive hum and remarked, "Do as you wish, but I have heard that a brush requires ink to function, which you lack. Let us see how you manage." Liu Qingxuan replied, "This is quite simple. I shall ask Hija to fetch some octopus." Without further ado, Liu Qingxuan finished her meal and hurried to Hija's abode, knocking on his door. Hija, surprised, gazed at Liu Qingxuan and said, "Aren't you busy these days? You haven't had time to come by." Liu Qingxuan responded, "No. Could you possibly catch some octopus or squid tomorrow? That would provide us with natural ink. I don't have the luxury of time to experiment now, and I certainly need to ponder for a while. We shall craft brushes tomorrow, and I will make one for you as well." Hija nodded and said, "You certainly must make one for me. And then I will venture alone to the seaside in search of octopus, correct?" Hearing this, Liu Qingxuan beamed and replied, "Exactly. You handle that task, and afterward, we can enjoy some grilled octopus. It is settled then. I shall return to freshen up. Farewell." Hija watched the spirited Liu Qingxuan and couldn't help but marvel at her boundless energy. After a night of sweet dreams, Liu Qingxuan observed the paper, which was on the verge of being drained of moisture, and mused, "This place is surprisingly suitable for paper making. However, I realize that the process is rather time-consuming. Yet the materials and techniques are not overly complicated. If I produce more and sell them at the grass market, it could serve as a source of income for the tribe." With this thought, Liu Qingxuan felt a surge of joy, envisioning the many things she could acquire. She even remarked, "Paper made from linen tends to be more yellow, while that crafted from bamboo is notably whiter and softer, and it absorbs ink exquisitely, yielding a more refined texture." Baiyu approached her sister and inquired, "May I take one to play with?" Liu Qingxuan, holding the finished product, replied, "Go ahead and enjoy." Baiyu caressed the pristine paper and remarked, "This is quite different from papyrus." Liu Qingxuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, papyrus is woven, while this paper is far more immaculate, soft, and delicate." Baiyu, having completed the task of capturing the octopus, inquired if you were certain you would not use ink to showcase your calligraphy. Liu Qingxuan chuckled softly, remarking that since the brush was not yet prepared, they might as well utilize this piece of paper for a demonstration. "Allow me to apply the ink by hand for you," she said. Upon returning home, Liu Qingxuan applied some ink to the paper, resulting in an exquisite display of fluidity and grace in her writing. Baiyun gazed in astonishment at the events unfolding before her and exclaimed, "How is it that you possess such a myriad of skills?" Liu Qingxuan, returning her gaze, replied, "If you immerse yourself in reading, you too shall acquire knowledge. Alas, your days are spent in idleness. Just jesting with you. These abilities are merely the fruits of serendipity. Allow me to teach you the art of writing. With a bit of diligence, you may blossom into a truly remarkable individual, perhaps even surpassing your brother." Baiyun felt an immense joy at the thought of being more capable than her elder brother, eagerly nodding and speaking animatedly. Observing how easily the children were coaxed back to good spirits, Liu Qingxuan silently celebrated with a triumphant gesture. As the moisture evaporated from the paper, they finally obtained the sheets they desired. Each individual, cradling the weighty paper, could not help but feel a surge of delight, caressing the slightly pristine surface and exclaiming how such an object could serve as a vessel for the transmission of our culture. You expressed to Baiyu your contemplation, stating that you were uncertain whether the advent of paper was a matter of inevitability or chance. Nonetheless, having brought this creation into existence signifies a monumental leap forward. For the essence of paper lies in its role as a medium for written expression. However, the necessity for such vessels has existed since time immemorial. For instance, in your primitive method of nodding to record events, had I not arrived in the beastly realm, you might have begun documenting on turtle shells, progressing eventually to the advent of pictographic paper, which would render record-keeping more convenient and allow for the fluidity of written communication. Baiyu listened to Liu Qingxuan's lamentation and was suddenly taken aback as she exclaimed, "Yet you have still managed to create it, have you not?" Liu Qingxuan slowly shook her head and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether this will disrupt the course of history. However, if that were the case, then the heavenly principles would not have permitted me to bring this into existence. So rest assured in its use. My remarks were merely a reflection upon this creation." Liu Qingxuan then looked at Baiyu and said, "Let us proceed together to distribute these items to the children in our class." Baiyun gazed sorrowfully as his elder sister forcibly stuffed a large bundle of papers into his arms. She looked at him and said, "You need to hold on to these and take them to school." They had arrived early that day, and Liu Qingxuan did not allow them to leave. Instead, she told them to wait until she was ready. After more than 100 days of anticipation, everyone was eager for this moment, undeterred by the myriad events that had transpired along the way. When Liu Qingxuan brought the bundles of paper into the classroom, a wave of excitement erupted among the little creatures. The panda cub lay atop the papers, feeling them with its paws, exclaiming, "Is this what it feels like? It's so hard, like stone." Liu Qingxuan replied, "What you're touching is merely a stack of papers. Once I pull one out, you'll see that it's not so rigid after all. You can crumple it freely, as long as you don't deliberately tear it. It can be shaped into any form." She also mentioned origami, an ancient craft that need not be confined to academia. It could be remarkably enjoyable. Later, I will teach you how to fold an airplane, one that can soar into the sky. Upon hearing this, the children gasped in astonishment, inquiring, "What is an airplane?" This seemed to spark Liu Qingxuan's thoughts. With a gentle smile, she explained, "An airplane is a tool for carrying people through the skies. However, I doubt we will see one anytime soon. They are far too complex. Yet, perhaps we can attempt to craft a simple model this autumn, though whether it will fly high remains uncertain." This revelation left everyone in awe. Many had envied birds for their ability to ascend to great heights, a dream seemingly out of reach for those bound to the ground. In their childhood, land creatures had once soared alongside their avian counterparts, an experience that felt exhilarating. But such opportunities grew scarce as they matured. Hence, each individual yearned to savor the sensation of flight. With joy and excitement, the children cheered. Liu Qingxuan turned to Baiyun and said, "Please distribute a sheet of paper to each person." As they received their papers, they cherished the delicate texture in their hands, marveling, "This is so different from ordinary paper. How could we write on it?" Liu Qingxuan gazed at them and remarked, "Isn't it simple? All we need is some ink. Let's use octopus ink for now. There's plenty of it here. Just imagine, we can enjoy grilled octopus while we're at it. The thought of takoyaki makes it all the more delightful." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Liu Qingxuan declared, "Now, let me teach you how to fold paper airplanes." She instructed them to position the paper vertically and fold it in half. Everyone found this initial step quite straightforward. Liu Qingxuan then unfolded the crease and guided them to fold the top left and bottom right corners toward the center. With the previous crease as a guide, they folded it in half once more. Now, for the most crucial step, Liu Qingxuan said, to ensure the airplane soars high, we must make precise folds. The paper remained in a vertical orientation as they folded the lower sides outward, rather than inward. Everyone approached this vital step with utmost seriousness, their hands manipulating the paper with growing curiosity about the outcome. Finally, Liu Qingxuan snapped the airplane together and announced, "There you have it, a paper airplane." While this is merely a basic traditional design, it is quite functional. Observing their creations, she provided guidance and praised their efforts. Noting how wonderfully they had crafted their paper airplanes, Liu Qingxuan began to explain the principles behind their design. We should position the center of the airplane slightly forward to prevent wobbling. A wobbly plane will not fly far. She picked up a paper airplane made by a small creature and adjusted it, saying, "Look at this one. It's a bit asymmetrical. We can modify it to be more symmetrical, which will enhance its stability in flight." Liu Qingxuan then led the little animals outside, first climbing to the highest hill. "Come quickly, I'll show you how to play," she called out to them. Once the little animals gathered, she tossed the airplane downward. It soared into the air, performing a graceful spin before descending smoothly. Liu Qingxuan remarked, "See how long this airplane stays aloft? Its flight is remarkably stable." Following her lead, everyone enthusiastically threw their own airplanes into the air. Liu Qingxuan reassured them, "There's no need to be timid. With practice, they can soar faster." As they descended the hill, their spirits were high as they retrieved their airplanes. Indeed, after a while, the plane soared upward before finally descending. Liu Qingxuan observed, "We can create airplanes that glide, but they may not reach great heights." Baiyun gazed at the aircraft with profound curiosity, expressing a desire to join her sister in the endeavor. Her sister remarked, "Then you must embody the spirit of scientific inquiry. First, you need to investigate the reasons behind the flight of an airplane." Baiyun, in a state of perplexity, implored, "Could you grant me some time?" Liu Qingxuan responded, "This is inevitable. You must certainly delve into your studies. Rest assured, you have ample time to ponder this matter, do you not?" Upon hearing Liu Qingxuan's words, Baiyun nodded confidently, asserting, "I will surely figure it out. Just allow me some time." Henceforth, whenever one encountered Baiyun, he was diligently folding paper airplanes, even creating various designs in pursuit of his research. Baiyun even discovered that by shaping the nose of the aircraft into a more rounded contour, one could effectively reduce aerodynamic drag, an insight inspired by her sister, as she observed her aircraft soaring higher and sustaining flight for longer durations. Baiyun began to uncover various nuances of its performance. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Yet, Baiyun remained diligently engrossed in her research on the aircraft. Although she had successfully constructed a glider, her aspirations remained unfulfilled. Baiyun has become a renowned clan leader, and her rival, Ling Jue, has shed his brutal reputation, gaining considerable popularity. However, what remains unchanged is the secret competition between the two for the affection of Liu Qingxuan, leaving Hija caught in the middle. With the passage of time, Liu Qingxuan has transformed from an innocent girl into a woman who understands her mission. She adeptly manages education and technology, astonishing her kin with the rapid development of their tribe. "Baiyun see, I promise to lead you all to a prosperous life," Liu Qingxuan proudly proclaimed at the bonfire gathering. Baiyun gazed at his wife, gently smiling as he replied, "You have always been remarkable." This gathering marked the last celebration before the rainy season, and Ling Jue, invited but absent, remained focused on conquering his research domain. Meanwhile, he just sat gloomily by a stone, consuming roasted meat. Seemingly lamenting Ling Jue's unreliability, he had promised to join him. Yet, reflecting on the last incident where Hija was bitten by a fish monster, he realized that resolving such issues would greatly enhance their living conditions. With a sigh, Hija looked up at the starry sky. Liu Qingxuan had once told him that in their era, the stars were no longer visible, which astonished him. When he inquired why, she smiled but did not answer, attributing it to the advancement of civilization. Hija, puzzled by her words, turned to her and said, "You claim our efforts are for the advancement of civilization, yet the absence of stars is also a consequence of it. I fail to grasp your meaning." Liu Qingxuan gently replied, "Hija, you must understand that the development of civilization inevitably leads to numerous conflicts, not only among people but also between humanity and the environment." Hija comprehended her point and remarked, "I have heard you say that sustainable development cannot deplete resources excessively. It seems to align with this reasoning." Liu Qingxuan nodded affirmatively. As Hija munched on his roasted meat, his thoughts wandered into a sudden vision. If Ling Jue successfully constructed the reservoir, would it result in the loss of animal habitats? He shook his head, dispelling the thought. Meanwhile, in the Yongzhou tribe, Ling Jue scrutinized the materials in his hands with a serious expression. This was Liu Qingxuan's latest cement formulation, yet its hardness fell short of his expectations. He needed to find a way to enhance its strength. Just as he immersed himself in his research, Ping'an and Tuan Yuan approached with the meal they had prepared. They did not place the food on his work table but set it down on a distant small couch. Despite the distance, the aroma of their cooking wafted through the air. Over the past 5 years, Ping'an and Tuan Yuan had matured into exceptional doctors. The Eternal Day tribe shall no longer be regarded as a cursed clan. Their medical expertise has aided Ling Jue in shedding a reputation of brutality. Rubbing his weary eyes, he gently addressed them. You have arrived. Ping'an and Tuan Yuan were well aware of their father's preoccupations due to these matters. They simply chose to accompany him in serene silence. While others labeled their father as cruel, in their hearts, none could embody gentleness more than he. The more spirited Ping'an tugged at Ling Jue's sleeve and remarked, Father, Teacher Hija is rather upset with you for not attending the bonfire party. He understood the sentiment behind his child's words, and with a hint of playful defiance, he replied, his anger is his own concern. I too wish to accompany him. Tuan Yuan, observing their light-hearted banter, chimed in, but you did instruct your subordinates to send Teacher Hija numerous gifts, including water fox fur. The playful exchange with the two children finally distracted Ling Jue from his contemplations, prompting him to urge, go find Bai Yu to play. He has a knack for delighting children. Ling Jue internally scoffed, thinking to himself that Hija looked splendid in the water fox fur jacket. What was wrong with gifting it to him? Such fine pelts deserve to be adorned by equally remarkable individuals. Speaking of water fox fur, Liu Qingxuan wrapped herself snugly in her own and playfully pouted at her majestic white tiger husband, declaring that she would utterly refrain from involving herself in matters concerning the reservoir's construction. Bai Yu and Ling Ju wished for Liu Qingxian to join them, but Liu Qingxian politely declined, expressing that the children of the two tribes already caused her enough headaches. She aspired to cultivate their abilities independently. If everything were to rely on her, her presence here would be rendered meaningless. With a long, soothing sigh, she believed she had fulfilled her mission in this beastly realm. Synopsis: during an excursion, Liu Qingxian encountered a perilous situation that led her to an unfamiliar beastly world. Fortunately, her eloquence caught the attention of a peculiar child who brought her to their tribe. Wait a moment, why can you all transform into such fluffy beings? She inquired. In light of their promise to return her boyfriend, she decided to assist them. Thus, Liu Qingxian embarked on a mission to enhance life in the beastly world. The initiative began with everyone receiving sweets. Under her guidance, the mortality rate in the beastly realm diminished, and the expressions of its inhabitants began to radiate joy.